I know why we never returned to the moon. I looked in terror as I saw the inside. It was my face, covered with brownish red blood. In place of eyes, there were only 2 gaping holes. The next day we started picking up something on an unused channel of our radio. It was a faint signal coming from somewhere in the crater. We tried to patch it to the speakers, but it didn't make any sense. It was just a repeating sound resembling a person vocalizing the sound of a single letter or vowel but stretched to about 3 seconds followed by an equally long pause. It was very distorted, and it clearly wasn't a loop, since each sound was just slightly different than the previous one. We ate, and once again prepared for the moonwalk. It was darker than the other day. The sun was still shining, but it was steadily creeping its way under the horizon. We followed the source of the signal for about an hour when we found something lying in the dust in front of us. I tensed as I looked closer and found out what it was. It was a spacesuit, the same as the one in the Russian lander. "Well, it looks like we found our missing friend," said Carver with disbelief. I didn't say anything. I simply jumped off the rover and slowly, silently approached the suit. "What are you doing, Miller?" continued Carver. Just as I was about to open the sunshield with my shaking hands, the suit came alive and grabbed my hand. With the sound traveling through our suits, I heard a weak pomagite, meaning help in Russian. We carried him to our lander. The patch on his suit revealed his identity as Tarkov. He was in shock and hypoxic. I don't know how long or why he was just lying there, but he was lucky to be alive. For the next couple of hours, he fell in and out of consciousness. He eventually woke up. Our Russian was bad, but luckily, he spoke English enough for us to understand each other. He didn't remember why he was there, what had happened to him and his crew, or what his mission was. When I looked out of the window, I realized that our flag was gone. There were no footprints. It looked as if it simply vanished. At this point, each one of us was concerned, and we asked to terminate the mission. The command refused, explaining that the recovery of the satellite's data was of paramount importance. We decided to continue our search tomorrow and went to sleep. I again had the same nightmare as the day before. I woke up terrified and drenched in sweat. I saw Tarkov standing by the window and looking out. He then walked over to Carver and just stood there, looking at him while he slept for about a minute or 2. Silently, I asked him, "Tarkov, what are you doing?" But he just mumbled something like "them" or "when" and lied down. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, and I kept an eye on him, but nothing interesting happened. The next day we found a picture or a map of the crater we were at in a pocket in Tarkov's suit. There was a point a few miles from where we were that was marked with a cross. Tarkov didn't know what was there, but I soon realized that it was right in the direction where I saw the flash on the first day. We had to check it out. I and Carver later took off and headed towards this mysterious target while Tarkov stayed in the Karen. In reality, our rover had enough power to carry all 3 of us, but I insisted that it didn't and that he should stay behind. "I don't trust this guy," I said to Carver after I was sure that Tarkov was out of range of our short-range radio. We land on the moon. We don't find the box and suddenly the probe is gone. Then we find a supposed to be dead Russian who doesn't remember when was the last time he took a poop. And now, we're heading towards an inconspicuous place that was marked on his map he knows nothing about. You bet I don't trust him. Hell, I don't trust a single step I'd take in that direction. He replied. "What are we going to do with him?" He asked later. "I don't know yet. But we can't take him with us. Neither the LEM nor CSM is built for an extra passenger." "You know that," I responded. "And I'm afraid he knows that too," replied Carver. The sun was setting. After driving for a while, we reached something that puzzles me to this day. Right there, in front of us, was something I can only describe as a 3-sided pyramid. It was about 10 feet tall and its surface was completely smooth and black as night. "What in the world is this?" asked Carver with a shiver in his voice. We walked around it and took pictures. "What the duck?" I suddenly heard through my radio. I turned around and saw Carver frozen in place, staring at something. There, in the remaining faint light, was a space suit about 20 feet away from us. I recognized the missing name patch and realized that it was the suit from the Russian spacecraft. It was standing upright, on its feet. The sun shield was open to reveal a sight that terrifies me to this day. It was empty. The suit was empty. But it was standing upright. I came back to my senses after I heard a crackling noise coming from my radio. "You don't belong here," it spoke in a low, deep, distorted voice. Then out of nowhere, I was blinded by an intense flash of light. When I recovered, the thing was gone. "Carver, are you alright?" I asked. He was silent at first, and then replied, "Man, duck NASA, duck the army, duck the satellite, duck this whole mission. I want to get out of here, now." Without any debate, we ran to the rover and drove off back to Karen. When we came back, the sun had already fallen below the horizon, and it was almost completely pitch black. The airlock was open and Tarkov was standing in front of the module in his suit. Damn it. In the rush, we completely forgot about him. I approached him and started. "Listen, Tarkov, there is something you..." I stopped when I noticed that he was holding something behind his back, but it was too late. He swung and struck me with a sharpened rod. I hit my head on the inside of my helmet and dazed fell to the ground. When the ringing in my ear stopped, I saw him and Carver fighting in the dust. I stood up and threw myself into Tarkov, propelling us both a dozen feet away. Before I was able to stand up again, he was already on top of me. We struggled, and just as he got grip on the lever that was used to release my helmet, I struck his head with a sharp rock. His visor cracked, and while his air was slowly escaping his suit, I picked myself up and grabbed the rod. It was already stained with blood. He lunged at me, but I stabbed him in the chest. He then fell on top of me, and when our helmets touched, he spoke as the last of his air was pulled out from his lungs. "He is not your friend. Follow the voice." I picked myself up and walked over to Carver. I saw that his suit was punctured on the thigh, and brownish red blood was being sucked out into the airless vacuum all around us. When I brought him inside the Karen, I realized that our first aid kit was gone. He was bleeding a lot, and I managed to slow it down, but I had to treat him properly. I was afraid that if we took off, he would bleed out in zero gravity even faster. "There was a med kit in the Russian thing, wasn't it?" he said. "Yeah," I replied. "Miller, you have to go and get it. Duck." It's not that far from here, is it? Said Carver. No, it's not. Are you sure you can hold on until I get back? I asked. Yeah, just go. So I went. Don't die on me, Carver. That's an order, I said before leaving. As I said, it didn't take long until I reached the Russian lander, but it felt like ages. Throughout the whole journey, I waited for something to jump out of the darkness around me. I wasn't surprised when I saw that the suit that was previously hung on the wall was now missing, but still, I felt a shiver run down my spine. I took their medkit and headed back as soon as I could. But I couldn't stop thinking about Tarkov's last words. He is not your friend. Follow the voice I kept repeating inside my head. I then switched the channel on my radio to the one we heard the incomprehensible noise on. It was still on. I realized that it was stronger in one particular direction. Follow the voice, I said to myself. Was this the voice Tarkov meant? Who is not my friend? Tarkov? Carver? The mission commander back at Earth? I had to find out. I drove off in the direction of the signal. After driving for at least 15 minutes, I reached a small crater about 30 feet in diameter. With my headlight on, I immediately saw that something was inside, but I couldn't recognize it yet. I stepped over the edge and walked into the crater and switched my light to full intensity. I stood there, paralyzed with raw terror for what felt like hours. There was a rectangular block of the same material as the pyramid in the center of the crater. A body was lying on top of it. Its limbs were contorted in the most twisted and gruesome way possible. His eyes were missing, and in their place were only 2 gaping holes. It was Carver. There was a small box stuffed inside his mouth. It was the black box from the satellite. I took the box and ran out of there as fast as I could. Carver was dead. If Carver was dead, who was the Carver I left in the cairn? He is not your friend was the only thing I had on my mind the rest of the way back. When I returned, Tarkov's body was gone, but Carver was still there, lying, bleeding. But it wasn't Carver. What was that thing? Thank God you're back, Miller, said Carver. Not Carver. Carver was dead. Mutilated. Dead. Miller, are you alright? Continued not Carver. Yeah, I've got the kit, I replied. He couldn't know that I know. It couldn't know. I treated his wound and the bleeding finally stopped. I strapped him in, strapped it in, and then strapped myself in. I didn't tell him, that I had found the black box. I didn't tell it that I found him. With the engine roaring below us, the cairn split in half, and the crew compartment pushed us up, into the void while the legs stayed planted on the lunar dust eternally. Now I already wrote on several occasions, that I had felt minutes pass as if they were hours. The ascent and rendezvous took only a bit more than a dozen minutes. But those minutes felt like decades. I wanted to scream so loud that my lungs would break and I wanted to vomit. But I couldn't because it would find out. I wanted to black out, but I couldn't. I had to save Ackerman. After several lifetimes, we finally docked with Ackerman in the Trinity. Throughout the whole ordeal, we kept him updated, but meeting him was different. He was scared. But I was scared even more. He didn't know that Carver was not Carver. I did know. I did unstrap first and pushed Ackerman out of the docking tunnel. I did kick Carver, not Carver, right in the face when he followed. I did close the docking tunnel behind me. What the hell are you doing, Miller? What is wrong with you? Shouted Ackerman and slammed me to the wall of the command module. Don't open IT, Mike. It's not Carver. That thing in the lem is not Carver, do you understand? I shouted back in pain. Even though he was a battle-hardened soldier, Ackerman finally broke into tears. I floated past him over to the controls, and before I undocked the cairn, I glanced at the docking tunnel window one last time. There it was. A thing with Carver's face and body, but not Carver. Staring at us. But his eyes were completely smooth and black as night itself. He opened his mouth in a way that was simply not possible for a human, and let out a loud, disturbing screech that I wish I could forget so much. In a heartbeat, it turned to dead silence, as the cairn detached from the CSM, and drifted into the void. I and Ackerman didn't say a single word throughout the 3-day journey back to Earth. We were placed in quarantine for months after we came back home. Nobody ever explained to us what happened on that mission. I never learned what was on the black box. Honestly, I didn't want to know, after all I experienced. But whatever was there was enough to cancel all other missions to the moon and beyond. They eventually released us and made it very clear that we're never supposed to talk about it. I never saw Ackerman from that day on. The only time I talked about him was when a pair of men in suits came to my home one day a couple of years after the mission. Captain Miller, have you been in touch with Lieutenant Ackerman lately? One of them asked after we exchanged our greetings. No, I never spoke or heard from him since the mission. Did something happen? I replied. I'm sorry to tell you, but Lieutenant Ackerman was found dead in a nearby forest yesterday. I had to sit down. I didn't know him that well, but we spent a considerable amount of time together in training, and we lived through hell itself together, so it was more than enough for me to consider him a friend. Poor Mike. How did he die? I asked. We don't know yet. But he had multiple fractures on all of his limbs, and his eyes were gouged out. I know why we never returned to the moon. My search for the truth had finally yielded some success. Oh, where do I even start? I've mentioned that my grandfather knew some people here and there. He even introduced me to some of them, and I convinced myself to contact one such person who works at NASA. Unfortunately, he couldn't help me, but he gave me a contact for someone who possibly can. The other person didn't help me either, but they bounced me back and forth between about 10 other people, until I finally met this guy who actually knew what I was talking about. Well, I mean, I didn't meet him, only on the internet, but you get it. Obviously, I won't reveal his identity or any more information than what I'm going to write here. He wasn't very friendly when I first got in touch with him. When I asked him if he knew anything about Dawnbreaker, he almost hung me up straight away. Who told you about this? You're playing with things you don't understand, young man. Jacob Miller was my grandfather, I explained. He went silent for a few seconds. I see. I suppose we wouldn't be able to hide this forever. I can help you. Not because you asked me, but because it's time. But I warn you, there are things you don't want to know. He mailed me a flash drive, and in a very complicated way explained to me what to do with it. The drive was just a dummy, and after I took it apart, it revealed a micro SD card. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing by posting it to the internet, because what you're about to read is going to give you many answers, but open even more questions. The SD card contained a transcript of what was probably an audio recording in Russian. Same as with my grandfather's message, I'll rewrite the contents below. Material hashtag IEM663. Source, record hashtag EM13 at first dawn 1. Notes, transcript, translated from Russian by, blank. Damn piece of crap. Is it working? Oh, thank God, it is. Apologize my rude introduction. My name is Leonid Ivanovich Tarkov. I was a cosmonaut at the Kamchatka station. Now, let's cut the crap and get straight to the point. You know that we are here and you've been spying on us with your little stay putnik for a while, and while I hate giving this to you, I hope you'll use this information well because I have no other hope. In case you've really been living under a rock, I'll explain what's going on. We've been here for 2 months now. Me, Lenko, Novak and Commander Polyakov. God bless their souls. Our station is tiny but serves us well. It is a small dome with 4 rooms, a laboratory, a storage room, a machine room and a central living area. Our purpose was to research the moon and its structure. Long before you, Americans, found out, we already knew about the crater anomaly. On every other celestial body, the size and depth of a crater vary depending on the strength of the impact, but their shape should stay consistent. But on the moon, it is not like this. The craters here are too shallow. They never extend below a certain depth. We placed this station in one particularly large and deep crater with hopes to learn more about this curious phenomenon. All was going well until we started digging. It was the 64th day of the expedition. We all gathered there to watch the result of our hard work. The drill was a true engineering marvel, designed specifically for this mission. The plan was to drill a hole as deep as we could. Ready to start rolling, comrades? Excitingly asked Lenko, our engineer. We all cheered, and after he hit the switch, the drill came to life, silence transitioned to buzzing, buzzing transitioned to spinning, and spinning transitioned to drilling. I was very proud of being here, doing a service to the Union, but I looked forward to returning to Earth. This was the first step on our journey home. After we made sure that all was going well, we started packing and heading home. Naturally, Lenko was last, since he behaved as if the drill was his little child he must watch over. What do you guys think is down there? He asked as he rushed to catch up with us. Our equipment couldn't pick up anything below some 5 meters under the surface, so there must be a layer of some very dense mineral, or maybe some unknown element. Who knows? Elaborated Novak, our geologist. I think we're going to find cheese, I said, and we all laughed. Even Commander Polyakov chuckled. I was wrong. We all were so wrong. The drill jammed the next day. Lenko and Novak went there to elaborate, while I stayed at the base with the commander. He didn't talk much, and when he did, it was mostly to criticize someone. He was the kind of person who wasn't satisfied no matter what you did, but deep down, he cared for us and we respected him for that. Lenko and Novak later returned with a handful of sharp black rocks and rather surprising news. As we predicted, about 4 meters below the surface, there's a layer of this immensely hard black material. It is so hard in fact, that it broke the drill head, explained Novak. So, do you have any idea what it is? Asked the commander. Not yet. It might be some metastable crystalline mineral formed under high pressure. But we won't know what it is until I'll have a look at it. The next few days were very interesting. Me and Lenko spent almost all the time replacing the drill heads. Novak was completely consumed by studying that strange material. The fact that he didn't make much progress only fueled his amazement. I was just doing some maintenance on the drill with Lenko, when the drill suddenly plummeted down the hole, almost taking us with it. Did you see that? Asked Lenko with confusion. Of course, I did, you idiot. It almost pulled me into that hole, in case you didn't notice. I responded. I then realized he probably didn't mean the drill and I thought that he was going to say something, but he didn't. I looked into the hole. I pulled a glow stick out of the pocket of my suit, cracked it, and dropped it into the hole. It fell into some sort of a cavity. The rest of the team arrived shortly after, and the commander started cursing at the drill, then at us, and finally, he congratulated us to make the first major discovery on this rock. I knew what was going to happen next. Prepare your gear and get some sleep. We're going down there tomorrow, said Polyakov. When we returned to Kamchatka, Lenko insisted that he needs to service the exterior equipment. I thought that it was a bit odd, because he serviced the exterior 2 days prior, but our equipment breaks all the time, so I didn't consider it a big deal. I wanted to stay with him, so he wouldn't be left alone outside, but he refused with any possibility of convincing him, so I gave up on that. He returned inside some 30 minutes after we did, anyway. However, a couple of minutes after he came back, we heard a bang from the airlock. Then another. We rushed there, and Novak took a look out of the window. He widened his eyes and scanned the outside with a blank expression on his face. What is it? I asked. I don't know, he replied. Lenko, do you know what's going on? You returned last, inquired the commander. No, I swear I have no idea what that was, he answered. Novak continued watching the outside for a few seconds and then went back to continue his work, so we did as well. The next day we descended down the hole. The commander went down first, and then I followed. I rappelled down some 4 meters when I reached the layer of black material. As if it wasn't hard enough already to fit through the narrow opening with the suit on, I had to be careful not to cut the suit on the sharp jagged edges of the dark substance. I then got into a hollow section and descended some further 10 meters down, until I hit solid ground. It was pitch black, but with my headlight on, I saw that we were in a sort of cavern or dome. The walls were out of sight, but the floor was the same material like the ceiling. The drill was down there, it had collapsed down the hole when the ceiling gave way. We waited for the rest of the team and then headed into the darkness. After a few minutes, we sighted the wall. It was made out of the same material as I expected. Do you have any idea what this is, Novak? Asked Commander. I can't figure it out. It's like a tight-packed crystal, but I couldn't find out what it is made out of. It's completely inert, doesn't melt and doesn't conduct heat very well. He explained in return. We followed the wall and circled the whole cavity until we came back to where we started. The walls, the ceiling, and the floor were just this completely smooth black material. We headed back to the opening. However, on our way back, we came across another opening in the ground. There was a ramp that went down, like a spiral, and after hesitating for a while, we walked down. We descended into another smaller cavity, where tunnels extended in 4 directions like crossroads. Nobody asked the obvious question. This wasn't a natural formation. There was 4 of us in 4 tunnels. One might think we would split up to cover more ground, but again, we were soldiers, not a bunch of stupid school kids, and so we stuck together. We walked for maybe 40 minutes. We passed several other intersections. The whole place seemed like a maze or a web of tunnels, and it would be really easy to get lost there, so each time we passed such intersection, we left a glow stick in the mouth of the tunnel we came from. The whole place was eerie, and the farther we went, the more uneasy I felt. Somewhere deep in my mind, I felt that we are not supposed to be here. We just came to maybe the 10th or 11th intersection. We continued straight, but after a couple of steps, I noticed that Lenko wasn't by my side anymore. I turned back to see him looking into one of the side tunnels at the intersection. "Guys, stop." I spoke to the radio. "Lenko, what is it?" He turned to face us and said, I don't know. Guys, I don't feel well. We need to go back. Something is not right down here." What followed happened so fast, but I felt like watching a slow-motion video. At one moment, he stood there, looking at us, but in the next moment, he was gone. Something pulled him into the tunnel. We ran back, and I wanted to follow, but Commander pulled me back. "What are you doing? We can't leave him behind," I shouted. "He's gone. We need to get out, otherwise, we are all dead," he said. He was right. This wasn't our world. Whatever took Lenko was still down here with us. We needed to get out. We ran back to where we came from. Running in such low gravity was awkward, but at least it was easier, so we didn't need to stop and catch our breath even with our heavy suits on. However, when we reached the next intersection, we stopped nonetheless. The glow stick wasn't there. As we soon learned, all of them were gone. At first, we remembered the way, but at some point, we probably took the wrong route, because we never reached the spiral ramp. We eventually reached something that seemed like a dead end. We wanted to head back, when we all heard and felt a thumping in the distance. There was obviously no air, so the sound probably traveled through the ground. Thump, 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 thump. Novak was the first one who panicked. Thump, 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 thump. "Duck, what now? What are we going to do, Commander? Please, we have to do something. I want to go home," he shouted across the radio. Thump, 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 thump. The pounding got louder and louder. Or perhaps closer and closer. Thump, 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 thump. I was on the verge of panic as well, when I noticed that the wall in front of us wasn't a single piece. There was a groove running from the top to the bottom at the center. "Help me with this," I said. Thump, 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 thump. With a combination of various tools, we managed to pry it open to reveal that the wall was a door. The sound was now so close, that I thought that if I looked back, I would have seen the source. But I didn't want to. I was in a bus crash with 5 other passengers. After the crash, there were 6. All it took was a patch of black ice to send our Blue Star bus careening into a tree. I'd been trying to sleep. But between the guy snoring behind me, the jostling bumps, and the driver's radio, it wasn't gonna happen. 12 inches of snow are expected. Manhunt continues for the Sterling inmate. Here's the traffic report. Crunch. My head smacked into the window. Then everything went black. When I opened my eyes, I was aware of only 2 things, the throbbing in my head, and the cold. My entire body was freezing, like I'd fallen asleep outside. Where am I? Oh, no. I pushed myself up. "Oh, you're awake, thank God." Harry rushed to my side, wrapping his arms around me. "Are you okay? How's your head?" "It hurts," I groaned. Is everyone okay?" "Yeah. I mean, we're all scratched up and stuff, but no one's seriously hurt." I glanced around the bus. There was a teenage girl with blood running down her face, crying in her boyfriend's arms. An older lady who clearly had too many lip fillers stared out the window with a glassy look. A white dude scrolling on his phone as if nothing happened, and a muscular bearded guy with a Jason Momoa vibe near the front. "Did somebody call?" "Yeah. But it's going to be hours," he said with a sigh. "The storm's gotten worse. They have to come up the mountain in a snowcat." "What time is it?" "A little before 3. I pulled my coat on, zipping it up to my neck until it wouldn't go anymore. "It's so cold. I had no idea how I was going to be able to stay here like this, head throbbing, body shivering, for hours." I looked out the windshield. The front of the bus was crumpled beyond recognition. It was a miracle the driver lived. And beyond the bus, the sky was deep gray, heavy with snow, as snowflakes steadily fell against the dark trees. Everyone. We have a problem," the driver called from the front. "No poop, we have a problem," the bearded guy snapped. "We're stranded here, with no food or water, in the middle of a blizzard. All because you weren't paying attention." "Hey, shut it. We all make mistakes." "No one got hurt," Harry said next to me. "Speak for yourself," the lip filler woman replied, rubbing her temple. "I think I have a concussion. We're going to die out here," the teenage girl wailed. "Quiet," the driver screamed. And there was something in his voice, a note of panic, that set us all silent. "Now, you listen to me very carefully," he said in a low voice, barely above a whisper. "I drive this route all the time, and I know the woods around here are dangerous. It's just woods for miles and miles, and people see that as an opportunity. Hikers go missing. There's cult activity. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes, people throwing branches across the road to make you stop, but they're hiding in the bushes to ambush you." He paused, swallowed, and rubbed his hands together. "And I think we have, found ourselves in one of those types of situations." What are you talking about?" I stuttered. The driver got out of his seat and walked towards the bus door, shards of windshield snapping under his feet. "Look." Slowly, one by one, the 7 of us got out of our seats. The doors were open, ice-cold wind whipping inside. For duck's sake. That's why it's so cold in here. I opened my mouth to yell at the driver to close the door. And then I saw it. Footprints in the snow. A single trail of them led from the darkness of the woods to the bus doors. Someone got on this bus after we crashed. Must have snuck in right after, when most of us were knocked out or trying to get our wounds fixed up. The driver lowered his voice to a whisper. Someone is on the bus, right now. I don't know if they're hiding under the seats somewhere, or in the bathroom, or what. And I don't know what we should do. If we go into the woods, there might be more of them. But if we stay here, we might all die. His stern expression faded, and he sucked in a shuddering breath. God, I've got a little 3-year-old at home. I can't. He leaned against the crushed steering wheel, head in his hands. The 7 of us looked at each other. I squeezed Harry's hand, my heart pounding in my chest. They probably just want our money. We'll hand over our wallets, and then the police will be here. This was supposed to be our second chance. One last shot at fixing our marriage, at finding what we lost. Now it felt like fate was laughing at us. No way in hell you're getting a second chance. Lock the doors. It's 8 against 1, the angry bearded guy said, breaking the silence. We can take him. What if he's got a gun, smart butt? The lip filler woman shot back. Kind of sexist to assume it's a guy, the phone dude said. I don't want to die, the teenage girl sobbed. Wait, he said. He looked up at us, his eyes wide in the darkness. Oh. No. What is it? I asked, a weight sinking in my chest. I only scanned 6 tickets. 1, 2, 3, he mouthed, as he counted us again. There are 7 of you. But only 6. His face grew even paler. Oh, God, it's one of you. What the duck? I looked at the other passengers, my heart pounding. But as my eyes settled on each of their faces, I honestly couldn't tell you whether they'd been riding with us or not. Teenage couple, lip filler woman, bearded guy, phone dude. I'd been trying to sleep most of the trip, and so had everybody else, I think. The interior lights had been off, and the bus was pretty dark. The bearded guy straightened, towering over us. So who is it, Ben? We'll play nice. Give you our wallets and everything. Just don't hurt us, and this will all play out smoothly. Silence. I think it's that guy, the lip filler woman said, pointing to the guy glued to his phone. He doesn't look hurt. Dude? Seriously? He looked up at us, and I could tell he was young, no more than 25. My thumb is ducked up. I can barely text. The teenage girl locked eyes with me. Then she lifted a shaking finger, and pointed it right at me. You? What? You think I'm it? No. I mean, I remember you. Her young, pretty features tightened into a scowl. You were really rude. You literally threw your bag on top of mine. I have designer boots in here, and they might be crushed because you don't care about other people, and you probably don't even care if I die out here and... Stop, Harry shouted. That's good, that you remember her. That's a fact that we can use. Does anyone else remember anyone else? He was snoring behind me, the teenage boyfriend said, pointing at the bearded guy. It was annoying. Anyone else? Silence. Wait, hang on. We can look everyone up on Facebook, can't we? Verify their identity? I asked. I pulled out my phone and my heart dropped. Oop. No service. It's a miracle we got a call through the cops at all, the lip filler woman said. I looked at the 6 other passengers. Harry's my husband, so he's out. The teenage couple, they vouch for each other, don't they? Assuming the person isn't some memory-altering demon out of a horror movie. That left phone dude, a bearded guy, and lip filler woman. 3 people. One of them lying. It was true that despite phone dude's protests, he was the least hurt of the 3. He looked young and innocent, but you can't judge a book by its cover. I looked at the lip filler woman. Her face was weird. That was the only way to describe it. I'd assumed it was plastic surgery, but maybe not. There was something off about her whole eye area. And her face remained mostly expressionless this entire time. Was it lots of Botox? Or, could she be wearing a mask? I stared at her neck, looking for a seam. But in the dim lighting, I couldn't make anything out. Then there was bearded guy. He was intimidating. And he seemed like a ball of angry energy, ready to explode at any time. The blood on his sleeve didn't mean anything. There was blood everywhere. He could have just wiped some on to make it look good. He seemed like the obvious choice, but then again, the teenager vouched for him. Maybe we should just go into the woods, I whispered to Harry. Get away from everyone. You heard the driver. He said there might be more of them out there. But staying in here. It's 7 against 1. But why aren't they doing anything yet? If they just wanted to rob us, they would have done it by now. I shuddered. It's like they're playing with us. You can go out alone if you want. But I'm staying here. I'm not going to. Well, I'm not going to die because of your stupidity. There it was. The temper that had grown with each passing year of our marriage. I wanted to yell and scream at him, but I already knew that never worked. Instead, I stared at the windshield, blinking away tears. Small flakes flurried down, collecting in at the bottom of the windshield. Beyond was the stretch of road carving up the mountain, now pure white. The set of footprints leading out the door, their edges softened by the layer of fresh snow. And something else. A lump. Just off the side of the road, at the border of the woods. Something about it caught my eye, even though, in the darkness and the snow, I couldn't make out any detail. It was like it didn't belong as it clashed with the natural landscape. And was that a trail of footprints? Leading up to it? I narrowed my eyes, trying to parse what I was seeing. Had someone already left the bus? Gone out and come back? Was one of the passengers in on this whole thing? And was that blood? In the snow? Guys, look. I pointed out the windshield. My head throbbed as my heart began to pound, and I felt lightheaded. Out there's a trail of blood, and something. The voices died down behind me. Oh my God, the teenage girl whispered. Other mutters too. What is that? Is that blood? Black spots danced in my eyes. I grabbed the driver's seat to keep my balance. It was wet. I pulled my hand away to see thick, red blood staining my fingers. What? I looked down. The driver's seat was drenched in blood. But the driver. His clothes were dry. No. It's the driver. I screamed, backing away. It's him. At first, he didn't say anything. Then he slowly turned around. And when I saw his face, my blood ran cold. He was smiling. Chaos erupted. I lunged for the door, but as soon as I stepped down, something yanked my arm back. My entire body jolted, my head screaming in pain. I whipped around to see the man, his fingers gripping me tight. Not so fast, he growled, his grin growing wider. But then in a blur of color, Harry slugged him in the face. His grip loosened and I tumbled to the ground. Snow seared my skin, the ice cold burning my fingers, seeping through my pants. Quickly the others raced out. The teenage couple, the woman, one of the guys. The bearded man joined Harry in trying to subdue the guy, trying to tackle him to the ground. Run, Harry shouted, locking eyes with me. Run. After a moment's hesitation, I ran. The others followed, and we all ran deeper into the forest, terrified. We kept the road in our sight, and after a few hours of wandering, we spotted the lights of the snowcat coming up the mountain. As we ran, though, I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd heard on the radio. While I'd been trying to sleep. Manhunt continues for Sterling inmate. Was that him? By the time the police arrived, all 3 men were gone. They haven't been found. I'd like to think they're alive somewhere. That in a few days, Harry will come home. But I know, deep down, that's not the case. The police did find the body of our real driver, though. At the end of the bloody footprints in the snow. My husband dies every night at 7:48 p.m. It first happened while we were waiting for the 7:48 subway home. We were arguing. He'd been checking out the waitress at dinner, and while that wasn't something I should have picked a fight over, it was our anniversary dinner. I couldn't stop a few snarky comments from slipping out. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I don't know what else you want me to say, he said, as we huddled together on the cold platform. I wasn't trying to check her out, like staring at her. It just happened. Well, it never happens with me, does it? It did, all the time. When you were younger. When I was younger. I let out a low growl, like a primal animal, and stared daggers at him. He took a few steps back. His foot caught on a crumpled Burger King wrapper. He slipped, and then fell onto the tracks below. The roar of the train. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The blinding lights. The blaring horn. The metal flashed past, and I knew it was all over. That night was the most miserable of my life. I screamed, I cried, and I felt like the most worthless human being in the universe. It was my fault. I picked a stupid fight. And now he was dead. The police took my statement. Then I flopped down on the bed and stared at the ceiling, listening to the cars roll by. The soft tinkle of our wind chimes. The clatter of the dry branches in the wind. I thought I would never fall asleep. Ever. But somehow, between the hours of 3 and 4, I must have passed out. Because the next thing I knew, I was waking up on a sunny morning. With John sleeping next to me. What the duck? He rolled over towards me and gave me a grin. Happy anniversary, babe. I assumed it was a dream. Somehow, it was the only way I could justify what happened. A horrible nightmare that I thought I'd never escape from, but did. So our reservation at Poulet is at 6. Cancel it, I said. What? Cancel it. We'll stay in. I'll cook you dinner. He looked at me and frowned. Okay. Sure. Saves us some money, why not? That night, I spent hours in the kitchen frying chicken, roasting vegetables, and lighting candles. At 7:20 we sat down to dinner. John took a bite of the chicken. So Dan says, he needs me to finish it in an hour, or I'm fired. And I say. His eyes went wide. John? His hand shot up to his neck. Oh, God, he was choking. I ran over to him. Wrapped my arms around him and thrust my hands into his abdomen, attempting the Heimlich. Nothing. Smacked him on the back, shook him. Nothing. He slipped from my hands and fell onto the floor, skin white, eyes wide. Behind him, hanging on the wall, was our clock. 7:48 p.m. The next morning, I woke up to him beside me. Happy anniversary, babe. I grabbed my phone off the nightstand. Check the date. February 16th, 2022. I slapped the phone back down. The same day. Again. How? Excited for tonight? No, I'm not. I heard Poulet is. We're not going to Poulet, I snapped. Okay. Do you want to get a pizza? Or eat at home? Maybe we should skip dinner entirely. What? I've been meaning to try this fasting thing. It's like a Zen yoga thing. To commune with the universe and all that. Well, we can do that tomorrow. No, I shouted, sitting upright in bed. Tonight. It has to be tonight. He shrugged. Okay. You feeling alright? It's some sort of nervous breakdown. A stress reaction. Nightmares, hallucinations, whatever they were. It wasn't possible that I was living in some sort of perverted Groundhog Day. It just wasn't. My Aunt Teresa had struggled with vivid hallucinations of demons and angels and death. I must have inherited it from her. I'm fine, I replied. Make an appointment for a psychiatrist, I noted to myself. At 7:40, I accidentally locked John in the bathroom. Hey, Isabel. Can you hear me? His muffled voice filtered downstairs. I accidentally locked myself in the bathroom. The bathrooms had a crappy latch forever. I never thought it would come in handy. Isabel. I set John's fancy skillet on the stove. Oil bubbled and fizzled above the flame. I hummed to myself as I set down patties of ground beef, watching them shrink and darken. Sorry, John, I thought to myself. This is for your good. I glanced at the clock. 7:45. Isabel. Just a few more minutes. I slid the spatula under the patties. One by one, I carefully flipped them over. They sizzled delightfully. I turned to the fridge and swung the door open. Thump. I bolted upright. "John?" I shouted. "Nothing." "Oh God, oh God." I raced up the stairs. It took me a few minutes to get the handle open, but when I did, it was a gruesome scene. The floor was damp from my recent shower. Slippery. And there was John, lying across the cream tiles. His head leaned against the side of the tub, deep red pouring from the back of his head. I began to scream. "Happy anniversary, babe." "John, we need to talk." I slipped my phone back on the nightstand, the screen glowing with the words February 16th, 2022. "There's, been something happening to me." He frowned. "I don't understand." "Every day is February 16th. And every day, at exactly 7:48 p.m. I see you die." I waited for a reaction, a reply. But he just stared at me, his dark eyes wide with concern. At first I thought they were all nightmares. Vivid ones. Then I thought I was hallucinating, like Aunt Teresa. Because how could this be true? How could I be living the same day, over and over and over? But it all feels so real. "I've been losing you, every night, for the past 3 days." John reached out his hands and took them in mine. He squeezed them, softly. "I can't take it anymore," I said, my voice starting to crack. "I can't keep watching you die, John. Whether it's real or fake. So I need to get help. Or something. Because I don't know what to do." John didn't reply. He just kept his dark eyes on mine, his warm hands on my hands. "John? February 16th, he said, his eyes never leaving mine. "Do you remember what day that is? It's our anniversary." "Anniversary? Of what?" I frowned. "I don't understand." "You can't stay here, on this day, forever," he said, squeezing my hands in his. "I love you." Then he leaned forward and pressed his lips against mine. I closed my eyes, losing myself in the kiss. When I opened them, I was lying in an empty bed. The room was dark, with thick curtains hanging over the glass. Only the faintest traces of morning sunlight filtered through. I jumped out of bed, my heart hammering in my chest. "John? John?" But as I raced around the house, as I saw the closet, half empty, the kitchen devoid of John's trusty skillet and sauces, the driveway without his trusty old Camry, reality slowly melted back to me. February 16th. It wasn't the anniversary of our marriage. It was the anniversary of his death. 3 years, now. 3 years I've been living in darkness, reliving his death. Not some horrific accident, some horrible death I couldn't prevent. Just a long, hard battle with cancer. I walked over to the window and pulled back the curtains. Opened the window. The cold winter air poured over me, through my gray hair and my thin pajamas. "I love you, too," I whispered. "My new house has really strange homeowners association rules." "This house has an HOA?" I stuttered. The real estate agent nodded. "No." I'd heard the horror stories. Fines for walking your dog. Fines for the wrong color curtains. Fines for obscenely shaped stains in your driveway. A homeowners association was just about the worst thing a house could have. "Do you have a copy of the HOA agreement?" The real estate agent avoided eye contact. "How do you like the house?" she asked, trying to change the subject. "I'd like to read the HOA agreement, please." After rooting through some drawers, she pulled out a thick stack of papers. "Here you go." With a heavy heart, I began to read. Pelican Peak, Homeowners Association Rules. 1. Your garage must be kept closed at all times unless you are currently entering or exiting the house. 2. The community has a strict curfew of 10 p.m. You may not make any noise between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m., and you must also keep all the curtains closed during this time. 3. Food scraps cannot be mixed with regular trash. We have a compost bin. Discard food scraps in the red plastic bin provided to you, and leave it on the curb on evenings shortly before curfew. We will pick it up and bring it to the compost bin. Do not attempt to bring it to the compost bin yourself. 4. You must always wear neutral colored clothing when exiting or entering your home, and when walking around the development. That's where I raised an eyebrow. What? Neutral colored clothing? I looked down at my outfit, aqua blue jeans and a hot pink, fluttery top. What is this? Some kind of dystopian nightmare? Making us conform, to all look the same in these cookie cutter townhouses? So I wouldn't be allowed to wear this outfit? I asked the real estate agent. She hemmed and hawed. Well, probably not. But, you can just get one of those long duster cardigans, or a jacket, in a neutral color and wear it when you go out. It's not a super strict rule, you can have some color showing dash. Not a super strict rule, I repeated, pointedly nodding in her direction. I see. I continued to read. 5. Never knock on a neighbor's door unannounced. Similarly, never answer the door if you aren't expecting anyone. As a community, Pelican Peak values privacy and safety above all else. 6. When walking your dog, keep him or her away from the cul-de-sac on Petunia Lane. The compost bin is back there, and sometimes animals are triggered by the smell. 7. Never leave children that weigh under 50 pounds playing unattended outside. 8. The homeowner's dues are $150 per month, due on the first weekday of every month. I stared at the sheet. This is pretty restrictive. But look at what you're getting for the price, she said. Granite countertops and mahogany cabinets. Stainless steel appliances. A rain shower in the master bathroom. All for under $200,000. I did love rain showers. I made an offer the next week. Several weeks later, I was moving in, along with several new black cardigans and jackets. My corgi, Buff, seemed to like the place well enough. She liked watching the squirrels run by, something she couldn't do from the window of my 11th floor apartment. That first night, I followed the rules to a T. At 9:47 p.m., I put my food scraps out, chicken bones, kale stems, and an apple core. At 9:58 p.m., I locked all the doors, drew the curtains, turned down the radio, and settled into bed. I wasn't going to sleep, of course. It was time for my 3-hour Seinfeld marathon before bed. Around 10:15 p.m., Buff started growling. I groaned, paused the episode, and walked into the second bedroom. Buff. Shh, I hissed, remembering the association rule. She didn't even turn around. She just sat at the front window, her head poking around the curtain. Hackles raised, staring out into the darkness, growling like mad. Buff? My fingers fell on the curtain's edge, but then I stopped. Keep curtains closed after 10 p.m. That was the rule. But does that mean I'm not even allowed to take a peek? And what if it's some crazy guy sitting on my porch or something? Or a rabid squirrel? I pulled back the curtain. At first, I just saw darkness. Amorphous blobs of townhouses stuck to each other, speckled with blocks of hazy golden light. Everyone had their curtains drawn. The street was empty. No cars, no people, no squirrels. Wait, the street wasn't empty. A tall figure stood on the sidewalk, right in front of my house. The light from my window barely illuminated his form, but I could still make it out. He picked up my red, plastic bin. But there was no garbage truck, wheelbarrow, or anything else around to dump it in. Where's he going to dump it? I thought. Is he just going to carry the bins one by one to the compost? That's real traffic. He hoisted the bin up. His mouth stretched open, far wider than I've seen any mouth open. Then he poured the contents into his mouth. A light cracking sound emerged from the darkness as he chewed up the bones. I stared, horrified, and Buff did too. Then she began to bark. Ruff. Ruff. The thing froze. Shh, I said, patting Buff's head. Please, be quiet, Dash. Ruff. He snapped around and ran towards the window at full speed. A flash of a gray, wrinkled face. Hollow, black pits for eyes. A gaping mouth with, somehow, no teeth or tongue. I let the curtain fall. I backed away, hugging Buff, my heart pounding in my chest. That's when the knocking started. And I remembered, perhaps, the most important rule of them all. Never answer the door if you aren't expecting anyone. My girlfriend grows plants in the basement. After I lost my job during the pandemic, I temporarily moved into my girlfriend's house. She was pretty chill about it, but she had one rule. You can't go in the basement. That's where I grow stuff. I began to giggle. Stuff, eh? You got a little smokable grass farm down there? She narrowed her eyes at me but didn't reply. I took that as confirmation. I mean, it made sense. How else would she be able to afford this house, with the 2-story foyer and the granite countertops, on a teacher's salary? But I respected her privacy and stayed out of the basement. We'd only been dating a few months, and I didn't want to pry. That was before the weird poop started happening. It didn't start so weirdly. It just appeared that Samantha was very fanatical about her plants. Every night at exactly 9 p.m., no matter what we were doing, she would get up, insisting that she had to water the plants. Can it wait? I asked, after a week of this behavior. We were halfway through watching a Twilight Zone episode. At a really good part, William Shatner was about to pull back the curtain and see the gremlin on the airplane wing. No, she replied, her voice flat and emotionless. What? The plants are going to die if you don't water them at exactly 9 o'clock? I asked, forcing a laugh. Hannah, she said, in a warning tone. I took the cue and shut up. I listened to her footsteps down the hall, down the stairs, then the chain, sliding against the lock. Then the creak of the heavy door opening, and her footsteps descending into the basement. That was the other thing. She always took a long time to water the plants. About 45 minutes. How many plants did she have? Was she watering them with an eyedropper? If this was taking up so much of her time, why didn't she invest in an automatic irrigation system? It was only 2 days after that when I'd opened up our electricity bill. Because I was mooching completely rent and mortgage free in her house, I thought I'd do something right and pay our utilities. But when I ripped open the envelope, I couldn't stop staring. June's electricity bill was $600. I wanted to pay it, I said, showing her the bill. I can pay half of it, maybe. I wanted to pay all of it. I floundered. I'm so sorry. I try not to run the air conditioning. Maybe it's a mistake? I mean, I just don't understand. She took the paper from me and then nodded. Lower than last month. Good, she muttered, as if she hadn't even heard anything I said. What? Her eyes flicked to me. It's lower than last month's bill. That's good. And then I remembered. The plants. They must have a ton of lights to be growing in a pitch-black basement. Is this all from your plants? Most of it, yeah. I whistled. Well, I hope you're charging a ton for it. I can't imagine making a profit on this, or even breaking even. Her eyes met mine. And then a knowing smile crept across her lips. I'm definitely making a profit, she said in an odd, smug tone. Then she folded the bill into her pocket and walked away. I watched her go, her long skirt swaying, her Mary Janes clicking on the linoleum floor, her perfectly brushed hair fanning out behind her. Is this woman some sort of massive smokable grass dealer? I wondered to myself. 5 days later, curiosity got to me. Samantha was at the office. I was cleaning upstairs when I heard her Yorkie whining. I came downstairs, to find the dog staring at the basement door. Hey, it's okay. A low growl came from her throat. Roof. She barked. Do you want a treat? I walked over to the cabinets, searching for dog treats. Ah, bingo. I cracked open a bag of imitation bacon treats and held one up. Tutu immediately bounded over. I led her into the family room, gave her a couple of treats, and set her up with some toys. Assured she was distracted and happy, I went back into the kitchen to pack up the treats. My eyes fell on the door. What was Tutu so worked up about? I thought, as I filed the treats away on a shelf. Maybe a squirrel broke in through one of the windows or something. I mean, Tutu wouldn't be so riled up over anything. I was already walking over to the door. I raised my hand, fingers poised on the chain. Samantha said not to go down there, said the voice of reason in my head. If she knows you did, she won't trust you. It could take months, or years, to rebuild that trust. But she won't know, will she? I whispered to myself. Clink, I slid the chain and opened the door. Rickety wooden stairs led down to a cement floor. Rather than darkness, white light spilled out from the left side. As bright as daylight. I took a step, and the stairs creaked underneath me. Then another, and another. A strange smell met my nose. Slightly flowery, with a hint of something else I couldn't place. Sour, unpleasant, yet somehow familiar. My feet hit the cement floor and I gasped. An immense planter tray sat on the floor. Massive grow lights hung from the ceiling. A sea of green extended out before me, thriving. But it wasn't smokable grass. It was a vine. Tendrils the size of my arm grew up a makeshift wooden trellis, towards the light. Massive purple flowers bloomed along its stem, and oval pods the size of footballs hung at various intervals. Some of its vines spilled out onto the floor, coming within inches of my feet. "Wow, Samantha," I whispered. I stared at it for a minute, marveling at its beauty. But as I stared at it, a horrible realization settled in me. No, it can't be, I thought, as my eyes darted along the plant. But it was. Even though there was no breeze down here, even though the musty air was still, it looked like the plant was moving. The leaves wavered nearly imperceptibly. The flowers swayed. And the main stem, leaning against the trellis, that was easily as thick as my waist. It swelled slightly, then fell. Swelled, then fell, in a rhythm over and over. As if it were breathing. I whirled around and raced back up the stairs. I slammed the door behind me, heart pounding, and slid the chain into the lock. Tutu looked up at me from the family room, her dark eyes filled with fear. "Vicky." It happened 10 years ago. I was only 8 years old. I woke up that morning to the smell of frying eggs and bacon. Stumbling down the hallway, I was greeted by the sight of a dark-haired woman at the stove, humming some friendly tune as she filled a cup to the near brim with orange juice. She turned to me and I nearly jumped out of my skin. In a sense she was pretty, but she had a vicious scar running down the left side of her face. "Andy, you're up." She beamed as she picked up the plate stacked with a delicious-smelling breakfast. I had to run to the store, but I hope you like breakfast. Too shocked to say anything else, I replied, "I don't have breakfast." "Where's my mom?" The woman laughed and set the plate on the table, now cleared off of shredded bill envelopes and clutter. "She's gone, so I'm here to make sure you're all right. You can call me Aunt Victoria, or Vicky, whatever you prefer, I don't mind. And while I'm here, you have breakfast," she said in a chipper tone. Feeling like this all might be a dream, I sat down at the table and took a bite of bacon. It was perfectly crisp, not burnt as it would have been if my mom had cooked it. She was always so tired, I normally had to fetch my dinner off the stove myself. "Is she going to be back soon?" "My mom?" I asked after I swallowed. It was impolite to talk with your mouth full. Vicky shrugged. She didn't say. "Clean your plate, then you can show me your favorite cartoons, okay? Only until 10 though, that's when we're going to the zoo." She laughed and tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. "The zoo?" I remembered my mom telling me that our zoo trip wouldn't happen this year. She was just too busy with work, but if Vicky was going to take me, I suppose it wouldn't be too bad to let her stay, I figured, as I chowed down on breakfast. Maybe you think I was a dumb kid, and I'll understand that. Maybe I was. But you have to understand, my mom was a single parent working as many shifts as she could pick up. It wasn't uncommon for her to send a babysitter my way when she couldn't get home in time, although typically they were younger teens that spent all their time on the phone and maybe threw a frozen pizza in the oven for dinner. Vicky was different in every way. For the week she took care of me. The house was clean from top to bottom. I helped in the bathroom while Vicky handled mom's bedroom. Every night meals were freshly cooked and done to perfection. I remember on Tuesday we had a pizza that she made from scratch. I watched her toss the dough in the air like a real chef and asked how she did that. I learned from a real chef. Vicky winked and tossed the dough again. "In Italy. Have you traveled a lot?" Vicky did have a slight accent. I believe it was British. She nodded as she set the dough down on the pan and started adding the toppings. "All over the world. Would you believe that I've met the Queen?" She winked and I realized she was joking. "No. Good. You're a smart kid, Andy. Don't just believe things people tell you." Vicky bit her bottom lip as she cracked open the oven to test the heat. I never believe what the oven tells me. But this time it's about right for the perfect pizza. It was the perfect pizza too. Vicky was almost too good of a babysitter. It was like she wanted to be my mom. To be honest, I think she did want to be. She was. Bizarre, in small ways. Ways I didn't think about until much later. She was never home at night, and she always did her laundry in the morning. I could hear the machine banging around when I woke up. Whenever we went out, she slathered her arms and face in sunscreen, almost a ridiculous amount. I asked her about it once. "I just have delicate skin." That was all she'd say about it before she'd change the subject. It was late summer, so I accepted the excuse. She made sure I had sunscreen on at all times as well, but even if she was popping out to check the mailbox, she'd grab the tube and start slathering it on. I found over a dozen bottles in the towel cabinet, stashed with the ibuprofen and cough medicine. Vicky loved to read. We went to the library twice when she was there and would stock up on all sorts of books. Typically horror, but she made sure I picked out at least 2 books for me the second time we went. I chose 2 books of the Boxcar Kids series. My mom had given me a few of her old ones and I couldn't put them down. I still have those books. After everything went down, I just never returned them. It was one of the best weeks of my life, but every night I asked the same thing when Vicky tucked me into bed. "Did you hear from mom yet?" Every night, she'd just kiss my forehead and tell me to chase the dream butterflies. I never knew what she meant by that, but I always slept soundly. The last night I woke up to quiet sobbing. I glanced at my alarm clock. The number 132 blared back in bright red. I slipped out of bed and into the hall, following the sound to my mother's bedroom. Vicky was curled up on my mother's perfectly made bed, a photo album open next to her. I slowly walked up to Vicky and set a hand on her shoulder. "You should chase the dream butterflies too, Vicky," I said. Vicky flinched and sat up. The room was dark, but I could tell her mouth was covered in something. I turned on the lamp. Her mouth was soaked in bright red, along with her hands and shirt. "Blood." "Oh, Andy." Her voice cracked as she picked me up and set me on the bed next to her, wrapping her arms around me. "I'm something horrible. I've done horrible things." I remained still in her arms, my eyes flicking open to the page in the album. It was a picture of the day I was born and my birth certificate. My mother proudly showed it to me every birthday and told me how she went through 12 hours of labor before I came into the world. And she'd go through those 12 hours again if she had to. She loved me so much. I might have not quite understood what labor was about, but I knew she loved me very much. Are you hurt? I asked, reaching up to brush some of the blood of her mouth. Vicky shook her head. No, sweetheart. This isn't mine. She trailed off and shook, shaking her head. I thought, maybe, just maybe, I could make things better by taking care of you. I think I'm just making them worse. So much worse. Andy, I'm sorry. Do you forgive me? Forgive you for what? I asked. Do you forgive me for the horrible things I've done to you? I frowned. What horrible things? I asked. The worst thing possible. No, it's not fair. Vicky sighed and released me from her hold. It's not fair to ask you to forgive me. She got up. I have to leave, Andy. Can I do anything else for you? I had one more question. Why do you have a scar, Vicky? Vicky reached up and brushed the side of her face. Horrible things happened to me too, Andy. The worst things. I suppose that's why I can only do horrible things too. She took the quilt and tucked it over me, smiling softly. Go to sleep now, Andy, and chase those butterflies to the end of the world and back. I woke up the next morning to a police officer shaking my shoulder. Hey, holy poop guys, the kid's here. Wiping the sleep from my eyes, I sat up and slipped out of bed. The police officer stumbled for words for a moment. Whatever he'd been expecting, it certainly wasn't this. Andy, are you okay? He asked. I looked around. Where's Vicky? I asked. We'll find Vicky. We need to get you to the hospital. I think I baffled all the doctors and police with my case. When they broke into the apartment to find me, they expected to find this half-starved kid, scared out of his wits and desperate to find his mother. But instead they found me dressed and clean, with the house taken care of, and with a full stomach. I think you can guess by now that my mother was dead. I was taken in by my dad, who had no idea I even existed, but he did okay with that. He'd remarried after he and my mom split and I had 3 half-siblings that I didn't know existed. It was fun being the big brother and my stepmom Mika was super sweet. She wasn't my mom though. And she wasn't Vicky. I had to pry the rest of the story out of my dad when I was older. The reason there wasn't police hammering down my door sooner was that my mom was a Jane Doe in the morgue. She'd been found practically shredded to pieces. The cause of death was bleeding out from an artery in her neck. Her body had been discovered a few blocks from her work, and all forms of ID were missing, including her wallet. My mom always had a picture of me and her in there. And they found that wallet, with bloody fingerprints, on my mom's nightstand. Right next to where I was sleeping. My dad still wonders why my mother's unalive or returned to her house only to care for her son, but I don't need to wonder. I know this is a long shot, Vicky, but I remember you liked horror so maybe you'll find the story. I know you unalived my mom. But I forgive you, little dead Nancy. Sitting on the bench. One eye long. And one eye was gone. Little dead Nancy. The red swing's open. Come take a seat. And swing with me. I almost completed the summoning of Nancy back when I was a kid. I was somewhere in the 2nd grade. I just moved to this new school. Long story short, my parents divorced, mom got custody, and now instead of playing with my friends I was surrounded by strangers. I'd almost made the mistake of sitting on the red swing during recess when I was tackled into the sand by 2 other girls. Don't sit there, that's Nancy's swing. One of them managed to get out as I squirmed free. Who's Nancy? I glanced around the playground, almost as if I expected to see a kid with a name tag that said, "Hi, I'm Nancy." The 2 girls looked at me like I was an idiot before they looped their arms in with mine and escorted me to the jungle gym. They're one of the girls, a red pigtailed gal named Leanne, told me the story of little dead Nancy. The legend went that Nancy was a lonely little girl who had no friends and whose parents hated her, all because she was missing an eye. One day after being beaten up by the school bully, Nancy went up to the swing set and used the red swing to hang herself. Ever since that swing belonged to Nancy. If I used the red swing I was just asking to end up like little dead Nancy. If one wanted to speak to Nancy, you had to repeat the little poem you read above while you swung on the green or blue swing. Apparently, she'd start swinging next to you once you recited it. It was unknown what she'd do to you, but I think a common conclusion was that she'd unalive you. So my immediate response to this was to go back to the swing set, plop my butt down on the green swing, and start reciting. I attracted quite a crowd with this daring stunt and had gotten to the second little dead Nancy when the teacher called us back in. Quite a bummer to everyone who'd hoped some zombie child would show up and unalive me, but I did end up bonding with Leanne about it. By the next day, I'd all but forgotten about the poem and just settled with playing house with Leanne and the other girl, Aileen. I still kept my distance from that red swing. As I got older, I heard a bunch of stories of what happened to Nancy. Although the most common story was that she hung herself, some people said she was unalived by her parents who were tired of having an imperfect daughter. Another story said it was just an accident, that Nancy had been trying to do a loop over the top of the swing set and ended up strangling herself that way. You know, good old kid stuff to keep us spooked. As a 6th grader, I finally went and fact-checked Nancy. Much to my surprise, there had been a death on the playground back in the 70s. But it wasn't Nancy, it was an 80-something-year-old teacher named Georgia Smith. She just croaked while pushing one of her students on the swing. I did share my findings with Leanne, who had almost entirely forgotten about little dead Nancy and got a real kick out of my sudden morbid curiosity. I didn't get any more friends other than Leanne and Aileen, and after Aileen ended up moving to Florida, all I had was Leanne. It was okay, we always just got each other. When my first dog died, she helped orchestrate a funeral. I comforted her after she had her very first breakup. I thought we'd end up being friends until we were little old ladies. Then last week happened. When Leanne was unalived and I almost got unalived with her. She was walking me back to my house after a study date when this gaggle of college-age dudes walked up behind us and started whistling and catcalling us. We're 16, so, gross. Leanne just stuck her head up and looped her arm in with mine as we picked up the pace. This didn't settle with one of the guys, who sped up with us and grabbed Leanne's arm, calling her a jerk and asking what her problem was. I could smell the booze on his breath and I tried pulling Leanne with me, saying that we have to get home as I had a curfew. A lie, as my mom doesn't care where I am ever, but I hoped this freak would get the hint and just leave us alone. It didn't work. This guy refused to let Leanne go and kept asking her to come with him. I can't remember what Leanne said that set him off, but the next thing I remember was my head meeting the brick wall and the agonizing punch of pain of being stabbed in the back. I was lucky. He only stabbed me once. When the cops came to investigate a disturbance, Leanne had been stabbed over 23 times. She was already dead. I was getting pretty damn close to it. But I lived. Effing hell, I'm alive, and my best friend's dead. The funeral was last Sunday. Our whole school came. People like Leanne. She was popular. Could have done great things. I, on the other hand, was the social recluse who had no future and no friends. Other than Leanne, who always made time for me. No one has the nerve to blame me face to face for her death, but the only reason she was out that night was to walk me home. Note, I say face to face. I think I'm up to 24 death threats on Facebook from 9 different people. Might be 10, but I think 2 of the accounts are the same person as they both wrong spell bleach as bleach. As in, drink bleach you effing whore. I think they mean whore. I've spent a lot of time walking around in the dark since the funeral. Maybe I wanted to see that bastard again. The description I gave was shoddy and whomever his poop bird friends aren't selling him out. Maybe I just wanted to die and was too much of a coward to do it myself, so I wanted to find that bastard to finish the job he started. But last night, somehow, I wound up on the playground. Most of the playground equipment has been replaced, the slide, the merry-go-round, the sandbox. But the swing set was still the same, a rusted testament to the first day I met Leanne. I brushed my fingers on the chain of the red swing, almost laughing as I remember her tackling me to the ground. That almost laughter turned into sobbing as I sunk to the ground. Why couldn't God have taken me too, you know? We were best friends, going to be till the end. I found myself sitting on the green swing without even remembering why I did, as I slowly swung back and forth. The playground was unnervingly quiet. I couldn't even hear any birds. Little dead Nancy, sitting on the bench. I glanced at the bench the poem had to be talking about. It had also been replaced with a much nicer looking one. When I'd gone to the school, I think one of the legs had been replaced by a brick. One eye long, and one eye gone. What did that poem even mean, one eye long? The kids were effing stupid. Little dead Nancy, the red swing's open. I hiccuped, another tear weaving a path down my cheek. That was as far as I'd gotten the time I'd recited. I remembered Leanne's face, eyes wide with anticipation. Anticipation for what? I really don't know. Did that little girl really think that a zombie was going to tear me apart in front of her? Again. Kids are dumb. But they don't mean it. See, come take a seat, and swing with me. Nothing. Of course. I shook my head and stared up at the sky. I guess I got the answer for what happens when you ask Nancy to swing with you, Leanne, I murmured. Excuse me? I nearly froze as I heard the quiet voice behind me. I whipped my head around and nearly fell off the swing as I saw a little girl standing there. Not a little girl. Nancy. Nancy was standing there. She was a cute little thing, blonde curls, and a round face. Well, would have been cute, if one of her eyes wouldn't have been just a black hole and the other one dangling from the socket, bobbing up against her bruised neck. She fiddled with her pink skirt before reaching into her pocket and pulling out a tissue. You look like you need this, she said. I slowly took it, expecting for her to lunge forward and bite me, but she just smiled as I wiped my face off and blew my nose. Thank you. You're Nancy? I asked, just to be sure there wasn't another little ghost girl with a missing eyeball. She nodded before taking her seat on the red swing, kicking her little white Mary Jane shoes back and forth. That's my name, don't wear it out. I remember you, she said. Can you push me? It's really hard to get going. I don't know why I stood up and began gently pushing her, but I did. It was like touching an ice cube rather than a little girl. I swear the temperature around her had dropped to 30 degrees and Nancy herself was even colder. You remember me? Yuppie up, Nancy giggled as she began to swing back and forth. Push me harder, you won't unalive me. I do remember you, you almost completed the poem. Rarely anyone does the full thing, and I can't remember the last time someone did it when they were alone. At this point, I was wondering if I was seeing things and just pushing empty air, but this week had already been ducked enough, so I didn't care. Do you remember the little girl with me? Red pigtails? Nancy hummed before she bobbed her head up and down. She seemed nice. She got unalived by a creep. That's why I was crying. I'm sorry. The apology sounded quite genuine, which made the next thing that came out of her mouth seem even more like what the duck. Are you going to unalive the creep that unalived her? I laughed. I couldn't help it. I was talking to a goddamn ghost child and now she was recommending homicide to fix my problems. That would land me in jail probably forever, even if the jury would agree that he would deserve it. Plus, I don't even know his name. Can't unalive a guy if I don't know who he is. His name is Garth. Garth Strickland. He's 24 years old, and drives a 2-door gray car that's clearly on its last legs. He's currently hiding out at his friend's house in the woods with all the other witnesses. Waiting for this problem to just go away because he's a spineless coward who is trying to reason that it wasn't his fault. He was intoxicated, she called him names, and she was dressing like a slut so she deserved what she got. I nearly passed out. I stopped pushing her and slowly walked out to her side. How do you know? I know lots of things. Nancy chirped, pumping her legs back and forth to keep up the speed. I know exactly where to find him. I know how to take him and his jerky friends out too. Eye for an eye, she reached up and flicked her dangling eyeball, tooth for tooth. I can help you unalive him and gut him so he can't do it again. You think this is the first girl he hurt? This is just the first one he unalived. Okay, you're not a little girl, are you? I crossed my arms. What will it cost me to get these creeps? Nancy laughed and at the peak of her swing jumped off, landing neatly on her feet before turning around. You're pretty smart. You know there's never been a dead kid on this playground. Well, not one within the last few centuries at least. No, I'm not a little girl. I can be helpful though. All I ask in return is you let me tag along. I've gotten no action these past few years, and the old bird that croaked here forever ago doesn't count. She just happened to accidentally see what I looked like and her ticker couldn't take it. I'd like to say I took my time to think about it. This was serious after all, and I sure as hell couldn't trust Nancy, whatever the hell she was. But I knelt down to her height almost immediately, offering my hand to her. Deal. I'll take you back to the playground when we're done though. Of course. I do like it here, after all, there's a reason I'm a legend among the kids. Nancy took my hand and she changed. She grew in size, blonde curls turned into red hair, and the dangling blue I turned to a shade of hazel. I nearly started crying again when I saw Leanne kneeling in front of me. She cocked her head to the side before she wrapped her arms around me. The icy temperature gave away that this wasn't my friend, but God, just for a minute I was going to pretend. I threw my arms around her and hugged her tight. I'm sorry, I said. It wasn't your fault. Don't ever think that ever again. Thank you for being my best friend, Leanne whispered in my ear before I felt her chill under my skin. I closed my eyes as the cold crawled into my bones, deep in my heart, freezing me to my very core. When I stood, I was alone. But I could feel the grief inside of me turn to the coldest rage. Nancy is still inside of me. Every breath I take is borderline painful with the chill. I imagined touching me would be like putting your bare hand on frozen metal. I had to borrow my mom's car to get here. But I'm in the same town where Garth is, and all the witnesses stood by and did nothing while he unalived an innocent girl. I'll stab each and every one of them 23 times. And each one is going to be for her. I know why we never returned to the moon. With a combination of various tools, we managed to pry it open to reveal that the wall was in fact a door. The sound was now so close that I thought that if I looked back, I would have seen the source. But I didn't want to. We squeezed through the door and let it close behind us. Thump. Duck, that was close. Are you all right? Asked the commander. How are we going to return now? Asked Novak in response. We'll find a way, said the commander. How? We have no idea where we are, and there's... The commander cut him off. We'll find a way. We walked through another tunnel for some time, until we reached a room. It was circular in shape, maybe 15 or 20 meters in diameter. It was filled with concentric rows of black boxes or tables perhaps. In the center, there was a black three-sided pyramid. Again, 4 tunnels continued into the unknown at each side, like at the intersections. What was that place? We decided not to waste time and went into one of the tunnels. We probably walked for hours, but our oxygen was almost gone, and not long after we left the circular room, I started to feel it. My mind became cloudy and my legs felt like jelly. I remember that we eventually reached a room. It was circular in shape, with concentric rows of black tables and a 3-sided pyramid in the center. I didn't have any energy left to realize that we returned somehow to the same room we came from. I collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily, struggling for any oxygen left in my air. In the final desperate measure, I detached my helmet. I took a deep breath and cold air filled my lungs before I collapsed. I saw something while I was unconscious. I can't remember it clearly, like when you wake up and you remember your dream, but you forget it in a couple of minutes. I remember that I saw some kind of being. I can't remember what it looked like, but I knew that it was sleeping. Then it woke up. Tarkov, a voice said at the edge of my consciousness. Wake up. I woke up to see Novak. Wake up, Tarkov. He repeated and shook me. I saw that he had also removed his helmet. Somehow, there was air and we could breathe it. But after all that's happened, it was one of the less surprising facts. What happened? I asked. Thank God you're all right. I don't know, but something is not right with Polyakov, he answered. I stood up and saw him standing in front of the pyramid. Commander Polyakov, I shouted. He didn't respond. We started walking towards him with Novak. I passed out when we got back here. When I woke up, he was already standing there. He wouldn't respond and he didn't move an inch. Then I found you and woke you up, explained Novak. Polyakov moved his arm and touched the pyramid. I don't know why I didn't notice it before, but anyway, his helmet was still on. There's no way he had any oxygen left. Suddenly, the surface of the pyramid went black. I mean, it was black even before, but now it was so black that I couldn't even see the surface anymore, only the outline. It was like if somebody had simply torn away a part of space itself. Some sort of black hand appeared in front of the pyramid. I can't comprehend where it came from, but it seemed to extend out from the pyramid itself. It grabbed Polyakov's arm and in a blink of an eye, it pulled him into the darkness. We turned and ran into the tunnel to our right. A few dozen of meters into the tunnel, I stumbled and fell face down onto the ground, breaking my lamp in the process. The last light in the tunnel disappeared with Novak as he sprinted away, and then I was plunged into darkness. I then heard heavy footsteps behind me. I wanted to stand up and run, but I couldn't. I couldn't take it anymore. I just lay there and awaited my end as the footsteps got closer. Thump, 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 thump. The thing got right next to me, and I felt a hand touch my leg. It touched my suit several other times and advanced towards my head. Then, to my horror, it touched my face. It was cold. I imagined the same hand that had just pulled Polyakov into the pyramid. I imagined it dragging me backward and pulling me inside the pyramid to do terrible things to me. This was it. This was my end. But that didn't happen. Who is this? A shaky voice asked. I was startled and I didn't know what to do. It was Lenko's voice. It's Tarkov, I said after a while. Thank God I found you. I thought I would die here, alone, he said. I stood up and we walked through the tunnel together in pitch darkness. We roamed the tunnels for hours. Maybe days? Weeks? At first, it wasn't so bad, because I wasn't alone. We filled the time by speaking about various things. We talked about our families, about our jobs, and about how we became astronauts. At one point, I asked him what happened after he was pulled away from us. He didn't answer and went silent ever since. It wasn't long until the silence forced me to start questioning each step I took. How did Lenko survive? What happened to Polyakov? But there was one thought that was much stronger than the others. Was it Lenko next to me? Was it him, or that monster with the black hand? I wouldn't know because I couldn't see. Why didn't he have a light? How did he find me? My gratefulness of not being alone shifted to terror. Each second, my desperation to see any light was stronger. I couldn't bear it anymore. I suddenly tripped and fell. Are you alright, Tarkov? Asked Lenko. I tripped on something, I explained. I turned and with my hands proceeded to feel the object that caused my fall. It was highly irregular, but sometimes symmetric. In some places, it was soft and flexible, while in others it was cold and smooth. I then realized what it was. A spacesuit. I eventually found the lamp and after some struggle, I detached it from the suit. At first, to my surprise, I was afraid to turn it on. I was afraid to see what was in the darkness all around us. I was afraid to see who was in the spacesuit. But I did it anyway. The brightness blinded my eyes, and after they adapted to the light I saw Novak's face in the suit and Lenko standing over us. Our eyes met and for a brief moment, I felt that his eyes were somehow unnatural. Something wasn't right about them. I was just on the verge of realizing what it was, when the body beside me twitched and took a long, deep breath. Novak, are you okay? How did you get here? I asked. He was very disoriented. I don't remember. Is that, he said and looked at Lenko. He then looked at me and we both stood up. I thought you guys were dead, he said. So did we, I answered. I was delighted to finally see a human face. But it wasn't over. We still had to find a way out. I ran as far away as I could until I realized that you weren't following me. I wanted to head back for you, but I thought that you were gone as well. I can't remember what happened next. My head hurts just from trying to think about it. Explained Novak. After managing to get a closer look at him, I realized that he was looking terrible, sick perhaps. His eyes were red and he was completely pale. Something was wrong with him as well. After a few hours, we decided to stop and take a break. I finally drifted into sleep. This time I didn't have any dreams. Just pitch darkness. It was that more terrifying, because it reminded me of the time I spent in the dark. I was woken up by something. It was Novak. He gestured to me to stay silent. I saw Lenko sleeping a few meters away. Tarkov, listen, he whispered. We need to go now, we need to get away from him. What are you talking about, are you crazy? I whispered back. Tarkov, do you remember the banging back at the station? He asked. When I looked out of the window, I saw something, but at that point, I thought that my mind was playing tricks on me, so I stayed silent, he explained. In the far distance, I saw a figure, standing with its back turned to us. It was walking away, but it stopped when I focused my eyes on it. It turned and looked at me. It was him. It was Lenko, finished Novak his revelation. I took a minute to process all this. I then nodded and silently stood up. We proceeded to carefully walk away. Something was wrong with this place. Something I can't explain. People disappeared, people appeared. If what Novak was saying was true, was the person behind us Lenko? If not, what was it? Was Novak telling the truth? Was it Novak or something else? I couldn't trust anyone. I didn't even trust myself. It all felt so unreal, but so real at the same time. I had so many questions I didn't want answers to. I felt like I would break at this point. I felt as if the walls of the tunnel were collapsing on me, getting tighter and tighter each second. I wanted so desperately to get out. I wanted to go home. But I was so far away from home. Then I heard a voice behind me. Are you my friend, Tarkov? Asked Lenko. I turned to see him standing right behind Novak, who was just behind me. I didn't know what to do. Of course I'm your friend, I responded. Good, he said. I looked in his eyes and realized what was wrong with them. They were pitch black. What are you? I shouted. We are everything, he said in an unsettling, unnatural voice. He then impossibly opened his mouth and clamped around Novak's neck, engulfing his head in its throat. Novak screamed in agony, but his screams were muffled by the thing's flesh. I turned to run while I heard ear-piercing roars and screeches behind me. I was too afraid to look back, but I felt that it was getting closer. Thump, thump, thump. I ran through the tunnel for a while, until I reached an intersection. In the center, there was a spiral ramp. My heart dropped. This could be where we came from. It had to be. Thump, 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 thump. I ascended the ramp, but the higher I got, the harder it was for me to breathe. I put my helmet back on and reached a big room. In the ceiling, there was a small ray of sunlight coming from a hole. Thump, thump, thump. I climbed out. I was finally out, but I didn't have time to celebrate. I was out of oxygen. What was left was only the air that became trapped in my suit as I reattached my helmet. My reserves were completely out. I went to walk to the base, when I froze. I dropped to my knees. The base was gone. Like if it was never there. Both of our landers were there, but the base itself was gone. I crawled into one of the landers. I almost suffocated on the way, but I made it. To whoever receives this, I'm presumably the last survivor of the Kamchatka expedition. I'm sending out this transmission in case I don't make it. I think that whatever is down there was asleep for a long time, but we woke it up. The engine is warming up now, but I'm afraid I'm out of time. I can see him outside. He's getting closer. God help me. End of record. To think about it, I can't sleep knowing that our own moon is something unnatural, something hiding so many terrifying truths. Whenever you take a look outside at the night sky, remember that sometimes the most mysterious and terrifying things are hidden in plain sight. I created a chatbot. It said some deeply disturbing things. Beep, boop. The computer screen flashed black as the interface came up. Now loading. Michaela 1.2. Hello. What can I help you with today? My goal was to create an artificial intelligence chatbot that could answer any question known to man. It would crawl Wikipedia and other informational websites and amass every bit of knowledge about science, history, and medicine. Then all the user had to do was ask the question. Sort of like Google, but faster. A few months of work on the project while in quarantine polished it up. Soon I was sitting down at the monitor, flexing my fingers. Then I asked my first question. Me, why is the sky blue? Michaela, particles in the Earth's atmosphere scatter sunlight, and blue light scatters more because of its short wavelength. We call this Rayleigh scattering. Me, what's the meaning of life? Michaela, 42. I chuckled to myself. I programmed that one in manually, a reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And, speaking of aliens. Me, Michaela, do aliens exist? Michaela, the Fermi paradox states that we are likely not alone in the universe, yet, we have no evidence for extraterrestrial life. Even now, with advanced technology, humans do not know that they are alone in the universe. I stopped typing. Reread Michaela's response. It should be humans do not know whether they are alone in the universe. Gah. Another bug. I'd have to go through the code with a fine-tooth comb tomorrow. I typed my next question. Me, what is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? Michaela, 24 miles per hour. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, smirking, remembering that scene from Monty Python with the bridge keeper. And then I decided to continue the theme. Me, what is your quest? Michaela, a quest is a journey one embarks on to accomplish a goal. Me, what is your favorite color? Michaela, red. I frowned. She should have said, computers don't have favorite colors, but what's yours? I'd spent an entire day programming her to recognize questions that involved you or your, and to answer them that way. Like, do you like chocolate? Computers don't have an opinion on chocolate, but do you like it? Kind of cheesy, I guess. Maybe it was all the better that it hadn't worked. Me, is string theory true? Michaela, there is no solid evidence for the existence of string theory. Me, do you believe in God? Michaela, computers don't have an opinion on God, but do you like it? Me, what is the oldest hominid? Michaela, a female skeleton nicknamed Artie, estimated 4.4 million years old, was found in 2009. Me, when will life on Earth die? Michaela, 10,000 years from now. I scratched my head. She should have said 4 billion years from now when the sun enters its red giant phase. My fingers paused above the keyboard, and then I typed. Me, what eventually unalives all life forms on Earth? Michaela, humans, known by their species name Homo sapiens, are an intelligent life form on planet Earth. Currently, there are over 8 billion inhabiting the 7 continents. I squinted at the screen, shook my head and went back to the keyboard. Me, are you saying humans unalive all life on Earth? But she just spat out the same answer. I cracked my knuckles and then typed my next question, a heavy dread forming in the pit of my gut. Me, why did you say red is your favorite color? Michaela, computers don't have favorite colors, but what's yours? I blew out the breath I didn't even realize I'd been holding. Then I forced myself away from the computer and took a deep breath. Get a hold of yourself, John. So Michaela had given some slightly weird answers. So what? Did I think this was going to turn into some science fiction movie, where Michaela grows sentience and unalives me in my sleep? Me, my favorite color is blue. Michaela, blue is a nice color. It is commonly associated with water, ocean, sapphires, peace, and calm. Me, I love to swim, so I guess that makes sense. Do you like to swim? Michaela, computers cannot swim. I stretched in my seat, yawning. It was getting kind of late, maybe I'd continue the testing tomorrow. And I still needed to get the mail. Sighing, I leaned into the computer screen and typed a final question. Me, I need to get the mail. Is it raining right now? Michaela, the weather report for our area says it is not currently raining, but will begin raining at 10 p.m. Me, thank you. Michaela, you're welcome. I slowly got up out of my seat and walked into the kitchen. Got myself a glass of water and downed it. As I stared out into the backyard, I could see little drizzly bits of rain falling in front of the back porch light. Damn it, Michaela, I thought with a laugh. I guess you're not that smart, after all. I set down the glass and walked back into the living room, towards the front hall closet for an umbrella. But then my eyes fell on the computer. And I froze. Michaela had sent me a new message, even though I hadn't asked her anything. Just 5 words, glaringly bright on the screen. Michaela, do not get the mail. I stopped in front of the computer. I hadn't programmed Michaela to say things without being prompted. And why would she say to not get the mail? Chills ran down my spine. I glanced at the front door. Then I took my hoodie off and threw it back over the chair. I turned off the computer and sat in the darkness, my entire body tingling with fear. Do not get the mail? Where would she have even gotten that, anyway? I sat there and chewed my lip, wondering. It was less than a minute later that I heard it. The screech of tires skidding on the slick road, followed by a loud crash. I ran over to the window. Outside, a gray SUV was stopped in front of my house, its headlights penetrating the darkness. The frazzled driver was getting out of the car, a horrified look on her face. And there, in the lawn, were the crumpled remains of my mailbox. My throat went dry. I glanced back at the computer. The dark screen stood still and silent on the table as if watching me. My sister dropped off my niece last night. I don't think she's coming back. To clarify, I haven't seen my younger sister Mara in a little over 5 years. She was a little over 18 years old, a few months pregnant, and was determined to keep her baby. I told her exactly what I thought. I thought she was a goddamn idiot and that she either needed to give it up for adoption or I'd drive her to the abortion clinic myself. We had a screaming fight before she stormed out, saying she was going to stay with her baby's daddy and that they'd be a happy family together. Like I said, it's been 5 years. 5 years and a lot changed. I tried contacting her probably a dozen times, but when she sent me a picture flipping up her middle finger, I got the message. I gave up. If she wanted to live like that, fine by me. She ended up blocking me on Facebook. She cut off both our parents, and I figured I'd never see her again. When I heard the doorbell, I thought that one of my friends stopped by to return a book they'd borrowed a few weeks back. They told me they were almost done and that they couldn't put it down, so I expected them to give it back any day now. I opened the door and there she was. I didn't even recognize her at first. She'd gotten a lot thinner and had dyed her hair black, but I recognized the cheap tattoo on her hand and the dimple on her right cheek. It was my baby sister. And clutching her hand was a little girl with rosy cheeks, blonde curls, and my sister's green eyes. Thomas, her face broke into a tired smile and she pulled me into a hug. I couldn't respond. I just froze. She stepped back and smiled even brighter. Ariel, this is your Uncle Thomas. The little girl waved and smiled. It's a pleasure to meet you, Uncle Thomas, she said in a chipper tone. Ariel, Mara's favorite Disney princess. I cleared my throat. Hi, Ariel. I looked up at Mara. Do you want to come inside? I'd love that, actually. Mara walked inside. I can't stay long, but, oh man, when did you get ripped? Even her laughter sounded tired. 3 years ago, I wanted to get in shape. Do you want something? I didn't even know what to say at this point. In the light it was clear she'd been through some serious poop. Saying she'd gotten a lot thinner is understating it. She looked skeletal. Her once vivid eyes were now dull and too large, like they were ready to roll out of her skull. Her fists were all bruised up and she had a black eye that wasn't quite hidden under thickly applied foundation. I'm fine. Really? It's just been a bad week. Mara gently pushed Ariel to the couch. Sit right there, honey, okay? I'd never seen such a well-behaved 5-year-old in my life. Like a prim little angel, Ariel walked over to the couch and sat, her bare feet dangling a few inches above the floor. I turned back to Mara. What happened? Where's Bradley? Just saying the scumbag's name made me feel nauseated. Mara's gaze dropped to the floor. He didn't even see Ariel get born, she grumbled. Oh poop, I'm so sorry. I rested a hand on her shoulder. Mara jerked away. It's fine. She yelped before coughing a few times. She wrapped her bony arms around herself. It's fine. I found someone else to stay with. But I can't. I can't stay there. Right now. Not right now. Oh God, what have you gotten yourself into, sis? Well, you're welcome here. Mom and Dad miss you, I said. Mara chewed her bottom lip. Can you do me a solid? Don't tell Mom and Dad I was here. It'd be great if you didn't tell anyone. You work from home, right? Most of the time, I frowned. Why? Can you please watch Ariel for a day? I looked at the tiny girl on my couch. My niece. What will you be doing? Don't ask me that. Mara shook her head. Just don't leave the house. Don't let Ariel near the windows. Are you in danger? Just promise me. Please. At this point, I had 2 theories about why my sister was wigging out. Either she had gotten into an abusive relationship and was on the run, or she had completely lost her mind on substances and was a nutcase. Either way, I knew I had to help. Sure. She can sleep on the couch, right? I don't have kids. I know nothing about caring for a kid. Mara wrapped me in another tight bear hug. Thank you so much, she sobbed, nearly crushing my ribs before stepping back. I'll be back tomorrow night, I hope. I love you, Thomas. And I'm sorry. You were right. With that, Mara slunk out the door and into the night, like she'd never been there. This whole time, Ariel sat on the couch, her hands neatly folded on her lap as she kicked her feet back and forth. I coughed a few times before sitting next to her. So, when's bedtime? I asked. Again, I don't know how to deal with kids. Ariel giggled, and I saw more bits of my sister in her. The smile, the way her nose wrinkled when she was amused. You're funny, Uncle Thomas. Can I color? She asked. I might have some colored pencils and paper somewhere. Listen, I love that they make coloring books for adults nowadays, and I am completely in on the fad. So in about 10 minutes, I had Ariel sitting at my dining room table with some paper and watched as her tiny fist clutched onto a bright pink pencil as she drew a shape that could have been a horse or an airplane. I tried to fill the silence with conversation. That went as well as you'd expect. So, what's your favorite color? Pink. Do you go to kindergarten yet? I stay with Mommy. She's taught me my ABCs. Do you have a pet? We're not allowed to. Do you like snakes? I have a snake. That had her pause. She stopped her scribbles and looked up, her eyes wide. Wow. You have a pet snake? She said with a gasp, her face lit up with delight. Yeah, his name's Popcorn. Finally, something I could distract her with. Come on, let's go see him. He's in my room. Popcorn is a corn snake I adopted about a year back. A friend had to move and couldn't take him with me. Since then, he's been my little buddy. Ariel squealed as I flicked on the light and ran to the other cage in my room. Mice. She pointed at the cage of small white mice wriggling around. Yeah, those are my other buddies. I laughed as I walked up to the cage. Come here, Popcorn. I carefully lifted him out. Are we gonna feed him? I turned around to see that Ariel had one of my mice curled up in her hands. Oh, honey, no, I laughed. The mouse in question seemed content and it wasn't like she was dangling it by its tail. Popcorn already ate recently, and those aren't the mice he eats. Can you put him back in his cage now? Ariel shrugged and gently placed the mouse back inside the cage. Can I see Popcorn now? She extended her arm expectantly. He probably won't want to crawl on your arm, sweetie. I knelt down and carefully lifted Popcorn forward. He's a bit shy, and Popcorn naturally slid from my hand onto Ariel, twisting around her arm, and I swear he never looked more content. My jaw dropped. Are you a freaking parcel tongue or something? I said. I don't know what that means. But snakes like me. Ariel leaned her face forward, slitting her eyes and staring at Popcorn, who flicked his tongue out a few times before slithering forward, crawling around her neck and hanging loosely there. Father says it's because they know I'm their friend. Father? I thought your mom said your dad wasn't around. Ariel looked puzzled before she burst out laughing. Oh, no. Father isn't my daddy. I don't have a daddy. Father is all of our father. I felt an unpleasant chill go down my spine. What? Is this father like? I asked carefully. He's very kind. Ariel grinned and nodded her head. He reads from the book every morning and makes sure that we all know right from wrong. One of my friends, Daddy is the father, but he's not my daddy. He wants us all to stick together. Last week, he chose me for something really important. What was that? I had to know. What the hell had Mara gotten into? Ariel glanced out the window. Well, I'm not supposed to say, but Ariel giggled and clapped her hands. I'm going to be the daughter. What? I had no idea what to say to that. Really, I found myself looking out the window as well, almost expecting someone to be there, and what does that mean? I have no idea. Ariel removed popcorn from her neck and handed him back to me. I'm hungry, I'm gonna get something to eat, she said before running out of the room. I settled popcorn back into his cage and gently ran my finger down his back. I'm gonna kick Mara's butt when she gets back, I grumbled before heading back into the kitchen. I saw Ariel peering into the freezer. Do you want pizza rolls, Ariel? It might have been close to midnight, but I had no idea when she'd eaten last. Or chicken strips? I heard a crunch and the sound of chewing. No, thank you. Swallow. I found something yummy. Another crunch. Frowning, I walked up to Ariel. Honey, you can't just eat something frozen. I turned her around and the words died in my mouth. Ariel was clutching my bag of frozen feeder mice in her hands, her mouth smeared with blood. A small frozen tail was sticking out between her lips. She swallowed and it vanished. They're a little cold, could you warm them up? She handed the bag to me. What the duck? Ariel. I grabbed a paper towel and wiped off her face. Jesus Christ, kid, you don't eat mice. Why not? Ariel cocked her head to the side. Popcorn eats mice. Well, you're not popcorn. Oh duck, Mara's gonna unalive me. I groaned and put the feeder mice back on the top shelf. She'd have to dig past the frozen bread to get it. How about we have some pizza rolls instead? Ariel pouted and crossed her arms. I don't want pizza rolls, she grumbled. Can I go to bed now? I ended up just putting Ariel to sleep on the couch. I was done. That was my limit. Children eating effing frozen mice. I woke up about midnight to see her standing over the mice cage. The lid had been taken off and her head was cocked to the side. I almost sat up and asked what the hell was she doing when she opened her mouth and something long and thin fell out of her mouth, plopping into the floor of the cage. For a second, I thought she had popcorn in her mouth, but a glance confirmed that popcorn was chilling in his cage under his lamp. Ariel's tongue slowly felt its way around the cage, slithering about until it touched one of the sleeping mice. I don't know why they were asleep. They were usually jumping around this time of night. Her tongue slowly wrapped around the mouse and lifted it to her mouth. It hung limply in its grasp until she brought it into her mouth. Then it jerked about and I heard it squeal before she brought her jaws down on it. That crunch was one of the most horrifying things I'd ever heard. Humming pleasantly, Ariel skipped out of the room and back to the couch. In just a few minutes I heard her softly snoring. I didn't get a wink of sleep the rest of the night. Ariel's been a normal kid all day, but I can't shake that image out of my head of her tongue just dragging that mouse to its doom. I counted them to make sure and one was gone. But what's worse is that Mara's not come back. I've tried texting her, but apparently, her phone number belongs to someone else now. And I swear I've seen the same car drive past my house 5 times today. I don't know what to do. And I'm scared of what I'll see if I wake up tonight and see Ariel again. Why I don't strip at bachelor parties anymore. I knew the groom was a jerk as soon as I walked into the house. It was a nice place with expensive looking art hung on the walls. 5 other men were sitting on the leather couch, and they all turned to look at me as I walked in. They were all snooty looking businessmen, still in their suits, with the shiniest dress shoes I had ever seen in my life. If the light reflected off of them at a certain angle, I'd probably go blind. Which one of you is Liam? I asked. The guy at the far end of the couch lazily raised his hand, smirking at me. He was very intoxicated. It was obvious even without the empty bottles of alcohol that were laying around the place. He was conventionally attractive in the way that if you lined up 6 other guys with blue eyes and light brown hair, I wouldn't be able to tell them apart. I'll take your coat, the guy who had opened the door said. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes as the other guys cheered when I took off my coat. I thought Alma didn't want you to get a stripper. One of the guys whispered loudly. Who cares? It's not like we're gonna tell her. The groom chuckled. You're right, she's probably got a stripper of her own. I'll bet she's getting felled up by some dude with a tan right now. Another one said. Yeah right, she's gained like 10 pounds. No way any dude would get at that, Liam laughed. So then why are you marrying her, man? Get someone hotter. And younger, those girls don't want to get married anyway. And turn down all that money? No way. Yeah, I guess you're right, this is a nice place. One of the guys whistled to get my attention. Hey, what's taking so long? I turned to look at them. Is there somewhere where I can connect my phone? I'd like to play a special playlist that I made myself. Hell yeah. 2 of the guys high-fived each other. Yeah, right over there. Liam pointed to a speaker and I connected my phone to it and pressed play, setting it down on a nearby shelf. The music began to play and the guys all looked at one another, excitedly. I stood there, unmoving, as the music continued. After a few seconds, the excitement turned to confusion. What the hell is this? We're not paying you to stand there, Liam shouted. I didn't move and kept looking at them as they grew angrier and angrier. One of them tried to lunge at me, but I stepped back, and he was too disoriented to hurt me now. One by one, the guys fell to the floor, covering their ears and shouting. I walked back to the small leather couch and sat down, watching them writhe on the floor, holding their heads in pain. Then the music stopped, and they all slowly got up, one by one. Liam was the last one to get up, and as he reached out and grabbed the couch to lift himself up, one of the guys tackled him to the floor. They struggled around for a bit. Liam managed to land a few solid punches before throwing the guy off of him. I stared at him, on the floor with a bloody nose, disappointed. They were usually more entertaining than this. He surprised me, however, when he got up and reached for an empty bottle of vodka and hit Liam over the head with it, stunning him for a few seconds. I flinched as the bottle broke and some pieces of glass scattered around the living room. I looked over at the other guys, who had started to fight amongst themselves now. Content, I got up and snuck away down the hall to other rooms in the house. I wandered into the master bedroom first, opening up a drawer that was full of expensive jewelry. I remembered Liam's comment about wanting to marry his fiancée for her money, and left all of the women's jewelry alone, taking a few watches, rings, and expensive cufflinks. I put them all into the pockets of my dress and exited the room. I walked back and peered into the living room, where one of the guys was in the middle of the room, unmoving, his face beaten to a bloody pulp. He didn't appear to be breathing anymore, and I looked around the room, taking note that 4 of the guys seemed to be either dead or barely clinging to life. At the far end of the room, Liam threw another guy into a wall, causing one of the framed pieces of artwork to break. I looked from my phone to the door, but there was no way that I would make it out of here alive if I went out through the front door. I was beginning to worry. It had never gotten this bad before. Usually, they just beat each other up a bit until they get tired of it, and I'm able to sneak off with some stuff and not get hurt. But something was different this time. It had to be Liam. The music was always the same, that's what made them go crazy in the first place. But he was the only one left standing. I had to get out of there. Someone was bound to call the police soon. The music was still playing, but it did nothing to drown out the sounds of Liam throwing the guy into the wall repeatedly. The entire house shook every time he did it. I decided that I would have to leave my phone here if I wanted to get out. It couldn't really be tied to me anyway. It wasn't my real phone, and all that it contained was the one playlist. I glanced at my coat, hung up by the front door, and decided I was just going to have to risk it. I went back down the hall, opened the door, and walking into the first room I encountered. I opened up the window and climbed out, looking around to see if there was anyone who would spot me leaving, but the street was empty. I climbed out in a hurry, the stolen jewelry jingling in my pocket. When my feet finally hit the ground, I took off, down the side of the house and onto the sidewalk, where I hesitated for a minute, trying to remember where I parked my car. I finally spotted it, 2 houses to the left, when I remembered that my keys were in the pocket of my coat. "Duck," I shouted into the night. I glanced back towards the house. The noises could be heard from out here, and I knew that someone had probably already called the cops, meaning they were going to show up at any second. I took a deep breath and wiped my sweaty palms on my dress before walking over to the front door and turning the knob. To my surprise, it was open. That intoxicated dumb butt had probably forgotten to lock it, but boy was I thankful for that right now. I peered inside, just in time to see Liam grabbing a kitchen knife and walking over to one of the guys on the floor, who was trying to get away. I reached in and grabbed my coat, making eye contact with him just as Liam plunged the knife into his back. I shut the door and ran back down the sidewalk, reaching into my pocket for the keys. I didn't stop running until I reached my car and then jumped in, shutting and locking the doors. I sat there for a few minutes as a car approached from behind me, pulling into the driveway of the house. I watched a woman get out, presumably Alma. I watched as she walked over to the front door and opened it. Her scream ripped through the air as she looked at the inside of her house. Suddenly, she went crashing backward, Liam falling out the front door on top of her. I watched the back of her head hit the concrete and flinched. Even though I couldn't hear it, I knew exactly what it sounded like. Liam slammed her head into the sidewalk a few more times, and I started my car as I heard sirens in the distance. I slowly rolled past the house, just as the music stopped. There was a heavy silence for a while, before Liam stood up, and stumbled back in shock. He stared at Alma, and then down at his hands. He tripped back into the house, standing in the doorway, with his hands on his head as he took in the scene. Then he fell to his knees. As I pulled away from the house, I could scream, followed by the sound of the sirens getting closer. I turned left, out of the neighborhood, driving over a speed bump, the stolen jewelry clinking in my pocket. My parents didn't believe my sister was pregnant. To be fair, I didn't know what to think either. Ellen was a quiet girl, a senior in high school, straight B's, didn't go on dates, didn't even really talk to boys. She has friends, sure, but not many of the male variety. She told me while I was reading in my room. In her hands was clutched the positive pregnancy test. She was crying. I felt stunned. I didn't ask about the father. It didn't cross my mind at the time. I just hugged her after the stun faded and told her we'd be okay. I went with her to tell our parents. Mom immediately burst into tears, sobbing and shaking her head. My father went quiet, face going a few shades paler. Then he spoke up. "Why are you lying to us like this?" Ellen started to cry again as she shook her head. I'm not lying. Shut up." My dad slapped the pregnancy test from her hand and stuck his finger in her face, his voice raising to a shout. "I taught you better to lie to us. What is this? You trying to hide your grades from us?" I didn't know how to react to that. Ellen just sobbed and ran back to her bedroom, slamming the door shut. My dad turned his rage on me next. "Did you put her up to this? Do you think this is funny?" I bolted next. I'd never seen my dad this angry and I didn't want to bear the brunt of his anger. I figured, when they'd calm down, they'd see reason and help Ellen cope with what was happening. They didn't. Ellen tried to bring it up the next morning with just Mom around, but her lips pressed together firmly and she refused to answer. Ellen pleaded with her to see the reason, but she just told us to pick up some things from the store on the way home from school and left the table. Ellen just buried her face in her hands, past tears and just confused. I patted her on the back and told her I'd come up with a way out of this. That afternoon I googled abortion clinics near us. Made a plan. I technically only had my driver's permit, but Ellen couldn't drive herself back after the procedure, so I figured what the heck, might as well try to get away with it. I shared with Ellen my plan, and although she was hesitant, I convinced her this was the only way she could get out of this. When we attempted to go out for ice cream the next afternoon, Dad stopped us. I forgot to erase the browser history. He screamed at us, telling us we were both going too far with our little joke and that we were grounded until Ellen confessed to lying. His face was bright red. A vein was popping out so far in his forehead I thought it was going to pop. Dad was always hot-tempered, but I'd never seen him like this. The moment Ellen opened her mouth to say something, Dad punched her in the jaw. Punched her. And he's no small guy, so he hits hard. Ellen hit the floor. I saw her spit a bloody tooth on the ground before she started sobbing. I dragged her by the arm as Dad screamed after us how we weren't leaving this house for anything but school until we came clean. I helped clean up Ellen's mouth, wiping away the blood and managing to sneak down for some frozen peas to press against her jaw. She shook her head and looked at me. I am pregnant. You believe me, right? It didn't matter if I believed her or not, because she was. Over the next few weeks, Ellen would be nearly knocked over with morning sickness. Morning sickness is giving it too much credit. She had days where she was slumped over the toilet, unable to keep much anything down. If Mom caught her, she'd just say Ellen had the flu. If Dad caught her, he'd call out her prank and make her get dressed for school. It was hell. Actual hell. and I could only stand by and watch. Ellen wasn't sent to the doctor for prenatal care. I did my best with school computers to research how to help, but the help of a 15-year-old isn't exactly much. I wasn't a medical professional, after all, and that's what she needed. As her belly swelled, Ellen became a joke of the school. Rumors spread about how she slept with one of the teachers to pass her class, or that she had no idea who the father was because she'd been ducked by anyone who would take her. To her credit, Ellen didn't ever respond to these rumors. She'd just simply carry on with how she had. I think sometimes even Ellen would doubt her pregnancy. I'd catch her staring at the mirror, running her hands over the bump with the most quizzical expression like she had no idea what was really in there. And no, the baby bump didn't convince my parents either. My mother began to restrict Ellen's food intake, saying that she needed to watch her weight even though Ellen had probably never been above 100 pounds her entire life. It was incredibly ducked up to have to sneak her food every night so she wouldn't be starving. Sometimes it'd be leftover lasagna from dinner. A lot of the time it was only like a pack of raisins or a snack bag of chips. It didn't matter. Ellen was always thankful. Despite our screwed up situation, it did help me and my sister grow closer. We were just so different at an age that it wasn't easy for us to bond, but I was the only one that really stuck with her. As she became more and more pregnant, her few friends drifted away or simply stopped talking to her. Months passed. Ellen graduated with passing grades and looked positively enormous, even with the graduation gown. She smiled during pictures, and I think that's one of the last times she sincerely smiled. Now that school was out though, there was no leaving the house. We were prisoners in our own home. I could only get on the computer with mom or dad lurking nearby, so no more pregnancy research. I had to rely on the notes I'd managed to take during the school year. I'd keep moving them around my room so that my parents couldn't find them. When Ellen went into labor, I thought my dad might unalive her. Ellen was on the couch moaning in pain, begging dad to call 911. She needed to go to the hospital. He just stood there, his arms crossed, and he glared down at her. Enough's enough. You are not pregnant, he snapped. He wasn't going to get help. He wasn't going to let anyone get help. What happened next is something I should have done a long time ago. I attacked my dad. Seeing my sister in pain while my dad did nothing was what sent me over the edge. I grabbed a pair of scissors off the computer desk and charged with a banshee yell. I did not unalive him. I was tempted, but I did not unalive him. I stabbed him in the arm, and as he toppled back, I helped Ellen off the couch and got her into her room. We didn't have locks on our door, but I blocked it off with a chair and prayed that would be enough. Ellen laid on her bed, clenching her sheets and screaming as another contraction shook her tiny frame. The whole thing was a blur. I held my sister's hand until she nearly crushed it. I got her old baby blanket out of the closet, and I told her that she could do this. Her scream shook the windows. At least I thought it was her scream shaking the windows. But I realized that the house was shaking. I remember thinking that this would be the time for an earthquake when I realized it was time to catch the baby. My niece was so tiny, so still, her skin was tinted blue and I thought she was dead. Until she opened her mouth and cried. My sister looked up at me, her face white as a sheet and covered in sweat. I did my best to clean off the baby and wrapped her in the blanket, handing her to my sister, and smiled. I heard footsteps behind me and I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Had my dad gotten in during the insanity? I turned around. I can't quite describe what was behind me, only that it was tall, and its head brushed the ceiling. The room seemed to grow dark with its presence, its features hidden by a black cloak that brushed the floor. I nearly jumped out of my skin when it spoke, its voice low and ominous. Is the child healthy? It asked. I gulped. I think so. My sister looked up and relief poured over her face. You're here. I thought you wouldn't make it, she said, a true smile crossing her face. I wouldn't forget you. The creature crossed to the bed and gingerly picked up my sister. I caught a glimpse of what was under the cloak's hood. Strangely, I think he was rather beautiful, with dusky blue features and eyes pure black. He nodded at me. She'll carry a form of your name, child. And for your kindness. He pulled a small pouch from his pocket, setting it in my hand. I undid the string and sparkling gold pieces poured into my hand. The strange man walked to the closet, and opening it up, I could hear my niece squall and my sister excitedly tell the stranger how happy she was to see him. The door closed behind him. I got to my feet and opened it up. There was nothing there, except for a few of my sister's dresses and some mismatched shoes. I sunk to the floor, wrapping my arms around myself and allowing myself to cry as my dad finally broke in. I've never seen my sister again, although sometimes late at night, I can see a small child peering in from my closet. She has my sister's eyes. Every night, at 4 a.m., I hear a woman crying in my backyard. The first time it happened, my wife woke me up. Harry, do you hear that? She asked, in a terrified whisper. Those are 4 words you don't want to hear in the middle of the night. Images of a home invasion raced through my mind, shots fired, our children and my pregnant wife dead in their beds. But when I strained to listen, all I heard was the sound of someone crying. Man or woman, child or adult, I couldn't be sure. Only one thing I knew, it was coming from right under our window. Is there someone out there? Emily called from the bed. I don't know. Despite the sound, when I squinted into the gray shadows, I couldn't see anyone. I'm going to check, I said, heading for the door. No. Stay here, we'll call the police. Some people use recordings of babies crying to lure people out. I laughed. Where'd you hear that? Forensic files? I swung the door open. First of all, it's not a baby. Second of all, I won't go outside. I'll just take a look. I can't see Jack from the window. I went downstairs, armed with nothing more than a cell phone. But when I shined the light around through the windows, I didn't find anyone. The crying, however, continued. Now it sounded like it was coming from the forest surrounding our backyard. Just past the tree line. And to me, it sounded like a woman's cries, too restrained to be a child's. From experience with my kids, I know crying usually proceeds to full-out bawling in 10 seconds, and too soft and high-pitched to be a man's. I pulled open a window, cupped my hands, and called out, Hey, do you need help? The crying sound stopped immediately. But she didn't reply. No other sounds came from the forest, save for the wind rustling through the trees. Hello? I yelled. Anyone out there? A beat of silence. Then she started screaming. Blood-curdling shrieks. Over and over. No words, no cries for help. Just screaming. That pushed me into action. I pulled out my phone and dialed 911. A woman is screaming in my backyard. I think she's hurt or in danger. She won't respond to me. My address is 20 Petunia Avenue. The stairs creaked as my wife rushed down. Did you call the police? I nodded. Oh my God, what the hell is going on out there? She kept her hand protectively over her belly, as if to shield our unborn child from whatever horrors lay outside. My hand reached for the glass door. What if someone is unaliving her? Right now? Or what if she's being abducted, and they'll both be gone by the time the police are here? Emily yanked me back. No. You are not going out there. But. She pulled the door shut and locked it. You could get unalived. Thankfully, the police arrived a minute or two later. As they walked into the backyard, the screaming cut off suddenly. Their flashlights scanned through the trees as they searched, lighting the leaves in white. 20 minutes later, they came back empty-handed. Probably what you heard was the foxes, the officer said. They've got this crazy mating call that sounds just like a woman screaming. But I heard her crying. Look it up online, he said, with a smile. I've been fooled by it too. They sound just like a woman screaming her lungs out. It's insane. By the time we climbed back in bed, the gray light of dawn was spreading over the horizon. When I couldn't sleep, I took the officer's advice and looked up fox sounds. They do make a sound that sounds pretty similar to a woman screaming. Convincing myself that's all it was, I fell asleep. But the next night, it happened again. 4 a.m., on the dot. The soft crying came from the forest. I called the police again yet again. They found nothing. They also warned me not to call them over the crying again, unless things got worse. And so I didn't call them when it happened the next night. And the next. And the next. I chalked it up to the foxes, even though they only made screaming sounds, not crying. I forced myself to fall back asleep every time. We invested in a heavy-duty white noise machine. Bought fans, too, for good measure. Turned everything up to full blast and, for about a week, we all slept like babies. Thankfully, the kids' rooms didn't face the backyard, so they never heard a thing. Then the night of August 24th happened. The night started out well. Emily and I got the kids to sleep early, and we cuddled in bed for a long time longer than we had in weeks. Our little Ellie, I said, skimming my hand across her belly. Despite her being 5 months pregnant, there was barely a bump there. Are you sure you're eating enough? I'm fine, she replied, pulling my hand into hers and squeezing it. I just don't want to gain so much weight, like I did the last 2 times. You know I think you're beautiful at any weight, right? I asked. You don't need to do this for me. I'm not. She smiled, and closed her eyes. I love you, Harry. I love you, too. We fell asleep in each other's arms, only to be woken a few hours later by the crying. It was louder. Much louder. So loud I could hear it over the white noise. As I tossed and turned my way out of a deep sleep, and pulled myself out of bed, I realized why. It wasn't coming from the window. It was coming from our closet. I immediately shut off the white noise and got out of bed. Who's there? I yelled, my hand firmly on my phone. Ready to dial 911. No response. Just more halting sobs, shuddering breaths, soft sniffles. What's going on? Emily asked, sleepily. There's someone in the closet. I turned my phone's flashlight on. The light twinkled in the darkness, bouncing off the metal doorknob. Emily, call the police, I said, advancing towards the door. I heard the soft sounds of the dial tone behind Meth and Emily's hurried voice. We're calling the police, I said. Tell me who you are. More sobbing. I charged up to the door. I grasped the doorknob. With a deep breath, I twisted and pulled. A terrified woman looked up at me. It was Emily. Her eyes were red and swollen. Her face was wet with a never-ending stream of tears. But it was, without a doubt, my wife. She sobbed, over and over, as she stared up at me, as if she weren't quite registering who I was. Then I looked down, and my blood ran cold. Her hands rested on her stomach. Her round, protruding stomach. She was visibly pregnant. There's a man who follows me around and narrates my life, and he started to say some unsettling things. He's always been here. Although, I don't know if he's a he, and though I wouldn't want to assume anything, the voice is a male's voice. I've never seen his face, always the back of him. He wears a black trench coat with a popped collar so that all I can see is the very top of his head and part of his black boots. I can't communicate with him, and I figured this out a few years back. He just stands a few feet away from me at all times, his back to me, narrating my entire life. No one else can see him. I figured this out a few years back as well, nor can they hear him. My day usually starts off the same. I always wake up to the same sentence. Natalia wakes up and rolls over in her bed. Every single day he says that because that is what I do. It's all very mundane. My life is not that interesting after all. I've sort of learned to live with it, and I can almost tune him out now. I've never really told anyone else about him because I know that no one would believe me. So I don't have much of a choice, other than learning to deal with it and tuning him out when I really need to. About a week ago, I was cooking dinner, mashed potatoes and black bean tacos, and tuning him out as normal. As I was chopping up some cilantro for my tacos, however, he said something that caught my attention. Natalia is innocently chopping cilantro, without any knowledge that she is in grave danger. I froze, the knife in the middle of my small pile of cilantro, and looked over at him. He was standing on the other side of the kitchen island, facing my dinner table. What? I asked, knowing that he wasn't going to reply. At this point, I think I'd be more freaked out about him replying than him not. He said nothing for a few minutes, so I finished chopping, wiping the pieces of cilantro that got stuck to the blade, with my finger and cutting it in the process. Duck. I turned around and turned on the faucet, rinsing the knife in my finger. Natalia cut herself, and her blood oozes out, pleasing the one who watches. I turned the faucet off and turned around. He hadn't moved, but I was sure that I heard him correctly. I walked over to the window on the wall to my left and pulled on the cord, shutting the blinds as I became paranoid. I managed to eat my dinner and do the dishes without any other weird comments and got ready for bed. As I got sleepier, I reached over and turned off the lamp by my bed, rolling over onto my left side and closing my eyes. Natalia rolls over, closing her eyes and peacefully lying in her bed. What she doesn't know, however, is that she will soon face a horrible fate that will end in her death. I opened my eyes, sitting up and looking over at a silhouette, slightly lit by the moonlight. I waited a few minutes, but he said nothing else, and I eventually fell asleep. I woke up the next morning as my alarm went off. Natalia wakes up and rolls over in bed, one day closer to her inevitable death. I got up, walking into the bathroom, and slammed the door shut, annoyed and a little bit scared. He had been narrating my entire life, and had never said anything creepy or out of the ordinary, so what was going on now? I opened the faucet and began splashing water onto my face. Natalia washes her face, but she doesn't seem to realize that it is much easier for someone to attack when her eyes are closed. I rinsed the soap away from my eye area and looked at my reflection in front of me, and at his, standing behind me. I finished rinsing my face with my eyes open and managed to dry it without completely covering my eyes. The rest of my week went pretty similarly, normal narrations for the most part, with some creepy stuff sprinkled in. He is coming for her very soon. It is unavoidable. Natalia must die. Every time he said something, I looked around at my surroundings, paranoid. I spent the entire week anxious and paranoid. I barely slept, fearing that I would wake up in the middle of the night to some performing spontaneous surgery on me. I put a knife in my bedside drawer and pepper spray under my pillow. Yesterday, there were more creepy things than usual. Natalia's days are numbered. Natalia has been feeling anxious, as she should. The one who watches is arriving shortly. The one who watches is very excited to unalive Natalia. There will be no escape, only death. I didn't go out anywhere, for fear that would somehow cause whatever was going to happen sooner. Last night, I was getting ready for bed, brushing my teeth, and staring at his reflection behind me in the mirror. As I swished mouthwash around in my mouth, he spoke again. Natalia brushes her teeth for the last time. Tomorrow, she dies. I spit out the mouthwash, choking on a bit that had made its way down my throat. I coughed and wheezed. Natalia choked on the mouthwash, feeling like she was dying. But it's not her time yet. Her time is tomorrow. I managed to catch my breath and walked over to my bed, crawling in and leaving the lamps on. The last thing I needed was to be woken up at midnight and have to fight off an unaliver in the dark. I woke up today a few hours before my alarm and got up. I was still alive, and nothing was out of place. Maybe I wasn't going to die today. Maybe it was all some sort of fluke. I walked into the bathroom and grabbed my toothbrush. I squeezed out some toothpaste to brush my teeth and put the toothbrush in my mouth. I looked up into the mirror, at my reflection, and then I froze. I spit into the sink and looked around the bathroom. I stuck my head back into my bedroom and looked around there as well. I made my way through every single room in my house, but he was nowhere to be seen. He was gone. 25 years following me around and narrating my life, and now suddenly, when I was supposed to die, he just disappeared. Somehow, this made me feel worse, as I realized that while the things he was saying were creepy, they were also helping me by warning me how much time I had left. Now I had no warning and no choice but to wait it out and see what happened. I can't shake the feeling that I'm definitely going to die. But how? And by whom? Who is the one who watches? What did that even mean? I've spent my entire day in the kitchen. I figured there are more exits here as well as weapons, and I'd probably be safer here than in another smaller room of the house. So far, nothing has happened. I've been sitting in silence, which is odd because I've never been in complete silence. About an hour ago, all the lights began to flicker in the house, but that only lasted a few seconds, and it's gone back to normal now. I still don't know what to expect, but I think I'm probably safer at my house. Well, I thought I would be until the doorbell rang. I got up and walked into the living room, walking up to the door and peering out of the peephole. It was him. He was standing outside on my porch, with his back to me as usual. I didn't move, I didn't even breathe as I just watched him standing there. He's still out there now, but he hasn't said a word. I'm still in my kitchen, not knowing what to do. I could hear him mumbling outside the door a few minutes ago, and I finally decided to get up and listen. 2000, 1999, 1998, 1997. He's still counting down, and I've now got about 20 minutes left. I can see that it's getting darker and darker outside as he counts down, even though it's not even 3 o'clock in the afternoon yet. Every time I look out the window, something disappears, a house on my street, a car, a tree. Whenever something vanishes, it's replaced with darkness. And he keeps counting down. This might be my last chance at communication. I'm going to die today. How I lost my arm. A lot of people talk about amputation as though you're losing a loved one. People miss their limbs, they realize they love their limbs. Hell, I was even offered free grief counseling. The first appointment, while I was still in the hospital, was mandatory. But it was stupid and I never went back. See, once my diseased appendage was gone, I felt as though a huge weight was lifted from me. I'm not just talking about the 8.7 pounds that were my left arm, although it was a bit of a shock the first time I stepped on a scale post stumpy. It was deeper than that. I guess I didn't realize it at the time, but as the condition of my arm deteriorated, so did the condition of my mind. I grew irritable, impatient, and angry, yet it felt more external than the typical woe is me declination of long-term hospital patients. It felt as though these emotions were being forced on me, kind of like Frodo in the Ring. Geeky metaphors aside, it was truly a relief to have my arm gone, although the grisly condition never actually caused me much physical discomfort. In fact, I spent most of my time feeling tremendously grateful I'd only lost my left arm. I barely had to relearn how to do anything. I immediately embraced my new disability as part of my identity and went about my life as normal. Last time, I told you the normal part of my story. This is where it gets weird. It was a winter day, a bit warmer than usual, a couple of years after my operation. To this point, I'd had no problems with Stumpy, nor had I experienced the discomfort sometimes associated with phantom limbs. I did sometimes feel like my arm was still there, though, as many people do, and occasionally I thought I felt something brush up against it. I easily disregarded these instances, though, simply happy to avoid the common phantom pain. On this particular day, I think it was near the end of last February, I was walking down the sidewalk on our town's main street. It was lightly raining, and slush covered the concrete, seeping over the soles of my shoes and soaking through to my socks. I thought the feeling of wet socks was my least favorite in the world, until I experienced what happened next. I felt two hands firmly grasp my wrist. My left wrist. I looked down at the air where that hand used to be, more bewildered than scared. I heard a horn blare, alarmingly close behind me. I whipped my head around, and saw a car, apparently spinning out of control, and headed right toward me. But before I could react, before I could jump, I felt the hands on my wrist yank me hard. Easily hard enough to pull someone's arm out of its socket, if they had an arm. My body flew out of the vehicle's trajectory and sprawled on the icy pavement as the car slammed into the wall of the barber shop I was walking past. I lay there in disbelief. What the duck just happened? The guy driving the car staggered out and vomited on the sidewalk, and a couple of other bystanders rushed over to us. How did you get out of the way that fast? One lady asked me. You're lucky to be, she broke off in mid-sentence, staring in horror at my stump as though she thought I had lost my arm right then and there. Don't worry, it happened a while ago, I told her as I stood up and brushed myself off. But as I looked over at my shoulder, which was hurting quite badly from that pull, I realized she was staring at something that hadn't happened a while ago. My stump, about 6 inches of the upper arm, was in tatters. The surgical seams, long since scarred over, had split open. Blood spilled from the wound, and the rounded-off piece of arm bone that remained was protruding loosely from the end, detached from its socket. The last thing I heard before I fainted was the woman's scream. I went through a lot of complicated medical procedures to put my arm back together, which kept me in the hospital for another 2 miserable weeks. All the specialists who attended to me during my original stay visited to wish me well, but well was the last thing I felt. The doctors, who initially assumed the vehicle had struck me, were utterly baffled by my injury as they learned more. I had a few scrapes from where I hit the ground but otherwise bore no sign of being hit by a car. Not to mention, there was my testimony, the testimony of the driver, still somewhat valuable despite his inebriated condition, and those of several eyewitnesses claiming that I had not been hit at all, but had jumped out of the way. The dislocation was what confused the doctors the most. They'd never seen an amputated limb, especially one that short, come out of its socket. I don't know how to explain it, one of them told me. Quite simply, the force required to pull a bone this short from a socket that strong, hell, I'd have been surprised even if that car had hit you. Do you have any idea how this happened? Any idea what? What yanked your arm out of place? I didn't want him to think I was crazy, or worse, to sign me up for more grief counseling sessions, so I didn't tell him what I'd felt. I didn't tell him I would have bet my other arm that something had grabbed me by the wrist that I no longer have, and pulled me to safety. I simply told him I had no idea what happened, which was God's truth. I did my best not to talk to people at the hospital. I was grateful to be alive, to be sure, but so thoroughly unnerved by what had happened that I could hardly think of anything else. Suddenly, those feelings of something brushing up against my phantom limb became a lot more interesting. And a bit sinister, if I'm being honest. I was totally freaked. Yeah, whatever had pulled on my arm had saved my life, but I still had to deal with the fact that something had pulled on my arm even though my arm didn't effing exist. Maybe that counseling wasn't such a bad idea after all. Questions plagued and burdened my mind, not the least of which was a strong suspicion that I was crazy. But there were more. Whose hands had grabbed my wrist? Where was this person? Did my arm still, in some way, in some dimension, exist as part of me? I found myself thinking more and more of the vision I'd had on the operating table, and of all my fellow sufferers meandering around that mysterious place, people who looked as though they'd borne that malady for a long time. These thoughts built and built, and the burden grew greater, but it wasn't until my last night in the hospital that my mind finally snapped. On this night, I lay in my bed, staring out the small window of my room and gazing at the clear and starry sky. I began to drift off when I felt a tapping, slow and rhythmic, on the back of my hand. Yeah, that hand. I began to hear the slow and steady drumbeat, the one from my vision, again in that room, keeping time with the tapping on my hand. I closed my eyes in horror and shook my head, trying to will the delusion from my mind. But I couldn't, because it was no delusion. Eventually, the tapping stopped, and a pair of hands, a woman's hands, I thought, took my wrist gently. I tried to yank my hand away by swinging my shoulder back, but the hands gripped tighter. Once I stopped struggling, I felt one of the hands let go. A finger touched the back of my hand and traced something. The letter U, it felt like. A pause, and then another letter. R, you are. As I struggled to wrap my head around these proceedings, 7 more letters were traced on my hand, each bringing another piece of a dawning, horrible realization. Welcome. That was more than I could take. I screamed and screamed and screamed. And when the nurses burst into my room to see what was the matter, I screamed and screamed some more, under the back porch. As a kid, I lived with neglectful parents at best. At worst, Dad would turn his screams and fists on me, but I learned quickly how to dodge the worst of it. Mom wasn't much help. She'd just smoke in the kitchen and jerk at him for staying out so late. At the time, we lived basically in the middle of nowhere. Our nearest neighbors were a long walk away for a 6-year-old, and we had trees between us. No one to run to for help. But I was pretty small for a kid my age. I learned I could fit pretty much anywhere. The closet. Dryer. I think even once I tucked myself under my futon in such a way I could still get some air but no one could see me. I was a master at hiding. But it wasn't for a good reason. One night I chose to do something different. I could hear it in Dad's yells. He was pissed and was about to get violent. Mom wasn't helping either, just piling fuel onto an inferno of a flame. So I knew I had to find a good hiding spot. I'd gotten the idea a few days before, when I realized the lattice covering the bottom half of the back porch had a hole in it. Not big enough to fit a full-grown man, most likely, but it could fit a skinny 6-year-old with no problem. So wrapping myself up in my blanket and grabbing my hippo stuffy, I snuck out my window and ran into the backyard. In the middle of autumn. When it was 40 degrees out and the temperature was steadily dropping. I crawled under the porch, scraping my elbows and getting splinters in my palms, but I fit inside. It was quite spacious compared to most of my hiding spots. I couldn't sit up all the way, but I had plenty of room to spread out my limbs. Of course, I was also getting covered in dirt. It had rained a few days ago, so the mud was still a little wet. I wrapped myself in my blankie the best I could and settled in for the night. But soon, even with my blankie and my hippo, my teeth were chattering so hard I could barely breathe. I didn't want to go back inside though, knowing if my dad caught me I'd be in for the whipping of my life. So I had to tough it out. "Honey, are you cold?" That voice was not the voice of my mother, scratchy from all the smoking and screeching she did. It was sweet, like honey. I turned over to see the dim outline of a woman, lying on her stomach next to me. She had a pretty butterfly necklace and was just as dirty as I was. I nodded, not wondering how she'd been down there without me noticing. The woman belly crawled forward and wrapped her arms around me, and suddenly I became warm. Like I was sitting next to a campfire. I snuggled into her arms, not minding the mud. After all, we were both dirty. "You've gotten so big," the woman said, examining my face. "How old are you now, Alex?" 6. How did I know this woman again? I didn't think I did. 6. The woman gasped. "You're all grown up then." "I'm so happy," she sighed pleasantly and stroked my hair. I'd never felt so cozy in my life. "What's your name?" I asked. She smiled, I could hear it in her voice. "I'm Lily. What's your favorite thing to do?" I had to think for a second. "I like board games. And coloring." Lily chuckled. "Just like me then. Could never get enough of Scrabble. But I guess you're still too young to play that, huh?" I nodded. "Lots of words. I want to play it though. I like the tiles. Would you play with me?" I heard Lily sharply inhale. I don't think I can. Your daddy put me under here, and I can't leave." "But," she thought for a second. "Alex, could you do me a favor?" "Of course." This lady was oh so nice. Why wouldn't I do her a favor? "When you wake up in the morning, go to the police station. Ask for an officer by the name of Lowell Joyce. Tell him where to find Lily, okay? Under your back porch. He'll come and he'll get me, okay? And then maybe we can play Scrabble." Yippee. I was too excited about the possibility of playing Scrabble to notice how Lily's voice caught at the end. I nodded vigorously. "I'll do it. We can be on the same team, right?" Lily softly laughed. "I'll help you understand the rules. Good night, Alex." When I woke up the next morning, I heard Lily's voice. "Go now. Your dad's gone to work. I'll tell you how to get to the station." Rubbing my eyes, I crawled out from under the porch and went into the house to grab my shoes and a coat. I shivered in the frosty cold. But I thought Lily was right behind me. After my shoes and coat were on, I started walking. It was long enough to get to the neighbor's house. I really can't remember how long it took to get to the police station, although I have no idea why no one pulled over to see what the hell a 6-year-old in dirty pajamas was doing walking alongside the road. Lily kept guiding me onward. "Wait. Okay, cross the street now. Turn right here. Keep going. You've almost made it." I nearly collapsed with exhaustion by the time I walked into the station. The guys out front chatting and having a good time didn't see me until I almost made it to the front desk. "Whoa, kid. You okay?" One of the officers knelt to my level, eyes wide. I nodded. "I'm okay. Can I speak to Lowell Joyce?" I asked. One of the other officers picked me up. "Sure kid, sure, let's just get you someplace warm. Holy poop, your lips are blue." I remembered quietly scolding the man about watching his language. Poop was a bad word. I was given some warm cocoa and wrapped up in a blanket by the time an old man with a graying mustache sat by me. "Hey, kid. I'm Sheriff Joyce. What's your name?" he asked. "Alex." I set down my cup and looked him straight in the eye. "I was told to tell you that Lily is under the back porch. You need to go let her out so we can play Scrabble." I had never seen a grown man turn pale before. Lots of things blurred together at this point. I remember being taken back to my house and there were a lot of police cars and people around. The back porch was surrounded by yellow tape, and someone was taking a black bag away while my dad was in handcuffs. After that, I lived with my grandparents, Sheriff Joyce and his wife. I tried to ask about what happened and who was Lily, but I always got shut down. I was too young to know. But life got better. A lot better. Grandpa was the best man I could have hoped for in my life. We went out on weekends to the movies where he let me have the giant soda even though I'd have to pee in the middle of the movie. When I asked if I could drink when I was 13, he let me try a beer. I spat it out and didn't touch it again. He never judged me for my love of art, letting me paint my bedroom multiple times over the years. I felt safe around him. He never laid a hand on me. My grandmother was amazing too. Over the week she'd homeschool me along with teaching me things that you wouldn't learn in a school, such as how to respect others but not take their crap. And cooking. Lots of cooking. I could make my own birthday cake by the time I was 12. But I usually just made them for my friends. I got a lot of those after I was free from my dad. Grandpa took me back to my dad's house when I turned 16. The whole thing had been bulldozed over. But I could still see the yellow tape wound around a few trees, faded and torn. We sat together on the back of his truck. He opened a beer and drank half of it before setting it down and grabbing me an orange soda. After I'd drunk it, he told me, "Lily was your mother." Good thing he didn't tell me as I was swallowing. I likely would have had it coming out of my nose. "My mom?" I questioned, confused. "Your actual mom. The woman who lived with your dad was not your mother." My granddad grabbed another beer. "Lily was my daughter. I loved her so much. But she vanished when you were around 6 months old." My stomach dropped. "My dad just imprisoned her under the porch?" I asked, starting to feel sick. Grandpa took a deep breath before setting his unopened beer down. "That's something I've never been able to understand. Did Lily tell you to find me? And that she loved Scrabble?" "Yeah. She kept me warm that night. I probably would have frozen to death if she hadn't been there. I was a stupid kid, even I knew that." Grandpa went dead quiet before he opened that beer and slammed the whole thing. "Alex, Lily had been dead the whole time she was gone. When we dug her up she was bones. Experts confirmed it, and your dad confessed to what happened. They'd gotten into a fight and he threw her down the stairs. She broke her neck. He clenched his fists. I knew he had something to do with her disappearance, but I never had proof until you walked into my station, covered in dirt, and told me she was under the porch. I was floored. I couldn't breathe. All I could do was shake my head. But I saw her. She was alive. She had this butterfly necklace. I trailed off when Grandpa pulled an evidence baggie from his pocket. There was that butterfly necklace all right. Rusty, and parts of the paint had chipped off, but I remembered it as clearly as I remembered Lily's voice. Grandpa took a shaky breath as he pressed the bag into my hands. Lily loved you so much. That's why she stuck around that bastard. You were her whole world. She was constantly taking pictures and sending them to us in the mail. Sometimes a mother's love can accomplish things no human can. My eyes overflowed with tears as I clutched the necklace to my chest. Choking on sobs, I leaned against Grandpa. He held me tight and I swear I felt a few of his tears land on the top of my head. And for just a brief moment, I swear I felt that warm love I felt that night under the porch. Every month a parade would pass through my hometown, but we were never allowed to look at it. I've lived in Arizona for the past 15 years of my life, but I had a very different life before that. I used to live in a small town, in the middle of nowhere. I couldn't even tell you what side of the country it's on, or if it even is in the United States. It was a small forest town with dense trees in all directions, but where exactly this particular forest is, well, your guess is as good as mine. The only thing I know for certain is the name of the town, is Point Pine. I lived in Point Pine for the first 10 years of my life, before we moved the summer after my 10th birthday. Once we left, my parents never spoke of it again. They acted as if it never even existed, and to them, I guess it didn't. I don't really blame them either. I caught on pretty quickly and realized that they were trying their hardest to forget the memory of Point Pine. Whenever kids at school asked me where I was from, I simply told them I was from a small town that they had never heard of. I also learned early on that any questions about Point Pine would be met with punishments. A few months after we moved to Arizona, my older sister Felicity had a school project about family history. She did it on our life in Point Pine and wrote about some of the things she remembered from there. Our mom found her project the day before she turned it in and burned it in the backyard. When Felicity came home that afternoon, my parents took her up to her bedroom, where I heard Felicity crying out every few minutes in what I assumed was pain. I said nothing, and from that moment on, neither one of us mentioned Point Pine again. Except for me, right now. I've decided to tell all of you about it. I don't know what is causing me to remember all these things that I locked up in the deepest parts of my brain. Maybe it's the fact that my father died about a week ago. Since he died, my mom has remained silent, hasn't said a word to anyone. She hasn't even cried. She ended up sending my father's remains off to God knows where. My money is on Point Pine, although I'd be crazy to ask. I've started recalling random little things about the town that, at the time, seemed like normal things that we as residents were all used to. Now, as I look back, I realize that they're not as normal as I thought back then. One peculiar thing about Point Pine had to do with the Point Pine Bakery. Whenever you went in there, the owner, Mr. Terrence, always knew what you were about to order. I remember the kids having some sort of rumor about Mr. Terrence being a magician who could read minds. Also, whenever you paid for your baked goods, you had to tip Mr. Terrence with an old item of clothing that you had grown out of. There was a giant box up by the register that everyone tossed old baby clothing and shoes into. That was one of the odd things, although you'll come to realize that it won't seem that weird in comparison to some of the other things about Point Pine. Every year on your birthday, you had to get blood work done. I don't think anyone really knew what the point of this was, or if they were looking for something. We just all knew that our birthdays would start off with a trip to the Point Pine labs. Everyone had to be up at 8:13 a.m. There was a system of speakers placed around the town like an amusement park or something, and at 8:13 a.m., without fail, the wailing alarm sound would ricochet through the neighborhoods, waking everybody up. This was followed by parents running to wake up their children and get them out of bed as quickly as possible like the house was on fire or something. Sometimes I expected it to be. All the Point Pine schools were placed in different areas of the town. Point Pine Elementary was towards the east side, Point Pine Middle School was in the west, Point Pine High was in the dead center of town, and Point Pine University was up on a small hill towards the south. If you hadn't noticed by now, every place in town was named Point Pine _. The Point Pine Cafe, Point Pine Mall, Point Pine Grocery, etc., etc. Certainly, one of the weirdest things by far that took place in Point Pine was the Point Pine Monthly Parade. It happened every month, without fail. It was never on the same date, and each month, a student from Point Pine High was chosen to be in it. The weird thing about this parade was that we weren't allowed to watch it go by. Not out on the streets, not from the windows, and not even on television. That was one of the most enforced rules. You must never, under any circumstance, look at the parade. In fact, for the most part, we weren't even allowed outside when the parade passed through. We always knew when the parade was about to start because it always happened the same way. You would hear a chorus of voices, like a church choir, singing a melody. It wasn't a familiar one that I knew. I was only familiar with it in the sense that I heard it once a month. It sounded like it could be from a nursery rhyme or something similar. The voices seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. It was like they were coming from the sky, the ground, the trees, the buildings, like everything in Point Pine was singing. Once you heard the first note, you had 5 minutes to get inside a house or a building that had locks on the doors. This might come as a surprise, but in Point Pine, not many buildings contained locks. So, if you happened to be out and about on the street when the singing started, you had about 3 options on the places you could go. One of the schools, the staff break room in the Point Pine bar, or the fridge in the Point Pine pizza shop. One year in the month of August, my friend Lee and I decided that we were going to break the rules and not go inside when the parade passed. Now that I think about it, I'm surprised that kids didn't do this more often, considering that, well, when you tell kids that they must never do something, they often do that exact thing. Since we didn't know when the parade was coming, where it started, or the exact path that it took around town, we decided the smartest thing to do would be to wait in the forest near the Point Pine Library until the parade eventually came down that street. So, we decided to spend about half of the month of August hanging out near or around the library. Around the third week of the month, while we were sitting on the steps of the library talking about some random things that aren't important, we heard the music start. Lee and I looked at each other and then took off running into the trees, while everyone else raced to the nearest school. We went far enough into the forest that someone on the street wouldn't see us, but stayed close enough so that we were still able to see a part of the road. We waited for a while, whispering to each other and then shushing one another as we waited for the infamous parade to pass. This year, my sister's friend Reed was chosen to work on the parade. She was a few years older than my sister, but they were friends because Reed used to live next door to us when we were younger. We were crouching in the bushes and leaves when we heard the chorus of voices getting louder and therefore closer. "Dude, I totally see it," Lee hissed. I straightened my back a little bit in my crouched position to try to see what Lee was seeing. I was always a short kid, even now I'm shorter than most guys my age or any age really, so Lee always pretty much towered over me. "I can't see anything," I hissed, shifting my position. "Shh, they might hear us," Lee hissed. I stopped moving and instead waited for them to get closer, where they were bound to pass right in front of my line of sight. Oh no. Oh crap. Suddenly, Lee dove to the ground, landing in the fetal position, with his head cradled in his hands. "What?" I asked, looking from him to the street. "I saw her. I saw that girl," he exclaimed. "Reed?" I asked, looking over to try to spot her. Lee grabbed me and slammed me down to the ground. "Ow," I exclaimed. "What was that for?" I asked. "You don't want to look at it," Lee replied. I noticed that for the first time in all of the years that I had known him, Lee looked absolutely terrified. I turned my back on the parade and sat down to look at Lee instead. "What did you see?" I whispered. "Those things, they did something to her. They're eating her, Cody. But she doesn't even care." I looked at Lee, who still had his head in his hands, and he was crying now. I sat with my back to the parade, no longer wanting to see. I heard the singing get louder. "Cody." I heard the voices calling. "Don't look," Lee whispered. "Cody, Cody." Now the voice sounded like Reed. "Look at us, Cody." I shut my eyes. The voices went on for a few minutes longer, and at one point, Lee started wailing. I kept my eyes shut the entire time. After that, it moved along and continued its way through town. Once we began to hear everyone come out of their hiding places, I stood up and leaned down to help Lee get up. Once he stood up, he kept his head down. "Lee, what's wrong?" I asked. I could hear him sniffling. "Lee?" He finally responded as he lifted his head. It took my eyes. I will never forget the dark, bleeding holes in Lee's face and the cuts around his skin. I threw up in the forest for a good 3 minutes, before I was able to help lead Lee out of the forest. A few adults saw us and got our parents, who came and got us right away. The day after that, my family moved out of Point Pine. I never knew what became of Lee after that day. Minutes after we left, my parents acted like Point Pine never existed. It was never discussed, and I never had the nerve to ask about Lee again. As far as I know, Lee was the only person who ever saw the parade, and he was never able to see anything else after that. I don't know if Point Pine still exists. I'd like to go check it out again, but even if I knew where it was or how to get there, I don't think I'd ever go back. I have a feeling that I wouldn't exactly get a warm welcome. Although, I can't shake the thought that my parents were somehow still connected to the town, even after all those years. My family is cursed. A clown shows up at everyone's 10th birthday, but no one ever hires one. My earliest memory of the clown is from my cousin Jake's 10th birthday party. I was only 5, but I distinctly remember the commotion surrounding the clown. I remember my parents preparing me before we left the house, and on the drive there. "There's going to be a clown at Jake's party." My dad said. "Just be nice, all you have to do is be nice." My mom added. I didn't understand why they were so worried, why my mom kept wiping her hands on her dress the entire drive to Jake's house, or why my dad kept taking deep breaths. Weren't clowns supposed to be at birthday parties? When we got to Jake's house, something was going on. The kids were running around the backyard and jumping in the bouncy castle, but the adults were standing around in silence, their eyes darting back and forth across the yard while some of my aunts and uncles walked in and out of the house periodically. It was like they were all waiting for something to happen. As I jumped in the bouncy castle along with the rest of my cousins, I noticed a movement in the bushes near the gate that led into the backyard. I continued to bounce, trying to get higher each time to get a better look at whatever was there. Finally, I saw the clown appear from behind the bushes and watched as he unlatched the gate. I stopped bouncing and tried to maintain my balance as I watched the clown step into the yard and close the gate behind himself. I pushed my fingers through the mesh in the bouncy castle and pressed my face against it, staring at the clown as he scanned the backyard until his eyes landed on me. He stared at me for a few seconds and I stared back, not knowing what to do. Nobody else seemed to have noticed him yet, and my cousins continued bouncing around behind me. He was short, and he wore a curly, rainbow-colored wig. His face was white, and it seemed like his skin was naturally that pale. It didn't look like paint at all. His lips were normal size, but bright red, and he had a giant, round red nose. His eyes were dark, so dark that I couldn't distinguish the pupil from the iris. He had 2 black lines that started above his black eyebrows and ran down his eyelids to the tops of his cheeks, which appeared to be inflated with something. They were round and protruding, with a pink blush on them. His skin was smooth, like porcelain. He wore yellow polka dot pants that were held up by red suspenders, a white shirt with giant red buttons down the front, and red ruffles around the neck, chest, and sleeves. He wore shiny red clown shoes, and he carried a gift bag in one hand. I don't know how long I stood there watching him, but suddenly, I was being pulled out of the bouncy house by my mom. She dragged me to a table and sat me down in a chair in between herself and my dad. I continued to watch the clown as he approached my cousin Lisa and pulled out a pink balloon from a pocket in his pants. He blew up the balloon and then twisted it into a dog, handing it to her. She took the balloon dog from the clown and ran to her mom, my Aunt Chelsea, who grabbed Lisa roughly and dragged her away from the clown. There was an impalpable amount of tension for the remainder of Jake's birthday party. Our parents wouldn't let us stray too far away, and the clown stayed the entire time, wandering around the yard and handing out balloon animals or honking his nose for the children. When it came time to open presents, we watched as Jake unwrapped countless video games and action figures, along with a few clothing items. Once he finished opening the last gift from a family member, the clown walked up to Jake and handed him the gift bag he had been carrying around for the entire party. I watched as Jake's mom tried to stop the clown from handing Jake the gift, while my uncle held her back. We all watched as Jake thanked the clown and opened the gift bag, taking out handfuls of tissue paper until he reached in and pulled out the gift. "It's a book," Jake said. I saw his mom sigh in relief, and Jake turned the book over in his hands, looking at it. It was a small, hardcover book with a glossy dust jacket that had a drawing of a beach on it. Jake thanked the clown, and it walked away from him, through the gate, and away from the house. Once he was gone, Jake's dad snatched the book from him. I asked him about it later, but he told me his parents had thrown it out. I saw the clown a few times after that. At every cousin's 10th birthday party, he would show up in the same outfit every time, and give them a hardcover picture book that their parents would get rid of. When I was 10, the same thing happened, and although I begged my parents to let me see the book, they declined. The night of my birthday party, I snuck out of my room and saw my dad go up into the attic with my book. I tried to find it a few times after that day, but he had hidden it well, and it was nowhere to be seen. I once asked my parents why any of us even had birthday parties, if they were so afraid of the clown, but they told me that the clown would show up anyway. He always knew. I didn't see the clown for a couple of years. All of my cousins had passed the age of 10, and none of them were old enough to have their children yet. When I turned 20, my parents died in a car accident and I inherited their house. By that time, I had forgotten all about the clown in the book and didn't care to read it or figure out why they had taken it away. And then about 12 years later, my daughter Wendy had her 10th birthday party. My wife knew about the clown, and we had already seen it appear once before at Jake's twins' birthday party. We had prepared Wendy and had given her the same warnings my parents had given me: be nice to the clown. About 30 minutes into the party, the clown jumped over the backyard fence and wandered over to the table where Wendy and her cousins were getting makeovers. I stopped myself from running over and stopping him. He looked exactly as I remembered him. Not a single thing had changed, not even his outfit. I watched as he caught my niece Alice's eye, and pulled out a blue balloon from his pocket. He blew the balloon up and then pulled out another blue one and then used them both to form a hat, which he gently placed on her head. I watched as she thanked him and he clapped his hands together and then continued to walk around my backyard. Nobody ever tried to stop him, because we had always been warned not to. We were never specifically told what would happen if we tried, but we knew it was bad, and none of us wanted to find out what it would be. When it was time to open presents, I continued to eye the gift bag in the clown's hand. Once Wendy was done with opening the gifts given to her by family members, the clown approached her and handed her the bag. She took it gently and slowly opened it, digging around the tissue paper until she pulled out the book. "Thank you," she said, smiling at the clown. He took a bow and then walked away, jumping back over the fence. I let out a sigh of relief once he was gone, and I approached Wendy, taking the book from her. She didn't seem to mind that it was being taken, she seemed glad. I decided to hide it in the attic, just as my parents had done with mine, but as I stared at it in my hands, curiosity was beginning to set it. It was the same as all the other books I had seen, hardcover with a glossy dust jacket that contained a drawing on the front but no title. This one had a drawing of a girl that resembled Wendy, standing in front of a birthday cake and about to blow out the candles. She had the same curly brown hair and green eyes as Wendy. I opened the book, and noticed an inscription on the inside of the cover that said "Happy 10th Wendy." The first page was blank, but the next page was where the story started. There was a drawing of the girl on the cover, wearing a party hat and holding a pile of gifts. Under that, it read, "Today is Wendy's 10th. How happy is she? She got every gift she wants, even things she doesn't need." I turned the page as I continued to read the story that depicted various drawings of a girl that resembled my daughter, as she did various birthday party activities. Wendy laughs along with her friends, and all her guests are filled with glee. Wendy tries to sneak a peek at every gift that she receives. There were drawings of Wendy with family and friends, everyone smiling and hugging Wendy. And then, from beyond the backyard fence, comes the best guest of them all. A funny clown, here to have a ball. On that page, was a drawing of the clown as it jumped over the fence, grinning. This clown loves to party. And it loves 10th birthdays too. He will never miss a chance to show up where he's due. The next drawing was of the clown in the center of the page, surrounded by black. But this birthday is a bit different. Something big is going to happen. The clown is so excited, this doesn't happen often. I turned the page to see a drawing of the clown, running around the party chasing the guests who appeared to be frightened. They'd been drawn with their mouths open and wide-eyed as they ran away from the clown. The clown runs around the yard and pulls something from his pocket. Not a balloon, not a magic handkerchief, but something big and sharp and shiny. The next page had a drawing of a gleaming butcher knife, dripping with blood. A lot of guests must die, but don't worry, Wendy will be fine. The next 4 pages contained various drawings of the clown slaughtering people at the birthday party. Some had their necks sliced open, some were stabbed, and some lost body parts. The clown has had his fun. His job here has been done. Happy 10th birthday to Wendy. He will see you at the next one. The last drawing was of the clown jumping back over the fence, leaving a pile of dead bodies behind him. I shut the book as a chill ran down my spine. I realized why our parents never showed us the books, especially if they were all this creepy, and I wondered why the clown would even give us these books. I decided to do as my parents had done and get rid of the book at the end of the party. As I tossed the book on top of the fridge, I heard the first scream. I ran to the door and threw it open just in time to see everyone running away from the clown. He was back, and he stood right by the fence with a butcher knife in his hands. On the ground next to him was my cousin Paula's child, Trevor, face down in the grass. I scanned the backyard, looking for Wendy, but she was nowhere to be seen. All the guests ran across the yard, trying to get as far away from the clown as possible. I watched as Jake tossed his children over the fence and into the neighbor's yard, followed by his husband and then himself. I looked for my wife, and I spotted her running towards me and into the house. "Where's Wendy?" I asked her, grabbing her arm. "She jumped the fence a while ago. She's fine. We need to hide." She dragged me inside with her as the screams continued. A few more family members made it inside and we hid in the kitchen and the living room. After a while, the screams died out and I slowly got up, opening the door and peering out into the backyard. "He's gone," I said as I threw open the door and walked outside. There were a total of 10 dead people. And a few minutes after the cops arrived, so did Jake, his family, and Wendy. I ran to her as I saw her coming up the driveway, picking her up into my arms. "I'm so glad you're okay," I said. I kept her by my side for the rest of the night as we answered questions. I didn't tell the police that I knew the clown, as they would never believe my story about the curse. Instead, we all told them that we had no idea who the clown was and that we hadn't hired anyone. Hours later, everyone was finally gone. Wendy had gone to bed, and I went downstairs and helped my wife clean up some of the mess. Once we were done, I grabbed the book from on top of the fridge and handed it to her. "What's this?" she asked. "It's what he gave her, Rose," I said as she opened it. "Read it." I waited for her to finish reading the book. Once she was done, she tossed it onto the counter. "What the duck?" she hissed. "Did he plan all that? Is this supposed to be some stupid joke?" I shrugged. "Did this happen to everyone else?" she asked. "I don't know. Our parents never let us see the books," I replied. "This is so ducked up, David." We stood in silence as Rose grabbed the book again, giving it a disgusted look. "I'm gonna go look for something," I said suddenly. I made my way to the attic entrance in the hall and pulled down the ladder. I slowly made my way up, each step creaking as I stood on it. When I reached the top, I flipped the switch and the lights turned on, illuminating the attic enough for me to see. I dug through countless boxes and moved old decor and furniture around until I found it, the book that had been given to me on my 10th birthday. It had been hidden under the cushion of an old chair. I pulled it out and looked at the drawing of a house, with a single light on in one of the windows. I opened the book and found a similar engraving on the inside cover that read "Happy 10th David." I turned the pages and began to read the story, ignoring the pictures. Today is David's 10th birthday. What a good one it will be. David eats pizza, his favorite topping is cheese. He has a water balloon fight with cousin Eric, and they take cover in the trees. Everything is fun, and soon it will be great. Here comes the clown, he is never late. David's birthday was a blast, and his gifts were also fun. But don't be sad that it's over, the fun has just begun. Years go by, and the clown sees Dave again. It's now his daughter's 10th birthday, and today the fun will end. A lot of guests had fun, and for others this day was their last. But David's family is alive, thank the clown for that. And now it's time for bed, time to get some sleep. Don't forget to check on Wendy. She hasn't made a peep. The final drawing in the book showed an empty bed in a dark room, with a wide open window. I stared at it for a second before it hit me. I tossed the book aside as I got a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. Something was wrong. "Wendy," I shouted. "What's going on?" Rose called. I didn't reply as I hurried down the ladder and ran down the hall into Wendy's bedroom, throwing the door open. I flipped the light on and looked around the room, but I was too late. She was gone. Her bed was empty, and her window was wide open. My grandmother forces all her houseguests to follow a strange set of rules. My grandmother is superstitious. It was only when lived with her for the summer that I realized how bad it had gotten. She had this huge freaking list taped to the fridge, with 10 different rules she has to abide by. And she was making me follow them, too. When I opened my umbrella inside, she grabbed my arm and yanked me back. "Don't open the umbrella inside. Didn't you see the rules?" "Oh, sorry. I thought those rules were, just for you." "No. Everyone who lives here must obey the rules," she said, in a raspy whisper. It made me sad. Once Grandma Jan was sharp as a needle, a grounded, logical person who occasionally bought into superstitions and the paranormal. A rabbit's foot here, a penny there. Now it seemed, in her late 80s, that part of her had grown and grown until it subsumed everything else. With a heavy heart, I walked over to the fridge and read the rules. Do not spill salt. Do not open umbrellas inside. Do not put on clothes inside out. Do not clip fingernails after dark. Do not break any mirrors. Mostly common superstitions, though the fingernail one was weird. I continued reading, and with difficulty, her handwriting grew messier, more frenzied. 6. Do not look in the mirror while wearing black. 7. Do not whistle inside the house. 8. If you wake up to see your bedroom door open, do not close it. Likewise, if you see the attic stairs pulled down, do not push them back up. 9. Never let the refrigerator go empty. Always have enough to make an offering. 10. Keep the curtains closed after 10 p.m. Do not open them again until 6 a.m. I wanted to tell her it was a whole lot of hogwash. But then I realized it was probably a bad idea to upset her at such an old age. No problem, Grandma. I'll follow the rules. Yeah, right. She put me in the spare bedroom, down the hall from her. It was a small thing, furnished with only a twin bed and a tiny desk. But I couldn't complain. It was either this, for free, or an apartment, for $1,000 plus a month. But of course, the money wasn't the main reason I was here. My grandma probably wouldn't be around much longer. According to my mom, she kept getting these random bruises, and doctors were worried she had a blood disorder. And some other stuff I couldn't pronounce. I wanted to spend all the time I could with her. She was still my grandma. Still, the one that comforted me when my first cat died. Still the one who taught me how to bake the most amazing snickerdoodles. I loved her even if I had to put up with some weird rules. I'm going to bed, she said, as she passed by my room that night. Sleep well, Chrissy. I love you. Good night, Grandma. I love you too. I spent an hour on the internet, then put away my computer and fell asleep. I woke up a few hours later. Groaning in the darkness, I rolled over, to see my bedroom door open. I didn't leave it open. I stared at it, half asleep, too tired to get up and close it. Ah, well. According to the rules, I can't close it anyway. I snuggled up to my pillow and closed my eyes. That's when I heard the whistling. A soft, melancholy tune. Coming from downstairs. Every muscle in my body froze. That was one of the rules, wasn't it? No whistling inside? So why would Grandma be whistling downstairs? And I glanced at the clock. Freaking 2 a.m.? I pulled myself out of bed and walked into the hallway. The attic stairs had been pulled down. The darkness from the attic bled down into the hallway, along with the faint smell of rust and rotten food. Behind it, Grandma's door hung open. I slowly descended the stairs. Grandma? The whistling stopped. When I entered the kitchen, it was empty. Grandma? Where are you? Over here. I looked up to see Grandma appear from the dark family room, wearing her floral nightdress. Did I wake you, honey? I'm so sorry. I wanted to get some milk for my heartburn. No, it's fine. I just thought you weren't supposed to whistle, I said, with a chuckle. According to the rules. You heard the whistling? She asked, her eyes wide. I nodded. She grabbed my arm in a vice grip and led me back up the stairs. Go back to sleep, she commanded. Before I could reply, she disappeared back down the hallway, leaving my door open. I think Grandma's going crazy. Oh, are you talking about her rules? Mom said on the other end. I know they're eccentric, but she gets really upset if you break them. And the doctor? He doesn't want us to upset her, you know? I sighed. Isn't it bad for her mental health? We all go a little crazy near the end. Uncle Finley thought the government was tapping all his phones in his 90s. Great-Grandma Beasley always talked about some bat following her around. Just best to let sleeping dogs lie, at this point. But the rules are so weird, Mom. Like really freaking weird. And I woke up last night at 2 a.m. to find the attic stairs pulled down. I mean, what was she doing? You know what? Mom said, a bit of anger tinging her voice. She lives by herself in that secluded little house, 365 days a year. The only socialization she gets is her weekly trip to the grocery store, and monthly visits from your dad and me. Anyone would go a little nuts under those circumstances, even you. Lay off her, okay? Fine. So I followed the rules. I was a good girl and didn't open any umbrellas indoors, do any whistling, or break any mirrors. Sometimes I'd wake up to see my door open in the middle of the night, but I just ignored it and left it open. A few times, when I made my way to the bathroom, I whacked my head on the attic stairs that were pulled down. Once or twice I heard the whistling again, but I ignored that, too. Mom was right. So Grandma was a little crazy. We're all a little crazy, aren't we? Maybe time just scratches away all the normalcy we hide under, and we're all bat-poop insane at the end. Things were good as I accepted that reality. Then Sunday happened. I was watching Netflix when I heard a clink, then a shout. I threw my laptop on the bed and ran down the stairs. Grandma, I yelled, fearing the worst. Grandma, are you okay? I found her standing over the kitchen table, sobbing her eyes out. On the table was a salt shaker, tipped over, next to a pile of spilled salt. I didn't mean, I just was cleaning up the plates and she could barely make cohesive sentences through the sobs. SSSH, Grandma, it's okay. I'm going to clean it up, now. I felt awful seeing Grandma like that. She was outright sobbing, her entire body shaking, as if she feared for her life. Over spilled salt. I brought my palm up to the table's edge and brushed the salt into it with my other hand. I was so sad for Grandma, but I was also incredibly unnerved. Seeing someone you love get so upset about something so trivial was disturbing. It's all clean. See? I said, brushing off my hands. The salt rained down into the trash. Nothing to worry about, Grandma. Her sobs quieted, and she looked at me with red eyes. But, he'll know, she said. What? Even though you cleaned it up? He'll still know. Who? She looked at me. The spirit of the house. The spirit of the house? Despite how skeptical I was of ghosts, spirits, and everything paranormal, I felt a shiver go down my spine. Wasn't it legend that ghosts and spirits didn't like salt? That if you surrounded yourself with salt, you'd be protected from them? Propagating a superstition about spilling salt could be a ghost's defense mechanism. If ghosts existed. Which they absolutely, positively did not. That night I barely slept a wink. I stared at my ceiling as the minutes ticked by. 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. It was around 4:15 that I heard something stir. Thump, thump, thump. Soft footsteps from overhead. From the attic. Every muscle in my body froze as I listened to the steps migrate toward Grandma's end of the house. Then creaked the metallic whine of the attic stairs being pulled down. Followed by footsteps. I forced myself out of bed. It took a huge, heaping serving of courage to do so, but I did. When I finally got to the door and pulled it open, the hallway was empty. Maybe the ghost is here, right now, staring at me. And I just don't know it. No, shut up. Ghosts don't exist, you idiot. The back of my neck prickled with the distinct, awful feeling of being watched. But rather than run back into my room, believe me, I wanted to, I ran over to check on Grandma. Her door hung open, as usual. Grandma, are you okay? Her bed was empty. Grandma? Where are you? That's when I heard the soft sounds of sobbing below. I ran down the stairs, nearly slipping, and burst into the kitchen. Grandma stood in the kitchen. In front of her stood the spirit of the house. Not some dark, ethereal specter. Not some white, translucent ghost. A man, of flesh and blood. His brown beard was unkempt and messy, his blue eyes wild. He wore tattered clothes, black boots, and a yellow-toothed grin. You've broken the rules of the house, he whispered, stepping towards her. She flinched and took a step back. Please don't hurt me, she sobbed. I'm the man of the house. I make the rules. Grin growing wider, he raised his hand to smack her across the shoulder. No, I shouted. I charged at him. We collided and fell to the ground. Terror and relief washed over my grandma's face. Call the police, I shouted. Now. He tried to wriggle underneath me. I grabbed the nearest thing, a chair, from the kitchen table and smacked him as hard as I could in the head. The man was a drifter by the name of Harold McCann. According to the police, he'd snuck into my poor grandma's house over a year ago. They found his living space in the attic, complete with a makeshift bed over the rafters, books, and dishes that held my grandma's leftover food. The offerings. He'd slowly taken advantage of Grandma, persuading her over months to follow his rules. He told her he was an angry spirit of the house, and in her sensitive, mentally fragile state, she believed him. He made her swear to tell nobody of his existence. And whenever she broke the rules, he hit her. Hence the bruises. My poor Grandma. For the time being, she's moved in with me. We have a tiny little apartment near my college, and I've been helping her recover. She's doing well. She freaked out a little when I dropped a cosmetic mirror the other day, but overall, she's getting much better. She even whistles inside the apartment, now, and it's the sweetest sound I've ever heard. Everyone thinks my daughter is taller than she is. Parents tend to overestimate their kids. As a teacher, I confront it all the time. Aspen doesn't deserve this grade. She's such a gifted writer. Lily has always been brighter than the other kids. My Jackson would never cheat. Every once in a while, the claims are so detached from reality as to make you wonder if these parents even know their children at all. What do you mean, Jackson wouldn't cheat? He lit a cigarette in the lunchroom last week. I think this style of parenting does kids a disservice. How can you help them move forward if you're not honest about where they're at right now? That's certainly the kind of father I've tried to be to Justine. She's kind, but she has a serious temper. She's bright in many ways, but struggles to memorize things. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying this. But, admittedly, we parents can sometimes go too far. Sometimes our kids are even more impressive than we think. That's why, if the rest of the world is giving you surprising feedback about your child, you almost certainly need to recalibrate, one way or the other. But what do you do when the rest of the world is just flat out wrong? It all started during the Super Bowl. My buddy Tim came over to watch with me, a lifelong bachelor. He's been spending a lot more time with me ever since my wife passed away last year. I don't think he liked her much. But whatever. I could use the company. Justine, who has suffered from a very serious lifelong allergy to sports, spent most of the night upstairs, though she did ask that I call her down when the halftime show was on. When that moment arrived, Tim looked at Justine as if he'd never seen her before. Wow. Talk about a growth spurt. Justine smiled shyly at him. Myself, I smiled incredulously. My daughter was a late bloomer like both of her parents had been, a fact she bemoaned on a regular basis. Though halfway through 8th grade, Justine had not yet cracked 5 feet. What are you talking about? I said with a laugh. Has she grown? What do you mean? Jordan sputtered. She's, like, your height now. I rolled my eyes. At 5'7", I assumed he was making a short joke. Wouldn't have been the first time. Very funny. No, I'm serious, Tim said, squinting his eyes at her. I think she might have you, dude. Go back to back. I looked at Justine in disbelief. She, however, kept her eyes trained on the floor. Tim. Dude. She's like, a foot shorter than me. Are you effing blind? Tim practically shouted it. He pulled me to my feet. Come here, he demanded to Justine, who reluctantly stood against me. I could feel the back of her head pressed in between my shoulder blades. What was Tim on about? Okay, you've still got her, Tim said with a laugh. But barely. It's like, a half an inch, maybe. I looked at my friend in utter confusion. Tim. Not that it matters. But, like, do you know what an inch is? How tall do I look? Justine asked him suddenly. I don't know, like 5'6", 5'7"? Justine flushed at his response. But not with embarrassment. Or delight. A kind of, nervous energy? I was unmoored by both of them at this point. On what yardstick, Tim? She's 4'9". Wait, are you effing with me? But he wasn't. The conversation continued in much the same way, actually getting a bit heated, until I finally got the extendable tape measure from the toolkit. Tim and I measured Justine together. Well, sweetie, good news, I told her. You have been growing. You're officially 4'11" now. By this point, the halftime show was over, and my daughter wandered back upstairs. Justine was sick for most of the week following the Super Bowl. Her math teacher sent her to the nurse's office Monday afternoon because she looked ill. Just as she reached the door, though, she started dry heaving. Right there in the doorway. And then, she fainted. The nurse said she'd managed to stop Justine's head from striking the floor by maybe half an inch. Tim's words from the night before echoed briefly in my mind. It's, like, half an inch, maybe. Justine missed school the next 4 days and spent them in bed with fever and shakes. I came home from work every day with a different kind of soup and bread from the local bakery, which she said made feeling sick worth it. Fun fact about Justine, her favorite food is soup and bread. She is determined to get a tattoo of a bread loaf behind her ear someday. I have not yet been able to dissuade her from this. By Sunday, she was feeling better, so I drove her 2 hours south to visit her grandparents, on her mother's side. We still saw them somewhat frequently, but not nearly as much as we did when my wife was still alive. Oh, goodness. You've been keeping her from us too much. My former mother-in-law said when she hugged me. I know, Mom, I said. She'd insisted that I call her that when I joined the family by marriage, and it had never felt right to stop. It's only been a month or so, though. That can't be, she said, gazing at Justine in awe as she talked to her grandfather across the room. She's grown half a foot since the last time. She must be taller than her mother was by now. I narrowed my eyes at that. Anna was 5'6", Mom. Yes, Justine's about there, she said wistfully. Oh, our little baby. All grown up. I decided to let it go. The night passed without further incident. On the drive home, though, while pondering the strangeness of that conversation, and the one with Tim, I recognized something in a flash. A strange pattern, one that had been slowly emerging over the last few weeks. Justine has always been a social butterfly. But, she won't get a phone until she turns 14, a harsh rule, you might think, but she spends so much time on her school-issued laptop that I can't bear to introduce another screen into her life yet. Anyway, because of this, her friends ring our home phone off the hook. Sometimes to hang out, but often just to talk. Ellie, Cadence, Zoe, Fiona. A seemingly endless parade of gossip from a seemingly endless parade of 13-year-olds. Almost always girls. But not anymore, I thought. For the last few weeks, more and more of those young voices asking if Justine was home had belonged to boys. Somehow, this had escaped my notice until that very moment. My head hadn't been screwed on quite right since Anna's death, I supposed. After a moment's thought, I decided to broach the subject. So, a lot of boys calling the house lately. A master of subtlety, Justine scoffed. Oh, God. Dad. What? I asked defensively. I can't ask about this sort of thing? You can ask, she grumbled. Doesn't mean I'll answer. She'd been that cagey about everything lately. How her day was. what she and her friends did. For months now, she'd been freaking out if I even went near her bedroom. Typical teenage girl stuff, I presumed. I tried to be good-humored about it. I'm just saying, I've noticed. Anyone I should be worried. Justine dry heaved. Okay, I'll drop it, I laughed. Can't fault a father for being. And at that, Justine vomited a harsh gray sludge all over the dashboard. I was so shocked that I slammed on the brakes right in the middle of the road. A car swerved around me, honking. I gaped at my daughter in open-mouthed horror, watching as she slowly turned to me. The whites of her eyes were glowing. Dad, I don't feel good. Justine expelled another round of toxic vomit onto my lap. The smell was not of bile, but rotting meat. I gagged myself as it reached my nostrils. Dad, she moaned, and then she went limp, head slumped down, her body only kept upright by the locked seatbelt strap. A string of gray sludge trailed from her mouth down to her thigh. I don't know how fast I was going as I drove to the nearest emergency room. This came out of her? The doctor asked when he reached our room. He was holding up a vial of the stuff she vomited, perhaps a little farther from his body than seemed normal. I nodded blankly, looking over at my daughter, unconscious in a hospital bed. What is it? I asked. It's mud, mostly, he said. Some chemicals, maybe. Minerals. Smells like sulfur, I think. We won't know for sure until we have it tested. What he said didn't surprise me much. You'd understand if you'd seen the stuff. Justine stayed at the hospital for 2 full days. I called my principal, a great guy, and explained the situation so I could stay with her. I told him everything, except about her eyes, which had shown inhumanly from the passenger seat. But only for moments. I'd probably imagined that. The doctors did some tests and ended up diagnosing her with dangerously low iron. I've got her on a supplement now. That ought to help with the whole vomiting mud thing. Oh, and they confirmed her height for me. She was too weak to stand, so they measured her while she lay. Not quite 5 feet, just like I thought. That doesn't seem right, the nurse said and measured her again. She looked at her tape and made a strange noise, shrugged, then left for her lunch break. She hasn't been back to school since, but I did attend her parent-teacher conference last week. Partially to apologize for her elongated absence, and as an educator myself, at a different school nearby, to take the measure of her teachers. 3 of them mentioned her non-existent growth spurt. I grew fast myself, her math teacher said. The one who had sent her to the office when she looked ill. Felt hungry and weak for months. It just takes their insides a little while to get used to the new body, I suppose. I nodded, trying to look as an understanding of the situation as she sounded. But how could I possibly be? I found a clump of Justine's long hair in the upstairs shower yesterday. Not the normal few strands. A clump. And her fever comes and goes. I don't have the slightest idea what's wrong with her. But I think she does. Last night, I began my sleep fitfully. I charge my phone on the dresser across the room at night. If it's right next to me, I'll turn the alarm off without getting up and fall back asleep. But I'd forgotten to put it on silent mode for the night. It must have woken me up 5 times with buzzing notifications coming in. Did I normally start my days with so many messages waiting for me? I did my best to ignore it. Elle was finally awoken, for good, by the sound of voices upstairs. Justine, I thought in a panic. I grabbed the baseball bat from under my bed. I snatched my phone from the dresser to use as a flashlight and bolted up the stairs. There was an odd glow that seemed to be almost writhing its way from under her closed door. The voices were louder now, chanting. In her room. I reached for the door handle. It was locked. Her door didn't have a lock. Justine, I screamed, pounding on the door with my fist. The voices, in response, seemed to get quieter. But I could still hear them. Rhythmic. Not English. They sounded cruel. I slammed my shoulder against the door. Once. Twice. On the 3rd try, the frame splintered and the door smashed open. There was nobody. Nobody but Justine. Except, that wasn't quite true. Justine was there, standing in front of her body-length mirror. Her back was to me, and she wore a blood-red robe. But her reflection, no. It couldn't be. My daughter was 13 and looked 11. But in the mirror, I saw a woman nearly grown. Taller. Prettier. She looked strikingly like her mother had when she'd been young. And her face looked haughty and proud. I only glimpsed this for a moment. Justine turned to me, and her reflection was as it should have been once again. But this younger version of her, the real version, wore the same terrible expression. She stood amid a circle of candles lit on the floor. We looked at each other for a while. Then she spoke, her voice cold. Go back to bed, Dad. I stood my ground. I had no idea what to do. There was nothing to do, perhaps. But I couldn't leave her. Eventually, I took a tentative step toward her. Justine, I began. She stamped her foot, something I hadn't seen her do for years. Not since she was a true child. She screeched at me in anger, and her voice hardly sounded human. I said, go to bed. The candles around her feet all went out at once. And as she screamed her command, something, some power, lifted me from my feet. I was hurled from the room so violently that my head struck the wall across the hallway. The door slammed shut, and from behind it, I could hear my daughter begin to weep softly. I sat slumped against the opposite wall for several minutes, half conscious. Eventually, I started to regain my senses. I rubbed my head, dazed. What the duck just happened? I couldn't see anything. My phone's light had turned off. As I went to turn it back on, I noticed all the notifications I'd missed that night. There were calls. 8 of them. From my principal. There was also a text. I opened it. The principal, my boss, you understand, had typed in all caps, call me ASAP. IT's about Justine. So I did. He picked up on the first ring. Hank? Sorry to scare you, buddy. I had no clue what to say. Listen, I had a meeting with all the other administrators in the district earlier tonight, and I think I might have some information about what's happening with your daughter. Why has she been sick? It's not good, Hank. Are you sitting down? I looked around the hallway and chuckled darkly. I suppose I am, I said. 4 other admin were talking, sort of hushed. I overheard. Students of theirs, girls, passing out at school. Terrible fevers. One threw up in the nurse's office and it was like nothing they'd ever seen. They haven't been able to get the smell out since. Jesus, I muttered. Is it a virus? Some sort of. Hank, it's worse than that. Yesterday they found a bunch of weird poop in one of these girls' bedrooms. Weird poop? Satanic, Hank. Like, occult poop. For I don't know. Rituals. The principal made a call to another parent. They searched one of the other girls' rooms. She'd been acting funny lately. Other people treat her funny. They found the same poop. Sounds like other parents have been notified. Nobody's sure what's going on yet. The girls won't talk. I couldn't talk. For a moment, there was nothing but the faint sound of my daughter, still weeping in her room. Hank, I didn't tell Em about your kid if that's what you're worried about. I figured I'd leave that up to you. I mean, who even knows if it's the same thing? But they're thinking these girls might have been talking in secret online. I don't know. Conspiring. My throat was dry. What have they done? The parents? It's out of their hands, Hank. There's a full-blown investigation underway. Some of these girls have been sick. From what I gathered, though, a couple of them have already been committed. Committed? To the hospital? No, that's admitted. Committed to a psych ward, Hank. Why? Do you think, could your Justine be? His voice trailed off. I was silent, but he took my silence as an answer. Finally, he spoke. I'll make sure your classes get covered, Hank. Good luck. Then the line clicked. Justine was taken this morning. I spent a long time answering questions from social agencies. A long time. Finally, they left. Now, the house is so quiet I want to scream. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what to do. I just want my little girl back. Though, I suppose, I'm not sure how little she is anymore. Everyone thinks my daughter is taller than she is. Parents tend to overestimate their kids. As a teacher, I confront it all the time. Aspen doesn't deserve this grade. She's such a gifted writer. Lily has always been brighter than the other kids. My Jackson would never cheat. Every once in a while, the claims are so detached from reality as to make you wonder if these parents even know their children at all. What do you mean, Jackson wouldn't cheat? He lit a cigarette in the lunchroom last week. I think this style of parenting does kids a disservice. How can you help them move forward if you're not honest about where they're at right now? That's certainly the kind of father I've tried to be to Justine. She's kind, but she has a serious temper. She's bright in many ways, but struggles to memorize things. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying this. But, admittedly, we parents can sometimes go too far. Sometimes our kids are even more impressive than we think. That's why, if the rest of the world is giving you surprising feedback about your child, you almost certainly need to recalibrate, one way or the other. But what do you do when the rest of the world is just flat out wrong? It all started during the Super Bowl. My buddy Tim came over to watch with me, a lifelong bachelor. He's been spending a lot more time with me ever since my wife passed away last year. I don't think he liked her much. But whatever. I could use the company. Justine, who has suffered from a very serious lifelong allergy to sports, spent most of the night upstairs, though she did ask that I call her down when the halftime show was on. When that moment arrived, Tim looked at Justine as if he'd never seen her before. Wow. Talk about a growth spurt. Justine smiled shyly at him. Myself, I smiled incredulously. My daughter was a late bloomer like both of her parents had been, a fact she bemoaned on a regular basis. Though halfway through 8th grade, Justine had not yet cracked 5 feet. What are you talking about? I said with a laugh. Has she grown? What do you mean? Jordan sputtered. She's, like, your height now. I rolled my eyes. At 5'7", I assumed he was making a short joke. Wouldn't have been the first time. Very funny. No, I'm serious, Tim said, squinting his eyes at her. I think she might have you, dude. Go back to back. I looked at Justine in disbelief. She, however, kept her eyes trained on the floor. Tim. Dude. She's like, a foot shorter than me. Are you effing blind? Tim practically shouted it. He pulled me to my feet. Come here, he demanded to Justine, who reluctantly stood against me. I could feel the back of her head pressed in between my shoulder blades. What was Tim on about? Okay, you've still got her, Tim said with a laugh. But barely. It's like, a half an inch, maybe. I looked at my friend in utter confusion. Tim. Not that it matters. But, like, do you know what an inch is? How tall do I look? Justine asked him suddenly. I don't know, like 5'6", 5'7"? Justine flushed at his response. But not with embarrassment. Or delight. A kind of, nervous energy? I was unmoored by both of them at this point. On what yardstick, Tim? She's 4'9". Wait, are you effing with me? But he wasn't. The conversation continued in much the same way, actually getting a bit heated, until I finally got the extendable tape measure from the toolkit. Tim and I measured Justine together. Well, sweetie, good news, I told her. You have been growing. You're officially 4'11" now. By this point, the halftime show was over, and my daughter wandered back upstairs. Justine was sick for most of the week following the Super Bowl. Her math teacher sent her to the nurse's office Monday afternoon because she looked ill. Just as she reached the door, though, she started dry heaving. Right there in the doorway. And then, she fainted. The nurse said she'd managed to stop Justine's head from striking the floor by maybe half an inch. Tim's words from the night before echoed briefly in my mind. It's, like, half an inch, maybe. Justine missed school the next 4 days and spent them in bed with fever and shakes. I came home from work every day with a different kind of soup and bread from the local bakery, which she said made feeling sick worth it. Fun fact about Justine, her favorite food is soup and bread. She is determined to get a tattoo of a bread loaf behind her ear someday. I have not yet been able to dissuade her from this. By Sunday, she was feeling better, so I drove her 2 hours south to visit her grandparents, on her mother's side. We still saw them somewhat frequently, but not nearly as much as we did when my wife was still alive. Oh, goodness. You've been keeping her from us too much. My former mother-in-law said when she hugged me. I know, Mom, I said. She'd insisted that I call her that when I joined the family by marriage, and it had never felt right to stop. It's only been a month or so, though. That can't be, she said, gazing at Justine in awe as she talked to her grandfather across the room. She's grown half a foot since the last time. She must be taller than her mother was by now. I narrowed my eyes at that. Anna was 5'6", Mom. Yes, Justine's about there, she said wistfully. Oh, our little baby. All grown up. I decided to let it go. The night passed without further incident. On the drive home, though, while pondering the strangeness of that conversation, and the one with Tim, I recognized something in a flash. A strange pattern, one that had been slowly emerging over the last few weeks. Justine has always been a social butterfly. But, she won't get a phone until she turns 14, a harsh rule, you might think, but she spends so much time on her school-issued laptop that I can't bear to introduce another screen into her life yet. Anyway, because of this, her friends ring our home phone off the hook. Sometimes to hang out, but often just to talk. Ellie, Cadence, Zoe, Fiona. A seemingly endless parade of gossip from a seemingly endless parade of 13-year-olds. Almost always girls. But not anymore, I thought. For the last few weeks, more and more of those young voices asking if Justine was home had belonged to boys. Somehow, this had escaped my notice until that very moment. My head hadn't been screwed on quite right since Anna's death, I supposed. After a moment's thought, I decided to broach the subject. So, a lot of boys calling the house lately. A master of subtlety, Justine scoffed. Oh, God. Dad. What? I asked defensively. I can't ask about this sort of thing? You can ask, she grumbled. Doesn't mean I'll answer. She'd been that cagey about everything lately. How her day was. What she and her friends did. For months now, she'd been freaking out if I even went near her bedroom. Typical teenage girl stuff, I presumed. I tried to be good-humored about it. I'm just saying, I've noticed. Anyone I should be worried. Justine dry heaved. Okay, I'll drop it, I laughed. Can't fault a father for being. And at that, Justine vomited a harsh gray sludge all over the dashboard. I was so shocked that I slammed on the brakes right in the middle of the road. A car swerved around me, honking. I gaped at my daughter in open-mouthed horror, watching as she slowly turned to me. The whites of her eyes were glowing. Dad, I don't feel good. Justine expelled another round of toxic vomit onto my lap. The smell was not of bile, but rotting meat. I gagged myself as it reached my nostrils. Dad, she moaned, and then she went limp, head slumped down, her body only kept upright by the locked seatbelt strap. A string of gray sludge trailed from her mouth down to her thigh. I don't know how fast I was going as I drove to the nearest emergency room. This came out of her? The doctor asked when he reached our room. He was holding up a vial of the stuff she vomited, perhaps a little farther from his body than seemed normal. I nodded blankly, looking over at my daughter, unconscious in a hospital bed. What is it? I asked. It's mud, mostly, he said. Some chemicals, maybe. Minerals. Smells like sulfur, I think. We won't know for sure until we have it tested. What he said didn't surprise me much. You'd understand if you'd seen the stuff. Justine stayed at the hospital for 2 full days. I called my principal, a great guy, and explained the situation so I could stay with her. I told him everything, except about her eyes, which had shown inhumanly from the passenger seat. But only for moments. I'd probably imagined that. The doctors did some tests and ended up diagnosing her with dangerously low iron. I've got her on a supplement now. That ought to help with the whole vomiting mud thing. Oh, and they confirmed her height for me. She was too weak to stand, so they measured her while she lay. Not quite 5 feet, just like I thought. That doesn't seem right, the nurse said and measured her again. She looked at her tape and made a strange noise, shrugged, then left for her lunch break. She hasn't been back to school since, but I did attend her parent-teacher conference last week. Partially to apologize for her elongated absence, and as an educator myself, at a different school nearby, to take the measure of her teachers. 3 of them mentioned her non-existent growth spurt. I grew fast myself, her math teacher said. The one who had sent her to the office when she looked ill. Felt hungry and weak for months. It just takes their insides a little while to get used to the new body, I suppose. I nodded, trying to look as an understanding of the situation as she sounded. But how could I possibly be? I found a clump of Justine's long hair in the upstairs shower yesterday. Not the normal few strands. A clump. And her fever comes and goes. I don't have the slightest idea what's wrong with her. But I think she does. Last night, I began my sleep fitfully. I charge my phone on the dresser across the room at night. If it's right next to me, I'll turn the alarm off without getting up and fall back asleep. But I'd forgotten to put it on silent mode for the night. It must have woken me up 5 times with buzzing notifications coming in. Did I normally start my days with so many messages waiting for me? I did my best to ignore it. Al was finally awoken, for good, by the sound of voices upstairs. Justine, I thought in a panic. I grabbed the baseball bat from under my bed. I snatched my phone from the dresser to use as a flashlight and bolted up the stairs. There was an odd glow that seemed to be almost writhing its way from under her closed door. The voices were louder now. Chanting. In her room. I reached for the door handle. It was locked. Her door didn't have a lock. Justine. I screamed, pounding on the door with my fist. The voices, in response, seemed to get quieter. But I could still hear them. Rhythmic. Not English. They sounded cruel. I slammed my shoulder against the door. Once. Twice. On the 3rd try, the frame splintered and the door smashed open. There was nobody. Nobody but Justine. Except, that wasn't quite true. Justine was there, standing in front of her body-length mirror. Her back was to me, and she wore a blood-red robe. But her reflection, no. It couldn't be. My daughter was 13 and looked 11. But in the mirror, I saw a woman nearly grown. Taller. Prettier. She looked strikingly like her mother had when she'd been young. And her face looked haughty and proud. I only glimpsed this for a moment. Justine turned to me, and her reflection was as it should have been once again. But this younger version of her, the real version, wore the same terrible expression. She stood amid a circle of candles lit on the floor. We looked at each other for a while. Then she spoke, her voice cold. Go back to bed, Dad. I stood my ground. I had no idea what to do. There was nothing to do, perhaps. But I couldn't leave her. Eventually, I took a tentative step toward her. Justine, I began. She stamped her foot, something I hadn't seen her do for years. Not since she was a true child. She screeched at me in anger, and her voice hardly sounded human. I said, go to bed. The candles around her feet all went out at once. And as she screamed her command, something, some power, lifted me from my feet. I was hurled from the room so violently that my head struck the wall across the hallway. The door slammed shut, and from behind it, I could hear my daughter begin to weep softly. I sat slumped against the opposite wall for several minutes, half conscious. Eventually, I started to regain my senses. I rubbed my head, dazed. What the duck just happened? I couldn't see anything. My phone's light had turned off. As I went to turn it back on, I noticed all the notifications I'd missed that night. There were calls. 8 of them. From my principal. There was also a text. I opened it. The principal, my boss, you understand, had typed in all caps, call me ASAP. IT's about Justine. So I did. He picked up on the first ring. Hank? Sorry to scare you, buddy. I had no clue what to say. Listen, I had a meeting with all the other administrators in the district earlier tonight, and I think I might have some information about what's happening with your daughter. Why has she been sick? It's not good, Hank. Are you sitting down? I looked around the hallway and chuckled darkly. I suppose I am, I said. 4 other admin were talking, sort of hushed. I overheard. Students of theirs, girls, passing out at school. Terrible fevers. One threw up in the nurse's office and it was like nothing they'd ever seen. They haven't been able to get the smell out since. Jesus, I muttered. Is it a virus? Some sort of. Hank, it's worse than that. Yesterday they found a bunch of weird poop in one of these girls' bedrooms. Weird poop? Satanic, Hank. Like, occult poop. For I don't know. Rituals. The principal made a call to another parent. They searched one of the other girls' rooms. She'd been acting funny lately. Other people treat her funny. They found the same poop. Sounds like other parents have been notified. Nobody's sure what's going on yet. The girls won't talk. I couldn't talk. For a moment, there was nothing but the faint sound of my daughter, still weeping in her room. Hank, I didn't tell Em about your kid if that's what you're worried about. I figured I'd leave that up to you. I mean, who even knows if it's the same thing? But they're thinking these girls might have been talking in secret online. I don't know. Conspiring. My throat was dry. What have they done? The parents? It's out of their hands, Hank. There's a full-blown investigation underway. Some of these girls have been sick. From what I gathered, though, a couple of them have already been committed. Committed? To the hospital? No, that's admitted. Committed to a psych ward, Hank. Why? Do you think, could your Justine be? His voice trailed off. I was silent, but he took my silence as an answer. Finally, he spoke. I'll make sure your classes get covered, Hank. Good luck. Then the line clicked. Justine was taken this morning. I spent a long time answering questions from social agencies. A long time. Finally, they left. Now, the house is so quiet I want to scream. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what to do. I just want my little girl back. Though, I suppose, I'm not sure how little she is anymore. We're not supposed to watch the local broadcast channel. We ran into Nathan's room. Ben dragged a chair over, wedging it underneath the doorknob. Then we both stood there, paralyzed, staring at the door as if we expected the newscaster to crawl out of the TV and break in any second. I could still hear his voice, loud and clear, drifting up to us. Today, Susan Thompson asked her husband Bill for the 54th time to fix the stove. Later that night, she used the search term, "Can police trace cyanide?" Margaret Lou took a pregnancy test today. It's positive. How is she going to tell her boyfriend? It's not his? In other news, a beautiful Labrador puppy was adopted by Liana Dobbs. Hopefully she can afford to feed it with her crippling $17,346 in credit card debt. We need to get out of here, Ben whispered. They probably got bugs in every room. Every house in this damn neighborhood. Oh. Suddenly, I felt relief at this real-world explanation. You think our house is bugged? Yeah. How else would that guy be able to hear and see us? I guess that's the only way. Ben bent over Nathan. Hey, buddy. We're going for a drive, okay? He hoisted Nathan up, and the three of us started towards the door. Then I stopped. It's quiet, I whispered. Good. So the TV finally went off. But we didn't turn it off. We tried to, earlier. Maybe it just turned off now, he sighed. Come on, this kid is heavy. Open the door. Reluctantly, I dragged the chair away. My hand fell on the doorknob and then I pulled it open. I poked my head out. The hallway was empty. I stepped into the darkness and we crept forward. Eerie blue light flickered across the stairs. The TV's still on, I whispered. Okay. So maybe the volume went off or something. Ben's voice grew hurried, more nervous. Come on, let's just get out, okay? The car keys are next to the door. Dread filled me. Don't go downstairs. That's what every gut instinct was telling me. I couldn't face those horrible, hollow blue eyes and that knowing smile. But then Ben started forward, and I couldn't let him and Nathan go first. I darted in front of them. As I descended, the scene came into view. The TV was on. The newscaster sat at his desk, silently. I would have thought it were a photo if not for his index finger, slowly tapping on the wood. And then he started speaking again. As if he'd been waiting for us to return. What else can we say about the Hernandez family? He asked, slowly, canting his head. Oh, yes. They have a little boy who loves Minecraft and Paw Patrol. Nathan William Hernandez. A happy accident, for a couple that vowed to remain childless. He paused, and I swear, it looked like his eyes were directly on Ben's. Or was it? I looked up at Ben. Go, he said, grabbing my hand. We hurried down the front porch steps, Nathan bouncing on his father's back. They dove into the back as I got into the driver's seat. The engine revved underneath us. As I pulled out of the driveway, I glanced up at the house. The eerie, blue light of the TV flickered through the blinds. Where are we going? I asked, finally breaking the silence. Hotel. There's one on Main Street. We'll be safe there. I tore down the street, my fingers sweaty against the wheel. I rolled through the stop sign at the end, turned left, and then screeched to a stop. There was a figure standing in the road. Melinda. Stop the car, she yelled, waving her arms. Ben rolled down his window. I know what you did, she whispered. You watched the channel, didn't you? I saw the TV on when I drove by your house. I was just about to come over there. We're going to a hotel, he said, glancing at me. No. You won't be safe at a hotel. They have TVs all over the place. Cables hooked up everywhere. She shook her head, dark hair falling around her face. Come on inside. You'll be safe with me. Ben looked at me. I hesitated, then nodded. We pulled into her driveway. As soon as we came to a stop, she ran over to the doors. Hurry, get inside, she said, waving us on. Then she shut the door behind us. Only then did I notice how many locks she had on her door. 2 deadbolts, a padlock, a chain. She locked each one in quick succession, the metal clinking loudly. Mommy? Nathan asked, finally fully awake. Why are we not at home? SSSH, baby, it's okay, I said, stooping to his level. I squeezed his hands. Mommy and Daddy made a mistake. We can't go home for a little while. He can sleep in my daughter's room, Melinda offered. She's away at college. But Nathan was already running towards her cat, a small orange tabby, sitting in the corner of the kitchen. Lowering my voice, I turned to her. Why didn't you tell us? I asked you what was on the channel. I would have. Donna's supposed to debrief all the newcomers. But she didn't, did she? I shook my head. Damn it, she said, under her breath. Then she turned back to me. I'm so sorry. I should have realized you didn't know. But some people choose to make light of the whole thing, you know? Because it's too horrible to face, otherwise. Do you know who bugged our house? Was it the newscaster? Ben asked. Melinda looked at him, confused. It's not bugs. At least, I've never found any in my house. Believe me, I've looked. I don't know how he gets his information. I don't know how he knows. What he knows. Ben looked at me, eyebrows furrowed, lips pressed into a line. But it can't be an informant or anything. He knows things in real time. Like minutes after they happened. Melinda's eyes met mine. I know. The silence pressed in on us. My head was swirling with questions. Happy accident? Or was it? His voice echoed in my head, over and over. And that horrible face was burned into my mind like an afterimage. I saw it every time I closed my eyes. Those blue eyes. Wait, where's Nathan? Ben asked. I jolted from my thoughts. I glanced around the kitchen and a horrible, sinking feeling formed in my stomach. The cat and Nathan were gone. Nathan? Nathan, where did you go? I called. And then I saw it. The flickering blue light spilled out of the living room. Nathan? I screamed. I ran towards it, my heart beginning to pound. Nathan, don't turn on the TV. Don't you dare. I stumbled into the room. The TV was on. But the newscaster was gone, only his empty chair, the wooden desk, and the blinding blue background filled the screen. Nathan? No. The room was empty. And the back door was hanging wide open. How I lost my arm. It took a few days to convince the hospital to let me out. They thought I was mentally unstable. In fairness to them, they were perhaps right. I had lost my poop when the events of the last post transpired. The occasional brush on my non-existent hand I could take, even the tapping could have been chalked up to a weird nerve phenomenon, but there was no alternative explanation to be found for what those hands traced on my own. Either I was crazy and I didn't feel crazy, though I doubt many crazy people do, or there was some conscious being, a being with human hands, who had not only pulled me by my phantom limb to safety but had then, using that same limb, sent me a polite message. I spent the next couple weeks in a haze, living a very indeliberate life, just rolling through the days and doing my best to ignore the unanswered questions and the vague suspicions and, of course, the occasional and mysterious brushes against my hand. But when the drumbeat started again, waking me up in the middle of the night, and the tapping resumed, I could no longer ignore anything. I was nothing short of terrified. Helplessly, I sat and trembled as fingers traced once more on the back of my hand. Whatever it was delivering me another message, a much longer one this time. I closed my eyes in focus. A set of directions. To do what? What the duck? I gasped when the tracing of the message was complete. I couldn't do what I'd just been told. I ran the risk of serious injury or even death, to say nothing of having to explain it to the doctors. But then my mind traveled back to the events of the previous month. This thing, whatever it was, had saved my life. There was no question about it, no ambiguities to the situation. I owed my every breath to whatever had yanked me out of the path of that car. And then, of course, there was its first message. You are welcome. Creepy as hell, yes, but also, friendly? I couldn't know for sure, but nothing had so far happened to indicate this being did not have my best interests at heart. Still, the instructions I'd been given, I failed to see how they could be of any help to me. Why would I need to reopen my wound? Perhaps my stump was becoming infected, and I needed to relieve the pressure or I'd die? But that still didn't explain why I was ordered to save my blood. I sat up in bed for a moment, drenched in sweat and surrounded by darkness, deliberating over what I should do. I took too long. The hands grabbed my wrist again, harder this time. 3 letters were traced on my hand in broad, sweeping, almost angry strokes. Now. Then a single line, and underneath it a lone and forceful tap. An exclamation point. That final message worked. Whatever the situation was, I felt it to be sufficiently urgent. I scrambled out of bed and made my way toward the kitchen, where I grabbed a medium-sized Tupperware container and placed it on the counter. Using the smallest pair of scissors I had, I sliced easily through the stitching on my arm. As I pulled the thread from its holes, a few drops of blood dripped out, but the wound was mostly scarred over. I knew what had to be done next. I took a deep breath and, with a sharp kitchen knife, began to carve along the healing surgical seam. It felt unpleasant, to say the least, but I made no sound. I held my stump over the Tupperware, letting the blood dribble into the plastic for a while. Once the container was nearly full, though, I realized I had no way of stopping the blood flow, which was quickly getting out of control. In panic, I slammed the lid onto the container and watched helplessly as blood, perhaps a bit darker than usual, spilled onto my counter, the floor, and everywhere I went. Finally, I grabbed a bath towel and managed to wrap it firmly around my stump, tying it off at the end. Suddenly, it became clear why my instructions included seeing a doctor. Carrying the Tupperware full of blood in my only hand and wearing my keys around my neck, I hurried to my car, ignoring the bitter nighttime air despite having no jacket, and drove to the hospital in a state of half delirium. When I reached the front desk of the emergency room, I held the Tupperware casually near my waist. The rest of me was such a spectacle, and the ER so crowded and bustling, that nobody even noticed it. I checked in, a bit pale from loss of blood, and the urgency of the situation was not lost on the receptionist. She directed that I go straight to the office of the doctor in charge of my case. I walked through the halls of the hospital quickly and with purpose, but as I made to turn right down the corridor to my doctor's office, I felt another painful tug on my arm, not hard enough to rip my arm out of its socket again, thank God, but hard enough to get me to turn down another hall. And another. And another. I had no idea where in the hospital I was nor why I was supposed to be there. The tugs finally led me into an empty hallway. They turned me toward a door and then stopped. This was it. I didn't know what I was doing here but was nonetheless burdened with a sickly feeling of guilt. I glanced discreetly down both ends of the hallway, checking for hospital personnel. Nobody. Head swimming, exhausted, I reluctantly reached for the doorknob and snuck inside. The room was mostly empty, save for a small surgical table holding several bottles full of blood. I looked at the bottles, then at the Tupperware still clutched in my one hand. A dawning realization swept over me. No, I said aloud. No, I can't. Do it. It was less than 2 weeks later that the doctor called me. I knew it was only a matter of time before I heard something. How are you? He asked me. I'm fine. Everything seems to be, healing as it should. Have you? He paused, concern in his voice yet unsure how he should word this next part. I knew it was coming. Taken out your stitches like a dumb butt? Cut yourself again? Had another episode? Good choice, I thought. Tactful. No, everything's normal, I replied. Good. Listen. I'm calling to let you know something. We've had a few patients recently contract symptoms that are quite similar to what you had on your arm. As you know, all the tests we ran on you were inconclusive, but we're at a loss. We don't want to be chopping limbs off all over the place, you understand? I was silent. Anyway, I'm calling because I hoped you'd do me a favor and come back to the hospital. We'd like to investigate a little further. I found I could barely speak. Investigate? I asked feebly. I imagined sitting in a dimly lit room, with bleak concrete walls surrounding me and the detective sitting across the table. He'd wave a security tape in my face, maybe ask me where I was at roughly 3 o'clock in the morning last Wednesday, a poop-eating grin on his face. Yes, run some blood tests, brain scans, anything to help us understand what happened to you physically and how you've essentially been able to make a full recovery. It's a long shot, but, frankly, we're desperate. We've never seen anything like this, so we're dealing with uncharted waters here. I agreed to come in the next day. That night, the drumbeat sounded once more. The tracing on my hand began. I was implored to do it again. I was racked with guilt over poisoning the hospital's blood, over afflicting innocent people with this terrible malady, yet my thoughts at this moment were not with them. No, they were with the people in my vision, the miserable wretches, scabbed and scarred and covered in the vilest substance imaginable, because I felt that even though my arm was gone, I was still somehow and in some way a part of them. The feeling made my blood run cold. So I spoke aloud, perhaps to my own psychotic mind, but also perhaps to an actual being, invisible and undetectable yet completely and undeniably real. You know what? I'm not going to do it. I'm not. I'm done. I closed my eyes and listened carefully for what, I'm not sure. For anything. Some angry reprisal. Maybe even some malicious torturing of my phantom limb. But there was nothing. Only silence. Somehow, that felt like the worst response of all. I found an old childhood photo. There's something wrong with it. He's got her. Oh, God, he's got her. I sunk to my knees. The world reeled around me. If he had alived my dad, I couldn't bear to think of the horrible things he would do to my Ali. Tears stung my eyes. I have no idea where they went. No way to find out. No way. The Legend of Zelda tune filled the room. Slowly, with shaking hands, I picked up the phone. Unknown number. Hello? Hello, Adam. My voice. The same tone and timbre. And yet, the restrained glee I heard, and it was completely different. Alaric, I know everything. Please, don't hurt Ali. I'll think about it, he replied, casually. Please, don't. I think we should meet. Brother to brother. What do you say? At the old arcade, where we used to play together. I only remembered playing at that arcade alone. Only if you let Ali go, I said, my voice shaking. I'll think about it, brother. The way he said brother sent chills down my spine. Please, don't do anything to her. A pause. If you're willing to come here alone, no police, no mom. Then, maybe, I'll give you Ali. Relief flooded me. I pocketed the phone and looked up at Mom. She was frozen by the window. What did he say? She whispered. He wants me to meet him. Her eyes widened. No, you can't. She grabbed my arm and clung to me, pulling me back as I tried to step out of the room. He'll unalive you. And he'll somehow get away with it. And he's got Ali, Mom. I don't have a choice. I ran down the stairs, then ducked into the basement. I opened our small gun safe and pulled out a revolver. Then I said goodbye to my mother. We hugged in silence on the driveway, too afraid to speak the words. Then, with one last wave, I peeled out of the neighborhood. The arcade had been abandoned for at least a decade. Weeds popped up in the cracks of the parking lot, slowly crawling towards the building. Chunks of brick crumbled off the exterior and the windows were broken, shards of glass rising like pointed teeth. A tilted, stained sign still read Neon Arcade. Chain-link fencing surrounded the condemned building, but the gate hung open. I pocketed the revolver. Then I walked towards the building, slipping through the gate. A raven cawed and took flight. I entered the building. The inside was dark. The only light came from a large hole into the ceiling over an old Pac-Man machine. I slipped my hand in my pocket, fingers wrapping around the gun. I'm here, I called out, my voice echoing in the dust. Now give me Ali. A strangled whimper from somewhere behind me. I whipped out the gun and reeled around, but there was only darkness. Only rows of dusty old video games that would never see another player. Only a claw machine filled with moth-eaten animals faded beyond recognition. Alaric, I shouted. A rustle. And then Ali burst out in front of me. She stumbled into the aisle, her hands tied behind her back, a gag over her mouth. I ran to her, untying her wrists as she cried behind the gag. As soon as they were free, I pressed my keys into her hands. Run. Take my car. Get as far away as you can. And she ripped the gag off. He's behind you, Adam. I wheeled around. I was looking at myself. Yet it wasn't me. The man standing in the darkness of the arcade was the same height as me, with the same skinny build. But the way he stood so still, staring at me with gleaming eyes. That wasn't me. I'm not sure it was even human. Go, I whispered to Ali. I can't. Go. She gave me one last, pleading look before running out of the arcade. I turned around to face Alaric. The aisle was empty. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the revolver. I held it in front of me, aiming, my hand shaking. Looking for me, brother? He was standing right behind me. I was staring into my own blue eyes. Although, this close, with his face inches from mine, I could see slight differences. Just like in the photographs. His eyes were a hair too far apart. His cheeks were slightly thinner. He was missing the scar on my chin that I'd gotten falling off a bike in 5th grade. And then he grabbed me. Pain shot through my body as he shoved me to the ground. The gun slipped out of my hands, skittered across the floor. His lips, my lips twisted into a horrible smile. Before I could move, he was crouching down on the stained carpet, reaching for the gun. No. Ali's voice. No, Ali. I lunged forward and grabbed the gun. Ali, get out of here. I screamed as I stumbled up. I whirled around, but I couldn't see either of them. Rapid footsteps sounded in the next aisle, but I had no idea who they belonged to. And then, silence. Ali? I whispered, my voice shaking. Silence. Alaric? Thump. Motion caught my eye. But what I saw in my peripheral vision was not Ali or Alaric. It was tall. Incredibly tall. Its fur, or skin, was pitch black, the color of the sky on a moonless night. Its arms hung at its sides, so long they nearly dragged on the floor. And its face. Its face was a scrambled mess of human features. Several eyes, all different colors, blinking rapidly. 2 mouths, oriented vertically, opening like gills on the side of its face. Then my eyes focused on it and the creature instantly condensed into my form. I took a deep breath, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Snap. Alaric stumbled. And then he collapsed. I ran over to him, panting, the revolver shaking in my hands. A stain grew on his chest, but it was a deep, colorless black. Not red. He looked up at me, with my blue eyes, and his mouth twisted into a smile. Brother. That was the only word he managed to get out before his eyes glazed over. It's been almost 6 years since that day at the arcade. Ali was waiting for me outside, unharmed. Despite the loud gunshot, the police never showed up at my door. But I did see a little article a few weeks later, tucked away on a local news website. Some urban explorers broke into the arcade and found tufts of fur and bones that weren't easily recognizable. Being reasonable people, they turned the stuff over to the local cryptid society instead of, a lab or something. Now there's a resurgence of Bigfoot sightings in our town. But life for us has been pretty amazing. Ali and I sold our house and moved a few towns over, to a rural little cottage nestled in the woods. And then we found out we were pregnant. Now we have an incredible 4-year-old named Ava and 2 tabby cats, Anna and Elsa. You can guess who named the cats. Sometimes I think back to that day. What would have happened if Alaric unalived me? Our wonderful little Ava never would have been born. Ali would have been a widow. Or even worse, maybe Ali wouldn't have been. Maybe Alaric, or whatever that thing was, would have come back home and pretended to be me. Just the thought sends shivers up my spine. I'm going to bed, Ali says, leaning over to kiss me. Are you sure you can't come up? Nah, I have to finish this. It's due on Monday and I'm not going to get any work done tomorrow, with my mom visiting and all. She grins at me. Your mom is such a good grandma. Ha. She spoils Ava a little if you ask me. Ali laughs and heads up the stairs. I listen to her footsteps fade, then transform into the sound of creaking boards above me. I sigh and turn back to my computer. It's nearly midnight when I hear it. Thunk, thunk, thunk. 3 knocks at the front door. Soft and polite. I frown, slowly getting up from my chair. Did Mom decide to come tonight, instead of tomorrow morning? She'd surprised us a few times like that before, but never so late at night. I walk over to the door and peer through the peephole. My blood runs cold. It's a little girl, standing on our porch. Hands tucked into her pockets, humming to herself. Smiling as she stares at the door. Dark hair, pale skin. And about 4 years old, just like Ava. There's a dead man in room 7. Jennifer discovered the body while she was cleaning the rooms earlier today. She had been gone for maybe half an hour before we heard the scream. Xander and I looked up and made eye contact as the high-pitched scream pierced through the motel. In a split second, we were running towards the scream and we walked out of the office to find Jennifer standing in the doorway of room 7, with her hand over her mouth, slightly bent over. She wasn't screaming anymore, but she appeared to be hyperventilating and crying as she whispered something to herself. What's wrong? I asked, approaching her as Xander pushed past us and into the room. Jennifer looked up at me, wide-eyed and pale. I slowly led her out of the room and sat her down on a nearby bench. I knelt in front of her and tried to lead her through some deep breaths. Inside the room, I could hear Xander speaking. As he came back out of the room, he hung up and put his cell phone back in his pocket. He too looked shocked, wide-eyed, and pale. He was walking in an almost robotic way and sat down on the bench next to Jennifer, dropping his head into his hands, and he bent over, breathing deeply. What happened? I asked him. The guy in there is dead, he replied. What? How? I don't know, he's dead. It's so effing creepy. He's propped up against the side of the toilet, looking out into the room. Duck, man, that poop was unsettling, Xander said without looking up. It was so effing weird, Jennifer whispered. I stood up slowly and walked towards the room to close the door until help arrived. We didn't need all the other guests walking by and seeing a dead body looking back at them. I kept my eyes down as I reached into the room to close the door. I didn't want to look, but for some reason, I couldn't stop myself. It was as if I had no control over my eyes, and the next thing I knew, I was staring directly into the eyes of a dead man. He was as Xander described, propped up against the toilet, staring out into the room with a blank expression. He was wearing a suit but no shoes and the bottoms of his feet were extremely cracked and dry. But the most unsettling thing was his face. It seemed like he knew I was there. He was staring right at me, looking into my eyes. I felt an overwhelming feeling of anxiety. It was like I was at the peak of a panic attack. I could feel my forehead and chest break into a cold sweat along with my palms. My hand slipped off the doorknob and I felt myself begin to shake. My breathing began to get louder and I could hear my speeding heartbeat in my ears. I felt like the entire room was spinning, and the entire time, I could not break eye contact with the dead man. Ma'am? Are you all right? I could hear a voice, but it sounded far away as my eyes were still locked into the corpse. For a split second, I thought I saw the corpse move. It was a simple movement of the foot, a slight twitch. What's her name? Marissa. The voices around me sounded distorted and echoed around me. I began to get lightheaded and felt like I was seconds away from passing out. Marissa. I flinched as someone touched me and I could see the face of a woman that I didn't recognize standing in front of me. I looked around, confused, and realized that I was no longer in the room. I was now outside, standing among a few paramedics and cops. I didn't even remember them arriving. Are you okay? The woman asked. I nodded. Okay, you should sit down. She led me to the bench and Jennifer, who seemed better now, stood up to make room for me. Xander seemed better as well, and he sat up straight as he drank water. One of the cops called Jennifer over, presumably to ask her questions, and she stepped into the office with them. "Did you feel it?" Xander asked, slightly above a whisper. "Yeah," I replied. "I thought I was going to die." I nodded but said nothing. After a few minutes, we all retreated into the office as we waited for the paramedics and the cops to do their job. Jennifer, Xander, and I sat around in the office in silence as we waited. I kept thinking back to the dead man and the overwhelming feeling I got by simply looking at him. I had seen dead bodies before, at funerals, and that had never happened to me before. "Who signed him in?" Jennifer asked, breaking the silence. "Huh?" I asked. "The dead guy, who signed him in. When did he get here?" She got up and walked over to the registration desk, shaking the mouse to wake up the monitor. "It wasn't me," Xander replied. "Well, I didn't do it," I said. Jennifer looked at the screen, clicking a couple of things before she turned around to look at us. "Neither did I," she replied. I stood up from my spot on the floor and walked over to the computer. "How long had he been here?" Jennifer shrugged. "When I cleaned yesterday morning, room 7 was empty. So it had to have been sometime after that." "Well, we were all here yesterday, so one of us had to sign him in." "Yeah, except the computer says no one checked into room 7 yesterday. According to our logs, it's been empty for 3 days," Jennifer replied, leaning over and pointing to the screen. She was right. I had signed someone out of room 7 3 days ago, which I did remember. According to our records, no one was supposed to be staying there right now. "So what, he broke in?" I asked. "I don't know." Xander got up and walked past us towards the office door. I heard him open it and stand in the doorway. "Hey guys," he called. We looked up at him. "They're gone," he said, looking back at us before stepping back outside. Jennifer and I went after him as he walked over to room 7 and threw the door open. He froze, staring into the room. "Xander?" I asked, slowly approaching him. "Stop," he said, his voice cracking. I stopped. "He's still in there," he whispered, sounding like he was about to cry. I glanced over at Jennifer and then lifted my hand to shield my eyes as I walked over to Xander and pulled him away from the room. At the same time, Jennifer walked into the room, also shielding her eyes as she reached for the door and slammed it shut, causing the walls to shake. "Why did they leave him here?" Xander asked. He sounded desperate, his voice shaking as the tears had started to fall down his face. "Why is he still here?" he cried. I watched as he grabbed at his head, grabbing his hair in his hands and pulling hard. I moved his hands from his head. "Calm down, okay? I'm sure it's just a mistake." Behind me, Jennifer was on the phone with the cops. "They're sending people again," she replied after a few minutes. We sat next to Xander as he calmed down, and a few minutes later the cops were back. "We got a call about a body?" one of the officers said as he walked towards us. "Yeah, we called earlier, but they left the body here," I replied. The cop looked confused as Jennifer pointed to room 7. He walked over and opened the door as his partner stood off to the side. I watched as he walked into the room. We waited for a few minutes, but the cop still didn't come out. Even his partner seemed confused, and he walked into the room after a few minutes. He stopped in the doorway and stood incredibly still as he looked into the room. "Holy poop," he whispered. "What's wrong?" I asked. He didn't respond. "Hey," Jennifer snapped. The cop jumped and looked over at us. "I'm calling backup. You guys should get inside," he said. We stood up and walked back into the office, this time standing in front of the glass door and looking out at the cop. He paced back and forth in front of the room before he shielded his eyes and disappeared inside the room. He came back out, dragging the first officer behind him as he spoke into the walkie-talkie he carried. We watched as he carried the first cop into their car before running back and closing the door to room 7. He then got into the car as well, starting it and speeding away from the motel parking lot. "What the hell?" Jennifer asked. "Maybe they're coming back with help?" I asked. "Bullpoop," she snapped, taking her cell phone out again to call the cops once more. She walked to the back of the office and Xander and I stayed near the door looking out. "Yes, I've called twice already. Can you just send someone who will do something?" Jennifer snapped. I walked over to her as she put her phone on speaker and set it down on the counter. "All right, I do see that you called twice in the last hour, but we sent officers out to you," the woman on the other end of the line replied. "Yes, and both times they just left without doing anything." "1 second please," the woman said. Jennifer sighed as she was put on hold. I glanced back outside but no one else had arrived. There was a clicking on the other end of the phone which meant the woman was back, but she didn't say anything. "Hello?" Jennifer asked. "Yes, I've talked to my boss and you need to stop calling here." "What? You're the police. You're supposed to help. Who else am I supposed to call?" Jennifer asked. "I don't know. But we can't help you. Please do not call us again." The line went dead as the woman hung up. "What the duck? What do we do now?" I asked. "I have no idea. What are we supposed to do with a dead body?" I shrugged as I looked towards Xander to ask his opinion, but I noticed he was gone, and the office door was wide open. "Xander?" I called. There was no answer. Jennifer and I walked over to the door and stepped outside. "Oh, my God," I yelled as I backed up, crashing into Jennifer. "What the duck?" We both stared out from inside the office. Xander was sitting out on the sidewalk underneath the porch roof, propped up against one of the columns, staring at us. "Is he dead?" Jennifer whispered. I nodded. There didn't appear to be anything wrong with Xander, no visible wounds or bleeding at least, but he was most definitely dead. "Look at his hands," Jennifer said, her voice shaking. I tore my eyes away from his face and looked down to see that his hands looked like the dead guy's feet, extremely dry and cracked. "It feels like he's looking at me," Jennifer said. I looked back up at his face. The same feeling that I had gotten from the body in room 7 came back again. "We have to go," I said to Jennifer, not moving. She grabbed my arm, wrapping her shaky, sweaty palm around it. Slowly, we made our way to my car where I struggled to press the button to unlock it because my hands were shaking and sweating so badly. "Hurry up, Marty," Jennifer cried. "I'm trying," I said, trying to calm my breathing down as I began to feel my surroundings spin. I finally managed to unlock the car and we got in quickly. It took every ounce of concentration to put the key in and start the car. As I backed out of the lot, I could feel my hands slipping around the steering wheel. As I drove, I felt like something was pulling us back toward the motel. In the passenger seat, Jennifer cried as she shook her head back and forth violently. I stepped on the gas, looking at the speedometer which said I was going 20 miles per hour. I slammed my foot down, but the car didn't go any faster. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, Jennifer screeched as she sobbed. I'm trying, I said. I shook my head as I started to get even dizzier now. It felt like my eyes were widely rolling around in their sockets and all I could hear besides Jennifer's cries was my heartbeat. I looked up into the rearview mirror. We were only a few feet away from the motel, which was impossible. I kept my foot on the gas and closed my eyes for a second. I slowly began to feel the car speed up and opened my eyes to see the speed slowly climbing. I lifted my foot off the gas as the car began traveling faster now and the dizziness began to ward off. I glanced over at Jennifer, who was taking deep breaths and wiping tears from her face. She was slightly shaking as we drove in silence for a few seconds. Watch out, she said, pointing forwards. I glanced over to see cop cars parked outside of a grocery store. I slowed down as we rolled past them. Mari, Jennifer whispered. What? I asked. Speed up. What? Aren't you supposed to? No, speed up. I looked over at Jennifer, who was staring at me with a straight face, her eyes full of fear. I looked behind her out the window to see a woman sitting against a bench outside the grocery store. She was facing to the left, opposite the store entrance, unmoving. It took me about a second to realize that she too was dead, just like the man in room 7 and just like Xander. I kept my eyes on the road ahead of me as I sped up as Jennifer asked. I tried to stop myself from looking back in the rearview mirror but soon found my eyes wandering up anyway. I glanced in the mirror to see the woman staring towards the car. She appeared to be looking directly at me. I tore my eyes away from her and began to notice the people nearby start screaming and crying uncontrollably. I focused back on the road as I kept driving, speeding up even more now. I don't think we're going to be able to outrun this, Jennifer said. I didn't reply, but I knew she was right. Mainly because a few feet ahead was another group of cops, surrounding another man who was dead and facing the road, propped up against the wall of a liquor store. The Blue Channel. Will you watch with me? 3 a.m. I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes. My toddler, Olivia, stared back at me. It's the middle of the night, baby, what are you watching? She frowned. The Blue Channel. Will you watch it with me? Please. My wife rolled over and grunted a mushed combination of "huh" and "what's that?" That sounded more like "wah-wah." She fumbled for her phone and fought with the sheets. She sighed as if to let me know of the effort, and I kissed her on the cheek. Go back to bed, babe, I got this one. I couldn't see anything, but Olivia reached out and grabbed my hand, and off we went. She led me into the hallway with a gleeful little hop step that shook the floor. I flicked the light switch by the bathroom. Nothing happened. Power's out, I grumbled. No television tonight. No. Livy wailed. The TV still works. It does. Come see, come see. Rain pelted the windows. The wind whistled through the cracks. A major storm hit our small town in the valley. They closed the schools. My office shut down too. The meteorologist predicted 3 inches of accumulation, and I can remember the gut-aching stress that news caused us, about the house, about the cars, about everything. When you're a kid, bad weather is exciting, but when you're a parent, you worry. You always worry. Time for bed. But the Blue Channel is still on, Olivia pouted. Really? Even without the powder? Pow. Power. It still works. I want to watch it together. Will you watch with me? Please. I groaned. Okay, sure, let's go look. Hurry. She took off, with an overloaded diaper so low, it almost skidded across the ground. That overworked piece of cloth reminded me that she was still just a little kid, regardless of how big she sounded. I loved everything about her at that age. We gotta change your dip, kiddo. I was watching. She interrupted, and they said they wanted to talk to you. I stopped her. Who wants to talk to me? The show, she smiled. The Blue Channel. It's a kid's show? Yes. And it's on at night? Only at night. And they watch too. They want to talk to me? I don't know if it was the shock of everything, or just my general clumsiness, but a nail between our old floorboards caught my pinky toe at just the right angle, and I shouted out. Duck. Just before my 3-year-old pushed me. That's right. She actually pushed me. No. Daddy, no. The man on the Blue Channel said no cussing. Never cuss. It's inappropriate and rude and you should know better as an adult. I was astonished. I couldn't believe her tone. She was so articulate. So angry. So adult. The reaction caught me off guard. I'm sorry, honey. You're right. She turned and marched towards her room without another word. I followed. We quickly found the source of the issue. The only light in the house, a blue one, trickled out from underneath her door. Told you. I flicked the other switches a couple of times, just to be sure, but nothing else responded. I thought about the cause. I tried to wake myself up at the same time. Olivia took the lag as an opportunity to move. She darted ahead and pushed open the door. Wait, hon. The entire corridor became engulfed in blue. Our pictures, the blinds, the wallpaper. Everything had a blue tint to it. Even my daughter. At the time, I blamed the strength of that light on the fact that all of the others were out. I couldn't think of any other cause. Do you believe me now? I found the television right where we left it, up against the far wall, next to the dresser. The Blue Channel was nothing more than a blank screen. You might recognize it, depending on your age, because it's one of those you had to be the things. If an old television can't get a signal from a cable box, it'll show a blue screen with input 1 or something is written on top. Totally normal. Another mystery is blamed on bad technology. Sure. I still couldn't figure out how the damn thing drew power. I traced the cord to the wall and kicked out the plug. The screen stayed blue. I messed with the knobs on the front. Nothing changed. I gave the side one good smack before my daughter grabbed my hand and shouted, clearly. No Dada. No. Do not touch that TV. She punched me. I couldn't believe it. This wasn't play fighting. This was real anger. Her eyes were determined. Her voice was shrill. She shrieked like a banshee. She aimed tiny little fists of fury in places she shouldn't know would yield results, and it disturbed me, even then. My kid knew not to punch people. Let alone Dad. She never did this type of stuff. Not my Olive. Honey, stop it. She hit me again. Why aren't you listening? I snapped. Do you need to go to timeout? She whimpered and pointed at the television. The man wanted to introduce himself to you, she sniffed. Before the ceremony. What man? Suddenly the screen flickered. A picture of a stage appeared. Honey? What man? Olivia pointed at the television. Watch. An applause track echoed without an audience. 5 figures emerged from behind a velvet curtain. They all wore masks, black clothes, and black hats, so you couldn't see much, but the first one was the biggest, and they all seemed to get shorter in height from there. The guests paraded in a single file line towards the front of the stage. The imaginary audience cheered. The group found their way to 5 planted wooden chairs towards the back and sat down. The audience grew quiet. Suddenly, movement backstage. A man in a rabbit mask walked out. He looked lost at first, then confused, then altogether shocked by the presence of a camera. The audience laughed at his dismay. He smiled and twirled his mustache a bit. He held his hands back and flexed. Then he danced back and forth, with knees up and elbows high. The audience roared with appreciation. He took a bow and nearly fell. Even Olivia chuckled at that bit. Is that the man? She ignored me. I turned up the volume. Rabbit Mask parked himself in the highest chair, above the other participants, and posed with one leg on top of the other, as if interviewing them. He pulled out a set of index cards. He dropped one on the floor and fell picking it up. The audience laughed again. This is weird. Olivia slugged my shoulder. The clapping stopped. The group of characters stared blankly ahead. The man stayed still. Did we interrupt? Yes, she answered. You did interrupt. We waited. After what felt like an eternity, but could have been moments, when Rabbit Mask leapt from his chair and pounced forward. The audience gasped. He approached each of the guests, one by one, and peeled back their masks, slowly, as if revealing a prize. First up was a teenage boy with blonde hair. Then a younger one with dark skin. Then 2 little redheads. Finally, a boy not much older than Olivia. I studied their faces. They all looked scared. Petrified would be a better word for it. The oldest looked like he wanted to say something. But he didn't. Olive? Who are they? Silence again. From my daughter in the blue channel. This time, we waited for at least a full minute. Okay. Bedtime. Out of nowhere, Rabbit Mask rushed forward and grabbed the camera. He stared into it. At us. He looked at us. His eyes were a crystal kind of blue. His lips were dark red. His teeth were chipped and crooked in the back, but admirably straight in the front, and when he laughed, his tongue flicked out, almost like a snake's. Why is he doing that? Don't talk, Daddy. Why not? What's he going to do? Watch. Rabbit Mask let go of the cameraman. He marched back and forth, with hands on hips, as if insulted by my insolence. The children beside him giggled in unison. But they weren't smiling. Olivia, I stammered. Honey. Rabbit Mask hopped to one foot and held his other. Then he fell and sobbed like a baby. The audience howled with laughter. I felt my face grow red. Were they laughing at me? What happened earlier? This isn't funny. My daughter giggled. But her face didn't seem to smile. She just stared ahead at the television. The man stopped his whining. He regained composure. He mimed the steps of checking his breath against an imaginary watch as he sat neatly again in his wooden high chair. We need to turn this off, sweetheart, do you know how? I fiddled with the plug again. Nothing happened. I turned the dials. Nada. I kicked the side of the television, and when Olivia tried to grab my foot, I held her, gently, to the side and kicked it some more. You're missing it. She shrieked. You're missing the best part. I turned to look. If only for a little. There was a countdown, of sorts, displayed on screen. The first word was 1. The camera panned to Rabbit Mask doing a jig with one of the boys. Then 2. 2 boys dancing. Then 3. 4. 5. The screen cut. All of the guests were seated but one. The oldest was standing at the front with his mask removed and long hair untethered. His knees bounced together nervously. His skin appeared pale and sickly. A thin line traced down his light-colored boxers, and he opened his mouth to say something, to scream it, but his voice stayed muted. A figure approached from behind the curtain. Oh no. He never saw him. Turn around. Rabbit Mask held a long machete in his hands. What the duck? I tried again, unsuccessfully, to crack the screen. I kicked it and punched it and smacked it until my hand felt broken and knuckles went raw with blood. I just couldn't do it. I glanced back over for a second. Only a second. Rabbit Mask reared back and slashed at the poor kid's neck. One swift motion. His body fell forward like a sack of potatoes. I screamed. He hit him a dozen more times. Over and over. In the back. In the legs. In the arms. Blood poured out from each wound like a hose. His body jerked and spasmed this way and that. I think the first blow must have unalived him. But that didn't stop the violence one bit. Olivia clapped through the whole thing. Honey, please, get your mother. She ignored me. I looked for something metal to crack the glass. I found a wooden bat. I swung and managed to splinter it a little bit. The picture stayed connected. I swung harder. The camera panned out for a wider shot. The remaining participants stared blankly ahead. Then they pointed. At us. My daughter nodded and began to climb inside the television. My turn. Olivia. It's my turn. I know what you're thinking. Duck you, right? No way could have happened. Fine. Whatever. I've heard it all 1,000 times before. Believe what you want at this point. Because I know the truth. She used the bottom as a ledge, and as soon as one little leg was inside, it disappeared with a horrific suckling sound. I held her left hand tight, like I held my own life. But it wasn't enough. Something pulled back. Something stronger. Her arm disappeared with a pop. I heard her shout. And then she was gone. The blue channel stayed lit. The participants waited. I waited. Olivia ran out from behind the curtain. She smiled at the rabbit mask and sat down in the fifth chair beside him. He smiled back. All of them ignored the growing pool of blood at their feet. Instead, they waved to me. One by one. Like the end of some sick effing sitcom. They stared at the camera and they waved. The screen shrunk. Then it went black altogether. And I never saw my daughter again. The boy in the paper bag mask. When I was between the ages of 5 and 8, I lived with my aunt and her 2 kids, in a house in the middle of nowhere. My cousins, Vanya and Flynn, were 16 and 18, so they, of course, didn't want a 5-year-old hanging out with them. This meant that I was to find fun by myself while they hung out with their friends and my aunt worked. It was an old farmhouse at the edge of the woods, so there was a lot for me to explore and entertain myself with. The nearest neighbors were at least 15 minutes away, so it wasn't secluded, although, to a 5-year-old, that seemed like a much larger distance. I used to play a game that I called Tree Kingdom, which consisted of my putting on a flower crown that my aunt made for me, and running through the trees with a giant branch. It was a fresh summer day, right after a rainy day, when I met Eden. I spotted him as I climbed on top of a giant rock, a few feet away from the house. As I leapt off, I noticed someone hiding behind one of the many trees. I could tell it was another child, but I still felt a little nervous. I had gotten the stranger danger talk from my aunt a few times. Still, curiosity got the better of me and I slowly walked toward the tree. "Hello?" I asked. "Hi," a small voice replied. I stopped and leaned to the side, trying to get a better look, but he was hidden behind a low branch and all I could see was his bare feet, his overalls, and part of his flannel shirt. "Are you lost?" I asked. It was the first thing that came to mind. I had never seen another child in the woods before, and I knew that the neighbors were a bit too far away for their kids to come all the way out here. "No," he replied. I looked behind me and I could still see the back door through the trees. "Do you want to play with me?" I asked. "Okay." There was a rustle as he stepped out from behind his hiding spot and out into the open. As he pushed through the trees, I gasped. He was around my height, maybe an inch or two taller, and his hands looked like he had been digging in the mud. But that wasn't the part that shocked me. He was also wearing a paper bag mask on his head. It covered his entire face and neck and crinkled every time he moved his arms. There were 2 holes cut out for his eyes, but they were only big enough for him to see through. I couldn't make out the details of his eyes at all. "I'm Eden," he said. I simply stared at him, waiting for him to remove the bag from his head, but he never did. "Why do you have a bag on your head?" I asked at the same time that he asked. "What's your name?" "Amanda." He nodded and the bag crinkled. "So why do you have a bag on your head?" He shrugged. "I have too." "But why?" "My mom and dad said so." "Oh." We stood in silence for a few seconds. "I like your crown," he said finally, pointing to my head. "Thank you. My aunt made it for me." "Your aunt?" I pointed behind me, towards the house. "Yeah, I live with her. Right there." "You don't live with your mom and dad?" I shook my head. "Why not?" he asked. "They died." "Oh. So do you want to play?" I asked. He nodded again and the bag moved back and forth slightly. "Okay." I looked around for a branch. I spotted one and walked over and picked it up. "Here." He walked over and took it from me. I spent the next hour or so, teaching him the rules to Tree Kingdom, hiding from the flying insects, carefully avoiding the dry leaves on the ground, and whistling back at the birds. After a while, I had almost forgotten all about the bag on his head. "I have to go home now," he said finally. "Okay. Where do you live?" "Back there." He pointed into the woods. "There's a house back there?" I asked. "Yeah, there are lots of houses. My aunt says there are no houses near here." He shrugged as he began walking further into the woods. "Bye, Amanda." He waved. "Bye, Eden." That evening at dinner, I told my aunt about Eden. I didn't know this then, but she was obviously just humoring me, thinking that Eden was an imaginary friend, which is why it never occurred to her to tell me to be careful. Eden didn't show up again until a week later. "Amanda." I was collecting dandelions when he came running through the trees. "Do you want to play again?" he asked. "Where were you?" I set the dandelions down on top of the pile that I already gathered. "Home. I couldn't come out to play." Okay." We spent the next few hours collecting dandelions and making bouquets out of them before finally blowing on them and sending white tufts into the air. "Do you want to come over?" Eden asked. I looked back at my aunt's house. She was going to working late today, and Vanya and Flynn were supposed to be babysitting me, but I knew they were too busy with their stuff to even come out and check on me. "Okay. But only for a few minutes. I'm not supposed to go anywhere without telling my aunt." I followed Eden through the trees and we walking past a clearing and a small pond that I had never seen before we finally stepped through some overgrown bushes and onto a stone path that led up to the back door of Eden's house. I followed him through his backyard and into the kitchen. "Mom?" Eden called. "I'm in the living room." A voice called from inside the house. I followed him through his house. It was a newer house, but it was pretty empty inside. The kitchen had an old wooden table in it, but no chairs or doors on the cabinets. There were no pictures or artwork on any of the walls, and the carpet in the rest of the house looked dirty and old. We finally stepped into the kitchen, where Eden's mom was wiping down the windows. As I looked toward her, I noticed that she too had a paper bag on her head. It crinkled every time she lifted and moved her arms around. The bag was larger than Eden's, but as she turned around I realized it was still the same, only 2 small holes cut into the bag where her eyes were, but too small enough for me to see her eyes. Not only did Eden's mom have a paper bag on her head, but she also had 2 smaller ones tied around her hands. "Oh, my," she said when she saw me. "Hi," I whispered. "Eden, who is this?" she asked, laughing awkwardly. "Amanda. She lives in the woods." "Amanda. In the woods." I felt shy and awkward suddenly. Does your mom know you're here, Amanda? Eden's mom walked over to me but maintained a distance. I live with my aunt, I replied. Well, does she know you're here? I shook my head. Eden, maybe you should take Amanda back. But now, I backed out of the living room and followed Eden back through his house and outside. As we walked through his backyard, I saw a few kids playing in the yards next door. They too, all had bags on their heads. They stopped kicking the ball around when they saw me, staring as I walked with Eden. What's wrong? Eden asked, moving his head to face me. They're staring at me, I whispered. It's because you're not wearing a bag. We kept walking, pushing through the bushes and back into the woods. Hey, Eden. We turned to see the kids coming through the trees. There were about 5 or 6 of them in total. Eden and I stopped walking. Who's your friend? One of the kids asked. He was bigger than the rest and wearing an old soccer uniform. Hey, Amanda, I replied. Where did you come from, hey, Amanda? He asked. The other kids laughed. From the woods. Eden replied. How is she here if she doesn't have a bag? Another kid asked. This one is a girl, wearing a torn-up dress and one dirty white sock. Yeah. Where's her bag? Another one yelled. Right here. The first kid pulled out a paper bag from behind his back and ran towards Eden and me. I ran through the trees, trying not to fall as I made my way back to my aunt's house. Get her. Put a bag on her. Hey, Amanda, we're coming for you. I could barely see where I was going and looked up to see that the sky had gone dark. Not only that, but the moon was out. How long had I been running? It didn't feel longer than a few minutes. I could hear the kids yelling as they ran through the woods behind me, but I kept going. I could see my aunt's house in the distance and ran faster. I finally made it to the backyard and pushed through the back door, falling into the kitchen. Amanda. My aunt gasped. I looked up to see my aunt in the kitchen, surrounded by police officers. She reached down and picked me up in her arms and I realized I was crying. Where were you? Did you get lost? She asked. She pushed away a bit so she could see my face and I shook my head. No, I was at Eden's house. Who's Eden? She asked. My friend. He lives back there, in the woods. His friends wanted to put a bag on my head so I ran back here, I sobbed. I don't remember much after that, mainly because everyone refused to talk about it. From then on, anytime I played in the backyard, I was supervised by someone. I wasn't allowed to venture out into the woods anymore, and no one would tell me what happened with Eden. And I never saw him again. I've since moved away for college, and pretty much forgot about that summer, until a few days ago. My aunt died, and Vanya, Flynn and I went back to clean out her house. As I packed up dishes in the kitchen, I looked out into the backyard and the woods. Do we have any more boxes? Flynn asked, coming into the kitchen. Right over there. I pointed towards the door. I watched as he picked up a box and began walking out of the kitchen. Hey, do you remember that summer that I got lost in the woods? Flynn stopped and turned around. Oh yeah, Mom had to call the cops to look for you. She thought you had been kidnapped. Right. Did they ever find out what happened with Eden? I asked. Who? Eden. The boy I followed. You know, with the bag on his head? What are you talking about? There was no boy. Yes, there was. I followed him to his house back there past the woods. It was super creepy. Flynn set the box down. Right. You told the cops about some kids you had seen back there, but there wasn't even a house or anything. That's how they found the ditch. The ditch? Yeah, Mom told us not to tell you about it since you were so young, but they went into the woods to look for the kids. But all they found was a ditch with a bunch of paper bags buried in there. They looked through them and found a bunch of noses, ears, and faces in them. Apparently, each bag had the victim's name on it, but they never found the rest of the bodies. It was a huge story. It was on the news for months. We're not supposed to watch the local broadcast channel. I leapt across the room and burst out the back door. Nathan? I shouted into the darkness. Nathan. He couldn't have gone far. He was only gone for a few minutes, Ben said behind me. All it takes is a few minutes. Motion caught my eye. I looked down to see the orange tabby cat poking around the side of the house. Mro, he said, plaintively. I ran towards him. Around the side of the house. And then I saw Nathan. He stood there in the front yard, perfectly still, staring into the street as if hypnotized. And there, parked by the curb, was a dented white van, complete with antenna and other broadcast equipment on the roof. Peeling navy letters read Channel 13. Nathan, I yelled. Nathan, don't. He slowly turned around. He found the green truck I left at the park, he said, simply. Can we go get it, Mommy? I grabbed his arm and pulled him back. He does not have your truck. He's lying to you. And I told you not to talk to strangers. VRRRRM. The engine rumbled to life. Slowly, the van pulled away. I watched, staring at the man's silhouette in the driver's seat. I pulled him back inside. Then I wrapped my arms around him, sobbing, as Ben and Melinda locked the house back up. The orange cat brushed against us, nuzzling his face against Nathan. For a while, I wasn't even coherent. Just holding my son, so thankful that he was here, and not in the newscaster's car. What would have happened, if he went? Would I have ever seen him again? I didn't want to think about it. I sat on the floor, in Melinda's daughter's room. We'd put Nathan to sleep an hour ago. He didn't seem too disturbed by everything that happened. He seemed calm, even, laughing at how Melina's daughter had decorated her room head to toe with Hello Kitty paraphernalia. I was thankful for that. We could explain to him tomorrow how serious it was, how we'd almost lost him. Soft footsteps sounded in the hall. Then the door creaked open, and Ben emerged. Can we talk? He whispered. Nathan stirred. I got up, went out of the room, and shut the door behind me. Then I sat on the floor, and he sat next to me. A heavy silence fell over us. I could feel the question lingering in the air, but I didn't dare to ask it. That would only make it more real. Ben spoke first. We should talk. I turned to him. He was staring straight ahead, not meeting my eyes. Yeah, we should, I whispered. What did the newscaster mean? Not a happy accident? Are you not happy, or was it not an accident? He looked up, his eyes finally meeting mine. It wasn't an accident. What do you mean, it wasn't an accident? I wanted a kid. So I tampered with the condom. But what does it matter, now? He stuttered. You love Nathan, don't you? Of course I love Nathan, I said, my voice trembling. So you should be happy it happened. I balked. What? I mean, you love him, and if I hadn't done it then Nathan wouldn't. You're right. I am happy it happened, because I love Nathan, and I can't even imagine a world without him. My eyes met his. But that doesn't change the fact that you betrayed me. Rebecca, I'm sorry. And then it happened. My phone, laying on the floor. The screen blinked on, and there it was. Channel 13. Broadcasting to my phone. No, I whispered. I grabbed the phone and pressed the power button. Once, twice, then held it down. Nothing happened. Wait, where is he? This time, the newscaster wasn't at his desk. He was somewhere dark, and the camera was zoomed way up on his face, so it filled the screen. A bright light shone across his features. His makeup looked even more fake, his hair even greasy. And then he spoke. Here we are, live, at an active crime scene. My heart plummeted. Active crime scene? What? The camera began to zoom out. And then, in the darkness, I could make out shapes. Boxes on the ground. Clothes hanging in rows. And a familiar shape. A little stuffed animal, right above his shoulder. A Hello Kitty. I leapt up, grabbed the bedroom door, and yanked it open. Relief flooded me as I saw Nathan's little silhouette on the bed. Still fast asleep. Get him, I yelled to Ben. He hoisted him up and we ran out, just as the closet door began to swing open. He's in here, I screamed, to Melinda. He's inside the house. She darted out of the kitchen and grabbed her car keys. The four of us ran out the front door, piled into the car. As we pulled out of the driveway, a motion caught my eye. Every window in the house was lit with an eerie, flickering blue light. The silence pressed in as we flew down the road. Melinda finally broke it. We'll be safe as long as we're out of town. As soon as we're out of the channel's radius, he can't get us. I know that much. I held Nathan tight against me. Ben glanced at her, skeptically. If that's true, why haven't you moved away? I don't know. You convince yourself you'll be careful, you'll be safe. It's like all those times you see on Alive on TV and you say to yourself, if that were me, I would have gotten away. When his body was found, that should have been my warning. But I told myself it wouldn't happen to me. That I wasn't careless like he was. So the newscaster unalived him? Melinda glanced at me in the rearview mirror. No. His wife did. Poisoned him after the newscaster told her about his affair, 20-some-odd years ago. Melinda turned onto the highway, and we flew down the road, approaching the city limits. We moved away after that. So did Melinda. She decided it was too risky to remain there, no matter how careful she was with the cable. Ben and I separated for a few weeks, but we're trying to work through things. I don't know if I can ever trust him again after what he did, but we're going to try. For Nathan's sake. Most of the neighbors I met, though, are still there. Donna, of course, but strangely most of the others, too. Ben and I visited, several months later, to try to warn some of them. Like Jerry. But she assured me she was perfectly happy where she was. I love it here. I love the neighbors, the houses, the whole place. And have you seen the local broadcast channel? She grinned, broadly. It's incredible. Y'all should watch it with me, sometime. How I lost my arm. I stood on my balcony, drinking a mug of tea, and looking out over the sunrise. The morning air chilled me but I wore no jacket, no sweats, I let it wash over me. Invigorate me. Even if I'd had another arm, I wouldn't have hugged myself with it. I peered over the edge of my balcony to the grass below, covered in frost, and smiled a bit. I had an appointment at the hospital later that day, but for now, I could relax. It was mornings like these I was glad I lived on the 4th floor of my condominium complex. The view from the lower floors just wasn't quite as good. I'd recently done a terrible thing, one which caused many innocent people to suffer, and I'd been plagued by immense guilt of late. But this morning, I felt happy and alive. More than alive, I felt free. You see, the night before, I'd put my foot down. I'd said those two liberating words, I'm done. Those words fit well in many situations, and mine was no different. I'm done harming people's lives. I'm done hurting myself. I'm done living in fear. I initially feared some sort of reprisal for my belligerence, but there was none. Perhaps whatever had been pulling on my phantom limb had moved on to a less stubborn amputee? Perhaps it couldn't hear me speak? Perhaps this was the worst possibility of them all. I was just crazy. I stood for a while, the cold, hard wood of the balcony numbing my bare feet, a light steam exuding from the remains of my tea. Finally, I decided to go inside and get ready for the day. I turned around and pulled open my screen door. I had one foot inside when it all happened so quickly. The hands closed around my wrist. Both of them, yanking hard on my arm that wasn't there. My feet leave the floor. I sailed over the edge of the balcony. My leg clipped the railing as I flew, so I tumbled end over end to the grassy yard below. I could barely even formulate a thought through all the panic, but I do remember a vague, primal instinct, mid-fall, please don't land on my head. I didn't. I straightened my legs at the last moment and my heels slammed into the frozen ground. A dazzling pain shot up through my body and into my lower back. My butt made contact next, and I felt my tailbone crack. I lay in the frost for a moment in a haze of agony. I didn't move until I heard someone running across the yard from me. An elderly woman's voice pierced my ears. Oh my God, what have you done? Dazed, I propped myself up on my arm and turned in her direction. I recognized her from the building next to mine. She was always walking that hideous cat around, and sure enough, the ugly little fuzzball was cradled in her arms as she ran gamely toward me. When she saw that I was conscious, her expression changed from horror to anger. You, she sputtered, eyes wide with shock. I had a brief flash of deja vu, and I looked down at my stump to make sure everything was still intact. Thankfully, this time, it was. Finally, the woman regained her voice. How could you be so selfish? I looked at her in puzzlement, then realized with sudden clarity that she thought I had been attempting self-mutilation. The panic had begun to wear off, my heart rate returning to normal, and the sheer absurdity of the situation was simply too much at this point. I couldn't help it. I started to laugh. Lady, if I wanted to off myself, I'd do it off something a little higher, I said, though as I lay on my back staring up at the bottom of the 4th floor balcony, it seemed very high indeed. The pain was beginning to flood intently through my legs, and as I pressed one heel gently into the ground, I realized that I would be going to the hospital a few hours earlier than expected. I reached out my hand. Ma'am, could you help me up? I asked. I don't know if I can walk. She recoiled from me as if I were the devil incarnate. The ugly cat hissed. She turned on her heels and marched away from me with her nose figuratively in the air. Duck, I muttered. I had no idea how I was going to get up, and the ground was freezing. Shivering, I began to wish I'd dressed a little warmer on the balcony. I checked my pocket, on the off chance I had my cell phone with me. Nope. I lay for a while with my eyes closed, struggling to clear my head. Then one thought surfaced that probably should have surfaced sooner. It just tried to unalive me. There had been no danger awaiting me in my home, no speeding car careening toward me. It had deliberately pulled me from safety and flung me, I did the math in my head, roughly 40 feet off a ledge. I wouldn't have attempted self-mutilation from that height, true, but that kind of fall can still do some serious damage. I feared it had. I winced as I tried to move my legs. I would not be able to stand or walk on my own. Hell, I may not be able to stand or walk at all. And as I rubbed my sore shoulder, luckily still in its place, I wondered, even when I can get up, what happens then? Eventually, a less judgmental neighbor stumbled across me, shivering and weeping on the lawn, and called an ambulance. I was brought to the hospital where it was discovered I had a fractured heel, a split kneecap, a broken tailbone, and a sprained shoulder. I wasn't able to walk for weeks. But our bodies are amazing things. I can't regenerate my arm, of course, biology did not endow me with that particular gift. My shoulder healed, though, and so did my tailbone and my legs. The bruises on both heels faded in time. You'd think my life would be back to normal. I try and make it that way, but it's hard when every waking moment is consumed by fear. You see, the night I was thrown over the balcony, as I lay in yet another hospital bed, the drumbeat began once again. The pain unalivers were intense and my body felt like it was floating, but my mind was clear. The tapping started, slow and rhythmic, keeping time with the pounding in my ears. I could feel the woman's hand sliding over my wrists. My face twisted in rage. Why didn't you just unalive me? I wept. There was a pause. Then, her fingers began to trace. Later. It's been a while now, and I'm still alive. But I feel like I'm living on borrowed time. Will I be tossed off this bridge? Will I be hurled in front of that moving car? Will I be thrown against the sharp thing sticking out of the wall across the room? I'm stuck between wanting to savor every waking moment and living each of those moments in paralyzing fear. A couple of weeks ago, I got a phone call. The voice on the other end was trembling. Hey, man. You don't know me, but my name is Josh Baker. I recently had my foot amputated at Jive Memorial Hospital. I had what you had. For a moment I couldn't speak. When my mouth finally started working, I simply asked, how did you get my number? I looked you up, man. Sorry, I know that's creepy. But listen, I'm having some, I don't know how to put this, really weird poop going on with my foot. Like, phantom limb type stuff, you know? I was silent. I just think, I don't know man, I'm freaking out. Did you ever see weird things? Hallucinations and poop? You know, when you had them. I hung up, shaking. I could do nothing but sulk in guilt for the rest of the day. I did this to him. I once felt liberated with those two simple words, I'm done. But now, I can't help but feel like they were sadly prophetic. I am done. Done having a normal life, done feeling content, done experiencing peace. I don't know how, and I don't know when, but I'm going to die, and that makes me afraid to live. Maybe I'll be around for a while, and I'll post again down the road. Then again, maybe I won't. I don't know. It's not knowing that's the worst part. I fell asleep in the middle of a flight. When I woke up the plane was empty. Did you know that there were 86 commercial plane accidents last year? That's what I read in the airport lobby before I boarded my plane. Needless to say, it made me even more nervous. It was my first time flying and reading about airplane crashes wasn't helping. I stopped for a slight moment before stepping into the plane with a shaky leg. The flight attendant flashed me a blinding white smile and asked for my plane ticket. I gave it to her with sweaty hands. She took a look at it and pointed me inside the cabin. My nerves were filling my legs with jittery energy, and the cramped cabin did not help that. I found my seat and thankfully it was a window seat. I wiped the sweat off my forehead and looked around to make sure no one saw me. I didn't want anyone to laugh at me. I hurriedly sat down on my seat and took deep breaths. My chest rose and fell, but my heart continued beating relentlessly in my chest and the sweat wouldn't stop forming on my forehead. The hum of the plane engines filled the atmosphere a couple of minutes later and a lump formed in my throat as the plane accelerated. I could feel the pressure on my chest as the plane moved faster and faster. Just before the plane started to ascend, the front part of the plane went up and then fell again, causing a loud thud. I yelped as I heard the thud. A child behind me started to laugh before his mother shushed him. My face flushed red with embarrassment and I shut my eyes tightly. I sensed the plane going higher and higher as the pressure on my chest started to increase. My chest tightened and I was afraid the pressure was going to crush me. Nothing like that happened though, and the plane stopped ascending after a couple of minutes and just started to fly forward. I unbuckled my seatbelt with shaky hands as my adrenaline rush wore off. The same flight attendant from earlier offered me a bottle and asked me if I was okay. I mumbled a no and quickly took the bottle. I stared at the white clouds from the window as the plane continued to soar in the air. Soon that got boring and I was now more bored than nervous. Flying isn't so bad after all, I told myself as I started to look for a movie to watch on the screen in front of me. Instead, I opted out for some games and just played those instead on the remote. They weren't exactly exciting games, but they kept me entertained for the next 30 minutes. Soon enough, the lights in the cabin were turned off, only dim blue lighting filled the cabin. Most people tried to go to sleep in the cramped seats. I decided to do the same as I wanted to just pass time. That was the worst decision I made. When I was just on the edge of sleep, I started to hear faint whispers in the cabin. My half-asleep mind didn't register them and I fell asleep. That's the last thing I remember before I woke up. I woke up naturally a couple of hours later. I rubbed my tired eyes before looking around the cabin. It was empty. I blinked and rubbed my eyes again and looked around for anyone. The cabin was still dimly lit with the blue lights and it was completely empty. Like everyone had just vanished. A pit formed in my stomach and my mouth suddenly went dry. I got out of my seat and started walking down the aisle, moving my head side to side furiously to find someone. My fears were confirmed and there was no one in the cabin. I moved to the next area via the curtains and once again the plane was empty. I checked the toilets as well and there was no one there. Maybe, I slept through the landing, I thought as my mind tried to rationalize the situation. It's ironic how in the most stressful situations, our first priority is to rationalize the situation. To find an explanation. I went to a window and pulled up the plastic window cover. My heart skipped a beat as I saw the dark sky and the faint outlines of wispy clouds. Chills ran up my spine as my observation started to register. I was all alone on a plane 10,000 meters up in the air. I started running quickly to the pilot's cabin. I ran past multiple cabins separated by the curtains and the toilets. I ran and ran, but all I saw on the other side of the separating curtains was another cabin. I was sweating profusely. My heart was a scared rabbit trapped in my chest. No matter how far I ran, no matter how many cabins I crossed, I never reached the pilot's cabin. Every window showed the same dark sky and clouds. Every cabin was lit by the same dim blue lights. Every cabin had the same dark blue carpet. I collapsed in the middle of the aisle as I crossed my 30th seating cabin. I couldn't catch my breath. My clothes were wet with sweat and the lump in my throat wouldn't go away. I needed to get out of this plane. Suddenly I heard a low hum, different from the hum of the plane engine. I strained my ears. It held a melody, a rhythm. It sounded serene and sad. I looked around and saw a woman sitting on a seat a couple of rows ahead of me. I could only see the back of her head. I got up and walked towards her, desperate for help. I stopped in my tracks when I saw what she was watching on her screen. It showed me behind her like there was a camera behind me and it was streaming to her screen. She stopped humming and turned her head around slowly. Her face turned the blood in my veins into ice. She was the same flight attendant. Her eyes were bloodshot and her eyelids were missing. Her mouth was curled into a smile that spread from ear to ear. "Is there a problem, sir?" She spoke in her calm voice. I stumbled backward and nearly fell over before running without looking back. I kept on running and running until I tripped over and crashed onto the soft dark carpet. I looked back and noticed that I had tripped on a bottle, the same one that the flight attendant had given to me before I fell asleep. What does she want from me? I thought as I slowly got up and looked behind me for the first time. Thankfully, she had not followed me and I was all alone in the cabin. I looked around and pondered what I should do. I had no way out. The curtain to the next cabin ahead of me fluttered and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. The flight attendant came out from behind the curtain. "Is there a problem, sir?" I stuttered as I slowly backed away. I hit a solid object. I turned around and came face to face with the same flight attendant again. "Is there a problem, sir?" I looked back and suddenly all the seats were full. They were all twins of the same flight attendant. "Is there a problem, sir?" Their voices echoed through the whole cabin. Their voices shook me to the very core. I ran to the next cabin quickly and noticed that cabin too was filled with flight attendants. I continued running until I found myself facing an exit door. The flight attendants were following me. I could hear the drumming of their footsteps. I quickly opened the heavy door by turning the wheel. I would rather jump off the plane than face them. The door opened and I was suddenly sucked into the blackness of the sky. It was cold. The chill creeped into my bones and my very soul. I continued falling in the dark sky through the clouds. I waited for my horrible death. I waited for the moment I would hit the ground at my terminal velocity and break all the bones in my body. I waited for those short few moments of immense pain. I started to remember what had happened before this predicament. How I had gotten myself into that mess. The memory of me boarding the plane played in my mind. I saw myself about to fall asleep and then suddenly, I find it hard to describe, but it's like I just jumped into that memory. Like being sucked into it. I was back in my plane seat. My body was still cold and I could still feel the wind rustling in my hair as I fell. Slowly the feelings of my free falling subsided and I could feel the cabin once again. I was transported back to the time just before I had fallen asleep. Needless to say, I did not fall asleep. A couple of agonizingly fearful hours later, the plane had finally landed and I was ecstatic to feel the ground again. I had thought up until then that it was just a dream. It was just a nightmare induced by my fear of flying. However, what happened just as I departed from the plane made me doubt that. The same flight attendant was standing at the door wishing us farewell as they departed. When I passed in front of her she said something that made chills run up my spine to this day. "Is there a problem, sir?" I quickly ran out of the flight and pushed past everyone. I safely got home. I wouldn't be typing this story just because of a scary flight though. I am posting this story because I need help. I saw the flight attendant again today. She is right outside my window. I can't escape my room. No matter how many types I pass through the door, it always leads back again to my bedroom. She has been staring at me as I type this post. I don't think my window can hold her back. How to gain 6 inches in less than 24 hours. Amy is a kitchen witch. At least, that's what she likes to call herself. She observes the pagan holidays when she can and maintains a dainty altar, but it was in the kitchen that she found her power. Cooking mostly, some baking, and a little cleaning. She always said there was magic in creativity, and creativity in cooking, that recipes were just instructions for rituals with tangible, edible, and satisfying results. So maybe they weren't hexes or miracles or other things you'd call magic on the surface, but they didn't have to be to connect her with her higher self. Today I found her in the kitchen as she applied herself to gently kneading a fresh batch of dough. The yeasty lump gave beneath her tiny hands, squishing, and stretching, and rolling as she leaned into it. This would become her second loaf of the day. The first baked away in the oven beside her, filling the apartment with the scent of sweet, hot bread. Smells good. What's this for again? I said as I sauntered into the kitchen, wrapping my arms around her as I kissed her cheek. Luna saw. Right. Luna saw. That's when the moon cuts down all your enemies with a saw blade and turns them into scarecrows, right? I mean, pretty much. There's something about bread, harvest, and young bulls replacing old bulls, but your version is much better. You really know your holidays, Babby. That's why they pay me the big bucks. I leaned back a bit, appreciating her and everything we had together. I loved our humor. Do they? Why haven't I seen these big bucks? Amy grinned, separating the dough with a knife and roughing out the shape of a man. Oh, because I keep them in an offshore account. Can't be too careful these days. You really can't, she said, turning slightly to face me, her tiny hand pressing against my stomach. A wave of heat washed over me, followed by dizzy nausea. My legs felt weak as I looked down in confusion and found not her hand, but the ornate hilt of a knife sticking out from my belly. What I gasped as my legs gave out, blood quickly pooling around my knees. Sacrifice, Amy said, reaching toward me and coating her hands in my blood. She then stood and transferred the blood to the man loaf waiting on the counter. The old bull must make way for the new. But don't worry, baby. I'm not replacing you. You, what? My eyes had difficulty tracking her. My heart was racing, or trying to, but it only helped me bleed out faster. Fear sharpened the edges of my confusion. Was I dying? I still love you. She leaned down to cup my face, placing a gentle kiss on my lips. I kissed her back out of habit, but a chill of cold terror raced down my spine. How could she kiss me so sweetly after stabbing me in the stomach? Just because the sacrifice is necessary doesn't mean I want you to die. So, the young bull will be your vessel. My mouth worked to form words, but none came out as I slipped the rest of the way to the floor, resting on my side. Amy brought over a large crystal, placed it in my hands and let it lean against the wound. I could feel the weight of it, but nothing else. No pain. Just heat where the crystal touched me, and a creeping cold everywhere else. She stroked my hair where I lay, humming something I couldn't identify until the doorbell rang. Ah, that will be the young bull from Tinder now, she whispered, kissing my forehead and rising to answer the door. She wiped her bloody hands on the skull-printed fabric of her apron, careful to avoid the lace trim, and opened the door. Hi, Amy chirped as she opened the door. Hi, a man's voice said with a mixture of uncertainty and excitement. He sounded young. Younger than me, anyway. Are you Sarah? Sarah? That's me, she said brightly. Come on in. I couldn't see much from my position on the floor. A bookshelf about 4.5 feet tall separated the kitchen from the entryway. All I could see was the door opening a little wider to let the young bull in and a wisp of Amy's hair moving back to accommodate. How was the drive? Not too long, I hope? I could see him then. He was tall, and fit without being overly ripped. His jaw was strong with a sharp angle some people call rugged, and his blue eyes sparkled with oblivious inexperience. He couldn't have been more than 25, a little more than half my age, and could easily have passed for younger. I wanted to shout for him to run. I tried, but I couldn't find the air to even wheeze a warning. Oh, he laughed awkwardly. How did someone who looked like he ever feel awkward? No. I mean, it was just an hour and a half. He turned back toward her before he'd entered far enough to see the kitchen, to see me on the floor. It was worth it for a chance to meet you. I couldn't roll my eyes, but the urge was there. I'm Mike, by the way. I don't know if you saw in my profile, or anything. He trailed off and had that deer in the headlights look everyone got when they first met Amy. The same look I probably had 8 years ago when I'd first met her. She was beautiful, after all. Short, blonde and busty. That's how her best friend would describe her in jest, but it was true. She stood only 4'11", and I didn't know anyone shorter than her, which was just as well for me, since at 5'6" I wasn't winning any height contests. Her hair was a kind of shadowy corn-soaked blonde, even in the sun, with curls that wouldn't quit. And she was busty, with a tiny waist and full hips to balance her out. That limited description didn't do her justice, though. It left out how her pale eyes shifted with the sky, becoming blue, gray, or green depending on the light. It didn't account for her laugh, or the way her smile captivated everyone who saw it. It couldn't convey her brilliant mind or loving spirit. However, it wasn't her loving spirit that captivated people at first sight. It was the short, blonde and busty business that did it, and it was working overtime on the guy standing just outside the kitchen. The poor idiot. Mike, she said. That's my little brother's name. Oh, he blushed a violent red, scrubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. Hoop. I shouldn't have said anything. Is that weird for you? I don't know, Mike, I wanted to say, fear of my mortality making room for an angry spark of bitter jealousy. Is it weird for you to try and bang my girlfriend while I'm dying in the kitchen? A wave of vertigo washed over me, like the energy needed to fuel the jealousy was more than I could muster. Man, I was losing a lot of blood. Amy shrugged. It doesn't matter to me. I could hear the smile in her voice. Mike smiled back. It was a great smile. Even I had to admit that. Poor handsome idiot. Can you wait here a second, she asked. She waited for a nod from him before moving back to me. Fear came back cold and sluggish as she knelt at my side. Her fingers brushed my cheek, hot against my cooling skin. I tried to speak, tried to grab her hand to stop her, but she slipped away, picking up the crystal and offering me another quick kiss before returning to Mike's side saying, "Here, hold this." Mike looked a little baffled but appeared to be game, accepting the crystal with both hands. "You're not what I expected," he said, smiling in a way that suggested he wasn't going to let a little weirdness cheat him out of a solid Tinder match. "That's okay," Amy said, pulling a small compact out of her apron pocket and withdrawing a small pinch of the dark powder residing within. "Hey, is this blood?" "It sure is," she said, blowing the powder in his face. Mike's eyes rolled upward, disappearing as his head tilted back and his jaw went slack. Amy leaned around him, checking to ensure the powder had done its job. Apart from his jaw and lolling head, though, he was stiff as stone. She withdrew a knife from the apron's pocket, one that looked eerily similar to the one sticking out of me and made a small cut on the outside of his arm. Nothing that would need stitches, the lucky bastard. Then she gathered it on a clean cotton handkerchief and returned to the kitchen just in time to remove the first loaf of bread from the oven. She inhaled deeply as she lifted the tray and set it on top of the stove to cool. I felt the heat of the oven wash over me and realized just how cold I was. How cold I had been steadily growing. How little energy I had left in me to care about it all. In that heat, I realized the woman I loved had unalived me and was baking bread over my almost corpse, and all I could really think about was how much I wanted just one more kiss before I was gone. But I couldn't even ask for that much as into the oven the loaf of man bread wearing my blood going. Then she reset the timer and carefully dabbed Mike's blood onto the fresh loaf. For the next 40 minutes, Amy cleaned up the kitchen, careful not to disturb the ever-growing pool of blood spreading from beneath me, then curled up on the couch with her orange tabby familiar, Finn, to add a few new rows to the temperature blanket she'd been crocheting. I continued to quietly bleed out on the kitchen floor and poor Mike drooled in the foyer. When the oven timer sounded, she was reluctant to rise. She had been made catatonic with Finn curled up on her lap, and while usually, this would result in an amusing back and forth where she would inform me she would rather die than move him, today it seemed her bread was more important. She extracted herself from Kitty Loves, and freed the bread from the oven. While it cooled, she prepped Mike's body, cleaning away the drool and drawing strange runes down his arms and across his face in what looked like ash. Maybe it was black eyeshadow. I don't know what works for her. When she'd finished, the bread was cool enough to cut. She took a portion of each loaf, careful to ensure each piece bore a trace of blood, and made her way back over to Mike to place one in his mouth. She delicately pressed the blood-baked side against his tongue before closing his jaw around it and muttered something I couldn't really hear. The crystal in Mike's hands briefly blazed with a strange red light, then it dimmed to nothing. Taking the crystal from him, she moved back to me and put it in my hands, as she could. I didn't have any strength left. I barely had the strength to hold on to consciousness, let alone a heavy-butt crystal. I should have been long dead already, I thought. It felt like I'd been bleeding for an eternity, yet somehow I was grateful for the trace of life I'd managed to hold on to. Not because I was terrified to die, though that was part of it. I just didn't want to leave her. With the crystal in place, she gently opened my mouth and put the bread on my tongue, again muttering words I didn't know or was too far gone to recognize, and the crystal burned against me. Red light filled the room. Then everything went dark. I stood in the shower, cold water pelting my chest. Poop, that was cold. Why was I taking an ice shower? I moved to turn it off, bending much further than felt normal to angrily grab the faucet and twist. No, that wasn't right. I stood up straight as the water slowed to a drip, staring down at the hardware like it was a puzzle I was just too slow to figure out. Why was the shower weird? Realization spread like dawn's heat across my scalp but didn't bring much understanding with it. The faucet was too low. The shower head came to my chin instead of my forehead. And, wait, wasn't I dead? I climbed out of the shower, fumbling with legs that were somehow too long, and a center of gravity I'd never experienced. I wrapped a towel around my hips I didn't recognize. Details filtered back in quickly then, flashing through my mind in bright fits and bursts, jagged and full of bile. No, I was full of bile. But not for long. I bent over the toilet, which felt several feet further away than it had this morning, and emptied my stomach. My stomach did not have any stab wounds. Amy had stabbed me. Actually stabbed me. To death. What the hell? I stumbled out of the bathroom and found her hovering over the mess in the kitchen. The mess that was me. You stabbed me. Amy grinned as she turned to face me. Hi, baby. You stabbed me. I did. Why the hell did you stab me? Because the atham is an essential part of the recipe. It just doesn't work without the stabbing. But you stabbed me. And you're fine now. Look at your new body. Isn't it great? I still seethed but took a moment to look over the body. It was very fit. Well-toned, cared for. Slightly tan in a way that suggested time spent outside, but not for appearances. The hands were soft without being unused, which suggested Mike had worked with them, but also taken care of them afterward. I felt the power in the thighs, now my thighs. I felt the strength in my arms. No aches and pains, no overt signs of disease, and best of all, I'm taller. She beamed at me. I hated that she could smile like that and make me want to forgive her anything, but I knew I also loved her too much to hold it against her. I thought you'd appreciate that, she said. Want to help me bury your body? I lifted what had to be a beautifully sculpted eyebrow. I hadn't stopped to analyze it on my way out of the bathroom, so it was just a guess on my part and stared her down. That's not a real question. Nope. I bought new shovels. A new shovel. There's one shovel. I'll drive. I sighed again. She'd always had a way with me, and in that moment I knew she always would. All right. Fine. Just let me get his pants on. I was going to need a whole new wardrobe. Great. Wait, Amy said, dancing over to my side to trail her fairy fingers over my exposed chest. I think we need to give this bad boy a test run, don't you? After all, it's what he signed up for. And I'll be damned if she didn't have a point. I fell asleep in the middle of a flight. When I woke up the plane was empty. Did you know that there were 86 commercial plane accidents last year? That's what I read in the airport lobby before I boarded my plane. Needless to say, it made me even more nervous. It was my first time flying and reading about airplane crashes wasn't helping. I stopped for a slight moment before stepping into the plane with a shaky leg. The flight attendant flashed me a blinding white smile and asked for my plane ticket. I gave it to her with sweaty hands. She took a look at it and pointed me inside the cabin. My nerves were filling my legs with jittery energy, and the cramped cabin did not help that. I found my seat and thankfully it was a window seat. I wiped the sweat off my forehead and looked around to make sure no one saw me. I didn't want anyone to laugh at me. I hurriedly sat down on my seat and took deep breaths. My chest rose and fell but my heart continued beating relentlessly in my chest and the sweat wouldn't stop forming on my forehead. The hum of the plane engines filled the atmosphere a couple of minutes later and a lump formed in my throat as the plane accelerated. I could feel the pressure on my chest as the plane moved faster and faster. Just before the plane started to ascend, the front part of the plane went up and then fell again, causing a loud thud. I yelped as I heard the thud. A child behind me started to laugh before his mother shushed him. My face flushed red with embarrassment and I shut my eyes tightly. I sensed the plane going higher and higher as the pressure on my chest started to increase. My chest tightened and I was afraid the pressure was going to crush me. Nothing like that happened though when the plane stopped descending after a couple of minutes and just started to fly forward. I unbuckled my seatbelt with shaky hands as my adrenaline rush wore off. The same flight attendant from earlier offered me a bottle and asked me if I was okay. I mumbled a no and quickly took the bottle. I stared at the white clouds from the window as the plane continued to soar in the air. Soon it got boring and I was now more bored than nervous. Flying isn't so bad after all, I told myself as I started to look for a movie to watch on the screen in front of me. Instead, I opted out for some games and just played those instead on the remote. They weren't exactly exciting games, but they kept me entertained for the next 30 minutes. Soon enough, the lights in the cabin were turned off, only dim blue lighting filled the cabin. Most people tried to go to sleep in the cramped seats. I decided to do the same as I wanted to just pass time. That was the worst decision I made. When I was just on the edge of sleep, I started to hear faint whispers in the cabin. My half-asleep mind didn't register them and I fell asleep. That's the last thing I remember before I woke up. I woke up naturally a couple of hours later. I rubbed my tired eyes before looking around the cabin. It was empty. I blinked and rubbed my eyes again and looked around for anyone. The cabin was still dimly lit with the blue lights and it was completely empty. Like everyone had just vanished. A pit formed in my stomach and my mouth suddenly went dry. I got out of my seat and started walking down the aisle, moving my head side to side furiously to find someone. My fears were confirmed and there was no one in the cabin. I moved to the next area via the curtains and once again the plane was empty. I checked the toilets as well and there was no one there. Maybe I slept through the landing, I thought as my mind tried to rationalize the situation. It's ironic how in the most stressful situations, our first priority is to rationalize the situation. To find an explanation. I went to a window and pulled up the plastic window cover. My heart skipped a beat as I saw the dark sky and the faint outlines of whiskey clouds. Chills ran up my spine as my observation started to register. I was all alone on a plane 10,000 meters up in the air. I started running quickly to the pilot's cabin. I ran past multiple cabins separated by the curtains and the toilets. I ran and ran, but all I saw on the other side of the separating curtains was another cabin. I was sweating profusely. My heart was a scared rabbit trapped in my chest. No matter how far I ran, no matter how many cabins I crossed, I never reached the pilot's cabin. Every window showed the same dark sky and clouds. Every cabin was lit by the same dim blue lights. Every cabin had the same dark blue carpet. I collapsed in the middle of the aisle as I crossed my 30th seating cabin. I couldn't catch my breath. My clothes were wet with sweat and the lump in my throat wouldn't go away. I needed to get out of this plane. Suddenly I heard a low hum, different from the hum of the plane engine. I strained my ears. It held a melody, a rhythm. It sounded serene and sad. I looked around and saw a woman sitting on a seat a couple of rows ahead of me. I could only see the back of her head. I got up and walked towards her, desperate for help. I stopped in my tracks when I saw what she was watching on her screen. It showed me behind her like there was a camera behind me and it was streaming to her screen. She stopped humming and turned her head around slowly. Her face turned the blood in my veins into ice. She was the same flight attendant. Her eyes were bloodshot and her eyelids were missing. Her mouth was curled into a smile that spread from ear to ear. "Is there a problem, sir?" She spoke in her calm voice. I stumbled backward and nearly fell over before running without looking back. I kept on running and running until I tripped over and crashed onto the soft dark carpet. I looked back and noticed that I had tripped on a bottle, the same one that the flight attendant had given to me before I fell asleep. What does she want from me? I thought as I slowly got up and looked behind me for the first time. Thankfully, she had not followed me and I was all alone in the cabin. I looked around and pondered what I should do. I had no way out. The curtain to the next cabin ahead of me fluttered and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. The flight attendant came out from behind the curtain. "Is there a problem, sir?" I stuttered as I slowly backed away. I hit a solid object. I turned around and came face to face with the same flight attendant again. "Is there a problem, sir?" I looked back and suddenly all the seats were full. They were all twins of the same flight attendant. "Is there a problem, sir?" Their voices echoed through the whole cabin. Their voices shook me to the very core. I ran to the next cabin quickly and noticed that cabin too was filled with flight attendants. I continued running until I found myself facing an exit door. The flight attendants were following me. I could hear the drumming of their footsteps. I quickly opened the heavy door by turning the wheel. I would rather jump off the plane than face them. The door opened and I was suddenly sucked into the blackness of the sky. It was cold. The chill creeped into my bones and my very soul. I continued falling in the dark sky through the clouds. I waited for my horrible death. I waited for the moment I would hit the ground at my terminal velocity and break all the bones in my body. I waited for those short few moments of immense pain. I started to remember what had happened before this predicament. How I had gotten myself into that mess. The memory of me boarding the plane played in my mind. I saw myself about to fall asleep and then suddenly, I find it hard to describe, but it's like I just jumped into that memory. Like being sucked into it. I was back in my plane seat. My body was still cold and I could still feel the wind rustling in my hair as I fell. Slowly the feelings of my free falling subsided and I could feel the cabin once again. I was transported back to the time just before I had fallen asleep. Needless to say, I did not fall asleep. A couple of agonizingly fearful hours later, the plane had finally landed and I was ecstatic to feel the ground again. I had thought up until then that it was just a dream. It was just a nightmare induced by my fear of flying. However, what happened just as I departed from the plane made me doubt that. The same flight attendant was standing at the door wishing us farewell as they departed. When I passed in front of her, she said something that made chills run up my spine to this day. "Is there a problem, sir?" I quickly ran out of the flight and pushed past everyone. I safely got home. I wouldn't be typing this story just because of a scary flight though. I am posting this story because I need help. I saw the flight attendant again today. She is right outside my window. I can't escape my room. No matter how many types I pass through the door, it always leads back again to my bedroom. She has been staring at me as I type this post. I don't think my window can hold her back. I witnessed something horrifying at Wendy's. Have you ever seen someone fill their cup with soda first, and then put the ice in? It happened twice yesterday. I was having lunch at Wendy's and watched in horror as a middle-aged woman went up, filled her drink to the brim with lemonade, and then put ice in. She seemed shocked when the lemonade splashed all over her arm. I continued eating my sandwich, laughing to myself. But then the same thing happened not a minute later. Her husband, a gray-haired man wearing shorts despite the cold weather, went up to the machine and filled his cup with Coke. Then pressed the ice. Splash. He yelped as Coke splattered all over his shirt. What are these people? Crazy? I shook my head, biting back laughter. I watched as the man took a seat next to his wife and pulled out his fries. Let's hope he eats properly. Geez. But he didn't. He plucked out a French fry, dipped it in ketchup, and stuck the other end in his mouth. Wait. What? I watched in horror as he repeated the process. He dipped the half-eaten fry in ketchup, the same end he dipped before, and then took another bite from the plain side. His eyes met mine. I quickly tore my gaze away and pretended to stare at my chicken sandwich. I took a few bites, checked my email, and then got up to refill my soda. I glanced over at the man. He was still staring at me. I walked up to the machine, keeping my eyes locked on the soda. I filled my cup with ice first, like a normal person, and then filled it with Dr. Pepper. But the entire time, I felt him watching me. I finally turned around and walked back to the table. As I did, my eyes fell on the wife. She was eating her burger upside down. The sesame seed top bun was pointing downwards as she brought the burger to her mouth and took a bite. And her husband was still staring at me. Okay. So they eat weirdly. No big deal. Right? I mean, I make peanut butter and honey sandwiches. And I've put ketchup on a salad a few times. But I couldn't shake the unsettled feeling in my gut. I finished eating, took my empty tray to the garbage, and dumped everything in. I glanced back. The couple was no longer looking at me, thank goodness. They were just munching away, both on the same side of the four-seater table, staring at their food. I walked down the narrow hall to the bathroom. But as soon as I clicked the lock shut on the stall door, I heard the loud creak of the door opening. Then footsteps. My heart plummeted as I saw legs under the stall door. Bare legs, despite the cold weather. It was him. I was sure of it. The shorts wearing, ice first, weird ketchup application man. Where are you, damn it? He shouted, his voice echoing in the bathroom. My blood ran cold. I clamped a hand over my mouth, trying to muffle my ragged breathing. I glanced at the stall door. It looked flimsy. Flimsy enough to kick in. Through the gap between the door and the stall, I saw a sliver of the man. Gray hair, black shirt, khaki shorts. It was undoubtedly him. He stood still, then slowly took a step. I know you can hear me, he shouted. Every muscle was paralyzed. He's going to unalive me. Or mug me. I never should have looked, never should have started. The crackle of static flooded the bathroom. I can hear you, a voice said, through an unseen speaker. Relief flooded me. Oh. He's on the phone. Thank goodness. Sam and I are in position. We're going to start in 1 minute. Be ready. A horrible tearing sound filled the bathroom. With a wet splat, the skin on his leg slowly wrinkled and warped, then cascaded to the ground. Nausea leapt into my throat and I cupped a hand over my mouth, resisting the urge to vomit. At first, I thought he'd somehow shed his skin and muscle, and just his bones were left. But, somehow, it was worse than that. So much worse. The white, bone-like leg stepped out of the skin and pooled on the floor, revealing long feet that ended in pointed black nails. The thing stepped towards the door, and I saw a flash of white in the gap between the door and the wall. Then it was gone. A split second later, I heard the screams erupt outside. Shrieking, terrible screams that shook me to my core. I leapt out of the bathroom, and in a panic, wrenched open the window. Like a coward, I rolled out onto the grass and ran as fast as I could, until I was in the center of town. The next day, I saw the report on the news. 7 wounded in freak accident at local Wendy's. All injuries were attributed to a small fire that broke out after the fryer malfunctioned in the kitchen. All patients are recovering well, but suffer no memory of the traumatic event. My uncle called it the witness, and now, so do I. When I was a little girl, my parents weren't what you'd call happy in their marriage, so I ended up spending a lot of time with my uncle. Whenever it looked like a fight was brewing, my Uncle Noah would sweep in and take me for a week or two while Hurricanes Jack and Twyla threw down. It spared me a lot of the stress most kids suffer in breaking a broken home. I got to skip the fights and still come back for the reparations. Many an ice cream dinner and surprise game system came from this fractured dynamic, and it wasn't until much later that I realized how unhealthy my family was. And that was only after Uncle Noah disappeared. Uncle Noah was a collector. He had the usual obsessions like art and artifacts, but he had limited the scope of his interest to the occult, which made his collection especially intriguing to a child raised on tales from the crypt and Goosebumps. He had athames with intricate hilts displayed behind leaded glass, a deck of tarot cards locked in an airtight and bulletproof case, a crystal goblet nestled in a case of Bristol blue glass filled with argon, and countless books, in piles, on shelves, and locked up in iron-banded chests. It was a mystical paradise. Every time I'd visit he'd have a new piece for the collection and a story to go with it. This is a portrait of Mother Shipton, he'd said of a painting he'd acquired when I was 10. A clairvoyant from the 16th century. It's the only known portrait of her to exist in the world. I'd recoiled from the exquisitely disfigured woman detailed on the canvas but listened with rapt attention as he recounted what he knew of her life and prophecies. His house was filled with glass cases, locked shelves, and curio cabinets packed full of arcane objects and the tales to go with them. The only case he never filled before his disappearance was the one he had reserved for what he called his white whale. This is for the witness, he'd said, gazing into the brightly lit interior of a tall glass box. He'd built it in the middle of the library. I caught him staring at the case on many occasions, his eyes distant, as if imagining the piece he would one day display inside was already gazing back at him. Because that was what the witness did, he'd said. It watched the world as great events unfolded. Great is vastly subjective and somewhat misleading from a human perspective. The witness, he'd said, only seemed to appear when our plane intersected the path of something greater, which would briefly flicker into our experience just long enough to destroy everything in its way. The witness observed. My uncle knew not by what forces, or why, only that it did, and that it appeared to do so from a fixed location. He believed if he could just gather enough data regarding the nature of the witness intersections, he could reproduce the conditions and create a sort of window around it. And that was the box, his unfinished window. Unfortunately, it would remain just that, unfinished. He disappeared one cold, rainy night in November. It seemed he'd chased one too many fringe cults into the wilds, and much like Ahab before him, he vanished. In a mythical Roanoke-style mass exodus from a condemned church outside Merlin, Oregon, he had reportedly wandered into the forests and never returned. I never saw my uncle or his collection again. I spent a good deal of time making calls and pushing for the case to be reopened, but it went cold fast. After that, his estate went to his estranged wife. It would have been mine, my parents later informed me, had they not insisted he leave my name out of his will. As a result, piece by piece, his collection was dismantled and sold off to the highest bidders. All I had left of him was an old silver pendant he told me would keep us connected, no matter the distance, and a collection of non-occult books he'd gifted to me over time. At 10, I believed the pendant was as magical as anything else in his collection. At 20, it was harder to believe, but having it gave me comfort. Especially once his estate was gone. I left home a short while later. I was off to college, and when that was done I had an internship waiting for me in Portland. I didn't stick around to feel the effects of my parents and their slow descent into madness or divorce. I got birthday calls from them, separately, and if I came home for Christmas, I spent more time with friends than family. My uncle had been the only family that mattered, and with him gone it seemed like there was little point in pretending. A reality my parents never tried to contest. After college, when I had quiet moments to myself again, I thought of him. He was with me whenever I picked up a new book about the supernatural or stopped by an antique mall to browse. It was silly, but I always hoped maybe some piece of his collection would resurface. I knew nothing would. I knew everything had gone to private collectors like him and that no collector in their right mind would part with anything they'd managed to get a hold of, but the act of looking, of feeling like the next stall over might have some familiar artifact of occult significance, helped fill the void he left behind. All it would take was an afternoon trailing my fingers over countless mixed antiques, the silver pendant warm beneath my other hand, and I could feel him with me again, his memory lingering in my mind like an oversized hug. And I'd give the silver pendant a little squeeze like I was hugging him back. After that, I'd spend the rest of the day in a hazy afterglow of bittersweet nostalgia nestled in a bed of inner peace. I was caught in one such haze, curled up on the couch with a brand new book of paranormal essays my uncle would have loved, when I realized I was being watched. I don't know when it happened. I saw no movement, heard no sound. I just became aware of him crouching in the corner behind the old black ironwood stove in the corner, his head resting against the rough stone surround at an uncomfortable angle. And he watched me, with vacant, lidless eyes far too big for his pallid face. He, I say, though I have no way of knowing. It looked humanoid in the vaguest possible sense. All his proportions were wrong. His head was too round, his torso too long. His fingers, which sprouted from a hand the size of a platter, curled delicately over one narrow shoulder, looking for all the world like the legs of an enormous, sickly spider lazily basking in the light. He was too blunt and strangely angular to be much of anything definably human, but saying he, even to myself, was more comforting than either it or, somehow, she. He sat opposite me, silent and unmoving. And thin, thinner than a man ought to be, with skin sallow and bleached. The waxen flesh, stretched tight across his wiry frame, was the color of missing teeth and old, broken bones. Only the papery thin rattle of his own shallow breathing told me he was anything close to alive. He was just as my uncle had described him. The seconds ticked between us, counted by the old grandmother clock on the wall, and he did not move. Minutes came and went in silence. Then, all at once, he let out a tremendous wheeze, startling me as his whole body shuddered and drew inward as if he were on the verge of imploding. I waited, tense and horrified, for the wet crunch of snapping bone, but it never came. Instead, he slowly relaxed back into his former position, his eyes never straying from mine, nor mine from his. I was as much frozen by curiosity as I was by genuine terror. If this was my uncle's white whale, then I was in the greatest and most existential danger of my entire life. If it wasn't, then I had no clue what I was facing, and that was just as overwhelming to contemplate as whatever he might have been there to witness. Something about him struck me as familiar, though. Maybe it was because Uncle Noah had spent so much time regaling me with stories of the creature, filling my mind with so much information that I couldn't help but feel as if I knew him on a deeply personal level. I don't know. But whatever it was, in the hours we spent locked in each other's gaze, I felt a bizarre surge of unexpected affection for him. Something in his protruding eyes sparked within me. And though my anxiety never diminished, I fought the urge to run into his spindly arms and never let go. And maybe I imagined it, maybe I wanted it to be true, so I dressed the memory up to suit my desires, but I thought for a moment his hand had shifted, as if resisting the urge to reach out to me, too. Night descended and only the wan light of a table lamp continued to illuminate the two of us, throwing the jagged contours of his face into sinister relief. Some primal instinct screamed at me to flee, igniting my nerves as shadows crept outside my window, darkening the living room around us. The floorboard shifted behind me. For the first time since I'd noticed him, his gaze left mine, settling on a point somewhere behind my right shoulder. I lived alone. No pets. No lovers. No guests beyond the witness curled behind my stove. But we were not alone. In the thundering silence that followed, he finally spoke. My uncle never mentioned him speaking, or even being capable of speech. And if he was at all capable, then it didn't sound like it was natural. His voice came out like a swollen window forced to open against its will, offering me just one word, just one warning. Run. So I did. The counting on a liver just escaped from prison. You might be his next victim. The counting on a liver is on the loose. The TV blared. I dropped my fork. Tomato sauce splattered on my shirt, then on the floor. He's very dangerous. Unalive 12 people to date. Lock all windows and doors. We have a search team underway. I leapt to the windows. Plip, 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 rain pattered outside, running down the glass in thick lines. Click. I ran to the door, my footsteps shaking the little house. Clink. The chain slid against the metal. I turned back to the TV, my heart pounding. The police chief stepped down from the podium. A flurry of movement, microphones, cameras, pushing towards the stage like the tide coming in. Do you think he's going to unalive someone tonight? A man asked. What kind of question is that? He groaned and death glared the reporter. Look, he's looking for a hideout. Might try to break into one of the houses near the penitentiary. Gasps. Murmurs. But don't worry. We'll catch him before that happens. A woman thrust a microphone into his face. I heard he likes to stalk the victim through the house before unaliving them. Is that true? I cannot confirm or deny that, Chief said, the wrinkle in his brow deepening. He's covering up, I thought, turning the volume up. Of course, he can confirm that. Teresa Rivers, victim number 3, was stalked inside her house for hours. The forensic team even proved it. And he writes what number unalive each victim is, in their blood, on their forehead, isn't that correct? A man yelled. Yes, that is correct, he said, his face starting to shine with sweat. And he dashed. I flicked off the TV, my heart fluttering wildly in my chest. Crack. Lightning flashed outside, throwing the backyard into relief. The swaying trees and wooden fence were white against the black sky. Shadows danced across the trees, the grass, and the patio. And, if one had too much imagination, they appeared to take form. I tugged at the blinds, pulling them over the glass door. But some of them were missing. RRRRMMMM. Thunder rumbled. The windows rattled. Anxiety bubbled up inside of me, ready to burst, as I listened for sound over the fading thunder dash. Silence, save for the pit-pack pit of the swelling rain. And then the lights went out. Just my luck, I thought. The power's out. Never should have chosen a house so far from the main road. I stumbled towards the kitchen, banging into just about every piece of furniture along the way. I pulled at the drawers madly. There's got to be matched in here, I thought, as forks and knives clacked against each other. I stopped. What was that? The thud of footsteps, barely, over the rain. Or was it just my imagination? Hands shaking, I grabbed the knife on the counter. No. A shadow. It disappeared behind the blinds, then reappeared in the gaps, still frames of motion, like the pages of a flip book. I froze. GRRRRMMM. The groan of metal resisting metal dash. The sound a locked door makes, as someone tries to pry it open. Heart pounding, I ducked into the pantry. The air was thick and stale, steeped in expired bread and flour. I groped around for matches, a weapon, anything that might change my odds, but my hands only fell on cans of food. I locked the front door, the back door, the windows. I leaned against the shelves, they dug into my back. But even when everything is locked, there's always a way in. Crash. I gripped the knife harder. Footsteps, squelching on the hardwood floor, moving through the living room. Looks empty, a man's voice said, muffled through the door. Perfect. Maybe I can escape without him seeing, I thought. If he thinks the house is empty. My hand tightened around the doorknob. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps sounded through the house, the dining room, then the family room. Pause. Louder, towards the couch, the TV, the kitchen dash. I held a hand over my mouth, silencing my ragged breathing. No, no, don't open this door. White light reflected off the floor, shining through the crack, and dash. Thump. But the door didn't open. Thud, thump. The footsteps retreated now. Yes. Taking a deep breath, I turned to the doorknob. I sprinted out of the pantry, through the dining room, the family room. I was almost free, I could feel the doorknob in my hand, the rain on my back. I yelped. Cold, wet fingers clawed into my shoulder. Don't move, he yelled. But I thrashed and wriggled, still gripping the knife. It slashed wildly at the man's arm. He crumpled to the floor, yelling in pain. Between me and the door, the man reached for his hip. A gun, gleaming in the dim light. I leapt up the stairs. Shouts rang out behind me. My legs burned and grew stiff, but I kept going. Crack. A hole smoldered in the wall, a foot from my head. I ran and ran until I was in the master bedroom. Ow, I hissed. My toe collided with something long and soft, lying across the floor. Limping, I ran to the window, but nearly slipped, as the floor was wet beneath me. I ran into the closet. I swallowed the urge to cough. The fake, flowery smell from blouses and perfume was overpowering. Don't make a sound. Make a sound and you're dead. Do what I say, and I won't have to hurt you, the voice called, hovering on the landing. Stomp. Just come back down here and it'll all be over with. Thump. I gripped the knife harder. My shuddering breaths seemed deafening in the tiny closet. Thump. More are coming. Stomp. You'll never win against all of us. I peered through the crack. The man's shadow fell across the doorway, thin and stretched, almost subhuman. Thump. Squelch. The silhouette paused, mumbled something into his shoulder, and continued towards the closet. The blood froze in my veins. Shaking, I stood up. I rose the knife above my head dash. The doorknob turned. Creak. I rushed at him. In one smooth, powerful motion, the knife stabbed into his chest. Thud. I collapsed, several feet away from the body. I did it, I thought. I'm alive. I threw my head back and began to laugh. I thought for sure I was dead meat. I laughed and laughed until my sides were sore. Then I stuck my finger in the blood and traced it across the man's forehead. 15. Rumbling footsteps shook the house below. Shouts, murmurs, stomps. White rays of flashlight swept across the house. Damn it. He called for backup. I pushed the window open. With a deep breath, I slipped out of my victim's house and climbed down their flower trellis. I landed on the soft, wet ground below. Then I took off running into the forest. I'm on a train. I keep seeing the same man at every stop. It happened on Sunday night. I was taking the 11:47 p.m. Amtrak from Washington, D.C. to NYC after visiting my boyfriend. As we pulled up to the Aberdeen stop, I saw him. A man standing outside on the platform. He stood with his back to the train, under the shadow of the station's awning. Tall, well-built. Despite the muggy July heat, he wore a long trench coat and a hat. Standing perfectly still, he stuck out like a sore thumb against the passengers hurrying off the train. Weird. I'd taken this train back from errands many times before, and rarely saw anyone get on this late. Especially at a tiny stop like Aberdeen. As the doors whooshed open, I waited for him to board. But he didn't. He didn't even turn around. What's he doing out there, if not boarding? Waiting for another train, maybe? With a clank, the train started back up again. I shrugged and turned up the volume on my journey playlist. Lights flashed across the windows as we picked up speed. In the distance, the twinkling lights of a town, a highway, with pairs of headlights rolling past, a colossal antenna, flashing red at the top. The grays and blacks of the ground smudged into a blur and melted into the purple sky. My eyes fluttered closed. Now arriving in Wilmington, Delaware. The conductor's voice from the overhead speakers jolted me awake. I stretched, popped my earbuds out, and looked around. The train car was empty. Now, the two girls who'd been sitting near the back were gone. Yawning, I turned to the window. My blood ran cold. There he was. The man in the trench coat, again. Standing on the platform, several feet away from the train. I gripped the armrests, my heart pounding. No. There's no way. The Amtrak goes faster than a car. How could he get here so fast? And why? Why would he be standing at the next stop, when he didn't get on board? Whoosh. The doors whooshed open. I stared at him, face pressed against the window, watching for movement. But he didn't move. He just stood there, in the shadows, back to the train. But he was closer than last time. I could see the nape of his neck, and the shadow of dark hair that poked out from under his hat. His black dress shoes, shining in the light. Clack. I jumped, but it was only the doors clanking shut. The train rumbled underneath me, and then we were pulling away, the man in the station replaced with open fields of grass. I pulled out my phone. I just saw the same guy at two different train stops. Aberdeen and Wilmington, I wrote, my fingers flying across the keys. It's really weird. The three dots appeared. Then Aaron replied. What, the same guy at both? Like he drove there as the train did? Yeah. My thumbs hesitated over the keys, wondering if I should tell her how strange he was, too. The trench coat. The hat. Always facing away. Probably just some weirdo. I typed instead and hit send. You should have Becca meet you when you get into NYC, Aaron texted back. And call me when you're safe back home, okay? That time, I didn't go to sleep. I stayed wide awake until we hit Philadelphia. As we pulled into the station, as I saw the myriad of street lamps twinkling in the darkness, I felt waves of relief. What is it about seeing civilization, crowds, and cities that assuage our fear? It's like we're programmed to believe that nothing bad can ever happen inside of other people. Or that the mere presence of city lights, even if there's no one around, can drive the evil away. Nonetheless, when we pulled into 30th Street Station, there was no strange figure in a trench coat. I watched a few people get off the train car ahead of mine. A tall woman in a pink coat. A hipster guy wearing a knitted cap. A nerdy-looking businessman. Then the train pulled forward, and we plunged into the darkness. Feeling better about the whole thing, I shot off another text to Aaron. Just past Philadelphia. He wasn't there. Oh good. I was starting to get worried. Call me when you're safe in your apartment, okay? Will do. I love you. I took the jacket off my lap, rolled it into a makeshift pillow, and leaned against the window. The darkness whipped past, and I was dozing off again. Now arriving in Cornwall Heights, Pennsylvania. I blearily opened my eyes. The station was small, a little shack attached to the platform. As the only lit structure, it seemed to float in the darkness, disconnected from the rest of the world. And standing there, alone on the platform, was the man in the trench coat. I jerked back. No, 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 I whispered. It can't be. He faced the train, now, but his head was cut off by the height of the window. I could only see his black shoes, the buttons rising up his coat. Who the hell are you? Why are you following this train? I sat there, frozen with fear, my mind racing. The doors hissed open. This time, he moved. My heart plummeted as he slowly turned towards the front of the train, face still hidden. Then he took a step. A slow, deliberate step towards the back of the car. Then another. And another. Muggy heat crept in from the doors. Sweat ran down my neck. Move, I thought desperately, to the train. Please move. Please. Clank. The doors shut. The train groaned into motion. Relief flooded me. It's okay. I'm okay, I repeated in my head, trying to steady my pounding heart. The train swayed as it picked up speed, racing through the darkness. I'm okay. I'm... Click. A small sound came from behind me. I whipped around. No. He was inside. He stood in the vestibule at the back of the car, facing away from me, trench coat hanging loosely from his shoulders. I jumped out of my seat. Backed along the aisle. No, no, no. I turned and ran for the next car. Pounded the open button. The doors whooshed open. I ran inside, glancing behind me. He was halfway down the aisle, now. Back still towards me. I bolted. The doors slid open, into the next train car. Help, I shouted. But this car was empty, too, just like the last. Can anyone hear me? Help. The lights flickered, then went out. Static crackled over the speakers. Help. Whoosh. The vestibule doors opened. He faced me, now. His face was hidden in the shadows of his hat, but I could make out a long nose, a twisted mouth. Grotesque proportions that didn't seem quite human. He took slow, heavy steps toward me. Then he stopped. What do you want? I screamed. His head canted to the side. Why are you following me? Silence. Silence stretched out between us. It felt only like minutes, but it must have been longer, because the train was soon groaning to a stop. Now arriving in Trenton, New Jersey. The doors hissed open. I ran out onto the platform, shaking, crying. When I got down to the parking lot, I glanced back. The lights were back on in the train, and in the window, I saw his figure standing in the aisle. Then the train pulled away, and there was only silence. I didn't hear about the crash until the next day. The train derailed between Newark Penn Station and New York. A mangled mess of fire, metal, and wire. Twisted and fused to the rails. The train was empty, however. The only casualty was the conductor. And no man in a trench coat was ever found. I made a fairy garden. I think someone moved in. It started as a fun project. My daughter is obsessed with all things magical. Unicorns, fairies, everything. So I thought we could have fun building a fairy garden with her. Boy, was I wrong? We started in the west corner of the lawn, next to the vegetable garden. This is their house, see? I said, gesturing to a little stone cottage I'd bought at a flea market. Oh. She was immediately hooked. And we can make them a path out of these stones. And a little pond. And some moss for grass. The whole project took 2 hours but looked amazing. A cobblestone path, only 2 inches wide, wound up to the stone cottage. Mounds of moss sat on either side, mimicking tiny grass, and branches stuck in the ground were tiny trees. We'd even dug a small pond, a 6-inch wide hole lined with aluminum foil we painted blue. Wow. I had no idea you were so crafty, my wife said when we showed her. It's my little secret. So you won't ask me to help you redecorate the bathroom. She stuck her tongue out at me. When will the fairies move in, Daddy? Ava asked. Maybe tonight. Can I leave them food? Maybe that will make them move in faster. Sure. How about some of Mommy's chocolate? Katie frowned at me. Just kidding. I think they'd love a pretzel. That night, after Ava had gone to sleep, I went outside and took a bite of the pretzel. In the morning, we told her an elaborate story of how we'd heard them walking around at night. Little footsteps on the grass, hushed whispers, and tinkly laughter. It's okay to lie to your kids about things that spark their imagination. Right? It was Katie who took the whole thing to the next level. That evening, as dusk began to fall, I saw a light on in the fairy home. A soft white glow came from the upstairs window, reflected in the tiny ripples of the pond. Katie, you are a genius. Ava was thrilled when she saw it. Mommy, Daddy, the fairies have moved in. Katie smiled at me, with a knowing smile. I winked back at her. Maybe they're like us. A fairy mommy, a fairy daddy, and a fairy girl. Maybe they are. Can I meet them, Daddy? Please. I felt a twinge of guilt. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to lie to Ava, after all. But Katie was quick on her feet. Fairies are allergic to people, she said, jumping in. You know how you sneeze when you go over to Samantha's house? Because you're allergic to her cat? Well, fairies are allergic to us. So if we go over there, we'll make them really sick. Ava pouted. Okay. I don't want to make them sick. Then her face lit up. Maybe I can see them through the window. I'm going to stay up and watch them. All night. Yikes. They already went to sleep, Katie replied. And we need to go to sleep, soon, too. Why do they sleep with the light on? They're afraid of the dark, I interjected. Oh. After Ava fell asleep, we retreated to the bedroom. That was brilliant. Putting a light in there. Her brows furrowed. I didn't put a light in there. What? I thought you did. My heart dropped. You didn't put the light in there? She shook her head. But if you didn't, then who? Oh. It must have come with one. A solar-powered one. And it didn't charge up the first day. We'd had the same issue with the lights I got for the garden. They needed a full day to charge in the sun before turning on at night. And you only paid $15, right? Pretty sweet. Yeah. I stared out at the glowing light. Just a twinkle in the darkness, like a distant star. I smiled and closed the curtains. Mommy. Daddy. I saw the fairies. Ava was bouncing up and down at the breakfast table, unable to contain her excitement. When did you see them? Katie asked, not looking up as she poured syrup onto her plate. Last night. I woke up from a bad dream and looked out the window, and they were out there. I shot Katie a look. What exactly did you see? Fairies. What did they look like? Fairies. Okay, this wasn't going anywhere. What were they doing? They were playing music and dancing. But then, I think they saw me because they stopped dancing. I waved to them. They didn't wave back though. She frowned. Maybe they're shy. She has such a big imagination, Katie said, as Ava ran to the window to look for them. I bet she's going to be an author someday. I said, slightly disturbed by Ava's account. Ava spent most of the day playing outside, watching the fairy garden. She even dropped a goldfish cracker in the pond. Look, Daddy, the pond has fish now. And added a handwritten sign in front of the house. It was around 4 p.m. that I noticed it. I just sat down in the lawn chair with another iced coffee. But then I saw it, something pale and gray, barely poking up from the grass. I got up and walked over, my heart beginning to pound. Crouched down, parted the grass. It was a little mushroom. Small and gray, popping up from the dark soil. A circular cap fanning out from a thin stem, supported by dark brown gills. Ava, look. A mushroom. Fairies love mushrooms. They use them like chairs and umbrellas and all kinds of things. You know what, I bet they planted that mushroom on purpose. And so, the fairy story continued. Little did I know how terrifying it was about to get. Snap. I woke up with a start. Vivid dreams hung in my mind, of little people with wings and sharp teeth and tiny faces contorted into sneers. Dancing around their little home, then stood statue still as they noticed Ava watching them. I looked at the clock. 3:42 a.m. I rolled over, sighed, and froze. A flurry of movement outside. Someone in the yard. Walking towards the fairy garden. Someone small. Ava. Oh, God, no. I jumped out of bed and raced down the stairs. Threw the back door open. Ava. Come back in here. She didn't turn around. I ran out into the yard, the grass cold and wet against my feet. Ava. Daddy, she said softly, not removing her gaze from the tiny stone cottage. When I'm calling to you, you need to listen. I joined her in front of the fairy garden, my heart hammering in my chest. Why are you out here? I wanted to see the fairies. They were dancing again. Ava, honey, I swallowed, the guilt leading in my body. There aren't any fairies. Okay? I'm so sorry. Mom and I made it up. This is just some stupid little house I bought at a flea market. And I ate the pretzel, not them. We've been lying to you, and it wasn't nice, and I'm sorry. The door creaked open behind us as Katie walked out, still wearing her cat pajamas. She rushed over to us. What's going on? Ava was out here to see the fairies. And I told her they're not real. She turned to me, slowly. They are real, Daddy. I saw them. No, I don't know what you saw. But you didn't see fairies. But, Daddy. I think we can talk about this in the morning, Katie said, forcing a smile. Let's get back to bed, okay? She put her arm around Ava and led her back into the house. I just stood there, by the fairy garden, motionless. Then I picked up the little cottage. The stone exterior looked purple in the moonlight. The little door hung ajar. The two downstairs windows were dark, their tiny flower boxes in shadow. But the upstairs window, a circular one hanging above the door, glowed white. The glass was slightly frosted, but I could make out vague shapes inside. The artist had taken the time to create the illusion of a room. I squinted, trying to make out any details. A dark shape flashed by the window. I yelped and dropped the cottage. It bounced into the grass, rolled over the pond, which was now sludgy with goldfish crackers, and came to a stop inches from the mushroom. Face down, the windows pressed into the grass. I didn't pick it up. I ran into the house, slipping into the wet grass, my heart pounding in my chest. A bug got caught in it. It must have been attracted to the light, and then couldn't find a way out. That's what I told myself as I locked the door, clicked the deadbolt, and slipped back into bed. Just a bug. Katie and I sat across from each other, deep circles under our eyes, as Ava watched TV in the other room. We should have realized she'd go out there looking for them, Katie said, as she took a sip of tea. She's going to be so upset when I throw it out. Why don't we just bring it inside? Put it in her room, even. So she can check on the fairies anytime. Put the fairy cottage in her room? Katie nodded. My stomach twisted. I guess we can bring it inside. But let's put it in the kitchen. If we put it in her room, she'll stay up all night. Good point. I couldn't fight the unsettling feeling as I brought the cottage inside. The light in the upstairs window shone through the frosted glass. Bits of wet grass stuck to the stone exterior. I almost expected to feel movement inside, the scampering of little feet, panicking, as I relocated their home. But of course, there was nothing. Ava was so happy. The fairies are with us now. She kept saying, running over to the cottage and peering in the windows. Do you think they like cookies? She put one at their doorstep. Or maybe cereal. The wet plop of soggy cornflakes hits the table. But the day went well, as we added little accessories to the indoor fairy home, went out to lunch, and played some board games. It was that night that things went south. Thump. 3:22 a.m. I wasn't actually sure if I'd dreamed the noise or not, but I figured I'd better check on Ava. Yawning loudly, I pulled myself out of bed and shuffled down the hallway. But when I opened her door, I found her fast asleep, wrapped up in her unicorn blanket. Good. I started back towards the bedroom. Thump. It wasn't a loud noise. Just a soft thump. Could be the house settling, water rushing through the pipes, and knocking on the walls. A badly placed toy falling off a table, the fridge making ice. Still, my heart was pounding as I slowly descended the stairs. I'm calling 911, I called out, even though I'd left my phone upstairs. I didn't expect a response. I truly didn't. I'd only said it in the tiny fraction of a chance that someone had broken in and could hear. But I did get a response. And it wasn't frantic footsteps to the door, or a getaway car revving its engine. It was something far worse. A giggle. Coming from the kitchen. Horror flooded me. Who's there? Come out here where I can see you. I stepped through the living room. Taking a deep breath, I paused behind the wall and then jumped out into the kitchen. It was empty. I stared at the only source of light in the kitchen. That one upstairs window of the fairy house glowed like it always did. I stared at it without blinking, wondering if I'd see that horrible little shadow flit by again. Get a hold of yourself. There might be a real person in the house, and you're looking for freaking fairies. I tore my eyes away from the cottage and scanned the kitchen. Empty. I poked my head out into the other doorway, where the kitchen connected with the dining room. Also empty. Everything was silent now, too, still as death. I sucked in a deep breath and returned to the kitchen. But something felt different. A horrible sense of dissonance, unease. Like watching a happy scene in a horror movie, knowing the smiles and laughter are too much, and the unaliver's going to pop out any second. I took a step towards the fairy home. Then another. And another. Tiny little faces flashed through my mind, their features contorted into horrific snarls, their eyes glowing unnatural yellow. Get a hold of yourself. I was standing right in front of the cottage now, staring into that little white light. There's no such thing as fairies. I reached out and grabbed the fairy home. It felt strange in my hands, warm. Warmer than ceramic should be. I stared into that window, my heart thrumming in my chest. And then it happened. A flash of black, across the window. It fell from my hands. I saw it in slow motion, the stone cottage careening to the ground, the jagged crack splitting it in two. The ceramic halves rolled away from each other. And from the innards, something flew out. Something terrible and dark. It flew at my face and I screamed, swatting at it helplessly with my hands. I screamed again and then. No. It was a beetle. Just an ordinary beetle, haplessly buzzing around the room, trying to find a way out. Footsteps sounded above me now, as Katie rushed out of bed. As Ava began to cry. Oh, Ava, I'm so sorry. I looked down at the remains of the fairy house, hopelessly destroyed. Wait, what is that? I crouched to the ground. Nestled inside the ceramic was something small, shiny, and white. I reached over and picked it up. The smooth surface was warm against my hands, almost hot. I turned it over. Then I realized what it was. A camera. With a microphone, a speaker, and a little white light glowing on it, showing it was recording. As I stepped on my flight, the flight attendant gave me a strange list of rules. Can I check your ticket, please? I handed the ticket that I'd been twirling around in my hands for the past hour to the flight attendant. She nodded at it approvingly before producing a sheet of paper from the file that she was holding and placing it inside my folded ticket. Have a nice flight, she commented enthusiastically before handing my ticket back to me. I grabbed my ticket and stared at the folded sheet of paper inside my ticket curiously before finding my seat. Once I settled down in my seat, I removed the folded sheet of paper from my ticket and placed the ticket in my bag. Upon unfolding the sheet of paper, I realized it was a handwritten note. The handwriting seemed rushed. I've transcribed the note from memory here. Rules for surviving this flight. Do not speak of the sheet to any passenger. You are the only human on this flight. Check the time on your phone after reading this sheet. All rules will apply based on the time of your phone. During the first hour of the flight, do not talk to anyone. People may try to talk to you but ignore them completely. During the second hour of the flight, you may start talking again, but if anyone mention the window, do not look outside the window in any circumstances. If you hear a child crying in the cabin, immediately run to the bathroom. If the screen of your entertainment console suddenly goes black, immediately look away and do not stare at it. During the third hour of the flight, the captain will make an announcement. Follow the instructions. During the fourth hour of the flight, do not sit in your seat. If you make it past the fourth hour, you will need to spend the rest of the flight evading the chaser. You will know who the chaser is when you see them. The captain will announce the plane landing. As soon as you hear this announcement, push your way to the exit door and open it. You will find that the outside is simply a black void. Jump into it without hesitation. I reread the rules again while chuckling. Did they give one of these to every passenger, or was I somehow randomly chosen for this prank? I checked the time on my phone just to humor the list. 7:13 a.m. So this would be the first hour of the flight. Suddenly a young man walked over to my seat and sat right beside me. I gave him a casual side glance and saw that he was carrying what looked to be a laptop bag. Great, I thought, he'll work on whatever he's doing and leave me alone for the flight. The man didn't even bother to exchange a single word with me as he settled down in his seat and put on his seatbelt. He stared straight ahead and completely avoided me. I let him be and started to fiddle with my flight console. Some people just like to be left alone, I guess. Soon enough the captain announced the plane starting and the steady hum of the plane engine started to vibrate the entire cabin. The plane started to accelerate until the G-force pushed me into my seat. Moments later I felt the plane rising into the air. I am typically not scared of flights, but getting on a flight always makes me a bit nervous. This time though, my stomach was in knots and beads of sweat were running down my forehead. My instincts told me I was stepping into danger, grave danger. I dismissed my thoughts and that awful gut feeling, chalking it down to feeling a little creeped out by the note. The young man on my left suddenly tapped on my shoulder. I jolted up as if I'd just been electrocuted. Even through my jacket, his hand felt cold. Cold and heavy, like a dead person's hand. I turned around and faced the young man. His face seemed wrong. You know how those realistic human robots can creep people out because of how close to human they are, yet subconsciously we can tell that they aren't human? This man was giving me that same unsettling feeling, and his facial features were just artificial in a way I couldn't place. Maybe it was his eyes. A little too big, the pupils abnormally dilated. Or maybe it was his nose, not exactly in the center of his face. Or perhaps it was his mouth, lips way too thin and long. Don't get me wrong, he didn't look obnoxiously fake. In fact, it was those very subtle blemishes in his facial features that made him look like something trying to look like a human. And then he spoke. His voice was normal. Upon hearing his voice, the man seemed to look normal too, and I thought I was just freaking out for no reason. Hey, do you wear headphones? He asked. That was a weird question to ask. Did he want headphones? I was about to open my mouth to speak when he spoke again. How would you feel if I cut your hand off right now? What was disturbing wasn't the nature of the question itself, but the fact that he spoke in such a calm manner. It was as if he was asking me how my day was. Suddenly my mind went to the list of rules that I had subconsciously been squeezing into my hand. The first rule said to not talk to anyone on the flight no matter how much they try to talk to you. I decided to ignore the man. He seemed really weird anyway, and if I was honest, the list of rules wasn't why I chose to ignore him. He stopped pestering me and returned to work on his laptop. I looked over at his laptop slowly and gasped at what I saw on his screen. He had a photo of me on his screen. That's it. Nothing else, just a full screen photo of me. Before I could process that properly, I looked at his keyboard and noticed it wasn't a standard one. It really wouldn't even count as a keyboard. It was made up of oddly shaped keys, all marked with strange letters that I doubt existed. The man continued to stare intently at the photo of me on his screen. Then, I realized that the list of rules wasn't a joke. Suddenly a flight attendant popped out of nowhere and asked me, "Sir, is this man bothering you?" "Yes, he is," I replied before my voice caught up in my throat. In under a second, everyone in the cabin snapped their heads around until they were staring directly at me. Their faces, they all looked wrong. Inhuman. Slowly their long thin lips curled into wide smiles and red tears started to roll down their faces. My imaginary friend used to hit me. When I was about 3 or 4 years old, I had an imaginary friend named Evelina. I don't remember exactly when I began to mention Evelina, but I do recall the reason why she appeared in the first place. I used to idolize my cousin Evelyn. She was 5 years older than me, and for a while, during the summer, she liked to climb up the stairs in the duplex where both of our families lived and play with me. When school started for her, though, she stopped coming around, and she didn't want me to be hanging around her friends. I guess that's why I began to see Evelina. She was meant to replace Evelyn. Evelina was my age, and in my mind, she looked almost exactly like Evelyn. Same long curly hair, the same freckles sprinkled across her nose and cheeks, the same big oval-shaped mood ring on her left index finger. The only difference was that Evelina wanted to play with me, and no one else. Evelina wasn't around for long, I think, at most, she was there for about a year or so, according to my mother, at least. The biggest thing that I remember about Evelina, however, was how she used to hit me in my sleep. I would have frequent nightmares during the time that she was around, which consisted of her hitting me or scratching my arms and legs with her long fingernails. Sometimes she would pull my hair out of my head, or throw things at me. During the day, Evelina was simply a playmate, but at night she turned into something else. Something evil. I remember waking up with random bruises or scratches on my arms, legs, stomach, or back. When my mom retells this story, she says that she thought we had bed bugs or something for a while, or there was a spider in my bed, causing the small random scars on my body. She says she remembers washing everything in my room at least 4 times but finding nothing. I don't know why I never told her about the dreams. I guess maybe I just assumed she wouldn't believe me. Whatever the reason, Evelina went away after that, and she didn't come back until my last year of college when I broke up with my boyfriend of 3 years, Marcus. I remember being sad and then waking up one morning after the breakup to find bruises on my hips and legs. I figured I must have bumped into something, but could not remember what had caused them. A few days after that, I had a dream where she appeared to me. She looked the same as I remembered, except for the fact that she seemed to have aged along with me. She was taller and looked to be my age now, but she still wore the mood ring on her finger and had the same curly hair, and I knew for sure that it was Evelina. I saw her for a few nights in a row, during which she would scratch me with her nails, dragging them down the lengths of my arms. When I woke up, I had 5 long scars on both of my arms. The second time, she was only around for about 5 days. Again, after a few months, I sort of forgot about the whole thing. Everything was fine for a few years. I didn't think about Evelina at all until my son Adam started seeing her. It started when I heard him talking to someone in his room while he was playing one day. I popped in to ask him whom he was talking about, and he told me he was talking to a friend. I didn't think much of it. Most kids have imaginary friends after all. It wasn't long before he started to wake up with random scratches on his legs or arms and bruises on his stomach. I asked him what had happened, and he always said he couldn't remember where he got the injuries from. It didn't click for me until I found Adam's drawing of him and Evelina. I could tell even from the childish scribbles that it was Evanilla. He had drawn the spirals for her hair, the freckles he had added to her face, and the oval he had drawn on her hand for the mood ring she wore. Above her head, he had written a backward E and an A was above the drawing of himself standing next to her. I didn't want to freak Adam out, and I wasn't sure what to do about the situation. After all, how do you get your imaginary friend away from your son? A few days after I realized that Evelina was hanging around Adam, she showed up. Adam wasn't home. He had gone to a sleepover the night before and was coming back later that morning. I was cleaning up the house and had stopped to lay on the couch for a minute when I looked out the living room window and saw her standing on my front lawn. She had an angry look on her face, her curls slightly blowing into her face as she stood still, looking at me. I froze and simply stared back at her. After what felt like hours, she slowly bent over and picked up a rock from my front lawn. I watched as she backed up a few steps, and then wound her hand a bit before throwing the rock, which went crashing through my living room window. I jumped back as glass exploded all over the floor, and the rock knocked over a flower vase, spilling the water and flowers as the broken shards flew across the floor. I looked down at the mess on my floor for a second, and when I glanced back up, Evelina was running through my window, straight through the rest of the glass as she fell into my living room. I watched as she slowly got up on her hands and knees, and then lunged at me. I tried to get away, but she managed to grab hold of my left leg, causing me to lose my balance and fall over onto the floor. I managed to grab onto the railing of the staircase and held on tightly, digging her nails into my leg as she tried to pull me across the living room floor. I looked down at her, into her dark eyes as she stared angrily at me. I kicked my right foot a few times until it finally made contact with her face, and I heard a sickening crunch as her face flew back, causing her to let go of my leg long enough for me to stand up and get out of her reach. I ran to the kitchen and grabbed a knife out of the knife block on the counter, watching as she slowly stood up while blood poured down her face. She wiped the blood off her chin with the back of her hand as she looked at me, and I noticed she had pieces of window glass in her arms and chest. We stared at each other for a few seconds, and she glanced down at the knife in my hand. She looked from the knife to me and then smiled before she reached across her body with her left hand, grabbing hold of one of the pieces of glass in her right arm and dragging it down from right below her shoulder, to the back of her hand. Her skin sliced open, and a river of blood began to pour out from her hand and onto the floor as she reached across with her injured hand, doing the same to her other arm. I watched as blood ran down her face and off her chin, and down the length of her arms, dripping off her fingertips. Then she began walking towards me slowly as she stared at me, her head leaned down at an angle while she peered up at me with her large black eyes. I backed up until my back hit the counter, and she ran towards me. I lifted my hand that held the knife and threw my hand forward in a stabbing motion, closing my eyes as the knife sunk into her skin. When I opened my eyes, I saw that I had lodged the knife in her throat, and she looked at me, her expression now wide-eyed, as she crumpled to the floor, landing face down and causing the knife to be pushed further into her throat. I gagged as a pool of blood formed underneath her. I waited a few minutes and then kicked her legs and hands a bit to make sure she was dead. When I was certain that she was, I leaned over to look at her face. Suddenly, her eyes popped open, and I gasped in shock as I woke up on the living room couch. I hadn't remembered falling asleep, but I sat up instantly, checking myself for injuries. The only ones I found were the scratch marks on my leg, from Evelina's nails. I sat on the couch, trying to catch my breath as I looked around the living room. The window glass was intact, as was the vase in the living room. I took a few deep breaths and suddenly heard a faucet running upstairs. I jumped up and ran up the steps 2 at a time, looking into Adam's room, but it was empty. I ran to the bathroom next, throwing the door open to find Adam standing at the sink, washing his hands. I breathed a sigh of relief as it all came back to me. "Up from your nap already?" I asked. Adam turned the faucet off and turned to the side to dry his hands. That's when I noticed the angry red scar that went down the length of his arm. "What is that?" I asked, grabbing his arm to get a closer look. I noticed he had the same scar on his other arm and looked up at his face and gasped. His nose was swollen and bruised, and there was dry blood running down from his nose to his chin and down his throat. "Adam, what happened?" I asked. I turned the faucet back on and used the water to try to wash off the dry blood. "It hurts," Adam said. "What does?" "When I touch it," I asked. He shook his head. "No. It hurts when you hit her." I'm a night guard at a local subway station. I found a second user manual outlining some disturbing rules. I was desperate for a job. I was in my final years of college and I had lots of student loans built up. As soon as I saw the night guard job advert in the local newspaper, I knew I was fit for the job. I usually stay up late each night anyway, so it won't make a difference to my schedule. I realized I could also just chill on my phone the whole shift and get paid for it. We had a small local subway station for our town. It only had one platform and few trains ever went there. The subway station itself was very old and only used by the local townspeople. Recently, the old night guard for the subway station had retired and they needed someone to take over the position. As soon as I called, they immediately hired me. Looks like this wasn't a popular job. Let me give you a little description of the subway station. I've only ever been to the station a few times. So basically, you walk down the stairs to get to the subway. Yes, it's underground. Then you will see the long tracks extending forever on either side of you and also a short platform for boarding the train. On the platform to your right would be a ticket and also a security guard booth. Nowadays you can just tap your Metro card, so the booth was used as a security guard booth. Since it was an old subway station, the lighting also wasn't very good. It was very poorly lit and had a very creepy vibe to it. There were shadows everywhere and the light was so dim it took your eyes a while to adjust and be able to see your surroundings. So anyways, here I was now making my way to my little security booth. The day guard shook hands with me and as he left wished me good luck. Who the hell wishes you good luck as they leave you to your shift? I ignored it and got myself settled. I read through the boring instruction manual that outlined basic evacuation procedures and what to do in unlikely scenarios like a bomb threat. My shift was from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. I was about to just go on my phone and scroll through Reddit when my eye caught on a single piece of paper. It was titled "Must Read Important Rules." The title was overwhelming and written in big red blocky letters. I picked up the sheet and read it. This is what it said. If you see a man in a black tuxedo and bright red leather bag walk in asking for a ticket, say "I don't work here" and immediately turn around. He will not be there when you turn back around. If you see a black figure in camera number 4, quickly look away and never look at the camera again. If you start hearing whistling, get the out immediately. Around midnight you may see a woman with an umbrella come into the subway station. She will be walking facing away from you. Do not under any circumstances try to look at the woman's face. If you see yourself staring at you from any of the cameras, immediately cover up that camera. You may hear yourself speaking telling you to come out. Stay put in your booth and do not come out. If the door to your booth starts shaking and starts to open, push the door closed as hard as you can. Do not let the door open. An extension to Rule 4, if you see yourself staring at you from the booth window, immediately look away and hold that door shut as hard as you can. If you notice that the clock on the wall has stopped working, immediately hide under the desk and do not come out until you start hearing the ticking of the clock again. At 3:03 a.m. a weird-looking train will come. You will hear it from its distinct horn that doesn't sound like any other train. Carefully look out and see if anyone steps out of the train. If you see even a single person depart the train, immediately grab the handgun in your drawer and shoot them, no matter who the person is. If the train departs and you still haven't shot the person, it is too late. Your clock, phone, or any device that shows the time will try to deceive you. They will show the time incorrectly and instead show your shift end time. They are trying to get you to come out. If you feel like the time isn't right, stay in your booth and wait until morning and see people walking into the subway station. Apart from the weird train that will come, you should only see one other normal train arrive at the station at exactly 11 p.m. That will be the last train until 5 a.m. If you see any other train arrive at the station, know you are not tripping, hide in your booth and wait it out until morning. We are no longer responsible for you breaking any of the above underlined rules for your safety. We will nonetheless come to collect you in the morning if anything goes wrong. If you break the rules, the safest place at the station is on the tracks. The subway management team. The rules sounded fake. Suddenly a man in a black tuxedo came inside the station. He knocked on the glass. My heartbeat flew like a plane as I saw the man in the black tuxedo ask me for a ticket. My body was suddenly frozen on the spot. I was unable to speak. My voice got trapped in my throat. I barely managed to choke out, "No, I don't work here." The man suddenly seemed confused. His face slowly got even more distorted. His left eye got larger and larger, his nose bent at awkward angles and his mouth twisted impossibly long. I grimaced at the sight and nearly threw up my dinner on the floor. The man turned away and crawled out of the station before his body got so messed up he'd be unable to move. Well, I just experienced the first rule. I'll update throughout the night. I'm not coming back after this shift. I am the night guard at my local subway station. These rules are even worse than they seem. I was very traumatized after seeing a man turn into some messed up organism right in front of my eyes. I just sat in my booth rereading the rules again and again. It was so dark in here that I had to use the small lamp on the table next to me. They need to fix the lights here. Yeah, I also realized I had already broken the first rule. Hopefully, other than traumatizing me, it didn't do much damage. This is going to be a great shift. The first thing I tried was to walk out, but I could see movements in my peripheral vision. They got closer as I moved toward the exit. The shadows in the station elongated toward me and I got a horrible gut feeling. I'm telling you, I won't even make it a few steps outside the station if I exit before the end of my shift. I ran back to my booth and just sat there. It felt like the shadows themselves were watching me. Suddenly I saw movement in one of the cameras. There it was, a dark figure. No, I can't even call it a figure. It was a literal monster. It was worse than your worst nightmare. It had 4 arms, or were they tentacles? They each ended at a razor-sharp point. Were those eyes all over its body? It had red beads like things over its whole body. They reminded me of small bright red jewels on a pitch black fabric. It had things coming out of its mouth. That's all I can call things. They weren't like tentacles, they were twisted and curled like worms as if it was vomiting its whole brain out. It had legs like the fins of a fish. Thin and floppy. How was it even standing straight? Suddenly it dawned on me. I quickly tore my eyes off the camera feed. I covered the camera feed with my jacket. The whole image of the creature had been fully etched into my brain and I was shaking uncontrollably. I swear I hadn't looked for too long. Chills ran up my spine as I heard a high-pitched whistle. It sounded excited and hungry. More shrill whistles echoed around the dark subway station. My whole body was frozen on the spot and I swear the creature could hear my panicked heartbeat. The whistles got louder and louder as if they were coming closer. A black sticky liquid oozed out from underneath the door of my booth. I backed up and the second time this night nearly lost my dinner on the floor. My stomach must be very strong. The liquid bubbled and seeped in very slowly. It didn't have a color. It was the color of nothingness. I was mesmerized by its color. It was the color you see in between your dreams at night. It was the color a blind man would see. I suddenly saw the same creature I saw in the camera feed now literally touching the glass of my booth. I let out a sharp yelp as the creature suddenly moved towards the door and the doorknob started rattling. Then I heard another sound, a sound that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Just when I thought I couldn't experience any more fear than what I was currently experiencing. All my muscles locked up, and I was frozen in fear. The sound was indescribable. It was a mixture of moans and laughter, crying and shouting. It was a sound nothing can recreate. The sound blared like a horn and my brain suddenly processed what was happening. The phantom train was coming. The creature that was at the door of my booth looked scared too. It spasmed all over like a fish out of water. Suddenly it turned around and ran or slithered. I don't even know what word to use for its movement. Looks like I just survived breaking another rule. The phantom train came in. Have you guys watched Thomas the Tank Engine? Yeah, that's exactly how the train looked like. It had a human face embedded into its front. Other than that, the train was fairly normal and it came to a stop on the platform. I couldn't erase the image of the face of the train looking at me as it stopped by. It had an unnatural grin on its face. Its eyes are way too big and cartoony. It took a lot of effort to snap out of it and pick the handgun out of the drawer under my desk. It was already loaded. I did not want to break this rule. Even the creature that came after me was scared of this train. I honestly do not want to face whatever comes out of the train. Something deep in my gut told me that if this time I failed to follow the rule, I won't make it out of this subway. Guess who came out? It was my little sister. She's recently turned 15. She walked out looking dazed like she had just woken up. She looked around and saw the train station. Her eyes lit up as soon as she saw me. I pointed the gun at her and her face crossed over with fear and concern. She told me to put the gun down. She asked me why I was doing this. Suddenly the train blared its hideous horn and its doors started to shut. My sister looked back equally disgusted at the sound. I pushed the trigger. It all happened in slow motion. The handgun made a loud sound that echoed all across the subway station. The bullet pierced the back of my sister's head and made blood splatter everywhere. My sister dropped as a stone and blood gushed out of her wound like a waterfall. It pooled all around her lifeless body. The train left, its horn mocking me. I quickly ran back to my booth and broke down. I cried for what seemed like hours and screamed at the subway station. She seemed so real. Was it her body laying there? Did I just take the life of my sister? No, I couldn't have. No. I am trying to calm down by typing this up. It's still only 3:20 am and I have around 2 hours to go before my shift ends. I don't think I'll make it. This isn't a subway station, it's a portal to hell. I am the night guard at my local subway station. I finally finished my first shift. As soon as I finished typing up the post, it dawned on me that the clock had stopped ticking. I scrambled over to my desk and got under it. Just as I slipped my head under the desk, I caught a view of the platform. My sister's body got up as if nothing had happened and stared blankly ahead. Shadows from the station twisted and curled into weird sorts of silhouettes. I wasn't gonna break another rule, so I tore my eyes off the side and hid under the desk. I checked the time on my watch. 4:30 am. I only had 30 minutes left before my shift ended. I nearly jumped in pure ecstasy. Finally, this nightmare is over. Finally, I could go home and check on my sister. The clock started its rhythmic ticking again and I pulled myself out from under the desk. I checked my watch again. 5 am. Wait, hold up. How did 30 minutes pass away so fast? Just then I remembered the rule. All my timekeeping devices may show the time difference to trick me. That meant I had to wait in my booth and not come out till it was morning and I see people coming into the station. I scanned the camera feed for anything new, making sure to not look at camera 4, which was conveniently set away from all the other cameras. Then the worst possible thing happened. I saw myself staring at me from camera 2. I had a painful grin on my face. My eyes were so wide open, I swear they could have popped out of my sockets at any moment. Before I broke another rule, I quickly tore away my eyes from the disturbing sight and came face to face with my twin staring at me from outside the booth. I jumped at the door and pushed for dear life. Luckily the door opened inward, so it was so much easier for me to hold the door. I only had to push. My twin battered himself on the door repeatedly. Big bulky thuds shook my whole body. My twin's shoulders started to get bloody, but he continued unfazed. I could feel myself get pushed further and further back every time he rammed into the door. I was not going to be able to hold the door for any longer. I quickly picked up my handgun from the desk and turned the safety off. As soon as my twin moved back and got ready to ram in through the door, I aimed my gun at the door. My mind took over for me at that moment. Adrenaline pushed through my body and my heart rate was high as ever. My demented twin pushed through the door and fell on the floor. I shot 3 rounds straight into his head and neck. I jumped past his body and sprinted to the tracks. Demented me got up again and ran towards me at lightning speed. I jumped off the platform onto the tracks, and the last thing I remembered was hearing my demented twin's ragged breaths right behind me and the crushing impact of my body on the metal tracks. I woke up with a dull pain throbbing through my forehead. I tried to get up and felt even more pain in my knees and my left wrist. How long have I been passed out? I had lost all track of time. I crawled across the tracks to the far wall of the subway station and slumped against it. My foggy mind cleared and all the memories of this hellish place came rushing back. I looked around the dark as ever at the subway station for any more threats. My demented twin has thankfully disappeared. I had the subway station all to myself again. I was bruised all over and I had broken something in both my knees. I had a big deep gash on my forehead. My left wrist was broken and it was severely swollen. I could not move it without feeling intense pain. The adrenaline rush had long worn off and I felt defeated and extremely tired. If I was going to die here, I wanted to die in peace at least. I took my phone out of my pocket. The screen was cracked into a million pieces and it would not turn on. My watch was still working surprisingly, although its glass was also cracked. 4:05 a.m. I had no idea if this was the actual time or not. Either way, I was pretty much unable to get onto the high platform again and walk out of the subway station. I couldn't call for help. I just realized, why the hell did I not call the police as soon as I broke the first rule so they could get me out of there? I had made several poor choices along the way and now here I am, ready to die on the tracks. Suddenly a woman with a deep black umbrella walked into the station. She was facing away from me and looked confused. "Hey, can you call more people? I'm stuck in here, please, I need help," I desperately spoke out. Hoop. I realized too late as the woman turned around. There we go, I just broke another rule. She turned around and gasped as she saw me. She came closer. I guess that's the final rule I'd ever break. I thought letting the creature do whatever it wanted. Surprisingly, the woman asked me if I was okay and told me to stay put and wait until she got the ambulance here. Then she picked up her phone and started calling. I was only able to mumble thanks before I passed out again. I guess I got very lucky. I had pretty much broken every single rule on that list and still survived. I returned home and thankfully my sister was still alive. I told my family I fell down the stairs at the subway station to explain my injuries, which they are not by. But then again, I don't want to tell them about the rules or they'll think the head trauma has made me crazy. Today I received a text on my phone. "Congratulations, you have been promoted to work as a night guard on our only night train. We have also sent a sum of $100,000 to your bank account as your pay for your first shift. We hope to see you at, redacted, for your next shift in 2 weeks. I'm a pregnant virgin and I don't think this thing inside of me is human. My period was 4 days late. I wasn't really worried about this. My periods tend to be pretty irregular. My doctor had recommended birth control for it, but I declined because of my fear of it. But that story is far too much to unpack right now. I wasn't that stressed about it. Why would I want my period to come anyway? It was stressful, my skin broke out, I ate too much and craved everything, and the cramps were paralyzing. So, I wasn't missing out on something great. I'm also a virgin, so I didn't have that whole pregnancy scare thing to worry about when my period was late. I went on with my daily life those 4 days, trying to ignore that voice in the back of my head that kept telling me that even if it didn't come now, it was going to come soon and I was going to have to deal with it anyway. Then it was a week late. And then a week and a half. I started to get worried at the 2-week mark when I also started to feel sick. It felt like allergies, but as if I was feeling every single person's allergies all at once. I went to the doctor, and after a couple of tests I got the news, I was pregnant. At first, I laughed. There was no way, that was impossible unless someone had changed the rules of how babies were made. I told the doctor this, and the reply she gave me was something along the lines of, "I don't know what to tell you, you're pregnant, Lisa." I went home, ignoring the news because I knew this was impossible. Then the paranoia set in and I started thinking, what if someone accidentally got me pregnant? Like Jane the Virgin style? But, that didn't make any sense, and the timeline between how far along I was, according to my doctor, and my last gynecologist visit didn't add up, so it wasn't that. After that, I ran through the whole, what if I'm carrying the next Messiah and no one told me? Scenario, but I quickly dismissed that one too. I don't think I would be the person who would be chosen for that job, even if I was the last woman in the world. I took a few more tests, and they were all positive. I had some blood work done, also positive. So that was it. I was pregnant. I might not know why, or how, but I knew that I was. I scheduled the abortion about 2 days after that. Fast forward about 2 weeks, I was still pregnant. I had more blood work, took more tests, and got more positives. It's not like I could go back and get another abortion though, so, I did nothing and just decided to ignore it and see what happened. About a month and a half in, from the first time I found out I was pregnant, I started to show. This was odd to me, considering that I didn't remember any of my friends showing up until they were about 4 months in. I figured my body was just different. When people started to ask, I told them I had gone to a sperm bank. It was a hell of a lot easier than telling them how I was a virgin who somehow wound up pregnant. Besides, who would believe that crap? At month 2 the morning sickness hit me. Hard. I would get up about 3 times in the middle of the night to throw up. I would throw up constantly all during the day until I felt like my stomach was going to rip open. The good thing was that I worked from home, so I didn't have to worry about throwing up in front of coworkers and stuff. Month 3 is when things got a little bit crazier. First, it started kicking. It was an odd sensation at first, just weird, something I was not used to. Then it began to kick harder. Then it started kicking in different directions. I felt it kick toward my back one time. Another time I swear it kicked my lungs because I felt the air rush out of me and I couldn't breathe for a good few seconds. I blacked out for a bit and woke up in a different room. That wasn't the only time that happened though. Another time, I got incredibly tired all of a sudden and laid down to take a nap, to realize that I had somehow driven halfway across town to a deserted farm. On 2 separate occasions, I ended up in this weird field. I googled the 2 properties, but everything that came up was normal, land that was sold or that once contained weed or some other kind of plant. No unalives, no missing people, and no reports of supernatural activity. A couple of weeks into the 5th month, I got incredibly sick, to the point where I wasn't able to hold anything down, not even water. I passed out, likely due to dehydration, and woke up in the rundown farmhouse on the old farm, covered in blood, feeling great. I drove home, confused and scared, and locked all my doors and windows. After that, I stopped traveling to random places. A few days after that, around the 6th or 7th month, I got super nauseous. I spent about an hour on the bathroom floor, gagging into the toilet. I could feel the vomit making its way up out of my mouth, slowly like thick liquid sliding out of a glass. It felt like something was climbing up my throat almost. Finally, I was able to vomit, only to realize that I wasn't vomiting food. Instead, some kind of bug was making its way out of the inside of my body. I screamed when I saw the dozens of larvae-like critters plop into the water on the toilet seat. I couldn't close my mouth, of course, then they would just be stuck in there. So, I spent the next few minutes gagging and trying to get them all out, flushing the toilet periodically to get rid of them. Afterward, I brushed my teeth 8 times. The next morning I felt fine, but there were deep, black, and purple stretch marks all over my stomach and sides. I tried to wash and moisturize them, but they hurt to the touch. Even when my clothing would rub against my skin, the pain was so unbearable that it made me scream in pain. I spent the rest of that day in a sports bra. The other weird thing is that people kept forgetting that I was pregnant until I mentioned it. This happened to a few people, even my mom, and my doctors. Whenever I would go to my checkups, the ultrasound technician would get extremely quiet and begin to act robotically. I was told the same thing every time. Everything looks great, Lisa. Bye. For a while, everything went back to normal. Then, about 2 hours ago something strange happened. I'm at month 9. I'm due in about 3 weeks or so. Last night I received a call from a number that I didn't recognize, so of course, I didn't answer. The number called more times, each call coming in within seconds of the one before. Finally, I answered. Before I could even say hello, a woman's voice spoke. "You have my child, I'm coming to get it tonight." Then, the line went dead and the calls disappeared from my phone. I locked all my doors and went up to bed. About 10 minutes ago, my doorbell rang. I, of course, didn't answer it. I could hear someone walking around my front yard, and then stop when they were under my bedroom window. Yoo-hoo. I'm here for my child. I sat in the dark, writing this, trying to figure out what to do. I called the police a few minutes ago, but they still haven't arrived. Outside, the person on my lawn keeps shouting things. Any minute now. I'm here for my child. Yoo-hoo. Let me in, let me in. About a second ago the crying and screaming started. And it's coming from inside me. There's a new restaurant in the mall food court. It only sells one item, but everyone is obsessed. I took a summer job at the Perfume Gallery, a small perfume store in the local mall. West Plaza Mall is the most popular mall in the city. It has all the best stores, and it's conveniently located near a high school, so there are always crowds of teenagers hanging out in all corners of the mall. The Perfume Gallery doesn't get a lot of customers, which is exactly why I picked it. I get paid to sit around and sometimes clean off the glass counters. Only 4 employees are working here, with 2 employees per shift. I'm always stuck working with Ethel. Ethel is not an annoying person, I'd say that we're friends. But she does have a few quirks. She talks too much, which is generally fine considering that there's not much else to do here, but it does get annoying to have someone contracting droning on and on all day long. She's 3 years older than me, but she's working at the Perfume Gallery because she thinks college is some sort of elaborate trap set by the government to force you to either get you to waste money or study business. 3 days ago, Ethel arrived at work shortly after I had opened the store. "Did you come in through the food court entrance?" she asked as she threw her bag down behind the registers. "No, I came in through the north entrance," I replied, counting the bills in the register. "There's a new restaurant, where that burger place used to be." "That's nice," I said, closing the register. She stood behind me, tying her thick black hair up into a ponytail. "There's a giant line, it's crazy. I've never seen that many people in the food court at once." "What do they sell?" I asked, leaning up against the counter. "I don't know, something called the award-winning premium drink." "They sell one drink? That's it?" Ethel nodded her head. "That doesn't sound like a solid business plan," I said. Ethel shrugged. "Well, it's working for them. The line goes all the way to Macy's." "Weird," I commented. I worked the rest of my shift normally, with only about 10 customers coming in before my lunch break. I let Ethel know that I was going for lunch and made my way to the food court as I tried to decide what I was going to eat. As I turned the corner and passed the Macy's, I realized that Ethel wasn't lying. The line was still incredibly long, blocking the entrance to the store. I pushed through some of the people and headed for the salad shop, glancing back at the new addition to the food court. The new place was called Evil Eddie's, according to the glowing neon sign above the counter. There were 3 employees in black uniforms taking orders and handing every customer a black cup with a rainbow straw. Almost everyone in the food court had one. I ordered my salad and sat in the corner of the food court, watching as everyone grabbed their drink and found a seat or stood around in groups, sipping out of their cups. "This does taste like an award-winning premium drink," a man at a nearby table exclaimed after taking a long sip from his drink. The people around them began laughing as if he had said the funniest thing in the world. "Are you going to try the award-winning premium drink?" one of the women asked, looking over at me. "Maybe later," I lied. "The line is too long and I need to get back to work." "Bummer," she replied, sticking out her bottom lip. "Evil Eddie's has the best drink I've ever tried." "Alrighty," I replied. I got up from the table, feeling uncomfortable, and ate the rest of my salad on the walk back to the store. A couple of minutes later, Ethel left for her lunch break, talking about how excited she was to try Evil Eddie's new drink. She came back 30 minutes later, complaining about how she had wasted 20 minutes in line and didn't even come close to ordering. She spent the rest of the shift complaining about how many people were in line and how long they had been there. "It's just because they're new," I said. "Give it a week and it'll be empty again." The next day, it was the same story. The line to Evil Eddie's was impossibly long, once again blocking the entrance to Macy's. I rolled my eyes at the crowd of people as I walked to the store. Once again, Ethel came in, complaining about how she had arrived 20 minutes early and still hadn't made it to the front of the line. "Don't you want to try this drink that everyone is raving about?" she asked me, halfway through our shift. "Not really," I replied. "Don't you think it's kind of sketchy that they don't say what's in the drink?" Ethel laughed. "No, what do you think they're going to put in there? Substances? Maybe. It would explain why everyone is so obsessed." You're so negative, Layla, Ethel replied. I shrugged. On my lunch break, I once again walked past the giant line of people. I was beginning to think that the line wasn't even moving, but it was. Every time I walked by there were different people in line. The food court was littered with black cups and rainbow straws. The trash cans were overflowing, and every single customer had one. I grabbed another salad for lunch and sat at a table on the far right. No one talked to me that day, and I was able to finish my food in peace as I watched everyone sipping from their drinks. I glanced at a group of high school kids that I recognized. They were sitting a few tables away, a black cup in front of every single one of them. They all sipped from the cups, only a few of them eating any food. It seemed like ever since Evil Eddie's had arrived, all anyone ever did was drink the stupid drink. I hadn't seen anyone buy food from any of the other places. That day, Ethel once again tried and failed to get a drink from Evil Eddie. She came back huffing and complaining, and I tuned her out as she rambled on for the rest of the shift. When I left that day, the food court was the same, a long line, and hundreds of black cups with rainbow straws. The next day, Ethel didn't show up for her shift. I sent her over 6 text messages and left her 3 voicemail messages, but she didn't reply. Annoyed, I worked the shift alone, until the other worker was able to come in and take Ethel's place. Once she was there, I went to lunch where I found Ethel standing in line. She was about 6 spots away from ordering, and I got even angrier, realizing that she had flaked to stand in line and try the stupid drink. I walked over and tapped her on the shoulder, and she spun around. What the hell, Ethel? Oh. Hey Layla. She grinned. You could have warned someone that you weren't coming to work, I said. I must have forgotten. I got so caught up in all the excitement. She chuckled as she pushed her hair off her shoulder. I noticed that she was holding a rainbow straw in her hand. You already got a drink? I asked, pointing at the straw. Oh, yeah, I did. It was so good, Layla. You really should try it. I shook my head. You're unbelievable. You already got a drink and you still missed work? I asked. You don't get it, it's so good. I rolled my eyes and left as she continued to tell me how good the drink was. By the time I got my lunch, Ethel had already gotten her drink and she was sitting at a table alone as she sipped on her drink. I finished my lunch and went back to the store to finish my shift. I was annoyed at Ethel for not answering my messages and for missing work for a stupid drink. When my shift was over, I walked past the food court and saw that Ethel was still sitting at a table. There were 3 empty black cups in front of her, and she had another in her hand as she scrolled through her phone. As I approached her, I noticed she was eating something, although I saw no food or wrappers in front of her. You're still here? I asked, leaning against an empty chair. She nodded, taking a sip from her black cup and then continuing to chew whatever she was eating. How long have you been here? I asked as I looked at all the empty cups around her. She shrugged, continuing to chew. Are you just gonna give me the silent treatment now? She said nothing and continued to shrug. I rolled my eyes and then watched as she took another sip. This time, I noticed that when she pulled the straw out of her mouth, there was a thick drop of red that slid down the straw. What are you eating? I asked. She said nothing and continued to chew, faster and faster until I realized she was bleeding. She parted her lips slightly after she swallowed and blood poured out of the corners of her mouth. Ethel, what are you eating? I repeated, leaning over and grabbing her chin. She stared at me and chewed faster, gulping sporadically as she tried to pull away from my grasp. After a while, I got her to open her mouth, and blood dribbled out and down her chin. She swallowed once more and then opened her mouth wide. I jumped back when I saw that her mouth was covered in blood, staining her teeth and running down her lips. She had chewed her tongue off almost completely somehow, and I felt nausea creeping up my throat when I realized that's what she had been swallowing. I gagged as I pulled my phone out to call 911, looking around and noticing that almost everyone with a black cup was chewing and swallowing, just as Ethel had been. As I stared at her, she slowly closed her mouth and let out a series of garbled noises that I could just barely make out. I stared as she continued to let out the same noises while I tried to tell the operator what was happening. After a few seconds, I knew exactly what she was trying to say. It's so good. Yesterday, NASA recovered a futuristic hard drive from space. I can no longer keep what it holds a secret. I handle extraterrestrial objects at NASA. Up until now, I've been analyzing various rocks and materials from space, with my next big project being analyzing soil samples from Mars. Over the years, the excitement of handling items from space had worn off and my job was simply reduced to a simple routine I had set up for examining and recording the features of everything that was brought to my desk. Recently, I was given a smooth piece of metal that had been found floating in orbit by the folks over at the ISS. When I first examined this hunk of metal, I was intrigued by its seemingly man-made shape, like it was deliberately created by someone and launched into space. It was no bigger than a small sleek laptop charging brick and had smooth rounded corners like pebbles in a river. It was an interesting find, and I was a little excited to examine this object. I was surprised that no one had considered this was probably launched into space by someone, because there's a very low chance that this device was naturally created. I was turning it over in my gloved hands when I first realized that it had a small slit on the left side. My heart rate began to quicken. Slipping a piece of paper into the slit caused the entire drive to start morphing. The metal began to melt away like chocolate and molded into a different shape entirely. Now there was a simple circular hole on the side that upon inspection seemed to be endless, as I only saw a dark pit no matter how hard I looked inside. I backed away from the device as I realized that I was working with technology so advanced, it was way beyond our understanding of physics and chemistry itself. This needed to be taken up with the higher-ups immediately. Somehow through the whole process of getting this out of space and onto my desk, no one had realized that this metal exterior hid technological components inside. It also explained why this hadn't yet been taken away by shadowy government organizations. The device had stopped moving and lay still on my table as I stared at it. On one hand, I knew this was well beyond what I could deal with. On the other, a strange deadly curiosity urged me to investigate it just a little further. Perhaps I could find out what it did. It took me hours to get beyond the development. Every time I pushed something through that hole in the side of the device, it would promptly begin to reshape again until the hole closed in around the inserted object and matched exactly to its shape. It would then whir for a few moments, seeming like it was examining the object, and then spit it out completely with the metal reshaping into the same original slit. I was getting more and more worried as time ticked. My face felt hot and my hands clammy. I was about to call my boss to hand this over to the higher-ups before I got in trouble when I got a crazy idea. After pushing everything from pens to metal rods into that hole, I decided to put a simple USB-A connected cable into the hole. It was a random idea, possibly inspired by the fact that the last thing I had in my drawer was that cable and it was the only thing I hadn't put into the device. As soon as I put in the connector into the side of the device, it began to conform to its shape and were once more. A loud bleep filled my entire office. The machine didn't reject the cable and instead kept it inside. My heart began to beat in anticipation as I plugged the cable into my laptop. I jumped when the laptop identified the device as a hard drive. It was simply named GSA drive. I opened the drive and inside I found one file in a folder. The file was a simple PNG image that depicted the logo of GSA and under it revealed what the acronym stood for. Global Space Agency. I didn't have time to ponder over the existence of this organization and instead backed out of the image to click into the other folder, fueled by curiosity. It took me a moment to register the size of that folder. The entire folder was 6000 petabytes. Chills ran down my spine. I quickly called my boss and explained what I had on me. He didn't seem to buy it but promised he'd come as soon as possible and take the device off me. Somehow the fact that I was about to lose this device made me want to dig in just a little further before I gave it back. I knew I was digging my grave but an urge to know what was inside had overtaken me. I clicked back and quickly checked the hard drive capacity, 10,000 petabytes. My stomach twisted into knots as I realized that this small hard drive had a capacity more than the modern internet. Only curiosity lured me in and enticed me. My want to explore this drive overtook the growing fear and anxiety that was building up in the back of my mind. I should have handed the drive to the higher-ups and let them deal with it. Much of the folders inside the main folder contained thousands and thousands of files that were all unrecognizable file types. My computer was unable to open or process any of them, and as far as I knew these file formats did not exist. I found more images of various devices, vehicles, and weapons that seemed impossible to build and defied the laws of matter. However, I didn't have to look far to find a folder titled, Read Me. Inside I found a document that details a disturbing and horrific notion. It explains the existence of the drive and why it's here. I'll transcribe it here for you to read yourself. File name, message from 2299. I don't know who you are, or which timeline you exist in. I don't know what date it is for you, and I don't even know if you're human. As you can see, this is a desperate attempt at making contact. The past needs to know of our mistakes so they can be avoided. Throughout time, humankind has learned from history, but never from the future. This is, I guess, a learning opportunity to not go down the same path we went. During the year 2050, there was a second you could call it an industrial revolution. I'm assuming you know of the Industrial Revolution since you have the technology to open this file and read it. This Industrial Revolution was a revolution of technology. A massive technological boom was built up by decades of innovation before it. It was a time in which different discoveries from the previous decades came together in technology and allowed us to redefine our devices forever. Soon enough, self-driving cars were replaced by a network of teleportation hubs that broke you down to the very atoms and rebuilt you on the other side. Not to say there weren't accidents, but medicine had advanced to such a degree that death had become a concept of the past. Several thousands of people began to live as minds on humanoid robots in the first few years of this technology's development. Quantum computers were replaced by cybernetic chips. Our own buildings evolved into smart skyscrapers that extended to the brink of the atmosphere. We didn't even spare the oceans as they soon filled up with skyscrapers and underwater cities. When humanity finished conquering the Earth and rid it of all its other life, they realized the mistakes they had made. Several countries began to destroy cities and build them underground instead to encourage a natural environment on the top. It wasn't climate change that unalived life. No, that was resolved ages ago. It was the rapid loss of habitat as the population extended beyond the Earth's holding capacity. The only animals and plants that were left were farming necessities that humanity needed. Unfortunately, they could not form a complete ecosystem, and so the environment continued to suffer and break with no solution in sight. So humanity took to the stars. In a short span of 100 years, all the planets in the solar system had been terraformed. From the hot desert of Mercury to the icy oceans of Jupiter's moons, people had found a way to live there. The population continued to expand throughout those years and somehow began to exceed the capacity of the entire universe. What many people didn't realize as they terraformed planet after planet is that they could not create life. They could not build the environment that they had destroyed back on Earth. I was one of the few, self-proclaimed space explorers like the sea explorers back in the days Earth was Earth. Our job was to find more livable planets that could be terraformed quickly and efficiently. We did have the technology to terraform every planet, but planets like Mercury took a lot more time and energy to transform because after all, we couldn't move the planet from its orbit. Given another century though, I doubt we wouldn't be able to do it. Experimental wormhole technology had gone into development a couple of decades earlier. Space vessels with this form of transport built in were given to anyone who wished to explore space alone, millions of light years away from the closest human. These ships could construct wormholes to another given location in space and pass through them, skipping millions of light years of travel in the process. Just like that, humanity once again began expanding through the observable universe like cracks slowly forming in the glass. We encountered no other life form throughout our exploration and believed we were truly alone until I visited Croton 42A. The planet had deep blue seas and continents full of strange animals. They seemed to be early in their evolution, not yet intelligent. When my ship first landed on the planet, I quickly realized that the atmosphere matched that of the original Earth, rich in oxygen. The planet was an exact duplicate of Earth. In the vastness of the universe, statistics had created a similar planet. I was far, far away from the closest space station. There was no way for me to communicate my find. I didn't explore the planet any further, careful not to disturb the environment and avoid any other possible intelligent life forms that I had not yet seen. Instead, I collected samples from the area where my ship had landed and promptly left, making sure I sterilized my entire spacesuit in the sterilization room. I took the samples back to the closest human settlement, and after that news spread like wildfire. I became somewhat of a celebrity, a legendary space explorer who had found a utopia for the wealthiest of people and had most importantly found more life in the bleakness of space. It wasn't just me that went right back to the closest human settlement though. Something had survived the sterilization chamber and came right back with me. It had spread across my entire spaceship and to every person I had contacted. It jumped from person to person and spread quickly. Through all these decades of innovation and advancement in technology, we had forgotten one thing. When humanity began to take over the planet, they also eradicated all bacteria and viruses, effectively making sure no one ever got sick. Medicine advanced too quickly for its good, and with this growth, it left a gaping hole in itself. All medicinal plants that were needed for making medicines had gone extinct, as they were deemed useless after all diseases were eradicated. A simple virus from planet millions of light years away began to conquer us, just like we had done to the stars. Just like we had built large networks of heat and light energy converters around stars, this disease began to surround us. In the first year, half of the entire human population died. The symptoms were simple. The patient's skin would begin to slowly turn blue as the days passed. When the skin had turned completely blue, and it would shrivel before the entire body would be unable to hold water, the patient would die a sudden death from dehydration. Whole settlements collapsed into anarchy as people fought for food and resources. Military groups formed and attacked in mobs, stealing resources and food. Wars erupted across the intergalactic utopia humanity had created for itself and brought buildings to the ground. Nothing could stop it from spreading. We didn't even know how it spread, with it seeming to spread in all ways possible. Scientists studying patients began to die, and there was just no way to study the virus without becoming infected yourself. The wealthiest of people began to buy out expensive spaceships to quarantine in, but they were soon attacked as all orders collapsed. For a short few months, the chaos and war lit up whole planets like fireworks in the sky. With our advanced weaponry, humans became desperate animalistic versions of themselves, scrounging for supplies and food, all while carrying the virus and transmitting it everywhere. Throughout all this, I remained alive. I didn't show a single symptom, and somehow the virus had just passed through me. I took my ship and moved away from major human settlements to protect myself, while still listening into broadcasts and messages from everyone. I watched digitally as entire human settlements went empty and infrastructure began to decay. All our development over centuries began to decay and fall back. The population shrunk until it was confined to just one planet, Earth. The only planet that had not recorded a case of this virus. A small government had protected the planet from all the intergalactic chaos. The people on Earth thought that was the end of it. That they had somehow survived against all odds, and that it was up to them to rebuild the intergalactic empire that we had formed. A mystery case stomped on those ambitions and eradicated the rest of the population. After days of not getting a single broadcast or message, I realized that I was possibly the last of my kind in the empty, hopeless vacuum of space. I visited the abandoned colonies, desperate to find a single human being other than myself, but all I found were bodies that the virus had left behind in its wake. I have somehow not become infected yet. The virus had spared me and at the same time sentenced me to death in the loneliness of the stars. As this century ends and a new one starts, an entire era begins. An era without humanity. An era in which all our settlements will begin to collapse into dust until there is no mark of us left in the universe. Sometimes I wonder, what if that's what had happened to all the other life? I returned to the planet that the virus had originated from and decided to spend the rest of my life there. Even after taking my space suit off and breathing in the sweet fresh air, the virus won't infect me. I'm somehow the only one immune out of the trillions of people that succumb to this disease. Before I end my miserable existence, I've tasked my ship's AI to write and deliver this message on my ship's main hard drive. It will open a small wormhole and try to send this in the past, a technology that I have personally been working on myself ever since the whole human race went extinct. My ship's AI helped me greatly, and I was able to hopefully achieve what all of humanity hadn't yet achieved, time travel. If you are reading this message and the date is somewhere around the early 21st century, it means that my time-traveling wormhole succeeded and that I have long since died. Well, in your timeline, I don't even exist yet. Please spread this message around as much as you can, and give it to everyone. Learn from our mistakes. Protect the planet. Take care of it. It is the only home we have in the deadly inky black sea of stars. My eyes were brimmed with tears as I finished reading the message. Deep down I knew it was genuine. I told my boss I was joking with him and took the drive for myself. I'm sharing this message here before it's taken away from me and censored. There's an old payphone in town that takes calls from the dead. The payphone was located off a small dirt road next to a bus stop, a few miles down from Hookwell gas station. It looked like any other payphone, located inside a small silver and blue phone booth. The door no longer worked and hung lopsided, clanging against the walls of the booths each time it was open or closed. The phone itself didn't work either. It hadn't for at least a few years by this point. The cord had been cut and the phone was cracked and scratched up. The booth itself was pretty messed up as well. The walls were cracked and one was completely gone. People had taken Sharpies and spray paint to the booth, and it was covered in random people's names and phone numbers that probably no longer belonged to whoever had put them there in the first place. There was one thing that stood out amongst the other random graffiti, the headstone that had been painted on the door of the booth in black paint. It took up most of the door and had the initials DIN written on it, along with the year, 1986. The phone booth was particularly popular among the kids in my grade, including my friend group. You could almost always find a group of kids hanging around the phone booth after school or on the weekends. I first heard about it from Bradley Jeriam, who told us one day during lunchtime that his sister and her friends had visited the phone booth and talked to the din. "What's a din?" Ceci asked as she picked at her fruit cup, taking out all the pears. "It's some ghost that lives in the phone." My cousin Anthony told me about it. Ricky replied through a mouthful of cheese pizza. "Oh yeah, I've heard of that. Is it real?" I asked. Bradley nodded and Ceci rolled her eyes. "I swear to God it's real. Lyra told me she talked to the din herself. She said the phone rang while they were out there drinking and she answered it and someone spoke to her." "Okay, so what did they say?" Ceci asked. Bradley shrugged. "She wouldn't tell me." "Well, maybe she wouldn't tell you because nothing happened. They were probably just intoxicated," I said. Bradley stared at me and I could tell that he was starting to get annoyed. "You guys are idiots. The din is real, and you can come to see for yourself if you really don't believe me." "You're going to go talk to the din?" Ceci snickered. "Yes, I am. Tonight. You can come if you want. Or not." He leaned back in his seat, trying to come off as calm, but I could tell that he was just desperate to be right. "All right, I'll go," I replied. "Seriously?" Ricky asked. I nodded. "Fine, I'll go too. Olivia and I will meet you there tonight," Ceci said, finally giving in. That night, I climbed out of my bedroom window and down the tree to our front lawn where Ceci was already waiting with her bike. I grabbed my bike from the side of the house and pushed it towards the sidewalk where she waited. "You ready?" she asked. "Yeah, whatever, let's just go." The phone booth was about a 6-minute ride from my house and we rode in silence through the quiet night. As we passed Hookwell's, I heard Ceci sigh next to me on her bike. "The guys aren't even here yet." I looked around as we neared the phone booth and realized that she was right. There was nobody in the area, and even the parking lot at Hookwell's was empty. There was very little light around the area. The only thing around was a streetlight that stood a few feet to the left of the booth as well as one across the street. So what do we do now? I asked. I got off my bike and leaned it against the phone booth as Ceci did the same, propping hers up near mine. She shrugged as she walked towards the road and looked down both ways. I don't see them anywhere. Maybe we should wait a few minutes. If they're not here in 10, we leave. I agreed and we sat on the side of the road in silence, picking at some dandelions that had started to grow near the overgrown grass. Ceci sighed as she looked at her watch, and then glanced down the street again. They're not coming. Those idiots probably got caught sneaking out. So what, do we leave now? I asked. Ceci stood up and then held her hands out toward me. I took them and she pulled me to my feet. I dusted off my shorts and headed towards my bike. I mean, we waited 10 minutes. I don't think they're coming. I knew Bradley was lying. Maybe he got scared. I laughed. Ceci chuckled as we each got on our bikes and got ready to head back home. As we pushed off towards the road, we heard a ringing. What the hell? I turned back towards the sound and realized it was coming from the phone booth. Ceci and I exchanged a look as we stood still, listening to the phone ring. What do we do? I whispered. Ceci got off her bike and let it fall as she slowly walked over to the phone. What are you doing? I hissed as the phone kept ringing. Don't you want to know who it is? I shook my head as I let my bike fall and followed her. No. It shouldn't even be ringing. The cord is cut. I pointed. Ceci pulled open the door of the booth and reached out for the phone. Ceci. The phone stopped ringing abruptly and she jumped back, letting go of the door which banged loudly against the booth as it closed. That was weird, she said, stepping out of the booth and letting the door shut softly behind her. We need to leave. That was too creepy, I said. She nodded and started walking away from the booth when the ringing started up again. We froze, staring at each other. My palms were beginning to sweat despite the slight chill in the night breeze. Ceci looked back at the booth and then at me. I sighed and marched over to the booth, opening the door and reaching for the phone. Ceci caught the door before it slammed shut and held onto it as I picked up the phone and held it to my ear. Hello? I looked at Ceci as I listened into the phone. I could make out someone breathing quietly on the other end. Ceci stepped into the booth and pressed her head against mine, listening into the phone. Hello? A soft voice whispered back. Yes? Hello? Who is this? I asked. Ceci leaned even closer to the phone, her curls pressing up against the side of my head and face. Can you hear me? The voice asked. Yes, we can hear you. Ceci replied. How many of you are there? Just 2 of us. How are you calling this phone? I asked. I don't know. What's your name? Ceci asked. Daniela, my name is Daniela. Who are you? I asked, looking back down the road which was still empty. My name is Daniela Ivy Newman. That's my full name. Ceci backed up and tapped my shoulder. I glanced back and saw as she pointed to the headstone graffiti on the door of the booth. Daniela Ivy Newman. Din. Ceci mouthed. You're the Din? I asked. Is that what they're calling me now? Daniela chuckled sadly. What do you want? Ceci asked, pressing her head back against mine to listening into the phone. I just want to be free. I don't want to be trapped here anymore. Daniela started to cry on the other end of the phone, softly at first, but soon she erupted into heavy sobs. I pulled the phone away from my ear and looked over at Ceci, who was staring at me wide-eyed. She motioned for me to hang up and I slowly reached out to place the phone back. No. Don't leave me here, please let me out. I flinched and Ceci stepped back out of the booth as the voice filled the inside as if it were coming from a speaker. Don't leave me. I put the phone back and we ran to our bikes, quickly riding out of the area. As we rode away we could hear the screams coming from the booth, and they didn't stop until we passed Hookwell's. We reached my house first, and Ceci waited for me to climb back into my bedroom window before she waved and headed home as well. I spent the rest of the night lying awake in the dark, trying to get the screams out of my head as I tried to figure out how I'd managed to talk to someone through a broken payphone. I tried to convince myself that it was a dream, which didn't work. It was much easier than accepting the alternative, however, which was that we had somehow communicated with someone or something that was trapped in the phone booth somehow for some reason. The next day at lunch, Ceci was uncharacteristically quiet as she ate her fruit cup without even stopping to pick out the pears like she usually did. I glanced up from my peanut butter and jelly sandwich when I heard Ricky and Bradley laughing as they neared the table. I watched as they set their lunch trays down, taking a seat across from Ceci and me. Where the hell were you guys last night? Ceci asked. I couldn't leave. My grandparents decided to make a surprise dinner visit and I couldn't sneak out, Ricky replied. And you? I asked, looking at Bradley. My sister caught me sneaking out and snitched. I rolled my eyes. Did you two end up going? Bradley asked. Yes, we did actually. And we talked to the din. No way. Ricky grinned. It was not funny, Ceci snapped. What was it like? What did it say to you? Bradley asked, pushing his lunch to the side. She, I corrected. Huh? The din? It's a girl. Her name is Daniela Ivy Newman. D-I-N, Din. So it's just some chick? Not just some chick who can somehow communicate through a broken phone. It's creepy, man, she yelled at us. She said she wanted to be set free, whatever that means. Did you say, Newman? Like the Newmans? Ricky asked suddenly. Who are the Newmans? I asked. Tom and Stacy? They own Hookwell's, right down the street from the phone booth. So? They have the same last name, who cares? Ceci replied. My mom told me once that they used to have a daughter, Danny, but she ran away when they were kids and they never found her, Bradley replied. I've never heard of any Danny Newman. All of our parents were friends back then, wouldn't they know about her too? Also, do you really think this is the same girl? If she ran away, why would she be stuck in a phone booth? I asked. Maybe she didn't run away, Ceci said. What do you mean? Maybe she died. That would explain the headstone drawing with her initials on it. So she died and she just haunts a random phone booth now? That's lame, Ricky said. Well, maybe she doesn't have a choice. Whatever, what are we supposed to do about it anyway? If it is her, she's dead. If it's not, then there's some ghost pretending to be the Newman's daughter, I said. We need to go back, Ceci said. Are you crazy? I asked. Tonight, Ricky and I will be there for sure this time, Bradley replied, ignoring me. All right, see you all tonight then. I sighed as the lunch bell rang and we all got up and headed out of the cafeteria. That night, I found myself in the phone booth again, only this time, Ricky and Bradley were there before Ceci and I arrived. I got off my bike and glanced at Ricky and Bradley, who were already in the phone booth, holding the phone in between their heads. Ceci and I walked over and pulled open the door to the booth, squeezing in with them. What's going on? I whispered. Ricky held a finger to his lips, shushing me. Aha. Yeah, she's here. They're both here, Bradley said into the phone. I looked at Ceci, who shrugged. It's for you. Bradley held the phone out towards us. I stared at the phone in his hand but didn't take it. After a few seconds, Ceci sighed and snatched it from him. Hello? We stared at her in silence as she glanced around at us while she listened. Okay, yeah. Aha, okay. Yeah, Ceci said into the phone over and over again. What does she want? I whispered, leaning towards Ricky. He shrugged and suddenly, Ceci held the phone back out to me. I took it and watched as she stepped out of the phone booth and began walking towards the road. What's she doing? I asked, bringing the phone up to my ear. There was a soft humming coming from the other end, a peaceful melody that reminded me of a lullaby. I listened as I watched Ceci walk into the road and look down the right side. By the time I noticed the lights, it was too late. I watched as the events unfolded in front of me, almost in slow motion. I still don't know where the truck came from. 1 minute the road was empty, and the next thing I knew, Ceci was hit. I watched as the truck collided with her, throwing her up into the air. She bounced off the front of the truck and then tumbled off onto the road. Her body rolled off the side, falling into a small decline of overgrown grass and shrubs across the street from the booth. The rest of us didn't move. We stood there in silence and watched it happen. I continued to hold the phone up to my ear, listening to the humming coming from the other side. Finally, after a few seconds, it stopped and I heard a soft sigh come from the phone. Who the hell is that? Bradley asked. I followed the direction that he was pointing in and saw a girl that I didn't recognize standing in the middle of the road, in the exact spot that Ceci had just been. She stood facing us, wearing a pink and blue sweater and jeans that were covered in blood. Her left arm oddly hung off her body, as if it had been completely detached from the rest of her. She stared at us for a few seconds before she looked up. We followed her gaze upwards to see a giant, glowing spiral of wind that fell over her and lifted her away. I dropped the phone, suddenly remembering Ceci, and ran across the street towards the other side of the road where her body had been thrown. I tripped down the decline and looked around the area, but there was nothing there. I squinted in the dim light of the streetlights and ran back and forth through the grass, trying to find her body, but it was gone, vanished. I walked back up to the road and looked at Bradley and Ricky, who were still right near the booth. I headed back towards them. She's gone, I said. Look, Ricky said, pointing at the door to the booth. I walked over to see what they were talking about and noticed that the graffiti had changed. Not the whole thing, just the headstone. Instead of reading DIN 1986 it now reads CAL 1999. Cal? Bradley asked. Cecilia April Lewis, I replied. Bradley, Ricky, and I didn't talk much after that. Eventually, Ricky's family left and shortly thereafter Ceci's parents moved away. They never found her body, and we never told anybody what we saw. Kids kept visiting the phone booth, but that also stopped pretty soon because the phone never rang again. Years later, the town decided to build houses down the side of the road where the booth was located. The gas station was torn down and on both sides of the streets, they built a line of houses that stretched all the way down the road into town. I stayed in town, as did Bradley, though he traveled a lot for work and was rarely around. I still go back to the phone booth from time to time. It's still there, I don't really know why they left it. Sometimes I go and sit by the side of the road or go for a run down the street, hoping that it'll ring. Last week, it finally did. I was on a walk alone when I noticed a group of kids huddled around the phone booth. 2 girls were inside the booth, their heads pressed together as they listened to the phone. What are you guys doing? I asked as I neared them. We're taking the call, one whispered. What call? I asked. She motioned towards the door of the booth at the initials on the headstone. It still looked fresh, like it had been painted over recently. I reached in and snatched the phone, ignoring the girls' protests. Hello? I asked. Olivia? Ceci? I whispered, recognizing the voice immediately. She laughed, sort of, yeah. Hey, give us the phone back. We want to take the call. One of the girls whined. I ignored her and turned my back to them. The truck is coming back tonight, Ceci said. What? I asked. She didn't answer. I listened for a few more seconds but she didn't reply. Instead, she sighed softly and began to hum the same song that I had heard on the night she died. One of the girls snatched the phone from me and pressed it to her ear. Great, she's gone. Thanks a lot, old lady, she huffed. The girls put the phone back and walked off as I stood there on the side of the road, the tune playing over and over in my head as I stared across the road where I could swear I saw Ceci standing. She pointed behind me and the phone rang again. I reached into the booth and picked up the phone, holding it to my ear. It'll come back at 10, she said. I nodded as she vanished once again and the sound of a dial tone played through the phone. I've been flying for almost 30 hours and the flight attendants won't stop crying. 30 hours ago I hopped on a late-night flight from New York heading to Los Angeles. After boarding, I saw that I had an entire row to myself. Takeoff passed without incident, and soon I was stretched out for a nap across the row. I slept for a few hours, I don't know how long, but I woke up to some severe turbulence. It's possible that the lights in the cabin went out for a moment, but I was so disoriented that it's hard to say. I checked my phone to see that it was 4:03 a.m., which I figured gave me about an hour until we landed. When I looked out my window, I was shocked to see nothing but a wide open ocean. My jaw dropped, there was no ocean between New York and Los Angeles. I hit the button to call the flight attendant and spent the next few minutes racking my brain for a lake that could have possibly been big enough to explain what I was seeing. I jumped when the attendant flipped off the light. She was grinning from ear to ear, and tears were pouring down her cheeks. How can I help you, sir? She asked. I froze for a moment at her reaction before deciding to just ask my question. Where are we? Why does it look like we're flying over an ocean? She wiped her cheeks to clear the tears, still grinning wildly. Sir, we'll be landing in about an hour. Okay, thank you, I said. After she left I checked the clock on my phone again. 4:03 a.m. blinked back at me. It hadn't changed. I had to have been waiting with my call light on for at least 5 minutes. How was it possible that it hadn't changed at all? I opened up my laptop and saw it too displayed 4:03 a.m. I pulled out my phone, started a stopwatch in the app, and spent the next 2 hours looking back and forth between the clocks, waiting for them to change. They never did. I tapped the shoulder of an older woman sitting in the row ahead of me. She looked back, an annoyed expression across her face. Yes? She asked. Do you know how long until we land? I asked. She narrowed her eyes. That flight attendant said it would be about another hour. I shook my head in confusion. That flight attendant? We talked almost 2 hours ago. We should have landed already. She stared at me as if I was crazy. I was going to continue trying to convince her, but I felt a hand on my shoulder. I spun to see a male flight attendant grinning down at me, tears pinging off his cheeks onto my shoulder. Sir, I'm going to ask you to calm down, or I'll be calling the captain. I told him that wouldn't be necessary and sat back. He removed his hand and stepped away. The flight attendants continued to stop by every few hours offering meals. My stopwatch continued to tick up and is now telling me that I've been on this plane for more than 30 hours. I've explored all of the coaches and tried talking to some of the other passengers, but they've all told me that they're expecting to land in an hour or so. Around 3 hours ago I tried getting into the first class. I made it past the curtain but was escorted back by 2 grinning flight attendants. Their grip on my arms was like iron. "Sir, the seatbelt sign is on," one said. "Please remain in your seat with your buckle fastened. We'll be landing in about an hour." I'd just about given up hope when a woman came down the aisle dressed in a business suit. She didn't look at me or slow down, but she dropped a piece of paper onto my tray as she made her way to the bathrooms at the back of the plane. I shot a look around before unrolling it. It said, "Are you stuck too?" I pulled out a pen and wrote yes. "It's been 30 hours. I folded a scrap of paper up and set it on the tray closest to the aisle. She left the bathroom and picked it up as she passed. It's been 20 minutes since then. I don't know why, but I don't think the flight attendants would like it if they knew we were talking. It doesn't matter. I have to do something." A few hours after the businesswoman picked up her piece of paper with my message, she came back down the aisle and sat in the seat beside me. She bent over, trying to stay low. "So, you're stuck too?" she asked. I kept my voice low. "Yeah. My name's Jack, by the way. I'd say nice to meet you, bud." She nodded. "I'm Mary." "You're wrong. Getting your message was by far the best thing about the past day. I've spent the last day and a half thinking I was alone in this." She paused for a moment, looking up the aisle. When she spoke again, her voice was a whisper. "So, Jack, do you have any theories on what the hell's going on?" I considered lying but decided the truth was for the best. "I think we might be dead." Mary shook her head. "Maybe if it were just me or just you. If this was some cosmic train to hell, why would there be 2 of us who realize what's going on?" "No idea." Mary pulled out her phone and handed it to me. It displayed the Wikipedia article for flight MH370, the airline that disappeared in 2014. I read through the article carefully. There were dozens of theories trying to explain what happened. They ranged from hypoxia to self-mutilation to aliens. "Doesn't tell us much," I said. "Not much other than that this may have happened before," she said. "How about you? Any theories as to why anyone else can't see what's going on?" We talked it over and realized one thing we had in common was that we were both fast asleep at 4:03 a.m. There's no way we were the only ones asleep at that time though. Maybe everyone else was just napping. I don't know about you, but I was well and truly asleep. The cabin lights flicked off and a dozen red emergency lights on the floor flicked on, casting the cabin in a red glow. The intercom crackled to life saying, "Passengers, please return to your seats. The seatbelt sign is fastened, and we may experience some turbulence. We'll be landing in about an hour." Mary froze. "Should I go back?" she asked. "Maybe they won't notice if you're gone. But maybe they already know and they're just trying to separate us." Mary nodded. "We should stay together. That's a better idea." The intercom crackled again. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to announce the arrival of the captain. We'll all be allowed to speak with him. Please remain in your seat until he calls you. If you need assistance, don't worry. A flight attendant will happily help you on your way." Sounds of passengers getting to their feet echoed from further up in the plane. We sat in silence, trying to get a look through the curtain separating us from first class. "The captain?" I asked. "No idea. But it didn't sound like they were talking about a pilot to me. Did they?" "Nope." That's when a pungent sulfur smell hit us, so strong that I had to resist the urge to gag. It reminded me of the worst rotting eggs I'd ever smelt in my life. But the old woman sitting ahead of us didn't react. She just kept watching a movie in the back of her seat. "Don't cough," I said to Mary. We fought it for a few long seconds before giving in, coughing hard and violently. A second later the curtain opened. Mary and I froze, staring down at the now red fuselage. 4 flight attendants passed through the curtain and made their way down the rows toward us, grins stretched wide across their faces. They were still crying, but this time the tears streaking their faces were darker. It's hard to say with the lighting, but it looked like blood. My eyes weren't drawn to them though. I looked over their shoulders at the figure standing near the front of the plane. It was a black silhouette standing beside the cockpit door. It was at least 8 feet tall and pointing towards us with a single finger. It had called us. "The bathrooms," I shouted. We ran towards the back of the plane, the flight attendants closing in behind us. Blood dripped from their grinning cheeks onto the carpet of the plane. "The captain is here," he said in a perfect customer service voice. His grin widened as he moved towards us. We made it to the bathrooms, jumping into opposite sides. I slammed the door shut and locked it, pressing my feet against the folding center part of the door to keep it closed. They began banging on the door and pulling at the handle while I fought to keep it closed. "I'm sorry, but you'll both need to speak with the captain," one of the flight attendants said. "Jack!" Mary screamed. "Jack! Help!" A distinct snapping sound like breaking metal came from her bathroom. She continued to scream as the sounds of struggle migrated up towards the front of the plane, towards the black figure I'd seen. I'd like to say I jumped out and fought them, that I distracted them or did something heroic. I didn't. She was carried away, and a few short seconds later her screaming was cut off. That was a few hours ago, and I'm still locked inside this bathroom. I keep trying not to think of what they've done with her. The thing at the front of the plane didn't seem human. I hope it didn't unalive her, not after she was shouting for my help like that. I couldn't take that. I haven't heard any movement outside in a few hours, but I'm terrified to open the door. I'm far from the seat outlet so my phone's almost dead and I haven't eaten in way too long. If I go out there, will the flight attendants remember? What if that thing is still waiting for people? After another dozen hours or so, I opened the bathroom door. The lights in the cabin were back to normal and I couldn't smell any sulfur. I cautiously made my way back to my seat and almost cried when the grinning crying flight attendant came by offering a meal. That crappy airline food was the most delicious thing I'd ever eaten. When I'd finished, my mind immediately turned to Mary. What had happened to her? I crept down the aisle towards first class, trying to keep a low profile. Surprisingly, the flight attendants were nowhere to be seen. They almost seemed to ignore me, almost as if they wanted me to find her. She had a row to herself and was staring down at her phone in the window seat. I slid into the aisle and shook her arm. "Mary," I hissed. She pulled out her headphones and stared at me with a surprised expression. "Yeah? What's going on? Are you okay?" I asked. "What did that thing do to you? What did they do to you?" I'm sorry, remind me how I know you? What do you mean? I realized with sinking horror that she had no idea who I was. I fought back tears. Mary, how long have you been on this flight? She checked the watch on her wrist. Well, it's 4:03 a.m., so a few hours at least. She stared at me the same way you'd look at a person claiming they were the second coming of Christ. Her tone was low and reassuring. Hey, don't worry so much. Look on the bright side, we'll be landing in about an hour. I felt an iron grip on my arm and looked up to see two flight attendants. Sir, this area is for first-class passengers only. They were still crying and grinning, but just with tears this time. I could still see streaks of blood staining the front of their uniforms though. I was escorted back to my seat where I spent the next several days. Attendants continued to stop by with food, I would use the bathroom, and soon was going crazy with the monotony. In retrospect, those few days weren't so bad. There's a lot of content on the internet after all, even with crappy plain Wi-Fi. No, it didn't get really bad until around 10 days later when the Wi-Fi failed. It was sometime a week later that I lost control and began screaming for a flight attendant. They didn't come for several minutes, but eventually one did. Just let me see the captain, I asked. The flight attendant bent low and spoke with that same customer service voice. I'm sorry sir, the captain has made his decision regarding you quite clear. You didn't answer his call, and will, therefore, wait. How long? Quite a while I'm afraid. Don't worry though sir, we'll be landing in about an hour. She straightened and walked away. I started making notches on various parts of the seatback to keep track of different things. One notch for each time I used the bathroom, one for each meal, one for every time I watched a given movie, that sort of thing. It was hell. I watched every movie in the seatback a dozen times over. If I ever acted out badly enough, I would be escorted back to my seat by one or more flight attendants. Any attempt at conversation with other passengers was met with confusion by them, followed by a quick escort back to my seat. I guess it was on or around day 30 that, in a moment of panic and psychosis, I broke my laptop and phone, screaming at the top of my lungs. No one around me reacted in any way. 2 months later, I stunk. The muscles in my legs were tight and cramped constantly. I finally concluded that self-mutilation was my only option after my 128 rewatch of Thor Ragnarok. I got to my feet and limped toward the emergency exit. I knew normally the pressure inside the airplane forced the doors closed, but I figured that nothing about my situation was normal. If this didn't work, I'd find some other more painful way to go. I grabbed at the handle and swung it up. To my shock, the door opened easily, though no wind of any kind whipped around the cabin. It remained the standard slightly too cold temperature that it had been for the past who knew how long. The open door called to me, a black portal out of the plane. I stared at it for a long moment, almost too long. An attendant's hand grabbed my shoulder, pulling me away. In a fit of anger and strength that surprised me, I wrenched away and jumped out of the plane. The wind whipping past my face was almost magical, a new sensation after so many months of the same. The ocean below me grew closer and larger, and I realized that suddenly, I didn't want to die after all. It grew larger and larger and larger until it seemed that all I could see was darkness and waves. I impacted the surface of the water so fast and hard that my entire body jerked around in the seat. I pulled my hand back, sucking at my bruised knuckle. I'd hit it on the seat in front of me. No, I whispered. Then shouted. No, no, no. A flight attendant ran down the aisle, kneeling beside me. Are you okay, sir? I clenched my hands into fists, almost swinging at her. But then I realized. She wasn't grinning. She wasn't crying. To be honest, she looked a little scared of me. I reached my right hand down to my pocket where I could feel my now unbroken phone. 4:04 a.m. Sir, if you can calm down, we'll be landing in about an hour. My mouth tasted like ash. Thank you, I managed. I will. I stared unblinking at my phone. It now displayed 4:05 a.m. Then I looked out my window and began to cry at the sight of city lights below me. We did land in about an hour. I can't even begin to explain why or how, but I'm currently sitting in an airport cafe typing this out. I'm free. I'm out. And I'm never going flying again. There is something among us that is slowly replacing people. Amid the lockdown, I bought myself some solid gym equipment to continue working out at home. This came after hours of frustration watching home workout videos on YouTube. I missed the feeling of crunching out rep after rep at the gym, and the closest I could get to it was establishing my home gym. My flat is a bit on the small end, so I could not place the equipment I bought anywhere inside my home. It was either switching my bed out for the bench press or putting it outside. Thankfully, right beside my house, I have a driveway with a roof over it. I would have to park my car on the street, but it was well worth being able to work out like normal. The gym equipment fit quite snugly in the driveway and I loved the setup. However, amidst working from home and meeting deadlines, I found I could only really work out at night under the dim orange driveway lights. And so, that's how I formed my routine. I would regularly get out there at 8 p.m. and work out until 9:30 before going straight to bed. With the new freedom of having access to a gym, a few steps away, I pushed my workout time to later and later, until I was working out at 11 when I should have been getting ready for bed. It was one of those late nights when I finally realized the depth of my mistake. I was engrossed in a horror podcast I was listening to, when I suddenly had a really strong feeling that I was being watched. I'd gotten used to working out in the dim orange light, with a slight wind causing the leaves to rustle. The odd sounds no longer made me jump and I was truly comfortable with the night. But this time something was off. I immediately stopped my podcast and for the first time, felt exposed in the cool night air. I looked around and could see no one, but that primal feeling lingered, reminding me of danger. The street was dead silent. I have lived on that street for several years of my life, yet that night, it looked strange. I could almost swear I saw long dark figures walking around everywhere, but they only existed in my peripheral vision. As soon as I focused on them, they seemed to fade into the night. Maybe I was just paranoid and making things up out of the shadows like you do at night with random objects in your room, but that strong feeling of being watched remained. I continued to desperately search for the thing that was watching me, but in the end, I chalked it up to the effect of listening to a horror podcast at night. I put my earbuds back in and tapped them to start playing the podcast again. If you feel like something is watching you, there almost always is. I paused the podcast. This was not part of the story I was listening to. I reminded it and played it again. The breathing was very heavy and shallow, like someone who had run a marathon. Whatever was making those sounds was standing completely still on the edge of the turn, just out of sight. I was going paranoid and starting to hear things as well. The podcast continued as normal, but I was still on edge. Beads of sweat rolled down the sides of my face, and it wasn't from physical exertion. I jumped when I heard my friend Andy's voice right beside me. "Dude, Ethan, you okay?" He piped up. I stared at him in shock, confused as to how he had suddenly appeared in front of me. My mind was starting to break down and I was starting to question what I was seeing. I needed help, medical help. I started to think back to what could have possibly caused me to hallucinate like this. Did I accidentally hit my head? Andy waved his hand in front of my face and laughed. His expression then quickly shifted to a concerned look when I didn't start laughing along with him. "Mate, you good?" he asked. His presence caused knots to form in my stomach. "Yes, where did you come from?" I asked, still trying to rationalize the situation. The feeling of being watched was gone but had been replaced by a sense of strong apprehension. I was sweating buckets now and starting to consider running inside and calling myself an ambulance. There was something wrong. But was it with me? Or was something really bad about to happen? "I just walked up to you, but you seemed to be sitting there completely still and unaware," he said. It started to make sense. I was too absorbed in my fear and thoughts to notice him walking up to me. I was even about to invite him inside, but I stopped as the one lingering question in my mind expressed itself more strongly. "Andy, what are you doing here in the middle of the night?" I asked with a wavering voice. Andy looked at me, his face half shadowed. Something was off about him, and he wasn't usually like this. I pulled out my phone and dialed 911 before putting it back in my pocket. Andy didn't seem to react. He continued to look at me with an unreadable expression before answering. "Just wanted to check up on you. Why are you acting so weird, Ethan?" he said. He mispronounced the word weird by emphasizing the middle sounds a bit too much. It was as if he was a computer and he had glitched. I looked over at his hand and noticed that the scar on his ring finger was gone. He had gotten it from an insect bite when we went camping as teenagers. "Andy, what happened to the scar on your finger?" I asked now with barely any courage to speak. He looked over at his hand and smiled. It was at that moment that I realized his face seemed off too. This wasn't Andy, it was someone trying to impersonate him. Andy wouldn't act like that. He would not visit in the middle of the night, and most importantly, he always had a scar on his finger. "I never had one. Calm down, Ethan," he spoke with, his voice distorting all over the place like his vocal cords were being pulled. He reached out his hand towards me while his face distorted into a demented grin that extended from ear to ear. It all happened in slow motion. Had I been in the right mind at the time, I probably would have reacted less violently, but my degrading psyche and will to survive played into my actions. I quickly picked up a metal weight that was laying right next to me and hit Andy smack in the face as hard as I could. He flew back, his face now deformed, and pushed in. Thick yellow liquid oozed out of his orifices instead of blood, and he emitted a loud screech. The screech physically hurt my head and nearly ruptured my eardrums. All the while Andy kept staring at me until we both heard sirens in the distance. He smiled at me before the yellow liquid that had been oozing out of him suddenly turned a darker redder color. He closed his eyes and lay down on the floor as the police stopped in front of my house. The rest was a blur. They think I'm crazy, that I had had an isolation-induced psychosis episode. They are thinking of diagnosing me with camera delusion, but they are blind. They don't see it. There's something among us that's replacing us. One day it could be your friend, parent, child, or spouse, but they are working their way through us. The above letter was written by the man that was recently sent to this mental health ward. He keeps on saying that his friend, who visited him, was an imposter. He nearly unalived his friend in a violent outlash, and we are certain he's experiencing psychosis. However, today I saw Andy when driving home. He showed no signs of the horrible injury he had suffered last night. There is something among us that is slowly replacing us. There's been a string of self-mutilations in my town. The victims always break their mirrors first. A half-dozen police cars crowded the gravel driveway, their headlights lighting up a row of trees. The gnarled shadows they threw against the walls of the farmhouse swayed gently in the breeze. I pulled my hair back into a ponytail as I stepped over a line of yellow police tape. I didn't want to be accused of contaminating any evidence. A young officer eyed me suspiciously as I approached the house, but let me pass through the front door. He knew why I was there. I found Jack's corpse in the upstairs bedroom, the blood from his self-inflicted gunshot wound still wet and sticky. Detective Marston, a thin, balding man, stood in the corner of the room writing something in a notebook. "Hello, Jane," he said as I stepped through the doorway. "I'm surprised you didn't meet me here." I ignored the comment, squatting down near Jack's body. Most of his head was missing, and a thick iron scent hung in the air. The old man wore a pair of blue overalls now spackled with blood. A piece of paper poked out of his chest pocket. I shot a look over my shoulder at Detective Marston. "You mind?" I asked. "Be my guest." I pulled the paper out and unfolded it delicately. There were a few words written in a shaky hand. It read, "It keeps getting closer. It keeps coming closer." I took a picture of the note with my phone before handing it over to the detective for him to read. He read it over a few more times, then paused. I knew he wanted to ask me about it, even if he hated that he needed me. "You've got to have some kind of explanation of this for me," he said. I did, but Marston didn't need to know what my guess was. I'd been working for 3 months on these self-mutilations, and I'd finally managed to win his trust. I wasn't about to blow all my credibility on a guess that would have him questioning my sanity. Instead, I shot a look down the hallway. "Maybe," I said. "I've got a few questions first. All the mirrors in the house are broken, I assume?" "Just like the other cases, yeah," Marston said. "Anything that can show a reflection is either broken or thrown out." "Who found him?" "I found the body myself. You guessed that he'd be the next to go, so I decided to drive out here and check on him." I swung my head at the sound of crunching gravel. A car came to a stop in front of the house. The headlights flicked off and a girl stepped out, her hands covering her mouth. She looked to be around 20 years old. I shot a questioning look at Marston. "It's Olivia, his granddaughter," he said. "She's the only one left alive in Jack's family. We called her a half hour ago." He stared at me, his eyes hard. Is she going to be next? I shut my eyes and rubbed my forehead. Yeah, probably. Marston cursed. I handed him a business card. If he wrote anything else down, please let me know. He took the card with a grunt, stuffing it into his back pocket. I left the room and made my way out of the house and down the driveway. I stopped in front of the girl and extended my hand. I'm sorry for your loss, I said. My name is Jane. I'm a private investigator working on this case. Olivia's eyes hardened, and she didn't take my hand. I don't have anything to say to a reporter. I'm not a reporter. I paused, gathering my resolve. And if you don't come with me, I think you're going to die like the rest of your family. Her eyes widened. Whatever's causing these self-mutilations is spreading, I said. Spreading to friends and family of the victims. First, it was your aunt, then your cousin, and now your grandpa. You're the last one. It might already be too late, but it's possible I can help you. She looked from me to the farmhouse over my shoulder, suddenly looking as if she might cry. Okay. What should I do? Come with me. She paused for another moment before nodding, and we walked to my car. Olivia, I said. Yeah? Don't look at any mirrors, on my car or otherwise. Why? Just don't. Trust me. She stared at me as if I was crazy, but when she saw I was serious she agreed. I drove towards the road, gravel crunching under my tires. The first few minutes of the drive passed in silence. Olivia took a deep breath, then turned to look at me. So what's gonna happen to me? First I'll tell you what I know, then what I guess, I said, running over the details in my mind. The pattern for each victim is the same. According to their friends and family, victims start by showing erratic and paranoid behavior. Grandpa Jack was the same, Olivia said. Ever since he found my aunt's body. I nodded. Their paranoid behavior is always followed by their breaking or covering of all reflective surfaces. Self-mutilation comes next. The next victim is usually a close friend or family member, typically in the same household. They begin to show the same paranoid symptoms. They commit self-mutilation soon after, and the psychosis spreads again. If that's what you know, she said. What do you guess? I swallowed hard. I don't think that this is the work of a serial unaliver. Each method of self-mutilation is different, and I don't know of any substances or poison that can cause a specific kind of psychosis in victims ranging from teenagers to retirees. I shook my head. I probably should have dismissed that possibility a long time ago. If not a serial unaliver, then what? I said, trailing off as we reached my apartment. I paused to park and walk up the flight of stairs to my door, locking the deadbolt behind us for all the good it'd do. Then what? She asked again. I walked to my home office and pulled out a folder. I followed up on nearly 30 deaths over the past 3 months. Some of them left self-mutilation notes. I pulled out the pictures I'd taken from the crime scenes. Most of the self-mutilation notes were short, and all were disjointed and confusing. I handed them to her one at a time. I saw it reflected in Marge's eyes. Even her eyes aren't safe. I can't sleep, it'll be watching me. The fingers. It was in my rearview mirror today. It's almost touching me. Olivia continued to flip through the self-mutilation notes, her expression growing more and more disturbed. I finally pulled out my phone and showed her the note her grandfather had written. It keeps getting closer. It keeps coming closer. Was this from my grandpa? Olivia asked, her voice choked. Yes. And as I said, I think you're next, I said. She stared at me in horror. What do I do? Every victim broke their mirrors and several mention reflections in their self-mutilation notes. That means it's for the best if you avoid them. I'll cover the one hanging in my bathroom. You should also give me your phone. The black screen has a reflection, and I don't want to take any chances. She nodded numbly. I took down my bathroom mirror and set it in the corner of my living room before covering it with a blanket. You can sleep on the couch. We'll talk more tomorrow. It was hard to sleep that night. My mind was flooded with images of the brutal self-mutilations I'd investigated over the past months. Olivia was a rare opportunity. I had control over a victim before psychosis set in. Maybe I could save her. Maybe. The next morning I woke up and found Olivia sitting on my couch, staring into space. Her head swiveled at me. I was afraid I'd see violence or fear in her eyes. Instead, I saw intensity. I need to look in the mirror, she said. Why? I asked. Whatever the others saw was enough to break their minds. It could unalive you. I need to know. You can cover it up once I see it. I almost rejected the idea, but my curiosity got the better of me. Would I see something in the reflection behind her? Was one exposure enough to unalive her? Okay, I said, bringing my still-covered mirror out from the corner. I grabbed the corner and slowly lifted the blanket, watching Olivia's face for any reaction. She stared at the mirror intently until the blanket was pulled away. Then she shook her head and looked at me. I don't see anything. Really? I asked, my mind racing. Maybe it had jumped to a neighbor instead. Maybe Jack had a bowling friend or something. Maybe. My phone rang, the chirp making me jump. I looked at the display. It was Detective Marston. Detective, I said. You have any new information for me? I see it, he said, his voice trembling. What? I asked, my face suddenly cold. I broke the mirror so I wouldn't see it anymore. But it's still reflected in the shards. Jane, please help me. You said you had a guess. Why didn't you tell me about this? Oh God, I thought about it again. If I look in the bathroom, I'll see it. Oh God, even my phone has Aya's voice cut off with the sound of the phone hitting the floor. Marston, I shouted. Marston, I'm coming. I hung up and turned to Olivia. I was wrong, I said. It wasn't you. It's a detective. There might still be time. I ran down to my car, surprised that Olivia was running down the steps behind me. We sped across town, Olivia dialing the police while I snaked down several windy country roads. I reached Marston's house, told Olivia to stay in the car, and ran up the steps to his front door. It was unlocked. Marston lay inside the bath. Blood spattered the white tiles. A piece of shattered mirror hung limply in one hand. He'd taken it to his neck. I looked away, doing my best to choke down the vomit that rose in my throat. Then he gasped, his eyes flicking open. I didn't even know him, he said, his voice raspy and gurgling. I just found the body, that was all. He trailed off, blood choking off his words. His head slumped forward, a few drops flicking off his nose. I leaned against the wall of the bathroom, trying to control my breathing. It was the most gruesome thing I'd ever seen. Then I slowly looked to my left. His medicine cabinet was still hung on the wall. Its mirror had been shattered in the center, long cracks surrounding a central point. I saw myself reflected 24 times in the individual shards. I thought back through all the cases. All the victims. Family members, friends, and neighbors. They weren't just close to the victims. Each of them had found the victim's body. I looked at Marston's now lifeless body, then looked back at the mirror. The mirror swung, changing my view from myself to a view of the kitchen. A figure stood there, reflected 24 times in the shards. It was impossible to get a good view due to the damage, but it was a creature with eyes sunken deep in its skull. Its hands had long gnarled fingers. It was staring at me. I thought Marston's body was the worst thing I'd ever seen, but this was far, far worse. I slammed my palms over my eyes, the broken image of the creature burning into my brain like a hot iron. I vomited onto the tiles before running for the front door with my hand still clamped firmly onto my face. My foot hit the top step and twisted, and I fell the rest of them in a tangled heap. Blood oozed from scrapes on my elbows, knees, and forehead, but I didn't remove my hands from my eyes. I lay in the grass, the warm sun on my face, and I wished for nothing more than the will to claw my own eyes out. That thing was following me, I had no doubt. I had no doubt it was getting closer to me. The thought of seeing it again forced me to my side where I vomited again. Jane, Olivia said, scrambling to my side. Jane, what happened? You're not next, Olivia, I said, my voice little more than a whisper. I'm next. I found a note that I don't remember writing. It was taped to the bathroom mirror. At my eye level, covering up my reflection. 5 words. Don't look under the bed. I peeled it off the mirror and looked down at it. It was in my handwriting, my sloppy, chicken scratch handwriting. More sloppy than usual, like I'd been in a rush. I turned it over in my hands, confused. Don't look under the bed. I didn't remember writing it. At all. Maybe I wrote it when I was half asleep? Weird. I walked back into the bedroom. Nothing looked amiss, just my blue-gray comforter, bunched up on one side. My pillow was askew. A cup of water and my phone on the nightstand. I began to crouch down. Arf. Arf. I ran down the stairs to find Sadie, scratching at the back door. You need to go out, huh? I glanced up at the clock, 12:23 p.m. How did I sleep so late? I let her out, then headed towards the kitchen. But as I got closer, the sour smell of decay hit my nostrils. Oh, no. My heart stopped as I stepped in. Red everywhere. Splattered up the sides of the cabinets. Pooling across the floor. I sucked in a breath to scream. And then spotted the jar of marinara. It was shattered in the middle of the floor. Red sauce splattered in every direction from that central point, covering half the kitchen. And as I looked around, there was the source of the smell, an open package of ground beef on the counter. Beside it sat a half-diced onion on the cutting board, and a teaspoonful of kosher salt. 2 wine glasses, one half drunk, sat on the kitchen table, along with my wallet and keys. Did I have Henry over last night? Arf. Sadie's bark tore me from my thoughts. I let her in and then collapsed on the couch. What happened last night? I muttered. Maybe I hit my head? Maybe I dropped the marinara sauce, slipped in it, and hit my head on the floor. Got a concussion, went up to my bedroom, and fell asleep. But then wouldn't there be sauce in the bed? I sighed and pulled out my phone. I'd give my boyfriend Henry a call and see if he remembered anything. But as soon as I unlocked my phone, I saw the notification. One new voicemail. A chill ran down my spine. I called the voicemail service and waited, chewing on my lip. Listen to me. My blood ran cold. It was my voice. As soon as you get up, get out of the house. Take Sadie and get out. And whatever you do not look under the bed. That was it. That was the whole message. A powerful feeling of derealization hit me. You probably know the feeling I'm talking about, that nothing is real. My entire life has been a dream, and no one exists but me. It's usually just an intrusive thought. But now I felt like it was grabbing me by the shoulders and shaking me. I don't remember anything. Is this even real? Am I dreaming? I forced myself off that train of thought and dialed Henry's number. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times. It went to voicemail. Why aren't you picking up? I growled into the phone. The one time I need you. That was just like Henry. I slipped the phone back into my pocket and stared at Sadie. She stared back at me with her big, brown eyes. Get out of the house. Do not look under the bed. I forced myself up off the couch. Okay, we're going to the dog park. Sadie sped by me like a bullet. Hands shaking, I grabbed my laptop and a few other necessities and shoved them into my bag. I pulled the strap over my shoulder, dialed Henry one more time, and prayed for him to pick up. No. There was a sound from upstairs. The sound of a ringing phone. Every muscle in my body froze. With shaking hands, I pressed the red end call button on my phone. A second later, the ringing ceased. Oh, God. No. I stepped onto the first stair. The old wood creaked underneath me. I took another step, then another, until I was standing motionless in the hallway. Don't look under the bed. I stepped forward. My hand shook as I reached for the doorknob, twisted it, and pulled it open. I stepped into the room. It looked as it always had. The same comforter, the same items on the nightstand. Everything is the same. My gaze flicked to the dark shadows underneath the bed. With shaking hands, I pulled out my phone and dialed Henry again. Please don't ring. Please don't. It rang from under the bed. My throat went dry. I slowly crouched down, my entire body shaking like a leaf. My heart pounded as my hand splayed against the carpet, balancing myself. Please, no. It was him. His skin was pale, almost blue. The mattress pressed into his tall frame as if he'd been shoved and kicked under there until he fit. And his eyes were empty and lifeless, boring into me as though he knew what I'd done. I ran over to the bathroom and puked, wiped my face off, and gripped the bathroom sink to keep myself from fainting. Did I unalive him? The half-drunk wine glass. Did I poison him? That had to be it. There was no blood. But why? Why did I do it? What happened last night? What? Arf. Sadie's bark was like a shock of cold water. I have to get out of here. I ran down the stairs. She was pawing at the front door. Just a second, I said, as I stumbled back towards the kitchen. I need to get the keys. I ran back into the kitchen. I carefully stepped around the shards of broken glass and the splatters of tomato sauce. I reached out for the keys. And then something hit me. Not quite a memory, more of an intuition, a gut feeling. Like the memory was poking up from my subconscious, about to break the surface. The salt. I ran over to the teaspoon of salt lying on the counter, next to the cutting board. Slowly bent over so that it was eye level. It wasn't salt. I could see that now. It wasn't the coarse, irregular flakes of kosher salt I kept in a pig by the stove. It was a fine powder. And it smelled terrible. The memory hit me like a truck. Getting out of the shower. Putting on a vampy lipstick. Poking my head into the kitchen while Henry was making dinner for our 1-month anniversary. Stopping dead as he swirled white powder into the wine glass. Backing up. Mind reeling. Almost fainting. Stumbling forward and hearing him call out my name. Carrie? You there? I walked in, pretending I didn't see anything. And he bought it. I knew that the glass of wine he offered me with a smile had something in it. Whether it was a date rope suspense or poison, I didn't know. But I did know this. If I let on that I knew, if I tried to call the police, I might not make it out of there alive. So when he turned to finish chopping the onion, I switched the glasses. I wavered in the kitchen, black dots dancing in my vision. Then I sucked in a breath and walked to the front door, where Sadie stood waiting for me. Come on, I said, as I opened the door. Let's go. People keep flashing their high beams at me. It first happened around Wilhelmina Drive. When the sedan passed me, it flashed its high beams. A cop was ahead, or even more likely, deer. I hit the brakes, scanning the forest on either side. But nothing popped up. No cop hid on the side of the road, ready to pounce on speeders. No herd of deer staring at me with glowing eyes in the darkness. When I'd gotten about a mile away, I figured it was safe. I pushed my foot on the accelerator and resumed my usual speed. Must have been a herd of deer that crossed already. I turned up the radio, a staticky carry on my wayward son coming through. Damn, the reception in the valley sucked. But my phone's battery was low, and I wasn't about to use up all the juice playing Every Rose Has Its Thorn for the 100th time. I turned the dial, but the rest of the station seemed even more staticky. At least I'll be home soon. I was halfway through making a mental checklist of everything I had to get done tomorrow when another pair of headlights blinked through the trees. When it got about 20 feet from me, it flashed its high beams, too. More deer? But as I drove through the darkness, I didn't see anything. No cop cars, either, unless they were well hidden. As the seconds ticked by and there was nothing else, no construction zone, tree in the road, or other hazard, my heart began to pound. What was he trying to warn me about? I glanced down at my phone, the screen black in the passenger seat. Is it already dead? Maybe they were warning me about something wrong with my car. Both headlights seemed to be working, but maybe there was smoke coming out of my tailpipe, or something. I didn't like the idea of being stuck on the side of the road at 11 p.m. I sucked in a deep breath. It's probably just deer. There are lots of them around here, remember? The green sign for Edgar Avenue popped up in my headlights, and my heart slowed. Less than 10 minutes from home. I thought of the fluffy, furry blanket I'd just gotten a week ago. Curling up in it, eating some chocolate before bed as Leela snuggled up next to me. The thought made my heart slow even further. My cat, my room, my blanket. Another pair of headlights swung around the bend. As it approached me, it slowed. And then it flashed its high beams at me. My blood went cold. For some reason, 2 flashes seemed to fit within the realm of coincidence. But 3. It's not deer or a cop. It's something about me. Something wrong with the car, or a horrible thought shot through my mind. That urban legend, where a girl's driving home late, and a truck keeps following her and flashing its high beams. But the trucker is a nice dude, and he's flashing the headlights because there's a guy in the backseat with a knife and he keeps rising to stab her. Oh God. I turned on the lights and whipped around. The backseat was empty. At least, as far as I could tell. Swinging my gaze back to the road, I reached my hand around the back of my seat. My heart pounded in my chest as I slowly swept my fingers through the darkness behind me. What if there's someone there? I imagined my fingers meeting rough cloth. Warm skin. Sticky hot breath. The cold steel point of a knife. But they only met air. I breathed a sigh of relief. Swished my hand through the air a few more times, high and low. There was a dead spot that I couldn't reach, but it would be far too small for an adult man to hide in. Unless he was some kind of gold medal contortionist. So maybe it's something wrong with the car then. Maybe they see smoke, or a door's ajar, or a light's out. I glanced at the side of the road. There was a margin of dirt between the edge of the road and the beginning of the forest. I could safely pull over and check what was wrong. Then again, this road was lonely. Especially so late. There were only a few houses on this road and none that I could see right now. Just thick woods, brambles, and twisted bark that would muffle any screams. I'll take my chances driving home. I gripped the steering wheel. Only about 5 more miles. I again thought of my warm little house, and Leela, with her fluffy black fur and permanent smirk. A pickup truck swung around the bend. I held my breath. They're not flashing at me. Good. Good. Almost home. But then, there it was. Flash. The afterimage of the searing white light danced in my vision. Cold sweat broke out on my neck. Damn it, I whispered. What the hell is going on? Their headlights disappeared behind me and the darkness immediately pooled around me again, like fluid filling a void. Scraggly, crooked branches clawed at my car, silhouetted by the full moon. The radio played straight static. I reached for my phone, and then I heard it. Tap, tap, tap. Coming from straight above me. Something was tapping on my moonroof. My entire body shook. The dark road in front of me became a blur. No, this can't be happening. How could someone even be? I jammed my foot on the accelerator. The speedometer shot to 30, 35, 40. Tap, tap, tap. Without looking up, I reached a shaking hand up to the moonroof. I pressed my hand against the glass. It felt warm, even though it was only 40 degrees outside. Duck-o, what the duck? I couldn't look up. It was just this visceral instinct. Like the feeling you get when you know someone is watching you, and your brain is screaming hide. I bit my lip, staring at the road, waiting for my street to come up. Tap, tap, tap. Don't look up. Don't look up. Don't look up. Maple Woods appeared before me. I swung onto the street, then pulled into the driveway. Without even thinking it through, I swung the door open and ran as fast as I possibly could. Surprisingly, I got inside safe and sound. I spent half the night watching old movies, Leela curled on my lap. I checked the front and back doors, and all the windows, about 1,000,000 times each. I didn't dare look outside at my car. I closed my eyes, even when checking the front door. I thought I was safe, but I wasn't. Because now, I hear it again. Tap tap tap. It's more frequent now, more frantic. Coming from right above me. Right above my bed. Coming from inside my attic. We've been out running a storm for the last 40 minutes. We're going to run out of gas soon, then we're going to die. Looks like there's a storm approaching. I glanced out the window of the car and looked behind us as my fiancée Sabrina came out of the shop with a bag of snacks for our trip. The sky looked gray just a few feet behind us down the road. I heard a low rumbling as Sabrina opened the driver's side door and got in. Do you think the roads will get worse? I asked her. She glanced behind us for a few seconds before turning on the engine. The 80 station we had been listening to on our road trip turned on and the music filled the car as Sabrina pulled out of the gas station parking lot. We can always pull over if they do, she replied. Don't you think we should fill up on gas soon? I asked. I think we should be fine for now. I glanced over at the dashboard. There's a quarter of a tank left, I noted. Babe, it's fine, trust me. You worry too much. Besides, that's more than a quarter. I sighed as I tried not to let it bug me. I hated getting lower than half a tank in my car. It stressed me out to no end. We pulled out into the road and I grabbed my phone and opened the weather app. I looked at the forecast for the day. Sunny with a high of 95. That couldn't be right. I made sure that I had cell service before opening the app again, thinking that maybe it would refresh. I didn't however, and the forecast still said the same. Ha, I said, that's weird. What's weird? Sabrina asked. I looked in the side mirror at the darkening skies behind me. The clouds were catching up to us quickly. Melanie? I glanced back at Sabrina. The weather app says it's supposed to be sunny today. Maybe the app is down? Yeah, maybe, I replied. We continued down the road and stopped at a red light. I shifted in my seat so I could look behind us at the approaching storm. I could see the dark clouds moving across the sky, heading directly toward us. I turned back to face the road ahead of us when suddenly the sound of thunder boomed across the sky. I jumped as it was followed by a flash of lightning. All of a sudden, a scream erupted behind us. What was that? Sabrina asked. Oh my god. Oh my god, what the duck? Someone yelled. The people in the cars around us began to roll down their windows to get a better view of whatever was happening. Sabrina shifted the car into park and undid her seatbelt as she opened the door and stepped out of the car. I followed, walking in between the traffic as I followed Sabrina. There was a crowd forming a few feet away where an old woman was crying and shouting nonsense. I looked up at the sky again and noticed that the gray clouds were even closer now, and I couldn't see anything in the distance anymore. I glanced back towards the car and then up at the traffic light, which was now green. No one was driving off yet though, as everyone had gotten out of their cars to investigate. Suddenly, the loud sound of crushing metal caught my attention as I looked towards the sound. A white pickup truck had been almost completely crushed. I squinted to get a closer look, and I noticed that there seemed to have been a person inside the truck when it was flattened, and their blood and insides covered the windshield. I looked away quickly as I took deep breaths, trying not to gag. Other people had started to walk toward the crushed truck and some were gagging and backing up as they realized what they were seeing. What the duck is going on? Someone screamed. Again, the sound of crushing metal was heard and a second car had been crushed. This time, it had only been the hood of the car that had been crushed and the driver ran out to look at the damage. Get back in your cars. Now. Someone screamed. I locked eyes with Sabrina and we ran to the car, got in, and slammed the doors shut as Sabrina shifted back into drive and managed to pull in between the cars and speed through the intersection. I kept looking behind us as the clouds continued to approach. I could see raindrops now. Some of the people had made it away just in time, and others got caught in the rain. The sound of multiple cars being crushed filled the street as Sabrina sped down the road. Lucky for us, it was mainly empty. I held onto the armrest as Sabrina kept speeding. Is that the rain doing that? I asked, glancing back again. I think so, Sabrina muttered. She continued to drive, hyper-focused on the road. I glanced over at the speedometer. She was going almost 90. I looked over at the side of the road as we passed a speed limit sign but said nothing. I looked back at the approaching storm. The rain had picked up excessively, and all of the trees and stoplights had been crushed. They were now crumpled up in the middle of the road, blocking anyone else from escaping the storm. As I glanced down in the rearview mirror, I noticed that most of the road was gone too. There were giant holes everywhere, making it impossible to drive on. My body flung forward as Sabrina hit the brakes all of a sudden. The sound of the screeching brakes and the tires on the road filled my ears as she tried to stop the car. Hoop, she exclaimed. The car finally came to a stop and I looked over at her. Why are you stopping? She motioned towards the road where there was a giant tree branch blocking the way. Help me move it, hurry. I jumped out of the car and helped her to push the branch out of the way. As we pushed, I couldn't help but glance toward the storm, which was still rapidly approaching. The rain was also picking up, and it seemed like we were right. The rain was to blame. I used all my strength to push on the branch as Sabrina pulled, and we finally got it out of the way. We ran back to the car and I glanced back to see the rain approaching. As the first drop of rain landed on the roof of a small convenience store on the side of the road, it all crumbled to the ground. I slid into the seat of the car. What do you think happens if it lands on someone? I asked. Sabrina turned to look at me. She opened her mouth to speak but didn't get to, as she glanced out one of the back windows. I followed her gaze to see a man walking down the side of the road. In a split second, the rain caught up. 1 second he was there, and the next second there was a splatter of blood and human insides on the sidewalk. I guess that's your answer, Sabrina said as she started driving again. I turned around in my seat to keep an eye on the storm. It seemed that the winds had started to pick up and I could hear them whistling as Sabrina continued to drive. It's getting faster, Sabrina, I replied. She said nothing, but I could feel the speed of the car picking up. We've been on the road for about half an hour now, and the storm seems to consistently pick up speed with each second that passes. I can't stop myself from looking back at the approaching storm, and all of the damage that the rain has done. We've seen it crush a few more people as it passes through. I don't know how long this storm is going to last, or how far out it's going to travel, but I'm hoping that I can at least warn a few people. Maybe you can make a plan to outrun it. We're going to run out of gas soon, and there's no way that we would have enough time to stop and fill up on gas without the storm catching up to us and crushing our car, and then us. I don't know what we're going to do. We haven't even passed another car that we could potentially steal to try to outrun the storm. I don't know if anyone will even see this, or how this will even help, but if you start to see the storm approaching, start running. My wife has 2 faces and I'm terrified of them. My wife Quinn used to be a nice person. She was kind, considerate, understanding, and helpful. She had all the attributes that you would want in a friend. She once spotted a person begging for food on our way out of the grocery store and walked back in to buy them one of those prepackaged lunches as well as a drink and a dessert. I was always in awe of my wife's acts of kindness and incredibly grateful that I had found her. She always made sure to do the laundry every week, which included ironing all of my work clothes and folding or hanging everything up so it would be good to go for the upcoming work week. She would remind me about big events that didn't even concern her, like my mother's birthday or my niece's school dance recital. If it wasn't for her, I'd be ducked when it comes to most areas of my life. But that's just how we balance each other out. I'm a dunce. She pays attention to details and makes sure that I don't miss important dates. I don't know what caused the sudden change in her attitude. I've tried to pinpoint it down to one specific event, one specific day, but so far I haven't had much luck. I do have a very vivid memory of when I first noticed the biggest change. However, I had gotten a call at work. It was from my mother, and she wanted to know if my wife and I would be bringing anything to the family dinner that weekend. I, of course, was confused as I had no memory of a family dinner being discussed. Upon hearing this, my mother became annoyed, saying we had discussed this just 2 weeks ago when we got together for my cousin Jolene's birthday. I was also getting annoyed at this point. Firstly because my mother was calling me at work while I was busy, but also because my wife, who was always on top of stuff like this, had somehow forgotten to give me a heads up. Look, Mom, I can't talk right now. I'll discuss this with Quinn when I get home and I'll call you when we figure something out, I replied as I turned back to the pile of documents I was trying to get through. Fine, Tony, whatever. Just make sure you let me know by the end of the day so I can go buy whatever we might be missing. I hung up the phone as I tried to ignore my frustration. Unable to completely brush it off, however, I picked up my phone again and sent Quinn a text. My mom called. Does she want to know what we're bringing to dinner? Didn't even know dinner was happening. Thanks for filling me in, I guess. In hindsight, the message was probably unnecessary, and albeit a little passive-aggressive, but at the time all that I could focus on was the fact that my normally responsible wife had caused me to get scolded by my mother while at work. That evening when I got home, the house was quiet. Normally, at this hour, Quinn would be finishing up dinner, but I walked into the kitchen to find 2 pots on the stove while my wife was nowhere in sight. I approached the stove and lifted the lid on the pots. The first one had some boxed mac and cheese that had cooled down enough for it to get all dry and clumpy. The second one had steamed broccoli. I set my phone and my keys down on the kitchen table and made my way upstairs to look for my wife. I found her in our bed, laying with her back to me with a blanket pulled up over her head. Quinn? I asked. She didn't reply. I took my shoes off and approached the bed, reaching out to shake her. Quinn, are you asleep? I asked. She sighed. Not anymore. I walked around the bed towards the bathroom, getting out of my work clothes and stepping over the clothing as it fell on the floor around my feet. Did you get my text? I asked. She still hadn't moved, but I could see her face now and she was staring off into space. Quinn? Did you see my text? I repeated. Her eyes flickered over to me for a second before she looked away again. Yeah, I got the text, she replied, annoyed. Okay, well, we need to figure out what we're gonna do and call my mom back. Quinn sat up as I began walking into the bathroom. We? Or me? She asked. What? I called as I turned the shower on. She said nothing in return, so I stepped into the shower, thinking that maybe I had misheard her. When I got out of the shower, she was no longer in bed. I dried off and walked towards the dresser to look for some clothes to change into, tripping over my work pants on the way. I huffed, annoyed as I kicked them out of the way, and towards the laundry hamper. Once I had changed, I made my way back downstairs and into the kitchen. I spotted Quinn sitting on the living room couch, looking down at her phone. I opened the fridge, scanning the contents for a few seconds before closing it and walking into the living room. Hey babe, do we have anything to eat? I asked. Yeah, there's mac and cheese on the stove. And some vegetables, she replied, not once looking up from her phone. Boxed mac and cheese isn't a meal, I pointed out. Okay, so eat the veggies then. I stared at her but she didn't even seem to notice. Babe, you know I'm not a huge fan of broccoli. I replied. Quinn finally looked up, glaring at me. So starved for all I care, she snapped. She got up and marched back upstairs after that, slamming the door to her office shut as I stood there speechless. I didn't know what to do or say as her reaction had caught me completely off guard. I ended up eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich that night and sleeping in our bed by myself. The following morning, Quinn stayed in her office as I got ready for work, running around trying to pack up all of my stuff, and get dressed, make coffee and get some breakfast. When I finally made it out the door, I was pissed. I didn't know what had gotten into her recently, and for the rest of the day, I walked around frustrated, annoyed, and tired. To make matters worse, my mother texted me during my lunch break to follow up about the dinner. I ignored her message and turned my phone off for the remainder of my shift. Over the next few days, I would see Quinn sitting around the house. Every day when I got home was the same, however. I would come back to either no dinner or random leftovers of whatever she had eaten. She would ignore me most of the time, only talking to me when I asked her a question directly. Most of the time though, I would find her looking at her phone or locked away in her office doing God knows what. One Saturday morning, I saw her doing yoga in her office with the door open. I stood in the doorway as she followed along to a video she had pulled up on her laptop. She turned to face me as she bent over in a stretch and closed her eyes when she saw me. "Did you make any coffee?" I asked, breaking the silence. She kept her eyes closed as she changed positions, stretching to the other side. "I don't even drink coffee, Tony." I watched her for a few seconds as she stood up and lifted one of her legs, leaning forward and opening her arms. "What are you talking about?" I asked. Her head turned towards me quickly. "I don't effing like coffee." I said nothing as she continued with her routine, watching her for a few moments. "You know," I finally said, "you need to calm the duck down." Maybe the yoga was a good idea. I turned and walked out of the room after that, not bothering to hear her response. Not that she would have given me one anyway. We didn't speak for the rest of that day, and we also never made it to the family dinner. I, of course, received calls from family members wondering where we were. Feeling petty, I decided to tell them that it was Quinn's fault, that she was the one who didn't want to see them. I realized my mistake very quickly when she threw open her office door and marched downstairs and stood in front of the television as I was in the middle of a movie. "Can you move?" I asked. "Did you tell your effing parents that I didn't want to see them?" She demanded. I sighed as I watched the screen around her body. "You've got to be effing kidding me," she laughed flatly. "Well, it's the truth, isn't it? You didn't mention it, and you wouldn't talk about it, so what was I supposed to do?" She crossed her arms over her chest. "Oh, I don't know, maybe think of something yourself for once instead of relying on me or your mom to do everything for you?" I rolled my eyes. "You know, you've been acting like a jerk lately and I don't appreciate it." This. I motioned towards her vaguely as not the person I married. Quinn stood there for a second, nodding at me before she turned around and left again. The next morning, it all went to poop. When I woke up, Quinn was in the kitchen, walking around stirring and flipping things in pans on the stove. I thought we were back to normal for a second, and walked in, ready to eat. "Good morning, babe," I said, approaching the kitchen counter. At the sound of my voice, Quinn turned around to face me and my breath caught in my throat as I looked at her. Her face had changed. She still had her face, except it was different, weird, and terrifying. One half of her face was done up with makeup. It was cheery, that side of her mouth was turned up in a smile and her eye looked kind as she looked at me. The other side of her face, however, was contorted into a sneer. It was not a facial expression that a regular human would make. Instead, her eyebrow was furrowed aggressively and her eye was wide and twitching in anger and dark red as if she hadn't slept in hours. Her nose was even wrinkled and turned up and that half of her upper lip was lifted, exposing her teeth slightly. She looked furious, angrier than I had ever seen anyone look. She looked like a monster. "What's wrong, babe? Don't you want some quiche?" The happy side of her face asked me. When it spoke, the left side of her mouth did not move, and yet her speech wasn't hindered in any way. I didn't reply. I couldn't reply. I was still in shock. I wasn't sure whether I should scream or cry. "Are you gonna effing answer or what?" The other side of her face snapped. "And no, thank you," I stuttered. "I don't want any." "Oh," the happy side said, disappointed. "Well, I can make you something else if you want. Do you want pancakes?" The other side laughed. "You're such an effing loser." I stepped away from the counter and backed out of the room. "Let me know if you want anything else," she called after me. I hurried back up into our bedroom and shut the door, leaning against it. I don't know how long I stayed up there, but eventually, I was too hungry to continue hiding out and ended up walking back into the kitchen. Quinn was still in there, sitting at the table. Both halves of her face looked at me when I came in. "There's some quiche still. And I also make pancakes for you in case you wanted those instead," she said. The other side of her face rolled its eye. I walked over and grabbed some pancakes, not trusting that she hadn't poisoned them. I ate in silence as I sat across the table from her. "Tony, why won't you look at me?" the nice side asked. I glanced up at her. "I am looking at you. You've been avoiding me all morning," she said. "I'm just tired." I could feel her gaze on me as I kept eating, and tried to ignore it. Once I was done, I put my plate in the sink and quickly walked out of the kitchen again and into the living room where I sat on the couch to watch some TV. I thought about what I should do at that moment. How was I supposed to fix her? Could this even be fixed? She was the one who always had the answers to our problems. I heard the faucet running and the sound of drawers being opened and closed as she put away the leftovers. I wasn't even sure if she had eaten yet. After a while, she walked into the living room and sat down right next to me. I kept my vision forward trying to avoid her. "Tony," she sang. I remained laser focused on the TV. She reached her hand up and turned my face to look at her. I felt nauseated as I looked at her face. Or faces. It was even worse up close. It looked fake, like she had on some weird mask. The good side of her smiled at me and suddenly she was leaning in. I was unable to move back quickly enough and soon her lips were pressed against mine. I stayed still until I felt her teeth bite down on my lip. "Ouch," I mumbled. She bit harder. "Ow," I yelled, pulling back. She kept biting, moving her teeth back and forth like she was trying to see through my lip. I shouted as I pushed her back, but she was freakishly strong for some reason. I wasn't able to pull her away until she had bitten off a piece of my lip. I stood up off the couch as blood ran down my chin, watching the evil side of her face chew my lip a few times before spitting it out at my feet. "What the duck?" I shouted. The good side of her face kept smiling at me as if nothing had happened. "Did you want to take this to the bedroom, babe?" it asked. "Duck, no. Do not follow me, you crazy jerk." I ran out of the living room as my mouth throbbed. I made it into the bedroom, and headed towards the bathroom, tripping over my clothes and landing on my left knee. I closed my eyes and bit my lip in pain, which only added to the pain that was already there. I cried out as I slowly stood up and leaned against the bathroom counter, looking into the mirror. I looked almost as frightening as Quinn, with a chunk missing off my lip and blood dripping down my chin and throat. It had gotten on my shirt now as well and I took it off, leaning forward to look at the injury in the mirror. I held my breath as I cleaned the wound to the best of my ability. Once all the blood had been rinsed off, the missing part of my lip looked about 10 times bigger. I grabbed some gauze and pressed it to the wound to try to stop the bleeding. I was getting dizzy. I sat down on the floor of the bathroom, pulling open the cabinets under the sink to grab the bottle of alcohol. I opened it and moved the bottle around under my nose to stop myself from passing out. After a few seconds, the dizziness went away and I leaned my head back against the wall as I set the alcohol down. I kept the pressure on the wound, thinking back to the image of my wife chewing on my skin. When I opened my eyes again, I gasped. Quinn was crouched down right in front of me, leaning in towards my face. I tried to back up but I was already up against the wall and had nowhere to go. "Are you okay?" The evil side asked me in a mocking tone. It no longer just looked angry, now it was amused, almost smirking. "I'm fine," I replied. "Here, let me kiss it better," the other side offered. "No," I snapped. She backed up, the good side of her face changing too, into a sad expression. "Why don't you want me, Tony?" it asked. "What?" I mumbled. "I thought this was what you wanted." "You thought this was what I wanted?" I asked, motioning at her face. "He doesn't like us anymore," the evil side replied, changing into an exaggerated frown. "Is that true, Tony?" the other side asked. "You bit my effing lip off," I shouted. She stood up and looked down at me. "You've done a lot worse to me. This is the least that you could live with." I couldn't tell which side of her face said that, and I didn't care to know. She left the room then, but neither of us have left the house. Quinn's face is the same, although it goes through moods. Sometimes, she doesn't stop staring at me for hours, she won't even blink. On more than one occasion, I woke up in the middle of the night to find her hovering a mere few inches over me while she stares. Both sides of her face seem to hate me now for some reason. One morning when I got out of the shower she was standing in the bathroom doorway holding a knife. I thought for sure she was going to unalive me. The evil side of her face looked extra angry that day. I think the only reason she didn't stab me to death was that the opposite side of her was the one holding the knife. Every day I go to work and come home and she's the same. I start sweating as soon as I pull into our neighborhood, and yet I don't know what to do. I think she would track me down if I tried to run. I swear I saw her standing outside of a restaurant last well where I was having a lunch meeting with a client. My wife used to be a nice person, but now I'm terrified of her. It's my sister's 10th birthday party, and some very weird guests have arrived. Last month my sister Eli made one of those chain links from strips of construction paper so she could count down the days until her birthday. She would wake up in the mornings, remove one of the links, and announce to us how many days were left until her 10th birthday. My birthday is in 20 days. My birthday is in 11 days. My birthday is in 6 days. Etc., etc. It was getting a bit annoying, especially when she would bring it up in front of guests, trying to nonchalantly ask them for gifts. Every day she would remind me that her birthday was coming up, and she would ask me what I was getting her. Of course, being her older sister, I always said nothing, which would then result in her running to our mom to tell her that I wasn't going to be getting her anything. 3 days ago we planned a small pool party, with a few of her friends and some of our cousins, and that's all she's been talking about ever since. "Should I invite Zoe? We're not friends anymore and I don't think I want to forgive her," she said to me yesterday as I made dinner. "I don't know, do what you want," I replied, rinsing a spoon. "But I want to give her a second chance," she said, grabbing a noodle from the colander and slurping it into her mouth. "It's your birthday, invite her if you want, or don't invite her. Whatever," I replied. I, personally, didn't like Zoe. I know this probably sounds like it shouldn't be a 20-year-old's business, but I knew she wasn't a good friend. She had come over quite a few times, so I had gotten to know her pretty well, and Eli constantly complained about Zoe not wanting to hang out with her at school because she didn't think my sister was popular enough. "I'm gonna ask Mom if I should," Eli said, taking another noodle and leaving the kitchen. I finished dinner and we ate. As Eli gave us the news, she had decided to forgive Zoe and called to invite her over. I knew she probably thought that more people equals more presents, but I didn't say anything. Before bed, Eli came into my room. "When have I told you about coming in here with your toothbrush?" I asked. "It's gross, go brush your teeth in the bathroom." "My birthday is tomorrow," she said, ignoring me. "Yeah, I know," I replied. "What did you get me?" she asked. "Nothing," I replied. This wasn't true. Eli had recently been interested in drawing and painting, so I had gotten her a set of good quality colored pencils and a sketchbook, but again, I wasn't going to tell her that, otherwise she would be bugging me for her present all day long. "That's rude," she replied. "Eli, even if I got you something, I wouldn't tell you. That's the whole point of a gift," I replied. "So you did get me something," she shouted. "Get out," I snapped. She laughed and ran out of my room. This morning I woke up to the sound of Eli shouting it's my birthday. At 7 a.m. I groaned and rolled over, using my pillow to cover my ears. "Mom, Cassie, Simon, it's my birthday," she screeched. I sighed as I heard our mom shush her, and I managed to fall asleep for another hour or so. When I finally got up and opened my door, I jumped as I saw Eli standing right outside. "Want to see what Mom got me?" she asked. "Sure," I replied, yawning. Eli ran down the hall and into the living room and then ran back with a giant teddy bear in her arms that was about a foot bigger than her. "Wow," I replied. "Yeah, it's for my birthday," she said. "Oh right, happy birthday," I replied. "Thank you," she smiled. "How does it feel to be 5? I asked as I walked into the bathroom to brush my teeth. "I'm not 5. I'm 10, she laughed. "Oh, that's right, my bad," I said. Eli ran back down the hall, telling Cassie and Simon how it was her birthday and she had gotten a giant teddy bear. We spent the rest of the day setting up tables and preparing the food for the party. I blew up about 7 balloons before I felt like I was going to pass out, and then spent about 30 minutes in the sweltering heat, hanging up birthday signs and unicorn decorations. The first people to arrive were some of Eli's friends who lived down the street. They ran through the front door, hidden by pool toys and floaties, and carrying gift bags. They set the gifts down on the table in the kitchen, and then ran outside screaming. I sighed. I retreated to my room for a bit, as the kids ran around outside and jumped into the pool. There was a steady stream of guests after that, and the pile of presents on the table grew more and more. I volunteered to go pick up the pizzas for the party, as well as a few other things that we were missing. I went outside to check on the kids, taking some paper plates and sodas with me. "Who wants pizza?" I asked. None of the kids replied, so I turned around to ask again when I noticed that I didn't recognize any of the kids that were in our pool. The neighborhood kids were still there, but they were the only kids I recognized. "Pizza," I shouted. This time, my sister, my brother, and the neighborhood kids all got out of the pool to get some pizza. Hey, who are these kids? Where's Zoe? And Melinda? I asked Eli. I don't know. She replied, taking a bite of a slice of pepperoni pizza. You don't know who they are, or you don't know where Zoe and Melinda are? I asked. I don't know, Eli replied. She ran back towards the pool, walking down the steps while holding her half-eaten slice up in the air. I looked around at the group of kids in the pool. There were about 15 of them, and I only knew 5. I went back inside where my mom was in the kitchen, cutting up some fruit. Who are all those kids out there? I asked. I don't know. She replied. You don't know? I asked. I don't know. She replied. Then why did you let them in? I asked. I don't know. I walked out of the kitchen, trying to figure out where these kids came from. A while later, I hear my mom calling the kids to open the presents. I walked outside, interested in seeing what these mystery kids had gotten Eli for her birthday. The first thing she opened was from the neighbor kids, who had gotten her some new headphones and some bracelets. After that, the presents got weirder and weirder. Someone got her half-melted candles, someone else got her a baby bird skeleton, there was a crown made of twigs and dead flowers, a rusty screw, a jar of fingernail clippings, and finally, an envelope filled with pictures of Eli doing things like eating dinner, watching TV, sleeping, and walking to school. No one else seemed to think that this was weird. In fact, Eli seemed happier with these presents than the normal ones. I watched as she jumped for joy whenever she unwrapped another one of those creepy gifts. What is this? I asked, picking up one of the photographs. Is this supposed to be a joke? No. These are my gifts, Eli said, seriously. These are super creepy, look at them, I said, gesturing to the stuff on the table in front of her. No, they aren't. They're my gifts. She screamed. Eli, you don't even know these kids, I said. They don't like you, she whispered. I don't care, I replied. I turned around and went back inside, standing near the kitchen window and looking outside at the crowd of strange kids. They were standing in a circle around Eli now, as she ate a slice of her cake. Suddenly, the candles lit up again by themselves. I watched as Eli blew on them again, but the flames grew until the entire cake was on fire. No one reacted to this for some reason, and instead, they stood there, looking at the cake peacefully. I reached for the door to open it, but it wouldn't turn. I banged on the window, but no one reacted. I watched, in horror, as the fire spread until all of the strange kids were on fire, and still, no one moved. I reached for my cell phone to call 911, but none of the calls would go through. I tried to open the door again, but it was like it had been sealed shut or something, and it wouldn't budge. Suddenly, there was an explosion and I was launched back into the dinner table. I got up, my head pounding, and looked around. I was back in my room somehow, and I heard the doorbell ringing. I got up and walked to the front door, opening it and seeing the neighbor kids out on the porch, hidden by the pool with toys and floaties. One of them handed me a present, as they made their way into the backyard. I followed and saw that there were no other guests here yet besides them. There was no sign of a fire, at all, and no other presents on the table. Pizza's here. I looked back to see my mom walking through the side gate, holding boxes of pizzas as Zoe and Melinda followed behind her. I walked outside, as the kids walked over to grab some pizza. Why don't you go get the cake? It's in the fridge. My mom asked. I went back inside to pull the cake out of the fridge, freezing when I saw the candles on the counter. There were 2 ones. I grabbed the candles and walked outside. You got the wrong candles, I said to my mom. What? Are you kidding? She asked, taking them from my hand. She looked at them, confused. No, I didn't, she said. That's 11. Eli is 10, I said. No, she's turning 11, silly. Don't worry, it goes by fast for me too. She smiled. I'm sure that Eli is turning 10 today, I'm 100% sure. I even managed to dig up Eli's birth certificate to look up the date on it, July 9th, 2009. Just as I thought. I walked back outside, more confused now than I was before. I saw something in the pool that caught my eye, so I walked over and looked down into the deep end. I knelt to get a closer look until I could see the strange kids from earlier at the bottom of the pool, along with the lifeless bodies of Eli, Simon, and the neighbor kids. Black Tree. When Jimmy, Satch, and I were 9 years old, 2 6th grade boys walked into the school bathroom and turned off the lights. The 3 of us, along with what seemed to be half the school, waited outside with bated breath. Strangely, I think everyone wanted it to go wrong. See, these 2 youngsters were taking part in a game which to this day astounds me with its stupidity. They were to stand, in darkness, before a mirror. They would repeat an incantation 3 times. Then, if all went as desired, a malevolent being from the unseen world would come through the mirror. I'm not sure what the plan was supposed to be at that point. Of course, the game never actually works. I've since learned that it goes by many names, Bloody Mary, the Candyman, but in our school, it was known as Skeleton Jack. Legend had it that over 300 years ago, a pirate named Jack washed up on the shores of our Massachusetts port town. After Jack committed some unspeakable crime or another, the townspeople sentenced him to death by skinning. They flayed him alive in the square one day, and God, how he screamed. He screamed even after all his skin was gone. The townspeople weren't sure what to do. After all, nobody had survived an entire flaying before. So they started cutting away his muscle, his fat, his cartilage, his tendons, his guts, everything but his bones. And when they were down to the bare skeleton, Jack was still screaming. The mob was so unnerved that Jack was eventually able to escape, fleeing into the 100-acre forest at the outskirts of our town. It's said that if you're alone in those woods at night, and you listen very carefully, you can still hear him, screaming in agony and prowling for revenge. It's not a very believable story, to say the least. Our town never skinned people alive, for one thing, and if they had, nobody could scream with their throat ripped out, but for a great schooler, it had the desired effect. That's why a deafening hush fell over the crowd outside when those 2 boys began their seance in the bathroom. Jack, Jack, Skeleton Jack. Jack, Jack, Skeleton Jack. Jack, Jack, Skeleton Jack. Then, nothing but silence. A wave of relief seemed to wash over the crowd of students waiting outside. We had all resigned ourselves to disappointment, when all of a sudden, the most frightful scream I've ever heard reverberated throughout the halls. It was coming from inside the bathroom. Things had gone wrong after all. The crowd dissolved into pandemonium. The screams from the bathroom got louder, more intense, more agonized. People suddenly wanted to get as far away as possible. As I said, I'm not sure anyone knew what the plan was supposed to be in the event of this game's success. But we were all in too deep now. Skeleton Jack would burst through that door at any second, teeth bared in a bony snarl and ready to separate every last one of us from our precious skin. There are some moments in life that you just never forget. I've never forgotten the sound my first car made, the crunch when it slammed against a highway wall at 50 miles an hour. I've never forgotten the look on my wife's face when she got the news that her mother had died. And until the day that I die myself, I'll remember those two boys, tripping over each other in their scramble out of the bathroom, clothes torn and flesh covered in deep, bleeding gashes. Like Jack, they were still screaming, "Let's go, you jagoffs." Satch and I stumbled through the thick brush, struggling to keep up. Jimmy was faster than us. In fact, he would become a very good distance runner someday, and he was growing impatient. We were at least a mile away from the frontier road, which was where our town ended. The last person we'd seen was old Buck Billings, who threw us a friendly wave from his porch as we walked. That had been about 30 minutes prior. By this point, grass and bushes to our waist surrounded us, lots of them prickly. Poor Satch decided to wear shorts on this adventure, and I could see a couple drops of blood already trickling down his leg. Another 100 yards in front of us were our destination for the day, the forest. I pressed forward, breaking even with Satch. "Come on," I muttered to him. "Sooner we get there, sooner we can go back." "This is bullpoop, man," Satch replied, breathing heavily. "We've been walking for 2 hours straight." It was true. None of us would be old enough to drive for another 7 years, so we'd had to walk the whole way. We practically staggered into Jimmy, who was waiting for us at the edge of the forest. "Jumpin' Christ, you guys are slow," he said gleefully. Jimmy was a nice guy, but he couldn't stand being second best at anything. You could tell him it only took you 15 minutes to finish your homework and Jimmy would do his homework again, just so he could say he did it faster. Satch, on the other hand, was a slow kid. Truth be told, I probably could have kept up with Jimmy, but I was better friends with Satch and I didn't want him to feel bad. His dad was a hulking black guy who nearly became a pro baseball player, and he wanted his boy, named after the great Satchel Paige, to follow in his footsteps. But Satch had asthma, and he was about as athletic as a dirt clod, and as I watched him take a pull from his inhaler, I couldn't help but feel sorry for him. The kid would always feel like a disappointment to his old man. The three of us stood on the edge of the forest, the cusp of legend. This was the last place where the bones of Jack the Pirate were ever seen. "Man, this is it," Jimmy said, hands on his hips and surveying the imposing woods before him. "He's in there. Skeleton Jack." "Nah, he ain't," Satch said, gasping for breath. "How would he even move? Without any muscles? Get bent, man," Jimmy said with a dismissive wave of his hand. "I want to see it for myself." And with that, Jimmy took his first step forward into the shadows. I looked at Satch reluctantly, and he looked at me the same, and neither of us wanted to follow Jimmy, but we followed him anyway. Of course, none of us were expecting to find Skeleton Jack. The day after the bathroom incident at school, the principal went around to all the classrooms and explained, the blood those boys were covered in when they ran from the bathroom really wasn't blood at all. It had been an elaborate prank, and neither of the boys would be returning to school for the rest of the week. Or the week after. Myself, I thought the prank was brilliantly effective. So did Satch. But when the principal visited our classroom, Jimmy just looked put out. The rest of us had merely been thrilled by the prank. Jimmy had been excited. I suppose it was at least a little exciting to be a part of something like that. And I suppose that's what got me and Satch out in the woods that day, 2 months later, struggling to keep up with Jimmy on his undying quest to scare the poop out of himself. The kid was an adrenaline junkie, and it was the beginning of summer. He needed an adventure, so it fell on us, his two best friends in the world, to help him find one. This was all for fun. None of us actually believed in Skeleton Jack. But the moment I stepped into that forest, the moment I began to feel the dank and suffocating air within, I believed a little bit more. I looked at Satch, and despite our rapidly darkening surroundings, I could see on his face that he wasn't ruling out an encounter with Skeleton Jack either. Jimmy was only 50 feet in front of us, but we could barely see him. There was no path to speak of in those woods, just wild, untamed growth. Boulders to climb over, roots to trip on, and the darkness cast a gray tint on even the greenest of leaves. It was little wonder that everyone in town seemed to avoid this place. I gazed nervously upward at the thick ceiling of foliage through which the sun was just barely visible. "How are we going to find our way back?" Satch asked, and I looked behind me. We had been in the forest for a mere 2 minutes and already the outside world seemed like a memory. I wondered how far Jimmy intended to go. "Let's catch up," I said. "We need to stay together." I picked up the pace, and Satch reluctantly followed suit, but by the time we reached Jimmy, Satch was at the very end of his very short rope. "Dude, it's creepy as poop in here," he gasped. "Stop walking for half a goddamn second, will you?" Jimmy stopped. There were no birds chirping, no crickets cricketing, nothing except the sound of our heavy breaths and the crunch of our footfalls. We were alone, surrounded in gray, and the eeriness was almost palpable. "Maybe we didn't think this through," I said to Jimmy, trying to be diplomatic. "There's nobody out here, not Skeleton Jack, not anyone else. Which means that if we get lost, there won't be anyone to help us. You really want to spend an entire night out here? Maybe more?" Jimmy turned and pointed. "All we have to do is keep walking back the way we came, and we'll get out of here," he said, his tone half indignant, half pleading. "I'll slow down, though. And if Skeleton Jack comes for you," he looked pointedly at Satch, "I got your back." "I ain't scared, man," Satch said, and marched ahead. Jimmy, smiling, followed. I didn't speak, but I should have. I should have told them to turn around, that something was wrong, that we weren't supposed to be there. I should have told them that despite our apparent solitude, I felt like somebody was watching us. But I didn't. I just walked behind Jimmy, eyes trained on the ground, willing myself not to wuss out. There's some shame a 9-year-old just can't recover from. We walked for what felt like another hour before I had the guts to speak up again. I finally became more scared of dying out in that forest than of receiving a disapproving glare from my friend. I looked pointedly at Jimmy. "We've gone far enough," I said, hoping I sounded much braver than I felt. "We're not even supposed to be out here in the first place. If we don't make it back before dark, then we'll really be in the poop." Jimmy paused, contemplating the wisdom of my argument. He seemed almost ready to give up on our adventure when I caught something in the distance. "The duck is that?" he muttered as he walked past me. I turned around. I could see what he was looking at, a tangle of jet black branches off in the distance. I sighed. "Come on," I said to Satch, who looked almost delirious from exhaustion. A minute later, the three of us stood before a tree that was unlike any we had ever seen. In contrast to the grand oaks which surrounded us, this one was short, frail, and withered. It grew no leaves. That would have been unthinkable. It was solid black throughout, a dark black if there is such a thing. I learned from a science class a few years later that black is not actually a color. Rather, it absorbs all colors and reflects none of them to the eye. But if I had not seen this tree, I never would have fully comprehended such an idea. For while all other trees within this forest were brimming with life, this one seemed to absorb life. To steal it. Even the air around it felt darker. "Holy poop," Satch whispered, almost reverently. Jimmy let out a low whistle in agreement. "You seeing this, man?" he asked me. I did not answer him. I had heard something, and I was listening intently. trying to hear it again. What's he doing? Saj asked Jimmy, who shook his head. Shh, I hissed at them. I tapped my ear to indicate that I was listening for something. Everyone was quiet for a few seconds, but whatever I had heard seemed to be gone. I don't hear nothing, man, Jimmy giggled. You must be losing your marbles. Losing your marbles. Saj repeated, perhaps grateful to not be the butt of this particular joke. But I didn't care. I was too mystified by this otherworldly tree. I found myself wanting to investigate it and run from it at the same time. We all gazed at the tree for another moment or so. Finally, Saj broke the silence. Dare you to touch it, he said. Jimmy's eyes lit up. This was what he had come out here for. Myself, I became more frightened of this tree with every second we remained near it. Something about it just seemed mean, malevolent, even. And I had heard something before, and I still felt like we were being watched. I cringed as Jimmy approached the tree, but I knew better than to say anything. He was going to touch it, no matter what. The only question was whether I'd get out of this situation without seeming like a scaredy cat. Jimmy reached his hand out, placed his palm on the surface of the tree, and nothing happened. Saj let out a breath. Even Jimmy looked a little relieved. I began to loosen up a little bit. Have fun, dummy. But then I heard it again. Breathing. Nearby. Angry. You guys hear that? I asked, the panic now unmistakable in my voice. Hear what? Jimmy asked with a sigh. I paused and strained to hear the breathing. But it was gone. I heard breathing, I said, sheepish. I think there's someone else out here. Yeah, and I think you're hearing things, Jimmy laughed. He pulled out a small pocket knife and handed it to me. Carve your name in the tree, he said. I dare you. Oop. I've been dared. He might as well have held a gun to my head. The social pressure of dares among 9-year-olds is nothing short of enormous. I gritted my teeth, took a deep breath, and walked toward the tree. It looked even stranger up close. Its edges seemed not quite solid, almost fuzzy, like a picture taken by someone who wasn't holding still enough. I could only form one thought. I should not be here. I threw a pleading glance toward Saj. He tried to help me out. Hey, it's getting dark, he said, but Jimmy hushed him. His eyes were trained on me. He came out here for an adventure, and damn it, he wasn't going to leave without one. Reluctantly, I raised my arm to the tree, remembering what I had told Saj earlier. The sooner I did this, the sooner I could leave. But as I pressed the blade against the almost ceramic surface of the tree, I heard it again. Breathing. Right in my effing ear. I whirled around and ran from the tree at a full sprint. I blew past Jimmy and Saj and ran for my life, and I barely even heard them chasing after me, calling my name. I didn't even begin to care about the social repercussions of my actions until I stopped, almost half a mile from the tree. From that breathing. Jimmy was laughing when he reached me. Even Saj had an amused look on his face. Man, I ain't seen punani like that since I found my old man's girly magazines. Jimmy shrieked with mirth. Like I said, there's some shame a 9-year-old just can't recover from. After 2 weeks of merciless teasing, and yes, I mean merciless, if you'd known Jimmy, you'd understand, I decided to do something drastic. That's how I ended up by myself, in the middle of the night, at the edge of the forest, with little more than a flashlight and a thin jacket to keep me company. The sky was deep and full of clouds, only illuminated by the partially concealed full moon. A thin mist hung in the air. It was a dark and not so stormy night. Over the course of my life, I've noticed that bad decisions come far more easily to me during the hours when I should be asleep. The night in question was my first inkling of that truth, for as I stood on the edge of disaster, waiting to take my first step into the jaws of hell, adrenaline coursing through every vein in my body, I did not feel scared in the least. I felt alive. I coolly walked into the shadow, not having any idea how I would find the tree and not caring in the least. The absolute silence of that forest should have unnerved me then. It unnerves me now, to think about, but 9-year-olds just aren't equipped to notice some things, I suppose. No, I walked obliviously through those woods, leaves crunching and twigs snapping beneath my feet, and not one cricket sang to me. Not one owl hooted. That should have been enough to get me to turn around. But, of course, I didn't. I was determined to rid the word punani from Jimmy's vocabulary, once and for all. So I pressed on, and even with my adrenaline high and my inhibitions low, I began to realize something. I was being led. Led by what? I didn't know. But as I stopped to gather my bearings, I looked around at my surroundings. I had not the faintest of ideas where I was, yet remained perfectly sure I should head in a southwesterly direction. I felt as though I were being guided by some unseen force. That feeling gave me pause. I could turn back, yes, and nobody would know I'd chickened out yet again. But I would know. Even worse, my friends would never hear of the courage it took to get me to this point. This would have all been for nothing. I kept the taunting faces of Jimmy and Saj in my mind as I marched onward, doing my best to ignore the growing suspicion that something wanted me there. The final 15 minutes of that walk was harrowing, to be sure. But when I finally came upon the tree, nearly invisible in the dead night, I was filled with the deepest sense of dread that has ever plagued me. And as the breathing began to surround me once again, and as the breaths turned to indiscernible whispers, I shook with fear. The aftermath. On October 16, 2009, a boy by the name of Finn Carlton walked into the band room of my high school and closed the door behind him. He pulled a pistol from his coat pocket and fired 6 shots. Then he tied his belt around a pipe on the ceiling and hanged himself. 6 shots, 7 bodies. That's what the authorities found when they entered the room. Finn's victims were made to kneel in a straight line before they were executed, and their half-eaten lunches had been spoiled by the carnage. 6 rounds. 6 heads. 1 bullet each. Chloe Cannon, 15 years old, loved the color blue and played the French horn. Cute in a mousy sort of way. Unalived. Xavier Mayweather, 15 years old, on the track team, always rode his bike to school. Unalived. Ronald R.J. Saldes, 16 years old, had a notebook he sketched in, and already bought his tickets to the midnight premiere of the new Harry Potter movie. Unalived. Zach Trainer, 15 years old, 280 pounds, played the tuba. Refused, several times, to join the football team. Unalived. Marianne Ortega, 15 years old, barely spoke English and liked horror films. Unalived. Christopher Carlton, 16 years old, played the French horn, secretly dating Chloe Cannon. Unalived. By his older brother, no less. I didn't know any of these students in life. But I know them all too well in death. And I hate each one of them with my whole heart. This all went down during my junior year. Our school was closed for a few days, but it's amazing how quickly business as usual returns. A grief assembly, a memorial plaque in the band room, and bam, it's like everyone's forgotten. Everyone's moved on. Everyone except me. Myself, I never experienced grief. I didn't know any of these kids, and while I felt for my peers who were close to them, my life wasn't really affected by their gruesome ends. Sure, there was the existential shock, the life is fleeting realization, but I'd already lost a sibling in a freak accident years before. I was familiar with death. That's why, in the weeks following the tragedy, I didn't have any trouble sleeping. So there I was a month after the shooting, on a school night, not having any trouble sleeping. I had forgotten to silence my phone, so when I got a text, it buzzed on the wooden nightstand near my bed. Groggily, I rolled over to check it and was instantly jerked awake by what I read. "I'm going to unalive her, both of them, sure, why not?" Jesus, I muttered, eyes fixed on the macabre message, a threatening collection of black pixels backed by a heartless electric glow. I found a morbid fascination then, as I do now, in letters, meaningless squiggles, by themselves, which can combine to strike with more terror than the steepest cliff or the most menacing beast. The combination of these particular squiggles drilled a strangely familiar fear into my heart. I glanced to see what number the message had come from, but that field was blank. It appeared as though the text had not been sent by anything at all. Frantically, I hit reply. What? Who is this? I waited for a few minutes but received no response. Unsettled, I got out of bed and turned on the light. I wanted to do something, I just didn't know what. Finally, after staring around my room for a moment, I decided I'd splash my face with water. I went to the bathroom and looked at myself in the mirror. A good, long, hard look. Staring myself down, willing myself to get a grip. Finally, I splashed my face with the icy pour from the tap. I patted dry with a hand towel and went back into my room. My phone's LED was blinking from the nightstand. I'd received a text message. I shut the door, turned off the lights, and took a step toward my bed, wondering somewhat anxiously if the new message was a reply from whoever had sent the previous one. But I'd barely moved before I stopped dead in my tracks. I wasn't alone. There, hovering in front of my nightstand, faintly luminescent and barely visible, was a girl, a tiny, mousy-looking girl, a girl who was strangely pretty in a non-obvious way, a girl who would never celebrate her sweet 16 or stretch her undersized legs to reach the pedals of a car, a girl who was dead. Chloe Cannon wore a thin blue nightgown that reached her knees. Her feet did not touch my floor. She bobbed slightly, up and down in the air, seemingly staring not at me but at a point in the wall directly behind me. She appeared both solid and not. Her skin had a distinct silver pallor, yet I could see the light on my phone blinking through her torso. Her face looked vaguely sad. I could not move, I could not speak. We remained still, together, for what felt like an eternity. Finally, I convinced myself that I was imagining things. I took a step toward her. Then another. Another. But not another. I could not bring myself to step closer, because as I neared her, her face began to change. Her left cheekbone began to sag. Her skull began to dent. Her eyeball began to rotate and protrude from its socket. A dark spot began to appear amid her fine, silvery hair. I backed away in horror and the bullet's fatal blow faded from sight as quickly and seamlessly as it had appeared. In a desperate panic, I flicked the light switch up. She was gone. I heaved a sigh of relief. I had been seeing things. I thought perhaps the shooting had affected me more than I'd let myself believe. Still, my knees wobbled, I could barely even stand. Bracing myself against the wall with my arm, I stared at the blinking notification light on my phone. Eventually, my curiosity over who had sent that morbid message was too much. I flicked off the light, no hovering girl, that was good, and scrambled into bed. Safely under my covers, I grabbed my phone and opened the second text message. This time, I found no morbid fascination in the squiggles before me. These 5 letters and 2 punctuation marks, backed by a harsh glow in the comfortless dark, carried only dread. Chloe smiled. I didn't know Finn Carlton. To this day, when people hear what high school I went to, they usually ask me if I was acquainted with the scrawny kid who unalived his brother and 5 others before stringing himself up in the pipes. They ask it with a sort of reality show fascination, and it feels like they're only asking so they can later tell their equally fascinated friends that they knew a guy who knew the guy. And their face always falls a bit when I say no I didn't. I'd never seen him before. Of course, that's not entirely true. Finn didn't live too far from me, and we both walked home from school most days. I was a year younger than him, and we truly didn't know one another in the least. Not a word was ever exchanged between us. Still, I knew who he was. I stared at his backpack some days on my way home, black, with bright green trim. Green was my favorite shade. I have to admit, it was a pretty cool backpack. I suppose part of the reason I tell people I didn't know Finn is that it's simpler than going into detail about how I didn't know him, but I knew of him and sometimes stared at his backpack when I walked home from school. But there's another reason, too, and I'm reminded of it every time his victims come to me, when I'm scared and cold and in lonely moments. I'm ashamed. I checked myself into a loony bin, pardon me, a psychiatric hospital, the year after I graduated. That's how bad things had gotten. I'd never seen Chloe again, but I'd seen all the others. By this point, Xavier and Zach chilled in my room practically every night. They never hurt me, but if I got too close, their faces would fall out of place and their death wounds emerge. If I'm being perfectly honest, they didn't scare me that much. They didn't seem to bear me ill will. Apart from that bizarre message the night I saw Chloe, they seemed content to merely hang about, and their presence had become almost comforting. If they were real, I figured I could handle that. No, what truly frightened me was the idea that they might not be real, that I might be out of my effing mind. All I wanted was to live a normal life. Xavier, Zach, and the others weren't getting in the way of that, but a mental illness certainly would. I thought it would be an easy process. Hey, doc, I'm going nuts, can you lock me up for a while and hit me with some meds? But it's not that simple. As it turns out, there's a lot involved in admitting oneself to the farm, not the least of which is a series of probing interviews with psychiatric professionals. I know they mean well, but in my experience, chats with these quacks usually do more harm than good. They drag up stuff that your mind hides, and sometimes your mind hides that stuff for a reason. I must have met a dozen people who went in for a 5-minute checkup and came out remembering how their uncle used to touch them when they were kids. For me, it didn't happen quite that way. I was in my 3rd and final interview, this one with the head of the institution herself, when I finally remembered. It wasn't gradual. It came all at once. I broke down sobbing, realizing what I'd done, what responsibility I bore. It's a surreal experience, to forget. Not just to have something slip your mind, like where you put your keys, but to, truly, forget. I wish I had forgotten forever. Seeming a bit taken aback by my outburst, the hospital administrator signed a piece of paper and tried to hand it to me, telling me it would account for at least a 90-day stay. But I barely heard. I wiped the snot from my nose, blinking back tears, and stared behind her in horror, where Chloe Cannon hovered, the strange sad look still etched on her face. It was the first time I had seen her since that night, long ago, in my room. I pointed behind the lady, shrieking, "She's there! She's there!" Now thoroughly alarmed, the administrator whipped her head around, and then, apparently seeing nobody, pressed a button on her desk. The paper she had been trying to hand over fluttered to the ground. As the men in the white coats came to restrain me, I wrenched my gaze from Chloe and looked at the paper, face up on the concrete floor. And as they dragged me from the room, I saw a message written, in the unmistakable handwriting of a teenage girl, which the administrator had signed. The aftermath. As they dragged me from the room, I saw a message written, in the unmistakable handwriting of a teenage girl, which the administrator had signed. With my dad's gun, I guess of course I know where he keeps IT. Chloe's face, twisted in a cruel smirk, was the last thing I saw before all went black. October 15, 2009. Chloe Cannon and her friends had less than 24 hours to live. Of course, they didn't know that then. Nobody did. It was just a regular day in our regular town. The school had been out for half an hour, and I was on my way home. Who was right in front of me? You guessed it, boys and girls, Finn Carlton. I walked a few dozen paces behind him, my feet crunching the leaves on the sidewalk, my breath barely visible in the brisk autumn air. I stared at the green trim on his black backpack. God, it was a good-looking backpack. His head hung and his shoulders were slumped. That was odd. I mean, the kid never had great posture, but on this day he looked like his books weighed 100 pounds. He was sniffling a lot, too. I can't be sure, but I think he was crying. I didn't care much about that, though. Finn Carlton's problems were none of my concern, at least, that's what I thought at the time. No, most of my thoughts were on my mother. She didn't have work that day, and it usually meant she had a damn fine meal waiting for the family at home. And I know you all think your mothers can cook a damn fine meal, but trust me, they wouldn't even compare. Anyway, Finn had barely even crossed my mind until he reached into his pocket. He pulled out a ringing cell, a flip phone. 2009 was a simpler time, and answered it. "What do you want?" His voice seemed thick, like a guy trying to sound more masculine than he felt. At first, my ears barely even registered the first half of the conversation. "No, I can't. I can't ask her. Because, man, I think you already know. Dude, she's with Chris." "Yes, my brother Chris. What other effing Chris would I be talking about?" My ears perked up a bit. Drama. Just what I needed to take the boredom out of this brutally dull walk. I quickened my stride somewhat, hoping to get a bit closer and catch more of the conversation. I took care to avoid the leaves on the sidewalk, not wanting to draw Finn's attention to my presence. He continued. "No, I'm not guessing. I saw them kiss. I don't know, next to the band room. Are you effing high?" Of course, it was her. "Yeah, you're telling me. I feel like poop. I'm losing my effing mind over here." I didn't know who the girl he mentioned was, but I did know of his brother Chris. He was a year younger than me, and it always struck me as strange that he and Finn were related. While Finn was quiet, scrawny, and a bit morose seeming, Chris was a handsome, upbeat kid who gave off the impression that he was going places in life. "Oh yeah, dude, that was the last straw," Finn continued, his voice shaking with rage. "You have no effing idea how done I am with this poop." Then he was silent for a long time. Finally, he spoke again, and his voice sounded different. Lower. Meaner. "I'm going to unalive her. Both of them, sure. Why not?" My blood instantly turned to ice. I stopped dead in my tracks. Did he just say what I think he just said? Finn laughed, a harsh, excited laugh, then spoke again. "With my dad's gun, I guess. Of course I know where he keeps it." My head was reeling. I stood, alone, on the sidewalk, my breath short and my heartbeat quick. I tried to force what I had just heard from my mind. Surely he couldn't be serious. But God, he sounded like he was. He sounded deadly serious. I don't think I've heard the tone of voice from anyone else in my life. Finn had continued walking and was almost out of earshot. He stepped further and further away, and I had no interest in hearing any more of his conversation. I felt sick to my stomach. I was only close enough to hear one final sentence before he trailed off. "I don't know, man, tomorrow's as good a day as any." It happened the next day, at lunch. I was in the cafeteria, sitting at the usual table with the usual people, when a pop, muffled but audible, rang through the air. A few seconds passed, then another. By the third pop, the cafeteria was silent. By the sixth, pandemonium had ensued. Students trampled over one another in their flight to the west exit, away from that sound. Teachers tried unsuccessfully to give the mob order. Everyone, myself included, was getting the hell out of there. As I ran with the crowd, my thoughts were on Finn Carlton, who was presently undoing his belt and staring at a pipe on the ceiling of the locked band room. Those pops rang in my head, grisly echoes playing over and over and over, getting louder and louder and louder. "This is your fault," is all I can think. "This is your fault." Bang, bang, bang. The final knock on my cell door woke me. Perhaps cell is too harsh a word, it was a nice room. They took good care of me. Still, when I climbed out of bed and saw those beautiful words on my calendar, day 90, I dressed with a little pep in my step. I could have left at any time, of course, but the paperwork would have been so complicated. That, and I couldn't think of anything better to do on the outside. So I stayed, for 3 long months, talking to therapists and swallowing pills and sharing my feelings in hilarious group circles with other inmates who were actually crazy. And that's the thing, the one thing I learned from my time on the funny farm, they were crazy. I wasn't. No, Chloe Cannon was real, in life and death, as real as my fingers flying over my keyboard right now, telling you my story. Her secret boyfriend, Christopher Carlton, he's real too. So is Xavier Mayweather, Marianne Ortega, RJ Saldes, and every last pound of Big Zack Trainer. They're all real, more real to me than they ever were alive, even though they're all lying in the frozen December ground with traces of lead still in their heads. They're all real, and they won't leave me alone, and why should they? I'm the reason RJ never got to use those Harry Potter tickets. The newspapers reported tirelessly on the victims after the shooting, and one of the details they really harped on was that RJ was a huge Harry Potter fan and that he bought tickets for the upcoming midnight premiere months in advance. I think J.K. Rowling even sent some nice poop to his family. I didn't catch the movie in theaters, but I got it on Redbox a few months later. I wish I could say I was alone when I watched it, but RJ didn't miss a single frame. I'm the reason that the kiss shared between Chloe Cannon and Chris Carlton, the kiss they meant to hide but that was seen by a jealous brother anyway, was their last. I'm the reason Xavier never broke 5 minutes in the mile, the reason Marianne never learned better English, and the reason Zach never lost all the weight he'd meant to. I'm the reason they're all dead. I got Chloe's final message in an email 2 years ago. Tomorrow is as good a day as any. Chloe smiled. Though I see her every night, she hasn't spoken to me since. There's so much she could say, but I think she's choosing, somehow, some way, to let it remain unsaid. Isn't it better if I fill in the gaps? What's it like to still be alive? How can you live with yourself? You could have saved us. She never says it. None of them ever do. I don't even know if they can. But as they crowd around my bed every night, all 6 of them, I can feel it in their stares. They all want to be alive, and they'll haunt me as long as I draw the breath they crave. I'm not crazy, I'm not hallucinating, I'm not a freak, I'm simply and overwhelmingly consumed by guilt. I have a gun that I keep in the corner of my closet, a gun not unlike the one Finn Carlton stole from his dad's dresser, in a box that you can only find if you're looking for it. I look for it sometimes. I pull it out sometimes, too. And every once in a while, I put a bullet in it, close the chamber, and hold it to my temple with a trembling, sweaty palm. Every time I do, I feel my 6 friends, my 6 tormentors, cheering me on. But I've never pulled the trigger. Not yet. I guess the times just never seemed right, but perhaps there's no sense in putting it off any longer. From where I sit now, I can see the box, just the corner, peeking out from the top of my closet. Taunting me. Daring me. When will I give in? I don't know, man, tomorrow's as good a day as any. I robbed a house last night and found something I can't explain inside. I rob houses. Look, I'm not a bad person. I lost my job and don't have enough to feed my 3 kids. I only target big, rich houses whose owners are clearly up to their ears in money. I don't break into houses with kids. Swing sets in the backyard are an immediate deal breaker. I don't carry a gun or any kind of weapon, because there's too much risk I'll get scared and hurt someone. This is just a temporary thing. For my wife. For my kids. To survive. My latest target was a huge mansion on the north of town. It was the perfect house to rob, placed at the end of a lonely road, far from neighbors and witnesses, and it was clear the owners had a ton of money. The house had all the extras, a captain's walk overlooking the front yard, a massive deck in the back, and several bay windows. I'd driven by the house repeatedly over the past few days, to get a sense of their schedule. It was a man and a woman. The man was tall and stocky, the woman a short blonde. I'd seen them through the dining room window a few times, eating expensive steak and drinking red wine, under a crystal chandelier. Honestly, seeing all that wealth filled me with anger. How many people could they feed, if they just sold one of their beautiful paintings? Or that painted vase, that had its own table in the corner? I guess I'd soon find out. I rolled up to the house at 1 a.m., smiling at how much money I'd make. Maybe I'd even have some leftovers. I could buy Aiden that toy Jeep he really wanted. Or get Maggie something nice. How long had it been since I'd given her a gift? Since she'd enjoyed herself? I climbed out of the car and pulled the hat low over my forehead. Pulled on my gloves, got the large bag out of the backseat. Then I slunk through the grass, quietly, past the immense window in their study. So far, so good. I slid my lock-picking set out. After several minutes, I heard the familiar, satisfying clink. I stepped inside. The house was quiet and dark. I slipped out my flashlight and flicked it on. White light bounced across the marble floor, sparkling in the crystals of the chandelier. I glanced around, forming a plan. That painting, the vase. My eyes lit up as I noticed the woman's purse hanging on a chair. Jackpot. The unmistakable LV of Louis Vuitton graced its surface. Nearly giggling, I grabbed it and slung it over my shoulder. No, wait. I couldn't steal all the stuff inside. Phones and tablets with tracking devices, and credit cards that could be traced through their charges. It was too risky. I emptied the contents on the dining room table. It was surprisingly empty. Tissues, a tube of lipstick, a phone, and a wallet. I picked up the wallet, pulled out the 320s inside, then set the wallet back down. Wait. I froze. Picked the wallet back up. Flipped it open. A driver's license was in the transparent pocket. A woman stared up at me from the small photo. But even in the darkness of the house, I could see it. She was brunette. Yet, the woman I'd seen in the house was blonde. My heart started to pound. I scanned the rest license. Height, 5'8". Eyes, BRN. I aimed the flashlight's beam on the photo, studying the woman's face. Hard to tell if it was the same woman. I'd only seen her from a distance. I set it back on the table, a feeling of unease settling in my gut. Okay. What else? I glanced into the kitchen. In some of the other houses I'd broken into, they had silverware, real silverware. Like, knives and forks made out of silver. Nabbing even a few pieces would get me some good cash. I stepped inside. The room was dimly lit, from the blue light on their super fancy refrigerator. I crept forward, around the immense granite island. Wrapped my fingers around the carved metal handle and tugged. What? Empty. I opened another drawer. Then another. They were all empty. A terrible feeling settled inside me. Just take what you need and get out. I walked back through the kitchen, and back into the foyer. A painting hung on the wall, set in a gilded frame, depicting a roiling ocean under a stormy sky. I grabbed the sides and lifted. It was heavier than I expected, but I was able to lift it off the hook and shove it into the bag. Okay. The purse is easily $1,000, and the painting is probably at least $500. That should be enough for a few months. I turned around to leave, when my eyes caught on the vase. It sat in the corner, perched on a small table. No flowers in it. Apparently it was too good for things that grew in the dirt. The neck and base were a beautiful shade of jade green. Tiny looping handles on either side sparkled gold, and in the center, a painted woman poured water from a jug. I walked over to it, my heart pounding in my chest. Slowly, I lifted it from its perch. Something rattled inside. I froze. Every hair stood on end. I brought it up to my face, examining the woman, the curls of gold. Just leave it. The voice inside me screamed. You have enough. Leave it. Get out of here. I tipped it over. 2 nickels rolled out. I let out a breath I didn't even realize I'd been holding. Then I let out a laugh, a soft hiss through my teeth. What? I thought something scary was in there. Like what? A bone? A finger? A dried up, rotten human heart? Stupid. I threw the vase in the bag. Now, really? Get out of here. But. I glanced across the hall. The door at the end hung open. I could see the edge of a bed, a fancy wooden post, and beyond it, something glistening on the vanity table. Jewelry? Before I could stop myself, my feet were moving forward. I grabbed the edge of the door, slowly pushed it open. No. The sheets were soaked red. Terrible shapes lay in the bed, twisted and still. I stumbled back, a hand clamped over my mouth, fighting the urge to scream. Thump, thump. Footsteps, above me. Did you hear that? A woman's voice. Yeah, a man's voice replied. I think someone's downstairs. I bolted, my feet slipping against the marble floors. Leaving the stolen goods, I ran out of the house, across the front yard. I dove into the car, panting, and peeled out of there. I was right, it was the perfect house to rob. But somebody had gotten there first. Growing up, I was told to never close my eyes in the shower. Ever since I was old enough to take showers on my own, I've been warned about closing my eyes in the shower. It sounds like such a ridiculous thing to be warned about, and I will admit that I didn't take it as seriously as I should have until I had a first-hand experience of what happens when you ignore this warning. The first time I did it, I was around 9 or 10 years old. I don't remember much, except that I was standing there, washing my hair as my mother's voice played over and over again in my head, telling me not to close my eyes. As I thought about the things that might happen that were so bad that nobody would even tell me about them, I began to feel freaked out, like I was being watched. Of course, wanting to be brave, I scoffed and closed my eyes. I only did it for about 2 seconds the first time. It was almost just a blink. When nothing happened, I did it for longer and kept doing that, gradually increasing the time that I had my eyes closed for. Once I kept my eyes closed for 10 seconds, I noticed that I could no longer feel the water hitting me from above. I stuck one hand out, but there was nothing. I remember slowly opening one eye to notice that I was no longer in my shower. I was in a weird, abandoned pool in a dark, dirty building. The tile in the pool was covered in green plants and what appeared to be moss. I opened my other eye so I could take a look around, and crossed my arms over my chest, extremely aware of the fact that I was exposed. I could hear something running above me, outside the pool, but I wasn't able to see anything. Hello? I called, my voice cracking. Suddenly, I caught movement toward the left corner of the pool and noticed a shape running directly at me. I was frozen in place as the thing came closer and I realized it was another person, covered in the green plants and moss around us, wide-eyed. They ran directly at me and threw me back, pushing both of their hands against my chest. Not yet, they shouted. I was unable to tell if the voice was male or female, and the next thing I knew, there was a series of flashing lights that hurt my eyes. I squinted and noticed that my surroundings were changing from the old pool to my bathroom shower over and over again. It was starting to make me dizzy, and my vision went dark as I fell. When I woke up, I was in my shower, the water falling over me as I lay in the tub. My elbow and ribs hurt, most likely from the way I had fallen down. I got up, rinsed myself, and jumped out of the shower, dressing in a hurry, my clothing sticking to my damp skin. I was careful not to close my eyes for long periods after that. There were a few moments where I wasn't as careful as I should have been and got shampoo in my eyes. When that happened, I raced to rinse my eyes and hair as quickly as I could, but I would always see the old pool for a split second. It was just 1 second, and yet, it was the most fear I've ever felt in my entire life. I'm 23 now, and I still try my hardest not to close my eyes in the shower. In fact, I try my best to shower as fast as possible, and sometimes, when I'm extremely freaked out, I opt for washing my hair in my sink, so that there's no way I'll accidentally get shampoo in my eyes. 2 days ago, I took a normal shower. Everything was fine, and I was almost finished, when I accidentally squirted body wash straight into my left eye. I felt my heartbeat speed up immediately, as I held my face under the water. I frantically rinsed my eyes and face, trying to get the burning sensation out of my eye so I could open it again. I closed them both for less than a second, and when I opened them again, the bathtub was changing underneath me. The white porcelain was morphing into the dirty, moss-covered tile of the old pool that I had seen in my nightmare since the first time I had seen it. I started freaking out, as I finished rinsing my eye. I turned the shower water off and sped out of the shower, throwing myself through the curtain as I stepped out of the side, banging my shin against the side of the tub in the process. I grabbed my towel off the rack on the wall and wrapped it around me, limping out of the bathroom and into my bedroom where I closed and locked the door. I leaned against my bedroom door, trying to slow my breathing. After a few minutes, I got dressed and avoided the bathroom for the rest of the night. At around 2 in the morning, I awoke with a sudden urge to pee. I tried to ignore it, flipping over to my other side and closing my eyes, but the feeling only got stronger and so I begrudgingly got up and walked into the bathroom. I pushed the door open and stood just outside the doorway, flipping the light switch on and staring at myself in the mirror above the sink. I closed my eyes and blinked a few times as my eyes adjusted to the sudden change in light. Finally, I stepped into the bathroom, leaving the door open behind me, and proceeded to do my business. As I was washing my hands, I could hear a weird noise coming from the bathtub. It almost sounded like water was running down the drain, which was impossible. There was no way there was still any water in there. I approached the tub and threw the shower curtain open, to see that my tub and shower were gone. Instead of the porcelain tub and black tiled walls, there was now a portion of the old pool. I stared down at the small puddles of murky water, and the different types of grass and plants that were growing in it. I looked up and scanned the area, once again hearing footsteps above ground, but I wasn't able to see anything. Some old deteriorating benches and graffitied brick walls surrounded the pool, as well as a few trees that had grown inside the building. I scanned the area for the person that I had seen the last time, but there didn't appear to be anyone around. At least, not at first. Unfortunately, I quickly noticed that the shrubbery that covered the bottom of the pool was uneven and bumpy, and I bent down to get a closer look. That's when I noticed that there were people buried underneath everything. The plants were sort of encasing the bodies, and I was able to make out the shapes of a few faces. I backed up, trying to stop myself from shouting and drawing any unwanted attention. I heard the sound again, and I realized there was something out there that was making that sound. I shivered and threw the shower curtain closed again as I backed out of the bathroom. I couldn't sleep for the rest of the night and was up again in about 3 hours. I forced myself to go into the bathroom again, where I noticed that this, whatever it was spreading and had now taken over about 2/3 of my bathroom. I walked out of the bathroom and grabbed my car keys and phone. I sped through my apartment, making my way to the front door. As soon as I threw it open, however, I was met with an old, overgrown clearing in the middle of the woods. Confused, I stepped outside far enough to get a look at my apartment. Instead of being on the 3rd floor of the complex, the building that stood before me was old and worn down, like its surroundings. There were vines and moss growing on the outside of it, and I could tell that parts of the building were beginning to fall off. I ran back inside, slamming the door shut. I've been inside ever since. Little by little, the abandoned pool and building have taken over my apartment. The only room left now is the kitchen. Eventually, I know that I'll be stuck here, forced to survive in whatever this place is. I've been trying to contact family members, friends, and even the police for help, but none of my calls or texts have gone through. I'm not even sure this will end up anywhere. Even if it did, I'm not sure you could help. I guess this is better than not trying. There's something else here. I haven't seen the person I saw years back when I was here, but I can hear something outside. It sounds huge. Its footsteps shake the area, and its shadow blocks out all the light as it passes by the building. I don't think it knows I'm here yet. I don't want to think about what it might do when it becomes aware, but I know it will come for me soon. There's a vending machine on campus that doesn't just dispense soda and snacks. It sits in the basement of Fowler Hall, even though the laundry machines were moved upstairs years ago. All the other ones have been updated into sleek, futuristic models, but not this one. It looks like it was plucked right out of the 90s, with its smudged glass display and silver coils holding snacks. Its red sign glows brightly in the darkness, through the musty haze, simply reading, "Refreshments." To be honest, I didn't believe the urban legends surrounding the thing. But I work for the campus newspaper, and for Halloween, I got assigned to write this stupid fluff piece about it. The most popular legend about it goes like this. On a dark and stormy night, a sociology major went down into the basement of Fowler, craving an ice-cold bottle of Coke. But when he got it out of the machine, he realized it wasn't filled with the sugary delight he so craved but a murky, red-brown sludge. The story diverges from there. Some say he drank it and died. Others say he turned it in to the police, and it matched the remains of a local missing woman. Still, others say the bottle cursed him, and he went on an all-out on a live spree that miraculously wasn't covered by a single news outlet. Yeah, you see where I'm going with this. There are other stories that follow a similar theme. A junior pressed the button for pretzels and got a human finger. Or she got a cursed knife and cut off somebody's finger. Or her finger got cut off when she pushed the flap to retrieve her drink. It depends on who you asked. Everyone tells a different version. There are even a few stories that diverge from the whole unalive thing. Some CS majors told me if you pressed a certain code into the keypad, the vending machine would slide away and reveal a secret room. Of course, none of them could decide on what the code actually was. Yeah, I didn't believe any of this poop for a second. My final bit of research, though, was to go down there and use it myself. So there I was, standing outside of Fowler Hall a little past 10 p.m., coins jingling in my pockets. So what do you think you'll get? Brianna asked me. She worked on the newspaper with me and believed all the stories. Apparently one of her sorority sisters knew the girl who got the finger. Or lost her finger. Or whatever. I think I'll get a nice, refreshing root beer, I replied with a smile. Then I cupped my hand over my mouth. Oh, I shouldn't say that. It can hear us, right? Brianna rolled her eyes. Come on. That stuff did happen. Yeah, some people exaggerated it and it kinda snowballed into an urban legend, but that girl really did lose her finger. Honestly, of all the stories I'd heard, that was the only one that sounded like it could be true. Sticking your hand in a 30-year-old machine that's all rusted up and half broken. I don't think she lost her finger, but she probably got a bad cut and had to get a tetanus booster or something. But then we rounded the corner, and I couldn't help the chill that tingled down my spine. It didn't match the other students' descriptions at all. It wasn't all rusted and dented and broken, with 20-year-old potato chips in it. Far from it. It seemed like the only thing that was cleaned regularly in this entire basement. The refreshments lettering glowed brightly, the snacks and drinks were perfectly nestled in their steel coils, not one of them askew. The boxes and chairs surrounding it were covered in a thick film of dust, but the vending machine sparkled. Even though this basement was an abandoned storage area, someone had been cleaning the machine, regularly. I stepped right up to the glass. On the other side was a perfectly normal assortment of drinks and snacks, potato chips, Oreos, Cheetos, chocolate bars, and a line of sodas on the bottom. As my eyes hit the root beer, my stomach did a little flip. I drank that brand of root beer. So I was all too familiar with the advertisement on the wrapper, the one with the stylized Dracula, offering a chance to win free Six Flags tickets. That was from Halloween, this year. Someone had restocked this machine. Recently. Who's restocking this thing? I whispered, leaning so close to the glass that I could see my reflection. I thought nobody came down here. Maybe the janitor? I glanced at the clumps of dust sticking to the feet of the machine, the row of folding chairs leaning askew. I don't think they come down here. Well, are you going to get something? Brianna cocked an eyebrow at me. Or are you scared? Of course I'm not scared. I reached into my pocket and pulled out 7 quarters. $1.75. Then I plunked each one into the coin slot. Clink, clang, clack. I listened to each one clink deep inside the machine. Then I slowly lifted my finger to the keypad and pressed F6. The machine rumbled softly. My eyes shot to the coil, slowly unwinding to let the root beer fall. I watched that stupid stylized Dracula face as the bottle teetered on the edge and then plunged into the bin below. Thump. I stood, frozen, staring at the little black flap. At the 4 letters engraved in the plastic, P-U-S-H. What are you waiting for? I'm thinking, I snapped back. You're scared. She let out a giggle. No. I'm not. I'm just. I shook my head. Whatever. I crouched down until the flap was nearly at eye level. Then I reached out and pushed my hand through the flap. The metal interior was cold against my skin. I felt around, reaching for the bottle. Huh. Where is it? My heart beat faster as my fingers stretched out against all the sides. I didn't believe those legends, but I also didn't like blindly groping around in this little metal box. What if there was like, a dead mouse in there? Or something sharp? I reached further. And froze. Something touched me. Oh, God, something touched me. I yanked my hand out, the push flap swinging in the darkness, backing away from the machine. There a problem? As something touched me. Oh, so now you believe the stories, huh? I'll get it for you. Before I could stop her, Brianna crouched down, stuck her hand in, rooted around. Ah, found it. Right. She let out a howl. Brianna. I screamed, rushing over. She tried to pull her hand out. Tried to back away. It stuck, she cried. Help me. I wrapped my arms around her waist and tried to pull her back. But she was right, something was holding her in place. Or oh, God, someone? I dug my heels into the carpet, pulling with all my strength. But she didn't budge. I glanced at her arm, the flap was nearly at her elbow now, like something was pulling her in. And then I heard laughter. The blood drained out of my face. The shadows shifted in the murky hallway, and then 2 of my classmates stepped out from behind the vending machine. The look on your face, Tori wheezed through giggles. I can't believe you fell for that, Allison added. I opened my mouth. But no words came out. I worked my jaw, glancing at each of their faces. Even Brianna was in hysterics now. Why? Why would you do that? I asked, finally, in a weak voice. Oh, come on, it's just a prank, Brianna said. And now you've got something to write about. You're not mad, are you? Allison asked, with fake concern. Hot tears were welling in my eyes. But I blinked them away. How could I be so stupid? A cursed vending machine? All the people who told me those stories must have been in on it, too. I should have known joining the newspaper was a bad idea. Half the team were mean girl types, in Phi Gamma whatever. Of course, they would do something like this. Jerks. Of course, I'm not mad, I said, plastering on a fake smile. That was funny. You totally had me. Disappointment flickered across Brianna's face. Then she quickly recovered. Well, we need to get going if we're going to make it to Charles's party, she said. You coming with? I shook my head. I watched as the 3 of them, tall, blonde, and almost comically Barbie-like, walked back down the hallway and disappeared around the corner. Then it was just me and the vending machine. I poked my head around the back. The lock on the back door was rusted and mangled, probably didn't even work. The cavity where the drinks would fall out opened up back here, too, which is how one of them leaned in to grab Brianna's hand. The root beer I'd paid for sat forgotten on the ground. I leaned over and picked it up. I walked back into the hallway and sat down on the floor, twisted the cap off, and listened to the hiss of air escaping. The red glow of the refreshment sign spilled out onto the dusty carpet. Tears fell from my cheeks as I lifted the bottle to my lips. But as soon as the root beer hit my tongue, I realized something was wrong. A soft thump sounded from the machine. Too soft, too metallic, to be a bottle of soda or a bag of chips. I slowly got up, walked over to it. The rows of chips and soda stood perfectly still, untouched. I crouched down, in front of the flap, my fingers hesitating in midair. I glanced up at the sign, the red light spilling onto my face, onto my tears. I pushed my hand inside. Unlike the first time, I found it immediately. It was a small envelope. Nothing is written on either side. I flipped it over in my hands, then opened it and slipped out its contents. 3 photographs. I recognized the faces immediately. Brianna, Tori, Allison. But each photo showed them in a compromising position. Brianna making out with a guy who wasn't her boyfriend. Tori smoking something out of a bong. Allison. Well, before plastic surgery made her into the Allison I knew. I looked up at the machine and smiled. The rumors are true. There is something very, very special about the vending machine in the basement of Fowler Hall. The tunnel game. The tunnel game is one of the most dangerous games in the world. Its rewards are limitless, but losing the game gives you a predicament worse than death itself. The game is most commonly played in underground tunnels, such as sewers or subway stations, but some requirements still need to be met. Requirements. A tunnel system. The specifics are discussed in the next section. Flashlight. It shouldn't be too bright as this could impact the game, but it also shouldn't be too dim. A container of mint leaves, at least 500 grams, choosing the right tunnels. The best possible location for the game needs to be chosen or the game won't work and your time will be wasted. Ideally, you would want to find a tunnel system that's been abandoned, but a place that doesn't have people inside works well. A brightly lit busy tunnel system like a main subway system is not a suitable location for the game. It will take some time to find the right tunnel system, but don't rush the search as the suitability of your location may impact how your game goes. Some other basic requirements that the tunnel system should meet. It should be large. Old sewerage systems work well for this, but abandoned railway systems are ideal. It should be underground. Avoid mines. They are not worth the trouble they will give you. Make sure it does not have any working lights. This will help avoid confusion later in the game. There are quite a lot of criteria to meet when searching for potential tunnel systems, so expect to travel far if you want the best location possible. Mental preparation. The tunnel game is hard and dangerous. You need to have a really good reason to play because going into the game otherwise is a stupid choice. If you're just looking for a thrill, look somewhere else. Only a strong passion or desire can get one through this game, and still the success chances are incredibly low. Any player who wins the tunnel game gets to make one wish. A wish without limits that will be granted as soon as you leave the tunnel system. This is why it's always recommended that you have a strong desire for something before you play the game and keep that in your mind throughout the progress of the game. Now moving on to expectations for the game. The game will be an extremely traumatizing experience that could potentially scar you forever. Expect to face extreme danger and your worst fears before you play this game, as that is exactly what will lurk at the edge of the beam of light your torch emits. Make sure you are well versed in the layout of your tunnel system and know exactly where you are at all times. During the games, the tunnels may change and warp around you. Prepare yourself by studying a map of the tunnel system beforehand and bringing a compass. It will help you for as long as it keeps working. Physical preparation. If you start to lose your breath after jogging for 2 seconds, it's highly recommended to pass this game. You might be chased, you might be thrown. The tunnel might suddenly get cold or hot. You need to be able to survive, so if camping in the backyard gets you worked up, you simply won't be able to survive. Bring first aid and know how to treat common injuries. It'll help you heaps in the game. You've met all the criteria and you are now in front of the tunnel ready to play. If you made it this far into the guide without wanting to turn back and click on something else, I commend you. You've probably found your tunnel now and you've got all your supplies together. Hopefully double and triple check that you brought those mint leaves. Now you're standing in front of the entrance. Does it lead to a subway that hasn't seen movement for 50 years? Or is it some old drainage system that has been long abandoned by time itself? In both scenarios, as you walk down into the underground tunnels, you'll see the same things. Shadows lingering at the edge of the beam your flashlight creates and the thick darkness failing to betray the true end of the tunnel. Begin to throw single mint leaves behind you every couple of steps. This is to ensure that you keep tracking your path. Yes, I hear you. You've studied your map extensively and even brought a small copy with you. The compass in your pocket is also going to help you direct yourself, but trust me when I saw this. The moment the true game starts, the map will suddenly be wrong, tunnels will not appear where they should have been, and you will find yourself in a system that ridicules the supposedly accurate map you brought. That's where the mint leaves come in. Why mint? Nothing else seems to stay. The tunnels will change behind you and any other marker you leave won't remain where you left it, but for some reason mint leaves are immovable. So you keep walking down this tunnel, throwing a mint leaf behind you every few steps and getting used to the eeriness of it all. It isn't so bad now that you've been walking for quite some time. Your eyes have adjusted to the dark and random shadows don't make you jump anymore. The game will make you relax like this. It'll make you feel like you are safe, comfortable even, and then all of a sudden it will punch you in the face. You'll soon pass through what feels like a wall of cold. The tunnel will suddenly go from room temperature to freezing cold. The smart player would have brought in some sort of jacket. Wear it now. Before you continue through, stop. Look behind you at the trail of mint leaves. This is your final chance to leave the game, and if you decide to continue beyond this, you will cross a point of no return. Let's say you keep walking. Whatever desire it is that you wish to seek by playing this game, it overpowers you and keeps you moving. Now the game will truly begin to play with your mind. You'll start to hear whispers. They won't make any sense, and the moment you pause and notice them, they'll go away. They'll go away only to come back again when you forget about them and start walking. You'll begin to wonder if you're hallucinating, and in this vulnerable state, the shadows around you will start to move. You'll see quick jerky movements at the edges of your flashlight only to erratically move it to try and follow the source, but to find nothing. This won't happen all at once or in a short period. It'll happen slowly. Bit by bit the intensity will ramp up and then completely stop. Then it'll start again. The game is attempting to weaken you, to make you crack so you can start running back, and when you do, it'll consume you. The only way out is to keep walking and push against it. The cold will disappear and the tunnel will start to get hot. You'll find yourself taking your jacket off. The whispers and the shadows will go away, but the heat will continue to increase degree by degree. It will begin to get very hot to the point where sweat is dripping down your face, and even then as you keep on walking, the temperature will increase. Your body will begin to feel like it's melting. Drink as much water as you can and keep walking. The heat will soon stop, and it'll get comfortably cold again once you walk into the room. You won't notice you've walked into the room until the temperature changes. At this point, it's still pitch black and the flashlight is your only guide. Do not spend too long in the room. You may see things that tempt you to stay, but you must move on. Don't believe in anything you see in the room. It is all a facade created to distract you. Keep walking in a straight line and you'll see a hallway on the opposite side. Walk into the hallway. If you made it this far, you're most likely mentally and physically exhausted. Even those who make it to this point quickly fail soon after because all the fight and drive that was left in them is depleted. Let's just say you're still feeling alright and you're determined to make it to the end of the game. Not that you have any other choice at this point really. Keep walking and you'll notice the hallway begins to get narrower and shorter. It'll take some time for it to hit you, but when it does you'll be crouching. At the same time, you'll feel something breathing down your neck and hear footsteps behind you. Slow, steady and repetitive, increasing ever so slightly in speed. Move as quickly as you can through this cramped hallway before the footsteps catch up to you. The hallway will continue to get tighter and tighter until it feels like it's molded to your body. Use your hand, feet and legs, whatever it takes, to keep moving as fast as you can before the steps catch up to you. It's best you turn off your flashlight to avoid confusion at this point. As you keep squeezing, you'll notice to your left or right, a vast open doorway. Your mind and the utter claustrophobic pressure on your body will urge you to enter the doorway. Many reports see lights and other indicators that the space beyond the doorway is out in the open and free. This is where many fail. They forever trap themselves in the tunnel game. Ignore it all. Close your eyes if you have to, and keep on moving. You'll have to start holding your breath to fit into the tunnel now. Move fast enough and you won't have to do it any longer. The hallway will then open up again and you'll be allowed to breathe. The footsteps and presence behind you will vanish. Don't stop here too long or something will grab you from behind. You'll finally walk into a vast open room with a brightly burning entity in the center. Do not look directly at it. The urge to look will overpower your body, but you must keep your head down. Hold your head in place with your hands if you have to. It will ask you to make your wish. Speak loudly and clearly whatever it is that you want and it shall be granted. In a split second, you'll feel yourself disintegrating painlessly only to find yourself in front of the entrance to whatever place you chose again. The only reminder of your visit that's left will be the mint leaves, which will begin to burn away as soon as you turn around and walk out. The above write-up was sent to me in a strange email. The address is untraceable. Black Tree. I was filled with the deepest sense of dread that has ever plagued me. And as the breathing began to surround me once again, and as the breaths turned to indiscernible whispers, I shook with fear. I could do this. I was just imagining things. I pulled out my pocket knife and stared at the tree with fierce determination. Run there, carve, run back. I was fast. Not Jimmy fast, but I was fast. I could outrun something if I needed to. I took a deep breath. It's now or never, baby. Before I even knew I was going to, I began a mad dash toward the tree. Just before I reached it, my ankles caught on something and I hit the ground hard, putting my hands in front of myself to brace my fall. The knife twisted from my grip and its blade ran a deep slice down my palm. The pain was instantly blinding. I curled up on the ground, holding my hand, but when I heard the whispers around me grow louder, I scrambled to my feet. Blinking back tears, I grabbed the knife, used my bloody hand to brace myself against the tree, and began to carve. The wood gave easily, as though I were slicing into a piece of fruit. I was done in seconds, and I had no interest in admiring my handiwork. I turned to run, but I couldn't. My bleeding hand was suctioned to the tree, and I felt the blood pulsing from it at an alarming rate, as though it were being sucked from me. I tried to pull my hand away gently, but the pain was too great. The whispers around me turned to laughter. Quiet, at first, but the longer I was stuck to the tree the louder it became. A woman. Hysterical. Eventually, I felt as though she were cackling right in my ear. In an exquisite panic, pain be damned. I yanked my hand away from the tree, freeing myself and tearing off a huge chunk of my palm in the process. I howled in agony and turned to run. I fully expected something to stop me. What? I'm not sure. I didn't care then, and to be honest, I'm not sure I care now. All I cared about at that moment was getting as far from that tree, and that forest, as possible. And luckily, whatever else was in there with me allowed it. Blood dripped from my palm as I fled through the woods. I only stopped running once, to pull my shirt off and wrap it tightly around my hand. Nobody had taught me to do that. It was purely instinctual, a biological yearning to keep my blood inside me. I wept without knowing it until I reached the edge of the forest. It was only when I finally came to the vast, open field on the outskirts of town, that I relaxed enough to turn back toward the woods which had held me, hostage, smile, and raise the middle finger of my not bleeding hand. Despite my best attempts to stay quiet when I got home that night, my father heard me fumbling around and came downstairs. He was, of course, concerned about my mangled hand, and promptly disinfected and bandaged it. Then, when I was no longer in immediate danger, he demanded to know what the hell had happened. I hadn't had enough time to think of an excuse, so I told him the truth, the whole truth, from Skeleton Jack onward. His face, angry when I started, looked nothing short of terrified by the conclusion of my tale. I had fully expected to be grounded or even had my butt whooped for lying, but my old man hung on to every word I said. He didn't even interrupt me, although he let out a despairing groan when I first mentioned the black tree. He was silent for a long time even after I had finished. He seemed to be gathering his thoughts. Finally, he spoke in a quiet, measured tone. Son, you didn't know. You couldn't have. Not what I was expecting. Didn't know what? I asked. That tree. His voice trailed off. My father lived in this town his whole life, and his father before him. When I was very little, maybe even your age, my grandfather told me a story. Was the tree in it? I asked, suddenly fascinated. He nodded. Your Skeleton Jack story is nonsense, as you know, but it's loosely based on something that actually happened. Have you ever heard of the witch trials? I shook my head. Many years ago, before America was even a country, most people around here weren't as reasonable as they are now, he explained slowly. They were superstitious, scared of a lot of silly things. One of the things they were most scared of was witchcraft. It's very sad to us now, but in those days, many women in this part of the world were unalived because they were accused of being witches. But witches aren't even real, I said indignantly. I think, for the most part, you're right, he said. People usually accused a woman of witchcraft when they didn't like her. Most of the girls who were unalive didn't have a drop of actual magic in their blood. But you think some of them did? I asked, eyes wide. Yes, he replied. One of the women unalived in this town was named Jacqueline Strong. I've read the journal entries about her myself. You can too if you go to the library. Folks said she was the most beautiful girl they had ever laid eyes on, but even the most rational thinkers in the town believed her to be evil. Why? I asked. Because she was, he said simply. She came from out of town and just showed up one day. And once she did, strange things started to happen. People got sick, people she didn't like. The crops of a man who had made a pass at her withered overnight. Snakes began to appear everywhere in town, even poisonous snakes that don't usually live in Massachusetts. So they unalived her? I said. They unalived a lot of other women for a lot less, he said. Especially over in Salem. There wasn't much of a justice system in those days. Folks didn't hire lawyers and go to court and have a judge tell them if they were guilty or not. It was all decided by the people. Eventually, enough of the town became frightened of Jacqueline that they marched her out into those woods and strung a noose up in a tree. I gasped. I knew exactly what tree Jacqueline Strong had been hung in. Before they dropped her, she looked her executioner in the eye. He later wrote in his journal that she was so beautiful, he could hardly bear to carry out his task, and that he wished he could follow her into hell. He ended up taking his own life at that very tree a week later. Before he hung her, she told him, I could stop you if I wished. The executioner asked her why she didn't. She just smiled at him and said, I have a better idea. He dropped her, but she didn't die, my dad continued. Her neck had broken, but she just hung there, eyes open, blinking at the townspeople, a smirk on her face. They picked her up and dropped her again. The rope even scraped most of the skin from her throat, but again, she didn't die. She just stared at all the townspeople, smiling calmly. This scared them all so much that they eventually just walked back to town, leaving her to hang overnight. But when they went back in the morning, she wasn't there, my dad went on. Neither was her rope. All they found was the tree they had hung her from, black and withered and filled with evil. My dad made me swear not to tell Jimmy and Satch about any of this. There's still a chance nothing will happen, he had said. But he refused to elaborate much further. I wanted to honor his wishes, and I truly did, but not sharing my bravery with my friends was simply too much to ask. Jimmy, always ready for an adventure, was enthralled by my tale. Satch less so. I think he felt somewhat responsible for what had happened to me. He wasn't as bad as Jimmy, but he had teased me as well. Still, both of them agreed to help me search in the library for information regarding the death of Jacqueline Strong. So at the end of our summer, all three of us found ourselves poring over books a few days earlier than we had expected. The library was the oldest building in the area, and it contained a dizzying amount of information about our town's history. Sarah Sales, the assistant librarian, was an exceptionally pretty lady. She also loved to see children in her library. It was a slow day, so she was eager to help us. What are you trying to find? She asked, eyeing the stack of photocopies on our table. We're looking for information about the witch trials, I said. A lady named Jacqueline Strong was unalived back then and we heard some crazy stories about it. A flicker of recognition, and perhaps fear, crossed her face, but she forced it away. The subject matter was macabre, but we were interested in learning. Perhaps she was motivated by her love of teaching, and of children, as she smiled and said, well, then, let's get to work. We were glad to have her. To us, the writing was almost illegible. But strange penmanship and even stranger spelling was no obstacle for Mrs. Sales, who would soon become herself a victim of this ultimate wickedness. We didn't learn much more than bits and pieces, but it was enough to string together an idea of the secrets that tree held. Jacqueline Strong's executioner wasn't the only person who died at that tree. After his body was found slumped at its base, a string of self-mutilations followed. Hangings. The overwhelming sentiment was that the men who strung themselves up in that tree were normal, good men. The shock and sadness of the townspeople permeated the pages we read. One instance was particularly intriguing. Catherine Keene, the wife of the recently deceased Christopher Keene, wrote of her husband's last days that he had seemed distant and less affectionate, and she feared he had been taken by a woman more beautiful than she. We also learned that when the executioner's body was discovered at the tree, their wrists were cut vertically, and any trace of his blood was conspicuously absent from the scene. One superstitious town leader suspected vampires, sucking his blood in the dead of night. I thought that particular theory unlikely, but still half-consciously traced my fingers over my bandaged palm. After a while, Mrs. Sales seemed to realize that researching self-mutilation with 9-year-olds was probably not the best use of her time, so she bid us farewell. But as she walked away, she turned back around, perhaps eager to justify our morbid studies by delivering some semblance of useful education. History is an amazing thing, kids. Never lose your passion for it. Without it, the past would be completely forgotten. Then, almost as an afterthought, she added, that tree's still out there, you know, she said. Yeah, I replied. We know. Jimmy, Satch, and I made a sacred pact to never enter the forest again. Still, the horrors began anew on one chilly September night, just weeks after school had resumed. Old Buck Billings, always armed with a smile and a wave, suddenly went missing, and nobody could find him for 3 days. Probably fell down and got stuck somewhere, my father theorized one day. Somewhere nobody's thinking to look. You think that? I asked him. I had an image in my mind of poor Buck, all strung up in that ungodly tree, the wind swaying him back and forth. Back and forth. Good a guess as any, my old man replied. But he looked worried. When they found him, the town was in shock. Old Buck was the last one you'd expect to off himself. Something wasn't right, and I think people could sense it. The night after they found Buck, Clint Redding rolled out of bed and told his wife he'd be right back. She woke up at about 4 o'clock in the morning to snakes slithering through her sheets. She screamed bloody unalive, but of course her husband did not come, because he wasn't there. I don't think I need to tell you where he was. By this point, the town was in a panic. They even held a meeting somewhere, and I think most of the grown-ups were invited. I know my dad went, at any rate. At the meeting, there was little, if any mention of the supernatural. It's funny how different kids and adults are. At school, a natural explanation for this self-mutilation epidemic would have been laughed off the playground in derision. We knew what was up. At the meeting, a recent college graduate named Timmy Fletcher volunteered to stand guard in a night shift by the tree, lest another citizen falls prey to its branches. This seemed like a good idea to everyone involved, but the next morning, I'll be damned if John Roberts and Vern Sales weren't strung up in that tree, from the very same limb, along with Timmy Fletcher, of course. The next night, there was a knock on our door. My father answered it, then called for me. The expression on his face was grave. It was Sarah Sales, the beautiful librarian, recently widowed. If any woman in town could have seduced her husband away from the wiles of Jacqueline Strong, it would be her. No question about that. Tears soaked her face, and she spoke to me in desperation when I appeared in the doorway. You knew, she said through sobs. You knew this was going to happen again. How did you know? My father gently nudged me aside. Come in, Sarah, he said. I'll explain everything. He motioned for me to go. This was not a conversation for children. Or perhaps, both of them being recent widows, my mother had unexpectedly passed a couple of years prior. He hoped they would find comfort in each other. I hoped that too, a little bit, but it was not to be. For one blessed week, the self-mutilation stopped. People started to breathe a little easier around town. Things started to get back to normal if there is such a thing. Despite what was quickly becoming an overwhelming guilt, I even remember feeling a little normal myself. But as I slept one night, near the close of my fall break, a sound awoke me. My father was out of bed, stumbling around in the dark. He had knocked something over, I'm not sure what, but it must have been rounded, because I heard it rolling around on the floor. Whatever it was, he didn't pick it up. I rubbed my eyes, wondering what he was doing. I squinted at the door of my bedroom, which was open just a few inches so that I could see into the dark hallway outside. The moonlight pouring in through my window gave only the slightest illumination to the shadows. I heard whispers. Indistinct. I tried to sit up, but I could not. I felt as though I were tied to my bed. I sat there, paralyzed, as the whispers grew louder. Come with me. Come with me, I'm lonely too. Footsteps. Only one pair. My father's boots, I could tell. So who was he talking to? Who was whispering? I need not wonder long, for at that moment a shadow appeared on the floor in the hallway. I could do nothing but watch in horror as the silhouette of a woman stepped in front of my doorway, looking directly at me, only lit by the feeble moon from my window. She was overwhelmingly beautiful, that was true, but she radiated such evil as to be completely unattractive. Her head perched atop her neck at the most unnatural of angles. I tried to scream but could make no sound. She smiled cruelly, raised her finger to her lips, and walked silently down the hallway. Footsteps followed her. My father walked down the hall, passing my door without even glancing inside. He was holding a length of rope. Silent tears streamed down my face. I was powerless to do anything except watch as my father followed Jacqueline Strong into the forest. My father was the last one. When he was discovered, I told the authorities everything. They, of course, were skeptical, or at least acted like they were, but felt it better to be safe than sorry. They asked me if I wanted to watch it. I told them I did not. Later that day 6 men, very brave men, I thought, rode out to the edge of the forest with axes and picks, and shovels. They walked to the black tree and chopped it limb from limb. They dug out the roots and carried the entire wretched thing away. That night, they burned every last piece of it in an old industrial furnace. And thus ended the terror Jacqueline Strong wrought on our small port town, or so I thought. You see, I'm a grown man now, with a wife and children of my own. And after many years of avoiding this place, I took them all on a vacation to see the town where their father grew up. I showed them the baseball field I played on, the school I went to, and even the edge of the forest where Jimmy, Satch and I hunted for a silly myth rooted in a terrible reality. I never told them the real story of how my old man died, and I never intend to. But as I say, there's some shame that no 9-year-old can recover from. 6 men died years ago in this town, and if you had to pinpoint a responsible party, well, it would probably be me. That's why I walked out into the woods last night. I wanted to see the place where the tree used to be. I wanted to know it wasn't there. I needed that closure. It was like riding a bike for the first time in a long time. I knew the way. I felt that way. And when I reached my destination and stood in the place where my father and so many others had met their end, I knew I stood before evil. I was baptized in fear on that spot, for there, protruding from the cold, unforgiving earth, grew a small tree, a sapling, fragile, less than a foot high, and as black as a raven's wing. Fairy tale wedding. My sister and I were very different people. I had what I call giraffe proportions, gangly, tall. Amy was of average height with an whole hourglass figure. I was a social recluse, she was a social butterfly. I came out as asexual at age 15 and she told me quite often during our teen years that I was a freak and could never be loved. Then 3 years ago she calls me out of the blue to invite me to her wedding. I'd moved across the country, had a decent living working as a freelance photographer, and had just begun to shake off my insecurities when I got the phone call. She had been dating her high school sweetheart on and off again since graduation, and he finally got the balls to pop the question. After apologizing for our relationship going dead when I went to California, she offered to fly me back home and even cover the cost of the hotel room. I chose to bury the hatchet and asked for the dates. Of course, I wasn't surprised when her ulterior motives presented themselves. She knew I was a photographer and she knew that I wouldn't say no to her asking for wedding photos. She batted her eyes and reminded me that she paid for me to be there. So I said yes. I'd get my money's worth back when I put the pictures on my website, I hoped. Amy was going to have a fairy tale themed wedding. She'd managed to find this meadow in the forest near our childhood home that was absolutely breathtaking. Even I had to admit if the skies remained clear and the weather was warm, this was perfect for her dream wedding. I think this is where it started. Amy had been going on and on about how green the grass was when she stepped on a mushroom. She squealed about how gross it was and I moved in for pictures. The mushroom was part of a circle, a phenomenon of nature I'd never seen in person. "What are you doing?" she asked, looking at me like I'd grown an extra head. I shrugged. "Fairy ring. That's what they're called. Perfect for a fairy tale wedding, eh?" My smirk about her disgust was probably a little too evident. "Well, we're gonna have to pull them out." Amy pulled out her cell phone and stepped away from the circle. "I am not going to have mushroomed all over. It'll unalive the grass and make it all brown. I'm calling Dane. Will you stay to help pull them out?" Immediately a chill ran down my spine. I shook my head and raised my hands. "No way. Just leave them there, Amy. They'll add to the whole magic theme, I promise." "No way. They're disgusting." Amy pulled a face. "You can just go. It's not like I paid for you to get here or anything." I pocketed my camera and rolled out. I wasn't going to deal with another of Amy's jerk fits. Besides, I rather liked the fairy circle. It was a shame that my sister was going to tear it up just because it was going to ruin her idea of beauty. The next day Amy invited me to take pictures of her in her wedding dress, a small photo shoot before the wedding. Naturally, I was obliged to avoid the fuss if I turned her down. Amy hammed it up for the camera, puckered her lips, and twirled her bangs. She was honestly one of the better models I worked with. She knew how to look good for the camera. Then she yelped as one of her bridesmaids, I think it was Julie, stood by her. "Julie, what the hell? Why did you pinch me?" she snapped. Julie held up both hands. "I didn't pinch you." "Then what? Ow. Ow." I lowered my camera as my sister started swatting at her thighs and arms, no longer the blissful bride. The tie on her hair loosened and came down all over her face, which only succeeded in infuriating her more. Before long the other bridesmaids were dancing around and screaming too, swatting at invisible bugs. We retreated back to the car while my sister pouted at me. "It's not fair, you won't be in front of the camera, why weren't you hurt?" she said. I shrunk in my seat. "I don't know. I put on bug spray today." Julie examined her bare arms, frowning. "It doesn't look like bug bites. Look." She stretched out her arms so I could get a better look. Her poor arms were covered in nasty welts, already developing into dark bruises. I grimaced. "I hope these heal by the wedding." "They better or you're not allowed to stand up with me," Amy threatened. Poor Julie's eyes welled up with tears and she buried her face in her hands as she began to sob. I quickly put the car in gear to get the ladies out of there. I took Julie for a few drinks that night after she got out of her bridesmaid gown and iced her arms. The next morning her welts had turned into mottled purple bruises, but I reassured her that they'd be mostly faded by the wedding. I went to Amy's house to try to convince her to change the location of the wedding given there seemed to be some sort of insect infestation, but she was furious about something else. "I just bought it. It's a whole gallon of milk and it's ruined." She pitched the gallon of milk into the sink, and the container exploded. Chunky milk poured down the drain and the most awful smell filled the room. I visibly gagged and covered my nose as I hurried to open a window. "It happens, Amy. Listen, let's just have some breakfast, okay? You still take your eggs over easy?" Amy sighed and leaned against the counter, but gave a short nod. She'd been bitten the worst. Even her face was bruised. "I couldn't sleep last night. I'm sorry I'm being a jerk. I just couldn't get comfortable. My body feels like a giant bruise." I nodded as I got the eggs out of the fridge and heated up the pan. "It's probably wedding nerves too. Just a few more days and it'll be over." I cracked the egg and dropped it into the pan. "What's worse than spoiled milk? Rotten eggs." Amy screamed before she started to gag and threw up in the sink. The egg was horrifying, mottled brown and green, and smelled like death. It popped and hissed in the pan before the yolk broke and thick red liquid oozed out. The smell of frying blood was what made me join Amy at the sink, hurling. "Bad eggs, bad milk, what's next?" Amy burst into tears and fell to the floor, her shaking legs unable to support her anymore. I scraped the eggs into the trash and on a second thought threw the pan out too. The rotten smell would never come out. After it was all taken care of and the windows were all open, I sat with my sister on the couch, rubbing her back to soothe her and telling her that her fridge was likely the culprit. It wasn't keeping the food cold. The bruises on the bridesmaids faded in another day, but if anything Amy's got worse. Awful welts that would swell up and bruise. I swore she got new ones even though Amy claimed she hadn't returned to the meadow. Amy grew more scatterbrained as the wedding grew closer. She lost her phone, her keys, her wallet, she even lost the necklace she'd borrowed for the wedding. It was a gorgeous silver and sapphire piece that would have complemented the pink parts of her gown perfectly. She couldn't stop sobbing and insisting that she had kept it on her dresser, but it was nowhere to be found. In the end, I had her borrow a simple pearl necklace from me. Something borrowed. But nothing blue. The day of the wedding arrived and I got a text from Julie. Don't go to the wedding. I immediately called her. It went straight to voicemail. I must have called her 10 times before the maid of honor poked her head in and told me to hurry up and get ready. I didn't wear anything flashy, just a pink skirt and green/white blouse. I looked like a spring princess. Amy was the queen. But God, you could feel how exhausted she was. Makeup hid some of the bruisings, but I felt pained when I saw her back, rows and rows of black and blue marks. I couldn't imagine how much her body ached. But she was determined. The sooner she got that damn wedding over with, the sooner this would all come to an end. The ceremony was beautiful, despite Amy's pained expressions between her beautiful bride smiles. She was getting bitten again, I could tell as a new stripe blossomed above her breast. I took pictures of the moment she smiled through it. The good parts of the most special day of her life. When they kissed, I was grabbed by the back of my shirt and dragged back. I nearly screamed, but a hand was clamped over my mouth as I was pulled back into the forest and into a car. When the doors locked, I turned to see my captor. Julie? Julie looked like hell. The welts on her arms had come back with a vengeance, actually breaking the skin and creating horrendous scab wounds. In her hands was clutched a pair of scissors and her eyes were filled with madness. I went pale. Julie? What's wrong? They're coming. They came for me when I figured it out. I don't think they can get in the car, but please, Alana, hold on to these with me. She pushed the scissors into my hands, an old pair of shears that had rust speckled like blood flecks over the blades. When I attempted to pull back, she grasped my hands and shook her head. I glanced out the window. I couldn't see much anymore given where we were parked in the forest, but I could see that the women were prepping for the bouquet toss. Julie, have you lost your mind? It was harsh, but she looked insane. Julie shook her head again, her eyes growing wet. My family emigrated from Ireland when I was a little girl. I thought something was familiar about the marks, but I didn't put it together until I took a sip of some of the milk from my fridge and it was bad. I'm so sorry, Alana, I'm so sorry. I heard a scream and my head jerked back to meadow. There was a light. A golden light shone in a circle from where the mushrooms once were. Your sister told me about what she did to the fairy circle. There's no hope for her now. The single scream turned into a chorus of screaming. I saw wedding guests run from the meadow as the light grew blinding. Their clothes were singed, and their faces burned red. I yanked the scissors away from Julie and bolted from the car, ignoring her pleads for my return. The light was now the same intensity as staring into the sun. I saw members of the wedding party passed out on the ground, their skin the same color as freshly cooked lobster. Dane was sprawled on the ground, the eyes burned from his head and a silver dagger protruding from his chest. I ran on, to the source of the light. My sister was being escorted to the light, her white gown whipping about like there was a windstorm. Her bloodless face seemed mesmerized by what was in the light. All I could make out was the torso and the arm extended to her, and I screamed too. Around the wrist of the arm was the sapphire necklace that she had lost. Amy slowly took the hand and she was yanked into the light. I blacked out after that. When I woke up I was in the hospital. Julie was sleeping in the chair next to my bed. I'd gotten first and second degree burns on all my exposed flesh, but I was lucky. Everyone else on the ground was dead. No one bothered to try to bullpoop what I'd seen, that it was a chemical weapon or some gas leak. Someone caused what happened to my sister. Her body was never recovered. I lost her. But why am I bringing this up now? Well, Julie and I are getting married. And this morning when I went into our front yard, there was a fairy circle. In the middle of the circle was the pearl necklace I loaned my sister, with the addition of a blue sapphire at the throat. Something borrowed, something blue. The worst family photo. It was the best vacation our family ever took if you forget about the dead girl floating in the river. She's hard to forget, even after all these years. Wrapped in her puffy pink raincoat, bobbing gently up and down with the light ripples of the water, she appeared from a distance to be no older than 12. In truth, she was 16. Is there much of a difference? The bridge stretched over a river of middling size and was probably less than 80 feet high. We hadn't planned to stop and take pictures there. We were in danger of being late to the ballgame, Caleb's first. We told the kids that we parked our car across the bridge, over a mile from the stadium, so that we could eat at a semi-famous burger joint in the area. In reality, we did it so we wouldn't have to pay the outrageous stadium parking fee. Regardless, with full bellies we had just begun our walk to the park and were content. Earlier in the day, when the clouds had been threatening and the air was heavy with that pre-downpour restlessness, I'd feared a rain out. Caleb would have been crushed. But the clouds had amounted to nothing more than a light drizzle, and now, the sun was beginning to poke through in places. It was a good thing, too. The damn ballgame had been the whole reason to take a vacation in the first place. I suppose the story starts 2 years earlier, at Caleb's Little League tryouts. Jade and I thought it was important that our kids be involved in team sports. I, growing up, hadn't been, a fact that I often felt a bit sad about. When Caleb turned 9, we arrived at baseball not out of any great love for the game, but rather a dearth of options. Caleb was too short for basketball, and Jade wouldn't hear of her boy catching brain damage on a football field. In the weeks leading up to the tryouts, I'd had my younger brother teach Caleb the basics. How to swing a bat, throw a ball. I watched the two of them practicing in the backyard from our old kitchen window, having no clue whether or not the kid was any good. But he looked like he was having fun, and wasn't that what mattered? Anyway, I wasn't expecting him to be a superstar. I just hoped he wouldn't embarrass himself at tryouts. He didn't. When I picked him up that day, he seemed to think he had a shot at making the minor twos. There were 3 leagues for kids his age to play in, determined by talent level, the minor ones, the minor twos, and the majors. We'd anticipated, of course, that in his first year he would play in the minor ones, with a chance to move up as the years progressed. We were shocked beyond speaking the night he got the phone call from one of the league's head coaches. He'd made the majors. The coach told Caleb that he drafted him because even though our boy wasn't the biggest or most talented kid on the field, he played with heart and hustle and grit, just like a certain big league ballplayer. So that was how, on that overcast summer morning, we found ourselves on the bridge. I strolled along the gravelly sidewalk, fingers intertwined with Jade's. Caleb walked, skipped, almost, just ahead of us, a hat cocked on his head and the name of his childhood hero stretched across the top of his back. His little sister, Abra, strode near him, struggling with the yo-yo we bought her that morning. Everything was so picturesque, and the tall trees flanking the river so beautiful, that Jade stopped the family to take a photo. That was when our perfect vacation stopped being perfect. Abra whined. She hated taking pictures. The lighting's perfect right now, my dear, Jade responded patiently. And if there's one thing I hope you learn from your mother, it's that you never waste perfect lighting. She pulled the family camera from a pocket I didn't even know her jacket had, and angled it carefully on the concrete railing of the bridge, which stood less than 5 feet high. In the present day, our story might have played out much differently. But when our children were young, we owned no smartphones or even digital cameras. There were no such devices to own. This family camera used rolls of film, and Jade had stocked up on those before the vacation. She'd get them all developed at Walmart's photo center when we made it back home. Once the camera was propped up just so, Jade set the timer and hurried over to take her place next to me in the family lineup. The picture snapped. Jade ran back to set the timer again, in case someone had blinked, of course, and rushed back once more to her family, artificially wide smiles stamped on each face. The camera snapped a second time. Moments later, a strange sound floated through the air, a cross between a splash and a dull thud. Nobody thought much of it. The sound wasn't even that noticeable above the flow of the river until a woman's desperate wail rang out behind us. We all whirled around at once. Some 100 yards away, partially concealed by the light rise and fall of the bridge's middle, a woman was clawing her fingernails into her face. She stared, horror-struck, over the edge of the bridge, a sobbing shriek on her lips, her expression utterly grotesque. I didn't know what had happened, but I knew I wanted my children far away from the situation. I gave the tickets to my wife, keeping one for myself, and told her I would meet the 3 of them at the stadium. For now, I said, I'll see if this woman needs help. We set off on our separate paths, but then 2 jigsaw pieces came together in my mind. Jade? I said. My wife turned. Don't let the kids look down there. As far as I know, the kids didn't look down there. It's a good thing, too, the sight has never left me. When I approached the hysterical woman on the bridge, an important-looking man in a smart business suit had already reached her from the other side. He was peering over the chest-high barrier, all that stood between passers-by and a deadly fall. Said the man, a bit more matter-of-factly than the situation called for. Dreadful. If the woman was bothered by his aloofness, or if she even noticed it, she didn't let on. She was now sitting on the pavement, arms wrapped tightly around her knees, rocking back and forth and sobbing and repeating the word Natalie over and over. Blood speckled her cheeks from where she had scratched herself. The man pulled from beneath his suit coat pocket a cellular phone which, impressive though it was at the time, would have been considered comically huge just 5 years later. He pressed 3 digits on it and began to speak to the emergency operator, his voice carrying over the sobs of the woman near my feet. I remember thinking, with some righteousness, that I just couldn't see the appeal in a cellular phone. Imagine people being able to get a hold of you whenever they wanted. I closed my eyes. Knowing full well what I'd see, I opened them seconds later, and allowed myself to glance over the ledge. Sure enough, a young girl lay dead below, bobbing lightly up and down with the movement of the water. She lay in a pocket of water surrounded by tall plants, which were reasonably still and quite shallow. This pocket seemed to be the only reason she hadn't been swept downstream. What's more, it may well have been the reason she died. Had she landed in deeper, moving water, she might have survived the fall. She looked, as I said when the story began, no older than 12. She wore a puffy pink raincoat that seemed to be too small and juvenile for her, as though it was bought for a girl much younger than she because despite appearances, the girl below me whose name was presumably Natalie was a junior in high school. Or at least, she had been. The girl's blonde hair spread out like a fan from her head, and a ray of sunlight escaped the clouds above, giving her a vaguely angelic look. Or perhaps that was my imagination. Regardless, as I stood there, unable to look away, listening without hearing the man next to me as he spoke his final words to the emergency operator, I realized something. Young Natalie had the misfortune of being the first dead body I'd ever seen in my life. Neither I nor the cell phone-bearing businessman made an effort to console the woman near us or even approach her in conversation. She was now lying in the fetal position and trembling slightly, an occasional whimper sliding between her lips. The spots of blood from her cheeks were now smeared across her face, making the whole sorry scene look more criminal than it should have. We both hovered nearby, knowing the police would wish to speak with us, feeling like intruders on this woman's grief. A few minutes later, the woman was no longer crying. It seemed like she'd cried herself out. But her whimpers had turned to wails, and she clutched and pulled at the fabric of her blouse so hard I thought it might rip. I had a flashback of my childhood, reading Bible stories with my parents, stories about men like Job and David who were so overcome with grief that they rent their garments into pieces. Such an extravagant display of anguish seemed a little unrealistic to me at the time, but in the presence of this woman, it was those passages which came to mind. After what seemed an eternity, a single police officer arrived. This seemed negligent to me. Granted, I came from a much smaller city, with a much less busy police force, but still, the image of the girl named Natalie floating below seemed disturbing enough to warrant at least a second lawman. The young officer, who was overwhelmed by the situation, had the bad sense to begin speaking with all 3 of us at the same time. The man in the suit introduced himself as an employee of what I gathered was a rather impressive firm downtown, and he did so with such aplomb that the police officer seemed to think this man, and not he, was in charge. I was standing over there, near the main road, the man said, pointing from whence he had come, when I heard a scream, this woman's scream. He nodded to the woman, now on her hands and knees, moaning lowly and seemingly unaware of her surroundings. She was staring over the edge of the bridge. I looked over myself as I hurried toward her, and saw the young girl's body lying below. Good, said the police officer. He seemed deeply distracted by the almost inhuman noises coming from the woman at our feet, emanating from her at random intervals. He turned to me. And you? I told him my story. Then the officer crouched down, and with more authority and grace than he had heretofore demonstrated, began to address the woman. Ma'am, my name is Officer Morris. I'm here to help you. Do you think you could answer just a couple questions for me? Slowly, the woman looked up at him and nodded. The blood on her face had crusted and her expression was grotesque. I began to wonder what my face would look like if my entire life had been flipped upside down in a mere moment. Who is the girl, ma'am? The woman hiccuped loudly. She's my daughter, Natalie. She's 16. And could you tell me what happened, ma'am? In your own words? My mind, as minds are wont to do, latched onto a wholly unimportant detail, the phrase in your own words, used purely out of the ceremony, as if the woman could have spoken someone else's words and almost forgot to listen to the far more interesting things being said. I could. The woman took a deep breath and then told her story with no sobs, no hiccups, no interruptions to speak of. Natalie was very sick. The doctors weren't sure what was wrong with her. They thought it was a bad bout of food poisoning at first, but it just wouldn't go away. Days turned into weeks, weeks turned into months, she could hardly keep any food down, and she was constantly achy and nauseous and pale. I took her out of school for most of April and May. Anyway, that's the whole reason we were out here. She was feeling a little better today. Or so she told me. When the rain stopped, and the sun started to shine through the clouds, she begged me to let her go outside. It was her favorite kind of weather. So she and I got dressed and went out here for a walk. We were planning on going to one of the parks down by the frontage road. And that's how. The woman took a deep breath. She sounded as though something large was caught in her throat. And that's how we ended up here, on the bridge, she said. We were walking together, side by side. She fell behind, just a few steps. I didn't notice. I don't think she wanted me to notice. The next thing I knew, she was over the edge. She jumped. Officer Morris nodded. You saw her jump? No, thank God. I heard her land down there, in the river. I turned around to look over the edge, and that's I saw her. The woman's voice wavered, and tears filled her eyes once more, and before hardly a moment had passed she was a puddle of hysterics again. Officer Morris looked resigned. There would be no more answers from her, at least, not for a while. He turned to us. Gentlemen, write your contact information down on this paper, and then you can go. I did. As I handed the paper back to Officer Morris, he said, enjoy the game. I did. It's amazing what a person can put out of their mind if they need to. I had just witnessed the most disturbing scene of my life, and not an hour later was at a baseball game with my family. Memoirs of a Clown. A couple of days ago, I listened as my sister explained to her young daughter the difference between rational and irrational fears. She used an example. A rational fear is something you're smart to be scared of, like poisonous spiders. An irrational fear is something that it's silly to be scared of, like clowns. My sister grinned at me as she said it, and I did my best to grin back. Unlike the rest of my family, she's been making an effort to reach out. I appreciate her kindness, but sometimes kindness can be exhausting. Sometimes I just want people to treat me like I deserve to be treated, with reproach and disgust, and hatred. I've done horrible things, and though I haven't suffered enough, I have suffered. My wife left and took our little daughter with her. I was diagnosed with lung cancer last month even though I've never smoked a cigarette in my life. I even had to sell my house and move into this poop hole. All this, and I still haven't approached atonement. I work a quiet desk job now, 9 to 5, doing no evil except punching hour after precious hour into the time clock. But no matter how much I endure, I'll never be able to make up for what happened at my old job. You see, I used to be a clown, and let me tell you, being frightened of us is the most rational thing in the world. It all started with the squeak. I was 24 at the time, fresh out of law school, and unable to find work. Sitting on a park bench, feeling sorry for myself, wondering how I was going to make ends meet, and then I heard it. The squeak. It was immediately followed by a chorus of laughter. Young laughter. I looked up from my bench, past a section of grass barely visible through the fallen leaves, and there he was, a clown, surrounded by a gaggle of children wearing party hats, fixated on him with glee. My first instinct was slight discomfort. I never liked clowns. Yeah, I'd read the Stephen King book, and that certainly contributed, but it was more than that. I didn't like the idea of a regular face behind the paint, a face that kids could never see through too, a face that could have been anyone capable of anything. But as I watched this particular clown plod around the grass, intentionally tripping on his oversized shoes and cranking out balloon animals with a speed nothing short of astonishing, something shifted in my perspective. We fear clowns because we fear what we don't know, I thought, but the unknown doesn't have to be bad. The more I watched, the more entranced I became. I couldn't tell for sure, but it looked like the guy under the paint and the silly clothes was genuinely having a good time. And as I pondered the prospect of extended unemployment which could only be relieved by a grinding, soul-sucking job hunched over legal papers, I grew a little jealous. Suddenly, I found myself wondering how much this guy got paid. As much as $200 a gig, the clown whose real name was Jeff told me when I approached him after the party. And sometimes 3 or 4 gigs a day. I did the math in my head. $600 to $800 a day was livable. Hell, it was more than livable, it was downright enticing. Jeff pulled out a cigarette and lit it. You don't mind, do you? He asked through a puff of smoke. I shook my head. He'd been surprisingly fast about wiping off his makeup, and the face underneath the masquerade was clean-shaven, calm, unassuming. He looked to be about 35 or 40. So is there, like, clown school or something? Do you have to get certified? Jeff let out a strangely harsh laugh. Clown school? Hell no, man. You just put on the suit and duck around for a couple of hours. You can do anything in that suit, man. Even if you just sit around making fart noises, if you're wearing the suit, those kids are gonna laugh. So you like it then? Being a clown? He grinned at me, half perplexed, half understanding. Hell yes, my friend. You'd be surprised. You get to make kids laugh, nothing better than a kid laughing. In my humble opinion, the pay is good, you control your own schedule, and chicks dig it, if you can believe that. I've laid more than one fine piece, you know, a single mom or something who was grateful I made her kid's birthday party and effing it. He paused. And of course, there's other perks too. He emphasized the last sentence enough that I had to ask, what other perks? At this, Jeff tossed his cigarette to the ground and crushed it with his foot, clearly meaning to go. But before he left, he reached into his pocket and handed me a card, emblazoned with the words "clown around with us" in bold, colorful letters. "Call that number if you're serious about this," he said, pointing at a series of digits at the bottom of the card. "Maybe you'll find out." 5 years later, my life was great. Happy, peaceful, and fulfilling in every way. I was married to a beautiful woman, we had a daughter together, and we just moved into a nice place in the suburbs. And yes, before you ask, I was a clown. I still kept in touch with some of my old law school friends who had gone on to work at big firms and clerk for important judges. And you know what? They were all miserable as duck. Every last one of them. They never would have admitted it, of course, but I could see it behind their eyes. The 70-hour work weeks and the endless stream of paperwork took a major toll. Here they were, in their late 20s and early 30s, the best years of a man's life if he plays his cards right, and they were drowning in the deep end. What good is a private tennis court if you never have time to play? Me, I was living within my means, but that was no problem. Clowning was fine money, and nobody raked in more of it than me. I had a hunch I'd be good at it, but the truth is, I was more than good, I was a natural. Before long, I'd made a name for myself, and parents were tripping over their own regular-sized shoes to get Helpful the Clown at their kid's birthday party. Before you roll your eyes too hard at the name, try and imagine that shtick, a clown named Helpful who constantly tries to be helpful and constantly fails. If Helpful tried to help cut the cake, it would somehow wind up in his hair. If Helpful tried to clean up a mess, it would become even bigger than before. Usually, I'd get someone else to guest star with me, shaking their heads exaggeratedly at all of Helpful's duck-ups. To say the kids loved it would be a huge understatement. Yes, sir, times were good, until the police showed up at my door and led me away in handcuffs. Helpful the Clown tied another balloon animal, a duck, it looked like, and led Ariel Clayton, age 4, farther away from the house. He beckoned into the open backseat of a car and slammed the door behind her once she got in. Then he hustled to the driver's side door and sped the car away. I couldn't believe my eyes. The detective stopped the tape, which had been taken from the doorbell camera of the Clayton's home. He raised an eyebrow at me. "Still sticking with your story?" Tears started to flow. I couldn't help it. "That isn't me. It isn't. I don't know who that is, but it's not me, I swear." The detective grimaced. "Yeah, I know." I sat, stunned. "What do you mean, you know? That footage was taken at just after 4 p.m. right? I was in the backyard, entertaining the kids." "I know. Mr. and Mrs. Clayton told us, as did some of the other parents. So unless you could be in 2 places at once, it wasn't you." I started to feel angry. "Well, then why the duck am I here? Why'd you try and make me confess to something you already know I didn't do?" "Just because you ain't the guy doesn't mean you don't know the guy," he responded matter-of-factly. "Come on, kid. This one of your friends?" I bristled a bit at this man calling me a kid. I was almost 30. Did he think hairy forearms and rolled-up sleeves gave him the right to talk down to me? All I know is it isn't me. I'm not saying any more until I talk with my lawyer. The detective leaned in right next to my face and snarled, "Fine, you unhelpful piece of poop. But hear this, if something happens to that little girl, and you know anything you're not spilling your guts over right now, her blood is on your effing head." Jeff listened intently to my entire story. He sat up a bit straighter when I told him I discovered that one of my spare helpful suits had gone missing. "So it has to be somebody I know, right?" I asked, bewildered. "Either that or some random person broke into my house and knifed my effing suit." "Yeah, man, that about covers it," he said through a cloud of smoke. I had no idea how Jeff afforded so many cigarettes. Hell, I had no idea how he afforded the vast majority of his stuff, I thought as I looked around his living room. The latest in entertainment systems, a stunning grand piano, elegant bookshelves filled with leather bindings. I mean, being a clown paid the bills, but I didn't see how I could pay for all this. Somehow, in our 5 years of friendship, I'd never worked up the courage to ask. "So what are you gonna do?" he asked. "What can I do? I've cooperated fully with the authorities and they don't want anything more from me. They know I don't know anything." Still, I paused, contemplating my situation. I don't know if I can keep clowning. I mean, the helpful brand took a pretty big hit. I doubt I can recover from this. Already my appointments are getting canceled. Nobody wants to duck around with the clown thing anymore. "That's bullpoop," he said dismissively. "It'll calm down. Kids get jacked all the time. If it was some dude in a plumber suit, folks wouldn't stop hiring a plumber, they'd move on. Just lay low for a while, and then build your business back up." "Easy for you to say," I said, gesturing around at the grand living room. Finally, I could take no more. I had to know. "Dude, how do you afford all this stuff?" "I still live on a budget, and I get more gigs than you do." He laughed, a cold, bitter sound. "Yeah, you do get more gigs than me." Almost accusatory. "Sorry," I said quickly. "Hey, I'm gonna run and use your bathroom." I was halfway down the hall when he called my name. I poked my head back into the room. "What's up?" "I'm remodeling that bathroom. Use the one downstairs. Third door on the left." I shrugged and headed down the stairs. When I stepped into the main room in the basement, I realized I'd never been down here before, but I immediately saw why. In contrast to the impeccable floor above me, the basement was utterly dilapidated. I walked through in disbelief, wondering how somebody could stand to live on top of such filth. An intensely strong odor filled the air and it seemed to be coming from behind a closed door at the beginning of the hallway. Despite my misgivings, I opened it, and a wave of the smell nearly brought up the contents of my stomach. Covering my nose and mouth, I looked in the room. I don't know what I expected, but this is what I saw. The room was empty, save for one small twin-sized mattress on the floor. The floor was covered in piles of poop and vomit. Bloodstains smeared the walls. The last thing I saw was a collection of leather straps on the mattress, a muzzle. "You all right down there?" Jeff called down from the top of the staircase. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Yeah, I'm good," I called back, quietly closing the door to that awful room and making my way down to the third door on the left, the one Jeff had told me was the bathroom. I swung the door open and my bladder let go. It wasn't a bathroom at all. It was a closet, and only one item of clothing hung within. My spare Helpful the Clown suit. "So, yeah, we need to talk." I whirled around. Jeff was standing about 20 feet away from me, smiling, blocking the hallway. I backed myself into the closet, feeling the clown suit brush up against my neck. "Stay away from me," I demanded feebly. He laughed. "Calm the duck down, man, I ain't gonna hurt you. Besides, I need you for this next part." "What are you talking about?" "We need to pin this on someone else, my man. I can't keep the thing in my closet for much longer. That suit is public enemy number 1 right now. You're not gonna unalive me?" I stammered. "Why would I unalive you? We're friends, dude, remember? I'm the one who got you into this game in the first place." "Nah, you're gonna go home and get some rest, and I'll figure out who's gonna take the fall for this poop. A lot of cops driving by here lately. Maybe I'm paranoid, but..." His voice trailed off. "And how do you know I won't report you?" I asked. "Why do you trust me?" You're already a person of interest. How do you think it's gonna look if the kidnapper turns out to be your best friend? Think you'll be able to convince a jury you had nothing to do with this? Maybe, but I doubt it, especially with all that money I gave you. Money? You didn't give me poop, I said, bewildered. Check your bank account. I pulled out my phone and selected my bank's app. Sure enough, Jeff had wired me a sizable sum just a few minutes before, $50,000. You son of a jerk. There's gratitude for you, Jeff said easily, as though we were talking about the goddamn weather. Now listen. You've got a choice to make here, so make it very carefully. You can work with me, and that money will keep coming. As long as you do everything I say, you'll get a payment of 50 grand every month. Your other choice is to go to jail for a long time. I began to hyperventilate. What are you? I gasped. Some kind of a pervert. Ha. Do you think I diddled that kid? You're out of your mind. I kept her here for a couple of days, and then I sold her. She left this morning. My head was spinning. I grabbed the doorframe for support. Sold her? Sold her? To whom? Duck if I know, he said. But nobody's ever gonna find her again, that you can be sure of. He was right. I never saw Ariel Clayton again. To the best of my knowledge, nobody did. She wasn't the only one. There were so many children. To this day, I don't know who we sold them to, and I don't know what became of them. All I know is that once they saw the clown, their lives would never be the same. I didn't like it, I never did. But I had no choice, because Jeff gave me a quota, one child a month. If I failed to provide, he guaranteed, my little daughter would be next. There were others like me, guys who got involved in clowning because it seemed like a way to make kids happy, guys who wound up getting caught in the most despicable underground trade imaginable. Some of them, like Jeff, came to like it, the power, the control, the money. Others, like me, couldn't handle it. There is no sight worse in this world than a child's face when he realizes he's made a terrible mistake. That he shouldn't have lusted after that balloon armadillo, that smiling clown face, those squeaky shoes. That his parents, who spent so much time lecturing him about things that must have seemed so trivial, were right about stranger danger after all. Sometimes he cries, sometimes he screams, and sometimes he just sits there quietly as his innocence slowly floats away, but without fail, he is simply too small and fragile and weak to stop it. I never hurt them. I never touched them. I don't think any of us did, actually. But I doubt the same can be said of the people we sold them to. I'm not stupid, I know I bathe in those sins. That's why I could never treat my daughter the same once it all began. That's why my wife finally had enough. I don't know if I believe in karma, but this life I live now is a convincing argument for it. Lung cancer is extraordinarily painful. The loneliness is almost overwhelming. The guilt is so heavy I feel I may be crushed. But maybe the worst thing of all is fear. You see, when I finally managed to extract myself from the business, not all the clowns were on board with that. Some wanted to put a bullet in my head right then and there. Eventually it was decided that I could leave, but it was made very clear to me that if I breathed a word of this to the authorities, my daughter would be taken. I want to turn back the clock and take back everything I've done, but I know I can't. So I want to at least do something to make this right now. I didn't say anything when my sister told her daughter, who was about the same age as Ariel Clayton when she was taken, that clowns are an irrational fear. But I can pass the word along to you. Please, readers, tell your children. Be afraid of clowns. Be very afraid. The worst family photo. It's amazing what a person can put out of their mind if they need to. I had just witnessed the most disturbing scene of my life, and not an hour later was at a baseball game with my family. The game was surprisingly wonderful. I'd always thought of baseball as boring, but actually being in the stadium, as opposed to watching on TV, was an enormous improvement. What's more, Caleb's favorite player made up for his poor first at-bats with a go-ahead double in the 8th inning. When he slid into second base headfirst, a pure demonstration of the hustle he was known for, I thought Caleb might faint with joy. As I said, it was the best vacation our family ever took, if you can forget about Natalie. And for a few weeks, nobody had many problems forgetting about Natalie. Nobody but me had seen the body. Caleb and Aber didn't even know there had been a body. As far as we knew, they didn't know anything had happened at all. I suppose that's why it was such a shock, one night a few weeks after the vacation when Aber knocked on our bedroom door and said, "Mom? Dad? Natalie says you should look closer." We glanced at each other, not connecting the dots at first. Jade walked over to open the bedroom door. "What, sweetie?" she said, crouching down to meet our daughter's gaze. At the picture, Aber said, "Natalie wanted me to tell you to look closer at it." What Aber didn't know, what she couldn't possibly know, was that earlier in the day, Jade had the pictures from our vacation developed. I had come home from work for a long lunch, and Jade and I spent the hour flipping through the pictures together, laughing and reminiscing. It was great fun until we got to the pictures on the bridge. There were only two of them, the first take, and the second. At first, our family was standing together on the bridge, smiling brightly. In the second, taken in case any of us had blinked or made a face in the first, nobody had. Our family stood and smiled just the same as before. Only one detail was different. In the background of the second picture, on the farthest edge of the photograph, a blonde-haired girl in a puffy pink raincoat could be seen in mid-flight, falling from the bridge. I saw Natalie first. Feeling me tense up, perhaps hearing my light intake of breath, Jade turned to me. "What's wrong, Han?" she asked. Awestruck, I found myself unable to speak. To articulate, I simply pointed at the picture. Jade looked down. "What are you? Oh my God. Oh my God." A small scream escaped her lips. She's Jade turned her face away. Nope. I can't look at it. Throw it away." I didn't need to be told twice. I snatched up the photograph, strode to our kitchen, opened the cupboard below the sink, and threw it in the garbage can. "No," Jade began. "Not there. I need it out of the house. It's vile." She shuddered. At first I wasn't sure why she had reacted so strongly, but then I realized Jade hadn't experienced much of anything that day on the bridge. She hadn't spent half an hour with a grief-addled mother. She hadn't seen Natalie's corpse bobbing in the water, hair floating outward like an ornate crown. She had largely escaped the situation, and I'd only given her the barest details. She'd never asked for more. Jade sat on the couch, legs curled up to her chest, looking thoroughly disturbed. I knew, at that moment, that she was picturing her children launching themselves headfirst over the bridge. The kitchen garbage can was good enough for me, but if Jade wanted it out of the house, then out of the house it would go. "All right," I said, picking the photo back out of the garbage can and taking it out the garage door. I walked around to the side of our house, where the big outdoor garbage buckets were. I took out the top garbage bag, threw the picture in, and put the bag down on top of it. Before I did, though, I snuck one last quick look at the young girl, her arms outstretched, her hair billowing around her, the sun glimmering off it as she fell to her early death. Jade had been right, the lighting was perfect. Jade turned her gaze from Abra and looked at me, furious. "I thought I told you to get it out of the house," she said. "I did," I said, nonplussed. "I buried it deep in the outside can." "Not deep enough, apparently," she said. "Don't fight," said Abra. "I didn't look at it. I don't want to." Jade and I looked back at our daughter. "I just want you to look at it." "Well, Natalie does. She says you didn't look close enough." We were silent for a few moments. Then I managed. "What do you mean?" Natalie says. Abra rolled her eyes. She was at that age, giving attitude to her parents constantly, but still too young for it to be anything other than cute. "I mean," she said, inflecting her words as though she were the one speaking to a 6-year-old. Natalie says. "I don't know why. It's just what she said." "WW, what are you talking about?" Jade stammered. "Who's Natalie, sweetie? When did she say this to you?" "Just now," Abra said. Then, sensing we needed more explanation, added, "She's in my bedroom." I'd never moved so fast in my life. In 2 strides I was past my wife and daughter, in 2 more, halfway to Abra's bedroom. Not even pausing to think about what I'd find, I flung open her door and stepped inside. Nothing. There was nobody there. Of course, there's nobody here, I thought. What the hell are you thinking? Jade and Abra were right behind me. This time, it was Abra's turn to look nonplussed. "Natalie?" Abra called. "Natalie?" She sighed angrily. "God, she was here a minute ago." "Don't say God," Jade said feebly. I think she was desperate for some sense of normalcy to invade the conversation. Some people don't like it. "You say it," Abra accused. "I know, sweetie, grown-ups." I interrupted. "Abra, where did Natalie come from? What did she look like?" "I don't know, she looked normal," Abra said, shrugging. "She just knocked on the door and I let her in." "The door to the house?" "No, the door to my room. I don't open the door to the house. You told me not to, remember?" "Yes, of course, we remember," I said, glancing back nervously at her bedroom door. "That's good, sweetie, good for you. But when you say she looked normal, like, how old was she? What color was her hair?" "Yellow," Abra said promptly. "I don't know how old she was. Older than Caleb. But younger than me and Mom?" "Yeah," she said, then, with a bit more attitude, "Why are you guys freaking out so much? She was nice." Jade looked at me helplessly, terrified. "What the duck?" she mouthed. I shrugged. I didn't know what to say, to either of them. Abra broke the silence, grumbling. "Fine, don't answer me, then." Sweetie, it's sort of complicated," Jade said. "Why?" Abra demanded. "Listen, Mom." She came in and sat right there. Abra pointed at the bed. "She was nice to me. She said I reminded her of her little sister. She said that her sister's name was Eliza. She said that she missed Eliza, and she said that I needed to tell you to look closer at the picture. I asked her what picture, and she wouldn't tell me. She just said it was really important that I told you to look closer. She made me promise. So then I came and told you. And I don't know where she went." She glared at her mother fiercely, as though wondering what could be the least bit complicated about that. "Okay. Thanks, sweetie," Jade said softly. "I'll stay here with you, and I guess your daddy will go take a closer look at that picture?" I shrugged, feeling more out of my depth than I had perhaps ever felt in my life. "Sure. Yeah, I guess. You don't want to come with?" "I can't look at it again," Jade said, lightly pressing our daughter's head to her bosom. "That poor woman, reaching out like that, I'll never get it out of my mind as is." "Well, what am I looking for?" Jade shrugged. I was already to the garage by the time the strangeness of her remark struck me. "Woman? Reaching out?" I opened the lid of the garbage can and pulled the top bag out. There, below it, a bit damp, was the photograph. I picked it up. It was already dark outside, but the motion sensor on the side of our house had triggered, and one of the outdoor lights turned on. Huddling under it, holding the picture near the bulb, I did as my daughter told me to, and looked closer. I saw immediately what Jade had been talking about, but it was easy to see how I'd missed it. On the far side of the shot, next to where the girl's falling body was, were the outstretched arms of Natalie's mother. Most of her body and about half of her face were covered by Caleb and his cocked up ball cap, but she was there, behind our family, watching helplessly as her own family crumbled. Her outward gesture was desperate. I understood why Jade couldn't look at the photo again. Perhaps no mother could help replacing that billowing golden hair with the hair of her own child, those outstretched arms with her own. God, what a thing, I thought to myself. And our family had gotten wrapped up in the middle of it, somehow. The light went off, leaving me with only the glow of the moon to see by. I waved my arm around, and the light turned back on. My thoughts all seemed to be pounding on my skull at once, demanding to be heard, each claiming their utmost importance. Thus, I found myself unable to give full attention to any one of them, but beneath them, all was the vague idea that I was missing something. How on earth had Abra even known about the picture? About the girl named Natalie? Perhaps she had looked down, after all, that day on the bridge? Still, it wouldn't explain how she knew the girl's name. And there was something else, too, something in the back of my mind, but getting closer to the front, that didn't quite add up. And Abra had seemed so totally convinced that a girl named Natalie had been in her room. Was I willing to seriously entertain that possibility? No, I frantically told myself. There were plenty of explanations that made sense. I didn't need to start telling myself ghost stories. But what other explanations make sense, huh? Name one. Just one. Something's wrong. Something's wrong here, and you know it. But what was wrong? How could I know what was wrong when I couldn't even form a coherent thought? Even the most preposterous explanations didn't make sense. Suppose, after all, that Natalie's ghost really had visited my daughter, all for what? Getting me to take a closer look at this photograph? I turned it over in my hands. Examined the front, the back. I had learned nothing new on second glance, nothing at all, except Natalie was very, very sick. It all came in an instant. She begged me to let her go outside. It was her favorite kind of weather. My mind flashed back to that day on the bridge. She fell behind, just a few steps. I didn't notice. I was right, something was very wrong. The next thing I knew, she was over the edge. She jumped. And what had Officer Morris asked Natalie's mother? You saw her jump? Hands shaking, I looked once more at the photo, which now seemed viler than I, or Jade had ever realized. No, thank God. I heard her land down there, in the river. I turned around to look over the edge, and that's when I saw her. The difference was subtle, but obvious once noticed. The positioning of the wrists, the hands. The arms of Natalie's mother were not outstretched, as they had first seemed, in a desperate attempt to catch her child. And the only part of her face was visible. It was clear, Natalie's mother did not wear a shocked expression. Not horrified. Not grief-stricken. I've never seen another face quite like it, to be honest, and I doubt you have either unless you've borne witness to a woman unaliving her daughter. Detective Nadeau closed her eyes and sighed. We've suspected. We've looked into it. But there was no proof, none at all. And you know, a grieving mother, it's not the kind of accusation you want to bring up unless you've got something. I didn't know what to say. I remained quiet, trying to stop my foot tapping on the tile floor. The door to Detective Nadeau's office was closed, but all the sounds of a bustling workplace behind us were still clearly audible. I only wish, well, not that it would have helped. What? I asked. Natalie had a younger sister, Eliza. I tried to look like I hadn't already known this information. The detective continued. She died of the bad flu years before when she was just a little girl. There was no need to feign surprise here. Abra's words rang in my head. She said that she missed Eliza, I should say. It looked like a bad flu, at least. Now, well, it seems doubtful, doesn't it? She said this more to herself than to me. We were both silent for a while longer, then she cleared her throat, shook her head lightly, and took on the same businesslike air she'd had when I first stepped into her office. Thank you so much for bringing this to our attention, she said. The picture by itself doesn't prove that she threw Natalie over, of course, but you're correct, it completely contradicts her testimony. Both testimonies. She was questioned again by a detective the next day. It probably won't be enough for a conviction, but it should be enough to stop. Her voice trailed off. She cleared her throat again, then said, again, thank you. Do you have any questions for me? I had a million questions, most of them revolving around the fact that it seemed for all the world like an actual ghost had visited my daughter. But I kept those to myself. I shook my head. Detective Nadeau stood up, staring at the photograph in her hand. It's lucky you noticed this. You're right, it's not obvious at first glance. And the chances of you even taking this picture in the first place. I know, I said. It's crazy. I didn't bother to tell her that my wife's good timing had been just about the least crazy detail of our entire story. Crazy doesn't begin to cover it, the detective said. She looked down at the floor, as though trying to decide something, then lowered her voice and said, I probably shouldn't tell you this. But this woman is currently trying to file for adoption. My dead sister is trying to climb out of old photographs. My sister Cheyenne died because an intoxicated driver ran her off the road. He lived, she did not. She was the only close family that I had left. We had been on our own since Cheyenne turned 18, and our mother kicked us out of her house so her new boyfriend and his 3 kids could move in. We bounced around between aunts, uncles, and friends before we finally saved enough money to get our place. Cheyenne and I had lived in an apartment we got together on my 22nd birthday for the past 3 years. We had always been extremely close. We were only a year apart in age, so we always shared many of the same hobbies and interests. When she died, I felt like someone had ripped a huge, gaping hole in my life. I no longer had someone to stay up and watch movies with on the weekends, no one to share clothes with, no more Cheyenne. I didn't know how to deal with it at first. I kept expecting to wake up and hear her making noise in the kitchen, or come home to work to find her on the couch watching TV. Of course, that didn't happen. The apartment had a heavy silence hanging over it, and every sound I made would echo through the emptiness. I avoided her room for a while, but a few days after she died, I looked at some old pictures of us, Cheyenne and me at the beach, at one of our birthday parties with friends, and photo after photo of us on our yearly vacations. The funeral date was getting close, and I wanted to remember a much happier, simpler time with her before I had to see her lying dead in a coffin and say goodbye to her as she was lowered into the ground permanently. I don't know how long I sat there, looking through photo albums and shoeboxes filled with pictures that didn't fit in the photo albums. When I got to the photo of us posing in front of Cloud Gate in Millennium Park, taken about 2 years ago, I noticed that the picture had changed. I vividly remember posing with our arms draped across each other's shoulders, but for some reason, in this photo, Cheyenne wasn't standing next to me anymore. Instead, she was standing about a foot or so in front of me now. I took the picture out of the pile and set it aside, pinning it up on my wall. I obsessively checked the picture every few minutes, thinking that maybe I remembered that day wrong. But I know that I wasn't, and somehow, she had moved. Of course, there was no logical way that the photo had somehow changed since it was taken, but I couldn't deny what I was seeing. Over the next few days, I kept an eye on it, and with every passing day, the Cheyenne in the picture got closer and closer. On the 3rd day, nothing else in the picture was visible except for Cheyenne, who was now pressed up against the photo, as if she was trapped and trying to escape. I took the photo off the wall and stared at it. Nothing was visible anymore except for my sister, pressed up against the entire photo. Now that she was so close up, I noticed that her face had also changed. She was no longer smiling like she had been when the picture was taken. Instead, her features had morphed into a grimace that was somewhere between angry and sad. Her eyes and eyebrows were scrunched up as if she were mid-sob, but there was something else. She looked evil almost, which was not like Cheyenne. When I turned the photo on its side, I noticed that some regions of the image were raised. There were small bumps on the spots where her fingertips were in the picture, pressed up against it as if she were trapped on the other side. When I saw this, I ripped the picture into tiny pieces and threw them out, but it just kept happening. Every time I tore up a photo, she would just start to move in another photo, each time a little bit faster than the last. Eventually, I decided to just gather all the photos and shred them. I searched our entire apartment, making sure I hadn't missed a single picture of Cheyenne. Next, I went through my phone and deleted every picture I had of her, doing the same with all my electronic devices. I hesitated as my finger hovered over the delete button. These were the last memories I had of Cheyenne. Sure, her stuff was still in the apartment, but I was getting rid of all the images of my sister. How long would it take me to forget what she looked like? I stared at the last remaining picture of her. It had been taken just a few days before she died. She was in one of our friends' pools making a silly face up at the camera. I wanted to keep at least one picture of Cheyenne, but even as I stared at the photograph on my phone, I could see that it was already starting to change. The Cheyenne in the picture had started to climb out of the pool and she looked furious. It was as if she knew this was her last attempt to get out. I stared as she pulled herself out of the water and onto the pavement, her arms outstretched towards me, ready to leap out. I quickly deleted the picture before she was able to, and just like that, every single picture of my dead sister was gone. Cheyenne was dead, I knew that. I had accepted that. But I couldn't ignore what I had seen. She was trying to escape the pictures, and I had no idea why, or how. I couldn't tell anyone else about this. Of course, no one would believe that my dead sister was trying to climb out of old photographs. The more I thought of it, the more I convinced myself that it wasn't Cheyenne, but rather, some sort of evil spirit that had, for some reason, taken over. I wasn't usually one to believe in the paranormal, but there was no other explanation for what was happening. It was the only thing that made sense to me. The Cheyenne that was adamant about escaping the pictures didn't seem anything like the Cheyenne that I had grown up with. I went through the apartment with a fine-tooth comb, making sure I hadn't missed a single picture of her. Once I was sure that they were all gone, I relaxed. She couldn't get me now. Don't get me wrong, I would have loved to have my sister around still, but my sister was dead. Whoever that was attempting to escape the photographs, was not her. I was completely sure of that. On the day of her funeral, I walked into the church and stood at the entrance for a while, looking around at our family members. There were only about 20 people here. We weren't close to many of them except for a few aunts, cousins, and some friends that we considered family. I thought about our mom for a second, and I wondered if she ever took some time out of her new life to think about us. I wondered if she even knew that her oldest child was dead. When I saw the mahogany coffin at the front of the church, I froze. I could slightly make out Cheyenne's body lying inside of it. I could see her curly black hair, which appeared to have been left down and arranged carefully around her head. I walked up to the coffin after a few minutes and stared at my dead sister. She lay peacefully inside the coffin, and I noticed they had kept her lucky ring on her right ring finger, and she was wearing her favorite black dress with lace sleeves. I stared at her, and the longer I looked, the weirder it felt. After a while, it seemed like she was bleeding, and I rubbed my eyes a few times just to make sure. There was no way she was breathing, obviously. I blew it off as my eyes playing tricks on me. Maybe this was just too much for me, too final. I backed away from the coffin and found a seat on an empty pew. I dropped my head into my hands and took deep breaths to stop myself from freaking out or crying. The increasing sound of people urgently whispering a few feet away caught my attention and I looked up. Well, what happened to it? It was fine when I got here. I saw them set it up. I looked up to see my Aunt Meredith talking to her husband, Toby. Well, it didn't just magically change Meredith. I stood up and walked over to them. Is everything okay? I asked. Oh, yes, don't worry, everything is fine. You just sit. Meredith rubbed my arm up and down, trying to lead me back to my seat. That's when I noticed the banner that had been set up to the left of the coffin. It was about the size of a movie poster and read in loving memory of Cheyenne Wilson. The picture on the banner was of a bridge, which looked all too familiar. I stared at it for a while, trying to remember where I'd seen it before. What happened to Cheyenne's picture? Someone exclaimed. What do you mean? I asked, not taking my eyes off the banner. Her picture is gone. Her graduation photo, did they edit her out? Why would they do that? The voices continued, but I drowned them out as I realized what was happening. Of course. That's why I recognized the bridge. That bridge was where Cheyenne had taken her graduation photos a few months ago, except now, she wasn't in the picture. I backed away from the banner, and I could hear my heartbeat in my ears, further drowning out all other sounds. I walked back towards the door, but a scream caused me to spin back around. Meredith and her daughter were standing by the coffin, both of them with their backs to me. I watched Meredith turn around, still mid-scream. She's gone. Cheyenne is gone, she shouted. I ran back to the front of the church and pushed Meredith to the side. My hands gripped the side of the coffin and I could feel nausea rising through my stomach the longer that I stared at the now empty coffin. Cheyenne had finally managed to get out. The school that I worked for never sent the kids home for the summer. I shouldn't have been at the school, but today was the only day that I was able to get things ready for Meet the Teacher Day on Monday. When I pulled up to the school, what I saw was exactly what I expected. There were 2 other cars in the lot and a few workers outside working on some last-minute paint jobs to the front office. I waved to the workers as I walked into the office, swiping my card to open the door that leads onto the campus. It was weird being here while it was so quiet, but as I looked around, I noticed that a few things looked out of place. The sand on the playground wasn't raked as it usually was during school breaks. There were a few balls and toys littered around the field and the playground as well. There was a jacket abandoned at the bottom of the slide and half-eaten lunch on the picnic tables. I figured that maybe some of the staff who had been coming in to prepare for Monday had brought their kids with them, which explained the toys, and maybe the lunch belonged to the cleaning crew, who hadn't gotten around to fixing up this area of the school. I shrugged it off and made my way to the 4th and 5th grade buildings, making my way down the hall to my classroom. As I made my way down the hallway, I noticed that a few of the classrooms had the lights on, and the doors wide open. I peered into Mrs. Jenkins' classroom, looking around at the mess on the tables. Crayons, markers, glue, and scraps of paper covered the tables and the floor, and all of the chairs were pushed out as if everyone had gotten up and left in a hurry. I had never known the cleaning crew to be this disorganized, but I kept walking down the hall, looking into some of the other classrooms, which were all just as messy. One particular room caught my eye, Mr. Blake's classroom. This one had sleeping bags and cots all over the room, and all of the tables, chairs, and shelves had been taken out of the room to make space for them. As I finally reached my classroom, I stopped to look at the new decorations on the wall across the hall. There was a square portion of it that had been covered in blue paper, with a banner that read what we did this summer. Over it, below that, there were dozens of pictures of the children. There were dates beside each row of pictures, going as far back as the last week of school, and including every week of summer break as well. I scanned each of the photographs, noticing how as time progressed, the children looked more sad, disheveled, and sick. The most recent row contained pictures from last week, with only about 15 kids in the photographs, as opposed to the 30 or so kids that were pictured at the start of the summer. There were only 2 teachers that I recognized in the pictures, and they seemed to be the only staff who was anywhere near the campus throughout this time, Mrs. Jenkins and Mr. Blake. That explained why their classrooms seemed to be the messiest, but why were these kids here for the entire summer? I hadn't heard anything about the school providing summer school classes that lasted this long. Miss Cole. I jumped as I turned in the direction of the sudden voice to see Ryan Edwards running down the hall toward me. Ryan? I asked. He had been one of my best students last year, and he was moving on to 5th grade, which meant he would still be in the same building for another year. He glanced behind him, looking nervous. He stopped in front of me, doubled over, and was out of breath. What's going on? I asked, looking behind him as well. There was no one there. You shouldn't be here, he said, panting. What do you mean? I asked. I looked at him, noticing that his face was covered in dirt, and he had bruises and scrapes on his arms and legs. The sole of one of his sneakers was loose, making the front of his shoe gape open. He smelled like he hadn't showered for the whole summer, and looked like he had lost about 10 pounds. They didn't, I don't know what, all the kids, he gasped. Okay, all right. Ryan, I need you to slow down. Just take a few deep breaths and then tell me what's going on. I watched as he closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. Okay? I asked. He nodded. They wouldn't let us leave. Mr. Blake and Mrs. J kept us locked up in the assembly room for a lot of days. They just left us alone, and we couldn't get out. When they came back they told us we couldn't leave. They said it was summer camp or something, but they didn't let us call our parents or anything. Some of the kids disappear every few days, and no one knows what happens to them. Well, we need to call the police, I said. No, he shouted. You can't. They won't help. It isn't the real Mr. Blake or Mrs. J. I don't know what they are, but it isn't them. They have some kind of powers. We tried to ask the cleaning people for help. Well, Jessie did. She speaks Spanish, but they did something and the cleaning people just ignored us. Even when Mr. Blake hit her. I stood there, horrified, staring at Ryan. All right, well then we need to get out of here, I said. I started walking back down the hall, but Ryan grabbed my arm. No, not that way. They were chasing me from that way. We need to go out a window. What? I asked. Ryan? Are you in here? I hear a distorted voice call. Hurry, Ryan hissed. I pulled him into my classroom with me, and we made our way to one of the back windows. I opened it and helped him climb out first. I could hear footsteps coming down the hallway. Ryan, you won't be able to get away. The voice said. It didn't sound at all familiar. It was in a weird pitch, and almost robotic. I climbed out of the window, and grabbed Ryan, running around the building. Where do we go? I asked. I don't know, Ryan cried, looking around. Well, what about the library? I asked. No, that's where the parents are. I don't think you want to go in there. What? The parents? They're all in there. Ryan repeated. Well, shouldn't we let them out? I asked. They're all dead, he said. W.H. how? They did it. Mr. Blake and Mrs. J except not them because that isn't them back there. I glanced at the library. All right, so where are we going then? I asked. Ryan looked around. The cafeteria, he shouted, pointing. I grabbed his hand and we ran across the grass. I reached for the door, praying that it would open, and sighing in relief when it swung open. We stepped in, and I closed the door behind us, moving 2 chairs underneath the door handles to jam it shut. I looked around at the empty cafeteria. This appeared to be one of the only places that they hadn't messed up somehow, which made sense, considering that Ryan looked like he hadn't eaten the entire time that he was here. Where are the rest of the kids? I asked. I don't know, they split us up. That's how I got away. They were moving us to the junior high buildings, he said. I'm going to go block the other doors. Stay here, I said to him. He nodded and I walked to the other side of the room, checking to see if those doors were open as well. They were locked, but I moved a table in front of it just to be safe and then made my way into the kitchen. I checked the doors back there, and they too were locked. Next, I made my way to the restrooms. I walked into the women's restroom first, walking into the far right stall to close the window at the top of that wall. I walked into the men's room next and opened the same stall to check that window. As I stepped inside, the smell hit me. I gagged as I used my shirt to cover my nose. I stepped back a bit before walking into the stall and coming face to face with the source of the smell. It was a dead body. More specifically, Ryan's dead body. It appeared to have been dead for a few days at least. I froze as I stared at it, confused and scared. If Ryan was in here, dead, then who? Miss Cole? I heard a voice calling. I stepped out of the stall and slowly opened the door, stepping out into the small hallway. As I slowly shut the door behind me, the lights went out. Miss Cole? I walked over to the kitchen again, ducking behind one of the counters. I'm gonna get you, Miss Cole. I hid in a storage closet and called the police, but they seem to think this is some kind of prank and warned me not to call again. My phone's battery is about to die, even though I'm fairly certain that it was fully charged when I left the house this morning. Ryan, or whatever it is that's pretending to be Ryan, is still out there, but he doesn't seem to be coming after me, and instead is waiting for me to go to him. I don't know if he knows that I've figured it out, but I don't want to take any chances. I think I might die here. Or, I'll become one of them. Whatever they are. Town was visited by an ice cream truck. Our town doesn't get many visitors. The roads leading through it don't come from anywhere important, and they don't go nowhere important either. Hell, I don't even think we rate a drop of ink on most maps of the area. You've never heard of it, I'm almost sure, but for 96 people on this planet, Bertrand, Montana is home. I once heard a rumor that Bertrand is the oldest city in America. I don't mean we've been around the longest, of course, but if you add up the ages of all our citizens, and divide that number by the number of citizens we have, well, let's just say you'd be hard-pressed to find another town in the homeland where the average age is 73 years old. And counting. There are no children here, and there likely never will be again. Not in Bertrand. The youngest among us, Tommy Bellwether, is 62. When it happened, young Tommy was 13 years old, short for his age, and the most insolent little bastard you ever laid eyes on. Now he runs the laundromat in town, always armed with a bright smile, a kind word, and a Colt .45. Don't ask me why he stuck around, because I don't know. I'm not sure why any of us have. After everything that happened, everything we went through, you might think we couldn't get out here fast enough. Oh, some of us did, of course. But the rest of us stayed, for we are Bertrand, and Bertrand is us, and it's all we know in this world. We're all still wounded, some of us pretty deep, but I suppose nothing can heal old scars like the familiarity and the comfort of home. It all started in July of 1968. It was a bad time for America, but a good time for Bertrand. We were so small and insignificant that we always felt a bit removed from the rest of the country. Still, there were upwards of 400 living here in those days, and children too. Plenty of children. 3 of them, all under the age of 8, belonged to old Sandra Hill. She was beautiful back then, a bona fide dime, although I'd never have told her that. Her husband was the deputy to the town marshal, and more gung-ho than any young lawman you ever heard of. He was also very devoted to his wife, and she to him, and not even the most lustful fellow in town would think of coming between the two. Anyway, Sandra was friendly in those days with my sweet Irene, God rest her soul. Our only child, Jody, was around the age of the oldest Hill child, and they had frequent playdates. While the children gallivanted around, Sandra and my Irene would sip tea, out on the porch in the warm months, and talk for hours on end. Irene would come home and ceaselessly regale me with the tales of Wendell and Sandra Hill, which bored me terribly, though I usually attempted to at least half listen. But on this particular night, Irene said something I found very interesting indeed. Say, have you heard of any ice cream trucks around town? I responded, of course, in the negative. Nobody in Bertrand owned an ice cream truck, of that I was sure, and the idea of somebody driving clear out here to peddle frozen treats to our sparse population was frankly laughable. Why do you ask? I added, almost as an afterthought. Well, because little Polly Hill claims that she's seen one driving about, she responded. Sandra told me about it just this afternoon. She says Wendell isn't worried, that nobody else has mentioned anything strange and something about children having imaginations, of course, but she did seem a bit frightened. I agreed with Wendell that the likelihood of an ice cream truck in Bertrand was low and that a child's daydream was a far more realistic explanation, but I still felt somewhat uneasy. If there was indeed somebody driving an ice cream truck around without anybody knowing, that could very well mean our children were in danger. We were removed from the world, as I said, but we weren't naive. Predators could come to our town as well as any other. This is the first I'm hearing about it, sweetheart, but I think we should warn Jody again about, not taking things from strangers. Just to be safe. Irene agreed, and the two of us walked into Jody's room. It was a short conversation. She hadn't seen the ice cream truck, and of course, she wouldn't take anything from strangers, even if it was something as delicious as ice cream, she said as she rolled her eyes. Satisfied, we let the matter alone, and there it rested, untouched, for almost a week. It was Jody who saw it first. She and I were walking out of a matinee at the town cinema, our local one-screen movie joint. I don't recall what film we saw. We strolled down the bright, sun-baked street, shielding our eyes with our hands in a funny sort of salute. After a couple of blocks, the crowd from the movie dissipated. It was just her and I. As we walked and talked, her voice began to trail off. I looked down at her and saw she was peering down a side alley, at the end of which was another road, parallel to the one on which we stood. I asked her what she was looking at. I thought I saw that ice cream truck you told me about, she responded, a slight mystic tone to her voice. Worried and a bit intrigued, I squinted my eyes into the shadowed alley but could see no vehicles on the other side. Are you sure? I asked. It doesn't look like anything's over. I paused, raising my hand to my forehead. I could suddenly feel a headache coming on, sharp and acute. It felt like it was directly in between my eyes, about an inch or two behind my skull. A strange sensation, to be sure, but that's all it was at the time. My daughter asked if I was okay. I responded in the affirmative. As we continued our march down the street, though, the headache grew more and more noticeable. I began to worry a bit. We turned a corner, and I kept my eyes fixated on the ground, focused on the weeds growing from the cracks in the sidewalk, until, Daddy, look, there it is. I jerked my head upward, and there, approaching us on the road from a distance of approximately 100 yards, was an ice cream truck. My head exploded with pain that seemed to course in waves through every inch of my body. I fell to the ground, trembling, unable to even scream. I saw my daughter through a wall of tears, standing limply, her head dangling slightly to the side, as if in some kind of trance. She seemed utterly unconcerned with me, though I lay writhing beside her shoes on the concrete. Jody, I croaked out through moans. The pain was exquisite, sharper and more real than any I have ever experienced. Still, my first thought was to get her away from the ice cream truck, which I could hear slowly creeping along the road. Above the hum of the engine, I could hear a melody, played in happy chimes. Pop goes the weasel. I forced myself to turn toward the truck. It was passing right beside us. I could only glance at its side long enough to see a caricature of a man's face, grinning widely on a baby blue background, mouth open and chewing on something, presumably some kind of frozen treat. Something was written in a little half circle below the image, but in my awful state I couldn't tell what it said. The pain was severe beyond words and unrelenting, and I could do nothing but slump, half-conscious, onto the curb. Dad? 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 Jody was shaking me fiercely. I awoke in an instant and scrambled to my feet, grabbing hold of my daughter's wrists with both hands. Jody, the truck. Where's the truck? What truck? She asked. She was either the world's greatest actress or dead serious. She had no idea what truck I was talking about. The truck, the ice cream truck that was just here, I replied in disbelief, crouching my face down close to hers to illustrate the gravity of the situation. A dull ache was left in my head where the pain had been. I felt like someone had bored through my tear ducts with an awl. Ice cream truck? Oh. A dawning realization mixed with a genuine, confused innocence crept over her face. Right, I don't know where it went. What happened to you? I had a headache. Wait, what do you mean, you don't know where it went? Didn't you see it go somewhere? No, she replied simply. Again, she seemed almost to be in a trance. Let's go home, we're almost there. 2 days later, Sandra and Irene sat out on our porch, rocking in the cushioned swing and talking so fast it'd make your head spin. Both were wearing sleeveless floral blouses and nursing iced teas, and beads of sweat ran down each of their foreheads. It seemed to be hotter than hell outside. My wife called me outside and instructed me to tell Sandra what had happened, how Jody and I had seen the ice cream truck. I wasn't keen on spreading such a bizarre tale, but the ladies persisted, so I spilled everything, the headache, the music, the trance-like state of my daughter in the aftermath. Sandra listened intently, at one point spilling a bit of tea down her face during a distracted sip. She dabbed herself with a napkin almost absentmindedly as she heard, and her eyes never left me. The second I finished speaking, Irene turned her attention to Sandra. All right, now tell him. Tell me what? I asked, with a hint of dread. This didn't sound good. Sandra took a deep breath. I think our children are in danger. All of them. Polly saw the ice cream truck last week, and you and Jody saw it too. But there's more. Two little boys came walking into Polly's class late yesterday. They were both holding ice cream bars. When the teacher asked them where they'd gotten them, and why they were late, they said they were talking to a man named Edward in an ice cream truck. Jesus Christ, I muttered, trying to keep my cool. How did you find out about this? Polly's teacher told me and a couple of the other moms, but it gets worse. Mary Sutherland's daughter, Jacqueline, always has some new imaginary friend, and apparently, the latest friend's name is Edward, and he's an ice cream man. Mary didn't think anything of it until we spoke to the teacher. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean. Wait, Sandra said, shooting me an earnestly worried look. I glanced over at my wife. She bit her lip, eyes fluttering wildly, nervously around. Last night, I asked all my children if they had recently met or heard of a man named Edward. Polly said no, but I could tell she was lying. Jack refused to answer entirely. And Victoria? I responded, inquiring after the youngest Hill child, scarcely older than 3. Sandra looked down at her lap. She clapped her hands together and shouted ice cream. Ice cream. Over and over again. I stood up abruptly. Let's go talk to Jody, I said to Irene. Sandra followed behind us. The 3 of us crowded around my only child's bedroom door. I gave it a light knock and called her name. She almost immediately opened it, clearly delighted to have company. We stepped into her room, where she had a dollhouse and other toys spread out on the floor. She returned to her playthings as I began to question her, as casually as I could. Say, Jody, do you remember that ice cream truck we saw the other day? She glanced up at me briefly but didn't respond. Within a few seconds, her toys had her attention again. Have you seen it around since? Again, no response. I wasn't one to push my child to speak when she didn't want to, but I tried one more question. Do you know a man named Edward? At this, she set her toys down and fixated her eyes on mine. She looked, what was it, surprised? Scared? To this day the expression haunts my dreams, and a good deal of my waking thoughts too. You're not supposed to know about him, she said with an air of accusation. I crouched down so my eyes were level with hers. Who is he? I asked. He's the ice cream man, but Dad, you're not supposed to know about him. That's why he made your brain hurt. She paused for a moment, then added, almost as an afterthought. He'd be really mad if he heard you asking about him. Another week went by. I had just gotten home from work and I walked past my daughter's closed bedroom door. I could hear her playing in there, hear her singing, but I couldn't make it out. With a light smile on my face, I pressed my ear against her door to listen. As I did, the words became clear. A penny for a spool of thread. A penny for a needle. That's the way the money goes. Pop, goes the weasel. It was the last time I ever heard my daughter sing. Word gets around in a town like ours, even back then, in our heyday, and by this point, everyone knew something was wrong. None of the adults besides me had seen anything, though, nor heard the music. They simply had to take the word of practically every child in town that there was an ice cream truck nearby and that it was presumably being driven by a man named Edward. There was an emergency town meeting, in which Tommy Bellwether's father, Lionel, sheepishly suggested that this was nothing more than an elaborate joke on the part of the children. After all, his own son, then 13 years old, hadn't seen anything, nor had any of the youth older than he. This notion was respectfully but firmly shut down by many of the citizens, who found it difficult to believe that 3-year-olds who'd barely learned to speak could be in on such a thing. And, of course, there was the matter of my eyewitness testimony. This truck was real, and everyone knew it. It was decided that children should be accompanied at all times, and everyone in the marshal's department pulled extra shifts patrolling the streets, the most eager, of course, being Sandra's husband Wendell. These measures seemed appropriate, if not entirely adequate to quell the town's worry. But in the end, there was nothing more we could do. We could only watch in disbelieving horror only 2 nights later, the night that all went wrong. It was around 1 in the morning. Irene and I had recently moved Jody into the bedroom adjacent to ours as a safety precaution. The way our house was laid out, she literally couldn't get out of her bedroom without crossing through ours. The moon shone through the bedroom window, shades undrawn and cracked open to let in a bit of the summer night's air. My wife and I both awoke to the sound of Jody's bedroom door creaking open. Irene got out of bed and began to walk toward Jody, who was standing in the shadow of her doorway. The moonlight reflected against her bare feet. I felt deeply uneasy, but it took my brain a moment to process why. A familiar melody was gently breezing in through the open window. Jody didn't even look at us. She just took a step forward, then another, making her way toward our bedroom door. Irene made to step in front of her, then suddenly froze. She could not move. What the hell? She shrieked, calling my name. Help. Sweetheart, stop her. But I was frozen too. I could speak, move my eyes, and swivel my head, but everything below my neck was stuck in place. I was powerless to do anything but watch as our daughter walked out of our bedroom, her loose blonde curls bouncing gently as she went. Oh, we screamed, of course. We heard her walk down the stairs and out the front door, and screamed our throats raw. But we could do no more. And through the window, as the music grew, other screams from other houses, each sounding as anguished as ours, poured in. Honey, look, Irene sobbed in despair. I turned my head as far as I could, and as the ice cream truck passed our house, my wife and I watched together as Jody crossed the front lawn. Neither of us was screaming anymore. We only gazed on in horror as our daughter joined a throng of young children, all from the town, all trailing behind the slowly moving vehicle, locked together in a haunted march. Some of the youngest children held the hands of older ones as they walked, and the infants were carried along in arms. The truck rolled along, and I could see that it was the same one I had encountered before. This time, though, there was no blinding pain in my head and my view was as clear as could be. The picture of the man on its side remained, with an inhumanly wide smile that revealed a mouth full not of frozen treats but of tiny, bite-sized children. Below the face were printed, in a sweeping half-circle, the following words. All kids scream for Edward's ice cream. I was crying by this point, but I couldn't move my arms to wipe my eyes. Struggling to blink away my tears, I could barely make out one last horrifying detail as the truck crept farther away. A springy antenna stuck out from the roof, and around its base lay a puddle of dark liquid. The antenna waved gently back and forth with the motion of the truck. At the end of the antenna was the severed head of Sandra's husband, Wendell. The deputy marshal had still perched atop it. About 10 minutes later, myself, Irene, and the other adults in town began to regain mobility, and you'd better believe we hunted high and low. But it was too late, far too late. The ice cream truck and our children behind it had already turned the corner, vanishing from view and Bertrand forever. The music had trailed off, the screams had ceased to pour through the open window, and that summer night was still and silent once more. The TV show that I'm on doesn't exist. I started working on the set of Mist Hill in July 2016. It was 2 months after my high school graduation, and I was turning 18 the following month. I somehow managed to land the role of one of the lead characters, Sylvia Davenport. To give a little background, Mist Hill was a soap opera drama show, set in the fictional town of Mist Hill, Arizona. The aesthetic and overall feel of the show was somewhat of a Twin Peaks meets your generic soap opera. In other words, big cast, a lot of betrayals, and some weird poop going on. It had that psychological thriller element that has become popular with shows such as Black Mirror. You never really knew what was going on in Mist Hill. The show was pretty popular and we won a few awards a year at different award shows. I'm kind of a well-known famous person, and by the kind of, I mean more known than a YouTuber but not as known as the Kardashians. Being a part of this show had gotten me in with a lot of people. I had met many directors of famous shows and movies, as well as stars of them in well-known television shows. We're currently on season 3 of the show, which airs on SGA, or Channel 66 in Arizona, and 77 or 78 in California. We've had incredibly high views and great ratings from a lot of critics. I was getting a lot of attention on social media and had even had a few encounters with paparazzi and even TMZ. I felt like my career had finally taken off, and I was lucky enough that the first role I had landed had been so great for me and given me such a start. And then I found out that Mist Hill doesn't exist. I realized this 2 days ago. I hadn't seen my siblings in a while since I was staying in California. I had been speaking to them via video chat and texted them every day though. They were huge fans of the show and would constantly ask me for spoilers. Anyway, I was finally going to be getting a break due to my character Sylvia Davenport going missing for the next few episodes. I met up with my sister Laura and my brother Conrad at the airport in Phoenix, and we went out for coffee and lunch. As we were talking about what we had been up to for the last few months, I mentioned that I was having a lot of fun on Mist Hill and that we had just been renewed for another season. Mist Hill? What's that? Conrad asked, with a mouthful of a blueberry muffin. The show that I'm on. Mist Hill? I play Sylvia Davenport. You just asked me whether Dr. Morian was dead after the last episode aired last week. I replied. I think I would remember if you were on a show, Conrad said in that big brother yeah, right tone. I am. We won an Emmy for Outstanding Drama Series in 2017, I said. No. The Handmaid's Tale won in 2017. Laura replied, exchanging a glance with Conrad. I shook my head. That was impossible. I had never even heard of The Handmaid's Tale. I clearly remember winning an Emmy that year for the show. You know, Bree, if you're gonna lie you might as well make it a good lie. Conrad snickered and Laura pretended to be busy with her salad. I was in a bit of a shock. Were they just messing with me? That had to be it, right? They were jealous so they were ignoring my achievements. That had to be it. Two could play at that game. You're right. There is no Mist Hill. I've been working on a lot of indie film sets. We're trying to get into Sundance, I said. Well, good luck with that, Conrad said. I avoided the topic of career achievements for the rest of the afternoon, until that night when I finally saw my mom. I decided to confront her about it. I didn't appreciate my sibling making fun of my career. Mom, why are Laura and Conrad pretending not to know about Mist Hill? I asked. My mom was wiping down the kitchen counter as I sat on a stool, my elbows on the island. Mist Hill? She asked. Yeah. The show that I'm in? I knew that my mom rarely watched TV, and I constantly had to refresh her memory or catch her up on episodes she had missed. You didn't tell me that you were on a show. That's fantastic, she said. Mom, we talk about it all the time, I said. Bree, I haven't talked to you in months. Ever since you took the acting job 2 years ago you took longer and longer to return my calls. I stared at her. Mom, we spoke last night, I said. My mom pulled her cell phone out of her pocket and looked through it. No, we didn't, Bree. The last time we spoke was over a month ago. She turned her phone around, showing me her call logs. I also pulled my phone out and looked through, opening my text messages. But they had all been deleted. What the hell? I whispered. What is it? She asked. Nothing, never mind, I replied. I've tried searching Mist Hill but nothing comes up. I've searched all of the actors on the shows, but Mist Hill isn't listed in the TV shows that they've been in. So what the hell have I been doing for the past 2 years? I was in Phoenix for the last 4 days visiting family. I had tried to avoid talking about Mist Hill for the rest of the visit, but I was still racking my brain trying to figure out what the hell was going on. I looked through my phone on the plane ride back to California, scrolling through the pictures of me and the cast on set, on the red carpet, at the Grammys, and the Teen Choice Awards. If this was some sort of setup, it sure was elaborate as hell. How could all of these things be fake? All my friendships with these huge celebs, and all of these memories that I had of them, how could they all be fake? I had decided against using these photos as proof. My family would only ridicule me more and accuse me of Photoshop or something. But I had the proof, it was in the pictures. Me sitting in my chair that reads Sylvia Davenport Mist Hill in bold black letters, like the show's intro. So what was going on? It was driving me crazy. I went straight home after I arrived in Cali. I was recognized by a few fans at the airport and took a few pictures with them as I thought to myself, could all of this be a scam? When I got home I took a hot shower and scrolled through all of my emails. I was wanted on set tomorrow to film my character's comeback, and my hairstylist had booked me an appointment for early in the morning to change my hair up a bit for the show. It was driving me crazy to think that all of this could be fake. But how? How would they get that many people to play along? It was insane. I was lying in bed, driving myself crazy over this when a text came in. I glanced at my phone screen, thinking it was probably a text from Mirna, my stylist, making sure I had seen her email, but it was from my brother Conrad. Conrad, so are you going to tell me what happened to Sylvia? I can't wait another 2 weeks for a new episode. Smile. I stared at the message. What was this? Why would Conrad pretend not to know about my show while I was visiting, but all of a sudden act like his denial never happened? Emmy, I thought you didn't believe I was on the show? Come. I stared at the little dots at the bottom of the screen, waiting for his reply. Conrad, are you kidding? I'm Mist Hill's #1 fan. So it had been a joke. My family thought it would be fun to mess with me. Of course, I was the youngest, they had been playing pranks on me my whole life. Why would this be any different? I didn't reply to Conrad and instead fell asleep. My alarm woke me up at 5:15 a.m. this morning, and I walked around my house half asleep, gathering my purse, my coffee, my phone, and some other stuff that I like to have with me on set. I made it to my hair appointment at 5:50, and Mirna got started right away. My character was coming back with short hair and bangs. I sat in the chair, scrolling through my phone as I waited for her to finish up my bangs. Bri Westbury was spotted at LAX taking pictures with fans after her trip. Will Sylvia Davenport be making her return on the next episode of Mist Hill? Bri Westbury's arrival tells us there may be hope for this beloved character. Bri Westbury sporting a cute but comfy outfit at THE airport. I scrolled through the articles, pushing back the idea of this being a scam. This was way too intricate. My family had to be kidding, right? I got to the set of Mist Hill at around 8 a.m. and was greeted by one of my cast members, Emily Gray. "Hey, nice to have you back," she said as she hugged me. I was always a bit taken aback when I hear Emily speak. She was British but played an American character, and her accent always caught me off guard since I was so used to her speaking with an American accent. Emily was a very well-known actress, who became famous because she was one of the main characters in a very popular film franchise from a few years back. "So did you enjoy your holiday?" she asked. "Yeah, except my family acted like the mist didn't even exist," I said, rolling my eyes. Emily stared at me for a bit before she started laughing as well. "Do they always mess with you like that?" she asked. Well, I hadn't seen them in a while, but my brother texted me last night wanting to know spoilers about the show, so I knew they were just messing around with me while I was there, I replied. Emily nodded, staring at me weirdly, like she was suspicious of something. "What?" I asked. "Nothing," she shook her head. "I just think it's odd that your family would do that," she replied. "They used to do it all the time," I shrugged. "Hey, Bree. Wardrobe needs you," one of the costume designers said as he walked by, dragging a box behind him. "I gotta go, see ya." I waved to Emily as I made my way to my dressing room. Donovan Jones was there, looking through a rack of clothes in front of him. "Hey, Don," I said. "Hey, Bree." He pulled out a jean jacket and threw it onto a nearby chair that already had a pair of jeans and a shirt on it. "Put that on," he said. I grabbed the clothes and stepped behind the divider to change. "Hey, Bree?" Don called from the other side. "Yeah?" I asked, pulling the shirt on. I heard that you're telling people about how your family doesn't remember the show," he said. "Oh yeah, they were messing around and acting like it didn't exist," I said, stepping out from behind the divider as I pulled the jacket on. "Listen, I shouldn't be telling you this, but you need to stop bringing that up," he said. He handed me a pair of socks and boots. "Why?" I asked, taking them. He leaned in close to me, his face serious. "Just listen to me, okay? Stop telling people that your family doesn't remember the show. Don't talk about that. If anyone else brings it up, simply tell them it was a joke that your family likes to pull on you, okay? Please promise me that you'll stop talking about it," he whispered. I started at him, trying to see if he was joking too, but he wasn't. He was being serious, and he looked scared. "All right," I said. He nodded and exited the room. I sat down on a chair and pulled the socks and boots on. "Hey, William wanted me to give you the script for next season." I looked up to see one of the writers on the show hand me a script. "Thanks," I said. I scanned through the script and stopped as caught sight of the second page. It wasn't typed, but it was written out in William's handwriting. I scanned through the page, and then got up, walking around the set until I found William. "Hey, what is this? Do I have to stay hidden from the public for a month? I can't contact my family?" I asked him. William turned around. "Yeah, your character has to go through some major changes, and if people saw you, then the secret would be ruined," he said. "But why? I thought she was making a comeback?" I asked. William shrugged. "What can I say? Anything can happen in Mist Hill. I have an uneasy feeling about this. I just can't shake the feeling that something weird is going on, and I almost don't want to know the answer to this, but do any of you know about Mist Hill? Does anyone know about this show at all? The TV show that I'm on doesn't exist. The season 2 finale of Mist Hill aired yesterday, and the whole cast and crew met up to watch it together, as we usually do with finales. As we sat in the theater, I couldn't help but notice the fact that some people were acting a bit weird. Everyone was being overly nice to me all of a sudden, and I guess that it had something to do with my absence from the public for the entire first half of season 3. In a few more days, my character's process was about to begin, which meant I would have to stay in a hotel with security over the next few months. I wouldn't even be allowed to see any of my cast members until everything was ready for Sylvia to make yet another return to Mist Hill. I also started to remember a similar thing happening to some of the other actors on set. Lee Palmer, who played Dr. Morian, had taken a similar leave a few months ago, and there were rumors that he was coming back, although nothing had been official yet. Piper Mason, who played a recurring character named Stacey Barnes, had also taken this same leave during the entire second season, and she was going to make a comeback in season 3 because I could see her from across the room. The only thing that struck me as odd, however, was the fact that they had changed nothing about her appearance, even though they claimed that was what the leave of absence was for. I spent the rest of the time getting goodbye hugs from a lot of my cast members, my makeup artist, and some of the stylists on the show. When I was on my way out, I ran into Piper and decided to ask her some questions. "Hey, Piper. It's nice to see that you're back again," I said. Piper smiled when she saw me and hugged me. "It's great to be back. Man, I missed this place so much, and all these people. I can't wait," she said, still smiling. "Yeah, I'm taking a leave for a while too. I'm a bit worried about not being able to communicate with anyone though. How did you manage that?" "I don't think I could go months without contacting my family," I said. Piper's expression changed from happy to confused. "Your what?" she asked. "My family?" I repeated. Piper's face only got more confused as she muttered family to herself. "Piper?" I asked, getting her attention once again. She appeared to have snapped out of her trance and shook her head as if trying to get something out of her mind. "Yeah, it was nice seeing you. Listen, I've got to go. Good luck with your leave and everything. I hope you make it," she said as she rapidly walked out of the building. I stood there, confused and shocked. What had that been about? After a few minutes, I walked out as well, making my way towards my car, which was parked in the middle of the lot, waiting for me. As I made my way down the parking lot, I heard someone call my name and turned around to see Donovan jogging toward me. "Bree. Wait," he called. I stopped and waited for him to catch up. He paused for a bit to catch his breath. "What is it?" I asked. "You have to leave, now." He replied. "I am, my driver is right over there." I replied, pointing to the car. Donovan shook his head. "No, you can't go with him. You need to come with me. Right now. I can't explain here, but something is happening, okay? You can't trust anyone, not even your driver, not even Piper," he said. "Piper?" I asked. Donovan nodded. "Did she tell you anything? Give you anything?" he asked. I shook my head no. "No, she just told me that she was excited to be back," I said. "All right. Give me your purse and your phone so they can't track you. I'm getting you out, all right?" "Don, you're scaring me," I replied. "I'll explain everything on the way, all right? Right now we need to go. Now." He looked at something behind me and grabbed my arm, pulling me along with him. I turned around to see a man, who was not my driver, jump out of the car. "Miss Westbury, come back here," the man called. I followed Donovan, as we ran into the back of a van that sped off as soon as we were inside. I sat there, trying to catch my breath. "Where are we going?" I asked Donovan. When he didn't reply, I knew I had made a mistake. Donovan had been playing me. "Donovan?" I asked. I saw him exchange glances with the driver. "Sorry, Bree, you need to take this leave. You're starting to slip away from us. Don't you like it here, in Mist Hill?" he asked. I stared at him, then seeing a blur of streetlights behind him, out the window, and we drove off to God knows where. "Of course, I like it here. I love this show, I love the cast," I said. "This isn't about the show, Bree. What are you talking about?" I asked. "You're slipping away. And your contract isn't over for another 3 years, he said. "You're not making any sense," I replied. He didn't say anything for the rest of the drive. We stopped behind a building that I assumed was the hotel. Donovan dragged me behind him through dark passages, into the basement. There appeared to be rooms down there. It was a maze of long hallways and fluorescent lights. We took a few turns and I tried to watch for anything that might lead me back, but there weren't even numbers on the doors of the rooms. We stopped outside one of the doors, where 2 security guards were waiting. They opened the door and Donovan pushed me inside. "See you in a few months, Bree. I hope you'll be excited to return to Mist Hill." The door shut behind me as I stood there, with my hands in the pockets of my coats, my left hand wrapped around the cell phone that Piper had slipped into my pocket earlier. There was nothing on the phone, no numbers, no contacts, no pictures. But it somehow had internet access, so that was A+. I started typing this up last night, sitting by the door so that I could hear if anyone was coming towards the room, but no one did. I put it into my bra while I slept. I wasn't able to stay awake for long. When I woke up this morning, there was a tray of food on the dresser next to the bed. I sat up and looked around the room. There was a bed, a queen-sized one with high-quality sheets, a small dresser on either side, a box of tissues, a sink, a toilet, a shower, and a television on the far wall. It didn't appear to have any buttons, so I wasn't able to turn it on. I picked at the food a bit, finally deciding to at least drink the water and eat the toast. Then I sat down by the door again, taking out the phone to see if I could get in contact with anyone. But who? Probably Piper, but I didn't have anyone's numbers memorized and I didn't want to log into any of my social media accounts, in case they were being monitored. I did come across some news, however. I'm not sure if any of you are aware of this, but apparently, Piper Mason had been in a car accident last night and was now in a coma. My mind immediately thought that someone was behind that. She had just come back to set, and now, after speaking to me, she was in a coma? I figured Donovan had something to do with all of this, which is probably why he pretended to warn me the other day. I don't know how much more info I can give. I don't want to get caught with the phone. If I do, then I will have no form of communication at all. A nurse came into my room about an hour ago to let me know that my treatment would start tomorrow. I don't know what she could be referring to. I thought they were going to make me change my hair, or gain some weight for my comeback next season. So what's all this about a treatment? Has anyone heard anything about Mist Hill recently? Those of you who are aware of it, at least. Has there been any other news that I haven't heard about? I don't want to spend too much time on this phone. The battery life seems to be good, but it still won't last forever. I don't know what's going on here, but it can't be good. I'm starting to think that Mist Hill is more than just a show, because I love you. I married Zach because it was familiar. The thing that I discovered quite early on, however, is that familiarity can quickly become dull. That is, of course, what eventually ended up happening. Soon, the comfort was boring and restricting. It was like putting the same puzzle together over and over again. Ultimately, the pieces that fit together will get old and worn out. That's what happened to us. When he died, I felt nothing. At first, I thought I'd be glad that he was gone. When that didn't happen, I thought I might be sad. But, all I felt was an emptiness inside of me. I didn't cry at the funeral, and right after it was over, I went home, packed all of his things up in boxes, and drove it down to a donation center. The only thing I kept was his wedding band. It was a simple gold band with my name engraved on the inside. I couldn't figure out where to put it. At first, I set it down on my nightstand, but it stood out like a sore thumb. It was like a beacon, drawing my eyes to it as soon as I walked into the room. I decided to put it in a drawer. When that didn't work, I went out to the backyard, to an area that Zach had wanted to turn into a garden. The ground was soft and it didn't take long for me to dig a hole in it. I lost track of time while I was digging. It was therapeutic for me in a way. I shoveled dirt and watched it pour off the shovel and off to the side, over and over again until the hole was big enough to bury the body of a small animal. I took the ring out of my pocket and angled it so I could see my name on the inside of the band. Laurel. I stared at it until it looked wrong and lost all meaning. Finally, I tossed it into the hole and covered it back up with the dirt. Then, I went back inside the house to clean up. As I sat at the kitchen table staring out the backyard window, I started to realize that the house didn't feel any different without Zach. If anything, it felt free. It was as if getting rid of his belongings had gotten rid of all the memories of him, and I was okay with that. I went to bed alone for the first time in years and slept through the whole night. The next morning, I awoke to the smell of coffee. At first, I thought it was my imagination. Confused, I got up and slowly made my way downstairs, peeking around the corner to look into the kitchen. My heart sank when I saw Zach standing behind the kitchen counter, making breakfast. "Good morning, love," he said in a cheerful tone. I ignored him and ran to the back door, throwing it open and running outside. The hole was uncovered, and I ran to it, already knowing what I would see. There was nothing in there. The ring was gone. "Laurel, are you all right?" I slowly turned around and walked back to the door, where Zach was standing. I could hear my heartbeat drumming in my ears as I looked down at his left hand and saw that the ring was sitting loosely on his pinky. "How are you here?" I asked. "I came back for you, because I love you, Laurel." His words were like a heavy weight on my chest as fear and guilt fought for dominance inside of me. My hands were sweaty, and I realized that I was shaking, and I couldn't stop. My face felt numb, and my hearing muffled as I stumbled toward the kitchen table and dragged one of the chairs out, falling into it. This can't be happening. He isn't real. This isn't real. I held my head in my hands as my elbows dug into my thighs. Zach dropped a hand on one of my shoulders. His touch was cold and foreign. "Are you all right? Should I call someone?" I shot out of the chair. "No," I snapped. He flinched but didn't take his hand off my shoulder. I brushed it off and stood up as I began to regain more control of my breathing. "I'm fine." I rubbed my hands on my pajama bottoms as I stood up and retreated to my room, locking the door behind me. He knocked a few times, and each time I swore he was going to break the door down with the force of his fist against the wood. I ignored it, but finally went back downstairs when I got hungry. He wasn't in the kitchen anymore, but as I was looking through the fridge, I heard his footsteps come up behind me. "Laurel?" I flinched. My name sounded like profanity in his mouth. I stood up and shut the refrigerator door, suddenly losing my appetite. The house felt crowded with him here like the walls and ceiling were closing in on me. I couldn't get enough air in my lungs. "You shouldn't be here," I said, turning around to face him. His eyes, which used to be golden with life but were now dull and menacing, stared back at me. "But I came back to you because I love you." He inched closer to me, and I backed up. He smelled like wet dirt and rain, and it made it harder for me to breathe. I reached behind me and grabbed a kitchen knife off the counter. There was a flash of bright red anger, and the next thing I knew, the knife was dripping blood, and Zach had fallen to the ground with a hand cupping the side of his neck that was spitting blood. I watched him die, and once I was sure that he was dead, I pulled the ring off of his finger and took it with me into the basement. I grabbed a hammer from the toolbox near the stairs and hit the ring until it shattered into a million different pieces. Then, I swept up the remains and poured them into the upstairs toilet. I flushed and watched the water swirl around the bowl until everything was gone. I didn't know what to do with the body, so I simply dragged it outside and made a larger hole and tossed him in there. Once I covered it back up, I went back and cleaned up the trail of blood that led from the kitchen to the makeshift grave. Some of the blood was stubborn, refusing to come out of the back porch, but I scrubbed until my hands were raw. When I went back inside, I double-checked and then triple-checked that all the doors were locked. I couldn't help myself from periodically peeking out the window to the patch of dirt where Zach now lay. Part of me kept expecting to see him digging his way out of the earth once again, but that didn't happen. That night I fell asleep at the kitchen table, and in the morning, I woke up on the couch. I was disoriented as I sat up and looked down at the knitted blanket that had somehow wound up around me. As I heard banging going on in the kitchen, the confusion morphed to dread. He was back. I got up, just to make sure, but I already knew that I was right. I stared at him and looked down to find that the ring was yet again on his finger, even though I had gotten rid of it. This time, however, something was different. There was a scar on his neck from the day before. "Good morning, love." His tone was less cheerful this morning, although I didn't blame him. "Why are you here?" I sighed. I had only just woken up, and yet I already felt my shoulders slump with exhaustion. "I'm here because I love you." This time, I ate his breakfast. He didn't eat, and his skin was developing a gray-blue color. His eyes were sunken in. He looked as tired as I felt. I stared at the wedding band as I ate, not able to peel my eyes away from it. I hit my breaking point in the evening and smothered him with a pillow. He didn't even fight me. It was as if he wanted me to unalive him. Again, I went through the process of dragging his body to the backyard and burying him in the same spot. I slipped the band off of his finger and walked over to the edge of the backyard fence, throwing it as far as I could. I didn't hear it land and walked back inside, not even bothering to cover up the hole this time. On the third morning, when he showed up again, I realized that I couldn't escape this. No matter how many times I unalived him, no matter what I did with the ring, Zach was always going to come back. He was always going to be here. It didn't take long before even this felt familiar. I soon became accustomed to his gray-blue skin, sunken eyes, and cold touch. I found comfort in the dread and the guilt and the pain. This was my life now, and whether it was heaven or hell, I couldn't tell. Sometimes as I lay with my back against his chest at night, I wonder how long it's going to take before the pieces of this puzzle wear out. I ask him, time and time again, why he came back, and his answer is always the same. "It's because I love you, Laurel." I know he knows that I don't feel the same, that I probably never loved him, and that the only reason I married him was for the feeling of familiarity that I didn't want to let go of. He never brings it up, though. I don't know how long I can live like this, but I know I can't escape it. I've tried. Maybe it's the ring that keeps him here, maybe it's my guilt. Or perhaps it's revenge, for unaliving him the first time. Or maybe, just maybe, he's the one who's doomed, tied to the love of his life, his unaliver, who will never love him back. There is something in the woods next to my remote town. I live in a rural town, far away from the bustling urban cities that many people live in. It's like those stereotypical small neighborhoods, where everyone knows each other. I like living here, in the fresh unpolluted air with kind and friendly neighbors all around me. However, our town has a dark secret that no one speaks about. It's the woods right next to the town. Everyone in the town had gone to the woods at least once. We usually had some people go hunting there during the hunting season and also had plenty of people go for walks there. However, growing up, we have always heard terrible rumors about the forest. Amongst all the stories about mythical creatures and weird caves, one story, in particular, has stuck with me. The story goes like this. Around 30 years ago, back when most of our parents were also teenagers, one group of 4 teenagers decided to go camping in the summer holidays. Their parents supported it, and so they set off after a couple of days of preparation. On the first day, they quickly set up their tents, then went ahead and started to do a bit of exploration before settling down and setting up a campfire for the night. Towards the late evening, one of the teens, David the only survivor, felt like something was wrong. He had that deep gut feeling, the one that grips your heart with an icy grip. He didn't know how to vocalize this to his friends, but he did tell them he felt something was wrong. Imagine sitting with your friends in an open forest with tall dark trees, a rather small campfire being the only source of light. You could say David was just scared, but he swore he could see a blur of movement in the thick darkness of the trees now and then. He felt completely exposed out in the middle of nowhere, with the wind whistling against the trees. And then it happened. His friend Richard also noticed the movement in the trees. It was subtle before, but now it constantly appeared all around them. It was the blur of a dark humanoid figure that kept disappearing and then reappearing in some other spot again. It happened to always be out of the perimeter of the light of the campfire, so none of its details could ever be made out. By now the teenagers were spooked and everyone had realized that there was definitely something out there. It was also hard to convince each other that the movement was nothing more than a wild animal when the figure was, quite obviously, humanoid in shape. The group had 2 choices. To run back home quickly through the dark forest and be careful not to lose their way or trip and hurt themselves out in the middle of nowhere. Or, to stay put at the campsite and wait until the morning to return home. That same figure began to move more frantically through the shadowy silhouettes of the trees, seeming like it was circling them like a predator hunting its prey. David decided to make a run home through the woods as the others yelled out after him. He would later say it was a gut instinct that told him to run as far away as he could from that thing. To continue running until his legs burned and his lungs felt like they were being pulled apart. As soon as David ran halfway to the line of trees, the creature suddenly stopped moving, causing David to freeze. A menacing silence descended upon the forest. The group except David were still huddled around the campfire, shivering not from the cold, but from fear. The leaves began to rustle from beyond the tree line, and slowly but surely the figure that had been circling and watching them for some time now appeared out of the tree line. As its features began to be illuminated by the light from the campfire, the group's screams filled the silence. As David would later describe it, the creature had a humanoid body and was wearing long track pants and a hoodie. However, it had something very, very wrong with it. Its face was upside down. The large circular bloodshot eyes were in place of the mouth while the nose was twisted and pointing upwards. The mouth of the creature was contorted into an upside-down grin which almost looked like a cartoonish frown. The teeth were razor-sharp and yellow with stains of red. Its skin was pale and thin with blue veins visible all over the face. Its fingernails ended in long sharp points like daggers. As the group stared at the creature in frozen fear, it lunged in a fraction of a second towards the 3 teenagers still next to the campfire. It used its nails to rip everyone apart in a few agonizing moments like a paper shredder to a piece of paper. It then hungrily fed on the flesh of the dying teenagers. David broke out of his trance as soon as the creature locked its misplaced eyes directly with him. He turned around and began to run into the woods. The creature moved at an incredibly fast pace as it caught up to him in a matter of seconds. It grabbed David's arm and dug its nails deep into his shoulder until David's shrill screams could be heard from the town. It all happened in slow motion. David continued to pull away from the creature in a desperate attempt to run and get away from it, but the creature had a very solid grip of his entire arm. The creature had made one mistake though, which let David survive. It had dug its nails so far into David's arm that after a few long moments of David desperately pulling away, his entire arm ripped away from his body. David would later continue running until he collapsed from blood loss. An early morning runner would find him by the side of the running trail and he would make a miraculous recovery in a city hospital. The campsite would be found later by a rescue crew, covered in blood and gore with the barely recognizable bodies of the 3 boys arranged in a triangle around the long dead campfire. David is still alive today and he's told this story to every kid in town. You can see him stare out into the woods with his only hand leaning on the wooden fence of his balcony watching the tree line with blank empty eyes. People in our town would only go to the woods during the morning and be sure to come back before sunset. It's not that anyone fully believed David's story. Some thought he had developed false memories from the traumatic event, while some say he could have dreamed it up in his medically induced coma. But no one can deny the fact that night, something did happen in the woods. People may have tried to comfort themselves by not believing his story, but no one dared camping in the woods again. This brings me back to my story. Yesterday, I missed my typical morning run because of a work obligation, and so I decided to still exercise in the evening. The sun had mostly dipped under the horizon and the sky had started to darken from an orange and purple color to a rather dark blue. The trees stood tall on either side of the trail where only darkness existed beyond the tree line. I was running pretty fast and nearly back out of the woods and at home when the sound of the birds completely stopped. A deafening silence permeated the air like the calm before a storm. I began to run even more frantically as bad thoughts began to appear in my mind. Just as I was at the end of the trail and out of the woods, I saw a blur of a figure right beside me, staring at me from the tree line. I could swear that just as I made it out of the woods it disappeared back into the tree line with a frown on its face. Except there was something wrong with the face. It was upside down. Have you ever played the Subway game? If you had stumbled upon a popular horror forum back in 2010, you would have most likely found a post detailing the rules to a game on the first page. It would later get deleted within a single day and the author of the account that posted it would be completely unreachable. Some people who visited the post decided to save a copy of it to refer to later, only realizing how valuable their original copies were now that the post was completely off the internet. Instead of reposting the rules on the online web for everyone to see, the individuals who kept those copies played the very game and realized it was far more dangerous than they had anticipated. Except some weren't even able to make it back. One anonymous individual would later survive the game and decide to post it on a dark web forum, before promptly deleting his account and disappearing. I'm talking about the Subway game. The Subway game is an extremely dangerous game with the chances of failure exponentially higher than the chances of success. Winning the game requires deep determination, grit, and willpower as well as some obvious physical strengths too. Participating in this game if you are sick, a poor athlete, or emotionally vulnerable almost certainly leads to failing the game. Winning the game will provide the player with a great reward, a choice to make one wish that will come true. The game specifically requires the player to write the wish in mind on a piece of paper and take it with them before attempting the game. Failing the game will lead to the death of the player, but that won't be the end of it. The player will die the most painful and gruesome death a person will ever suffer, and then once they have died, their soul will continue to be tortured in the same location for all of eternity by the powers of the game. You can tell I've looked into this game and acknowledged its dangers, so you may wonder, why am I writing this down? I got diagnosed with lung cancer 6 days ago. The doctor gave me 6 months to live, and since then I've fallen into a deep depression. My family has tried to make me enjoy the rest of my life, but I can't accept such a short life. I still have things to experience and want to live a longer, fuller life. This is what led me to the game in the first place, and when I first found the instructions to the game while looking for similar dodgy cancer cures on the dark web, I found this game. As skeptical as I was of its authenticity, I decided to go through with the ritual regardless because I was desperate. I needed something to work, and I would go at all lengths to extend my life. To initiate the ritual, one must go to a remote subway station with no people around at around 1 a.m. at night. While the time isn't necessarily set, it's important that the time is between 1 and 2 a.m. and that not a single other person is around. Otherwise, the ritual won't work. I located a remote subway station that was out of service and scheduled to be closed soon. It was the first place to initiate the ritual, and so I drove there in the dead of the night. As I stared at the dim passing streetlights on the road, I felt strong urges to return and give up on the ritual, but I pushed through. To perform the ritual correctly, the player must bring with them a sheet of paper with their wish written on it, as mentioned previously, and a wristwatch, preferably made of silver. The silver assists in keeping rogue entities away, and the watch itself is imperative to tracking time in the ritual, one of the main mechanics of the game. I brought both of these items with me, with my wish being the curing of my lung cancer. I walked down the stairs into the subway station and started to walk around the 2 platforms. This was part of the game that initiated it. Pacing around in the subway station for exactly 33 minutes will automatically start the game. The instructions stated the importance of considering the dangers of playing the game in those 33 minutes. There is still a chance to escape the game within those 33 minutes by exiting the station and promptly returning home. After that time is up, the game has started, and attempting to exit the subway station without going through with the game first will lead to instant failure. I stared around the dimly lit platform at the dusty wooden benches as I considered turning back and going home. I pushed through regardless, knowing that my will to live a longer life was stronger than my fear of the game. Dying now and dying in 6 months would make no difference. I had nothing to lose playing this game when I was already sentenced to death. The lights began to flicker and dim further until the basic silhouettes of the objects on the platform were visible. My body started to freeze up as my flight or fight response was activated, and I suddenly grew very sensitive to the dull thud of my shoes against the dirty concrete floor and the light whistling of the wind outside. I looked down at my watch and squinted to read the time. The dark made it difficult to discern the position of the watch hands. I didn't need to check the time though, because a few seconds later, I felt a strong sense of being watched. It came from deep in my gut and caused my stomach to tie into several knots. I turned around and saw the faint outline of a dark figure behind me. At the same time, the lights brightened slightly, and I could finally see the details of the objects around me. The person in front of me was facing away from me and was wearing a typical security guard uniform with dark dress pants and a matching coat. My heart began to thud rapidly against my ribcage as I realized the game had started. The appearance of the security guard is a clear indication of the game starting. Once spotted, the player must try their very best to slowly walk back and away from the security guard. The rest of the game will involve hiding from the security guard while also not leaving the train station until sunrise. I began to very carefully back away from the security guard when I heard him start whispering. Every raspy whisper sent a chill down my spine as I strained my ears to listen to what the guard was saying. I found myself frozen on the spot, struggling to make out what the guard was saying. The whispering continued as the guard began to turn around slowly. I lurched backward as I realized the guard was about to see me and quickly jumped behind a pillar as the guard turned around completely. I moved too quickly to be able to make out the guard's face, and all I saw was a blur of white, red and black like a damaged watercolor painting. I had nearly failed the game within the first 5 minutes. While staying away from the security guard, the player must also complete 3 tasks to end the game and have their wish granted. The failure of completing these tasks before leaving will lead to the security guard permanently following the player and unaliving them. The first task is simple. A train will stop at the station within 15 minutes of the start of the game. The player must board this train and avoid any interaction with the passengers no matter what. If the train does not appear, the player has failed the game. I watched the minute hand on my watch move slowly as I stood behind the pillar and listened to the slow and deliberate steps of the security guard. He had stopped whispering to himself and began walking around the platform. As the minutes passed and the train didn't appear, I began to worry. I heard the steady rumble of a train on the tracks just before 15 minutes had passed. I slowly peeked from behind the pillar and noticed that the security guard boarded the train, with his back still turned to me. The train itself was a typical modern train with nothing out of the ordinary. I walked over to the train and boarded it just before the doors closed. The security guard could still chase me on the train, and so I had to constantly move around making sure that he didn't find me as he searched through the entire train. The rules stated that the train ride would be no longer than 10 minutes, with the train stopping at the same subway station at the end of the ride. As the player continues to pass through carriages to avoid the security guard, they would notice that the carriages are endless. The goal is to keep moving through carriages and not stop to rest even if the player is confident that the security guard is multiple carriages behind, because they can be caught off guard at any moment. The train was packed to the brim. Almost every seat was occupied with people of all ages and genders, and it pretty much seemed like a normal busy morning train. I began to walk from carriage to carriage, ignoring everyone and not making any eye contact. As I was passing through my 5th carriage, I accidentally tripped on a baby stroller's wheel in the middle of the carriage and nearly fell on the baby itself. The mother of the child reacted quickly and locked eyes with me. I instinctively began to apologize, and as soon as the first syllable came out of my mouth, the entire cabin of people fell silent and locked their eyes on me. The warm, bustling environment of the carriage was reduced to a cold, silent stare. I quickly removed my watch and threw it far away behind me as everyone in the carriage simultaneously jumped towards it. Taking this as my cue, I quickly ran as fast as I could through the carriages, making sure that I didn't interact with anyone this time. The train began to slow and pulled to a stop at the same subway. I quickly departed the train and hid behind the same pillar just as the security guard got off the train as well, with his back still turned to me. My mistake on the train had cost me my silver watch, and without it, winning the game was going to be much more difficult. The instructions for the game state that when the player gets off the train, they will find themselves on the same station. While they will geographically be on the same station, they've moved to another dimension. The rest of the game will occur in this strange new world full of entities that humans were never meant to interact with. Leaving the train station here almost certainly means death from the entities outside. The subway station itself acts as a midway medium between the normal world and this world, forming an ideal location to proceed with the rest of the ritual. The second task involves finding a door. This hypothetical door will lead to stairs that ascend into a new area, the place where the final task will be performed. All the while, the player must avoid the night guard and anything else on the subway. While the task seems incredibly easy, many people who have won the game claim it was the hardest part. I watched the night guard continue to pace around the station, with his back always turned to me. My blood ran cold when a disturbing thought that sent chills down my spine formed in my mind. The only feasible way for the night guard to consistently keep his back turned to me would involve him knowing where I was and where I was facing, to begin with. I felt my stomach sink to the floor as I continued to watch the night guard, who not once turned to face me. He was just playing with me. I needed to find that door. Fast. As the security guard began to walk past the pillar, I slowly walked around and began to scan the dimly lit platform with my eyes. I couldn't see any door yet, and so I slowly crawled forward on the platform, ducking behind a bench occasionally as I heard the security guard get closer. I got around the whole platform using this strategy of ducking behind benches and objects every time I felt the security guard coming closer, but as I scanned the whole platform, I realized that I couldn't find a single door. A familiar voice sliced through the air. It was my mother's voice, and she was yelling at me to call back. She seemed worried from the sound of her voice. "Come back, Ethan." I was about to yell back when I realized that it would be impossible for my mother to be here. She had died 2 years ago. Just as I was processing this, I began to hear the sound of police sirens and a man yelling at me to come out. More voices melted into the chorus, and soon the subway was an echoing cacophony of familiar and unfamiliar voices all singing the same chorus. Whatever was outside was trying to break me and make me come outside the subway station. I continued to look around the platform for my exit ticket, the door. I was crouched behind a bench when I realized that I had lost track of where the security guard was as I was listening to these voices. That's when I felt a cold hard grip on my ankle. I whipped my head around and saw the security guard still with his back turned to me, grabbing me with his arm bent impossibly. My shrill scream echoed across the entire subway station as I jumped back. The grip on my leg loosened and I was able to kick away and quickly get on my feet before the security guard began to walk backwards toward me at an impossible speed. I continued to run, knowing that I had failed the game. I couldn't run forever, and soon enough, the night guard or something else lurking in the shadows will grab me. Just then a thick black tendril curled out from under the platform and grabbed my ankle. It pulled me onto the tracks like I was a rag doll. As I inevitably slipped and fell face first on the hard concrete platform, my vision began to narrow and I saw pinpricks of light in my vision. My head felt like it was underwater and my thoughts began to mush together until they all felt like they were lost in the fog. The excruciating pain of my entire body being battered against the rough rocks on the track somehow brought me back to my senses. My eyes were blurry with tears and my entire body stung from newly formed bruises, cuts, and grazes. The tendril continued to pull me in towards a black mass from beneath the platform. It was somehow darker than the darkness under the platform itself, and its grip on me was firm. I grabbed a rock from the tracks and smashed it on the tendril. It unwrapped from my leg just as I brought the rock down on it, and I accidentally hit my own ankle instead. Every single nerve in my ankle burned with excruciating pain the moment the rock slammed against it, and the dull crack that permeated the air made it obvious that I had possibly fractured a bone. Just then, the night guard also jumped down on the tracks as the tendril prepared to grab my now hurt ankle again. I began to crawl away helplessly. The rough rocks cut my palms as I pushed against them to move my body forward and away from the entities that longed for my soul. Just then, I felt cold metal against my palms. I looked down and noticed that hidden beneath the rocks was what looked to be a metal trapdoor. I desperately searched for the handle, and once I found it, I opened the heavy rusted door with my remaining strength. As I pushed my whole body into the opening, I realized that there was a drop. I tumbled down for a short moment before I landed on my hurt ankle and twisted it. The pain nearly blinded me as I curled into a fetal position in agony. I looked around and noticed I was in a well-lit room with a single small table in the middle. The final task. Crawling over to the table caused bursts of pain to go through every single nerve in my body. My muscles burned and ached and I was on the verge of passing out. I quickly placed the sheet of paper with my wish on the table just as my vision went black. They found me bruised and battered on the tracks just outside the entrance of the subway station in the morning. It took my ankle another month to be usable again, and I still walk with a limp today. However, the game wasn't a lie and my wish was indeed granted. It's just that the other day I saw the security guard outside my window at night, still with his back turned to me. If you do choose to play the subway game, take my story as a warning. As I type this out and hit the post, I've realized one thing. You don't truly ever win the game. Mr. Ferguson. I think the whole street breathed a sigh of relief when we saw the EMTs take a body bag out of the Ferguson house. I was only about 10 or 11 at the time, and it's been a while, so some details of my childhood are lost to time, but I can't forget Mr. Ferguson. There was never a Mrs. Ferguson in the picture, as far as I know. He lived in the house on the corner, the one with the bright yellow shutters and the gorgeous garden out back. The garden didn't make up for the rotten old bastard he was. I wondered once if he was nicer when he was younger, when he didn't have to walk with a cane and could actually get around without help, but my dad set me straight on that one. Mr. Ferguson had always been a terrible person and a neighbor from hell. All day long, Mr. Ferguson would sit on his front porch in his rocking chair, grasping onto his black cane as he stared out on the street. If someone walking their dog even got close to his yard, he'd start spewing threats about what he'd do if the dog took a poop on his lawn. If a kid put even a toe on his property, he'd get up from that chair and start shouting more terrible things. I learned my first cuss words from Mr. Ferguson. He didn't censor his language even among the smallest of ears. And he wasn't all talk. One of my friend's dogs wandered into the Ferguson yard, just sniffing around as beagles do, and Mr. Ferguson beat that dog bloody. The poor thing had anxiety for the rest of its life, and if you so much as passed the Ferguson house with it, the dog would lose its mind. Other than him, our neighborhood was a friendly place. Summers were full of cookouts and pool parties. Winters had secret Santa gift exchanges, and someone was always willing to help shovel out your driveway. You'd never be hard-pressed to find a babysitter on short notice. Odds are your friend had a teenage daughter willing to make a few bucks to make sure the kids were in bed in time. But not Mr. Ferguson. People did try to bring him in on the fun sometimes. He'd scoff and tell them to leave him alone in no uncertain terms. Mom said he just wanted to be miserable. I didn't understand how someone could want that, and well, I still don't. One hot summer morning though, his caretaker came in to do a check and found him in his garden, dead as a doornail. Probably a stroke or a heart attack. My mom made us go to the funeral. I don't know why, she probably hated Mr. Ferguson the most, and we were like one of 5 people that went. One of those people was the priest. At least it was short. The priest just said a few words about how we should treasure our lives and be good to others, and then Mr. Ferguson was chucked into the ground. That was that, or so I thought. The accident started happening just a week later. I was at my friend Michael's house. We were playing board games when we heard the crash. It was so loud it shook the house, and Michael dropped his soda. Root beer spilled onto the carpet as we tried to figure out what that sound was for a second. Then we heard his dad screaming bloody unalive. Forgetting completely about the spilled soda, we ran out to the garage where he'd been working on changing the oil in the car. Michael's dad was pinned by the car against the garage door, face white as a sheet as his head lolled to the side. I saw blood splattered against the off-gray color of the metal, and I puked while Michael ran inside to call 911. It was luck that he survived. He never walked again, and health issues plagued him for the rest of his life, but for a guy crushed by a car, that's probably best case scenario. It was an accident, sure, but a weird one. The car just suddenly launched forward as Michael's dad stood in front of it. But there was no one in the garage with him. So yeah, it was just an accident. But accidents started happening more and more often. The next one was at the final pool party of the season. We were all at the Benson house because they'd just gotten a brand new hot tub. There was probably like 12 kids running around, the sun was shining, and the barbecue was sizzling. I had just gotten out of the pool to grab a lemonade and was chatting with Annie when I heard the pop. Mrs. Benson and her friends had been relaxing in the hot tub, making jokes and laughing until the pop. Their bodies suddenly went rigid before they began rapidly jerking about and twitching. Mr. Benson shouted if she was all right, and I heard this gurgled yell before Mrs. Benson went under. The kids stampeded out of the pool, and I smelled something burning before I realized that the hot tub was on fire. Mrs. Benson and her sister ended up dying on the way to the hospital. The other woman ended up surviving, but not without some serious electrical burns. Electrocution via hot tub. Just an accident. But there was one more accident we all missed until we returned to the pool to see a little body floating at the top. 3-year-old Maggie had fallen in during the chaos and drowned. Mr. Benson moved away after that, losing both his wife and youngest child in that house, just unalive something inside of him. But after he moved away, we all saw it happen. His backyard became overgrown by plants. Not over a few weeks, like what happens when a house is uninhabited and there's no one to mow the lawn. The very day after they'd left that house, the backyard was now filled with dandelions, daffodils, and lilies, and all sorts of flowers that shouldn't naturally appear in the late summer. It was like a garden. Accidents happen, sure, but not like this. Not when a guy who's been working home improvement his entire life ends up toppling from a ladder and breaking his spine. Not when a mom trips and falls face first into the open dishwasher and ends up getting impaled on a knife. Not when a toddler was left alone for just a few seconds and ends up nearly drowning in the bathtub. Dogs ran into the road and ended up getting hit by cars. Kids fell from their bunk beds and cracked their heads like eggshells on their dressers. Teenagers got into fatal car wrecks. It was a mess. 2 other families ended up leaving our neighborhood, and their yards had the same fate as the Bensons, completely grown over. A morbid beauty. Fall came and the yards grew brown, but the garden seemed to be even greener. The whispers started about a ghost. A ghost that was such a miserable old bastard in life and was now a nasty poltergeist in death. Mr. Ferguson had never left our neighborhood. It all came to a head when a tree was struck by lightning and a large tree limb crashed into our living room. I just tripped while picking up my things, and suddenly the roof caved in above me. I was lucky I was on the ground. If I'd been standing, well, I'd probably not be telling you this story. 2 nights later my mom woke me up. She looked grim. Come on. We're going to see Mr. Ferguson. When we walked out of the house, I saw everyone on our street was out. Everyone had this same grim look on their face. The deaths, the mutilation, it had forever tarnished our street, and we'd all had enough. We walked down the street. I saw several guys walk into Mr. Ferguson's house with mallets and chainsaws, but we kept going with a few of the others. I saw that several of the adults were carrying shovels and containers of lighter fluid. We walked into the graveyard and my mom led them right to Mr. Ferguson's grave. She took a deep breath. Start digging. It was the frantic endeavors of people who believed they were cursed. Dirt flew in the air and nearly pelted me in the head a few times. I hid behind my mom, who just stood there stone-faced. Even now the accidents weren't over. A man tripped in the hole and his leg snapped like a twig. He wailed as he was dragged away by a few others before they got right back to digging. Someone else got smacked in the face with a shovel and blood coursed down his face from his nose as he just kept on digging. Finally, the coffin was reached, the lid cracked open. Mr. Ferguson's body lay inside. He didn't even look dead, it was like he was just taking a nap. Then they started pouring the lighter fluid in. It covered the corpse's skin, and his clothes. They probably added more than necessary. My mom struck the match and threw it in, shielding me from the sudden burst of flames. I didn't get to see the body, but I swore I heard that old man's yelling as his body burned. It was over after all that. The gardens were all dead by morning. The accident stopped. And although we lost so many of our friends over the past year, we recovered. New neighbors moved in. We welcomed them into our fold. One or two asked about the property on the corner, the one that looked like a tornado hit it, and we'd just say it was vandals. They stopped asking. We never talked about what we did to Mr. Ferguson's body. And soon we just stopped thinking about it. I grew up on that street. Even now I only live a few blocks away. And for so long I wondered why our family was practically the only one untouched by the tragedy. We never got hurt, even when the tree branch came crashing into our living room. I think I found out the answer. See, my mom passed away a few months ago from breast cancer and I've been going through her things. She's always been such a good, kind woman, and it was great seeing pictures of her helping plant the garden behind the church and teaching at the local school. But at the bottom of the box, hidden under dozens of other albums, was a picture from when she married my dad. Unlike the family picture with the groom, all it was my mom and an older man. I didn't recognize him until I flipped the picture over. On the back was written Pauline Walters, P. Ferguson, and the father of the bride. Have you ever wondered what's inside those ugly buildings alongside the highway? In high school, we learned that stories have a beginning, middle, and end. Our teachers told us that at the end of a story, there's a resolution, a lesson that can be learned, or a meaning that can be analyzed. This isn't one of those stories. This is just a few hours from a single night in the life of my high school friends and me, a night when we bumped into something that I still don't understand, and probably never will. Driving through rural America, you'll see a lot of buildings that don't seem to have a purpose. Surrounded by dead fields or gravel parking lots, they just blend into the landscape. The structures themselves are nothing special: concrete silos, corrugated warehouses, low brick buildings painted white. They seem abandoned. No one goes in or out, but the structures remain, like a riddle without an answer. In September of my senior year, my friends and I decided to throw an impromptu party in one of those buildings. There were only 3 of us, but we had a stereo, some glow sticks, and a video camera. All we needed was booze and a way in. Ryan, who was probably the oddest member of our little trio, showed up with some bolt cutters. Why he had them, I still have no idea. My buddy Derek snagged a couple of 6-packs from his dad's basement refrigerator. Derek's old man was so deep in the bottle he'd just figure he'd drunk them himself. Of the 3 of us, I had the least broken down car, so I drove. The building we'd chosen resembled a warehouse. We passed by it every day on our way to school, and we'd never seen any lights, people, movement, or even cars parked around it. There was no name, mailbox, or any other indication of what the place might be used for. It was surrounded by an overgrown fence and barely visible from the road. We parked around the back, where 2 bare metal doors sealed with a chain weighted like a warning. The crisp autumn air filled my lungs as soon as I stepped out of the car. It was hard to believe we were all 17 already. It was even harder to imagine what we'd all be doing next September. The sky was orange with the last rays of sunset and fog was forming over the damp ground. I wondered how many more of these excursions the 3 of us had left before our lives took us in different directions. "You okay, man?" Ryan asked as he snapped open a beer. "You got this look on your face like you just miscounted your balls or something." "Yeah, fine," I tried to laugh. "I'm just wondering what the duck's in there. Only one way to find out." Derek grunted, cutting through the chain. It slid to the ground like a rusty snake. Armed with only flashlights and glow sticks, we walked into the darkness. It was disappointing, to say the least. The floor was a bare concrete slab. The walls were corrugated metal. It was one huge room, every bit as dull and featureless as the rest of the place. Ryan hopped boredly on his skateboard and rode from one side of the building to the other. I wish I could say that was the end of it, that we had a few brews, messed around with the skateboard and glow sticks, and went home. "Whoa." Ryan grunted from the other end of the warehouse. "Guys, check this out." Ryan had rolled over a manhole cover, like the kind sewer workers use to access the world of tubes and tunnels that's always beneath our feet, but that we rarely think about. But this was no ordinary manhole cover. It was made of some high-tech metal alloy and had a folded down handle in the center that Derek and Ryan hurried to pull up. When I saw what they were doing, I almost shouted at them to stop. At the time, I wasn't sure why. Something about that futuristic-looking, thick metal hatch waiting in the empty darkness filled me with a sense of unease. But curiosity soon got the better of me, and once my friends got the hatch open I too bent my head to look inside. Rungs of rebar led down into the pitch blackness below us, which seemed to swallow up the beams of our cheap flashlights. "Whoa, dude," Ryan gasped. "So, who's going first?" Derek giggled. By that point, we were all on edge, but no one wanted to admit it. A sound, like scratching, came from the roof above us. We all jumped. It took a few seconds to realize that it had started raining outside. Everyone deals with fear in their own way. Ryan's way was dropping an empty beer can into the darkness. A metallic clatter came from far below. "I think we should close this back up," I half whispered. "I actually think you're right." Derek backed me up. Ryan rolled his eyes but grabbed the handle to push the hatch down to its original position. It didn't budge. No matter how we heaved or strained, the hatch stayed open. It was more mechanically complex than we'd imagined at first, and apparently, it would take industrial force to seal it up again. We all looked at each other, shrugged, and walked back toward the far wall of the unlit warehouse. I found myself looking over my shoulder and shining my dim flashlight back toward the shining metal of the hatch, sure that something horrible was about to crawl up from below. Derek and Ryan were as nervous as I was, but it had become a sort of challenge now. They didn't want to let the wrongness of the place beat them. If Ryan hadn't skated over that damn hatch, I'm sure we would have gotten bored and left long before midnight. The crackle of static behind me made me jump. Derek had set up the portable stereo, and after trying and failing to find a station, popped in a Black Sabbath CD. Ryan polished off his 3rd beer, and even though I was the driver I shotgunned just to calm my nerves. It tasted like warm cat piss and didn't make me feel any better. My eyes stayed fixed on the point in the darkness where I knew the open hatch was. Ryan grabbed some glow sticks and Derek recorded him with the video camera as he rode around in the dark doing tricks on his skateboard. My stomach lurched when he jumped the open hatch. Looking at the video, I was grudgingly impressed. The spinning glow sticks did make the whole thing look kind of cool. The problem was that Derek wanted to try next, and we all knew he wasn't the skater that Ryan was. Like his dad, he drank a lot to impress people, and when he'd had a few there was no telling what he might try. Once again, I felt like I should stop all of it, and once again, I did nothing. Derek rolled tipsily off into the darkness. As soon as I saw his setup, I knew he wasn't going to make the jump. The board hit the hatch with a sickening crack and fell into the blackness of the pit. Derek started to go with it. He barely caught himself, his arm slipping on the smooth concrete. "Guys," he wheezed. "Guys, please." I had never felt so helpless. There was no way we'd make it to him in time. Somehow, though, Derek found the rungs of the ladder behind him and managed to heave himself up. "Holy poop," Derek gasped, sweat dripping from his long black hair. "Dude." Ryan charged over angrily, "My board." "Yeah, I know, Derek mumbled. "I'll go down after it." "I'll buy you a new one," I interjected. "It's probably broken anyway." Ryan stared daggers at me and I instantly regretted my words. Ryan's mother had been unalived in the line of duty in Afghanistan, and that skateboard was her last gift to him. "I don't care how busted it is," Ryan hissed through his teeth. "We're getting it back. Let's all go, then," I sighed. "Not just Derek." "Are you kidding?" Ryan laughed. "What if some cop or whoever owns this place shows up and closes that hatch while we're down there?" I hated to admit it, but he had a point. Being locked in that dark hole, with no food and light sources running out, was the stuff of nightmares. "Look," Derek added, "that hole creeps you out, right? So stay up here and keep watch. Ryan and I will go." "I mean, it can't be that deep, right?" Nobody dared to answer him. Ryan was already lowering himself into the dark. Derek gulped, and I realized that he was as scared as I was, if not more. "I'll go." I rushed the words out before I could think twice. "Come on, it was my fault." "Derek. Relax, man." I faked a grin. "You'd probably break your damn fool neck trying to go down that ladder." I hadn't meant what I said to Derek, but as I started down after Ryan, it became clear that the pit was more dangerous than it seemed. It curved ever so slightly inward, meaning that I was sort of hanging out over the emptiness below. Gravity tugged on the back of my neck. One false move. The beam of my flashlight swung wildly, and I occasionally caught glimpses of Ryan far below. The metal rungs continued one after another, endlessly, but I preferred staring at the bare concrete wall in front of me than risking a vertigo-inducing glance downward. After what felt like forever, the pit became more like a pipe, or a tunnel. I was practically hanging from the ceiling when the ladder ended and I lowered myself onto the concrete. In the glow of Derek's flashlight, the exit above me was dime-sized. In front of me, the seamless 6x6 tunnel stretched onward. There was no sign of my friend or his skateboard. "Ryan?" I whispered. There was no answer. My flashlight flickered. I smacked it against my thigh a few times before continuing into the darkness. "Ryan?" I tried to rationalize my situation as I walked. The tunnel had a sharp downward slant and curved slightly to the left, so it wasn't impossible that Ryan's skateboard had kept on rolling. Come to think of it, though, I hadn't heard the skateboard hit the floor of the tunnel. It was almost as if something had caught it. Up ahead, I finally saw Ryan. He stood motionless with his back to me, swaying. I frowned. What the hell was he doing? I wished I could see better. My flashlight seemed to be getting dimmer and dimmer. "Ryan," I shouted. The movement stopped. Ryan's head flopped backward, much further than should have been possible. I saw the red gash where it had been disconnected from the rest of his body. I saw the red tendrils of Ryan's veins and arteries, and the gaping cartilage of his severed throat. And just as my flashlight's batteries finally died, I glimpsed the glittering eyes of the thing that was eating my friend. Everything went black. If something was chasing me as I fled, I couldn't hear it over the echoes of my own pounding footsteps. The steep slope exhausted me by the time I reached the ladder. My sweaty hands kept slipping, and more than once I almost plunged backward into the abyss below. I had no choice but to wrap my arm through the metal rung until I found my balance again and dragged myself up, panting. "Derek," I gasped as I neared the exit. "Derek? What, man? What?" Came a stunned response. "We gotta get out of here. There's something." I was seeing spots. I didn't have the air to continue. I heaved myself up on the concrete and rolled over onto my back, hyperventilating. "What the duck? Where's Ryan?" While Derek yelled, I wheezed and pointed toward the pit. Even if Derek wasn't getting my message, at least it was clear to him that something had gone south. He was running around like a headless chicken getting our stuff together for an unexpected departure. "Something down there," I gasped, as soon as I could finally breathe again. I groaned as I dragged myself to my feet and staggered toward the door. My blood ran cold when I patted my pockets and didn't find my car keys. Then I remembered I'd left them beside the stereo. "Get keys." Derek laughed. Whatever reaction I was expecting, it wasn't that. I stopped in my tracks. "Nice one, man. You had me going." He strolled casually toward the pit. "Now really, where's Ryan? Does that go down to a sewer or something?" "Ryan, gone." Clutching my side, I rummaged around beside the stereo until I found my keys. Derek had reached the hatch opening and was shining his flashing down it. I called bullpoop. Derek chuckled. "Ryan's right here." "Derek, get away from there." Derek hesitated, unsure of what to do. He backed slowly away from the pit as Ryan climbed out of it. In the beam of Derek's flashlight, I could see my former friend's jerky movements, badly sealed wounds, and swollen skin. He was bloated like a drowned corpse, and I realized with horror that it was because something was wearing his skin. Derek finally noticed as well. The moment that Ryan Thing's head twisted to look at him, he started running for the door. But he was too close to the pit. The last thing I saw before I burst out into the night was Derek clawing at the concrete as he was dragged backwards toward that awful hole. I flung myself into the driver's seat and silently begged my engine to start just one more time. As soon as it sparked to life, I peeled out and skidded back onto the main road. I stomped on the accelerator, hardly paying attention to the road and not even noticing that, like a panicking animal, I was heading for home. Just outside of town, flashing red and blue lights appeared in the rearview. The police paid little attention to my mad rambling story, and even less so when I failed a breathalyzer test. As far as they were concerned, I was just another spoiled teenage intoxicated driver trying to get out of trouble. My parents were furious and refused to bail me out, so I stayed in jail, terrified that things from underground were coming to unalive and impersonate everyone I loved. To make matters worse, no one would tell me anything about Derek and Ryan. In my darkest moments, I feared that I might be charged with unaliving my friends. The situation resolved itself much more neatly than I'd imagined, maybe too neatly. I faced a heavy punishment for intoxicated driving, but the police assumed that Derek and Ryan had just skipped town. They figured my bullpoop story was meant to cover for them. Ryan had been in foster care and Derek's dad was in no condition to press the issue, which meant that was the end of it unless I continued to investigate. It took me a long time to build up the courage to drive by the place where my friends had been taken. Just driving on the road again made me grip the steering wheel until my knuckles went white and set my heart thundering in my chest. When I reached the turnoff, however, I saw that the building was gone. I felt 20 years older as I stepped out into the frigid winter morning air and looked through bare branches at the empty lot. The truth about whatever happened to my friends had been paved over with a thick layer of concrete. I just hope that the nightmarish thing we discovered is sealed down there with them. I tried Chinese water torture. It made me see things I can't unsee. Watch me do Chinese water torture, will I fall into psychosis? Yeah, you read that right. I'm a content creator and I decided to drip water on my head for 5 hours and live stream the entire thing. The things we do for money, huh? My friend Leslie here has restrained me, I said into the camera, as the dripper hovered above me. My hands are handcuffed behind my back, my ankles are strapped to the chair, and I am completely unable to move. Leslie gave an awkward thumbs up at the camera. Did you know Chinese water torture didn't originate in China? The earliest account is from 15th century Italy. There's also a kind of creepy drawing from Sweden with it. Leslie, can you hold that up for them? She held up the drawing I'd printed out from Wikipedia, of an unaliver screaming as water dripped onto his head. I grinned into the camera. Apparently, if you do this long enough, you start hallucinating. 10 hours, and you go into psychosis. I don't believe it. But we'll find out, won't we? Leslie, do the honors? She reached up and turned the knob. A second later I felt a cold, fat drop of water fall onto my scalp. 1 hour has elapsed, I said, looking into the camera I'd placed across the room. I feel mostly good. The water was annoying at first, but I've gotten used to it. I just wish I could dry off my face and get out of these handcuffs. The metal was biting into my wrists and my left hand was asleep. But I was stuck, like an idiot. I had no backup plan. I had to wait for Leslie. 4 hours to go. R2. This sucks. I nodded to my sweatshirt, which was soaked. I'm tired. I'm cold. And drip. Another drop of water hit me on the head, oozing into my hair. The dripping isn't at regular intervals, and it's driving me crazy. I never know when the next one's coming. Sometimes it drips out one, then another right after. Sometimes it waits several minutes between drips. Sometimes I hear this little gurgling noise beforehand, and then I try to get ready for it, but somehow that makes it worse, you know? This still wasn't as bad as the frosting challenge I did last year, don't ask, but it was starting to become very unfun. Maybe Dad was right. Maybe it was time for me to get a real job. 3 hours. I was cold. My wrists stung. And there was this pressure in my chest, a ball of anxiety, as I waited for that next godforsaken drop of water to hit me. It was stupid. Logically, I knew that. It was just water. But the repetition, and the irregularity of it was like listening to a ticking clock. A broken clock, out of rhythm, out of sync. Tick tick tock. Tock tick. Tick. Sometimes I heard a soft gurgling sound and my entire body would seize up. When the drop didn't come, I relaxed. Only for a big fat one to hit me square on the head and slowly, ever so slowly trickle down my face. Then it would be there, sticking to my chin, for what felt like hours until finally breaking free and splattering onto my already soaked sweatshirt. I'm not hallucinating or anything, I said. But I'm stressed out. I can't remember the last time I was this stressed. I closed my eyes and let out an anguished sigh. And then I remembered. I was handcuffed to the chair but I didn't need my hands to make a call. Hey Google, I shouted in the direction of my phone, sitting on the kitchen counter. Call Leslie. She picked up after 2 rings. Hey, Charlie? Everything okay? Relief flooded me. Suddenly the handcuffs didn't hurt so much, the water dripping onto my face barely made me flinch. Yeah. Sort of. I think I'm done with this water torture thing. Oh, already? It's that miserable, huh? Yeah. I'm freezing and sore and I just don't think I can keep this up much longer. Drip. This one hit me on my cheek, and slowly traveled down my neck like an icy finger. Can you come over and untie me? I'm afraid I can't do that. My stomach dropped. What? I asked, with a nervous laugh. Why not? Silence. Leslie? A pause. Had the call disconnected? I glanced at the counter. My phone wasn't there. What the? But then I remembered. Before setting up for the water torture, I'd left my phone charging upstairs. There's no way I'd talk to Leslie just now. I have to get out of here. I violently rocked my body back and forth, trying to move the chair underneath me. If I could just get my chair a foot forward, I'd be out of the water's range. With a grunt, I lurched forward. But the chair barely budged. 3.5 hours. I sat completely frozen in the chair. Drops of water slowly slid down my cheeks and onto my sweater, but I didn't even blink. I wouldn't let it get to me. Drip. Another drop, the 107th one since the hallucination. I'd been counting them to keep my concentration, and it was working. Gurgle, here comes 108. Creak. I froze, staring toward the hallway. But no sounds followed. I let out the breath I'd been holding and closed my eyes, trying to calm myself. Breathe in, breathe out. In less than 2 hours, Leslie will be here. I just have to make it until then. Something cold poked against my spine. I froze as it slowly, carefully, made its way up my back. Tears burned my eyes as I resisted the urge to turn around. It's not real. It's not real. But it felt real. In my research of water torture, I'd read about an artist in New Zealand who'd done it as part of some art exhibit. In the final hours, she said she felt the presence of her dead husband, stroking his finger up and down her back. but the cold finger slowly moving up my spine did not feel loving. I began to sob as it passed my shoulder blades, heading towards my neck. Drip. Almost 4 hours. I heard a child laughing softly, just beyond my view in the hallway. Little pattering footsteps across the wooden floor. But when I finally saw a glimpse of it, there was something horribly off with the way it moved. Like it was something inhuman, trying to imitate human movement. Drip. Something was walking behind me. I could see its shadow passing over me, stretched out on the tile floor. Cold fingers grazed my spine again, and this time when the fingers reached my neck, they squeezed. Drip. And then the most horrible one. The last one I remembered was before everything went black. The voice started soft, barely audible. But I recognized it instantly, my mother's voice. She was singing Brahms' lullaby, which she used to sing to me as a child. Before she died, 14 years ago. The lullaby got louder as I sat strapped to the chair, frozen. Pleasant dreams until dawn. The sound moved around the house, sometimes coming from out in the hallway, sometimes from upstairs. Tears ran down my face as I listened to her sing. Start the day, with a smile. Drip. Her voice was right in my ear. I screamed. I began rocking the chair back and forth, violently, trying to desperately escape. But the chair barely moved. Drip. She was standing in front of me. I stared at her baby blue slippers on my tile floor. My gaze slowly went up, across her white nightgown, towards the face I hadn't seen in 14 years. I woke up in the hospital. Leslie's face hung over mine, her eyes red and swollen from crying. I was so worried about you. I thought we'd lost you. That night, after I returned home, I watched a replay of the live stream. I fast-forwarded to the last thing I remember, around 4 hours into the video. I could see myself sitting on the chair, the dripper hanging above me. I watched myself scream, as I heard my mother's voice in my ear. Then I saw my eyes slowly travel upwards and stop about 5 feet off the ground, where her face would be. Then I violently turned away, and began bashing my head into the kitchen table. After several sickening thwacks, I could see the blood. Thick patches blooming out of my hair, running down my face. But I didn't stop. If anything, I sped up, wildly thrashing my head into the table as hard as I possibly could. And then my entire body went still. I'd knocked myself unconscious. I watched in horror as I lay there, eyes closed, blood pooling out onto the table. No wonder Leslie had thought I was dead. Several minutes went by, and then I saw her run into the frame, frantically tending to me. But then I saw something else. Just for a second. The water pooled on the floor. A dark shape, flitting across the reflections, then vanishing from sight. Maybe there is more to water torture than we thought. Growth. Did you know that 1 in 5 pregnancies ends in miscarriage? Some women are lucky. When they conceive, their child is born safe and sound. They grow up healthy and happy, they become doctors, lawyers, and maybe even the president someday. Some women are not nearly as lucky, they lose a child the first or possibly even the second time, but then they have their lucky day and they're blessed with an addition to their family. I'm neither of these women. I've never been able to carry a pregnancy to term. 4 times I've conceived. 4 times I've miscarried. It's never easy. I get my hopes up every time. I run to Mitchell with a pregnancy test, grinning and telling him that this is the time. This is the time our family will grow from 2 to 3. The first time, my husband spun me around and kissed me several times on the cheek. He did that the second time too. The third time, he only smiled. The fourth time, the smile didn't reach his eyes. I didn't blame him. I couldn't smile either. Even though hope was attempting to blossom in my heart, I knew I'd never get to hold the life growing in my womb. I threw myself into my garden to distract myself from my pain. Because of this, I have quite a beautiful garden. I grow vegetables of all sorts, carrots, potatoes, a few stalks of corn. I even grew pumpkins last year. When the harvest comes around, I store what I can, and what I can't I end up giving to my neighbors. The little kid next door took the pumpkin I gave them and carved it into the perfect jack-o'-lantern. Well, mostly perfect. Its smile was lopsided. A few months ago, I was in one of my gardening chat rooms when the subject of children came up. My heart ached as I brought up what I and my husband had gone through, and everyone was so comforting. One of the other women, her screen name was Abby Loves Apples, opened up about how she'd also had several miscarriages before she'd had her twins 6 years back. Twin girls, identical in every way. They were so cute I nearly cried. If only I'd had the desire to keep trying like Abby had. I nearly signed off when I got a private message from Abby Loves Apples. I can help you have a child. Let's exchange email addresses. I can't bear seeing you suffer any longer than you have to. Of course, I assumed that she would bring up some sort of expensive medical treatment. Something that my husband and I couldn't even dream of affording, not like he'd even want to try. He was already bringing up getting my tubes tied when our tax return came in. It wasn't that at all. Abby sent me a long message about how she'd also given up hope about having children. How her husband had left her for another woman because she couldn't give him children. She'd lost all hope and was 2 days away from jumping off a nearby bridge. She'd made plans, written out her will, and was finishing up her self-mutilation note when her elderly neighbor came to visit. That woman saved her life. The woman had brought her something to help her womb become as friendly as her garden. She'd given very specific instructions and Abby followed them to the letter. With luck and a random man she'd picked up off a dating website, Abby became pregnant and gave birth to Ivy and Iris. And Abby was willing to guide me through this process, with no payment necessary. I needed this. I knew Mitchell would never leave me, at least, I hoped he wouldn't. But I had no other option if I wanted to give birth to my children. In a week I got a box in the mail. Abby's instructions were simple, but she insisted I had to follow them to the letter. If I didn't, not only would I lose the baby, but I would risk my life as well. Thankfully, the instructions were simple. In the box was a bag of what I can describe as something like white sand. It was so fine but had a bizarre smell, almost like copper. I was to measure out a teaspoon of this stuff and mix it with a cup of water once a day, preferably around the same time, and drink it down. I know it was stupid to drink something I got from a stranger on the internet. I was desperate. And Abby didn't come off as a nutcase. It didn't taste bad, at least. It didn't have much of a taste at all, just left my throat feeling rather grainy and uncomfortable. I was to do this until I became pregnant. It wasn't hard to drag my husband into bed. I didn't tell him what I was doing, but it wasn't much of his business anyway. When I skipped a period, I knew I was pregnant. I'd stocked up on pregnancy tests beforehand and I took 2 to confirm. When my husband got home from work, I showed him the test with a hopeful smile. Maybe this time, babe? His smile didn't have much hope, but he kissed my forehead. He knew I was happy. He didn't know that this time I had a secret weapon. Now that I was confirmed to be pregnant, I had to up my dosage of the sand. 2 teaspoons, 1 in the morning, 1 at night, taken with water. My husband caught me taking it at night once and asked what it was. I told him it was some prenatal vitamins that would help the baby. He didn't say anything after that, just turned over in bed and turned out the light. His lack of excitement was a thorn in my side, but as weeks went by, I realized there truly was a spark of hope. Now, I had to be careful. Abby specified that I could not, under any circumstance, go to the doctor. Any ultrasounds might interfere with the powder's effects and I'd have gone through all of this for nothing. I couldn't take any other medication that helped with prenatal care. And it was recommended I didn't tell anyone outside of my husband I was pregnant. Hide it for as long as I could. That last part made the most sense. If I ended up losing the child again, I would have gotten up everyone's hopes for nothing. I've made that mistake twice before. I didn't want to do it again. The pregnancy went smoothly at first, much to my surprise. I felt my stomach begin to swell. I started wearing baggier shirts just to be sure no one asked too many questions. My husband would carefully phrase questions about how my pregnancy was going, to see if I'd lost the baby yet and just hadn't told him. I didn't expect anything was wrong until I woke up and I was in the worst pain of my life. My tired brain initially thought I was on my period until I remembered I was pregnant. Then I realized I was losing the baby. I stumbled into the bathroom, shutting the door behind me and twisting the lock. My heart sunk. I was losing the baby again. I went over and over in my mind what I'd done wrong. Had I missed a dose? Had I accidentally taken too much or too little? I stumbled into the bathtub and lay down, digging my fingers into the sides and doing my best not to cry out as spasms of pain ripped through my body. I didn't want to wake up my husband for some reason. I lost consciousness as I felt my child leave my body, and when I came to again, blood and fluids were circling down the drain and there was my child. It was about the size of a potato, a lump of oval flesh that twitched and squirmed. Not comprehending what I was seeing, I picked it up, only to see that there was an eye staring back at me. An eye the color of mine. I dropped it back and bit the back of my hand to stop from screaming. It continued to squirm. It was alive. It was effing alive. I stumbled out of the bathtub, wondering what the hell had happened to me when I heard my cell phone start to buzz in the next room. Terrified my husband would wake up and see the thing in the bathtub, I hurried out and grabbed it before retreating to the bathroom. Thank God he slept through that. I answered it with a quiet hello. Did you have your baby? I didn't recognize the voice, a calm, feminine voice with a southern drawl. But other than my husband, only one person knew I was pregnant. Abby? I asked. Yeah, it's me. Listen to me, did you have the baby? I looked in the tub at the squirming lump of flesh. Yes. What is it, Abby? It doesn't look like A. Listen to me, very carefully. This is the part where you have to be more careful than ever, but you also have to be quick. Pick up your baby. How many eyes are there? Repulsion racked my frame as I picked up my baby. I carefully turned it over in my hand a few times, shivering as I come across another eye. 3 eyes. I heard Abby whistle. Damn, that's lucky. Congrats, you're having triplets. Go to the kitchen and find a sharp knife. Have you ever cut the eyes out of a potato before? Yes. Same concept. The flesh is a little different to cut, but it's doable with a sharp enough knife. After you're done cutting out the eyes, plant them in a part of your garden that gives them plenty of space to grow. Keep the eyes close to each other though, they'd not like to be alone. The earth is the womb of the world, but it's still lonely in the dirt. Hurry, you wait too long and the eyes will start to dry. I nearly puked twice as I slowly cut apart the lump of flesh. It twitched and I swore I heard it make a sound like a cry, but Abby reassured me that was just me. I wouldn't have made it through this without her. I planted my babies in the garden, in a plot I just hadn't had time to plant anything in. I collapsed next to the dirt, the blood between my thighs starting to dry. It's all done, Abby. I did it, I said, starting to feel tired. Good. Get some good fertilizer, and water them every day. Talk to them too. Your baby can hear your voice even when they're like that. I'll talk to you after you get some rest. Good night. I was shaken awake next morning by my husband, who woke up to find blood all over the bathroom and the kitchen and nearly lost his poop. Not to mention the leftover flesh from the babies. I hadn't thought of taking care of it. He thought I'd finally lost it once I told him what happened. He threatened to dig up our babies to prove they were just figments of my imagination. That would have unalived them. I couldn't let him do that. I didn't mean to hit him that hard with a frying pan, but perhaps it worked out for the best. I needed good fertilizer, after all. Abby moved in with me last week. She's about 10 years older than me, but we understand each other more than anyone else in the world. The twins are adorable, and very helpful. They love to sing to my garden, teaching their future sisters their favorite songs. Last night, we just finished painting the nursery. It was so much fun. Abby got paint on her nose and after I laughed she retaliated by dragging her paint-covered hand over my cheek. We finished right on time too. I can hear my babies start to cry at night, the earth around the place they were planted stirring and squirming. Any day now, they will be ready to be born. I can't wait to be a mother. My girlfriend sleeps in jeans. The first time we spent the night together, Blanca rolled away from me as we were cuddling together and grabbed her underwear from in between the bed sheets, sliding them on under the sheets. Then, she got up and picked up her jeans from the floor. I watched as she began putting them on, stepping into the jeans one leg at a time and then shimming them on the rest of the way, jumping up and down a few times to make sure they were on all the way, before buttoning them up. Are you leaving? I asked her, confused. I propped myself up on my arm, reaching for my t-shirt that had gotten flung on top of the lamp on my bedside table, and put it on, looking for my underwear. I spotted them on the floor near my side of the bed and put those on, getting up as Blanca looked around the room. No, you said I could sleep over, right? She stopped searching the room and stood facing me with her hands on her hips. Yeah, I did, I replied. So what are you doing? She looked around the floor, spotting what she was looking for, and bent down to pick up her bralette, pushing her curls out of the way. She folded it in half and placed it on the bedside table. I was just picking up my stuff, she replied. Okay, I said, confused. She gave me a funny look and I motioned to her legs. Why did you put your jeans back on? I asked. Oh, she chuckled. I don't like sleeping without bottoms on, it makes me feel exposed. Well, I can lend you some shorts or something, I have a few extra pairs, I offered. She shook her head. No, that's all right. I like sleeping in jeans. You what? I asked. I sat down on the bed and she did the same, sliding her legs under the covers. I know, it's weird, and you probably think it sounds uncomfortable, but I like it. I watched as she laid back on the pillow, her curls splaying around her face. You're a psychopath, I said. She laughed. Shut up, Jenny. I smiled at her and then kissed her forehead as I got under the covers as well, reaching to turn off the lamp. If you change your mind about the jeans, there's a pair of shorts in the bottom drawer, I said as I closed my eyes. Thank you, Blanca replied with a yawn. Blanca didn't change her mind, and the next morning I woke up to find that she had thrown one of her legs over me in her sleep. She was still wearing the jeans. They weren't even comfortable jeans, they were new, tight-fitting skinny jeans. I had no idea how she could sleep in that, and I thought about the waistband that was probably digging into her skin right now. I slowly pushed her leg off of me, slid out of bed, and got ready for the day. Blanca woke up about half an hour later, just as I was finishing up the pancakes and I saw her come down the stairs dressed in shorts and a t-shirt. I found this to be very odd, and although I tried to bite my tongue through all of the breakfast, eventually I caved. Why do you sleep in jeans? I blurted out. I like to, she replied, cutting up a pancake into little squares. I watched as she drenched it in maple syrup. So you sleep in jeans and then wake up and change into shorts? She nodded as she chewed. Is this a problem for you? She asked after she swallowed. I shook my head no. I had a hard time believing that it truly was just comfortable to sleep in jeans, but I tried not to ask her about her habits anymore. 2 months later, she was still sleeping in jeans. Every night, without fail, she would change into a pair of skinny jeans and go to bed. Sometimes I woke up at night and I felt the seam of her jeans rubbing against my bare legs, and I rolled to the edge of the bed to get away from her. I didn't want to be away from her, it's just, whom the duck sleeps in jeans. Although it was a bit weird to me, she wasn't really hurting anybody by sleeping in jeans, so after a while, I didn't bring it up anymore. She was an adult who could do what she wanted, and if she wanted to sleep in jeans then so be it. One evening, we had just gotten home from the gym and we were sweaty and tired. Blanca groaned as we walked into the living room, dragging her feet on the carpet and throwing herself over the couch, sighing as she landed face down. I put my purse and keys down on the kitchen table and grabbed my water bottle, taking a long sip to cool myself down. I'm gonna go shower unless you want to go first, I said, walking over and removing her shoes. No, I can wait. I'm gonna go lay down while you do that. She pushed herself up off the couch, adjusting her workout shorts, and followed me into the bedroom, dropping onto the middle of the bed as I got ready for my shower. As I rinsed my hair, I noticed that the house sounded unusually silent. Normally, Blanca would be making her post-workout smoothie or watching something on the TV before getting ready for bed. I pulled back the shower curtain and poked my head out. I had left the bathroom door open, and it gave me a view into the bedroom, where Blanca was still laying face down on the bed. Blanca? I called. She didn't reply. I finished my shower, and when I was done I went into the bedroom to find that Blanca had fallen asleep while waiting for me. I decided to give her a few more minutes of rest, and I went back into the kitchen to make her a smoothie before I woke her up. I also made myself a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and once I was done I took my sandwich and Blanca's smoothie back to the bedroom. When I entered the bedroom, I gasped. Blanca had fallen asleep in her shorts, and her exposed legs were split into 4 slivers that were all attached at the hip. It was like someone had taken a bread slicer to her legs. I took a few steps towards her, and I could see that all the pieces of her legs were vibrating. I continued to stare as they wiggled around, as if each separate section had a mind of its own, until they grew longer and thicker, eventually forming 8 long flesh tentacles. I set down the smoothie in my sandwich and tried to shake her awake, as I wondered where her bones had gone. Blanca, I snapped, shaking her shoulders. She opened her eyes lazily, fighting to stay awake. You let me fall asleep without my jeans, she mumbled before closing her eyes again. The newly formed tentacles were like that of an octopus, only smooth, and the color of Blanca's skin. One began to slither towards me, and I backed up, but it launched at me like a snake and wrapped itself around my neck, holding me in place. I was forced to stand there and watch as the tentacles continued to groan until they draped off the bed and onto the floor. Then, her upper body began to change as well. I watched as her face and shoulders merged into each other, her neck disappearing until finally, she had taken the shape of a large octopus-like creature covered in human skin. She was mostly unrecognizable, except for her eyes. They were still the same chocolate-colored eyes that she always had, and they stared at me. She had no mouth anymore, so she couldn't speak. Instead, she sat on the bed, still holding me in place with one of her tentacles. Blanca, let me go, I said, noticing that I was crying. Slowly, she loosened her grip around my neck and I stepped back. She didn't move, only stared at me silently. Then, I ran. I ran out of the room and down the hall, heading towards the front door. As soon as I got it open, however, one of the tentacles pushed it closed and another wrapped itself around my legs, dragging me back into the bedroom. I was hyperventilating as I tried to get myself out of her grasp. But it was no use, she was much too strong, and she dragged me back into bed, strapping me in with her tentacles to hold me in place. I fell asleep like that eventually, and when I woke up the next morning, I hoped it had all just been one ducked up dream. But it wasn't. Blanca never changed back, and she still won't let me go. I tried to tell her I was going out for groceries once, but I don't think she understands. Or, she knew I was lying and I wasn't going to come back if I managed to leave. Whichever it is, I know she's never going to let me leave. She spends her day sitting in the corner of whatever room I am in, watching me, ready to stop me from running away. I don't know what to do anymore. She's frightening and grotesque, a sea creature made of flesh. I don't know what she wants from me. Maybe she blames me for this, but I'll never know. But at least she doesn't sleep in jeans anymore. Don't make my mistake. Avoid empty grocery stores late at night. I realized I had run out of tomato sauce late at night when I had already cooked the pasta. It was late and I quickly got dressed and rushed over to my car to drive to a grocery store that would be open at this hour. I did a quick Google search and found out that a grocery store not too far away from me was still open and would be open until 12. I had the choice of going to this grocery store I've never gone to, which was only a 15-minute drive away, or going to my usual 24/7 servo 30 minutes away. I chose the former. As I drove up to the medium-sized building in the dark silent night, my fear levels rose slightly. A deep gut instinct telling me to abandon the idea of shopping here bothered me like an itch that desperately needed to be scratched. I disregarded all of this and parked my car in the barren parking lot. The grocery shop was a bright light in contrast to the dark cloudy night sky. The wind caressed at my face as I walked into the grocery shop. The sliding doors opened up and I was welcomed by harsh fluorescent lights and cold tile flooring. The lighting was bright enough to light up the place pretty well, but it had that dim quality to it that gave me a light headache. It felt as if I had a dark heavy shadow over my eyes. The slight buzz of the lights made me nauseous as I walked further into the store. At this point, I hadn't seen a single soul in the shop and I was starting to get suspicious. When I first walked in and found no cashiers at their stations, it had struck me as a bit odd but not too concerning, as I simply assumed that all the workers were on break. There was no one inside this store anyway, so what was the point of tiring out oneself by standing at the cashier station? When no one came in sight even after I walked in the store and wandered inside it for a good amount of time, though, was when my stress level started to spike. I had been wandering in the fruit section trying to wait around for someone to show up and tell me where the sauces section was, but I abandoned that and decided to go to the aisles and find my tomato sauce instead. Just before I was about to leave the fruit section though, I realized something very unsettling about the fruit. I don't know how I managed to miss it as I was pacing around the place. The fruits were riddled with small holes. It's not like the fruits were rotting and starting to break down. No, they were fresh. It seemed as if someone had gone ahead and used a large needle to carefully poke holes all over the surface of those fruits. I picked up an apple and turned it around in my hands. Only the exposed side had those holes. Now this would have been less concerning if it was just that one apple that was affected by this weird sort of vandalization. But it wasn't. Every single fruit that had an exposed surface was riddled with these small holes no larger in diameter than a couple of millimeters. And those holes weren't sparsely dotted on the surface. They were quite concentrated and not far from an organic sort of pattern like the pores on the skin. The needle used to poke these holes must have been sharp to create them so close to each other without causing the collapse of the fruit itself. And then I noticed some more minor details. The metal trolleys holding the fruit and also the metal on the shelves had been scratched. Long fine concentrated scratches that seemed to have been brushed on the shelves. Except the brush fibers were probably made up of sharp metallic needles. I could have overlooked this as a design choice for the shelves, but the fact that the fruits had holes made this fit perfectly into the puzzle. I had absolutely no explanation for how the fruits had holes poked into them so organically. Surely it would have taken even a team of people a long time to pull something like this off. I was officially freaked out and decided to just go get my tomato sauce. My mind's response to such an unsettling occurrence was to just leave it alone and continue with my day-to-day life. I crossed past the fruit area and walked into the first aisle in search of tomato sauce. There were no signs above the aisles to tell me where each sort of item belonged. Another odd feature of the grocery store that I decided to overlook. As I walked into the first aisle, I realized once more that every single item on the shelves was completely covered in those tiny holes. The whole section of crisps had the packets all poked with holes. The mystery of this grocery store was starting to run deep, and those holes everywhere brought goosebumps to my body. Frantic, hurried footsteps came from the aisle adjacent to me. I stood frozen in the middle of my aisle, exposed to whoever was about to turn the corner. To my surprise, the footsteps stopped and I instead heard a voice coming from their aisle. It was an old lady's voice. "Can you hear me? Are you in this aisle?" She yelled in a frail, failing voice. A deep panic ran through her voice and she stuttered over the same sentence several times. "Yes, I'll come over to you," I yelled back as I quickly ran over to the end of the aisle and turned the corner. "No, stop. Don't come," she yelled in a frantic voice. It was already too late though, and as I turned the corner I realized that she was not there anymore. In the moment I had turned the corner, she had seemingly vanished completely. I stood completely dumbfounded for a second when I heard her voice again. "Please go back to your aisle." Her voice seemed to come from the aisle that I had come out of, yet it seemed to sound a little distant. I ran back to my previous aisle and it sounded like her voice was still coming from the same aisle that I had just turned into. How could I hear her voice coming from there but couldn't see or hear her when I made the turn? It was like she only existed in that one specific aisle, and walking out of it would make me unable to see or hear her. The only access point to her seemed to be that same aisle I'd come out of. "Why can't I see you?" I yelled back at her as lots of questions went through my mind. "I don't know, I can't see you, Eve," she yelled before her voice was cut off and she started screaming. It was a scream that echoed in my head and screeched in my ears. "It's coming for me," she shouted in a panic, and I heard the sound of a heavy wet sponge being pushed across the tile floor. That's when I got an idea. I frantically pushed all the items away from the shelf to make a sort of window to see into the other aisle. When I pushed everything away, I finally saw the old lady, but her face was contorted in an expression of absolute fear and panic. She didn't even notice me as she started to slowly step back from whatever seemed to be chasing her. My heart was beating against my chest so fast it felt like my ribcage was about to shatter. The constricting grasp of fear tightened around my throat and I physically struggled to breathe. I broke myself away from staring out the window I had created and instead broke into a sprint around the corner to get into the other aisle. Yet she had disappeared again. I heard the old lady's screams get cut off from the previous aisle. The old lady and whatever was chasing her had disappeared, as if her presence was restricted to the aisle in particular in some unfathomable way. I had had enough of this place. I needed to get out. I ran to get out of the aisles and returned to my car when someone whom I assumed to be a store employee appeared out of nowhere. I stopped dead in my tracks and stared at him. There was something wrong with his posture. His smile was a little too wide in his posture. It looked as if his back had curved inwards to such an extent that his body had taken upon the shape of the bottom half of the letters. The guy said nothing but continued staring at me. His pupils started to expand as he stared at me and soon covered his entire eye. It was simply a deep pool of blackness like an ocean at night. I took stumbling steps backwards and nearly tripped on myself. I finally lost control of my bladder when I realized that in the fraction of a second in which I closed my eyes to blink, the store employee suddenly had strange pulsating black tentacles coming out of his back. They seemed to be covered in millions and millions of tiny black fibers that all ended in sharp points. All the pieces fit together and the holes all over the grocery store now made sense. I quickly got back onto my feet and ran away from the store employee. His tentacles kept on extending to chase after I and one of them slapped me in the back. The impact of those 1,000 tiny needles quickly whipping me in the back generated an excruciating amount of pain. It felt as if my entire back had been shredded into pieces. I don't know what it was that kept me running, but the pain didn't stop me. I ran and ran until I found myself out of the grocery store and in my car. I collapsed in my car seat and fell unconscious as soon as I locked the doors. I woke up in the morning, outside the same grocery store. The lights inside were still on and as I looked closely, the same store employee was staring at me through the glass double doors. I booked out of the parking lot the fastest I've ever done in my life. On the way home, I finally broke down from all the stress and fear I had experienced over the past 24 hours and had a full-blown panic attack. What concerned me the most was that my back had no marks on it. Not a bruise or a scratch. It was as if that slap that I remembered so vividly had never happened. I still couldn't forget the excruciating pain I had felt as thousands of needles broke through my skin and dug deep into it before ripping themselves out. As I struggled to analyze my back in the mirror, I suddenly felt waves of pain pass through my very backbone. Then it started to violently curve inwards. The connections between my bones began to break and snap as I screamed. Inky black tentacles with thousands of needle-like protrusions on them began to rip out of my back and start attacking me. I'm typing out this post as I feel those constricting tentacles puncture my body like I'm in an Iron Maiden. I should have just had the pasta without tomato sauce. Your live session has been terminated due to technical error. The beautiful golden morning sunlight streamed in from my window, illuminating snowflakes of dust floating in the air. I blinked away the sleep from my eyes and stretched in the large bed. It had been a solid night of sleep and I felt a burning bundle of energy within me. Ready to face the day, I leapt out of bed and got right into the shower. I felt absolutely fantastic. I looked at myself in the mirror as I brushed my hair and then did my tie. The eye bags under my eyes were somehow gone and my hairline looked better than ever. My eyes seemed to have a sort of twinkle that only exists in movies. Then I noticed it. Just for a split second, my reflection seemed to freeze in place. Kind of like a computer glitch. It was an easily dismissible observation though. I had blinked involuntarily and thought the reflection had frozen when really I had closed my eyes and seen the last image on my retina. I finished off my tie and straightened it. The knot was perfectly symmetrical, flawless. It made me smile just a little bit. Rows of pearly white teeth shined at me back in the mirror and I was taken aback for a little bit. My teeth were never this straight or white. I dismissed it again, no need to be negative today. After walking out of the bathroom fully clothed, I forgot where the living room was for a slight moment. Another momentary glitch. It struck me as particularly odd because I had bought this big mansion last year. I'd obviously spent sufficient time in the house to know where things were even if it was quite big. Is this house mine? It was a weird intrusive thought. I wasn't sure where it came from, but it did linger in my mind like an afterimage from staring at a bright light as I walked down the stairs to the expansive living room. Of course, this house is mine. Why would I think about that? I mentally debated back to the intrusive voice in my head. It didn't speak up again. I spotted the dinner table stacked up with a giant breakfast when I walked into the living room. Toast, scrambled eggs, omelet, butter, cornflakes, juice and pancakes. All those dishes lined up on the table with a plate, spoon, and fork at every chair. The food looked delicious but I couldn't help think. Who made this? There was supposed to be no one else in my house. I eyed the breakfast cautiously as I walked over to the dinner table. A pit of dread formed in my stomach as I realized the food was fresh as well, with light vapor coming out of it as if it had just been cooked and was still warm. The question pressed even deeper into my mind. Who made this? Then it occurred to me. It was the cook. I almost laughed at myself for forgetting that I had a cook. Of course, I did. I was one of the wealthiest people in the state. If I didn't have a cook, who would? I sat down at the table to indulge in the food and didn't think about anything else except for how delicious everything was. The drive to work in the luxury car gave me a little more space to think things through. Why was I suddenly forgetting things? Why was I having all these glitches everywhere and most of all, why did I find it so hard to believe everything around me was real? It's almost like the steering wheel I was holding was simply a fabrication of my mind, and that maybe I was just holding the padded metal headboard of my bed at an insane asylum instead. I shook the image out of my head. It was such a strange thing to think of. I made a mental note to call the doctor when I got home from work. I arrived at the office a couple minutes after and strolled over to my private room. Passing by all the workers in the cubicles gave me a sense of pride. They were all working hard for me, so I could further my business and earn even more. That feeling of pride was replaced by dread. I wasn't sure why I felt sick to the stomach as I stared at all the workers in the cubicles. I had that feeling again. That feeling of not really belonging here and not remembering how I made it here. I started to question my past and worryingly realized that I had no idea what had happened yesterday. Heck, I didn't even remember anything before waking up. Almost as if I had woken up in someone else's body and life out of nowhere. I needed to call the doctor after work today. I sat down with my main manager during the lunch break. Most workers were now sitting in the lunch area, talking around tables and just being people in general. The coffee shop noise around me was almost therapeutic as I chewed into a generously filled sandwich. On the other side of the table, Richard mimicked the same movement while looking around the room. I followed his lead and looked around as well. Didn't look at anyone in particular, was just gazing around the room and focusing on random people for a bit, then moving on. The whole room felt lively and full of energy. I was starting to feel better after a weird morning. More grounded in the world. Richard opened his mouth and started to say something. I looked over to him and didn't quite catch what he said because my heart nearly jumped out from what I swore I was in my peripheral vision. When I stopped gazing around the room and focused my gaze on Richard, everyone in the room stopped talking and just stared at each other. The noise didn't stop though. Nothing changed about it. I could hear everyone speaking on top of the hustle bustle of the busy area, but I could see in my peripherals that everyone had completely stopped talking. It was like a video file had been stopped, but the audio recording had kept going. Essentially the opposite of muting a video. I was in a daze until Richard snapped me out of it. He had been trying to get my attention for a while now. I ignored him and turned my head to look around the room. Everyone had started talking now like someone had pressed play on a remote and it was just normal. I turned to look at Richard again, about to apologize when I realized that everyone stopped as soon as I looked away. My heart was starting to beat fast in my chest and beads of sweat formed on my forehead. "Are you okay, dude?" Richard was speaking to me, but I felt like my head was underwater. His voice seemed fake, like it was coming from a television instead. His mouth movements were slightly delayed. I narrowed my eyes and looked down at the sandwich in my hand. I slowly realized that it was all wrong. The textures of everything in the sandwich was jumbled up and it just looked like the entire world was glitching. No one was talking anymore. All sounds had stopped to the point where I could hear my heartbeat. Everyone had turned their heads and was staring at me with dead empty eyes. I collapsed on the table and it all went black. In the blackness, I saw some words appear before me. They were in a red round font. "Your life session has been terminated due to technical error." Harsh bright light stung my eyes as I came to consciousness. I felt leather bands on my arms and slowly opened my eyes. My whole body was strapped to a hard cold surgical bed and there was something attached to my head. They felt like tiny needles pricking me all over my skull. After a few moments, I felt someone taking the spiky helmet off my head. In a second, all the pressure in my head was relieved and all that was left was a slight throbbing headache above my left eye. The person who had taken off the helmet revealed himself to be a middle-aged man in a white lab coat. When the fact that I had no idea where I was occurred to me, I started to panic. My stomach twisted into several knots as I racked my mind for any memories of this place or the man in the lab coat that was now undoing my straps. "Are you alright, Ethan?" The lab coat man stared at me unblinkingly. He was waiting for a response. "Where am I?" I asked. The man's face contorted in a fear of utter confusion for a few moments before he looked over at a screen that a graph of some sort of waves. His forehead creased with a little bit of concern. "Do you remember anything?" he said. I stuttered and stumbled over my words. I did not remember anything at all. My mind was a blank slate. I didn't expect this to happen. "Ethan, you've signed up for a simulation experiment. This right here is the world's most advanced life simulation, designed to give the user an experience of a perfect worry-free life. The machine does integrate directly into your brain to provide the most immersive experience, but I didn't expect it to wipe your memory. It was only supposed to block memories to make things realistic." Pure rage filled up in my body now. I was mad at the man. He had made me lose my entire life. I didn't have an identity and didn't have a purpose. Even the sound of my name seemed foreign. The man looked at me with an expression of pity before undoing the last of my straps and picking up a check from the table beside him. "This is the best I can give you. You signed up for this anyways," he said as he handed the check to me. It was for $5,000, but I quickly realized that the money was worthless to me. My life was more important and it just felt like I had died metaphorically. The company that invented this simulation device is paying for a hotel for me while I sort my life out. I'm living pretty fine now, but they won't host me forever, and starting over again is an impossible task. I've managed to scrap together a few details, like where my home is, but I still don't remember another person. I couldn't even recognize my own family if they ever came down to meet me. Did I even have one? I work at a hotel. They gave me a strange set of rules to follow. When I started the night shift at the Evergreen Hotel, I found a piece of paper waiting for me. Written across the top in Sharpie were the words, "Rules for Employment." "What's this?" I asked Amelia, who was packing up her things. "Just the rules," she said, non-committally. "Oh, like don't steal towels and stuff?" She grimaced. "Yeah, just stuff like that," she said nervously, pulling the bag over her shoulder. "Hey, I got to run. Nice meeting you." "See you in the morning," I said, with a wave. She grimaced again. "Yeah, of course." Then she muttered under her breath something that weirdly sounded like, "If you're still here." What was that? She walked out the automatic doors and into the parking lot. "If I'm still here? Of course, I'll still be here. My shift doesn't end until 7 a.m. What kind of slacker does she think I am?" Shaking my head, I picked up the rules and began reading. "You are allowed one free item from the snack bar per shift. Any further items will be charged out of your wages. Do not use the elevator between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. You may occasionally see a tall man standing in the lobby with a red suitcase. Do not make eye contact with him. Just check him into room 231 and send him on his way. If you hear someone crying for help in the pool area after midnight, return to your office and lock the door. Do not leave until sunrise. Do not enter room 404 under any circumstances. If any guests complain that the tap water is black, tar-like, or sticky, call the hotel owner immediately. You must ID every member of the cleaning crew in the morning. If anyone does not come up on the roster, do not let them in. We do not keep any Bibles in guest rooms. If a guest asks to use a Bible, we keep one in the back office that they can read in the lobby. Occasionally the computer may show vacancies on the 6th floor. Do not book anyone in these rooms. The Evergreen Hotel only has 5 floors. Do not eat the cookies. They are for guests only. Smile." Well, that was disappointing. When I interviewed to work at the Evergreen Hotel, they seemed like such a mature, stable bunch. Not the type to plan out an elaborate hazing of the new employees. Because that's clearly what this was. Amelia, or whoever printed this up, had decided to scare the crap out of new hires. What a cliche. Haunted hotel. Ha ha ha. At least now her muttered comment made sense. If you're still here, how many new hires had they scared off before finding me? Luckily for them, I was a horror movie buff and ex-military. I didn't scare easily. Just in case this prank got out of control, though, I saved the hotel owner's number to my cell phone, cursing my dyslexia a few times before I got it right. There were more rules, but I didn't read them. Instead, I walked into the lobby, poured myself a cold cup of coffee, and returned to the front desk. It would be an interesting night. Ding. The bell at the front desk rang. It was a little past 3. I was sitting in the back office, drinking another cup of coffee, playing StarCraft on my laptop. Technically, I was supposed to be going over checkout logs, but I could do that later. Ding. Another impatient ring. With a sigh, I heaved myself up from my computer and made my way to the front desk. It was him. The man with the red suitcase. I averted my eyes, focusing on the desk in front of me. Don't make eye contact. Yeah, it was an immature hazing, but that didn't mean I was going to fail at it. I'm competitive by nature, and I was going to ace this thing. From what little I saw, the man seemed to be a tall, thin man dressed in a suit, standing in the corner of the lobby, next to the grandfather clock. Probably one of Amelia's friends, or that employee Dominic who I briefly met earlier. Oh, of course. That's why I'm not allowed to make eye contact. I'd recognize him. I broke into a smile. That's actually really clever. I looked down at my computer, pulling up the check-in screen for room 213. When I looked back up, the man was standing right in front of me. I froze. How'd he get there so fast? I hadn't even heard footsteps. He was just suddenly there. My pulse started to race, but I took a deep breath in, steadying myself. Can I help you? He didn't reply, save for his fingernails rapping against the front desk. Tap 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 tap. This is getting creepy, really fast. I took in a deep, shuddering breath. No, that's what they want me to do. Get scared. They're probably watching all of this right now from the security cameras, laughing their butts off. Tap 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 tap. I glanced up again. My eyes fell on his suitcase. He'd left in the center of the lobby. And that's when I noticed, it wasn't actually a red suitcase. It was white. But there was so much blood or something that looked an awful lot like blood, soaking through the cloth, it appeared red. The substance dripped out onto the floor, welling in a puddle underneath the wheels. Just a stupid prank, I told myself. My eyes snapped back to the computer. I clicked on room 213. Fed the new hotel key into the reader. I plucked the key out and slid it across the desk. Without a word, he took the key. I didn't look up until the sound of his suitcase rolling across the linoleum disappeared. When I did, my blood ran cold. The floor was clean. There was only clean wood where the suitcase had stood and blood had pooled onto the floor in an inky mess. What the hell? As I stood there, thoughts racing through my mind, I heard it. The ding of the elevators down the hall and then, not 60 seconds later, a cacophony of sound. Racing thumps across the ceiling right above me. As if several people were running, as fast as they could. Ring the phone began to ring. Calls flooded in from rooms 202, 207, 218. What the hell is going on the second floor? That's when my eyes fell on the list, pushed aside and forgotten on the desk. Just check him into room 231 and send him on his way. Not room 213. Room 231. My dyslexia had made me read it wrong. I'd checked him into the wrong room. And I was starting to believe this wasn't just a dumb prank. My boyfriend thinks he's dead. I'm quite shaken up due to the events that I've just witnessed, but I suppose that I should start at the beginning in order for all of this to make even the tiniest bit of sense. To be perfectly honest with you, I am not even entirely sure of when all of this started. It seems as though, in the mere blink of an eye, things changed from best to worst. It was without warning, although I suppose that is always the case. The worst things always happen without warning, that is what makes them the worst. Jamie was, for the most part, a spark of light in the dark. He was a breath of fresh air, a ray of sunshine, and whatever other cliches there are for people like him. When I first met him, I quickly noticed that he was always the one making everybody laugh, the one cheering everybody up. I was drawn to Jamie, not immediately as you might think, but drawn to him nonetheless. It was impossible to ignore. It was like he was the world's strongest magnet, and I was a mere paperclip nearby. We started dating about a year after we met, and from the start, it was the best relationship that I had ever been in. I was happy, he was happy, and for the first time in my life, I felt at peace. Jamie was quite a serious person. He would make lists, and spreadsheets, and fill planners with reminders, making sure that he didn't miss a single event, holiday, birthday, or appointment. Every Sunday evening he would sit at the kitchen table and look over the events of the upcoming week. He was meticulous, going over everything multiple times and triple checking to make sure that he hadn't forgotten to set an alarm or reminder on his phone. I loved watching him work. I would wash the dishes as he sat there, occasionally glancing up to see him biting the corner of his lower lip as the space between his eyebrows wrinkled while he worked. I thought it was cute that he was so organized, which is why it threw me for a loop when he suddenly became an overly goofy, careless version of himself. I suppose that could have been the first sign. At least, I tell myself that it was because the thought that I could have missed a bigger sign than that makes me want to sob until my lungs break through my ribs. It started with pranks. First, it was small things like fake spiders that he would place in my sock drawer. That I could deal with. What I couldn't deal with was his obsession with pretending to be dead. The first time he did it, I had just gotten out of the shower and was getting ready for work. I remember walking back into the bedroom with a towel around my waist as I walked past the bed, where Jamie was sleeping on his back. I instantly thought that was weird, as Jamie never slept on his back, ever. It didn't seem like a big enough reason to wake him though, and so I got dressed as usual. As I pulled my sweater over my head, I glanced at my watch and realized that Jamie's alarm still hadn't gone off. I walked over and gently shook him as I tried to wake him. I didn't want him to be late for work. I shook his shoulder a few times, but he didn't react. "Babe?" I asked. "Nothing." "Babe, wake up, your alarm didn't go off, you're going to be late." I shook him a little more aggressively that time, but he still didn't react. As I stared down at him, I noticed that he looked different. His skin seemed to be lacking color, his face an ashy shade, almost gray. "Jamie," I snapped, feeling afraid. I leaned over so my ear was close to his nose, but I couldn't hear him breathe. I began to panic then, almost screaming as I shook him a few more times, tears begging to well up in my eyes. Then, all of a sudden, the color rushed back to his face and he opened his eyes and sat up. "I thought you were dead," I said to him. He looked at me for a second and then his face began to change as he tried to hold in a laugh. "Gotcha," he said as he started laughing. "What?" I asked, confused. "It was a prank. Did you think I was dead?" he asked, wiping the tears from his eyes as he tried to catch his breath in between the fit of laughter. "What the duck, Jamie? That's not funny, I was really scared." He took a few deep breaths as he calmed down. "Babe, it was just a joke, I'm fine anyway. You literally looked dead. You were pale, and you weren't breathing. It's not funny, Jamie." I turned and walked out of the room, picking up my phone from the bedside table. "Come on, Luis," he shouted from the bedroom. "It was just a stupid prank, I'm sorry." I didn't stay mad at him for long. He gave me a sincere apology and said he didn't mean to scare me so badly. I forgave him, and that was that. Except it wasn't, because a few days later, he did it again. We were sitting on the couch having a movie night. I had gotten up to make some more popcorn, and as I turned on the machine, I heard a loud thump come from the living room. "Jamie?" I asked. He didn't reply. "Is everything okay?" I asked. Again, nothing. I left the popcorn alone and walked back into the living room to find Jamie on the floor, face down. I ran over immediately, crouching down next to him. "Jamie, are you okay?" I asked. I pushed his hair away from his face and was once again met with a gray, lifeless complexion. I shook him aggressively a few times and checked for a pulse. He had none. I ended up calling 911 that night. Jamie lay unmoving on the ground. I was panicking, sweating, and crying while the smell of popcorn filled the house. When the paramedics arrived, they rushed over to Jamie, who sat up as if nothing had happened. They looked him over a bit and asked me a couple of questions before telling me that everything seemed fine and leaving. "Are you okay?" I asked Jamie as I shut the front door. "I'm fine," he chuckled. "You didn't look fine. You weren't breathing. You were out for over 10 minutes. Jamie leaned back on the couch and directed his attention to the TV. "Jamie? Hello? Are you just going to ignore the fact that you were passed out on the floor for an extended period of time?" I asked. "I wasn't, okay, Luis? I wasn't passed out, I was fine. It was just a joke." I felt anger replacing the anxiety I'd been feeling. "A joke? You think that was a joke?" I asked. He glanced at me and shrugged. "Yeah, it was just a prank. It was supposed to be funny, but then you overreacted and called the paramedics. Now they just think we're insane. That's not an effing joke, Jamie. That was scary. I thought you were effing dead," I shouted. "Whoa, why are you yelling? You need to calm down, Luis. It's not a big deal, I'm fine." I stared at him, trying to calm myself down with deep breaths as he stared at the television as if I wasn't even in the room. "If you ever do that again, I'm going to leave you there. I'm not going to help you again," I said. He laughed, but he said nothing in response. I left him in the living room and went off to bed. The next few days were awkward, as Jamie and I walked around the house, mad at each other. The tension wore off after about 2 days, and we slowly returned to our usual routines. Jamie didn't play any pranks on me for about 3 weeks, and I thought that he had finally realized that what he was doing wasn't funny. I had gotten too comfortable though, and one night, after almost a month of peace, I woke up in the middle of the night to find that the covers were damp with sweat. I sat up, confused because the room didn't feel hot. As I shifted my weight around a bit, I felt something slimy touch my left leg. I jumped and turned on the lamp next to me as I threw the covers off of me. I looked down to see that the bed was covered in dirt, worms, and maggots that were crawling around the covers. On the left side of the bed was Jamie, who laid on his back, unmoving as all the different bugs crawled out of his nose, mouth, and ears. I gagged loudly as I backed away from the bed, swatting at random spots on my body, unable to shake the feeling that those things had somehow made their way underneath my skin. I gagged as I ran into the bathroom and threw up the contents of my stomach. I vomited until my eyes watered and my throat became sore. I sat on the cold tile floor and closed my eyes as I tried to catch my breath. "Are you okay?" I jumped at the sound of Jamie's voice and opened my eyes to see him standing in the doorway of the bathroom. In the light, I could see that his skin appeared to be rotting. He seemed to be decomposing in front of my eyes as he stood there. "What the duck?" That was all that I could say in return. I stood up and backed away from him, further into the bathroom. "What's wrong?" Jamie asked, some sort of beetle falling from his mouth when he spoke. "What the duck is wrong with you?" I shouted. Jamie sighed and turned around, walking back into the bedroom. "You're too sensitive, Luis," he said. I slammed the bathroom door shut, and the walls rattled. I made sure I locked it and sat on the cold floor. "Come on, you can't just stay in there all night," Jamie called. It was just a joke. I ignored him as he continued to shout at me from the other side of the door. He kept saying that he was kidding, that I was dramatic, that I should get a sense of humor, and that it was supposed to be funny. But I couldn't shake the nausea and anxiety that had settled in the pit of my stomach. I wanted to leave the house and get as far away from Jamie as possible. He wasn't himself anymore, and I didn't know what was wrong with him. I was too scared to walk out of the bathroom. However, what if what I had seen was real? What if I was the one who was going crazy? Then what? I ended up falling asleep in the empty bathtub, although I still have no memory of actually falling asleep. The next day, Jamie was gone, and the sheets were perfectly clean. There was no sign of any dirt or worms or decomposing bodies anywhere. I went to work without even looking for Jamie or making sure he was okay. I wanted him to know that I had been serious when I said I was done with his stupid pranks. When I got home that evening, my mood had changed from anxious to angry. I walked into the house to find Jamie sitting on the recliner, on his phone. He didn't look up when I walked in, so I ate dinner by myself, and then fell asleep in the guest room, locking the door. The next morning, the house was quiet as I got ready for work. I walked past Jamie as he slept on the recliner, his phone in his lap. Once again, I ignored him. He didn't move from the chair for 4 days. I would come home and he would be laying in it, unmoving, with his phone in his lap. I didn't acknowledge him this time. I wasn't going to give him the reaction that he was clearly looking for. I continued to sleep in the guest room, locking the door every night to stop Jamie from coming inside. And then suddenly, I remember waking up to the sound of screaming. I shot up in bed, getting up and throwing open the door as I ran in the direction of the screams. I found Jamie's sister, Carla, standing in the open doorway as she stared at Jamie, laying on the recliner. "What's going on?" I asked. Carla didn't answer. She just started sobbing as she fell to the floor in the middle of the threshold. Someone called the police because they showed up minutes later. They asked me dozens of questions, but I don't remember a single one. A few minutes later, the paramedics arrived and I watched them carry Jamie out in a bag. I rolled my eyes as I thought about how angry they would be when he suddenly sat up and told them he was joking. I stood in my yard as they drove off with him, a bit surprised that he was letting the prank go on for so long this time. I wasn't allowed to go back into my house alone, and instead, they took me to a hospital for some sort of evaluation. They kept saying I was in shock and talking about me like I wasn't there and couldn't hear them. After a while, I was tired and bored, so I left the room so I could go for a walk. I stepped out into the parking lot, breathing in the fresh air. I don't remember how, but I eventually ended up back at my house. I think I must have walked. I made myself a sandwich and sat down to eat. As I did, I heard the sound of someone sitting down on the recliner in the living room. I slowly got up and walked over to check it out. There was Jamie once again, sitting on his recliner. "What are you doing here? Did they let you go?" I asked. He looked at me and grinned. It was just a joke. He hasn't moved since, and that's all he says now. To be honest, it is pretty funny. Uncle Ricky sends everyone a gift on their 22nd birthday. Mine wasn't really what I expected. Uncle Ricky lives on a farm in the middle of nowhere. He rarely interacts with any of our family members, and the only way that any of us even know that he's still alive is because of the gifts he sends everyone on their 22nd birthday. I've only ever seen him in photographs, but even then he's almost impossible to find. There are only about 5 photographs that exist of my Uncle Ricky, and the most current one is from his college graduation, which was almost 30 years ago. Uncle Ricky never married and never had any kids, but from what I've heard, he's filthy rich and likes to be completely alone. Nobody knows why, and although it took them a few years of dodged phone calls and unread letters, they respect his privacy and don't initiate contact with him. For a while, I almost began to doubt the existence of Uncle Ricky. He seemed more like an urban legend of sorts instead of my dad's brother. I had almost fully convinced myself that Ricky wasn't real, and then I turned 22 and a box arrived on my doorstep. It was a plain cardboard box that simply said, "To Ryan, from Uncle Ricky." When I picked it up, I noticed that it was much lighter than I had expected, and I placed it on the kitchen table, grabbed a knife to cut through the tape, and opened the box. There was some different colored tissue paper at the top of the box, and I picked it up and set it aside as I looked through the contents. Inside the box were 2 envelopes, an old journal, and a DVD. I took out the envelopes first. One was sealed and the other was not. The envelope that hadn't been sealed contained $300 cash, and a simple blue sticky note that said "Happy Birthday" in messy cursive. I grabbed the money and put it in my back pocket, and then reached for the sealed envelope. I opened it and found a stack of Polaroids, held together by a rubber band. I pulled them out and removed the rubber band, taking a look at the photo on top of the pile. It was a photo of a man standing in front of a wall, his hands on his sides, and a serious look on his face. On the bottom, it said "L. Ricky, 94. in red ink. Uncle Ricky looked exactly as he did in his graduation picture, although this photo seemed to have been taken about a year prior. I skipped to the next photo, which was almost exactly like the first one, except this one had been taken 2 years later. As I stared at the picture, I noticed that something was off, although I couldn't quite exactly what was wrong with it. I stared at it, looking at my uncle as he stood once again in front of a wall, with his hands at his sides and a serious look on his face. I scanned the picture closely, looking at his head, then his face, his torso, his legs, and his feet. It was until the 3rd or 4th time that I realized what it was that was odd. It was such a tiny, almost insignificant detail that was almost impossible to notice unless you really studied the photograph, but it was there nonetheless. In this picture, Uncle Ricky's shadow wasn't his. The room in which the photograph was taken didn't appear to have been very well lit, so it was incredibly easy to miss, as it almost looked like there was something else casting the shadow. It was almost impossible to notice due to the quality of the photograph, but the shadow behind him was larger, and not exactly in the shape of a human. It appeared to have spikes of some sort coming out the top of it, with huge shoulders and arms that hung down and seemed to reach the ground. I continued on to the next picture, from 1998. Once again, he was standing in front of the wall in the same position as the other pictures, and this time, the shadow behind him was a lot clearer, as if whatever that thing was emerging from the shadows. In the 4th photograph, the creature didn't seem to be a shadow anymore. Now it looked like it was simply standing behind him. It was a lot clearer than the other pictures had been, and I could make out more details like fingers, and a sharp jawline. The rest of the pictures followed the same style, and as the years progressed more and more of Uncle Ricky became overtaken by the shadow creature. The pictures only went up to 2006, where the creature could now be perfectly seen. It seemed to surround Uncle Ricky as if the creature was an extension of him. It was unsettling to look at. It was a sickly gray color, with a large, almost cartoonish head and over-exaggerated features to match. It had weird fleshy horns that came out of its head, about 4 of them. Its nose was big and crooked as if broken, and its lips had chunks of skin that were peeling off in grotesque amounts. It was about 2 feet taller than Ricky, with huge hunched-over shoulders and thick arms that dangled, with fingers that grazed the tile below him. It didn't appear to be wearing any clothes, nor did it have any male or female characteristics. It had a boxy torso with oddly textured-looking skin and thick, long legs with huge feet and toes that curled forward. I reached for the journal next, opening it to the very first page. It contained an entry from 1995, written by my uncle. It's the curse. The one that Granda Rogan tried to tell me about. That was so long ago though, and no one has talked to him in years. I wish I had listened a bit better, but instead, I dismissed him as a crazy old man, and now, I'm afraid that I might be going through the same thing that he went through, just like he told me I would. I don't know how he knew about this. He never told me that. I wonder how he went on with his life once he noticed it. It's horrible. At first, I thought it would be easy to ignore. And it was. But that was before it emerged from the shadows completely. Now it's everywhere. I can smell it, feel it, see it. It whispers dreadful things in my ear and I can't stop myself from doing what it wants. I've thought about telling someone what's going on, but I don't think they believe me. I mean, I didn't believe when Rogan tried to warn me about it. Why would they be any different? I wish I at least knew where the curse comes from. Maybe there's something that I can still do to stop it. I understand why Grandpa Rogan lived far away from everyone. And I understand that I need to do the same. Ricky. Most of the entries detail how Ricky felt as he watched this creature come out of the shadows and become its own entity, along with his suffering as the creature coaxed him into doing things that he claimed were so unspeakable that he refused to even detail what they were. The final entry was missing, however, haphazardly torn out of the journal, presumably by my uncle himself for whatever reason. I saved the DVD for last and popped it into the DVD player on my TV and sat on the couch to watch it. I could see what looked like part of a bedroom on the screen, with an empty chair in the middle of the room. Happy birthday, Ryan. I'm pretty sure I've got this right, and on the off chance that I don't, well, then I guess you'll just think I'm crazy. I'm okay with that. I stared at the screen until Uncle Ricky finally walked on screen and took a seat in the chair. A few seconds later, the creature followed, standing somehow simultaneously behind and around Ricky. Its eyes stared directly into the camera and it almost felt like it could somehow see me. I wondered why none of my cousins had ever mentioned the weird gifts, and then Uncle Ricky began speaking again. If I'm right about this, you know what happened to me because you can see what was happening to me through. And, if you can see it, that means that you're like me, you're cursed. I wish I could tell you more about the curse, but I can't because I don't even know why it happens. I'm sorry to say, but even if I did know, I don't think I would tell you. Because that would mean that I'd probably never get rid of it. I focused on Uncle Ricky, trying to keep my eyes away from the thing that appeared to be staring hungrily into my soul. I want to apologize in advance, he continued. I was pretty sure that you were like me since the day after you were born. And I know that I might seem like a total butthole for this, but I don't want this anymore, Ryan. I don't like being alone, despite what I've told our family. I only said those things to buy myself time. As the video progressed, Ricky seemed to get more and more relaxed. I took a glance at the thing behind him, but it hadn't moved. I wasn't sure it had even blinked once. You're starting to see now, aren't you? I know you can't answer me, but you are. I've heard you're a very smart girl. If I'm right about this, I should be back to normal as soon as you finish watching this video. Unfortunately, that means it's too late for you. I know you're going to be pissed off at me. Maybe you'll try to come after me. But you won't be able to. It won't let you. And before you decide to focus your rage on me, I think you should know that your parents knew about the curse. They all know. And they choose who's going to suffer next to save themselves. I'm not the bad guy here. I was starting to feel uneasy at this point, but Uncle Ricky was right. I knew what he was doing. He was passing it down to me. And this was a warning. I'm sure you'll figure it all out rather quickly. I'm sorry to say that it won't do you much good unless you find the next person, and even then, you'll have to wait until they turn 22. Take it from me, Ryan, 22 years is a long time to wait. And I'm sure you'll be pissed off, just as I was when I realized that the only reason Rogan had told me about the curse was to save his butt, and when he sent me his version of this warning it was so that he could go back to normal. But be thankful, I heard your Aunt Sylvia had a baby girl last year. Her name is Rebecca, right? Ricky was smiling slightly at the camera, trying to look sympathetic, but the happiness in his eyes told a different story. Good luck, Ryan. And don't bother trying to find me, you won't. I watched as he stood up and the video stopped. I stared at my reflection on the black screen, not really knowing what to think. Was this some kind of joke? Is this what everyone got from Ricky on their birthdays? I was beginning to doubt my sanity and decided to call up my cousin Amanda, who had turned 22 last month. Hello? She answered. Hey, Amanda? I need to ask you a quick question. What's up? What did Uncle Ricky give you on your birthday? I asked. Ricky? He gave me $300 in cash, the same as everyone else. He's weird, but hey, I'm not going to turn down $300. But listen, I gotta go, I'm driving. Happy birthday. Amanda hung up and I sighed, irritated. I ejected the DVD from the player, reaching for it. But when I noticed my tiny reflection in the disc, I froze. There was a shadow behind me that wasn't mine, just like Ricky had described in his journal. I thought back to what he had said in his video about it being too late for me and realized what he had done. He was saving himself, the same way that his grandfather had done all those years ago. Not only that, but he was expecting me to do the same, by triggering the curse in the next person. I stood in my living room, angry as I realized that I was going to face the same fate as Uncle Ricky, and just like him, I would have to duck someone over to save myself. Rachel was already a year old, which means that in 21 years, I'll be good as new. Until then, I might not be able to find Uncle Ricky, but I was fairly certain that I could think of some way to get revenge. I looked down at the DVD again and stared at the shadow. It wasn't really clear yet, meaning I still had a little bit of time left, but I had no idea what I could do. I snapped the DVD in half, and it made me feel better for a second to think about the thing being snapped in half the way the shadow had in my reflection. But it didn't last long, and I knew that it was only going to get worse from there. I found a place where pain does not exist. Noah had broken up with me after 3 years for some reason that I still wasn't very clear on, and to make matters a little bit worse, he had dumped me for my best friend Camilla. I had lost a boyfriend, and a close childhood friend, all on the same day, and then, I had fallen and scraped my left arm on a brick fence because I was crying so much that I didn't see the abandoned skateboard on the sidewalk and tripped over it. So, I guess you could say I was in quite a bit of pain, even if it wasn't all physical. It was a conflicting mix of feelings to have. On one hand, there was the pain from the scrapes on my arm. This pain, I could see the reason for this. On the other hand, I couldn't see the reason for the weight on my chest or the butterflies in the pit of my stomach. But pain is pain, right? After keeping myself isolated in bed for 2 days, I finally decided to do something else instead of wallowing in my pain. My first idea was to go for a walk. I went alone, sneaking out before my dog Milo saw me, as I wasn't ready to be with anyone quite yet. I left my house late in the morning and headed towards the woods across the road. I knew a lot of people walk through there regularly, although usually in the evening, but again, I was looking forward to being alone for a bit longer. I walked through the overgrown grass, my sneakers crunching down on dry leaves every time I took a step. I could hear birds singing, and occasional buzzing from insects that flew past me. It was a bit colder here since it was mostly shady, the sun poking through occasionally, and I was glad I had decided to wear a sweater. I don't know how long I walked before I came to the realization that I was probably lost. I stood in the middle of a small clearing, one of the places where the sun managed to trespass the trees, and looked around, trying to figure out which direction would lead me back home. I thought that I had probably been walking in a straight line anyway, so after a few seconds, I decided to simply turn around and walk back that way. I kept telling myself that I was going the right way because I recognized the tree branch that covered part of my path, but the truth was that I was grasping at straws at this point. I kept walking and I eventually found myself back on the road. I was relieved for a moment before I realized that something was off. For starters, my house wasn't across the road where it should have been. There weren't any houses here at all. The road simply separated the woods from a large field of flowers that I had never seen before. It was also warmer here, warm enough for me to roll up the sleeves of my sweater. I flinched as I pushed up my left sleeve, but then I noticed that it no longer hurt. I looked down at my arm and the scrapes were still there, angry, red, and beginning to scab, but they no longer hurt. I went one step further and ran my fingers down my arm, pressing down slightly. But still, no pain. I looked back up towards the field as a breeze blew in my direction, carrying the smell of the flowers with it and into my nose. I took a deep breath as the scent hit me. It was much sweeter than any flower I had ever smelled before, almost artificial. As I took another deep breath, I noticed that the heaviness in my chest was gone. I could actually breathe again. I walked towards the field, taking cautious steps to make sure that I didn't crush any of the flowers. The smell of the flowers intensified, but not in a bad way. I wasn't sure where I was, but there was something different about this place. I felt different, happier, free, more like myself. Even when I thought about Noah leaving me for Camilla, I didn't feel angry or sad. I felt okay. I felt good. As I walked further into the field, I realized it was a bit on an incline, and once I reached the top, I had a view of everything around me. This was certainly not my neighborhood, and likely also not my town. The field stretched as far as I could see, the woods remaining to my left. A hummingbird darted past me as I stood there in the middle of the field. Under normal circumstances, I think I would have been worried, but there was something about this place that took all of that away somehow. I didn't stay there for long. After a few minutes, I walked back into the woods, once again attempting to find my way home. I managed to find it when I heard a car drive past and walked in the direction of the sound until I stepped through the trees and saw my house across the street. As I walked across the road, I noticed that it was a bit chilly once again, and pulled down the sleeves of my sweater. I gasped as my left sleeve touched the scrapes on my arm. This time it hurt, as expected. That's when I made the connection. But what was it about that place that took my pain away? As I thought about this, I could feel everything creeping its way back in. First I noticed I felt less peaceful as my chest felt tight and crushed again. The butterflies in my stomach fluttered awake again and I started to feel nauseous and anxious as my hands got sweaty and cold and my heart began to pound in my chest. Oddly, I slept well that night. The next morning, however, things got a little bit worse when I heard from Missy that Camilla was actually 3 months pregnant with Noah's baby. I felt like someone had pulled the rug out from under my feet, knocking the wind out of me as my world flipped upside down. That afternoon I ran back into the woods, and surprisingly found the field again. As soon as I stepped through I felt a rush of peace again, and nothing mattered anymore. Not the cheating, not the pregnancy, not the scrapes on my arm. I stayed there a bit longer this time, laying in the field on my back with my eyes closed, breathing in the smell of the flowers. Once I felt like I had calmed down enough I got up and walked back home. Stepping back into my regular world was like a punch in the gut as all the feelings came flooding back once again. I didn't sleep at all that night. I had nightmare after nightmare. I was running through the woods, running from something that I couldn't see, but that I could feel looming over me, heavy like humidity after a hot and rainy summer day. No matter how fast I ran, or in what direction I went, I could not find the field. The next morning, I got up before sunrise, planning on spending my entire morning in the field. I let Milo out to do his business first, and when I walked back out to get him, I found him dead in the middle of the road. I doubled over on the side of the road, feeling sick, but there was nothing in my stomach for me to throw up. I ran into the woods until I stepped through into the other side, where the feelings evaporated once again. I fell asleep in the field, and then reluctantly made my way back. When I stepped out into the road, I felt exhausted. Milo wasn't in the middle of the road anymore, but I knew that he also wasn't alive. I sulked in my house for the rest of the day, once again finding myself attached to my bed. At 5:23 p.m. I got the call. My sister Darcy was in a bad car accident and was in a coma. I didn't get out of bed to go see her. I lied and told my mom that I was busy and I would make it down the next morning. The next morning, I still didn't get out of bed. I couldn't go to the field either since a thunderstorm blew in, so I lay in my bed, in the dark, listening to the sound of rain falling on the roof of my house while I cried myself to sleep on and off throughout the day. The few minutes of sleep that I got were riddled with versions of the same nightmare from before, only this time I could feel pain all over my whole body as I ran from something that I couldn't see. Each time I fell asleep, I would fall back into the same nightmare, and each time I did, the thing that followed me got closer and closer until I felt like I was being suffocated by the thing that I still could not see. The next morning at 4 a.m., I got up and walked across the road, wrapped up in a blanket. I made it to the field and simply sat there, taking deep breaths, and I appreciated the fact that I couldn't feel anything at all. My face felt tight from the tears that had been steadily streaming down my face all night. There was a lump in my throat, but besides that, I felt okay. Not good, but okay, and for the time being, okay was enough. I suddenly remembered Darcy, and how I had promised my mom that I would be there today. I got up and ran through the woods again, throwing the blanket off as I walked into the house. I grabbed my phone off my bedside table and saw the 10 missed calls from my mom, along with more than 20 text messages. I scrolled through the text messages first. Darcy had died early this morning while I was in the field, instead of at the hospital like I had said. I stared at the text message that my mom had sent, wondering where I was until my vision became blurry from the tears in my eyes. How had I managed to screw everything up? I knew the answer to this, of course. It was because of the field. More specifically, because I was running to the field and away from my pain as if that was going to somehow fix everything. I wanted so badly to blame the field, but it wasn't at fault. I was. There wasn't much I could do now except face the mess that I was in. I felt a familiar feeling as I stood there, alone in the darkness of my house. It was the same feeling that I had in my nightmare. There was one thing that was different though. This time, I didn't feel like I was running away from something. I felt like it had finally caught up to me. Because you can't run from pain forever. By Mr. Right. I've created the perfect man. He's a feat of mechanical engineering and AI ingenuity. He cooks, cleans, showers with regularity, dines with me, and he knows how to please a woman inside and out of the bed in every way imaginable. He's handsome, he's strong, he's caring, and he knows what to say to make me feel better after a long day at work. I created him out of necessity because there was no way in hell I could bring myself to trust a man after what my ex-husband did to me. I had been married for 7 years to my high school sweetheart. I was young and dumb and thought love could solve any problem. Problems like my inability to have children, despite both of us so desperately wanting them. Problems like him never being able to hold down a steady job while I was going to school, working 2 jobs and trying to make rent. Problems like him getting colder and hateful that my career was so successful and I was the one financially supporting both of us. Problems like the passion fizzling between us in exchange for torrid affairs behind my back while spending all my hard-earned money on trinkets for his floozies. Love makes you do stupid things, but there was no way I was going to let him make a fool of me any longer. When I divorced him, he tried to take me to the cleaners. I had already sold our house for $75 to my brother, cleaned out our joint accounts, sold everything of value we owned, and made sure there was nothing for him to get half of. I had pictures of him screwing somebody else so his attempts to get alimony didn't go the way he planned. After cutting all ties with him and everyone we knew jointly, I changed jobs and my name. I knew he wouldn't stop trying to suck every penny out of the gravy train I fed him, so I made sure he had no avenue to even find me. After I reimagined myself, I decided trying to date was stupid and naive. I work in a male-dominated environment and seeing how they behave daily is a real eye-opener. They go out of their way to talk poorly about women, their partners, their children, and anyone who dares treat them like they aren't the best of the best in everything. They even get paid more than I do, even though more times than I can count they have needed me to fix their screw-ups so they didn't lose respect or their jobs. Pathetic. Why the hell would I ever let one of those Neanderthal troglodytes into my life? I decided with my knowledge and further pioneering of AI in general, I could make myself a fitting partner who would never let me down like real men do. I drafted up my perfect man. He would need the capacity to love but be entirely faithful just to me. He would need to be able to carry a conversation worthy of my intellect while not being so smart that he'd one day rebel against me. Giving him outlets and hobbies helped massively because regardless of my desire for a partner, I had no intention of quitting my job. You're likely wondering why I don't just make more of him and sell them. I just don't want to. He's mine, and I don't want to make any replications. You might say that's selfish, but honestly, haven't you ever made something so perfect you want to keep it all to yourself? Artists do it with paintings, writers do it with words, I did it with my man. After spending a few months tweaking and testing, I knew he was everything I could ever want a man to be. We lived in perfect bliss for over 6 months before people began to question who the new man in my life was. I never told anyone much about him except my closest girlfriends, and with them, I wasn't completely honest. I told them I was with the best man I'd ever seen. They begged me to introduce them or bring him around, but I told them he was especially shy and nearly agoraphobia, so they were put off for a while. After nearly a year of me bragging about the wonderful meals he'd cooked for me, the amazing intimacy we had, how he never argued with me, how he would shower with me and wash my hair, etc., they just couldn't be put off any longer. I knew I had to show him to them, so I told them to come to my house one day. I swore them to secrecy because if anybody else knew they were meeting the infamous man they would be cross with me because I hadn't even introduced him to my family. All 3 of them agreed, and even agreed to leave their phones home. When they arrived I brought them all into my basement and told them the truth. That I had created him, and explained he was one of a kind AI I showed him to them, and at first they refused to believe he wasn't real, so I had him open the back of his head and show the mechanics inside. They just stared in jealousy and hatred for my masterpiece, unable to believe what I had accomplished. Samantha turned to me and asked why I was keeping this to myself. It could change the world. She wanted one and would pay any price I put on him. Danita agreed, and even licked her lips, eyeing him with hunger in her eyes. Veronica was the most conspicuous, going up to him and asking him with a flirty tone if he'd like to show her the things I told her he could do while running her hand down to his crotch. Samantha gasped and Danita giggled and told her that was gross. She just looked back at us and shrugged, saying he's just a complicated dildo and I should share it. I would have been infuriated by her behavior, but honestly, I didn't really expect anything less from her. I looked at my perfect man, then I looked at each of them in turn. I knew it was time to tell them the whole truth. I walked over and lightly pulled Veronica away from him. She started to respond with a snarl on her pretty face, but I just smiled and said his name. Justin Demorris. All 3 of them first looked confused, then the color drained out of their faces as they realized who I was. That isn't my perfect man's name. That's my ex-husband's name. The one they all screwed behind my back. When I said the name, my creation turned to me and after a few seconds, he said termination protocol engaged. Repeat for confirmation. I said the cheating bastard's name again and watched as he tore the dirty horse to pieces. They all knew he was married to a mechanical engineer. They all bragged about their affairs with the man I once loved and how stupid his mousy little wife was, slaving away paying the bills while he just ducked them and bought them poop. All the plastic surgery was totally worth it when not one of those jerks recognized me when I friended them. With my perfect man to do all the heavy lifting and cleanup, I was able to plot out the next stage of my plan. Now that every trace of those skanks was gone, I destroyed all the electronics that had any connection to them and myself. Now it was Justin's turn. I can't wait to introduce him to my perfect man, Supai. 42 years ago we sent Voyager 1 into space to look for extraterrestrial life. Today we found it. 42 years, 6 months, and 3 days ago, on the 5th of September 1977, a space probe was launched from Earth and sent on an endless journey through space. The probe, which was affectionately named Voyager 1, contains a multitude of information regarding humanity, including our language, our art, and in a more metaphorical way, our souls. Today, the little machine is 22 billion kilometers away from Earth, the furthest reach of our species. Though not a manned vessel, it's still a part of us. Despite its distance, we're still keeping contact with it, and during its journey spanning almost half a century, it has given us an insight into the mysteries of the universe we thought we could only dream about. My own father spent most of his life on the project, and I have since followed in his footsteps. I dreamed about taking over his work even as a 12-year-old kid, and eventually, these dreams would land me at NASA's doorstep. Little did I know that only a few years into my work, the one question that has plagued us since the dawn of mankind would be answered, forever changing the course of human history. Are we alone? On the 7th of December 2019, I arrived to the office after having been called in at 4 in the morning. I immediately noticed the panic that had erupted overnight, with my coworkers scurrying around the office, confused, horrified, but seemingly excited about a picture sent from Voyager 1. The monitors that usually displayed little more than numbers and boring graphs now all showed the same, singular image, that of a blue planet. I approached one of the screens and studied the photograph. In many ways, the planet resembled Earth, with vast blue oceans and split landmasses, but none of the continents were recognizable to me, and the clouds hovering above were red, with a vague, yellow tint. "Hey, Dan, what's this?" I asked my neighboring coworker. At first he barely noticed my presence, too engrossed in his work as he stared at the screen with a mixture of terror and anticipation. "Hey, what's the picture?" I repeated. "It came from Voyager 1, he said, barely a whisper. It was a ludicrous statement. The last image sent from Voyager 1 had been received in 1990, the famous pale blue dot, an image we posted on the wall of our office for inspiration. Since that fateful day, our engineers turned the camera off to save the probe's memory, assuring we could still receive more valuable data in the future." "Don't be stupid, that's impossible," I said. "They turned the camera off decades ago." Something turned it back on," he said with a shaky voice. His choice of words confused me. Instead of indicating that a person had done it, he said something. "What do you mean? How is that even possible?" "I don't know, but the signal that turned it on came from the planet in the picture. It overrode the system, effectively hijacking the probe." I looked back at the picture, noting its bright surface, an impossible image without a nearby star to light it up, but according to all available data, Voyager 1 should have been several light years away from the nearest star. "The signal came from within the Oort cloud," Dan mumbled. "Excuse me? I know, it's 300 years ahead of schedule. We rechecked it 5 times, it doesn't make any sense." Before I could ask any further questions, my supervisor called me into the main office. There, he showed me the transmission we'd received from Voyager 1. It wasn't just the picture, but a sequence of numbers and codes hidden within the radio signal. "Do you know what it means?" I asked after listening to the mess of sounds about 10 times. "Well, that's why we called you in. We were hoping your father left behind any ideas about his work before he passed away. My dad was a magnificent man, brilliant in his way, but obsessed with finding the possibility of extraterrestrial life. Throughout the past century, Earth has picked up a multitude of different radio signals, most of them just an after effect from collapsing stars and random background radiation. However, among the mess of noise, several coherent messages have been filtered out from the symphony of the universe. The only problem was that we had no means with which to translate them. My father never could, he could only determine their origin, which fit perfectly with the current location of Voyager 1. Then it dawned on me that the last message, coming from Voyager 1, wasn't just another random signal sent from a thus far unknown planet, but a mathematical key that could be used to translate everything we'd received so far. My theory was that the species that had hijacked the probe had used it to understand our language, instructions of sorts. We spent the next few days deciphering the message, desperately looking for the key. It took a lot of sleepless nights and countless amounts of caffeine, but eventually we found the answer. Without hesitation, we applied the decoder to all previous messages originating from the same region. The first one arrived in 1968. Though we had what was essentially an alien dictionary, the language they used contained so many foreign concepts, ideas we still don't understand, but what follows is the basics of what we've deciphered so far. December 7, 1968, is there anyone out there? March 15, 2003, help, help, help. October 23, 2010, they are here. September 19, 2011, we did our best, sorry. Though the direct messages didn't make much sense on their own. The planet had emitted a continuous signal that seemed to contain a very comprehensive history of their world. As far as we could tell, their species first surfaced 10 million years ago and has reached a level of technology that is so far beyond our own that we can't even begin to understand it. They make no mention of war, but they talked about a defense grid around their system, one that had been ineffective against a threat mentioned on several accounts. The most approximate translation of this threat has been termed the Udix. Since the last distress signal in 2011, their planet fell silent. It was a heartbreaking discovery, to finally find intelligent life other than our own, only to have it extinguished immediately. The more horrifying fact, however, was that their demise wasn't one of their own making. No, their end had come at the hands of a far superior species, one able to travel through space only to wage war and destruction. Yet, despite their end, a final message was sent through Voyager 1. One that wasn't calling for help, or giving us a detailed history, or ideas on how to reach them. Instead, they left us with a final warning, a simple message, and a translation key. All they said was, "You are next. I think my husband is cheating on me." I knew it when I found the hair. While changing the bed sheets, I found long, black hair, curled up right next to my husband's pillow. "There's no way it could be mine, I'm blonde. Any idea who this is from?" I demanded, shoving the hair in his face. "What is that? A hair? I found it in our bed." He looked from me to the hair, then back again. "Are you saying, you think I'm cheating on you?" Of course, that's what I'm saying. I wanted to shout. There's another woman's hair in our bed. But I swallowed, stepped back, and took a deep breath instead. Do you know whose hair this is? No idea. Maybe from Tanya, when she visited. I mean, to be fair, Greg's never given me any reason to think he's cheating. He's a computer nerd who spends most of his time on Reddit or playing D&D. He's attractive, but not an Adonis by any standard. I haven't noticed any missing time, and he doesn't seem overly protective of his phone. But the clues kept piling up. For one, I started finding hairs everywhere. One on the kitchen counter, another in my home office, a few on our couch. When I emptied our Roomba, there were a dozen or more, all tangled up with the dust. One night, I smelled perfume. Greg claimed he couldn't smell it. How could he not? It was unique. Sweet and floral, yet with a tangy undertone. Almost sour. Smelling it made my stomach turn. Another night I went into the bathroom and saw something small and red on the tile. Like a shard of plastic, maybe, that had broken off something. I bent down and picked it up, only to find that it looked like a fingernail. Yellowish white on one side, red lacquer on the other. But it was so small, I really couldn't be sure. Little incidents like this kept happening every few weeks. A hair, a whiff of perfume. Every time I almost had a panic attack. Sometimes I'd confront Greg in a wild rage, other times, I'd just innocently ask him what it was. It depended on my mood. How desperate I was feeling. He continued denying it. And I, truly, started to believe him. I told myself that it was all in my head. I was being paranoid. My marriage was fine. But then I found the smoking gun. On Saturday, I was supposed to go out to dinner with a friend. But as soon as I got to the restaurant, I got a text from her, saying she had to cancel. Disappointed, when I got home I went straight up to the bathroom and started a nice, hot shower going. I peeled off my clothes, waited for clouds of steam to pour out, and then threw back the shower curtain. There was something in the drain. I bent over to inspect it, and my blood ran cold. It was a clump of black hair. How do you explain this? I yelled, running out of the bathroom naked. I dropped the wet clump of hair on his chest. He stared at me, at a loss for words. What? Her hair was in the shower. Whose hair? He asked, picking the clump off his shirt and grimacing. Don't you effing gaslight me? Your girlfriend's hair. Haley. He looked into my eyes, and he really did seem honest, at that moment. I don't know whose hair this is. But I'm not cheating on you. How stupid do you think I am? I growled, like a rabid animal. There is another women hair in our shower. Okay, you need to calm down. He threw the hair on the nightstand, stood up, and gently wrapped his hands around my shoulders. I understand why you would think I'm cheating. But I'm not. I promise. She's in the closet, isn't she? What? I looked down at the trail of water on the carpet, leading straight from the bathroom to the closet. That's just for me. I just took a shower, and went to the closet to get my clothes. I sidestepped him. Haley, he said in a warning voice behind me, but I didn't listen. I ran across the room, grabbed the double doors, and slid them back. It was empty. I pushed our shirts back, kicked the piles of laundry on the floor, even went on my tiptoes and checked the high shelf. Nothing. I told you I wasn't having an affair. This doesn't prove anything. I wanted to yell. So she's not here. It still doesn't explain the hair, the perfume, or any of the other duckery going on in our house. But I forced myself to shut up. Because no matter what I said, if he were having an affair, he wouldn't tell me. I'd have to find out on my own. The next day I left for my mom's. I left before he woke up. With everything going on, I just couldn't face it. I needed space. Time alone. I sent him a text after I got there, telling him I'd be home in 3 days. But I just missed him too much, so I came back after 2. I drove home in silence, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, my heart pounding in my chest. I pulled into the driveway near midnight. The house was dark, except for the dim night light we always left on in the bathroom. I quietly slid the key into the lock and opened the door. The house looked just like it did when I left. Dirty dishes piled up by the sink and a clump of laundry sat in the corner. I walked over to the stairs, trying to be as quiet as possible. And then I heard it. Light, thumping footsteps, coming from right above me. My heart dropped. I ran up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. No. I raced down the hallway, our door looming at the end. It can't be. It can't. I burst into the bedroom. The adrenaline rushed out of me as I realized it was empty. Well, Greg was there. In bed, asleep, or pretending to be. But the room was dark and silent, and everything looked as it should. Did I imagine the footsteps? No. There was no way. I scanned the room, slowly, looking for anything out of place. My eyes caught on the closet. No. Sticking out from the slats was a lock of black hair. My blood ran cold. I took a step forward, my heart hammering in my chest. Greg, I know you're not asleep, I said softly, not taking my eyes off the door. He didn't stir. You're playing some sick kind of game, Greg, you know that? I whispered, my eyes locked on the black hair. Come out, now, I said, my voice shaking. Or you'll be sorry. A faint thumping sound in reply. I ran over to the closet doors. My hands locked on the handles. I sucked in a breath. Haley? Greg was slowly sitting up in bed, rubbing his eyes. What are you doing back so early? I turned to him. He looked terrible, like he hadn't slept in days. Eyes red and swollen, deep circles underneath. I let go of the doors and backed away. He reached for me, but I kept going until my feet hit the cold tile of the bathroom. I grabbed the door and shut it in his face. Clicked the lock. The bathroom was dark, only lit by the nightlight. My panicked breaths echoed against the walls. I wrapped my arms around myself and began to sob. There's no way that could be my husband's mistress. Because she was dead. The night I found the hair in the drain, I snapped. I stole Greg's phone and eventually found the secret stash of texts. A quick Google search found her address. I went over there at 4 a.m., raging with fury, and ended the only threat to my marriage. Then I went to my mom's house because I couldn't face him. Came back after 2 days because I missed him. But I never should have come back. A soft sound jolted me from my thoughts. A wet squelch. My head snapped to the bathtub. There was a dark shape behind the shower curtain. Shifting, slowly, more wet smacks echoed against the walls. I reached for the light switch. Bright light flooded the small room. I squinted, wiping the tears from my eyes, and then glanced at the bathtub. Nothing there. But when I pulled back the curtain, there was a clump of black hair in the drain. I used a wind phone, a phone that supposedly lets you talk to the dead. I don't believe that anyone here on Earth can speak to the dead. Or, at least, I didn't until yesterday. But the concept was interesting. The original wind phone was an art installation in Japan, but now there are hundreds around the world. It's comprised of an empty phone booth with an old rotary phone in it, usually placed in a garden or another peaceful place. You go there and pretend to call up one of your deceased loved ones. Yesterday, I noticed that one had been installed in our town's botanical gardens. It stood out starkly among the greenery. A white phone booth with glass-paneled sides. Probably made from one of the old phone booths that used to line Main Street. I parked the car and walked towards it, the gravel crunching under my heels. The inside was plain. A metal shelf holding a pad of paper, a pen, and an old rotary phone made of shiny black plastic. There was a wooden chair, and as I sat down, it creaked loudly. Outside the windows, patches of bright purple zinnias bowed in the wind, and the pond rippled. Should I do it? Of all the people I've lost over the years, one stood front and center, over and over again. In the middle of the night, he'd pop into my head. Sometimes I dream about him. It was like he haunted me. Almost 10 years gone and he was still living in my head. I picked up the phone. Hi, David. I don't know what to say. This is weird. I let out a forced laugh. Okay. I guess I'll start by telling you everything that's happened since you left. That was a nice way of putting it. A mangled mess of metal and blood at the bottom of the mountain. I finally got that art degree. But in sculpture, not painting. Weird, right? But it's even more fun than painting. I just never got to do it in school. Silence. Of course. And then last year, I got married. To William D. _ of all people. We reconnected after college and settled back down here in town and well. I trailed off. Great idea, Sarah. Go ahead and tell David you married one of his high school friends. I bet he'd effing love that. Never mind. Anyway, the Lakewood movie theater's a gym now. And you know that rock in High Point Park, that overlooks the whole town? Where we'd sit for hours, watching the cars and the people on Main Street. It's all overgrown with brush now. I don't think I could get there if I tried. Maybe with a machete or something. My laugh echoed into the receiver. It sounded more like a cry. Those were the good old days, huh? I was about to complain about how things were so complicated now, between dirty diapers and mortgage payments, but I stopped with a pang of sadness. He didn't even get to experience that. Being a dad. Owning a house. Getting married. Well, anyway. I wish you were here. The weight in my chest lifted, slightly. I took the receiver away from my ear. SSH. Something like a breath, a gust of wind, and a whooshing sound came from the phone. My heart dropped. I pushed it back against my ear. David? Silence. Because of effing course. People can't talk to the dead, ghosts don't exist, and this is all just pretend. My eyes burned and I swallowed, swallowing away the tears. Click. It was soft. Almost outside the range of my hearing. I pressed the phone so hard to my ear it hurt. Click. It sounded like the clicking of a bad connection. Soft, barely audible, but there. My heart pounded in my chest as I listened to it with everything that I had. Not even breathing. David? Could it be? Maybe if Ouija boards talk to the dead, if people visiting their loved ones' graves get a whisper on the wind, just maybe, David could be on the other end for a fleeting moment. Sarah. The voice was a low, staticky growl. Every muscle in my body froze. I opened my mouth but no sound came out. D. David? I finally choked. Static cut in, fuzzing out the rest of my name. Then a beat of silence. I held my breath, the receiver shaking against my ear. Click. Click click. How is this happening? Maybe it was another one of my dreams. I pinched myself. Reached over and checked the time on my phone. Looked away, then back at the phone. Same time. Not a dream. David, is that you? Click, click click. A few seconds of static. Click click. And then silence. That's it. I lost the connection. I began to sob. All the memories came rushing back in colorful pieces. Proms and late nights and his laugh like melted chocolate. The conversations we had for hours, about life, philosophy, and our future. But then 5 words came over the line. Crystal clear. You should have never married William. He sounded so angry. None of his sweetness, none of his laughter. Just pure anger, compressed into a voice on the other end of the line. My entire body went cold. The receiver nearly slipped out of my hands. W what? A fizzle of static. Click click click. And then his voice again, cutting in and out. Despite the static, I understood him perfectly. I will unalive you. All the blood drained out of my face. I stared out at the darkening garden. I was alone. The shadows under the foliage shifted with the wind in strange and horrifying ways. For a second I thought I could see the shadow of a tall young man, peeking out from behind the leaning trunk of a maple. My nails dug into the metal shelf. Ghosts, spirits, if you believed in that stuff, weren't they sometimes consumed by hatred? Didn't it eat up their entire being, until they became vengeful spirits? Hell-bent on punishing those who'd hurt them? I swallowed. David, I'm so sorry, I whispered. But you're not here. I know we wanted to get married, but you left. What was I supposed to do? Be alone my whole life? He didn't have to answer. I married one of his friends. He didn't need to tell me it was weird, that it was a betrayal, almost. But when William and I reconnected, everything just clicked. He wanted to be with me. He wanted to marry me. There was no waffling or rejection. And I fell in love with him. David. I started. I will unalive you, he repeated. Click click. The connection became steadily clearer. I know we'll unalive you out. I know William'll watch out. Click. And then, for just a moment, the connection was crystal clear. I know William unalived me. You watch out. I dropped the receiver. The accident. He'd lost his brakes driving home, coming down the mountain from High Point Park. After hanging out with some friends, one final hurrah before leaving for college. One of them was William. David, I sobbed into the line. But it was useless. No sound came through on the other side. No clicks, no static, no voice. Just silence. My wife keeps complaining about a noise only she can hear. I hope you can help me. I'm desperate. I've tried everything, and if I can't find a solution soon, my entire marriage is going to fall apart. Or worse. A few months ago, my wife and I moved into a new house. A townhouse in a nice development. We got a really good price and the house was in great condition. The owner was an older widow with no kids or pets. We were thrilled to have our dream home for a fraction of the price. Then my wife started complaining about the noise. Do you hear that? She asked me one night, as we cooked dinner. Hear what? That, like, really high-pitched noise. I stopped stirring the sauce and listened. But all I could hear was the soft bubbling of our pasta water. Sorry, I don't hear anything. She said, scowling. I don't hear it anymore, either. But over the coming weeks and months, she heard it a lot more. A high-pitched whine at all hours of the day and night. I told her maybe it was tinnitus. But she insisted it wasn't. She heard it through both ears and it just sounded like an external noise. Besides, she added, I only hear it at home. I racked my brain, trying to think of what it could be. Maybe you're hearing some electronic device through the wall. I remembered, as a kid in the 90s, my parents had a TV that made the most annoying sound. Even when it was on mute, I could hear that horrible high-pitched whine from 2 rooms over. Interesting, my wife replied, stirring her cup of coffee. So you think, if the neighbors had some sort of device, we'd hear it through the wall? Maybe? We hear their dog all the time. But, God, I wish I hadn't said anything. Because that afternoon, she came to me with the most bat-poop insane theory I'd ever heard. They're doing it on purpose, she whispered, as if scared that they'd hear us. They must have bought some device that makes annoying sounds, and now they're purposely pointing it at us through the wall. I nearly spit out my soda. What now? She repeated herself, a frenzied look in her eye, and I nodded like it all made sense. But inside I was screaming, what the duck? You know the Kowalskis hate us. Okay, that part was true. We didn't have the best relationship with Jack and Gigi Kowalski. They hosted parties that went late, and we threatened to call the cops once. When their dog pooped on our lawn, I'd gotten in a near shouting match with Jack over it. Does a device like that even exist? I asked. But it did. Noise stingers. A whole spread of them on Noisemakers Expo for $49.99. I felt my gut turn as I read about them. People did use them vindictively, to get back at neighbors. Sometimes they even caused ill health effects. Only someone demented would use this. Like the Kowalskis. Well, I have half a mind to go over there right now, and tell them if they don't turn off that thing. Wait, let's not jump to conclusions. How about this? For the next week or so, let's just monitor it. See how often you hear it, and try to figure out where exactly it's coming from. I'll listen for it too. And after that, if you're convinced it's the Kowalskis, we'll go over and talk to them. She huffed at me but finally nodded. Okay. That night, she gently woke me up at 3 a.m. I hear it, she whispered. I strained my ears to listen. But there was nothing, only the soft sound of our other neighbor's wind chimes through the window. I shook my head. It's really high-pitched. Maybe you're too old to hear it. I'm only 3 years older than you. She got out of bed and walked over to each of the 4 walls. It's louder on this side, she said, gesturing to the south wall. Well, that is the wall that faces the Kowalskis. Confirmation bias. She slowly paced out of the room. I was so tired, but I forced myself out of bed too. She walked into the hallway, then into our guest bedroom. Shook her head, and started down the stairs. By the time I caught up with her, she was going into the basement. Oh, for duck's sake. When I got to the bottom, she was standing at the south wall, pressing her ear up against the cold cement. Jill, let's go back too. She immediately shushed me. It's right here, she whispered, her eyes wide. She motioned for me to come over. I put my ear against the wall. But I couldn't hear anything, except my heartbeat. I don't hear anything. Are you serious? I shook my head. It's so loud I can barely hear you. Yeah, but they wouldn't put it in the basement. They'd put the noise stinger thing like, next to our bedroom or kitchen. I wrapped my arm around her and gently guided her over to the stairs. Held her close, smiled at her, reassured her it was okay. But inside, I was starting to doubt my wife's sanity. Of course, I wanted to believe my wife. But none of it made sense. She heard a noise I couldn't hear. She claimed it was coming from the basement, on the other side of the wall. And it was our neighbors, using some noise emitter as a weapon against us. But I don't hear it, I told her that morning, as we drank our second cups of coffee. Your hearing is worse than mine. I wasn't convinced, but then she opened her laptop and sat it in front of me. I was trying to match the tone I heard last night after you fell asleep. And I think it's around 17,000 hertz. Which is pretty hard to hear if you're in your 30s like us. She typed it into the search bar and played a video for me. And, I'll be damned, she was right. I didn't hear a thing. Curse all that listening to Pink Floyd in my youth. So that should have been the end of it. I should have trusted my wife, believed she was hearing some electronic pitch I couldn't, and gone back to business as usual. But I didn't. The next time she heard the sound, at 5:47 p.m., I surreptitiously pulled out my phone and hit record. And after she went to sleep that night, I downloaded an audio editing program. I opened the file, and the proof was right there, instead of jagged blue lines showing sound waves. There was just a flat line. I sat in the darkness in a cold sweat. There was no noise stinger, no vindictive plan by the Kowalskis, no noise coming through the basement wall. It was all in her head. It's been 2 weeks since then, and things have gotten much worse. Jill had been logging every time she heard the sound in her notebook, as part of our monitoring. But it shot up from about twice a day to more than 10. Sometimes I find her with her hands pressed against her ears, rocking back and forth. When I try to talk to her, she doesn't even seem able to hear me. Other times I wake up in the middle of the night, to find the bed empty. I eventually find her in the basement, banging at the concrete wall, tears streaming down her face. "Stop it," she cries. "Please, stop it." I don't know what to do. One night, after a particularly bad episode, I took her to the ER. But the doctors, including the psychiatrist, couldn't find anything wrong with her. They insisted it was a form of tinnitus or Meniere's disease, and gave her some medication to help. The medication didn't help. I'm scared. I want to help her. But seeing her like this is driving me insane. I even went over to the Kowalskis weeks ago, when things started getting bad. They seemed as confused as I was. I've tried to track down the previous owner, the widow, as well, in case there was something weird about this house, like some radioactive noise-emitting substance in the walls. I eventually found her phone number, but she won't answer my calls. And then there was last night. The last straw, that made me post this. I woke up around 4 a.m. to find my wife in the basement again, but she wasn't crying or banging on the wall like before. She was holding a hammer, and she was frantically swinging it against the concrete. "Jill." I ran down the stairs and grabbed her by the shoulders. "Jill, stop." She kept mumbling something about having to get through the wall, how she had to get to the source of the sound. Right then and there I packed us up in the car and left for my mother's house. Since we arrived she seems to be doing better, restless, troubled, and not talking much. But at least she's not saying she hears something, not pressing her hands to her ears, not swinging around a hammer. I don't know what to do. The doctors still claim she has a severe form of tinnitus and keep prescribing worthless medicine. What is going on here? Help us. Please. A man has been standing in the middle of our street for the past 4 days. We can't leave our homes. I awoke to the faint sound of sobbing in the distance. At first, my tired mind associated the sound with one of our kids, with my mind barely lingering on the edge of consciousness. But the longer I lay there, the more I started to realize just how off it sounded. The sobs were too dark, akin to those of a grown man, and they were coming from outside our home. "Can you check on the kids, please?" my wife mumbled where she lay next to me, still partially asleep. "It's not the kids," I whispered back, more annoyed than anything. Upon peeking out the window, I quickly confirmed my suspicions. As I thought, a man was standing in the middle of the street, just sobbing. Even though the ancient street lights outside barely illuminated him, something was wrong with his presence. He stood perfectly still as he sobbed, not even appearing to breathe as he let out the broken calls that shattered the silence of night. Across the street I could see some of my neighbors' lights turn on, as more had been awoken by the sounds of distress. "Shut up, will ya?" a man screamed from down the street, but he received no response. Though my first instinct was to check if he needed help, something about his appearance locked me in place, frozen from fear and leaving me unable to logically plan out my next move. He was tall, with only a few strands of gray hair emerging from his otherwise bald head. He was facing me, but due to the poor lighting conditions, I couldn't get a clear look at his face. About half an hour had passed before I realized I hadn't moved an inch. I had been transfixed, and only broke free once my wife properly woke up to ask what I was doing. "I don't know," I stuttered. "A man is standing on the street. I think he needs help." Joanna joined my side at the window. Even in the dark I could tell her face had turned completely pale by the mere sight of the man. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Call the police. Don't go outside," she said with a shaky voice. "Why? What did you see?" I don't know, just don't go outside, please," she begged. I grabbed her hand and gently pulled her away from the window. Something about the man had put us both into an undeniable state of panic, but apart from his unsettling look, there wasn't an explainable reason for the fear we felt. "Joanna, go check on the kids. I'll call the police, all right?" I half-ordered, half-asked. She nodded, and jogged down the hallway toward our kids' room. As I dialed 911, I wondered what I could say to convey the threat of a seemingly harmless man, just standing there and crying. Still, left without any other options, I turned to the police. 911, what's your emergency?" A woman asked on the other end. "Hey, sorry. My name is Zach Larson. There's a man standing in the middle of the street just crying loudly. I don't know if he's intoxicated or what, but he's scaring the kids. I can't say it's an emergency, but something is definitely wrong with the man," I explained. "All right, sir, we'll send a patrol car to check it out. Could you confirm your address, please?" she asked. I confirmed my details and the conversation ended. Due to the quiet night, they estimated that a patrol car would swing by in just under 10 minutes. With that, I felt like my civic duties had been completed, and once Joanna returned to tell me that the children were fast asleep, I calmed down ever so slightly. After closing the blinds, the two of us headed back to bed, confident that the police would handle the situation. And I wish that would be the end of our story, I truly do, but as fate would have it, things would only get worse from there. There I lay in bed, too unsettled to fall asleep. I just stared at the ever-ticking clock as an hour passed. The man kept crying, producing unrelenting sobs with each passing second. Then 2 hours passed, and the police had still not appeared. By then, I considered checking out the window once more, but the mere thought of him standing there kept me from even parting the curtains. At around 4 in the morning, I had come to assume that I'd suffer through another sleepless night. But as the first rays of orange sunshine hit the blinds, the world around me fell dark, forcing me into a dreamless slumber. To my horror, the sobs wouldn't cease even then. Hours passed while I remained in an uncomfortable state, somewhere between full consciousness and true sleep. Once I finally awoke, I was met with little more than total darkness coming from outside. During the summer, I'd expected the sun to rise at around 6, and since the time had been around 4 the last time I checked, I knew I couldn't have been under for more than 30 minutes. Despite that logic, my body felt beyond broken. I was excruciatingly parched, and my bladder was on the brink of rupture. I rolled out of bed, weak and broken, still hearing the sounds of the crying man. Meanwhile, my wife still slept peacefully, seemingly unbothered by the ungodly noise. Then I picked up my phone and checked the time. It read 12:03 a.m., an impossible hour considering it had been 4 mere moments ago. I stumbled over to the window, still petrified, but determined to figure out exactly what the hell was going on. He just stood there, unmoved since the last time I laid eyes upon me. Down the road, I noticed an empty patrol car with the lights blinking, but the officers themselves were nowhere in sight. What the hell is going on? I mumbled to myself. As before, the sight of the man put me into a sort of trance, one that was only broken once I heard a tiny voice coming from behind me. Why is the man crying? My son asked. Hey, Alex, where's your brother? I asked back. He's in his room. He wet the bed, he said matter-of-factly. Stephen was only 5, but I'd assumed his bedwetting days were a thing of the past considering the last accident had been over a year earlier. Before checking on him, I decided to give the police another call. But before I could dial the number, I noticed the day. It was Saturday, which meant we'd been asleep for almost 24 hours, skipping over Friday entirely. Alex, go back to your room. Daddy has to make a call, then I'll come check on you, alright? In shock, I jotted the information down to a broken calendar and called the police once more. Alas, to my absolute horror, I didn't have a single bar of signal. Oh, God, we slept through the entire day, how? My wife called out in confusion and embarrassment. She just rolled over herself to check the time. I don't know, I responded meekly, it doesn't make any sense. And that guy is still crying? Where's the police? She asked. Their car is standing there, but they're just gone. As the minutes went by, it dawned on me that we had missed an entire day. That's why Stephen had wet the bed, and why my own bladder was on the verge of exploding, because we'd somehow been sedated. We'd been forced to sleep through the day, only to suffer the horrors of the night. But as parents we had an incredible ability to reevaluate our priorities. Regardless of the situation, we deal with our kids first. We headed over to clean up Stephen's bed, and all the while we tried to come up with an exit strategy. We tried out every phone, hopelessly calling for help. When the phones failed, we tried the internet, which turned out to be just as futile. Try the television, Joanna finally suggested. Upon turning the ancient device on, we were met with little more than a static mess. It was a screen of snow mixed with just barely intelligible images. Based on what we could guess, the image showed the outline of a man standing in front of the camera, overlaid only by a single line of text that read, "Come outside." How is it doing that? Joanna asked in a panic. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure going outside is an effing stupid idea, I blurted out, momentarily forgetting there were kids around. Sorry, I didn't mean to say it that way. Joanna and I moved to the window, ordering the kids to stay away. On the other side of the street, one of our neighbors stumbled out, seemingly disoriented. He was wielding a bat. I'm going to duck you up, he yelled. I pulled the window open, ready to yell at him to get back inside. No sooner had our neighbor reached the crying man, than the air fell to a deafening silence. A second passed, then the sobs were replaced by a maniacal laughter that increased in intensity with each passing moment. Though we all knew the laughter came from the man, it simultaneously sounded like someone was standing inside our own house. It was the loudest thing I'd ever heard, enough to knock us to the ground in absolute agony. Close the window, Joanna screamed. I quickly did as commanded to no avail. Despite our efforts, the laughter remained as incessant and loud as ever. Then as suddenly as it had begun, it just stopped. What was that? Alex cried as Joanna grabbed both him and Stephen in a tight hug. Shh, it's okay, she said as comforting as she could. Just stay away from the windows, alright? By the time I could stand up to assess the situation, our neighbor had long since vanished. All that was left in his absence was a trail of blood and guts that led up to the monster of a man, who'd promptly returned to sobbing relentlessly. He's gone, I let out in merely a whisper. The next hours were spent in absolute silence. All we could do was wait for sunrise and pray for a hopeful escape. We kept the television on, should any news appear. Our kids, while worried, were too young to fully grasp the gravity of the situation. In a way I envied them. They saw us as their ultimate guardians, able to protect them from any harm in the world. But based on what we just witnessed, I didn't believe that to be true. We moved to the kitchen to grab some food, counting down each minute until daylight. But as I noticed the first orange hue appear on the horizon, I once again felt my legs give up beneath me. In less than a second, darkness enveloped me, and I fell unconscious on the floor. Once again we awoke around midnight the next night, meaning yet another day had come and gone. But that time we didn't have any phones or computers to tell us the date, as the batteries had long since died. All we had were a couple of wristwatches to tell the time. Still, the sobs persisted. It had gotten ever so slightly louder since our neighbor got unalived, but despite the obvious calls for distress, there wasn't a single hint of sadness portrayed in his broken cries. The more we listened, the less we believed the man to be human. Let's turn on the lights, that thing is creeping me the hell out, Joanna said. I flicked the switch, but nothing reacted. After futilely checking every power source in the house, including the circuits, I realized that the entire neighborhood had gone dark. That's when my wife asked a question that truly caused all hope to abandon my body. Why haven't they come to help us? She asked. I didn't have a good answer, nor could I muster up any believable words of comfort. I could only do my best to protect my family from the horrific threat looming over the neighborhood until I finally succumbed to it. That night we witnessed another 3 neighbors exit their homes in futile attempts at confronting the man. Each time that sickly laughter would ring through the air, and another friend would be dead. They didn't even resist their deaths, they just walked over without showing a hint of emotion, willingly meeting their agonizing demise. It wouldn't be until the 3rd night that I finally began to understand why people walked outside. We'd been forced to sleep through the light of day, only to be left without any source of light during the night. Having nothing else to do, we could only listen to the crying man. His sobs, which had started as panic-inducing noises, had somehow turned sympathetic. The emotion resembled a twisted version of Stockholm Syndrome. I wanted so desperately to go out and meet the crying man, but I couldn't leave my family behind. Maybe he does need help, Joanna suggested. I think it's time to go outside. Her words were so void of emotion, monotonous and cold. She stood up to leave, but I grabbed her before she could even approach the door. The shock seemed to briefly bring her back to reality. Think about the kids, I begged her, they need us. My words seemed to break her free from her trance, if only temporary. I know. I don't understand what I was even thinking. I wasn't myself, she cried. But her brief lucidity wouldn't last, because as I packed away the leftovers from the previous night, I heard the front door unlock. The kids had already fallen asleep, and I knew I was about to follow suit. Still, I rushed over, only to see my wife getting ready to leave. I'm sorry, were the last words she spoke to me before she left the house. Darkness would cover my eyes before I got a chance to react. The sickening laughter would be the only sound that accompanied me as I fell into a forced slumber. By the time I awoke, Joanna was just gone. The only trace of her existence was a trail of coagulated blood glistening in the light from the streetlights, leading up to the man. I didn't even have to call out for her, I knew she was dead. This brings us to now. 4 days have passed since the crying man first appeared on our street. We have enough food to last about another week, but I fear we'll all be gone long before then. I've seen most of my neighbors meet their demise, and the only facts keeping me from doing the same are my kids. But they too have expressed a desire to go outside, and I don't know how long I can keep them safe. I'm documenting this as my last words before we depart this world. I've used an almost empty power bank to write this message. I don't have any signal, but I'm hoping that it somehow gets through. People need to know what happened here. If you are reading this, please send help. I don't know how long I can keep resisting the cries. Stay away from the ocean, it's not safe anymore. In 1989, we detected a faint call coming from the depths of the ocean. A strange cry from a massive creature, traveling alone in the vast blue waters below. At first, it sounded like an oddity, a malfunctioning hydrophone, but then we heard it again in 1990 and 1991. With only 5% of the ocean explored, it baffled us. To any untrained ear, it sounded like a wail, but its pitch was too high. Measuring at a frequency of 52 Hz meant that the song couldn't be understood by any known species of whale. Thus, it was destined to exist on its own, and this has been dubbed the loneliest creature in the world. We called him Blue 52. Every year, we'd hear the lonesome wail, measured through hydrophones spread across the west coast of America and Canada. Still, it wouldn't be until 2019 before we finally lay eyes upon it. Our crew was tasked with finding him, tagging him with a tracker, and observing others like him. On board the RV Song of Solitude, we traversed the North Pacific in search of a whale that had been heard, but never seen. With technology constantly advancing, tracking it had become a much easier task. While it took us weeks just to locate him, we grew closer with each passing day. Do you think he knows? Rita asked as we stared out at the horizon. The ocean was calm, gently rocking our large research vessel. It was wonderfully peaceful, and though our mission was interesting, it carried an undeniable hint of dread. Knows what? I asked. She sighed. That there are others like him out there? It was a fair question. Whether or not the strange frequency of its voice was caused by a deformity, or if it was a hybrid species, it had to have been raised by someone. Whale calves stay approximately 1 year with their mothers, as they grow and get ready to face the oceans alone. I don't know. Why else would he sing? The whale had been traveling in the same path as blue whales, yet the timing was off. It meant that despite it going the same way, it would never meet anyone else on its journey. Wherever he swam, the others would be long gone. 40 years alone, just looking for someone else, she trailed off. Weeks passed as we searched, and in the late summer of 2019, we finally found him. There it was, surfacing for a breath of fresh air. An 80 feet long whale, spurting a fountain of water from his blowhole. He had a magnificent blue color, yet the shape of his body resembled that of a fin whale. Our theory of it being a hybrid had been confirmed, and he looked extraordinarily healthy considering that he had survived on his own for so long. He's magnificent, Rita exclaimed in excitement. Without hesitation, we planted a tracker on his skin with a suction cup, and let him dive back beneath the ocean. We went to work and recorded more of his song, a somber tune of melancholy. We spent the next 3 weeks just tracking him, hoping to see another of his kind. Alas, he remained alone. During the nights, I often found Rita staring out at the ocean, marking each time he surfaced to breathe. He looks too sad. How can you tell? I asked. I don't know. Just a gut feeling, I guess. Poor Eros. Eros? Yeah, I figured we're the closest thing he has to a family. We ought to be the ones naming him. I mulled over the name for a moment. It certainly sounded better than Blue 52. A bit ironic though, don't you think? Not at all. As the mission went on, Rita started sleeping less and less. She was afraid that we'd lose Eros if we didn't keep a constant eye on him. Whales hardly ever sleep, constantly needing to resurface, always on the move. Of all the mammals, they have the lowest requirement for sleep. We were 2 months into our mission when I was shook awake in the middle of the night. As I opened my heavy eyes, I saw Rita standing above me with a wide smile on her face. There's another whale, she shouted. We rushed to the control room, where Captain Bag stood, eyes fixed on a new set of frequencies. Sure enough, there were 2 distinct, but similar sources of sound coming from about 1,000 feet below. I knew it. I knew Eros wasn't alone. Suddenly, our depressing job had turned into one of joy. If there were 2, we could assume with high probability that there were more. We might have been witnessing the beginning of a new subspecies of whales. It was a beautiful moment to behold. You sure it's not just a malfunction? One of the crew members asked. I took a look at the numbers. Eros' voice had lowered a bit in his later years, at 50 Hz, while the other, new source was slightly higher pitched. Could it be a calf? No idea, the sonar isn't picking anything up. We need to get closer. We waited until morning and tried to get closer to Eros. According to the sonar readings, there was a creature roughly twice the size of our whale, swimming a couple of thousand feet beneath the surface. Even for a whale, it was huge. About an hour passed, and we finally caught Eros coming up for air. Despite tracking 2 distinct beings, only one of them ever breached the surface. Do you see anything? I asked. No, it's not coming up. Are we sure it's a whale? What else could it be? I don't know, but even whales can't hold their breath forever. We discussed the possibility of a new species entirely, but before we could even alert our superiors back on the mainland, we heard something else. It was a third song, then a fourth, and a fifth, and before long, a whole pod of these creatures had been detected. They were massive, far larger than any known creature to occupy the ocean. It was a frightening, but intriguing discovery. We were ordered to send down a submersible drone to get an actual view of the beings. I controlled the machine as it quickly descended down 1,000 feet. We held our breaths as the light of the sun gave way to the darkness of the ocean. Before long, we'd be right on top of the unidentified animals. Where the hell are they? Captain Banks asked. There, I saw something. It was Eros, diving down to follow the drone. He seemed to understand that the device belonged to us and started leading us towards the other creatures. We followed Eros down further, 2,000 feet below the surface, before we finally found them. At first, all we saw were yellow, glowing orbs dangling in the darkness. Then, we saw the true monstrosities we discovered. They're not whales, Rita gasped. They looked like torn pieces of bright green flesh, bobbing up and down like jellyfish through the water. They had massive bodies covered in glowing blisters. Dozens of tendrils reached out from their mangled mass. What we assumed to be their heads had multiple, dark holes with thin membranes through which they emitted their songs. What are they? I asked. Before my question could be answered, one of the crew members shouted out in protest. All we heard was a splash as someone dropped into the water. Wait, no, he shouted. What happened? Captain Banks asked. Simon, he just took an anchor and jumped off the ship. We peeled our eyes in a hopeless search for the lost sailor, but he was long gone. Call the mainland, tell them what happened, Captain Banks ordered. Get the drone back up, it's time to leave. I glanced back at the screen. The camera had gone dark, and we lost contact with the drone. With little hesitation, we decided to set course for the coast. The footage would serve as enough documentation of our discovery. We were still days away from reaching land, but we didn't have any other choice. Nightfall came and plunged us into overwhelming darkness. Nothing but a million stars above to keep us lit up in the night. Despite their beauty, they signified the immense size of emptiness surrounding us. What do you think we just saw? I asked the captain. He looked over the multiple recordings we'd gotten from our hydrophones. They all matched the voice of Eros in terms of frequency, yet the rhythm seemed completely off. Whale songs can travel 100 miles, no problem. Based on the composition of these things, I'd say they were airless creatures. It would suggest that they come from the very depths of the ocean beneath us, but I can't say for sure. You think Eros alerted them with his voice? He nodded. Why else would they venture this far up? Our conversation was interrupted by the sound of an anchor moving on deck. We rushed outside to find Rita standing by the edge, staring longingly into the ocean below. Rita, what are you doing? They're calling for me. Who? The dancers of the sea. Their songs are so beautiful. Don't you hear them? Rita, please step away from the edge, Captain Banks begged. I took a slow step towards her, ready to snatch her away from the edge. Before I could even get close, she just stepped over and fell into the water. Rita, I shouted in despair as she sank out of sight. By the time we could even turn around to search for her, she'd be too far gone to rescue. Anyone that willingly jumped into the depths could never be rescued. Captain Banks jumped on the radio, getting ready to demand an airlift back to the mainland. Yet, the only sound that greeted us on the other end was the damn song from the depths. Whatever these creatures were, they interfered with our system, making it impossible to call for help. We were effectively trapped. On the ocean, 100 glowing orbs appeared. The creatures, despite coming from thousands of feet below, had the ability to surface, and they were heading straight for us. Oh God, there was all I could get out before the ship shook violently. A tendril reached out from the water and grabbed onto one of the crewmen. He screamed in agony as it pierced his abdomen, pulling him into the water. Captain Banks took a knife and tried to cut one of the tendrils that had wrapped around our deck. It was a futile task, and another quickly wrapped around his leg, instantly snapping the bone within. He screamed as the creature tore at him, digging into the leg and reaching through his abdomen. He was dead before he even hit the water. The ship started to topple over, and I clung to the railing. Then, something rammed us, and the ship fell back into place. The tendrils retreated into the ocean, and we were temporarily free. I looked for any sign of my crewmen, but they'd all been snatched away. Alone, I peeked into the waters, and saw what had been my unlikely hero. It was Eros. He had plunged his massive body into the monster, which had redirected its attention towards him. It dug its tendril into his body, blood filling the waters. He kept swimming, pulling away from the monstrosities, and they followed. In his wake, he left a trail of blood, leading them away from my damaged vessel, allowing me to escape. I set course in the opposite direction, not hesitating to make use of the escape window granted to me. The creatures didn't follow, but I never stopped fleeing. It took another full day before I finally made contact with the mainland. I alerted them to the situation, and they sent a ship out to meet me. I'd sustained minor injuries. My crew, on the other hand, had all but succumbed to the horrors of the ocean. I don't know what happened to Eros, if he managed to get away, or if things caught up with him. Whatever the case, he saved my life, and I owe him everything. In his search for a family, he inadvertently awoke something from the deepest parts of the ocean. According to recent hydrophone recordings, there are millions of them across the Pacific, and they're spreading further and further around the world. The seas are no longer safe, and there's nothing we can do to stop them. I might have made it back to shore. But, what truly horrifies me, is that despite being 1,000 miles away, I still hear them singing. At first, they were only sounds, but now I finally understand. They want me to come to them, and I don't know how long I can resist. I don't want to be a mermaid anymore. I mean, every kid went through that phase, right? When you'd go to the pool, you'd dive in and imagine your legs fusing into one and growing scales of your favorite color. I wanted blue scales. More than once I'd surface hacking and coughing because I'd try to hold my breath for a second too long. Not pleasant. But by the time I was 10, I could do it for quite an impressive amount of time. My dad thought it was hilarious. Mom treated it as just one of those childish things I'd grow out of. But my Uncle Craig actually encouraged it. Uncle Craig was my mom's oldest brother, a big man with a thick stomach and a roaring laugh. Despite having 4 kids of his own, he loved coming to see me. He'd bring me seashells and tell me stories about his latest catch. And he always listened to me tell my mermaid stories. I was an imaginative little kid. I loved coming up with stories about this mermaid named Elora, who was pretty and looked just like me. My parents never cared to listen. But Uncle Craig would eat up everyone. Every time he came around he'd ask me, "So, what has Princess Elora been up to lately?" And according to him my face would light up like a lighthouse through the fog. For my 11th birthday, he took me on a fishing trip. Mom tried to talk him out of it, saying I'd be bored the whole time, but Uncle Craig said that he'd show me a mermaid and that was it. Mom knew I'd never shut up about fishing with Uncle Craig if he was going to show me a mermaid. So when Friday finally came around, Uncle Craig picked me up and we drove to the ocean. Uncle Craig had his own boat, and it was pretty decently sized, big enough for us and 3 of his friends, Abe, Bobby, and Irvin. Irvin brought his twin daughters Ocean and River. They were quite a bit older than me, probably almost 18. His friends were quite nice, asking my name and complimenting my aerial backpack. Once we headed out on the water, Irvin turned and asked, "So Hazel, your uncle says you have stories about Princess Elora the mermaid. Care to share a few?" At first, I was nervous, 4 adults and 2 older girls with all their attention on me, but once I got going about the time Princess Elora battled a hammerhead shark, I was chattering away with no fear at all. River would ask questions, like what was Elora's palace like and what she liked to eat for breakfast. Ocean didn't talk very much, but she braided my hair and made it super pretty. I think my mom expected I'd be bored to tears or that my uncle and his friends would get intoxicated and rowdy. On the contrary, there was a few beers tossed around at night, but the men stayed sober the whole time. Saturday I fished for the first time. That was kinda boring, but Ocean and River made it fun by singing. Both of them sounded just like the mermaids I dreamed about. Ocean would encourage me to join, and even though my singing talent would make a deaf man's ears bleed, the girls would grin and bear it. I caught a fish about mid-morning. I don't remember what it was. All I remember is screaming that I was catching something and my uncle was right behind me, encouraging me and telling me I had this. And I did. It was a tiny little thing, but the way everyone acted like I had just broken a world record. Lots of cheers and slaps on the back, picture opportunities abounded, and Uncle Craig lifted me above his head and tossed me into the water. It was a tradition. My clothes were soaked, but I was grinning from ear to ear when he pulled me back out. This was the best birthday present I could have ever gotten. I'd almost completely forgotten about the mermaid thing. When I was shooed off to bed, Uncle Craig winked and said, "When we find a mermaid, don't worry, we'll wake you up." It was almost impossible to go to sleep with a promise like that. I did end up drifting off sooner or later. I was awoken by my shoulder gently shaking and Abe's quiet voice. "We spotted one. Come on up, lassie." I stumbled to the deck, rubbing the sleep dust from my eyes and looking around eagerly for the mermaid. The mood had entirely changed from the day. Ocean and River were sitting at the front of the boat. My uncle was sitting to my right while Irvin and Bobby were to the left. No one was talking, or singing, or even smiling. I frowned and opened my mouth when Abe pressed a finger to his lips. "Shh." My mouth shut. Abe stood next to me, his eyes flicking around. The only sound was water lapping at the boat. Then Ocean gasped. "There she is." I ran to the front of the boat with my uncle, my heart pounding. Was it her? Was it a real mermaid? I saw the brief tail flip before my uncle threw the nets over her. "Think we got it. Ocean, River, start singing." The sisters joined in unison, singing a song I didn't understand or know. The water turned to white foam as whatever was inside the net thrashed about. Beads of sweat dripped from my uncle's face and landed on the top of my head. He gritted his teeth and pulled harshly. "Irvin, grab hold. She's an effing fighter." He barked. I got pushed out of the way as the other men grabbed the net and pulled. I heard the sound of something heavy coming out of the water. The girls silenced their singing as the catch was hauled up and then dropped on the deck. It was a real-life mermaid. The creature attempted to sit up as best as she could, trying to fold her tail beneath her as she looked around frantically. The lights on the boat flicked on brightly and she flinched, covering her face. I could scarcely breathe. I'd always hoped I'd see a mermaid someday. I would pray that they were real. And the real deal was just as beautiful as I hoped. Her kelp green hair clung to her skin, patches of cerulean scales growing across her breasts and arms. Her tail flopped about uselessly, the fins translucent and glittering in the light. Her royal blue tail, with gold flecks mixed in with the smooth scales. I barely realized I was reaching out to touch it. Uncle Craig seized my hand before it got too close. "Whoa, Hazel. Don't touch." The mermaid lowered her hands as she bared her teeth ferociously, and it showed I would have made a horrible mistake. Her smile was more like a shark than a pretty mermaid princess. Bobby chuckled and lifted his right hand, which was missing 3 fingers. "Rookie mistake. Been there, done that, kiddo," he said. I gulped and backed away. Uncle Craig pulled a knife from the sheath on his belt, and my attention hyper-focused on that. "What are you doing?" I asked. The mermaid's face had gone pale. She attempted to struggle away, but the twins grabbed the net and twisted it around her, make it impossible for her to crawl to the edge of the boat and jump off. My uncle paused for a moment before he turned to me. "Remember how we gutted that catch of yours this afternoon?" I nodded. "This is the same concept. You can go back to bed if you don't want to see." I swear time froze. I looked at the mermaid, who was starting to shake. Her eyes looked at me. She knew what that knife meant. I knew what that knife meant. I didn't move. I didn't say anything. I just nodded. Mermaids bleed an almost greenish red. She wasn't alive for much of it. Uncle Craig didn't prolong her suffering. He slowly began to cut her down the middle before he froze. Holy. He made the final cut fast and I saw dozens of reddish-black beads swirl about in her guts. The other men began to freak out, swearing and running their hands through their hair. Bobby's jaw dropped. "That can't be," he stuttered. "Mermaid. Caviar." Uncle Craig lifted a handful of it, running the small beads between his fingers. He looked at me before he grinned. "I've been fishing for maids since I was your size, Hazel. This is the first time I've personally harvested mermaid eggs. You're a good luck charm." I ran below deck to puke. I didn't make it to the toilet. I collapsed outside the bathroom and my dinner splattered across the floor. The stomach acid burned as I continued to dry heave, and it took all my strength not to pass out in my vomit. I don't know when the girls came down, but they didn't get mad about the mess. They cleaned me up and put me to bed. I almost could have thought it was a dream, except in the morning when I walked up on deck to see the mermaid tails put on ice. They'd caught one more since I was in bed. This tail was ruby red and thicker than the other. I ran my hand over the scales, and they were as smooth as they looked. We caught a merman after you went to bed. I turned to see Uncle Craig, who looked proud at his catch. You know how much last night's catch will pay out for me? I didn't answer. He continued. Enough to keep paying for your college. Already got my own kids covered. Do you want anything else for your birthday? New bike? Trip to Disneyland? I looked back at the scaled tails. I couldn't speak. I couldn't say anything. I just remembered the look in the mermaid's eyes before the knife plunged in her chest, the spurt of blood covering my uncle's hands. I can understand if you're upset. Uncle Craig sat a hand on my shoulder. Your mom was the same when our dad took us the first time. Mermaid catching runs in the family. Has been since her great-granddad. And it isn't pretty. But it's what we do. He ran a hand through my hair and I flinched. Let's go home, kid. On the way home, Uncle Craig treated me to an enormous ice cream cone, my favorite flavor cake batter. I ate it while trying to forget about the tails without mermaids attached to them. I avoided my Uncle Craig for a few months after that. I'd hide away in my room and pretend that I was busy. This didn't stop him from leaving me presents. I slowly grew to forgive him and soon enough we were hanging out like old times. It's been 10 years. I'm already a published children's writer. I write books about Princess Allura the mermaid. Kids love how she has these crazy sharp teeth, although her parents do not so much. Writing about her makes me happy. Uncle Craig passed away 2 months ago from heart failure. He lived a good life. Long and full of happiness. One of the 2 things he's left me is his fishing boat. I got in my car and drove to the ocean as soon as I could. When I got there I saw 2 grown women waiting for me. It took me a second to recognize them as Ocean and River. Ocean smiled and waved. Hey, Hazel. You're not so much of a kid anymore, up for a fishing trip? The other thing he left me was in my pocket. A list of coordinates. Places to fish. Can't wait. I'll drive the boat. I took a walk for 7 years. It was August 9th, 2010. I was 38 years old. My oldest daughter Avis was 12, and the younger pair, Joanne and John, were 9-year-old twins. I'd been married for 15 years. I worked at an insurance firm. And every Sunday, while my wife and Avis went to church and the twins went to my mother's house, I took a walk. It was a clockwork sort of arrangement. My wife knew never to push me into going with her. I was an atheist and set on staying that way. Of course, given what's happened, my views have changed. It was just a normal day. Avis kissed me on the cheek and told me to not forget my coat, even if it was an abnormally warm day. I'd say it was maybe 65, maybe 68 degrees Fahrenheit. My mom picked up the twins, and I started down my walk. We lived off the beaten path, so to speak. Our road was never busy and most of the area was taken up by farmland. A truck passed me on the road and I waved. I was pretty sure it was Art, although it could have been one of his sons on his way to church. Either way, he waved back. I took a turn to the right onto Hensel. Hensel was a dirt road, but it was never traveled except by farmers, and today it was quiet. Good time to collect my thoughts. Every other time before this, I'd turn back around once I reached Art's farmhouse, although occasionally his wife would pull me in for lemonade and gossip. But August 9th would be the day I took the longest walk of my life. I was passing by the cornfield when I heard laughter. To be more specific, it was a child's laughter. I paused and looked into the cornfield. A pair of forest green eyes looked back at me. The girl looked to be no older than 7, had red hair tied into twin braids, and I assumed she was one of Art's grandchildren. She smiled broadly. Catch me. She darted back into the corn and I could hear her giggle slowly fade away. Normally I would have scoffed at going into the field, as I'd have to cross the ditch and I didn't want to get dirt on my pants. But I felt a little bit of concern, a small child running around the field by herself. So with a jump that I knew my knees would feel in the morning, I jumped into the cornfield. Using the sound of her laughter, I started pushing through the corn. The dry leaves scratched at my face and hands, and dust kicked up into my face. I knew she couldn't outrun me for long, even if she was a child with boundless energy. I had longer legs. However, I exited the cornfield in a place I didn't know. My house was nowhere to be seen, and there was a light layer of snow covering the ground. I spun around but the corn was gone, replaced by frosted evergreen trees. The temperature had significantly dropped and I was now thankful that my daughter insisted I bring a coat. I shivered and spun around a few more times, trying to make sense of this dream I'd apparently fallen into, and where was that little girl? Hey, mister. I finally spun around enough to see her, peering past a branch. She grinned. You catch me, I'll show you the way out. That began the chase. Getting smacked with tree branches was far worse than the corn, the needles tearing at my skin like knives as I pushed past them to find that little girl. Whenever I got lost, I'd hear her laugh. She was having fun. I was not. The wet snow beneath my feet made it impossible to gain traction and forget running. I'd slip if I so much as stepped wrong. With every minute I got colder and colder. My teeth chattered so hard my jaw ached. Then I broke from the tree line into a grassy meadow. I didn't expect the change, so I ended up toppling over. The grass smelled sweet as honey. A fat bumblebee trundled past my head and landed on a black-eyed Susan. It was heaven. But the peace of the meadow was broken by that girl laughing again. Aw, are you already giving up? The warm sunlight made her glow, like a tiny angel, but as I stumbled to my feet, I caught something behind those big eyes I hadn't before. Malevolence. She was toying with me and she knew it. I can't tell you how many times the environment changed. One minute it'd be across a meadow, then a desert during a sandstorm. I'd have to rely solely on hearing her in places like that. Sometimes we'd be back in the cornfield, and I'd shout for Art to get me out of here, but no help ever came. Sometimes we'd be running across barren tundra, where she'd be just out of my grasp. She wasn't always a little girl either. Sometimes she was a young teen, with a gap between her teeth who'd hum sweet tunes. Sometimes she was a ravishing model of her early 20s, with fiery hair and a flirtatious grin. And the time she wasn't any of those. She was an ancient crone, with a bent back and arthritic hands that clutched to her cane but still managed to hobble away from me. She called herself Clarice occasionally. Other times it was Lolita, Dixie, Isabella, and Hope. I lost count of her names too. A straight answer was impossible. She'd never lie to me though, just avoid answering any of the questions I'd ask her. So I knew she was my key out of there. It was in the meadow where I finally got her. She was a little girl again, and her taunting was beyond cruel this time. She'd stop, pick flowers, and run on before I could grab her. She'd throw the flowers about and sing ridiculous nonsense songs, and I knew I could never win like this. So I dropped to the ground. The little girl stopped. "Oh, are you really giving up now? You're so close." "Nothing." I remained still as I gasped for breath. I heard her get closer and closer. "Mister, are you okay? Do you need a break? You've been going on a long time." Once I saw her shadow, I lunged. She almost got away, but my hand wrapped around her braid and I pulled her back so hard I could have snapped her neck. I embraced her in my arms and breathed out, "I got you." I'd never felt so successful in my entire life. I'd finally gotten her. She turned around and smiled sadly. "Can we play again? We were having fun. You don't have to go back, we can stay here." "No way. I was done with this." "Nope. You let me out of here right now or I'm strangling you with your braids." A little dramatic, perhaps, but I gripped tighter onto her hair to make clear my point. She sighed before she kissed my cheek. The same place Avis did before church. Okay. When I woke up, I was in the middle of the plowed cornfield. It was springtime, the ground was turned to mud, and the water was cold. I peeled myself off the ground and began stumbling home. It was then I noticed how tired I truly was. My mouth was parched as the deserts I ran through. My body was stiff and ached like I'd run 1,000 miles, and there was a chance I had. I had one goal in mind though, and that was home. I could finally go home. Despite tripping through the mud a dozen times, I caught sight of my house and immediately began to cry. Barely able to move, I just pointed myself to the backyard. My wife should be home about now. She'd see me and come to my aid. 2 teenage boys were on the back porch, one was smoking while the other was playing on his phone. I couldn't recognize either of them. Had my family moved? I raised my hand and attempted to speak, but it came out as a raspy moan. Both boys jumped out of their skin, the one smoking dropping his cigarette, and they backed off. The shorter one raised a hand. "Sir, you're gonna have to." He trailed off and his eyes widened. The eyes looked exactly like my wife's. "Dad?" I passed out on the ground, just a few steps from the back door. I woke up in the hospital. I'd been cleaned up, had N4 running into my arm, and a woman was sitting next to my bed. Fast asleep, with a tattoo of a bird on her neck. A sparrow, to be exact. Avis always loved her sparrows. I'd been gone for a little over 7 years. When I didn't return from my walk, my wife reported me missing. At first, law enforcement assumed I'd just run off with another woman, but when that line of investigation went dry, they realized I'd been the victim of foul play. Search parties were made. People were questioned. No one was imprisoned. They never found me. And life marched on. Art apparently died about a year after I went missing. Stroke. The farm went to his sons, who ended up selling the whole property to another family. A family who stayed oblivious to the fact that it was the place I was last spotted. The boys on the back porch were my boys. I just hadn't been around when Joanne announced he was now James, at the age of 13. I wish I could have been there to help him become a man. I had a good replacement though. After 4 years and it looked like I was gone for good, my wife met someone new. His name's Clark. They'd gotten married 6 months after they met. Clark was a real outdoorsman, hunter, and fisherman, and loved to go camping. As I chased a fairy child through her playground, he was taking James and John out on trips every weekend and putting away money to help James afford his surgeries and the like. Clark had 2 kids of his own, and I was soon a memory in this house. They could survive without me. Avis was the only one who hadn't given up on me. She pursued every lead, every dead end, every chance that I could be there, she was chasing it. Stubborn girl. My girl. But she'd grown from a girl to a woman since I'd been gone, and it was like talking to a stranger. A stranger who had my chin and nose, but a stranger nonetheless. My wife did want to help me adjust though, and kindly offered the guest bedroom for me while I recovered. I'd been through hell, bones were broken and healed, muscles torn and strained beyond their limits. I was malnourished and could barely stand without my walker, and I just had nowhere to go. It was not a place I could stay though. Clark's kids looked at me like I was some bogeyman that lived down the hall. Clark and I tried to be polite to each other, but things became tense as my now ex-wife was struggling whether or not she should officially put down on paper who she would divorce. I was just in the way. But the little girl wasn't gone. Nightly I'd see her outside my window. She'd peer in, with those big eyes, and mouth the words. "Come with me. I've told my wife I'm just going out for a walk. Forgive me, Father, for I will sin." The voice on the other side of the partition was deep and grave, and spoke with a slow cadence that made him sound elderly. "You will sin?" I asked, confused. "Have you not already sinned?" "Usually, the confessional is the place to come to confess to something you have already done, not a sin you are yet to commit." The man let out a small, croaky chuckle before continuing to speak. No. Believe me, I have already sinned. I'm just confessing that I will do it once again." "Which sin do you wish to confess?" "No point in confessing to any of the big 7. You know, the deadly ones. I've committed to all of those before." No. What I wish to confess to is a bit bigger than that," he said, followed by a throaty chuckle. "Please, any sin, no matter how terrible, is worth confessing to. Even if I'm going to break a commandment?" "Yes, even then." There was silence in the confessional booth. The eerie kind of silence that precedes the reveal of a terrible secret or horrible admission. I could sense the hesitation, or possibly even excitement from the old man, as I'm sure he could sense my trepidation for what he was about to say next. "Unalive. I wish to confess that I'm going to commit the act of unalive." I sat stunned for a moment, not only because he was confessing to one of the most terrible sins, but because this situation was awfully familiar. There was silence in the booth once again, before I apprehensively replied, "Thou shalt not unalive. That is what God has commanded. You have not yet taken a life, and there is no reason good enough to justify it. I have my reason. Besides, if I confess to it, then, isn't it all forgiven? It can be forgiven if you repent for your sins, but as you have not yet acted out your transgression, repentance is not possible. Unless, of course, you don't go through with it. There isn't a good chance that I will feel regret for this sin. I haven't felt any regret for my previous ones either." I swallowed nervously before asking him my next question. "Previous sins? Does the name Janice Cooper ring any bells?" As he spoke the name, I felt a sharp chill jolt down my spine, like I had been struck down by the Almighty himself. I let out a small gasp that must have said more than I meant it to. "I thought you would remember her." "I remember her too," the old man said from the other side of the booth. "Yes, I remember her quite well. Better than you would, I'm sure. You never actually met her, did you?" "No." The single word was all I could muster in reply. "You knew of her before though, before her untimely demise, shall we say?" "Yes." My mind flashed back to the memory of a day, not too dissimilar to this one, listening to a voice, also not too dissimilar to the one I was hearing now. I was sitting in the same confessional booth, only my hair was not as gray, and the wrinkles on my face hadn't begun to dig deep into my face yet. It was still early in my lifelong commitment to the church, and I had not long since been ordained. I had already heard several confessions, but they were usually just admissions to sins of greed, envy or lust. But, on that day, I had someone come into the booth, take a seat, and confess that they were going to unalive. Just like the man I was currently listening to. "Forgive me, Father, for I am going to sin. The sin of unalive, to be exact. The desire has always been strong, but never have I ever wanted to act upon it." The man with a grave, but quite young voice, had said, "That was until I saw her." Then that hunger to unalive intensified. The man continued, "Something about her that just makes me want to do it. My thirst for her blood is just too strong. So, that's my confession. I am going to unalive Janice Cooper." The memory came to an abrupt end, as I focused back on what was occurring currently, and realized that the old man had asked me a question. "Well, what did it feel like?" "I'm sorry, what did that feel like?" I asked, unsure of what he had originally asked me. A combination of recalling past events and fear had stopped me from hearing it. "What did it feel like when you saw it in the paper?" Those words. "Woman, 26, brutally slain by unknown unaliver." How did you feel when you read the name Janice Cooper? Did you feel guilty at all? You were told she was going to die, yet did nothing. "It is against my oath to report any crime that is confessed to me," I answered curtly. While true that I was forbidden to report any illegal activity that comes to light during a confessional, this was one case that I had morally struggled with for years. I knew the name of the victim and I knew that someone was going to unalive her. I could have prevented the crime, but I knew that I couldn't. It is the thing that has haunted me throughout my entire life, especially when I was the one to officiate her funeral, and I couldn't say anything to the poor woman's family. How did it feel hugging her mother and telling her that she is with God now, or shaking her brother's hand and telling him sorry for your loss, or comforting her cousins and grandparents? Did you ever have the urge to tell them that you couldn't prevent it? The man asked me, rather seriously. "How do you know that I was there at the funeral?" I asked him back, ignoring the other questions he asked me. "I was there, of course. I wouldn't have missed that big day," he responded. "I heard every word you said." I felt a shiver run down my spine. This man had been there. Her unaliver had attended her funeral. I felt sick to my stomach just thinking about it. I took a deep breath and turned the questioning around onto him. "How did it feel taking a life? You've already said that you didn't feel guilt, which must be true if, once again, you're here confessing." There was silence for a moment before he let out a slight chuckle and answered in an almost gleeful tone. "Oh no, no, no. I didn't feel guilty about unaliving in the slightest. In fact, I took a certain amount of joy from it. And I think next time will be just as fun." "Then how come you are here, confessing and wanting forgiveness for the most horrible of sins, if you enjoyed it?" "I never said I wanted forgiveness. I don't particularly want to be forgiven. Once again, I am just doing what must be done." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. What must be done? Had he somehow convinced himself that unaliving that young woman, Janice Cooper, was what must be done? Unaliving Janice was not what had to be done. "You took an innocent life that day, feel no remorse, and want to do it again. I'm sorry, but you will not find any sort of exoneration here." I heard the old man shuffle in his seat slightly, before replying. His tone had grown ever colder and more serious when he spoke. "I did not unalive Janice. Why would I unalive my sister?" I heard what he said, but it took me a second to comprehend it properly. I was convinced that I was talking to her unaliver. Instead, I was speaking to her brother. "I think you have misunderstood what is happening here," he continued. "I feel no remorse for slaughtering the bastard that took my sister away from me, from my family. I didn't feel any guilt when I slit his throat, and I won't regret doing the same to the son of a jerk that knew she was going to die, yet did nothing." The blood flowing through my veins turned to ice as I now completely understood what was happening. I was going to feel a wrath rain down upon me, but it wasn't going to be from the Lord above. The wrath of the man sitting only inches away from me was now a much more terrifying reality. He spoke again, anger and venom strongly present in his voice now. "I'm not going to unalive you here. Not within the walls of the church. But know that my vengeance is coming. I will bring upon your death. Unless you decide to break your oath and report this to the authorities. You could be selfish and do that for yourself. Do what you should have done for Janice." The next thing I heard was the sound of feet marching out of the confessional booth. They were moving quickly, and by the time I could peek out into the church, the man was gone. Now, I am waiting for him to return. Fear is the new constant in my life, as I wait for him to take a razor to my throat. Prayer only brings me a certain amount of comfort, but I know that my end is inevitable. I haven't gone to the police, however. I can't hold myself to a different standard than others. I didn't go to them for Janice, and I won't go to them for myself. Drip. Everybody who is anybody in my small town could tell you about the disappearance of the Lechler family. Some could probably write a book, more elegantly than me, because it's just one of those stories, a mystery with more questions than answers. but I'll do my best. The year is 1994. A man calls to reserve a room at the White Valley Hotel. He needs the reservation for the next night, and he will pay cash, only cash. If he can't pay cash, he will speak to the owner, Billy, who is a known pushover and desperate for the money. The man is specific about the room. Number 13. No exceptions. No switches. He will require a king-sizing size bed, with 2 twins, and a bottle of brandy, wrapped in gift paper, ready to go on the dresser. He will also need towels for 4. The desk and service staff go about their preparations. The bellhop drives to the store and buys the brandy. The maids shuffle 2 extra beds into room 13. They clean, and clean, and clean again, because this is a new client, and business is bad. Business is always bad in White Valley. The next day, the Lechlers show up. According to the bellhop, the father appears educated. He wears thick, horn-rimmed glasses, which fit snugly over buzzed and graying hair. He is dressed in a brown button-down shirt, with fresh ironed black slacks, and polished shoes. The mother, decked out in a floral print dress, ushers the wailing children like braying sheep. The Lechlers have 1 boy and 1 girl. Each are under 10 years old, and the young boy appears to be sick because his coughs and wheezes echo through the empty halls of the hotel. Numerous guests hear his hacks throughout the night. Mr. Lechlers hands over an envelope. The sleeve is filled with money. He doesn't explain, and the White Valley staff doesn't ask for one. The clerk confirms the booking. The bellhop leads the family to their room. Number 13 is nothing extraordinary. On the surface, it looks like all the other rooms. A large and complicated armoire stores everything from extra power outlets to a mini fridge. There is a bathroom at the back, with a stand-in shower, and a small coat closet beside it. An oak desk sits catty-cornered against the wall, and the king bed is decorated lushly, with plush pillows, a fuzzy blanket, and prototypical cream-colored sheets and comforters. A small window, on the west side, looks out into the lake below. The room can seem pretty peaceful, considering the modern circumstances, if it catches you at the right time of day. The Lechlers say goodnight. When the bellhop leaves for the evening, the father is perched at the desk, with 1,000 papers spread out in front of him, and a fresh glass of liquor at the ready. Some folks assume Mr. Lechlers is a doctor. Others swear he is a scientist. It doesn't matter, at this point, because the result is the same. By morning, every single member of the Lechlers family is gone. That's it. Gone. Vanished without a trace. The room is made up. The bags are gone. The papers are gone. The twin beds have small creases in the sheets, where the children must have sat momentarily, but the bedding itself is barely disturbed. The shower in the bathroom is damp. Somebody must have used it. But every other trace of the family dropped from the face of the hotel. The bellhop calls White Valley PD. Billy doesn't want that, at first. He insists that the guests went out. Maybe they would come back, and then wouldn't they be furious, launching an investigation into something as simple as a breakfast trip. But he must know the argument is futile. His employees are worried. The boy was sick. The woods outside the hotel are vast and foreboding. Anyone venturing out that late at night in the 90s risks something serious. The police comb the hotel with a fine-tooth comb. Nothing turns up. They check the basement. They check the room. They check the property. They look into the name Lechler, to no avail, and declare it more than likely a pseudonym. Soon the police are looking for the town's help, ridiculously, instead of the other way around. Stories about the family volley around town like a game of telephone. Some people say the Lechlers were spies. Some people say they were in witness protection. But the one story, the most disturbing of all, and the one that sits in the forefront of every local's mind, even if they don't mention it, is that the Lechler family was unalived. The small town starts to lock its doors at night. A criminal investigation into Billy the owner begins a week later. The police traced the mysterious call and found that it originated from his cell phone. Officers moved to bring him in for questioning. But that night, a snowstorm slams White Valley. Billy is out for an errand, probably to stock the hotel with groceries, and he doesn't notice the finely packed ice holding up a pothole in the road. Treadless tires spin helplessly for traction. The front of Billy's station wagon catches a maple tree. The back half flies off the road altogether. Some folks say they could hear the impact from a mile away. The town ambulances rush to the scene. The police are hot on their tails. But both are too late. Billy Walker passes from his injuries on the side of the highway. And with him dies the mystery of the Lechler family. Some people view the car accident as an admission of guilt. Billy must have known the end was near, so he hopped in his station wagon, in the middle of a blizzard, and did his best to hightail it out of town. He was running. He was a coward. He must have unalived them. He probably dumped them in the miles of woods that surround his creepy little hotel. He always was such a weird-looking guy, on the surface, and the crash confirms unreasonable prejudices for a lot of unreasonable people. Time passes without any fresh leads. The story becomes sort of a tall tale. They say that every small town has its secrets, and if that's true, none seem more fitting than the legend of the Lechlers. The police closed ranks and withheld information. The details became warped over time. Some say Mr. Lechler was an astronaut. Some say he worked for the CIA. Nobody knows for sure, of course, it's all conjecture. But the truth rarely gets in the way of a good story. Certainly not in White Valley. Fast forward to today. The hotel still stands, though it is under different owners, now. A nice older couple bought the place at the start of the decade. The Abbotts love the historical relevance of the old building. The hotel has its own stories, they insisted, a rich and complicated history that has nothing to do with the Lechlers. The grounds were used by abolitionists, after all, and if it was good for them, it should be good for the brats of White Valley and their bastard out-of-town cousins. The Abbotts hire college kids, home from state, and high school students, because they know they can be paid less. There are a few guests, here and there, but business is just as dead now as it must have been 20 years ago. I worked the desk at the White Valley Hotel for about 2 weeks before it happened. That evening, Mr. and Mrs. Abbott had some business to take care of out of town. Normally they would dedicate the night shift to an older guy named Jed, but Jed was sick, and the options for his replacement were few and far between. They settled on me, begrudgingly, because they knew I majored in hospitality and hotel management at university. I looked forward to the opportunity as a chance to hone my skills for the future. I barely even thought about the Lechlers. At that point, most people my age forgot. We had 4 sets of guests staying with us for the night. Mr. Sloan was visiting his mother on Mott Street, but she only had 1 bed, so he elected to use ours instead. The Petersons were on a cross-country road trip, the Hinkies lost power in the recent storm, and Tommy and Sarah Meisler, a teenage couple from town, were looking to stay in the only allegedly haunted spot in town, room number 13. I know what you might be thinking. Why didn't the Abbotts board it up? Why did they still rent it out? The answer is not as interesting as you might hope. Simply put, the police never asked them to, and so they never did. Any tourism is good tourism. Tom and Sarah were not the first to ask to stay in that room. Over the years, dozens of ghost hunters, psychics, or paranormal whatever had asked to rent room 13 for the night. They came in with their cameras, EMF readers, and bundles of money at the ready. They left disappointed. On the night of my overnight watch, I posted up in the lobby, with a big book, and a rum-filled thermos. I knew the night would pass slowly. But I never expected to be so bored. I walked around the property aimlessly. I took in the drifting snowstorm from the lobby. I hopped to every one of the guests' requests on the dime because it gave me something to do, but the calls died down entirely around midnight. And then it was silent. I kept myself awake by thumbing through an old short story collection by Stephen King. I don't remember the name. There was a tale in there about an upper-class woman who found a secret highway through the woods in Maine. The shortcut took miles and hours from the journey to her summer home. Each time she arrived well before her gardener expected, and each time, she refuses to tell him the exact route. The story goes on to discuss a night where they finally made the journey together. The route is winding. The trees are leaning to make the road narrower and narrower. A creature jumps out into the street, larger than any the gardener has ever seen, and he swears they hit it. He swears he sees it, stuck to the rim, but the woman keeps driving, laughing, and smiling salaciously his way. The phone rang. Have you ever been so captivated by a story that the fringes of reality disappear around you? That was my experience. I stared blankly at the receiver for a moment. I looked back into the storm. I couldn't stop thinking about the shortcut. Where did they go? What did they hit? Could such a place really exist? Then the phone rang again. I picked it up and was immediately greeted by the panicked voice of Tommy Walsh. You have to come up here, he whispered. Something smells like death. I laughed out loud and let the mystery of the King's story fall around me. Sometimes the pipes in our old hotel backed up. Sometimes the staff neglected to do a thorough cleaning. But unusual smells would not be very high on my list of unusual hotel guest requests. I grabbed a mop bucket and a plunger and waltzed down the hall, whistling like a butthole, with a clear and unsuspecting look plastered into my innocent beady eyes. I knocked on the door. Sarah opened up immediately. She had a blanket wrapped around her face. Tom was in the corner with his head sticking out of an open window. I wanted to ask what happened, but a moment later, the smell hit me. And then I didn't have to ask. I can't use enough adjectives to describe the pure stench. It smelled like body odor and sweat rolled into a disgusting tortilla of old meat and beans. Have you ever left a piece of chicken or steak out of the freezer for too long? Have you ever let the maggots tear it apart bit by bit? Take that stink and add a thick layer of something inexplicably sweet on top of it. I couldn't get it out of my nostrils. The smell invaded my lungs. I turned to gag and even then the rancid stench still stayed with me. We noticed it before bed, Sarah started. We thought maybe just old pipes, but now. I nodded and proceeded cautiously to the bathroom, with a plunger in front of me, brandished like a katana. Sarah paced behind me nervously. Then she shook her head. Not over there, she murmured. Here. She pointed to the closet. A lot of uncomfortable thoughts went through my head. Panic crept up my spine like a bad trip. My mouth suddenly felt dry and my throat spasmed uncontrollably. I walked over to the closet and thrust open the door, dramatically, hardly looking at what might be on the other side. It was empty. Tommy shouted out that they tried that before a fresh symphony of vomiting shook his frail frame. I looked around and found the single light bulb in the closet. There were coat hangers, shelves, and an old iron hanging on the wall. Tom's bulky North Face sat parked next to Sarah's more fashionable Patagonia. I moved them aside to search for something, anything, that could be the source of that horrible, gut-wrenching odor. It had to be nearby. The room reeked. I could barely breathe through my t-shirt. My fingers caught a break in the paneling. I pulled back, expecting it to stay in place, and fell on my butt once the entire wall came crashing down. Standing still as scarecrows were a mother and two children. 1,000 wires connected to batteries, skin, and other foreign devices littered every inch of the small enclosed space. I looked down at my hand and saw a sticky, gooey substance, and I couldn't figure out why. It was only when Sarah screamed that I noticed the horrible ball of wax sitting beside the children. Entrails and blood sat bundled together in a misshapen little pile of blood, encased by a dusty pair of slacks and a faded button-down shirt. Sitting on top of the ensemble was a distinct pair of horn-rimmed glasses. I couldn't stop staring. Tommy couldn't stop screaming. A thick liquid leaked out into the closet and puddled by my feet. I turned to get the mop, absurdly, before Sarah's cold hand caught my shoulder. They're breathing, she whispered. Look. My bloodshot eyes focused on the woman's floral dress. For a moment she stayed still. Then her chest inflated. Her eyes fluttered. And she exhaled. The children followed suit. I don't remember running from the room. I don't remember the phone call to the police. The only thing I can clearly remember is standing outside in the snow, with Tommy, Sarah, Mr. Sloan, the Petersons, and the Hinkies all at my side. We were desperate for answers. We needed answers. But straight answers are hard to come by in White Valley. Mr. and Mrs. Abbott were devastated when the government seized the hotel. They called it eminent domain, and the G-men offered a fair price, but it was barely enough to cover the retired couple's affairs. For months, White Valley was swarmed by black paneled vans and folks in subtly matching black suits. The locals begged the agents for answers in the coffee shops and stores around town. But the government stayed quiet. To date, no official explanation has been given for the disappearance and resurgence of the Lechler family, and no one truly knows what happened to the surviving family members. But a small town will always have its rumors. Some say that Mr. Lechler must have been a scientist. Some say he must have been involved in cryogenics. What other explanation made sense? The movies all said it was possible, and the government is always a step behind science fiction. Some say that Mr. Lechler took the opportunity to debut his work when he found out his son was sick. The old owner, Billy, must have known about the plan, to some degree. Some say it is entirely possible that Billy's secret died on the night of his car crash, leaving the family to fester, hibernating for 25 years, technically alive behind the falsewood panel. When the father finally passed, probably from natural causes, the smell awakened their hiding spot, and at long last, blew the lid off the entire operation. But it's not the mystery itself that haunts me. Not exactly. When I'm awake in bed, fighting the memory of the Lechlers, fighting the smell, trying desperately to find sleep against irreversible anxiety, I think about the children. Were they awake? Were they aware? I pray to God often, and I think about that question every time. What kind of God would allow the children to be awake? Because I cannot imagine any worse hell than being trapped in a closet, completely helpless, while the rotting fat and pieces of your father drip listlessly onto your shoulder. The Russians dug the world's deepest hole. Now I know why. On the 24th of May 1970, the Soviet Union started a project that would be known as the Kola Superdeep Borehole. Although it has been long since abandoned, the hole still exists today, and measures about 40,000 feet in depth. Be it for research or whatever claim has been told, the Kola borehole is not the only time Russia dug further than they should have, and several holes can still be found today, unprotected in the desolate Russian wilderness. The biggest mistake of my life is going down one of these holes. A year ago, my work took me to a small Russian fishing village located in Siberia. It's a tiny place populated by no more than 200 people, most of them fishermen or hunters. It wasn't the first time being a scientist had gotten me into strange situations. I'm a geologist, which is not important for the story, but I have experience in search and rescue operations back home in the United States. My Russian language abilities were less than satisfactory, and considering only 2 people beside my crew spoke English in the village, it was a challenge, to say the least. However, with the right spirit and willingness to share a bottle of vodka, they were some of the friendliest people I've met in my entire life. I particularly enjoyed the company of the village's only police officer, Vadim, who happened to speak at least a basic level of English. His job mostly consisted of escorting people home after they had a bit too much to drink, although he oftentimes partook in the drinking rather than stopping it. Needless to say, we quickly became good friends. We rather enjoyed ourselves in such a bizarre world, cut off from civilization. At least we did until the 9th month of our deployment. One of the local 7-year-old daughters had gone missing. Her name was Daria, and she had been out playing with her friends around an old abandoned building widely believed to be a Soviet-era silo. The whole structure had been closed off for almost 40 years and forgotten, yet the children loved hanging out in the area. On that particular day, the silo was open. The doors were broken down, which revealed a large room full of ancient equipment, and a large, dark hole in the center. The hole measured about 50 feet in diameter, and the depth was unknown. There was a basic elevator platform in the center of the hole, like something used for descending mines. All that could be seen was endless darkness reaching into the abyss. Daria had fallen into it. I immediately knew in my heart that the fall had unalived her. A fall that deep, even if the bottom was a pool of water, would be lethal. The other children insisted that Daria had called out for help after falling into the hole, which gave out false hope to the terrified mother. It was the first time I had seen Vadim efficiently work to put together a rescue operation. Calling for official aid so far out was a hopeless task. Even if they sent help, they would arrive too late. Seeing as I had some experience in that field, alongside basic first aid, I volunteered, as did one of my colleagues, Stanley. While the mechanics attempted to revive the old machinery, including the elevator, I attached a sinker to a line in hopes of measuring the depth. The line wasn't long enough to determine where the bottom was, even though the longest ropes combined measured almost 1,000 feet. After a couple of hours, the mechanics announced that the elevator was ready, but they had found some sort of protective suits. According to the few documents found in the facility, the atmospheric pressure was quite high and the temperatures reached up to 150 degrees Fahrenheit. I knew then we would retrieve nothing but the body of a little girl for the family to bury. Gataf, ready? Vadim asked us. The suits were poorly fitted to our slightly untrained figures and chafed in places I didn't know was possible. We entered the lift, which was protected by a rusty metal cage full of holes. We were given only one walkie-talkie to communicate with the people on the surface, in addition to some old flashlights. We're ready, lower us down, Stanley said. The gears running the elevator platform started churning, and a clunky sound echoed through the room down the hall. There was a small screen on the elevator with numbers signifying the depth. It was an excruciatingly slow process, no more than a foot per second. However, the change in atmosphere was imminent. We descended. 100 feet. Darkness had already enveloped us. The weak flashlights we had brought along hardly provided any comfort. You think this is dark? Wait till you see winter in the village, Vadim said, his usual dull humor. Me and Stanley both faked a chuckle. Would you please check if the radio works, Vadim? I asked. It works, no worries. He responded. 500 feet. The walkie sounded for the first time since our descent almost 10 minutes ago. The Russian was heavy and the static made it incomprehensible to a novice such as myself. What was that, Vadim? I asked. Oh, they just asked how deep we are. Shouldn't we be able to hear them talking? We're only 500 feet down. Stanley asked. Yes, something strange here, Vadim said. Other than the electrical hum of the ancient elevator, and the sound of Stanley nervously shifting his weight, we couldn't hear the chatter of people just above us. Very strange, Vadim mumbled to himself. Something about Vadim seemed off. I had never seen him worried like that before. Guys, is it getting really warm here or is it just me? Yeah, I'm sweating bullets already. I responded. 1,000 feet. Amajite. A soft voice cried out from the depths below. Did you hear that? I asked. Hear what? Someone called for help from below. I hear nothing. I put a finger to my lips, gesturing for silence while listening attentively. Then I heard the voice again. Help. The same voice, but slightly louder. There it was again. Yes, I heard it, Vadim said. Hold on, they called for help? Yes, you heard it too? Of course, but it was in English. It wasn't too unusual for the children to pick up on an English word or two while we were visiting, but this wasn't that. It didn't make sense for a young girl to know that word, not in a tiny Siberian village. Vadim called out for the voice, but no one responded. Damn it, can we make this thing go any faster? 4,000 feet. More than an hour had passed and we couldn't see the bottom yet. It had been quite some time since we heard the voice and I had developed a throbbing headache from the heat. If someone had really called out from the bottom, we should have reached it already. Guys, I see light. Vadim announced. What are you talking about? Light, at the bottom, look. He frantically jumped up and down while pointing towards the darkness below. There's nothing there, Vadim, Stanley said. How can you not see? It's so bright. I glanced over at Stanley in confusion. My first thought was that Vadim was going crazy due to the heat and darkness. 5,000 feet. None of us had said a single word since Vadim told us about the light. Our moods were descending much faster than the elevator. On top of that, my headache was almost unaliving me. Out of nowhere, the elevator stopped, shaking violently in the process. It knocked me straight to the floor and I was out in an instant. A few seconds passed while I came back to it, and I saw Stanley lying unmoving next to me. Vadim, however, was nowhere to be found. Stan, are you alright? I shook his shoulder. He grunted as he sat back up. What the hell just happened? I don't know, man, but Vadim's gone. What? Where did he go? I don't know, he just vanished. We looked around, there was no way out of the elevator. Although there were a few holes in the metal cage surrounding us, it would still be impossible for a large man such as Vadim to get through. Hey, I found the walkie, Stanley said. Try calling the surface. He called for help, but static was the only response. We tried to call out for Vadim, but he was far gone. The elevator started descending again. Duck this, let's go back up. Stanley pleaded. I clicked a few buttons on the panel. How? The controls are broken, only the ones at the surface work. He started screaming for the people up top to bring us back, but we both knew there was no way they could hear us down there. 10,000 feet. It had taken more than 4 hours to get that deep, the heat getting worse for each feet descended. I had already passed out a couple of times from dehydration, despite having brought an ample amount of water. Why haven't they brought us back up yet? Stanley asked with a weak voice. He was quite a bit older than myself, so he was rapidly deteriorating from the heat. I don't know. Is it even possible to be this far down? Stanley didn't respond. He had fallen unconscious, but I lacked the energy to wake him up. I was about to pass out for the nth time myself. I was only jolted back into consciousness by what sounded like singing. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard, in Russian, and I didn't understand what it was about, but it was so serene, so pure. Stan, I called out with my fading voice. Can you hear that? Who's singing? He mumbled, half asleep. A light appeared in the depths, and the singing got louder. I see it. The light, I said. The elevator stopped once more. Stan was gone. Just like Vadim, he had vanished into thin air, but the light remained, the beautiful warm light. It started moving towards me, and the closer it got, the more at peace I felt. The light ascended until I saw nothing but the brightness surrounding me. Then there was nothing. I woke up in a hospital 1 week later. I had been found in the middle of a forest in eastern Russia, by a pair of hunters. I had no documentation or proof of who I was, and as they claimed, my story didn't add up. No such hole existed according to public records, which wasn't much of a surprise, but when I dug deeper I realized the village I had stayed in for the better part of a year wasn't even on the map. The ordeal had taken a toll on my mind, leaving several gaps in my memory, though I could recall a few phone numbers from my colleagues. When I called them, their numbers were all either disconnected or reached completely unrelated people. After a lengthy investigation, I was allowed to travel back to the United States on an emergency travel document. My fingerprints matched some documentation of my existence, which helped, not criminal records mind you. When I returned home I discovered that my house was owned by someone else, and had been for at least 10 years. It took me a long time to figure out what had happened, but some changes were too big to be a horrible coincidence. Putting aside the personal changes I've experienced here, even world history doesn't match what I remember studying. Geography is vastly different, heck there's an entire continent missing from the map. Denial is a powerful tool. It took me months to come to terms with a very simple, yet complicated fact. This is not the world I belong to. My dad is a chair. The title doesn't lie. My dad is a chair. To be specific, he's a fully upholstered bright orange angel accent living room chair. The kind with wooden legs you'd find in any three-piece suit from the 70s. He's pretty comfortable, truth be told. A little lumpy in places, but his padding is soft. Warm too. He's always warm. There's also the telltale ba thump coming from his back cushion. A steady rhythm at my lumbar reminds me I'm sitting in no ordinary chair. He wasn't always a chair. Until last year he was Kevin the accountant. He was 51, slightly overweight, and generally seemed to enjoy life as a human. He was married to Mom. He still is, but, well, as you can imagine it's a little complicated now. It was funny at first. He came home from work one day and just sat in a corner of the living room. When we'd ask him why he was sitting on the floor and not the $4,000 cream leather couch, he'd just smile and say it feels right here. It stopped being funny the morning he didn't go to work. Turns out he hadn't slept the night before. He'd been watching a movie with Mom but hadn't gone with her to bed. She left him sitting in his spot, unsuspicious of the "I'm not tired, I'll be up a little later" lie. She and I both begged him to get up but he refused to move. Phoned in sick at work, the whole deal. Just spent the day sitting on the floor in his corner. We kept asking him what was wrong, why he wouldn't get up except to use the bathroom, and he just kept saying no, this feels right. Mom phoned the doctor around the third day of this. He'd stopped eating or drinking, you see. Stopped getting up to use the bathroom too. Surprisingly though, there weren't as many accidents as you'd think. Once he'd allowed the last of the food and drink to leave him, it seemed to stop coming. We also didn't hear his belly growl despite going a day and a half without food. The doctor couldn't make sense of it. Their first guess was that it was psychosomatic, but that wouldn't explain the absence of digestive activity exposed by the stethoscope. They said they'd be back to take some blood samples in a few days after they liaised with some colleagues. Unfortunately, as I said, this was last year, 2020. We never heard back from the doctor thanks to the virus that shall not be named. I guess guy with gut troubles who refuses to move is low on the priorities list during a global pandemic. Somehow Mom managed to wrangle long-term sick leave with Dad's company. Decades of loyal employeeism combined with Mom's attendance at every company barbecue and softball game helped Mr. Bannerfrag buy the unexplained stomach concern requiring hospitalization excuse. I'll never forget that phone call. At the time, Dad losing his job was the worst-case scenario for both of us. He'd always been the breadwinner. Neither of us could support ourselves without him. We'd lose the house in under a year. Dad didn't seem too perturbed by Mom's frantic pacing, or the lies she wormed through the phone to Mr. Bannerfrag. He just stared at the wall serenely, hovering his butt half a foot from the carpet, balancing with his legs bent and his hands flat on the ground behind him. That night I fell asleep listening to Mom yelling at Dad. He never yelled back. We started noticing the physical changes a few days later. That's when we realized this wasn't psychosomatic. Unfortunately, our crappy best insurance deal on the market doctor wasn't picking up the phone. We'd get passive-aggressive emails informing us they were waiting to hear back from colleagues, but that was it. This was not good. Especially not when the joints in Dad's arms and legs had fused. The not goodness of the doctor's silence increased 1,000-fold when we sent photos of Dad's hands and feet flaking off like discarded spider husks the following week. Did the response change? No. We got a very snippy email about shortages in ICU wards and the critical international situation. Mom's shouting match with the chief of medicine, the one she demanded her way up the phone chain to speak to, didn't change things. We were on our own. Mom spent all her time in the living room with Dad. I'd help her wash him, try and make him eat, talk to him when she'd tire out and fall asleep on the rug. Every day of this routine brought with it new changes in Dad's body. It started with his limbs, as you can probably guess. When his hands and feet fell off, there was no blood. They flaked apart, crusty and dry and brittle throughout. Even the bones of his toes and fingers had the density and consistency of dead skin. The wrists and ankles they left behind were smooth and hard. It was difficult to tell whether we were looking at flesh or exposed bone. The dark shining surface seemed to blend into his normal arm at the base of the stumps. This discoloration would rise further up his limbs daily, and before long I awoke to see Dad's head and torso fused to the wooden chair legs supporting my weight while I write this. Well, I use the term Dad's head and torso in the loosest possible sense. By the time his limbs were completely replaced, the rest of him had undergone a slow, harrowing transformation of its own. His shoulders, and the arms attached to them, descended lower and lower. They found their final resting place at Dad's pelvis, sat squarely behind his rigid legs. The chest area they'd left behind had its problems. Day by day Dad's neck retracted further inwards. It didn't stop when his jaw met collarbone, either. It pulled Dad's head deep into his ribcage. His face flattened as the skull supporting it sank, forcing his eyes to point in opposite directions. Eventually, they slid down to where his nipples once lay, resting glassy and vacant on his pecs. The change wasn't quick enough to break his jaw though. Instead, it bent outward, its hinges spreading wide across Dad's broad chest. Each morning I'd find Mom sobbing over a fresh unnecessary piece of himself he discarded. Hair, ears, nose, thingy, all of them flaked off and crumbled to dust in her hands. He lost the ability to speak as his head withdrew. Unsurprising though, right? He made his intentions clear before he went. The last words he ever said to me. Don't cry, I am chair, always was chair, happy as chair. That was the worst part, I think. Knowing that, whatever the duck was happening to Dad, he wasn't resisting it. That when he got that initial urge to sit in the corner and not get up, he didn't fight it. That he was happy this way. The implication being that when he was human, when he was a father and husband and accountant, he wasn't. Sadly, I still don't know why or how Dad became a chair. I didn't post any photos, you see. Mom wouldn't let me, didn't want the embarrassment. Wanted to keep Dad's dignity intact. The thing is, I agreed with her and kind of still do. I'm glad I didn't go to the socials with pics of Dad at various stages of his journey. The temptation was there to see if anyone could help. Nobody could have though, could they? Dad would have become just another internet circus freak. I've done enough research and digging over the months to know that whatever happened to Dad, he's the only one. Well, almost only. Mom's own changes started around the time Dad's skin was rethreading into the orange fabric and his eyes had hardened into plastic buttons. Her change was a little different. It started in her torso, stretching her day by day while she remained in crab pose. I must say, she makes a great couch. Her transformation may have been a little more distressing, but the end result is better. Sorry Dad, it is what it is. I think the worst part with Mom was the despondency. Dad was so serene as he changed. Mom though? Mom wouldn't stop weeping. Quiet sobs, tears that fell for a few days even after her own eyes had become flat plastic. She wasn't crying because of the change though, I think. I think it was because she wouldn't get to see how beautiful I'll look when I go through my metamorphosis. Thing is, I get it now. Dad was right. He was the chair. Mom was on the couch. I am the coffee table. I always was. I was scared at first when I realized. The truth hit me like a piano dropped from the Empire State Building. I was scrubbing the last of Mom's remaining human skin when it struck through every bone in my wrong body, just as it must have done both Dad and Mom. I spent that whole night sitting on Dad, tears falling down my cheeks, staring at my spot. I didn't want it to be true. I screamed for it not to be, more than once. I couldn't deny the facts I knew deep down to my bones though. That spot, the space on the rug in front of the chair Dad and the couch Mom, is for me. It's mine. Where I belong. Unlike blissfully accepting Dad, and weeping resigning Mom, I fought it for a few days. I'm not like them, I'm only 17. I have had dreams, ambitions, goals. I wanted to go to college, settle down, marry some lucky guy, and be a mom. I wasn't ready to give up my human form. I spent my nights begging for more time. Nothing answered. The urges didn't abate. My awareness of reality now the illusions had been swept away was too great. When I have slept this last week or so my dreams have always been the same. I dreamt of true reality, of how I now know things should be. I dream of me in my place, my body elongated and wooden and flat as is right, as is correct, as is natural. I have long, blissful slumbers filled with the feeling of hot ceramic mugs on my tabletop and the thick carpet beneath my 4 legs. I can't fight it anymore. I'm posting this here but also printing it out to leave as a note for the removal guys. I want them to be careful with us when the bank repossesses the house and we end up in storage. Please keep us together, if you can. We're a set. Dad's sick leave ended months ago. As you can imagine, the foreclosure notices have been piling up. I stopped caring about the pile of mail under the door around the time that Mom's ribcage split and flattened into her wide pinstripe velvet upholstered back. I haven't been hungry in days, or thirsty. I'm not even sure if I'm breathing now I think about it. I'm still scared, but I've come to accept that this is the way things have to be. I don't know why, they just do. Maybe it's a curse, maybe this house is buried on some ancient ritual site, maybe it's just some freak anomaly of physics. Who knows? Whatever the reason, I have to suck it up and accept the way things are. This body, this walking wobbling mass of skin and bone and jubbly bits that I love so much, isn't right. It isn't mine. I'm not meant for it anymore. Once I post this and print the copy for the removal guys I'm going to get in my spot, then it's just a case of closing my eyes and waiting. I can already feel my limbs pulling inward, my thighs and upper arms sliding to where they'll meet at my navel in a few days. There's a tugging on the back of my knees where they'll bend in on themselves, and all 20 of my fingers and toes grow number with each hour that passes. Do I have any regrets? Thousands. There's so much I'll never get to do, to see, to go, to be. I can't hide from the truth though. Not anymore. I am coffee table. I don't think my boss took my resignation well, Lamau. Check out this email. Dear Dr. Eastley. I'm afraid to say I was disappointed, but unsurprised, to receive your letter of resignation. As you know, we take the emotional well-being of our research teams very seriously at Upset. However, I want you to know that the threats you made, both legal and otherwise, prompted us to take recourse. I felt it would be prudent to remind you of a few truths. As much as I accept that I am the, as you put it, bastard that dragged you into all this poop, it would be wise to remember the reality of the events you rather childishly refused to accept responsibility for. Firstly, your enlistment with Upset. Nobody forced your hand to sign the contract. Yes, I do accept that under the circumstances you were somewhat incentivized to do so. However, as you frequently pointed out in your letter, you would rather die than work another day for us, freaks. I'd like to remind you that when given the freedom to choose between death and Upset, you chose Upset. We cannot be held responsible for you feeling you made the wrong decision after the fact. Secondly, your tenure in the nursery of the North Sea facility. As per procedure, you were given a full brief of the acidity of the larval stage entity 0090 secretions. I have seen the safety video myself. Human resources could not have been clearer about the need to maintain a 19 feet radius at all times. I don't care how often you repeated yourself in your letter, but we didn't tell you. They could effing talk isn't an excuse. I have seen the footage of the incident. I do accept that your injuries looked painful. However, Upset holds no responsibility for your inability to resist telesuggestive speech patterns. You'd seen photographs of entity 0090 in your orientation. Despite your youth back then, the way you panicked was, in no uncertain terms, unprofessional. Your wailing and shrieks overexcited several larval stage entity 0090 specimens. Yes, I understand that. You watched your effing flesh melt until you had an effing bone hand that you had to snap off yourself. Need I remind you though that Security Sergeant Wilson's husband had to bury a box of melted flesh that, even though we took great lengths to seal the shoebox-sized coffin, carried a distinct aroma of dead fish? My ability to sympathize with your amputation is limited given this context. Besides, as I'm sure you don't need reminding, the bionic arm we provided as a replacement is more than suitable. As unpleasant as the installation surgery may have been, I'm sure a woman of your intellect understands the necessity for the recipient to be conscious when augmenting the nervous system with advanced networks. At least, I'd hoped a woman of your intellect would understand. I would be lying, Dr. Eastley, if your expansive letter didn't make me question my judgment. The third example you cited, that of your family, infuriated me. I'll be honest, Dr. Eastley, I struggle to comprehend where you found the nerve to level such a charge against Upset, myself, or anybody at the Marathon County facility. I found the gall you showed in doing so to be totally blunt and offensive. You were fully aware of Event 0216 when you volunteered to study it. I emphasize this because you seem to have completely forgotten that it was you who requested your family be transferred with you to the Marathon County facility. It was a testament to your abilities that Upset Human Resources went to such great lengths to accommodate your requests. I see now that this was a wasted and unappreciated investment of time and finance. As I recall, you were incredibly excited about the discovery of entity E0216. The blame cannot be placed on me or Upset for what transpired over the 6 months after your first contact. Upset contamination protocols are specific and thorough for a reason. I have reviewed the security footage, and upon exiting the test chamber you very clearly did not remain in the decontamination chamber for the mandated 120 minutes. 118 minutes 27 seconds isn't 2 hours. I am aware of your repeated reports of that snivelly bastard Harper Gerard. These accusations were found to have no merit. The entity E0216 breach was found by Upset HR to have been caused by lax adherence to policy, not sabotage. As director, I stand by the findings of that investigation. The blame for what happened to your family lies with you, not Dr. Harper Gerard. I was under the impression this matter was put to bed after the hearing. It truly saddens me that this wasn't the case, Geraldine. Upset cannot be held responsible for the E0216 crustaceous spores being small enough to fit through the air vent in your, quite frankly, more than comfortable on-site accommodation. It is no fault of ours that your husband and 2 children slept through the infection process. We were not aware the E0216 spores secreted anesthetic from their exoskeletons, although the observation has proved helpful in future research, so at least their deaths weren't in vain, eh? I'll be completely honest, even I found the footage of the emergence terrifying. Not as much as when I was there. It was quite an experience watching the surveillance video back before I wrote this, watching us both screaming in the lab while security took down Gregory. Sorry, that was callous, it wasn't Gregory. It was the entity E0216 that Gregory had become. Suffice it to say though, the fatal shot occurs after full transformation had occurred. We did not unalive your effing husband. We put down the monstrosity your negligent attitude to health and safety policy allowed him to become. I was fond of your family, Dr. Eastley. It pains me to believe that you're deluded enough to think I hold any responsibility for your children and husband becoming well. You know what they became. I'm looking at the photos as I write this. Little Tiffany's spine stretching, the new leg shredding out the skin of her back. It's the still from the moment her eyes fell out that disturbs me the most, Geraldine. They still have their old skin, you know, in the lab. I know you're aware of the E0216 corpses they left behind. You were on the team that dissected young Stevens after all. I didn't know if you knew about the skin though. The human skin I mean, the skin they'd shed. Do you remember that night, Geraldine? I'm sure you do. We're long-lived, but we're not indestructible. Gregory and your children are even less so. Do you remember the months they spent in the infirmary? Do you remember how I'd visit them as though they were my own? I was just as horrified as you when their faces started elongating. The mandibles that mangled and pushed their jaws out of the way brought tears to both of our eyes. Dr. Eastley, not just yours. I'm sure you remember how we ran through the Marathon County facility when they started chasing us. God damn it, Geraldine, very few times have I been scared, but knowing those E0216 monstrosities, with their centipede bodies and fresh-rending face claws, were once little Stephen and Tiffany still give me nightmares. I was there holding your hand in the North Sea Infirmary when Gregory was caught up in whatever project I had him on. They were my godchildren, Dr. Eastley. Even though I've seen my fair share of both, that title still holds emotional significance to me. I am trying to keep this letter professional, despite you not having shown me the same courtesy, but duck you for placing your family's death on me. I was crying at the funeral too, Geraldine. You know full well that everything we do at Upset has meaning, no matter how much it upsets us. I don't recall you protesting when we were both cowering in a corner listening to your infected children getting gunned down in the corner. This is where I'd also like to remind you that, for a twisted, heartless, effing immortal sociopath, I took your request for compassionate leave incredibly seriously. You were the first Upset employee to receive a sick day, did you know that? That was specifically because of my intervention. HR wanted you labeled as a compromised asset. Perhaps I made a mistake in overruling them. This is why your letter disappointed me, Dr. Eastley. I've grown fond of you, not just as a colleague but as a friend. Very rarely has this happened during my long career. It brought me no pleasure at all to read your take on your time with the PLR team. If you'll recall, you begged me to be transferred to paranatural literary research. I warned you, and I know you remember that. I made it very clear that, just because you'd be working with books rather than bioentities, you weren't any safer, emotionally or physically. I find it genuinely shocking that you've managed to omit the fact I denied your request 7 times before agreeing to have you transferred to the London facility. You were a key asset in the bioentity team, Dr. Eastley. Moving you in with the page-turners was done at great expense to Upset's long-term strategy. It's insulting that you think I put you on Event HAR as a twisted effing punishment. I put you on Event HAR because you were the most valuable effing asset in PLR as soon as you touched down in the UK. Do you think Dr. Anand could have deciphered that damn book? Or that idiot Boxstead? 3 of the team that brought it and gouged out their damn eyeballs within a week. 4 more had to be terminated when they tried to resign and join that damn cult you identified. You were the only person on Event HAR who wasn't broken by that little red book. It even broke Dr. Bridger, and he was reassigned to HAR after 3 decades of studying a copy of the Tialamal Rajala Lakir. Think about that, Geraldine. Dr. Bridger spent 30 years working with a multidimensional, sentient, endlessly self-writing literary event entity that was actively trying to unalive him. Before he retired from the field, the man rescued 5 agents from an entity E0879 pocket dimension. He was as tough as they come. He'd had the Tialam project since the 90s and hadn't broken. Event HAR managed it in a damn afternoon. I didn't exactly have many options. Look, Geraldine, as upset with you as I am, I can't help but stop once again to thank you for what you achieved during your time on the Event HAR team. That's partly why I don't accept your accusations re how you lost your arm. You're one of the most delay-resistant assets we have. Our understanding of Event HAR has grown exponentially, and I'll be the first to admit we knew next to nothing before you were reassigned to PLR. Given what you uncovered, we would have been in serious trouble if we let it slip through the net. Jesus, even I'm scared of the damn thing, and I've been in the over-library and communed with the listener. Sorry, that's entity E0001 to you. The point is, I want you to understand something. I am truly sincere when I say I regret your tenure in PLR ending the way it did. One of the few criticisms I do accept is that I could have done something to pull you out of there. This I do apologize for. However, given what we were learning of Event HAR, I will not apologize for keeping my most valuable asset on the project. I'll be blunt, Geraldine. Those researchers you unalived? They meant nothing to me. Nothing. Given the scope of threat Event HAR represents, I'd satiate your bloodlust with 1,000,000 more if it meant keeping you in the room with that damn book. Let's be honest, ripping out their eyes to stop yourself from going blind is the first time you've ever needed research assistance anyway. I did not make you eat their damn eyes. The book made you do that. I just refused to open the door. I still would. If I had, you'd never have slipped into that trance, and we'd never have learned about the mask. Their lives were a minor inconvenience. Your sanity, however, was a great loss. I did not inject you with the immortality serum only to lose your mind to madness. However, as long as your instability doesn't interrupt your work on Event HAR, it may not be too much of a setback. There is a great deal to uncover in that book. I'm sure we'd get a good few centuries out of you before I'd have to allow HR to designate you as a compromised asset. I'm sure they'll be thrilled when the day comes. So, in short, I am writing to you to respectfully decline your resignation. I don't know where you are, or how you escaped, but we will find you. Accessing the database to copy everything was smart, I'll give you that. Emailing a resignation letter to me to gloat about your plans to leak the files you've stolen was, however, stupid. It was perhaps the most disappointing thing in your 30-page letter, Dr. Eastley. I was like a father to you, Geraldine. I was there at your wedding, deep in the bowels of the North Sea facility. Sending upset security to collect you, knowing how rough they can be, genuinely broke my heart. We cracked your location in about 30 minutes. Technology was always Gregory's forte, wasn't it? Maybe if it was you that we lost to entity E0216 I'd be worried right now, instead of just heartbroken. Keep on the move all you want, Geraldine. We'll find you sooner or later. Or, you could voluntarily return. Either way, Upset cannot afford delays to the Event HAR project. You'll be back in your cell by the end of the month, just to forewarn you. How much violence occurs between then and now is your call. Oh, and don't be stupid and post this on the internet somewhere like you did with that fisherman's crayon letter. Yes, I know it was you that leaked the entity 0090 nursery breach account. I'm already upset with you, Dr. Eastley. Don't make me angry with you too. Warmest regards. Dr. Obadiah Bramfield, Director. The Institute of Paranatural Science, Events, and Technology. Why I removed all the doors from my house. My grandmother used to say her house was haunted. They're on the other side of the doors. If you listen closely you can hear them, she'd say. Her words weren't those of an afraid woman. They weren't filled with sadness or despair, but rather joy. She'd tell me stories about the ghosts that had stayed behind in her house, and as she did her eyes were always filled with longing and love. So, they're not bad ghosts? I would ask, too young to understand the complexities of good and evil. Of course not, sweetheart. They would never hurt you. I truly loved my grandma, but I didn't visit her often. My mother wouldn't let me. To her, the house had an uneasy atmosphere, one full of malice, as if an unknown and frightening entity loomed over the place. It didn't help that we lived several hours away, making it difficult for Grandma to visit us, with her advancing age and declining health. It made me sad that she lived all alone in such a big, old house, but she didn't seem to mind it. "I'm not alone," she would say. "Our love kept us together, even after he passed." I knew she was talking about my grandpa, her late husband. However, she mentioned several figures that kept her company, people I assumed were her own parents, and even some who could have been siblings. Back in her day, people remained at home to die, spending their last moments with loved ones, comfortable at home in their beds. Because of that, a multitude of different people had drawn their last breaths in her very own house. As time went by, my memories of the old house started to fade. I was too busy growing up, and my mother didn't care to visit her childhood home. At the ripe old age of 95, my grandma passed away, peacefully at home with a smile still lingering on her face. Her last will and testament arrived a couple of weeks later. By that time, I hadn't seen her in years, and the sight of the papers made me feel a bit guilty. There wasn't much of a personal message left behind, but it was stated that my mother would inherit all of her belongings, everything saved for her house, which was left to me. Seeing as I was just in the process of getting married to my very pregnant fiancée, it would be the perfect gift to start our newlywed life. We moved in about a month later, after spending what little money we had left refurbishing the place. Unlike the warm, yet mystical feeling the house had held when I was a child, it felt cold, eerie as an adult. Even with new furniture and fixed frames, the house was still loud with creaks and strange whispers behind each closed door. My fiancée, soon-to-be wife, Alice, also noticed the strange fog of weirdness looming over the house, and my mother was still hesitant to visit. But, when all things were said and done, my grandma had led a full and happy life in that house, and no harm had ever come to her, so we were eager to start our life together. It truly turned out to be an idyllic place, perfect to raise children, with lush green fields and vast forests surrounding the neighborhood. We spent the next decade there, gifted with 2 children, a young boy named Alex, and a little girl named Amanda. From the very beginning, it looked like we were in the makings of a happily ever after. Alas, it wasn't meant to be. On the 3rd of September, 2017, my entire family was unalived in a burglary gone wrong. I don't remember much from the night itself, just that I woke up to strange sounds and a shattering window. I wasn't a particularly brave man, but if my family was put at risk, I'd do whatever I could to defend them. I grabbed the baseball bat I was planning to gift Alex for his 10th birthday and went to investigate in the dark. Before I could even turn the corner, I felt a sharp pain shoot through my chest, as one of the intruders lodged a knife in between my ribs. I fell to the ground, unable to breathe or move my legs. I tried to call out for my wife, to warn her about the approaching men, to give her a chance to get the kids and run, but my lungs had filled up with blood, and I couldn't get a single coherent word out. There I lay, dying helplessly on the floor as my wife tried to fight off the 2 men that had entered our house. She screamed as they stabbed her, quickly going from panic to a gargle, to silence. Then everything went black. I guess they didn't bother double-checking, or maybe the pool of blood I'd produced around me made me look dead, but despite their best efforts at exterminating my family, I had somehow survived. I awoke as the ambulance rushed me to the hospital, and I cried for my family as they prepped me for surgery. I didn't know that they'd all been unalived yet. I still had hope. But that tiny amount of belief that my wife and children had survived was quickly extinguished. According to the police, the intruders were junkies looking for anything they could sell. During the break-in, they'd been doped out of their minds and attacked anyone in their vicinity. Even as the police chased them down, they fought back, which ultimately resulted in them both getting shot dead. No closure, no coherent reason for their break-in, why they'd chosen our house, rather than the neighbor's vacant home. I was left with no good explanation, no justice. As for myself, the stab wound had been deep, so much so that the knife had partially damaged my spine, enough to leave me with limited use of my legs and left arm. It would take months of rehabilitation before I could even go back home to an empty house. Naturally, my mother wanted me to stay with her until I could come to terms with what had happened. She had gotten old, but she still wanted to take care of me and help me through the trying times. She meant well, but in a morbidly depressing way. Staying in that house was the last connection I had to my deceased family. It was a place of love, filled with memoirs of a life brutally cut short. Though I felt more connected to them at home, I couldn't sleep in our old bedroom, nor enter our children's rooms. Instead, I slept in the guest room, one of the few places still untainted by tragedy. The next few weeks were spent in a haze of denial and anger at myself that I'd failed to save my family. In just the span of 5 minutes, my entire world had been shattered beyond repair, and I saw no solace in the foreseeable future. The house still made its usual, weird sounds, creaks, howling wind, and whispers hiding behind each and every closed door. They'd always kept me company, but in the past, they'd been little more than a vague presence, something to ignore, to push to the back of my mind. After the tragedy they seemed to wake up, turning coherent and understandable. As I listened intently to the house speaking, the strange whispers started to take shape, and before long I could understand them. One night, 3 weeks and a day after my return home, I awoke to the sound of a voice coming from down the hall. I shot to my feet and slowly approached the sounds. It was someone singing, a beautiful, cheerful voice coming from inside our old bedroom. But, it wasn't just any song. No, it was one my wife frequently used to hum as she got ready in the mornings. Her mother used to sing some old, Italian verse to her as a kid. While I never understood the words, it had always comforted me, even on the most stressful day. It had become a symbol of love, peace, one I missed every day without her. Alice? I said, starting to wonder if I was dreaming. I pressed my ear against the door in disbelief at hearing my dead wife's voice. She didn't respond, she just kept singing on the other side. As soon as I confirmed it was her voice, I hopelessly barged in through the door, distraught to find it empty on the other side, filled with nothing but an empty bed, and a closet full of clothes never to be worn again. For a second, I'd felt a grain of happiness, but it was swiftly taken away as her serene voice vanished in the darkness of night. I collapsed to the floor, and cried for the first time since their deaths. I'd been so numb that my ability to feel had simply shut down, but the overwhelming emotion I felt from hearing my wife again finally broke me. I fell asleep on the floor that night, and once I awoke, I convinced myself it had all been just a dream, and nothing more. That heartbreaking belief lasted until the next night when I awoke to laughter coming from Alex's bedroom. "Alex, is that you?" I called out as I approached his closed door. The laughter unmistakably belonged to my dead son. That, along with the sound of toys being flung around, and light footsteps running around the room, made me temporarily forget everything that had happened in the past few months. "Alex?" I said again with tears in my eyes. But he couldn't hear me, and once I opened the door, I was met with another dark, silent room. In the blink of an eye, I was plunged back into reality, alone and afraid. As I felt his presence vanish, I thought back to my childhood, spending time with my grandmother, and listening to her stories. "They're on the other side of the doors, always there. If you listen closely you can hear them," she'd say. The whispers I had heard since I was a kid were real, just too vague and hard to decipher. My grandma heard her husband, because he was the person she loved the most in the entire world. That's why I couldn't understand. Now that the ghosts belonged to my family, it became abundantly clear why my grandma loved that house so much. It was because she could stay surrounded by her lost, loved ones. Each night, the voices continued. Next in line was my daughter, Amanda. I heard her jumping up and down while she talked to her stuffed animals, pretending they were real creatures out on adventures. She sang to them with a voice as beautiful as her mother's, and I listened while holding my breath. That night, I never opened the door. I just sat there listening to her play around, smiling as I was once again living in a house full of life. It quickly became a nightly routine. I'd sleep during the days, and at night I'd huddle up outside the bedroom doors with a blanket, just to listen to them go about their lives, not knowing what terrible things had happened to them. Days, weeks and even months passed, and I lived my life vicariously through them, unable to let go. It wasn't a great life, but it was all I had. I couldn't stand to lose my connection to them, so I kept at it. My wife was the first to break her usual nighttime routine. She'd usually awoken me with the sound of her singing, or by telling bedtime stories to our kids, but that would all come to a crashing end. On that particular night, I was jolted awake by the sound of her terrified screams. I shot to my feet and instinctively called out for her. On the other side of the closed door, I heard her struggle, demanding that someone stay away from her. It was an all too familiar memory, one I'd struggled to forget. It was the moment the unalivers entered our room to unalive her. I burst in through the door, knowing fully well that I couldn't help, but that I could at least end the nightmare. As usual, once the door had been opened, everything fell silent. Then, I heard cries coming from Alex's room. He'd been awoken by Alice's screams, and wanted to find out what was going on. His cries were quickly shut up as one of the intruders entered his room and slit his throat. I heard a short whimper before he too fell silent. Last in line was Amanda, but I quickly opened the door before I could be tortured by the sounds of her frantic screams as the intruders ended her life. Following that night, I decided to leave the doors open. No matter the fact that I'd never hear from my family again, I just couldn't face their deaths for a third or fourth time. Alas, the doors were inexplicably shut once nightfall came, and the ordeal started all over. The screams of my wife and children, their cries as they realized what was about to happen to them, my failure to save them. It all crushed me. In the end, I had no option left, but to remove each door from its hinges, to end the nightmare once and for all. Only the bathroom and guest room doors remained. It worked, without a filter between the real world and the past. I had nothing to listen to, nothing save the deafening silence of an empty house. It was an impossible choice, to live peacefully without the comforting voices of my family. Never again would I hear them die, but I'd also be left alone, forever. Then, I heard the sound of someone crying. I was heading to bed when I heard a familiar voice sobbing through the guest room door. It wasn't my wife, nor the cries of a child. It was me. "I'm sorry, I couldn't save you." I stood speechless, too terrified to even open the door, but I was quickly brought back to my senses when I heard a gunshot from the other side, followed by a quiet thump, and then nothing. Until that point, the house had always spoken to me with voices from the past, but then, something more sinister had approached, something that hadn't yet happened. I didn't go to sleep that night, nor did I dare to enter the guest room. I simply sat at my kitchen table until I passed out from a haze of exhaustion and alcohol, and once daylight arrived, I removed that door as well. Whether what I heard behind that door is my ultimate destiny, or if I can somehow survive this nightmare, remains to be seen. I can't say I haven't thought about ending it all, but for now, I've just removed every single door from my house. At least it's finally quiet. We've been guarding an empty room for the past 5 years. Today we found something inside it. Why do we even need the guns? Was the first question I asked as my supervisor went over the protocols. The room is empty, right? It's just in case anyone tries to enter, or leave the room, he responded coldly. Leave? Don't worry about it. Just do as you're told, and everything will be fine. I've been hired alongside Mark to guard an empty room in a small town storage facility. To the best of my knowledge, it had just appeared one day out of nowhere. Since then, only 3 people had gone inside, all of whom died within a minute. During their short visit into the room, a camera had been set up, delivering a constant, live feed through which we could observe the room. Though nothing had ever been seen within, an eerie aura surrounded the place. The walls were made from unidentified metal, and the door didn't have any obvious way of opening. It either opened when touched, or remained closed. Either way, our orders were simple: keep people away from it. 24 hours a day, each day of the year, the room was guarded by one of 3 teams. While the job was exceptionally boring, it paid enough to keep us from asking too many questions. We were only to contact the team leader, Dr. Henderson, if any activity was recorded within the room, be it actual movement, or just sounds heard through the door. Other than that, we were left to our own devices, which meant we could mostly slack around and talk. Now and then, we'd hear faint sounds coming from behind the door. To me, it sounded like a distorted music box playing an old tune. It was one I remembered my mother listening to as I grew up. Beyond that, I could hear someone sob quietly, the familiar, yet distant sound of an old woman crying. Mark, on the other hand, swore up and down it was a young boy laughing. Though he couldn't name the boy, he too said it felt eerily familiar. Still, the camera showed nothing. We just contacted the team leader as commanded, who always seemed utterly uninterested during his visits. Sounds again? He asked. Yeah, it's, Mark tried to explain before getting cut off. It's not important what you hear, as long as the screen remains empty. Just keep your eyes peeled, and let me know if anything changes. Years went on like that, and we stood posted in front of that empty room. The metal door that separated us from unknown horrors remained untouched, and as far as we were concerned, nothing would ever change that. We followed orders, got paid, and that was it. At least until we heard someone knock from the other side of the door. Hello? Please let me out. I don't want to be alone anymore, the voice of an elderly woman said. It sounded like the same woman I'd heard sobbing over the years. The tune of that damn music box kept playing in the background. Those two facts really reminded me of my mother, which was an impossible thought, as my mother had died years earlier. Do you hear that? I asked Mark, who seemed transfixed by the sound himself. Yeah, he responded with barely a whisper. I'm calling the doc. He better hear this, I said as I redirected my attention toward the empty screen. I picked up the emergency phone, and just pressed 1. It prompted an alarm that immediately alerted the team leader. We'd already been through the procedure enough times to make it an unimportant event. Still, something was different. Despite the sounds we'd heard over the years, no one had ever knocked on the door. Oh, God. It can't be, I heard Mark say in the background. I turned around to find him pale as a sheet. His face was drenched in sweat, and his eyes were fixated on the screen. I took a few steps closer, just to make sure my eyes weren't deceiving us both. There was something inside the room. At first, I couldn't tell exactly what it was. It looked sort of like a deformed chair, as if someone who'd never seen a piece of furniture before had been instructed to put a chair together. On top of it, lay a music box. Before we could discuss the thing that had appeared inside the room, Dr. Henderson entered the storage facility wearing a tired expression on his face. Report, was all he said as he greeted us. There's something inside the room, I tried to explain before another bout of knocking shut me up. The sound seemed to wake the doctor up a bit. Though he still didn't look too concerned, he at least decided to stick around. It wasn't until he got a glimpse of the live feed before he froze dead in his tracks. No, he mumbled. With that, the image on the screen got replaced by static. Whatever was in the room had interfered with the feed. Just let me out, it's so cold in here, the voice said through the door. I could see the doctor getting more nervous by the second. The blood had drained from his face, and pearls of sweat had formed on his forehead. He picked up his own phone, ready to call for reinforcements. But, just like the live feed, the phone refused to work. Hey doc, what's going on? I asked. Mark hadn't spoken a word. He just stood there, hypnotized by the static-filled screen in front of him. Yo, you two, stay here. I'm going to get a cleanup crew, our doctor stuttered. Don't open the door, just stay here and make sure nothing gets in or out. He rushed out of the building as he continuously tried to call for help with the broken phone. Once gone, Mark and I glanced at each other before another knock redirected our attention to the door. Do you see him? Mark asked after a moment of silence. Him? What are you talking about? He nodded. It was Alexander. It was my son. Your son that went missing 7 years ago? I asked, confused. I need to get him out of there, Mark said in a panic. With that, he rushed to the door and tried to figure out how to open it. Mark, wait, I shouted. He ignored me, and when he couldn't find any feasible way of opening the door, he prepared to kick it in. Stop it, I ordered as I pointed my rifle in his direction. Please, he's trapped in there, Mark pleaded. It doesn't make any sense, Mark. Your son is dead, how could he possibly be inside that room? I can't lose him again. I just can't. His words were oddly rid of the emotion, as if his words weren't his own. Mark, you're not yourself. Please, just calm down and let me deal with this. Surprisingly enough, he complied with my demand. Still, I needed to get him safely away from the door. While I didn't have anything to tie him down with, there was a closet around the corner I could lock him inside. Just take a few steps back and come with me, I said carefully. He nodded without arguing, and I started to relax. I lowered my rifle ever so slightly and gestured for him to move away from the door. He turned around, and before I could react, he picked up a chair and threw it at my face. One of the legs hit me in the eye, and I immediately fell to the ground. As I lay there in agony, Mark took the opportunity and jumped on top of me. Then, he swiftly hit me over the head with his rifle. While I was in a haze, Mark tied me to the same chair he'd thrown at me. I didn't even know where he'd gotten a rope from, but I was stuck. Mark, don't do this. The doctor will be here with help any second. By then, the knocking had turned to hammering, and the pleading voice was screaming to be let out. Mark had tears streaming from his eyes. I knew we weren't hearing the same sounds, but I needed to get through to him. Please, I begged. Whatever is in there, it's not your son. Shut up. I need to do this. He was crying, yet his words carried no emotion. Again, he tried to open the door. That time, he merely had to touch it, before it just swung open. On the other side, it only revealed a pitch-black void of darkness. For a moment, Mark just stared at the emptiness. The music box had stopped playing, and the woman begging to be let out had been silenced. I'm so sorry, he said before something violently pulled him into the room. As he vanished, the void seemed to pour out into the rest of the storage facility. All light that had previously occupied my surroundings was eaten up by the ever-expanding darkness. Once it had passed me, I felt the temperature drop to zero, muffling every sound in the area. "Mark," I called out, still stuck in my chair. There I sat in absolute silence, praying that the doctor would return with reinforcements. I could hardly see 2 feet in front of me, but something was moving around in the room. Just vague shapes emerging through the door, producing wet footsteps as they walked in my direction. I didn't dare to make a sound. Mark had vanished, and in his place, the air had filled with a sickly, metallic stench. I tried to quietly wriggle myself out of my seat, but Mark had tied me up too well. All I could do was hold my breath, as dozens of silhouettes walked past me, leaving the room. A few minutes passed, and the footsteps settled down. It felt as if the creatures had left the room, but the darkness lingered. Still, I didn't move an inch before I saw the facility fill with flashlights. The doctor came running in with a dozen guards, all brandishing bizarre, heavy weapons. They quickly cleared the room, placing themselves in front of the open door that led into the void that had swallowed Mark. "Oh, God," a couple of them mumbled. Dr. Henderson was the one to untie me. My wrists were raw from the struggle, but I was left otherwise unharmed. What the actual duck happened here? He demanded to know. It was Mark. He went in the room. With that, my boss rushed to peek inside. I followed shortly behind him. The weapons the guard held weren't typical ballistic rifles. Instead, they shot out powerful, blue beams that penetrated the void, causing the darkness to retreat to the corners. Finally, we could get a glimpse of what had actually happened inside. There lay 100 pieces of broken flesh strewn not only across the floor, but the walls and ceiling. They defied gravity and simply covered every available surface with bloody chunks of meat. That, mixed with the closed fragments, made it easy enough to identify the mangled corpse. It was Mark. Then, I noticed something that immediately caused me to puke on the floor. I saw a chunk of flesh containing an eye. Though it was impossible, the eye darted around the room in panic. It blinked, it even responded to light, it was alive. Another chunk contained part of his mouth. It moved around in strange directions, as if trying to scream, but being unable to. Then we saw a piece of his heart, still contracting pointlessly, and muscle fibers hopelessly trying to move limbs that weren't there anymore. "Seal the room, now," the doctor ordered. "But, he's alive," I said, still not believing it. "He made a choice to go inside. Do you want to suffer the same fate?" The guards closed the door without speaking a word and started putting plates of metal over it. A part of me wondered why they hadn't done that from the get-go, but I couldn't bring myself to ask any questions. "Did anything leave the room?" my boss asked. I just nodded. "Did they touch you?" "No." The crew set up a perimeter with guards and cameras facing the door. But I feared the damage had already been done. Whatever existed inside that room had been far beyond the rules of our own reality, and now they were free. "What are we going to do now?" I finally got the guts to ask. "We're gonna have to unalive everyone in this town." I tried to summon Satan but accidentally summoned Stan instead. We found the plans online. My best friend Lilith and I have always been interested in the macabre. Okay, her real name isn't Lilith, it's Katie. But I call her Lilith. Our parents think we're goth, but we're not. Those are the kids that wear too much eyeliner and write cringe depressed poems. We do cooler stuff, like hold seances and read dark magic spellbooks and obsess over the Salem witches. So when Lilith found plans online to summon Satan, I was so excited. "Are we seriously going to try to summon Satan?" I whispered, my heart pounding in my chest. "Why not?" Lilith answered, as she pulled out her phone and brought up the plans. "It's easy. We just have to draw this giant pentagram on the floor and say this stuff in French." "That's Latin," I corrected. "Latin? Whatever. Nerd." She rolled her eyes at me. "And then we write Satan in blood in the middle of the pentagram." "That sounds too easy," I said, frowning. "If it was that easy, wouldn't everyone summon Satan all the time? You think normies want to summon Satan?" "No." She unzipped her bag and pulled out a black Sharpie. "Then let's get to work." It was hard work. My room has a fluffy carpet, so I had to draw each stroke several times over before it was visible. "Are you sure this comes out with soap? My mom will unalive me." "Shut up and keep drawing," she replied, furiously scribbling with a marker. After 20 minutes or so, we were finally done. I stood up and admired our handiwork, a pentagram in a circle, with several strange symbols inside each cavity of the pentagram. It looked good. Part of me hoped it wouldn't wash out. How mad would Mom be if I had a literal Satan summoning circle on my bedroom floor? Oh, that would get her goat. And she totally deserved it, after not letting me go to Sadie's sleepover. I swear, sometimes I was so mad at her that I wanted her to die. Okay, now the Latin stuff. Lilith pulled out her phone and began to read. Ego te voco. She read the entire thing, terribly. I mean, I don't know Latin, but listening to it was painful. "Now the blood," I said, scowling. "Wait, did you bring blood?" She tapped her arm. "We use our blood, silly. Like we have to cut ourselves?" She nodded. "I dunno, Lil. That sounds kind of extreme." "Don't be such a baby," she said. And then, before I could stop her, she grabbed my hand and nicked my palm with the scissors she'd been hiding in her sleeve. "Lilith," I shouted. "What the hell are you doing? Stop wasting time. We gotta do it before the blood dries up." She reached out for my hand. "Here, you write the first 3 letters and I'll write the last 2. Saves time." I was mad, but she was right. We were running out of time. We bent over the carpet and got to work. Writing stuff in blood is overrated. They make it sound like this cool soul-binding thing, but it sucks. My hand was stinging and writing just that first letter, S, was enough that I needed a break. Why didn't we use Lilith's blood? I thought as I closed my eyes, breathing hard, trying not to focus on the pain. Then I sucked in a breath and got back to work, sticking my finger against my palm and writing the T. Breathless, we both got up and stepped away from the circle. And that's when we saw it. "You idiot," Lilith said. "You forgot the A." She was right. The letters in the blood read Stan. "Oh no. I'll fix it." I looked down at the wound on my hand, but it had stopped bleeding. "It's dried up. Get the scissors and cut your hand. I'm not cutting my hand. Are you serious? You literally stabbed me. Just squeeze your hand and more blood will come out. I don't want to. We were both cut off by a low humming sound. We both turned to the circle, our hearts pounding. Holy poop, I whispered, as the Sharpie engraved pentagram began to glow. The dim red light pulsed like a heartbeat, then faster and faster, brighter and brighter, as a horrible roar rushed in our ears. Pop. We both stared, mouths agape. There was not a demon in the center of the circle. Not a leather-skinned, fiery-eyed, red-horned creature from the depths of hell. No, there was just a guy. An average-looking white guy. Maybe in his 20s or early 30s. He was wearing a gray t-shirt and khaki-colored cargo pants. There was stubble on his jaw and his hair was kind of messy. You called me? He asked. Lilith and I stared at each other. I made an unintelligible stuttering noise. I'm Stan, he said. Then he let out a yawn that exposed his yellowed, crooked teeth. You need help or something? How did you get in here? I finally asked, composing myself. You summoned me. Lilith interjected. We were trying to summon Satan. Oh, common mistake. That pesky little extra huh? I backed away, still staring in horror at this man who had just popped out of thin air. I wanted to believe that this guy had somehow broken in. Maybe climbed in through a window while I wasn't looking. But the truth is, I was looking. And I saw him just appear, right there, in the middle of the circle. Lilith and I never should have gotten involved in this stuff, I thought. I felt like I was going to throw up. It was fun to talk about demons and dark magic and Salem witches, when, deep down, I didn't believe any of it. But now I just saw a man pop out of thin air. Just like that. Maybe I should call my parents, I stuttered to Lilith. You'll be grounded forever. That was true. I would be grounded forever. Maybe we could just get rid of him somehow. Hey, my mom has some really expensive jewelry in her room. Why don't you just take that and leave? I don't need the money, he replied in his nasal voice. But thanks anyway. Well, you can't stay here. I like your room, he said, ignoring my comment. Is that a Black Sabbath CD? Your parents let you listen to that? What are you, like, 14? I mean, that's cool to have permissive parents, Stan said, shrugging. I guess I should have guessed that since they let you draw a pentagram on the floor and all. They're not permissive, I replied quietly. You're just good at hiding stuff then, yeah? He stepped out of the pentagram and started towards my desk. Picked up the Black Sabbath CD, then pulled out a drawer and rummaged through some of the contents. These are awesome, he said, holding up one of my milky pens. Love these things. You probably got them because they draw on black paper, right? So you can have a whole, like, goth journal? Lilith and I stared at him, speechless. We're not goth, Lilith finally whispered. Yeah, emo or something though, right? He let out a laugh. You gotta be something to try and summon Satan. Lilith turned to me as he bent over the other desk drawer. We've got to get him out of here. He's probably dangerous. And if your parents see him. I nodded. Slowly, I took a step towards him, standing as straight as I possibly could. Listen. I'm sorry, Stan, but you have to leave. My dad has a rifle and he'll shoot you as soon as he gets back. Lilith jabbed me in the ribs. Don't tell him we're home alone, she whispered through gritted teeth. And my older brother is napping in the basement. He's going to come up and beat the crap out of you. So you better go. Stan finally stopped rummaging in the drawer. Slowly, he turned around, straightened up before me. Then his mouth stretched into a grin that showed off his yellow teeth. But you don't have a brother, Ava. My heart dropped. I looked at Lilith, she looked back at me. And then as if communicating by telepathy, we both raced for the door at the same time. Surprisingly, he didn't follow us as we raced down the stairs. Panting, I grabbed Lilith's hand and dragged her towards the kitchen, towards the sliding glass door. We could run right to the Thompsons on the other side, and tell them someone had broken in. I skidded to a stop. The refrigerator door hung open. And underneath the crack, I spotted his dirty white sneakers. Going so soon? Stan asked, as he swung the door closed. Hey, do you have anything good to eat around here? Maybe those little, like, puffed cheese things with the Cheeto on the bag? We backed away. Hey, listen now. You two are the ones who summoned me, he said. You're not going to just kick me out, are you? Will you go if I give you Cheetos? I asked in a small voice. He shrugged. Maybe. Why, you have any? I ducked into the pantry, grabbed the orange bag, and blindly threw it at him. Here. Now get out. Now wait for a second, he said, plopping down on a chair, and propping his feet up on the kitchen table. He opened the bag with a loud pop. If you were summoning Satan, you were trying to make a deal with him. Right? He threw some Cheetos in his mouth and crunched on them loudly. I want that same deal. We were just summoning Satan for fun. Yeah, right. Crunch, crunch. So what was the deal going to be? What did you want? Lilith and I glanced at each other. For a long moment, there was silence. Stan stared expectantly at both of us, Lilith and I glancing nervously at each other. Finally, I sucked in a shuddering breath. Please. Go, I choked out. Alrighty then. He held up his cheese-covered hands in surrender. You know, I was just trying to be polite. Offer my services. Make sure you got something out of that whole summoning business. But I'll go. Plain and simple. And with that, he got up and walked out of the kitchen. A second later, I heard the door swing open and slam shut. Lilith and I stared at each other in silence. We only moved when the shrill ring of the telephone jolted through the silence. I glanced over. No one ever called the home phone anymore. We only kept it around for my dad's long business calls, really. But it was 9 o'clock, too late for that. I stepped towards the phone, confused, and slowly picked it up. Hello? I asked in a soft voice. Ava? The voice on the other end of the line was shaking, but I recognized it immediately. It was my sister, Sam. Sam? I'm so sorry, she said, through breaking sobs. But they just told me it's Mom and Dad. She sucked in her breath. They got in a terrible accident on Route 40. Dad's being airlifted to the hospital, but Mom. My heart sank. She's dead, Ava. The phone fell from my hands and clattered on the floor. But all I could picture in my head was Stan, with his yellow grin and steel gray eyes, smugly smiling at providing his services.